I am the young master of the world's #1 martial arts family, and my father is one of the only 9 martial saints left in the world. However, because of a promise made 3 years ago, I have been carrying the name of a bootlicker for 3 full years. Just as my father was about to rebuild me in anger, the 3-year period ended, and the bootlicker awakened. On the playground of Southeast Martial Arts University, Su Xinyue looked at me seriously and said, "Ning Xiao, I'll give you a chance to marry me. I'm pregnant." Su Xinyue touched her exposed belly, which was smooth and white without any excess fat. My astonished gaze followed Su Xinyue's hand and fixed on that flat belly. I took a deep breath, but the shock on my face remained. It's been 3 years. I have been Su Xinyue's lapdog for a full 3 years. 3 years ago, I crossed over to Dixing and coincidentally the teacher guarding the Southeast Stargate died in battle. As he was dying, the teacher entrusted his most beloved daughter, Su Xinyue, to me. Originally, I wanted to refuse, but at that moment, my transmigration cheat activated. The cheat's function was simple, to make me serve as Su Xinyue's lapdog for 3 years. After 3 years, I would receive various rewards from the system. Helpless, I had no choice but to make a 3-year agreement with the teacher. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed, and these 3 years have not been easy for me. It can even be said to be extremely tormenting, because Su Xinyue's antics became more and more outrageous by the day, and I had to cooperate with her antics for the sake of the system. The most important thing is that the background of the identity I am currently crossing is extremely complicated. The Ning family I belong to is the #1 family in the southeast region of the Dragon Country. Since the revival of the Stargate, until today, 800 years later, among the 10 human ancestors who are still alive on the Earth star, the Ning family occupies one of them. In the post-Stargate era, 9 human martial saints were born, and one of them is my father, Ning Zhan. In addition, 2 of the remaining 8 spots are occupied by my 2 uncles. Among the 9 human saints, the Ning family holds 3 of them. On the terror of the Ning family's background, it is no less than those superfamilies in Kyoto. Under the blessing of the layers of family glory, I should have been a prominent figure like the pride of heaven, and my every move naturally attracted attention from the outside world. However, even in such a terrifying background, no one could have imagined that among the heroes of the Ning family, there would be someone like me, a bootlicker who shamelessly and crazily groveled for a woman without any bottom line. This 3-year bootlicking behavior has completely spread my bootlicking reputation throughout the southeastern region and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, it has made the entire family furious and extremely dissatisfied with me, the young master of the family. Even my father, Ning Zhan, has sneaked to my bedside more than once at night, wishing to strangle this bootlicking son, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. The ridicule and disdain from the outside world brought shame and insults to the family, but I gritted my teeth and persisted for 3 years. Because my martial talent detection was only at the A level. This talent is not bad in school, ranking in the upper middle range, but it is nothing in a super family like the Ning family. If I didn't rely on the power of the system, I would have long become a waste young master in the eyes of others. Being a bootlicker for 3 years is better than being a waste for a lifetime, so I was able to persevere for these 3 years, and today is the last day of the 3-year agreement. As long as I get through today, the system will start issuing rewards. But I never expected that Su Xinyue would pull a big move on me on the last day. At this time, many Wuhan University students had already gathered on the playground, and they looked at Su Xinyue in shock at the news. The playground was abuzz, as Su Xinyue and I had experienced many explosive incidents in the past, but this news was particularly explosive among all the explosive news. All eyes were on me, but this time I stood still and did not respond to Su Xinyue for a long time. "Are you hesitating? How can you hesitate?" Su Xinyue looked at me with a blank face, angrily staring at me and shouting. If people who didn't know the situation saw this, they would think I was the unfaithful one. I took a deep breath again, tried to calm down, and said, "I agree." As soon as I said this, the crowd on the scene was stunned. For a moment, the playground fell silent, and the crowd seemed to have forgotten even to discuss. "That's about it." Su Xinyue raised her head again, looked at me arrogantly, and said, "However, you hesitated for so long just now, which made me very unhappy. Besides, marrying you comes with conditions. A dowry is a must. According to the standards of a prestigious family, my parents have raised me so painstakingly, and a girl getting married also needs security. Without a dowry, you know that my father died in battle to guard the Stargate, and our family's fortunes declined. In addition, after marriage, you must give the child a status. Love him as if he were your own flesh and blood. Don't ask about the child's father. You cannot restrict my personal freedom, nor can you force me to do things I don't want to do." Su Xinyue said in one breath. Each one was as subversive as ever, and the students on the playground were dumbfounded to hear it. After speaking, Su Xinyue looked at Ning Feng and said, "How about it? Can you agree? If you agree, the wedding will be held immediately tomorrow to fulfill your wish." "I agree," Ning Feng said indifferently. Instead, it would be nullified the next day. He was just waiting for the system. At this point, Ning Feng continued to speak. "Tomorrow, I'll pick you up in accordance with Earthstar's highest specification marriage. So remember to wait for me at home." Chapter 2, The Wedding of Your Dreams. Listening to Ning Feng's words, the crowd fell dead silent for an unknown amount of time before reacting. Ning Xiao actually took over just like that. Upon reacting, the scene was filled with the sound of backward breaths. Some of the nymphomaniacs who had crushes on Ning Feng even resounded with a large number of ghostly cries. This first young master of the Southeast. That's how you take over a woman who was known as a scumbag at Eastern University, and in the Southeast for that matter. The scumbag girl is still pregnant. If this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid that it would make the Ning family the laughingstock of the Southeast domain, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. My nigga. Ning Xiao agreed. He actually agreed. Our number one young man in the Southeast just took over. Unmarried happy father. Can it get any more doggy? If I were Papa Ning Feng, I'd kill myself on the spot. I can't figure it out. With a background and face like Ning Xiao, would he lack women? Why is he only in love with Su Xinyue? The playground was noisy. As the eldest young man of the number one family in the Southeast domain, the matter of marriage would have attracted the attention of countless people. How many clans and powers want to marry her? Now it's married in such a doggy way. So you can imagine the uproar it's caused. And there was still no one more pleased than Su Xinyue. Instead of feeling the slightest bit ashamed for carrying a wild seed, she felt proud of Ning Feng for learning that she was pregnant and still choosing to marry her without leaving her. "I'll wait for you. Ning Feng, you're a man. Remember what you said today." A flash of smugness flashed across Su Xinyue's eyes, her face undisguised with contempt. No matter how she plays it, no matter how crazy it gets, someone will take over. Moreover, this person was also the young master of the number one family in the Southeast domain. This was her Su Xinyue's ability and charm. Ning Feng gently smiled like a spring breeze and said, "Don't worry, I'll give you the wedding of your dreams tomorrow." Sometimes a dream can be a nightmare. And after 3 years of being a big licking dog myself, my reputation was ruined by this woman. The 3-year appointment had come and gone, and it was only natural for him to use this woman to reclaim some of his honor. As for how to harvest it, he had already figured it out. Su Xinyue's eyes rolled as she suddenly asked. I suddenly remembered that there are 2 more points to add. When Su Xinyue saw that Ning Feng had agreed so painfully, she suddenly felt that it was too cheap for Ning Feng again. One has to be on a bit of a condition to make it look worthwhile. It is only after marriage that we can get the attention of Ning Xiao and the Ning family. However, the crowd was about to curse, hating to give birth to an urge to get Su Xinyue killed. How many people are begging to marry the Ning family? How dare you keep making offers? He's really not afraid of pissing off the Ning family. Ning Feng, however, smiled indifferently, but he wanted to hear what else Su Xinyue was going to ask for. How ignorant and unaware can this woman be, to the point of being a deadbeat over and over again? Ning Feng said, "Tell me about it." Su Xinyue said, "As you know, tomorrow is my father's Memorial Day, so not only do I want to let his old man know the good news that I'm pregnant, but I also want him to watch me be happy. So I want you, in front of all the sacrificers, to announce that you're marrying me." Back then, Su Tian fought until he burned out his last ounce of essence blood, holding the entrance to the Southeast domain, fought the last time for the Ning family support. It could be said that Su Tian had made a great contribution to the Southeast domain and to the human race. Being the day of the old martial arts saint's sacrifice, many people will be there. Ning Feng's expression was low, and after a moment, he said, "Yes, I promise, I'll be on time for the appointment tomorrow." On the day of his master's sacrifice, he definitely didn't want to make too much of a mess from the bottom of his heart. But Su Xinyue was the master's favorite daughter, and her only concern before she died. Now that Su Xinyue had become like this, it was bound to be something that Master Zhu did not want to see. The reason why he agreed to go down, to salvage his self-respect was one thing, and to take a chance on waking up Su Xinyue was another. If you can't wake up, then destroy. Instead, he had made one last effort for his master and had a clear conscience. The playground crowd exploded when they heard the two agree on a time. Asterisk 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 the site of the old martial arts saint's sacrifice day of Su Tian? Marred. The scene of the old martial saint's sacrificial day. The daughter who was pregnant with someone else's child, accepting the marriage proposal of the Southeast region's Ning family's great young man. I can't even dare to think about how explosive this image is. I wonder if the old martial saint knows in his grave. Should he cry or laugh? Definitely laughing. The old martial saint in the ground to the head of the king of hell are knocking smoke. So slag daughter. Found such a counterintuitive son-in-law. 9494. Don't care how you say it. The Su family, which has been silent for 3 years, is going to take off this time. The crowd was murmuring and, the day of the sacrifice of the old martial saint, not only will many families be there, but many ordinary people will also pay their respects, along with the major media outlets. They couldn't even begin to imagine how explosive this event would be. And at this time, Su Xinyue was incredibly smug. This time, she was thoroughly satisfied. So, I'll see you tomorrow? I'm waiting for your sincerity, Su Xinyue said with a serious face. After Ning Feng finished speaking, he left without looking back, not dragging his feet in the slightest. Only a confused crowd was left behind, wandering around the playground in confusion for a long time. It's exploding. Watch. The hot search is going to explode soon. It's not just the hot search. If the Ning family executives know about it, it's probably going to explode as well. After a long time, only then did the crowd disperse. As time passed, this matter quickly spread throughout the cities of the entire southeastern domain with the Southeastern Martial University as the center. When the news broke, it immediately caused a sensation. Shocked, the young master of the Ning family has taken over the Su family's daughter, Su Xinyue, and is scheduled to be flash married tomorrow. Insider, Su Xinyue is pregnant and her real father is suspected to be a certain young man in Kyoto. On how much Ning Xiao licks? Why is this number 1 young lord of the southeast domain so lickable? What exactly is Su Xinyue's charm? Listen to the experts' analysis. Major media outlets scrambled to report the news, and the news quickly dominated the list to the first position of the hot search. The comments section has completely exploded. How many lifetimes of good fortune has Su Xinyue accumulated to be able to make young Ning so dead set on him? Good lord, Ning Xiao is the biggest receiver in the history of the human race, isn't he? Is there justice? Is there any justice? What does Mr. Ning think? Blind in the eyes or in the heart? Sisters, hurry up and make a wish at the temple. It seems that everything is possible in this world. When these messages came out, not only did the men not understand them, but the women couldn't understand them. In terms of family history, in terms of face value, if Ning Feng were to place himself in the southeast domain and say that he was number 1, absolutely no one would stand up and refute a word, even if the talent was a bit weaker. But that was after all the great young master of the first family of the southeast domain. Even if he was limited by his talent and could not take over the Ning family's control of the southeast domain in the future. But what is there that he can't get if he just says the word? But he's a lickspittle, or a bottomless, inhuman lickspittle. Chapter 3 Martial Sage's Mausoleum. 4-meter sword come to meet you. After Ning Feng came out of school, just get into his very low profile. So low profile that there is only one limited edition Dragon Flag State car in the entire southeast domain. He went straight to the Martial Saint Mausoleum in Jinqing City. People don't have to look as long as this car rushes by along the way. As long as you hear the distinctive sound of car waves, you can recognize that it's this Ning family's young man blowing up the street. It's rumored that not only did this flag sell 1 unit worldwide, it was still Ning War, the Ning family's family head, who had snatched the special materials from the alien race's hands on the cosmic battlefield behind the Stargate. It was said to be able to carry a fatal blow from a martial saint, which showed how much the Ning family favored this young lord. Even though Ning Feng was licking it, people only dared to mock it in their hearts and behind their backs. But whenever a word reaches the ears of the Ning family, it's just a matter of people ignoring it. If they were a little more serious, I'm afraid some of them would have evaporated the next day. Truly woe is me. However, the Ning family's reputation had always been extremely good, and one had never heard of the Ning family bullying others. The Martial Saint Mausoleum, where the martial saints of the southeast domain who had died in battle throughout the generations were buried. The 3rd anniversary was celebrated as the grandest of all at Su Tian's grave. A day in advance, there was already a steady stream of people coming to pay their respects to the old martial arts saint. Above Noda's grounds were schoolgirls and offerings, as well as a cordon of silent prayerful worshippers standing behind a cordon. I have to say, some people are born to be protagonists. As soon as Ning Feng appeared on the scene, people's gazes gazed above this back figure. In the eyes, it was complicated. Who would have thought that such a perfect back would belong to a licking dog? Thank you all for coming to honor your teacher. It's getting late, so all go back. After Ning Feng's words were spoken, the butler beside him, Xiang, had already begun to clean up the scene. Xiang was Ning Feng's personal guard, an old man with a white beard and a withered body. Cheng has a unique style of dressing, often preferring to wear a white sweat undershirt on top and jeans or big pants underneath, revealing perfect muscle lines all over his body. A proper muscle-bound man. People also knew from what they heard that Ning Xiao was clearing out. In the 3 years since the old martial saint had died in battle, Ning Feng had come over every day at this time to visit his grave. It's been going on for 3 years now, never missing a day. So putting aside the identity of a licking dog, Ning Feng's family history, face value, and then literacy were actually extremely high. Nah, the aura of his dog licking is so heavy that it has sometimes overshadowed the rest of the aura. The crowd soon retired in full, thanks to the spontaneous retreat of the butler, Ah Chung, and the crowd. For a while, the martial saint Mausoleum, which had been bustling with activity not long ago, suddenly became cold and quiet. Teacher, I came to see you. Ning Feng first made a triple bow to the old black and white photo. For senior sister Su Xinyue, I've done my best in these 3 years. Now that the 3-year appointment has come and gone, I will not continue to take care of her, because in continuing, it is also harming her, and I hope you will understand. Tomorrow, sort of for your sake, to teach her one last lesson that may destroy her, may save her, but whatever the outcome, I hope you won't blame me. After saying that, Ning Feng once again bowed 3 times before silently looking at that kindly face in silence. He thought about the eyes of his teacher as he left that day, the invincible martial saint in the eyes of the people, at the last moment before his departure. Until his eyes were cloudy, and the last glimmer in his eyes was his attachment to his daughter. Miss, in a cultivation room of the Southeast Martial Arts University, a small assistant wearing black-framed glasses hurriedly pushed open the door of the cultivation room, passing a cell phone in front of Summer. Summer wiped the sweat from her body and, her eyes glanced faintly at her little assistant, who rarely disturbed her while practicing. What's wrong? It's young Master Ning Feng Ning. Anyway you take a quick look, miss. When Summer heard that it was Ning Feng, she didn't bother to think much about it. Ning Feng, what can a lickspittle do? At best, it's just another outrageous act of dog licking. Looking at this look on the little assistant's face, it was more than likely that Ning Feng's dog-licking behavior had broken through to new heights. Curious, she picked up her phone, her eyes fixed on the headline of the screen. Su Xinyue pregnant #####. Tomorrow, on the day of the sacred sacrifice of Su Wu, Ning Feng will propose in public #####. Despite being prepared for this, Summer froze. A full few seconds passed, and Summer Qianli's face was quickly enveloped by a dark cloud. Su Tian had 3 major disciples: Summer, Ning Feng, and Su Xinyue. She and Ning Feng were recognized as childhood sweethearts, and the outside world thought they were a couple. But ever since Ning Feng started licking Su Xinyue without any bottom line, the two of them drifted apart. By now, it's a stranger. Summer had long since looked away and was indifferent to all of this. She thought Ning Feng didn't deserve her well. Still, the news shook her to her core. However, she wouldn't interfere with Su Xinyue and Ning Feng in whatever they were doing, nor was she too lazy to do so. But tomorrow is Sensei's Memorial Day, and countless families, the public, and the media will be there. It's a huge insult to the teacher that these two are screwing around like this. She couldn't tolerate and accept it. Summer walked into the cultivation room. The little assistant's face went black when she saw Summer, and she was too scared to say a word outside. Arsenal. Summer picks up machete after machete after machete. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Soon, a machete with a blade plus handle approaching 4 meters was put together. Then, carrying the 4-meter machete like this, Summer rushed to the underground garage and laid the machete across the top of the sports car. Buzz! A giant tank-like sports car once again blasted through the streets. As one of the 3,000 golds of the Xia family, the 4th largest martial arts family in the Southeast domain, Summer was naturally one of the popular figures in the Southeast domain. In particular, the relationship between her and Ning Feng was once even more talked about. Seeing the direction in which her sports car was traveling, and associating it with the scandal that Ning Feng had just spread, the discerning eye had already guessed what this 3rd daughter of the Xia family was going to do. Soon arriving at the martial saint's mausoleum, Summer carried the 4-meter greatsword and charged in aggressively. Xiang, where's Ning Feng? Young master is inside. As soon as Xiang's words fell, Summer had already appeared 10 meters away. She would be redundant to ask this question. Xiang is Ning Feng's personal butler, and never moves an inch. He was in Ning Feng naturally. When he arrived before Su Tian's mausoleum, he saw Ning Feng standing before it. Long time no see. Nat Su. Si Nima. Buzz. Only when Ning Feng opened his mouth did Summer, who was standing 4 meters away, carry a large sword in one hand and swing it violently. The whistling wind came to an abrupt halt. The blade was pressed tightly above Ning Feng's neck. Ning Feng let out a bitter laugh. Not really, Summer questioned in a cold voice. Let me ask you, is it true what is rumored in the outside world? A pair of beautiful pupils were filled with disgust and killing aura. Ning Feng nodded. Sort of true, Summer coldly said. What do you mean by sort of? Yes it is. No it isn't. Ning Feng spoke again. Those words, they were indeed mine. Ning Feng didn't explain, because his dog-licking persona was already deeply rooted in the eyes of the outside world, and could only be changed slowly with practical actions. End time. Summer took a deep breath. Is your brain full of? Do you know what the outside world is saying about you? Ning Feng, about your Ning family right now? Chapter 4, chop off the head of this bastard. She just couldn't understand that. The countless male children of the Ning family were the objects of frantic followers and fanaticism from the outside world. They dominate the southeast region, riding the cosmic battlefield. Their blood and bones were spilled over every inch of land where the human race appeared. Even those top families in Kyoto and the Magic City didn't dare to act wildly in front of the Ning family. Yet it was such a topsy-turvy giant family that had a licking dog like Ning Feng. Summer's eyes were full of loss, and after a moment, the eyes full of loss turned into determination. How you and Su Xinyue make trouble has nothing to do with me, but tomorrow, if you guys dare to fool around at the teacher's festival, I'll use this knife to chop off both of your dog heads. Bang! I'm going to chop off this rebellious son's dog's head. Ningxian sat at the seat of the family head, his gaze icy cold. He jerked up from his seat and slapped the special alloy seat to pieces. Scanning his gaze below, Ningxian opened his mouth. Don't worry, all of you clan elders. I, Ningxian, am firmly opposed to this marriage. If this rebellious son insists on being bent on having his own way, it will cause irreparable losses for my Ning family. I, Ning War, will personally depose him as the young lord, or directly subdue him into the star-suppressing tower to repent. At this moment, within the council hall, the faces of the Ning family's many executives were darker than one another. However, only after hearing Ning War personally make a pledge did the Ning family's group of senior officers' faces slightly soften. There was no telling how long the depressing atmosphere had passed. A middle-aged man whose age was comparable to Ningxian said, Old Marshal Saint Su, a worthy senior, shed his last drop of blood for the Stargazer sect, and even though the Su family is in decline, my Ning family cannot look at people and join forces with his Su family for the sake of profit. But this woman, Su Xinyue, how did the old Marshal Saint give birth to such a daughter? The family is unfortunate. Alas, the middle-aged man's snow-white goatee was about to explode with anger. He, Ning Qiao, as the most high-powered person under Ning War, had ever suffocated like this? If it wasn't for Su Xinyue's special status, he would have already slapped him to death. There was also Ning Feng. If it wasn't for Ning War's son, he would have slapped him to death long ago as well. At this moment, second elder Ning Xiong sighed and spoke. Let's not talk about that for now. Tomorrow is the day of old Marshal Saint Su's sacrifice. Should my Ning family still be there? Upon hearing this, the rest of the top echelons cast their gazes onto Ning War. The old Marshal Saint's day of sacrifice was an important event, and the Ning family was sure to be there to pay their respects. But if tomorrow, Ning Feng really ran to the scene to propose to a pregnant woman, the reputation of his Ning family in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world would not be ruined. Go, not only must I go, I will personally go to the scene to pay homage. If this rebellious son dares to make trouble, I Ning War will slaughter him on the spot to pay homage to the old Marshal Saint, and I will never condone it. Ning War was on fire as he spoke, and he really hated it. A large number of executives watched as Ning War was also genuinely angry, so they didn't say anything more. Ning War had no argument in terms of strength or ability, and had led the Ning family to prosper over the years, but just gave birth to a son who was not competitive. Spread such a dog-licking rebellious son, anyone will be on fire. At this point, Grand Elder Ning Xiao spoke up once more. What about the marriage with that girl from the Yi family in the Eastern Domain? Certain higher-ups of the Yi family were already resistant to Ning Feng's sacrificial day, and now that Ning Feng has spread this scandal, those people might seize up again. Maybe they'll come to the door and back out of the marriage. 2. The crowd was silent again at the words. Just a short while ago, the Ning family hierarchy had just finalized Ning Feng's engagement to Yilan, the daughter of the East Domain Yi family head. The Yi family was the #1 martial arts family in the Eastern Domain, guarding the Eastern Domain Stargate. Moreover, Yilan was a top-tier SSS Orange talent, and marrying Ning Feng was considered a downward marriage, so many of the Yi family's top brass were strongly opposed to it. However, the head of the Yi family forcefully agreed to do so, and now that Ning Feng had another scandal, the Yi family designated that they would ruin the marriage contract. Ning Zhan's demeanor was a bit tired as he rubbed his brow and said, Alas, nullification is nullification. If the Yi family really comes to the door to withdraw from the marriage, then so be it. A host of executives did not comment on this. Regarding this marriage with the Yi family, the Ning family's attitude was not too insistent. After all, their Ning family was based on the #1 clan in the Southeast Domain. Relying on absolute strength, it hadn't reached the point of needing the rest of the family to help. Ning Qiao snorted coldly and said, That old man Yi Zhinan didn't agree to this marriage in the first place. This time he's going to be the one to see the joke. Ning Zhan said. Just watch. Anyway, everyone put your hearts in your stomachs. I'll handle this matter properly. Ning Zhan then announced that the meeting was adjourned and got up to leave the conference hall. In the East Domain, in the Yi family's conference hall, a group of Yi family executives gathered together. Ha ha ha, go go go. Lon, Big Uncle is taking you to see the joke of that dog-licking brat of the Ning family. Who else wants to go? All of the Yi family executives are taking a day off. All of them will go with me to attend the old martial saint tribute. Yi Jiannan's stout figure and his strong, maniacal laughter stirred in the sky above Tiannan City, and as soon as he took Yi Lan's hand, he headed out. A group of Yi family executives who opposed the marriage with the Ning family also chimed in and laughed, and couldn't wait to go with Yi Jiannan to see the Ning family laugh. At this time, the crowd of men led by Yi Jiannan, their hearts were unbridled, letting the proud daughter of their Yi family marry this trash. They were already 100 times unconvinced. Now that Ning Feng had made this mess on his own, they could totally use this excuse to go to the door and withdraw from the marriage. Uncle, Yi Lan stood still and did not move, instead turning his head to look at his father, Yi Zhentian. Although she also wanted to go over and eat melon, she knew that Yi Zhentian had a close relationship with Ning War. Whether or not he could go to Town Star City himself was still up to his father. Yi Zhentian looked at the excited Yi Jiannan and said somewhat breathlessly, alas, you guys feel free to do as you please. Big brother, when you go to the scene, don't go too far, and don't mention the matter of withdrawing from the marriage. Yi Jiannan laughed loudly and said, after all, it is the old martial saints festival day. I still have this measure. I am just bringing Lanner over to watch the show. As for withdrawing from the marriage, humph, my family's Lanner's matter. The old man will naturally go and give him a refund face to face. After saying that, Yi Jiannan pulled Yi Lan and rushed out of the hall, leading a group of executives out the door. Yi Zhentian sniffed and stopped stopping. Although Yi Jiannan had a hot temper, but he was sure that the measure was still there. Whose child is Su Xinyue carrying #####? Su Wushang's daughter. In the end, what is the charm? Can let the sole domination of the southeast domain of the Ning family young master win so obsessed #####? Why is Ning's young master Ning Feng willing to take over? Is it really dog behavior? Or is there a hidden agenda? ####. Old Martial Saint Graveyard. Butler Xiang looked at the intensifying headlines and only felt his scalp tingle. Young lord, public opinion is very unfriendly to the Ning family right now. Xiang looked up at Ning Feng and viciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, no harm done. Ning Feng stood in front of the old martial saint's tomb with an incredibly calm expression. For this situation, naturally, it was all expected of him. As the young master of the #1 great family in the southeast domain, he was not surprised by how much of a public opinion sensation was caused by making such a heaven-defying move. As for those rumors, the self-published rumors all make sense. It was just that he somewhat lamented that, whether in his previous life or now, the power of the self-media to diffuse public opinion was incomparably powerful. How long has it been? Public opinion has festered more and more outrageously. What was originally just a conversation revolving around whether or not he would propose to the pregnant Su Xinyue had hardened and spawned a series of extremely outrageous rumors. What Su Xinyue is pregnant with someone who is not human? What kind of young master of the Ning family has been mentally twisted since he was a child? What with the rumors circulating in the outside world that the reason why Ning Feng was bottomlessly kneeling to Su Xinyue was because old martial Saint Su had left behind certain relic treasures back then. There's even a Sakuragwa plot like Su Xinyue is actually Ning Feng's own sister. It's getting outrageous. Chapter 5, First Day of Licking Dogs. Chaos seeds Green Lotus. However, Ning Feng was unconcerned about this. Glancing at the muscles of his toned biceps, Xiang looked at Ning Feng again and said, young lord, are you really not going to do anything about it? Also, are you really going to propose to Su Xinyue tomorrow? Ning Feng smiled and said, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly propose to Su Xinyue? Xiang breathed a sigh of relief at his words. It seemed that the young lord had not lost his mind. Suddenly, Xiang thought of something else and asked curiously, but why did you promise Su Xinyue during the day? Ning Feng didn't respond, but instead spoke. Uncle Xiang, I need you to do one thing. Use all your veins for me, and within 3 days, I want to know whose child Su Xinyue is carrying. Understood. I'm on it. Xiang's heart sighed again when he heard this. It seems that the young master still cares about Su Xinyue. How else could he have asked himself to find out whose child Su Xinyue was carrying? For a while, Xiang was a bit skeptical again. Will the young master propose tomorrow or not? He also seems to know. But these were also not matters for him. An underling, whose occupation was to be responsible for taking care of the young lord's well-being and listening to all matters arranged by the young lord. Looking at Xiang's departing back, Ning Feng's gaze shifted back to the tombstone. He asked Xiang to investigate Su Xinyue's pregnancy. Naturally, it was not because he cared about Su Xinyue. Rather, it was because he was inspired by that self-published rumor that he was kneeling to Su Xinyue because old Marshal Saint Su had left behind certain relic treasures back then. He naturally didn't kneel to Su Xinyue because of this, but at the time of his teacher's death back then, he did leave something behind for him. Only, they weren't inherited or left to him. He is only temporarily in control of the key to open it, and needs to wait for a fated person to inherit it. And this matter, various rumors had appeared in the outside world, and had been thought to be a legacy left behind by the old martial saint. Therefore, Ning Feng suspected that someone had already set their eyes on this inheritance, and Su Xinyue had been used as a gun. Shortly afterward, Ah Chung came back. Young lord, Su Xinyue's pregnancy is indeed related to this. Also, behind the scenes of this incident, it is suspected to be related to Jiang Nianchu of the Jiang family. Can't be sure though. Need time to be sure. I'll keep following up. Ah Chung will report on the investigation. Keep checking and keep an eye on it. The night wind is like a knife, cold and lonely. Ning Feng stood in front of Su Tian's tombstone like this, with no intention of leaving, intending to stand like this until dawn the next day while waiting for the system rewards to arrive. A glance at the time. It's 8 o'clock, 2100 hours, 2200 hours, 2300 hours, 2400 hours. It's finally going to activate. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ning Feng was inevitably excited even though he had long been mentally prepared. After all, he had carried the name of a licking dog for 3 years in order to activate this system. The system sounded not only a beep, but also his spine that had been poked and bent for a long time. Finally, just at the moment when the time had just passed 12 o'clock, the system beep sounded right on time. Thud. Congratulations to the host. The 3-year dog licking appointment has arrived. Thud. First day of licking dogs. Obtaining the visionary chaos seed green lotus. Without any hints or nonsense, the system directly rewards things. Simple and rough. A vision. The chaotic seed green lotus? The moment he saw the reward, a flash of ecstasy surged across Ning Feng's face. Visions? It was rumored that when martial arts were cultivated to the extreme in a certain field, some visions would appear. These visions could shock opponents and help them kill the enemy, and could be said to be a symbol of strength and talent. He only had a level talent in his martial arts rating. Now that the system had only just appeared, it was surprising that it had directly solved his talent problem. Boom! But there was no time for Ning Feng to think too much. Next moment, Ning Feng instantly felt that a chaotic storm had swirled within his mind, and tearing, excruciating pain exploded amongst his brain. This sharp pain came and went quickly, and after only 3 seconds had passed, Ning Feng felt that everything was back to normal. Under his internal vision, he realized that a chaotic zone had appeared in his mind. This chaotic zone was only the size of a palm, and at that moment, a green lotus quietly hovered. This green lotus plant only had 3 leaves, suspended there, budding. Despite this, Ning Feng still felt a special aura on it, as if it was illustrating the true meaning of the great Tao, which could evolve all things, and a single tremor of the green lotus could destroy the heavens. Soon enough, Ning Feng came to his senses. In the next moment, the system prompt sounded again. Note 1, reward levels are categorized as 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 8 stars, maximum. Note 2, in the dog licking chapter, the host can automatically receive a random reward every day, and the Chaos Seed Green Lotus is an 8-star rare reward. Chaotic Seed Green Lotus, 8-star rare reward. Ning Feng's eyes couldn't help but surge with a touch of ecstasy. On the blue planet, the count of listed visions currently stands at over 100 varieties. Although this kind of vision was not recorded on the blue star, but since the system rated it as the highest 8 stars, it was assumed that the grade would not be too low. And he gets a random reward every day. Looking at this green lotus, Ning Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Rewarding a top-tier vision on the first day, won't it be easy to take off in the future? I wonder if the rewards, aside from the visions, are there any superb weapons, techniques, elixirs, or the like? Thinking like this, Ning Feng suddenly felt that all the grievances he had suffered over the past 3 years had been worth it. Invincible system. Unrivaled family background. It's hard not to take off, isn't it? I wonder how my talent is now. A powerful vision that is not just a cool pretender used in battle. The greater effect is that it can change the talent and qualification of the possessor. He was now superficially an A-ranked talent, but now that he possessed the chaotic seed green lotus, it was hard to say. He checks the realm. He was only in the late stage of the 2nd grade of martial arts at this point. In the past, because he had been surrounding Su Xinyue all day long, coupled with the fact that he didn't work hard in his cultivation, even with such awesome resources from the Ning family, his realm wasn't really high, and he hadn't even reached the average level of an A-grade talent. and he's been stuck in the shackles for a long time. Ning Feng was running through the memories in his mind, going to try to see if the talent changes. Soon after, he searched his memory and found a chi and blood running technique. Results: 1 second into the path. Under the night, Ning Feng stood with his arms folded, his slender figure pulling out a long shadow in the moonlight. The martial arts in this world cultivated the physical body and followed the chi and blood martial arts path. But it was clear that Ning Feng seemed to be detached from the essence of martial arts in this world, because at this moment, behind him, between the hidden and the unseen, a green lotus seemed to have surfaced. In bud, a mysterious aura pervades. If anyone saw Ning Feng at this time, they would definitely be shocked, because, as that green lotus levitated, along with the surrounding space, it seemed to be vaguely distorted. Ning Feng's entire being seemed to be in the midst of chaos, and most divinely, surrounding this green lotus, there was a surprising number of small, firefly-like points of light that kept rushing in from all directions, entering Ning Feng's body. Boom! It was like an oven was roaring inside Ning Feng's body. In less than half an hour, Ning Feng instantly broke through to the third-grade realm, and those little points of light were still coming in a steady stream, raising his cultivation level. Unconsciously, the night had passed in such a way that Ning Feng's realm had directly broken through in one fell swoop, and had consolidated to the late third-grade realm. Morning breaks. It's finally getting light. If you turn on God's view, it's not hard to see. On this day in Longhua, countless martial arts families, martial arts forces, and many crowds of people spontaneously took various means of transportation and flocked to the same location from all over the country. Town Star City. On this day in Jinqing City, the whole country was in the spotlight. Chapter 6, The Alteration of Talent. One Night's Enlightenment. Early morning. The mausoleum of the old martial sage Su Xinyue. The mausoleum, which has always been cold and quiet, and which is usually strictly guarded from outsiders. Today, it was bustling before dawn, with people flashing outside. However, aside from Ning Feng, the young lord, plus the old martial saint's disciple status, outsiders, even if the head of a great family was present, could not enter early. Suddenly, the gate to the mausoleum was opened. Su Xinyue, who was dressed in white formal attire, walked in with a spirited dragon walk. Behind him, there were also a number of Su family's first family members, all of them wearing white formal wear. Su Xinyue was also among the many first family members, and followed closely behind Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue, the current head of the Su family, realm 7th grade. The 7th grade, known in the Dragon Kingdom as patriarchs and terrestrial immortals, and in the West as the Divine Realm, and in ancient times as the Tongshan Realm. Chi and blood 10, 000 kcal to 50, 000 kcal. Mental power covers 3, 000 m to 10, 000 m. Such a martial artist was undoubtedly already in existence like the top pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, and at this moment, Su Xinyue was in high spirits, looking refreshed, without the slightest sense of seriousness and solemnity of participating in the festival. The group of first family members behind him all did the same, as if there was some great joy. Go on. Walking into the mausoleum, Su Xinyue waved his hand. The many direct lineages then each busied themselves in the mausoleum, preparing for today's memorial service. At this moment, only Su Xinyue was left standing behind Su Xinyue. Xinyue, you're pregnant and your body is delicate. Don't run anywhere today. Be good and stay by my side and wait for that brat Ning Feng to come and propose to you. I know, Uncle too. With that, the two of them walked from the entrance of the mausoleum, towards the mausoleum cemetery. As the two walked, Su Xinyue suddenly glanced at Su Xinyue and said worriedly, Xinyue, those demands you listed last night, would they be too high? Would the Ning family really agree? Su Xinyue sniffed and hummed very disdainfully. If the Ning family doesn't agree, Ning Feng will just agree. After so many years, as long as it's a request I make, even if the Ning family strongly opposes it, Ning Feng will definitely do it for me. Su Xinyue had a posture of holding Ning Feng. In her eyes, Ning Feng was nothing more than a licking dog that took over for her. If it hadn't been for a good casting, there was no way he could have crossed paths with him at all. When his father, Su Tian, had taken Ning Feng as his disciple, hadn't he also looked at Ning Feng's background? Or else what right did he have to pay homage to an old martial saint as his teacher when he was an A-grade gifted waste of space? Now even if she is pregnant, with her face, with her S-level talent, it was also a great advantage for him to marry him. When Su Xinyue heard this, he also nodded lightly and laughed. It's still my home Xinyue who has the charm to charm the young master of the hallowed first family of the southeast domain into the martial soul's three paths. Ha ha ha. Su Xinyue held Su Yunlong's hand and pouted. Second uncle. What is this dowry? I'm a girl marrying over. If I can't even spare this bride price, can I feel secure? Besides, these dowries are just the beginning. In the future, as long as I'm around, our Su family will have a steady flow of resources. Sooner or later, one day, the Su family will return to the ranks of first-class families. Su Xinyue spoke with conviction, because in her opinion, as long as she married Ning Feng, the resources of the Ning family were no different than if they were the Su families. As long as he asked for it, would Ning Feng not give it? When Su Xinyue heard this, he once again laughed freely and said, "You're right, Xinyue. The future of the Su family will depend on you." Thinking of all of Ning Feng's previous actions, Su Xinyue also regained some of his confidence. Ever since the fall of big brother Su Tian, the Su family, which had lost the support of the old martial saint, had become devastated, directly falling from a top martial arts family to a third-rate family. But ever since Ning Feng, the licking dog, had appeared, all sorts of cultivation resources had been slammed towards the Su family, part to Su family, and from third-rate to the level of second-rate family. Otherwise, with his 7th grade master, barely maintained in the third-rate level is already the limit. However, despite taking the benefits of the Ning family, Su Xinyue very much despised Ning Feng, the young lord of the rich family. A good man should go to the battlefield of all races to kill, to cut down the foreigners, to get rid of the foreigners, to bleed for mankind. What is the merit of indulging in childish love? Which one of his Su family men is not a man of steel? And how much has he paid for the Dragon Kingdom? Even the martial saints have fallen. And Ning Feng? He was just a waste of space who had cast a good birth. So why should he enjoy the resources of the Ning family? So these resources of the Ning family, he took them with a peace of mind. It would be better to give them all to the Su family for a loser. Just then, the two men walked up to the mausoleum and had their feet stagnate. Only a slender figure was seen, standing quietly in front of the tombstone at that moment. Su Xinyue was a bit surprised. Ning Feng, he arrived so early. Su Xinyue confidently said, "I guess he can't wait to propose to me." The corner of Su Xinyue's mouth lifted as he sniffed. His tone had some disdain, even teasing. "Xinyue, do you want to go say hello?" Su Xinyue was dissatisfied. "I greeted him? It should be him who comes over to greet this young lady, otherwise it will look like people are worthless." So the two went on about their business. However, a long time passed, and Ning Feng was still standing there motionless, without the slightest intention of coming over. Su Xinyue frowned slightly. In the past, when Ning Feng saw her, which time didn't he run over like a dog? Obviously, with a martial artist's perception ability, there was no way Ning Feng hadn't noticed her. But when he found her, he didn't even come over of his own accord. Does he still want himself to marry him? Xinyue, this kid must be trying to surprise you. After all, it's such a big deal as a proposal. Alright, the guests are arriving one after another. Hurry up and call Ning Feng to go with me to welcome the guests. Don't delay. Su Xinyue's voice came out. The master was like a father. As a personal disciple, Ning Feng and Summer were also to return the salute for the guests together with Su Xinyue. Poof! Su Xinyue coldly glanced at Ning Feng, and then she could only take the initiative to walk towards him. What a strong talent! Entering the Dao in a second, realizing the Dao in a night, and directly breaking through a large layer of realm. In front of the tombstone, Ning Feng woke up quietly. Last night's night of enlightenment was an instant for him. Upon seeing his realm at this point, Ning Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised as well. Although the late 2nd grade to late 3rd grade was just a breakthrough to a low-grade martial realm. But even with SSS-level talent, even with top-notch resources, it was impossible to make a breakthrough like this. When he thought back on the breakthrough, it was no different than drinking cold water. One must know that he was still on the shackles of the late 2nd grade at that time. It seemed that the vision of the chaotic seed green lotus had brought him a more terrifying talent than imagined. He was now, on the surface, appearing to be an A-ranked talent, but he couldn't quite fathom what point he had actually reached. This was because in the history of the human race's martial arts, it appeared that there had never been an A-ranked gifted martial artist awakening a vision. Chaotic seed green lotus, he muttered, feeling the need to go to the clan's hidden martial pavilion to look for records about the chaotic seed green lotus vision after returning to the clan. An icy breath suddenly came from his side, and Ning Feng sidestepped his head just in time to see a sulky-faced Su Xinyue walking over. "Ning Feng, you're so big-headed that you want this young lady to take the initiative to come over and greet you?" Su Xinyue said in a cold, feminine voice. "What's wrong?" Ning Feng frowned slightly and looked at Su Xinyue. "What's going on? Are you ready for your proposal?" Su Xinyue said without a good mood. Every time she looked at Ning Feng like a log, she felt incredibly disgusted. "Well, it's ready." Ning Feng nodded indifferently. "Come out and greet the guests." At those words, Su Xinyue blankly glanced at him without any good reason. But as she saw the time coming, she didn't bother to say anything, and with a greeting she turned to go. Chapter 7, Since the beginning of time, How can anyone be a willing second? Mausoleum entrance. When the two arrived at the door, they saw that Summer, dressed in white formal attire, was already standing at the door to welcome the guests early. It was only Su Xinyue's heart that flinched, because at Summer's feet, there was also a brightly shining 3-meter-long machete lying around. She had seen this knife before. Summer had used it in her 2 college adventures, and it could receive up to 5 meters in length. With her own eyes, she saw Summer slice 2 beasts and a colt in half with a single slash, coloring a breezy, sunny afternoon red. As soon as the two appeared, Summer's biting gaze swept over the two. Ning Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he quietly walked 2 meters to Summer and stood still. Su Xinyue, on the other hand, walked between the two of them and stood slightly closer to Ning Feng. Noticing that the location was a bit small, Su Xinyue glanced at Summer and whispered, "A bit over there. Roll." Summer squeezed out a word through his teeth while a murderous aura erupted from his body. "Just roll." Su Xinyue sneered and leaned another 2 large steps in the direction of Ning Feng. With the passage of time, inside and outside the mausoleum, the sea of people was raging, and it was already densely packed with people, and even the several main roads outside the mausoleum were also filled with people paying tribute. Putting aside the Su family's popularity and decline in recent years, the old martial sage's prestige and appeal were unrivaled. Even though he has passed away, he is still remembered for his feats to humanity. And naturally, the reason why the Dragon Kingdom was targeting the old martial sage festival day with such importance was not that it was for show. Rather, it is a constant reminder to be prepared for danger. The reason why the crowd could still stand here and enjoy a peaceful environment was because there were countless people like the old martial saint who had gone to sacrifice and go to their deaths regardless. At this moment, the 4 major regions of the Dragon Kingdom, the southeast, the northwest, and the north, as well as Kyoto, Mordor, and all the major provinces had strong people or representatives there. Some people show up as a family, while others arrive as individuals. Ning Feng swept his gaze. Those who were able to show their faces in the front row were all big names with big names. Is this the might of an old martial saint? Not to be underestimated in life. With so many big names, this is the only scene to see. I wonder if the Ning family's young lord will propose to the old martial saint's daughter today. Seeing this scene, the guests were talking. Then the inevitable talk turned to Ning Feng. After all, this is too big a deal. And it's a big melon of the year that qualifies as extremely dog-eared. The Ning family is here. A cry of alarm sounded like thunder in the crowd, and countless eyes shifted to the outside of the mausoleum. One could only see Ning War leading people to step into the arena, followed by Ning Xiong as well as Ning Xiao. These two were Ning Tian's first and second uncles, respectively. Ning Zhan was one of the 10 great martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom. The other 2 martial saints of the Ning clan sat at the Stargate and Earth Cave respectively all year round. As for Ning Xiong and Ning Xiao, both of them were 8th grade Golden Body Grandmasters. There was naturally no need to mention the identity of Ning Zhan's 10 great martial saints, which were supreme powerhouses that had suppressed an era, possessing the strength of one person to subdue a Geo cave or Stargate. Even with an 8th grade Golden Body, a family that possessed one would be enough to secure a place in the ranks of a first-class family. At this moment, a martial saint had arrived from the Ning clan, along with 2 golden bodies. It simply gave the Su family face, but a lot of well-intentioned people came up with an idea. Ning Zhan wouldn't have rushed over specially because of his son's marriage matter, would he? But no one dared to say more. The Ning family was a proper vassal of the Dragon Kingdom. Even that Dragon Lord in Kyoto didn't dare to force the Ning family to do anything. Otherwise, the 3 martial saints had the ability to suppress all enemies. No matter how much the crowd gossiped behind their backs, they didn't dare to make a single negative comment in front of this person. As Ning Zhan entered the scene, even as he deliberately restrained his intimidating pressure, the atmosphere of the scene became quite heavy with it. Ning War walked up to the mausoleum and saluted. Ning Feng, Summer, and Su Xinyue all bowed respectfully. Ning War's gaze stopped directly on Ning Feng, and once he took a look at the face of Ning Feng, the rebellious son, fire instantly came up. Ning Feng sensed a murderous aura in his body, a bit of a righteousness that flavor. At this moment, Ning War turned his head and looked at Su Yuntian, Su family martial saint. Back then, one person guarded the Stargate and bought time for the Ning family to support it, or else if the Stargate of the Southeast Domain were to be lost, the Southeast Domain's 3 billion living beings would be reduced to withered bones. Old for the Dragon Kingdom, fighting for the human race until he died of exhaustion. He has merit. This golden body bone marrow liquid will be gifted to the Su family in the hope that it will help revitalize the Su family. With a wave of Ning War's hand, a bottle of golden body bone marrow liquid appeared. Although what the Su family had done in recent years had irritated him, the proper etiquette still had to be there. Hiss! Hearing the Ning clan give away items, the crowd in the room roared with excitement. Asterisk golden body bone marrow liquid. Such a big bottle. This bottle is enough to create an 8th grade golden body powerhouse, right? It's really worthy of being the Ning family. Such a large amount of money right out of the gate. Something that how many 7th grade powerhouses can't even get by breaking their heads. The Ning family even said they'd give it away. Su Yunlong's expression was stunned, and then a look of excitement instantly appeared on his face. Golden body bone marrow liquid. He was now a 7th grade sect master. Wouldn't this bottle just help him break through the golden body realm? The 8th grade of the golden body. He finally saw hope. Su Xinyue also froze at his words. Golden body bone marrow liquid. The Ning family had gone so far as to send such a precious offering at the sacrificial rite. That's something she didn't expect. No, it must be because of myself that. Su Xinyue suddenly came to her senses. It must be that Ning Zhan knew that Ning Feng would propose to her today. So not only did he specially come to the scene, he also brought gifts. She's not even married yet, and she's treating her like a daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Su Xinyue's confidence suddenly skyrocketed, while an idea popped up. She's going to have to readjust the bride price. The golden body bone marrow liquid was said to be given away. The Ning family was much richer than she had imagined, and she was also worth much more than she had imagined. Before it was my own small pattern that I wanted so little. Looking at Su Yunlong and Su Xinyue, who looked like they had never seen the world before, Ning Zhan was too lazy to bother. After going through the process, retired to the guest venue. The rest of the clans retreated at once, giving up the seat. On the day of the old martial saint's sacrifice, this is the right of my Jiang family. Just as the crowd was stunned, a teenager dressed in black formal attire stepped into the arena. It's the Jiang clan, the Jiang clan's young master, Jiang Nianchu. Surprisingly, it's this young lord personally attending. The first 2 major families of the southeast domain are all here. The crowd's eyes were drawn to the scene, and in an instant, the scene once again caused a clamor. At the same time, the crowd turned their attention to the Ginger family's gifts. It was well known that there was some rivalry between the Jiang family and the Ning family, and since ancient times there was no such thing as a willing second. This is 2 bottles of golden body bone marrow liquid. Please accept it with a smile. Su family master. At this moment, Jiang Nianchu waved his hand, and an underling immediately stepped out behind him, holding 2 bottles of medicinal liquid in his hands. The scene roared. Not only did the Jiang family give away all the same things as the Ning family, but they also suppressed the Ning family in terms of quantity, which was obviously a bit of a provocation. At the same time, the crowd once again marveled at the Jiang family's wealth. Chapter 833 Wishes. What a masterstroke! What a masterstroke! Just look at it. It's not something that small fry like us can envy. The Jiang family, the second martial arts family in the southeast domain. In addition, the Jiang family had another identity, the number 1 plutocracy in the southeast domain. The Ning family was a well-deserved hegemon in the southeast domain when it came to martial arts. The Jiang family, on the other hand, had taken their business to every corner of the southeast domain, and were deservedly number 1 in terms of financial power. In a nutshell, the Ning family, which dominated the wild area. But most of the cultivation resources came from the alien races behind the Earth Cave and Stargate. The Jiang family, on the other hand, is mixed with the business circle, controlling more than 70% of the business of all the cities in the southeast domain, including auction houses, elixir stores, and shopping malls. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is controlling the economic lifeline of the southeast domain, and with horrifying financial power, naturally martial arts would not be any worse. Steadily ranking among the second martial arts family in the southeast domain. It's hard up on money. The young man in front of him was the Jiang clan's first-ranking young master, in the same position as Ning Feng's position in the Ning clan. It's just that Jiang Nianchu, whether it's talent or business acumen, is much more highly rated than Ning Feng's SS-level talent. Still in Budo University, had already tried to be trained by the family to accept the industry. At this time, the Jiang family was able to allow it to appear alone on such an important occasion as the old martial saint's sacrifice day. Visible. At this time, Su Yunlong was already so excited that he could barely hold it together, and his old face was blossoming with joy. With one sacrifice, the Su family directly created 3 golden body powerhouses. The Su family, at last, will rise. Thank you, young Lord Jiang. Su Yunlong had lost his temper a bit as he held Jiang Nianchu's hand. Family Master Su is polite. Jiang Nianchu unceremoniously drew back her hand and didn't bother to say much. He was handsome and unrivaled in appearance. With a serious look as he walked to the tomb to finish paying his respects, the 3 Ning Fengs returned the salute. Jiang Nianchu gently nodded her head and walked to the front of the 3, vaguely carrying a superior stance. Sizing up the trio for a moment, Jiang Nianchu's gaze skimmed over Summer. The glint was well concealed, unobtrusively sweeping over Su Xinyue and finally stopping on Ning Feng. Good luck with your proposal today. Jiang Nianchu stretched out her hand and looked at Ning Feng with a sincere face. But when these words were spoken, the crowd at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. The marriage proposal was making a lot of noise in the outside world, but no one dared to mention it at the scene because Ning Zhan was there. Jiang Nianchu, a word stabbed, directly let the scene exploded. The crowd instantly feel the atmosphere plummeted. The air is cold 8 degrees, because Ning Zhan's face, which was already visible to the naked eye, had become gloomy. Only Jiang Nianchu, who was known as the #1 plutocrat in the southeast domain, dared to say such words. If it were anyone else, the grave grass would be at least a meter high today in the coming year. The crowd held its breath. Eyes were all focused on Ning Feng, wanted to see his response. Ning Feng smiled faintly, cloudy and light. Thanks, will do. He reached out his hand and shook Jiang Nianchu's. At this moment, everyone felt a murderous aura that instantly rushed out from Ning Zhan. Looking at the calm and relaxed Ning Feng, Jiang Nianchu was slightly surprised. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Ning Feng was different from before. It was just a fleeting thought, and it didn't matter. As their palms touched, Jiang Nianchu then retreated to the guest seats, next to the Ning family, where he belonged to the second martial arts family. Next, guests from all the major clans and powers went up to pay their respects. One by one, the three of them, Ning Feng, returned the salute. It was not until 3 hours later that the regular process was finally complete, but the atmosphere was always strange, as if a cloud was hanging over the scene. Right at the end of the service, without waiting for the crowd to disperse, only to see, Su Xinyue stood out. He took a deep breath. This moment, he had waited for a long time. Su Xinyue said with a smile on his face, "Guests, everyone, don't leave the stage yet. There is one more thing to be announced on the day of old Marshal Saint Su's sacrifice. As for what's going on, I'm sure you've heard about it." With that, Su Xinyue smiled proudly while his gaze was directed towards Ning Feng and Su Xinyue. When these words came out, everyone at the scene's spirit was lifted. Here it comes, what's supposed to come is finally coming. A lot of people have come here today, but they've come for this big melon, and it's finally starting. For a moment, the crowd noise disappeared. Even the lenses of the major media outlets were frantically adjusting their angles, focusing on Su Xinyue and Ning Feng in unison. The two were instantly the center of attention. Su Xinyue touched Su Yunlong's gaze and smiled heartily as she stepped out. It went from being side by side to standing face to face with Ning Feng. Ning Feng, I thought about it all night yesterday, and I agree with all the marriage proposals you promised me yesterday, but I've always been a low-key person who doesn't like complications, so I'm not asking for much. Saying that, Su Xinyue looked towards Su Tian's tombstone with a few moments of emotion in her expression and said, "Ning Feng, I don't want anything else. I just want you to ask for a promise from you in front of so many people and in front of my father on this special day today." Ning Feng said indifferently, "Go ahead." He's a little curious, though. Su Xinyue wants a promise of something. Su Xinyue's head was slightly angled. Said, "In addition to the point I mentioned yesterday, after the marriage, you must fully support the Su family. In addition, I also have a list of dowry, which is to give me a guarantee. I hope that you can agree. After all, I'm a girl marrying over there, and I need a sense of security. Besides, I'm the one who's still pregnant." With these words, everyone on the scene was silent. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Someone quickly reacted. "What you're carrying is not Ning Feng's child. How can you have the guts to bring it up again and again and use it as a bargaining chip?" The bride price. Ning Feng became even more curious and spoke. "Tell me about it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes." He was really imagining it. How can anyone be so brazen? "Okay, I'll tell you." Seeing that Ning Feng looked like he couldn't wait, Su Xinyue became a bit smug. At the same time the beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. "This licking dog, but it is really meaningless. No matter what he says, he will agree with it in one breath. There is not a bit of backbone at all. It's boring. Listen up." Su Xinyue thought about the bride price list in her mind, and through the offering just now, her list had changed. "My father died of exhaustion for the sake of the human race. It's not too much for me to ask for one of the energy mines under the southeast domain's underground caves, is it? My Su family raised me to adulthood, and now that I'm pregnant, it's not too much to marry you and for me to ask for another 1% of the shares of your Ning family's southeast domain industry, right? Also, after marrying you, I want absolute freedom in my life. You can't control me. You have to spoil me. Love me. You can't bully me. And anyone who bullies me, you have to protect me at all costs. Also, after the child is born and enters the Ning family's household, you'll be responsible for him, so I want security for the child." Su Xinyue listed close to 30 requirements in one breath. Each one is like a wish. Hearing the crowd couldn't help but grin straight. When Su Xinyue finished speaking, the crowd looked at Ning Feng in unison. It was found that Ning Feng was incredibly calm the entire time, which made it hard to figure out Ning Feng's attitude. But Ning Zhan was sitting in the guest seat, his fists all pinched purple, disgraced to the core, and he now wanted to unleash his martial saint pressure and exterminate every single melon eater present. Summer's 4-meter greatsword appeared in his hand at some point, his grip bared. Chapter 9, Why don't you marry me, you scum? At this time, Su Xinyue said, Ning Feng, you don't think there's any problem with these conditions of mine, do you? Ning Feng calmly said, no problem. He didn't even want to marry Su Xinyue. What could be wrong with that? Boom. At this moment, the crowd at the Mausoleum site could no longer be suppressed, and the whole place fell into an uproar. Really promised. Good lord. How lickable is this Ning Feng? So many outrageous requests are okay? What's so good about Su Xinyue? Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. Look at Ning Wusheng's face. It's all darker than the bottom of a pot, a martial saint. Being infuriated like this, it feels like Ning Wusheng is going to be righteous. Really. There's killing. The crowd is talking. Su Xinyue is also proud of her words. She knew that Ning Feng would agree. With such excellent conditions as her own, how could Ning Feng not agree? Yet just then, Ning Feng suddenly spoke again. But senior sister, who do you want to marry you? How dare you ask for such a large bride price? As soon as Summer's knife stopped, Ning War was still torn between snapping his fingers on whether or not to make a big deal out of it. The crowd's demeanor stuttered in unison. Su Xinyue also froze, then said in a deep voice, what do you mean, Ning Feng? What you said yesterday. What did I say yesterday? Without waiting for Su Xinyue to finish, Ning Feng interrupted. You're my teacher's daughter, my senior sister. I only take you as my sister. You're pregnant now. If you can really find someone so bullish to take over, as a senior brother, I'm happy for you too. Su Xinyue's face turned blue, froze in place for a moment. She didn't react to why Ning Feng had backtracked. A moment later, Su Xinyue looked at Ning Feng and spoke with an icy face. Ning Feng, I'm warning you once, don't joke with me like this. I'm really going to get angry. I'm going to give you one chance to take back what you just said, or I'll never ignore you again. That's great. Ning Feng smiled faintly, sniffing and clapping his hands, directly making Su Xinyue look confused. I'm begging for it if you'll leave me alone on this. Hiss. The crowd had odd expressions. Isn't Ning Feng Su Xinyue's dog? Moreover, the video of that day on the playground had been circulated online, and Ning Feng had indeed promised. But at this moment, the picture seemed wrong. No, it was a serious discrepancy. The correct style should not be that Ning Feng knelt down on one knee to propose, and then Su Xinyue made all sorts of counterintuitive conditions, such as a sky-high bride price. Yet Ning Feng answered in one bite and succeeded in taking over? But now, at this moment, Su Xinyue's face went white with anger, and her whole body followed and trembled slightly. Ning Feng, you've gone too far. Bang! Su Yunlong finally couldn't watch anymore. He was enraged, the aura of a 7th grade patriarch instantly bursting forth as he gazed at Ning Feng and said in a deep voice, Ning Feng, yesterday you said in your own words that you were going to announce your marriage proposal to Xinyue today. Are you going to backtrack on your words now? Words and actions don't match. Is this the upbringing of your Ning family's young master? Can you stand up to Xinyue? Can you stand up to your teacher? Today, you may not keep your promise, but you must kneel in front of my big brother, your teacher's tombstone, and kowtow to confess your sins. Also, if you really back out today, you must compensate my Su family. Ning Feng quietly waited for Su Yunlong to finish his sentence, looking at him with a smile the entire time, with an expression that was like looking at a second cutie. General. He was speechless, kowtowing and thanking for his sins, compensating the Su family. How did this Su Yunlong come up with these strange ideas? Although the Su family is declining, but at least it's still considered a family. Your hallowed Su family head, how is it that you are able to say such words that even a brainwashed person can't say? Su Yunlong was dismayed. In the past, Ning Feng had curried favor with him in order to chase after Su Xinyue. That attitude just now, to call him brain dead? Are you going against the grain? Boom! Su Yunlong was furious, and the mighty pressure of the 7th grade swooped down on Ning Feng like a vast wave. The 7th rank was called a patriarch, and patriarchs were not to be insulted. And Ning Feng had actually insulted him in front of so many people. Who gave you the courage? Su Yunlong took a step forward, and immediately, a majestic pressure, almost as if materializing, pressed down on Ning Feng. Ning Feng had originally felt heavy, yet in the next moment, the chaos in his mind, the green lotus shook as if it weighed as much as 10,000 pounds, and all the pressure dissipated. The crowd was horrified and 7th grade clan masters have 10,000 to 50,000 cardinalities of chi and blood, and their spiritual power is also immensely powerful. Even a hint of chi and blood shock could kill a low-grade martial artist in seconds. And Ning Feng was surprisingly unaffected? Ning Feng's expression was calm, and his voice was faint as he said, "Who gave you the courage? You're afraid that you've forgotten who I am and what your status is. A mere 7th grade sect master. I need to put you in my sights?" The words once again said that everyone's face froze. The crowd was dismayed. But of course they didn't say that they felt that Ning Feng was blowing smoke. The Ning family had 3 martial saints in their ranks, and a mere 7th grade sect master was something that Ning Feng, the young master, really wouldn't put in his eyes. What the crowd was dismayed at was that Ning Feng was so strong. Ning Feng disliked Su Xinyue in such a flurry of dislikes that he wouldn't be able to do so. For a moment, he forgot where to refute Ning Feng. It was only at this moment that Su Xinyue's body, however, was trembling slightly, and it was clear that Ning Feng's words had touched his soul. However, right at this moment, Jiang Nianchu sat in his seat and after watching half a day's play, but the corner of his mouth lifted up with a touch of playfulness and snorted, "Ning Feng, today is at least the day of sacrifice for old Martial Saint Su, your teacher. If you go and make a scene like this, it's not only Su Xinyue who will be humiliated, but also old Martial Saint Su, young master of the Ning family? That's the quality and pattern? Ha ha ha, ugh, but that's just it," Jiang Nianchu said, sighing and shaking her head again. The crowd at the scene grinned for a moment as they listened. Daring to mock the Ning family like this, or mercilessly mocking in front of the Ning family's head of the family, Ning battle, it was only this #1 plutocrat of the southeast domain that had the guts to do so. Sure enough, hearing Jiang Nianchu's words, the Su family's group of children couldn't help but come forward with their accusations as well. "Ning Feng, you made a scene at the old martial saint's sacrificial day based on your status as the young master of the Ning clan. Can you stand up to Xinu? Can you stand up to your teacher? Xinu is truly blind. As Xinu's first cousin, I will firmly oppose this marriage. Ning Feng, how much has Xinu paid for you? Now it's just a matter of proposing some bride price and demands, and you're scared off? This pattern and education, it really isn't good. That's right, how can Xinu be happy after you in the future? My Su family will have to revisit this marriage. One day, if your Ning family is fortunate enough to have sister Xinu marry over, it's necessary to help straighten out the Ning family's family culture. Otherwise, the Ning family is rotten from the roots. The Su family's group of children were talking about it. Accusations, despicable, mockery. In their eyes, Ning Feng was still the same licking dog that would do anything for Su Xinyue. It's as if what was said before was a fart. Until now, the Su family hadn't realized the problem. Ning Feng wouldn't marry Su Xinyue at all. The people were even paranoid that Su Xinyue would be able to control a portion of the discourse after she married over. Chapter 10, The Name of a Master. Do you deserve it? The reason for these hallucinations could not be blamed on the Su family. It was really because the previous Ning Feng was too able to lick them. And over the years, in order to curry favor with Su Xinyue, Ning Feng had given their Su family too many benefits. Money, resources, countless benefits have smashed them already. For a while, they were still immersed in the illusion that Su Xinyue was able to break into the Ning family. Even if Ning Feng personally refused to propose, they still didn't feel that Ning Feng would give up on Su Xinyue. You've been licking for so long, you're about to get your hands on one, and now you're giving up? They obviously think it's impossible, including Su Xinyue, who thought the same thing. She slowed down for a while at this point, her eyes twinkling with light. A pair of large, fairly beautiful eyes gurgled until they went still with a glare. The reason for this suddenly occurred to her. Ning Feng must be treating himself this way because he was scared by the bride price and conditions, she said. But thinking about it, it was right. After all, Ning Feng was only the young lord, not the head of the family. He himself wants so much dowry when he comes up, and Ning Feng can't do anything about it. Thinking of it this way, I'm in a hurry. When you get married, are you still afraid that you won't be able to get cultivation resources? Besides, one's stomach couldn't wait. Su Xinyue held her breath and said, Ning Feng, all the farce just now is over. With that, she pulled out a marriage contract and slapped it in front of Ning Feng, saying, the matter of the bride price, we'll talk about it later. After all, I'm not marrying you for the sake of money. I'm only trying to get you to treat me well. I, Su Xinyue, forgive you one last time, said she, raising her lofty head once more. The previous stance and confidence of holding Ning Feng was restored. Ning Feng was somewhat speechless as his gaze turned to Su Xinyue, realizing that Su Xinyue, whose chest was slightly heaving, still had an afterglow on his face that hadn't completely dissipated. Family Master Su, is it because I didn't make my words clear? Or did you all fail to understand? Su Yulong's face turned cold at his words, holding back a cold snort of dissatisfaction. He said, "You get down on your knees and propose first." Su Yulong stood with his arms folded. "I'll look like I've forgiven you for now." Ning Feng, looking at Ning Feng's frothing, stagnant and mute appearance. Su Yulong said somewhat in a bad mood. Xinu is right. First forgive you this time. You first kneel down and finish your marriage proposal. For the rest, the sacrifice is over. As much as he wanted to teach Ning Feng a lesson, but the occasion, indeed, is not quite right. In there, the face of the Ning family still had to be given a little bit. Ning Feng couldn't help but laugh and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, it's true that their family, their brain circuits are the same. Ning Feng said, "To express it to you briefly, I refuse to propose, not because of the bride price. Rather, it's because, from the beginning, I never wanted to propose to Su Xinyue." Boom! Everyone was in an uproar when these words came out. Su Xinyue as well as the Su family members were even more rapidly turning blue. "What did you say? Ning Feng, you're telling the truth. You have to understand that I'm not going to give you a second chance." Su Xinyue was stunned. Then her face changed as she said, "Really?" Ning Feng nodded and only returned 2 words. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyue's face quickly turned from red to white, and finally became ugly and frightening. After a long time, Su Xinyue said with a face of grief and humiliation, "Ning Feng, last night, you promised in one breath that you would propose to me in front of all the guests today. What will happen to the baby in my belly if you refuse to marry now? Ning Feng, you scum." This moment, even Ning Feng, who was as calm as an old dog, couldn't help but listen to his scalp as well. At the same time, the entire crowd at the scene was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Su Xinyue with a dumbfounded expression. Then they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Did I hear you right? This child Te Miao doesn't seem to belong to Ning Feng, does it? It's a hatchet job. Let's just say it's a hard one. Say Ning Xiao is a licking dog. Lousy agrees with both feet. If you want to say he is a scum, Lousy will give you a big neck slip. Hearing a bad murmur emanate from the surroundings, Su Yunlong's face on the side was also extremely unsightly. He glared angrily at Ning Feng. "Ning Feng, I really didn't expect that you'd be such a man with no sense of responsibility. At the expense of me wanting to entrust Xinu with you for the rest of her life. Now I declare that you have completely lost the chance to marry Xinu. Also, since you're the one who refused the proposal, you must bear some of the losses that my Su family endured. For you to blatantly breach the contract like this is not only disrespectful to my Su clan, but also to the old martial saint." Once again, the old martial arts saint was pulled out and flogged. Su Yunlong's voice was cold. Making a condition, he said, "So, no matter what, you must kneel before your teacher, kowtow and give thanks for your sins. Also, on the dowry that Xinu mentioned, you must take out a portion of it as compensation. The Su family is not unreasonable, so I'll just take out a third of the money. Otherwise, I'm betting my name as a patriarch that I'm going to go to the door to get an explanation from the Ning family." Su Yunlong acted extremely strong, and even directly demanded the dowry under the pretext of compensation. However, as soon as he turned his head, he realized that Ning Feng was once again looking at him with that kind of look at a little cutie. Look at himself. The teasing that watched the corners of Ning Feng's mouth rise gradually enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Yunlong immediately felt as if his spirit had suffered a great stimulus. "What's that look in your eyes? Put it away. Treating a patriarch, do you even have the most basic sense of reverence?" Su Yunlong was furious, his chest heaving once again. He felt offended and discriminated against in that look in Ning Feng's eyes. However, Ning Feng looked towards Su Yunlong and took a step towards him without any haste. That look of calmness even in the face of a patriarch made the crowd of guests unable to help but look sideways, especially the guests who saw Ning Feng for the first time. Secretly it seemed that this legendary licking dog didn't seem that bad. Without being humble, he repeatedly stiffened Su Xinyue and Su Yunlong. Where was the slightest bit of dog licking? At that moment, Ning Feng once again slowly said, "The name of a patriarch? Do you know the true meaning of the word patriarch? Are you worthy of it?" It was as if these words had touched a certain nerve in Su Yunlong. He instantly reacted and burst into a rage. "Asshole, you A-grade talent waste young master who eats, drinks, and accomplishes nothing. You even dare to look down on a 7th grade sect master? Tell me instead how I am unworthy. If you don't speak up, even if you're the young master of the Ning family, even if you gamble on my patriarchal name, you will definitely come to the door to ask for an explanation." Facing Su Yunlong's strong questioning, Ning Feng, however, had a calm and unperturbed face as he slowly and methodically eased his way out. "Patriarch. Seek the officer of the doctor for the patriarch. He who transmits his patriarchal law is a patriarch. The patriarch of humanities. the philosopher of the national style, is the patriarch of the world? Su Yunlong's face was grim as he spoke in a cold voice, passing on the law, teaching, my Su family has never hidden anything, and there is still today. Don't you know what day it is? It's the day of sacrifice for your teacher, my elder brother, Su Wushang. My Su family just lost a martial saint 3 years ago. If you deny me now, are you also denying your teacher? Denying an old martial saint who shed his last drop of blood for the human race? Chapter 11 The Falling Phoenix. Hearing Su Yunlong's words, the surrounding Su clan children could not help but rebuke them as well. Jiang Nianchu even stretched out on the side, talking sarcasm. Young Master Ning, you've gone too far. The youngest member of the Ning family shouldn't be of this quality. This is the old martial sage, or your teacher. How can you insult his old man so much? In the face of the crowd's rebuke, Ning Feng remained frighteningly calm, a far cry from his previous furtive personality. Gazing at Su Yunlong, Ning Feng said indifferently, how many cultivation resources you secretly authorized Su Xinyue to demand from me for the Su clan? This will not be said. Su Xinyue is pregnant with a wild seed outside, and the first thing you do is not to review you, an uncle, for failing to teach your daughter. Instead, let me, an unrelated person, go kowtow and thank you to make it up to your Su family. A person who can't even distinguish between basic propriety, righteousness, honesty and shame, right and wrong, deserves the word patriarch? Boom. The words. Su Yunlong couldn't hold back any longer. After the fall of Su Wushang, the Su family had indeed relied on Su Xinyue to gain benefits in the Ning family before returning to the ranks of the second family. And the matter of Su Xinyue being pregnant with a wild seed was even less of a good thing to hear. These two things are enough for the outside world to poke the spine of the Su family. Su Yunlong immediately exploded. A murderous aura violently erupted from his body as he said, you seek death. You're an underage brat who dares to talk about sect masters. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Rumble. Su Yunlong's figure instantly disappeared in place, and the next moment he appeared in front of Ning Feng. The terrifying 7th grade sect master's pressure instantly caused the hearts of the crowd at the scene to stagnate violently. However, everyone was able to see that Ning Feng was still calmly standing still when facing Su Yunlong, who had suddenly struck out. Pop. When Su Yunlong rushed to Ning Feng's body, he saw that the large hand was about to tackle Ning Feng's neck. However, in the next moment, with a crisp slap sound, Su Yunlong's figure was like a cannonball, flying backwards at a faster speed than when he came. Bang! But he didn't fly out along the ground for long, when suddenly a silhouette appeared beside Su Yunlong. It was an old man in a withered face and snow-white beard, who wore a white sweat undershirt on top and a more formal suit pants branded with Chev underneath. Looking at Su Yunlong, who was flying backwards parallel to the ground in front of him, he sneered and said, what are you? The palm that was wrinkled like an old tree bark seemed to be 5 fingers spread out and grabbed Su Yunlong's face and pressed down hard. Rumble. The crowd's pupils contracted dramatically as they watched Su Yunlong's head being smashed into the ground just like that. The earth shook in the mausoleum and the concrete slabs crumbled. Su Yunlong was face up, his entire head shoved into the dirt, his body hanging out. This old man, is that attendant of Ning Feng? That's right. As I recall, it's this attendant that has been following behind Ning Feng. This old man, this block, to be able to crush the 7th grade Su Yunlong. It's at least an 8th grade golden body. I've never seen a golden body grandmaster practicing blocks. Everyone looks appalled. Without blinking, he stared at the muscular Xiang. Ning Feng was highly regarded, and many people also knew that he was constantly followed by an old man behind him. There were rumors that this was Ning Feng's servant and protector of the Tao, but no one had ever seen him strike. After all, as the #1 young lord of the southeast domain, even if he was despised no matter how much, it was true that no one dared to hurt him in the slightest. Bang! It was a Xiang's old man who gripped Su Yunlong's head and carried it in his hand like a dead dog. Snap! Without saying a word, he slapped first. Dare to move against my family's young master. You seek death. Pop! Another backhanded swipe. A mere third-rate family, when could they be so arrogant as to dare to ride my Ning family's young lord's neck and on it? Snap! Twice in a row. 7th grade sect master. Bet on the name of the patriarch. Questioning the Ning family head. Snap! The old man would slap Su Yunlong's face a few times with every word he said, and the force was mastered just right. With every slap, a bloody flesh was bound to explode on Su Yunlong's face. The crowd's hearts were twitching hard as they listened to the crisp, loud slaps that rang out one after the other at the scene. The head of the Su family was even carried by someone like this, wildly slapping, spread out the face of the Su family to lose all the face. At the same time, the strength of the old man that most of the crowd had determined was mostly that of an 8th grade golden body realm powerhouse. After all, Su Yunlong, who was able to dangle a half-step golden body, must be an 8th grade golden body without a doubt. At this time, Su Xinyue could still struggle a bit at first, but after dozens of slaps, he was completely dumbfounded by the smacks. That was the slap of an 8th grade golden body, and each stroke contained golden body energy. I am the head of the Su family, and my brother is a martial saint. My brother has shed blood for humans. My Su family has shed blood for humans. You did this to me. Su Xinyue's mind was no longer clear, but the last strand of his will still made him mumble and struggle, attempting to move out the old martial saint to shock Nie to come down, but it was fine if he didn't say it. Mentioning the old martial saint, Xiang seemed to be even more angry and slapped dozens of times at Su Xinyue, muttering something in his mouth as he did so. This time Su Xinyue was completely silent and fainted. At this time, Su Xinyue, who had reacted, pounced over at once. Second uncle, stop fighting. Su Xinyue pounded on Xiang's arm, yet her strength was as feeble as an infant's in the face of a golden body powerhouse. She turned her head to look at Ning Feng and said with a spiteful gaze, Ning Feng, I can finally see your face, so hurry up and get the hell out of here. The child and I, from now on, have nothing to do with you. I, Su Xinyue, even if I were to marry a pig, I would not marry you. Ning Feng, in the future, you'll never think of letting me say a word to you again. You've completely lost your chance, Ning Feng. But how powerless this series of threats from her seemed to Ning Feng. Even that wide-eyed, sad expression was kind of cute. With a calm expression on his face, Xiang looked toward Ning Feng and asked for instructions. Young lord, are there any more orders? As long as Ning Feng gave the word, he would not hesitate to snap his opponent's neck. Ning Feng shook his head. Forget it, let him go. Xiang casually threw his hand, and the sound of the dead dog like Su Xinyue falling heavily on the ground was like a hard knock on the heart of the crowd. Uncle too. Su Xinyue's eyes turned red as she pounced up to check on Su Xinyue's condition. She looked at Ning Feng with a fiery gaze, and at the same time, she was also a bit confused. What the hell was wrong with Ning Feng? Why are you suddenly so rebellious? Xiang came to Ning Feng's side and whispered in his ear. Young lord, we've found out about Su Xinyue. It's related to the Jiang family's Jiang Nianchu, but it's not his. Ning Feng twisted his head around, his gaze looking towards Jiang Nianchu. It just so happened that Jiang Nianchu also looked over. The two of them looked at each other. Neither one of them dodged, and they just clashed straight into each other. Young Lord Ning, you've gone too far. Even if you don't ask for this marriage, you don't have to humiliate the Su family like this. Alas, a fallen match phoenix is not as good as a chicken. I didn't expect that once the old martial saint was gone, the first person to bully the Su family would be the most favored disciple. Jiang Nianchu pretended to say critically as if she was standing on the sidelines. Chapter 12, 3 buckles to bond. 3 buckles to insulate. Ning Feng, on the other hand, looked as if nothing had happened. Just because it wasn't Jiang Nianchu's, it didn't mean that this matter had nothing to do with him. In the southeast domain, the only person who dared to hit him, Ning Feng, was Jiang Nianchu. In reality, even though Jiang Nianchu despised Ning Feng, she had always treated him as an imaginary enemy in some ways. After all, no matter how much of a waste Ning Feng was, he was still the recognized #1 young master of the Ning family, and it was reasonable for him, as the first heir of the first Zaibatsu, to keep an eye on him, the young master of the first martial arts family in the southeast domain, at all times. Ning Feng, I won't marry you. From now on, you and I are severed, and you are no longer my father's apprentice. Su Xinyue opened her mouth with a resentful look at Ning Feng. She silently swore in her heart that she would never forgive Ning Feng for the shame he had brought to her and to the Su family today for the rest of her life. Ning Feng retracted his gaze on Jiang Nianchu and looked at Su Xinyue. Whether it's teacher's disciple or not, you don't get to say. Also, there are some truths that I feel the need to tell you as well. The truth? Everyone looked puzzled, and after saying this, Ning Feng took a step in front of a media reporter and spoke into the microphone. Come over here, all of you. All the media people were stunned in unison by Ning Feng's action. After reacting, hundreds of media people held up their lenses and microphones, frantically converging with Ning Feng at the center. Although they didn't know what Ning Feng was up to, the crowd had a premonition that something big was going to happen. Waiting for all the cameras to converge on him, Ning Feng adjusted his stance for a moment. 3 years ago today, my teacher, Su Tianlao, dragged his dying body back to the ground after the battle at the sacred martial stargate. Before I died, my teacher instructed me that for the next 3 years from now on, no matter what request my little senior sister Su Xinyue makes, I must unconditionally oblige her and fulfill her. I promise. In these 3 years, I kept my promise. And I did, but it is also true that, as you can see, I became a lickspittle in your eyes. However, just today, the 3-year appointment has come and gone. The promise is gone, and I don't need to be on my way to do anything for Su Xinyue. With these words, the expression on Su Xinyue's face instantly froze. Resentment, indignation and other expressions and emotions all turned into stagnation at this moment. What did Ning Feng say? That he licked himself for 3 years, but in reality it was just a dying request from his father? How is that possible? For a time, Su Xinyue door curtains unbelievable. And naturally, Ning Feng's words caused a great shock in the crowd at the scene. Summer looked stunned, her jade hand gripping the machete tightly as she froze in place. Ning Zhan, a martial saint, also had a rare flicker in his gaze, being somewhat overwhelmed by this truth. The crowd was even more silent for a brief moment before a clamor rose. No, the old martial saint's dying wish, for young Ning to be a lickspittle? This plot bends a little too far. And the waist flashes, 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 the waist. If that's really the case, not only is Ning Xiao not a licking dog, he's also a good young man who keeps his promises. Licking dog turned honest youth. Won't that persona fall apart? Asterisk 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 what the heck? It's the biggest melon in recent years, right? Hurry up and post the first headline. Wait for me, watch my handful of god editing, out of context. The crowd was in an uproar, and the great clans were shocked. Reporters looked at each other for a moment, and there was a brief silence as photographers crisscrossed the room looking for angles to take wild shots. Ning Feng had picked today's date to publish the truth, and naturally, he wanted to use this opportunity to remove the reputation of being a dog licker. After all, no one wants to have such a name hanging over their head for the rest of their lives. Asterisk 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 something big is going to happen. What are you waiting for? Report it. At the same time, just at the moment Ning Feng announced the so-called truth, the internet blew up at the same time. Dragon spirit jumping. Shocking. A licking dog awakens. The young master of the Ning family's marriage proposal is unsuccessful. Dragon blog. The old martial arts saint's memorial service for the Japanese system is a storm, and his love for his disciples and the young master of the Ning family explode on the spot. The young master of the Ning family has been a licking dog for 3 years, and it is suspected that there is another reason. Reports appeared almost simultaneously on the web through the live shots, and in an effort to compete for first-hand news resources, many platforms posted the scene online in the most eye-catching way possible without knowing what was going on. And so, as the word spreads, the facts quickly become distorted and various versions of the statement emerge. It was just that all of this was naturally unknown to Ning Feng, as well as everyone else on the scene. Mausoleum Garden. Su Xinyue's head was buzzing at this time, completely shocked by the facts that Ning Feng had said. After a long time. Are you telling me that you were nice to me for 3 years for a promise? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Xinyue stood in place for a long time, unable to calm down, her beautiful eyes surging with an unbelievable expression. She didn't believe it, and she didn't want to believe it. Ning Feng smiled faintly. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Su Xinyue clenched her silver teeth. Still incredulous. Then why didn't I know about this matter? Ning Feng, you deliberately fabricated this reason in order to escape the marriage. Is this interesting to you? Isn't it just that you don't want to be responsible for me and the baby? Scumbag. Ning Feng smiled indifferently, and his voice had a coldness mixed in with the calmness as well. I'll emphasize for the last time. Every word I said today is the truth. The 3-year promise. I did it, and from now on, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other. Senior sister. This is the last time I call you senior sister. Having said that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ning Feng turned around again and knelt down at old martial Saint Su's mausoleum, kneeling 3 times in a row. Sensei, you once said that 3 buckles bind and 3 buckles insulate. Back then, you met me by chance in the tomato garden and took me on as a disciple. Now after these 3 kowtows, you and I are considered to have fulfilled our destiny as master and disciple. With Su Xinyue, I did my best, and the rest will have to be left to her in the future. While the head snap ended, Ning Feng slowly stood up. Then, in turn, he bowed deeply toward the mausoleum. Then, it straightened up completely. The moment he stood up again, it was as if the crowd could see that Ning Feng's back seemed to have straightened out quite a bit at this point. At the same time, the last trace of pity that Ning Feng had looked at Su Xinyue completely disappeared. Su Xinyue was flabbergasted by Ning Feng's, listening to the chatter of the crowd around him. Su Xinyue was still a bit incredulous. Just for the sake of running away from the marriage, you directly cut off the master-disciple bond with my father? However, all she saw were those eyes filled with indifference, and Ning Feng did not respond to her. That indifference was also what made Su Xinyue feel a cool air go straight from her eyes to her heart. She finally reacted with a scowl. I see. The only reason you agreed to propose to me yesterday was so that you could back out today and come to humiliate me so badly in public. Ning Feng, you're so cruel. In any case, My father has been your teacher for 3 years. You humiliate me like this? Humiliate my Su family? Can you stand up to him? Chapter 13, You, the Su family, are not qualified to dictate in front of these. Su Xinyue was saying these words in a near growl. When he finished speaking, his gaze glanced vaguely in the direction of Jiang Nianchu. However, Jiang Nianchu had a lowered brow and seemed to not have the heart to pay attention to Su Xinyue's appearance at all, and he did not know what he was thinking. Ning Feng, you bastard. Why did you do this to me? You clearly agreed to propose yesterday. Obviously promised to give me and the baby an identity. Hearing the surrounding chatter, and pointing, Su Xinyue became irritated and quickly walked over to Ning Feng. Raising his palm, he was about to whip it down towards Ning Feng's face. Boom! However, a wave of pressure directly pounced over, and Su Xinyue straightened up and knelt on the ground. In front of everyone, he knelt before the old martial saint's tombstone. Xiang used his 8th grade golden body pressure to directly suppress Su Xinyue. Ning Feng looked at Su Xinyue with a cold face and backhanded her with a slap. A crisp ringing sound came, and Su Xinyue froze on the spot. Don't yell in front of me in the future, and watch who you are. At this point, Ning Feng, quickly let Xinyue go. She is still pregnant. You have turned against the sky. Su Yinlong had only pulled his head out of the ground when he saw this scene. Where could he stand it? And directly roared out in fury. With a pig's head on top of him, his body leapt through the air, taking one step into the air and rushing towards Ning Feng. Bang! Then, when he arrived in front of Ning Feng, Su Yinlong directly knelt side by side with Su Xinyue. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Su Yinlong was a patriarch, but he had actually knelt down for Ning Feng. Can you stand up to your teacher? To the Su family's fallen full of loyalists. Ning Feng glanced at the two of them and gave a faint wave of his hand. Xiang immediately shifted his body and stepped forward. What are you guys counting as? What are you counting as? Don't you have a clue in your heart? Xiang walked into the middle of the two-man crowd and stretched out his hands to grab one man's neck with one hand, then pressed toward the ground. Bang! 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 After the 3 incomparably dull ringing heads were kowtowed, the 2 men were directly knocked out of their senses, especially Su Xinyue. All the light in her eyes quickly disappeared and finally became incomparably wooden and dull. Ning Feng, I won't forgive you, even if you kneel in front of me. She doesn't get it. She can't figure it out. Ning Feng used to lick himself so much. A licking dog who obeyed him. Why are you doing this to her all of a sudden? Or she's pregnant. Shouldn't she be a little princess now? Shouldn't she be pampered in every way? At this moment, Su Xinyue's mentality directly collapsed, and the last trace of glimmer in her beautiful eyes gradually dissipated. On this side, Ning Feng let Su Xinyue roar, no longer paying attention to her nonsense. Raising his hand, he took out 3 sandalwood chests amongst the spatial storage rings. 1 blue, 1 purple, 1 black. Each one was not large, and all 3 were the size of a thumb. Before they could barely squeeze into Ning Feng's palm. The crowd at the scene didn't understand what Ning Feng was up to, and were staring in confusion. Ning Feng opened his mouth indifferently and said in a shocking manner, Back then, on the eve of my teacher's fall, he entrusted something into my hands. That's a rumor I think a lot of people have heard. Boom! The moment these words came out, the crowd at the scene looked shocked, and then all of them flashed with a crazy sizzle. Only Ning War, who was also a martial saint, looked calm, his eyebrows slightly raised as he glanced at his son, Ning Feng. Jiang Nianchu also jerked his head up to look at Ning Feng, and that gaze was ferocious and cold to the extreme, like an eagle looking at a wolf, and a bright light instantly erupted from the dull eyes of Su Xinyue, who had originally lost her eyes. That was a legacy left behind by a martial saint, most likely the legacy of a martial saint. It had been rumored in the outside world before that Su Wusheng had left his inheritance to Ning Feng, and it seemed that it was all true. Young Lord Ning, what do you mean by taking out the chest left behind by the old martial saint now? A reporter in front of him suddenly asked boldly. It also asks the question that everyone is wondering. Light flickered in Ning Feng's eyes as he scanned through the crowd of varying expressions. In these 3 chests, whether it's a martial saint's inheritance, a technique, a weapon, or whatever the rest is, teacher didn't say. Of course, it's not reserved for me either. In my current capacity, I'm just holding the key for now. Teacher just asked me to make it public 3 years ago today. And these 3 chests, on the other hand, need to wait for 3 destined people respectively before they can be opened. Everyone's spirits lifted and their eyes sizzled as they looked at the 3 boxes. At this time, the reporter who had just opened his mouth seemed to have seized the topic and became much bolder, asking, Young Master Ning, may I ask how I can tell if it's a fated person? Good question. Ning Feng had a faint smile on his face before continuing. This teacher didn't say anything either, but soon, I'll be announcing the date for opening the first chest at a later date. At that time, Anyone who is interested can choose to touch the chance. This is the end of all the farce today, and I thank you all for coming to the Teacher's Memorial Day. Ning Feng still has important matters to attend to, so he won't be able to accompany you, and since the day of sacrifice is over, you may all disperse on your own as well. Ning Feng spoke in a light-hearted manner, and without any stage fright, he walked towards the outside of the arena after he finished speaking. However, just at this moment, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. Su Xinyue looked at Ning Feng with a flushed face and a somewhat grim expression. That must have been left to me by my father. Ning Feng, you thief, leave it to me. The voice ended abruptly. A large hand pinched Su Xinyue's neck, and that palm slightly exerted force, slowly lifting her body up. Su Xinyue's breathing instantly became rapid, and her chin face quickly rose red and turned saucy purple again. At the same time, she only felt that her feet were gradually detaching themselves from the ground, and looking at those eyes that were at the bottom because they were airborne. Su Xinyue only felt that the hairs of sweat on her entire body were standing on end. The way Ning Feng looked at her, there was really no love left. This scene also made the crowd instantly break out in a cold sweat. There was a murderous aura on Ning Feng's body, and the crowd didn't have the slightest doubt that he was truly going to strangle Su Xinyue to death with one hand. Ning Feng, you can't take this box away. That which my elder brother left behind. It belongs to my Su family. Bang! Kneeling on the ground, Su Yunlong saw Su Xinyue like this, all of a sudden anxious eyes, but only struggled to step out of the footsteps. On the spot the body again straight climbed down. Even the marble slabs have ripped apart. As for Su Yunlong, he directly fell to the ground in 5 pieces, and Xiang stepped on Su Yunlong's head. This patriarch, please be honest. Ning Feng looked at Su Xinyue and said in a cold voice, you're no longer that junior sister who can do whatever she wants. So from now on, in front of me, pay attention to your own identity. I don't owe you or the Su family anything. You, and your Su family, are not qualified to shout in front of me either. After saying that, he loosened his stranglehold on Su Xinyue's hand and walked towards the outside of the field without looking back. Ah Chung followed closely behind. Walking out of the whooshing mausoleum, Ah Xiang drove the luxury car, which was the only one in the southeast domain, in front of Ning Feng and looked at him with an unimpeded expression. Obviously today's performance of Ning Feng was very much out of his expectation. Many media reporters followed, while many squatting paparazzi outside also rushed to gather around. Young Ning, may I ask what you have to say in response to this refusal? Young Ning, what made you suddenly come to your senses? Young Ning, who are you going to lick next? Facing a group of reporters' brainless questions, Ning Feng just smiled faintly and didn't respond. However, just at that moment, it suddenly seemed like a bomb had been dropped within the group of paparazzi, and the crowd dispersed with a roar. Just as Ning Feng was wondering what was going on, he suddenly saw a familiar figure that, carrying a 4-meter-long greatsword, Summer suddenly appeared in front. Chapter 14, Establishing the Sword with Intent. One sword is unique. For a while, the two were speechless relative to each other, neither of them speaking. Although the paparazzi retreated far away, out of professionalism, their hands did not stop, frantically taking pictures of the two. Eventually, Summer broke the silence and took the initiative to speak. Ning Xiao, why don't you stop licking? I've finished with the reasons. You were really commissioned by your teacher? Summer's beautiful eyes flashed with a different color. Ning Feng shrugged. Non-committal. Summer said, why didn't you explain before? Ning Feng said, because, I don't like to explain. I hope so, but alas, this blade has seen no blood today. Summer said, splitting the machete in 2 and placing it in the sports car to leave. Ah Xiang also escorted Ning Feng to the car, and then he started the car and took off. Inside the mausoleum, the scene of the tribute. Looking at the scene of a mess, the crowd looked at Su Yunlong and Su Xinyue with mockery and pity, but only no one dared to come forward to assist them because that martial saint of the Ning family was still there. Ha ha ha! A sudden loud laugh shook the crowd's scalps as Ning Zhan left the field with his hands behind his back, smiling up at the sky. Behind them, Ning Xiao and Ning Xiong also laughed out loud, and the scene was a bit weird for a while. The entire time, Ning War did not say a single word, and even when Su Yunlong showed his killing intent towards Ning Feng several times, Ning War did not show any intention of making a move. But the attitude at this point says it all. Today, Ning Feng's performance, he, as his old man, was very satisfied, and even the martial saint's compulsion didn't hold back from collapsing for a moment. I thought this lickspittle son of a was wasted and ready to practice small, but now it looks like there's salvation, with Ning War being the first to leave the field. The big families and guests also left the scene. Uncle, the joke didn't work, but this Ning Feng, he's not a legendary dog licker either. In the crowd, a young girl and a middle-aged man walked towards the outside. It was none other than Yi Lan of the Yi family of the Eastern Domain, and his eldest uncle Yi Zhennan. Indeed, the plot is not right. Yi Zhennan's face was full of doubts. But this melon is quite wonderful. Su Xinyue, this scummy girl, should receive a hard whipping. Recalling that one figure, Yi Lan clenched his fists and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the old martial saint, who lived a life of loyalty, gave birth to the Su family's litter of sons of Es." Yi Zhennan laughed out loud. "Big uncle, still going to withdraw from the marriage?" Yi Lan suddenly asked. "Retreat? Why don't you retreat? This kid doesn't deserve you. It's not easy to seize this opportunity. Hurry up and retreat." Yi Zhennan sniffed and immediately glared. "However, before withdrawing from the marriage, I'll take you around to the Southeast Martial Arts University. Haven't you always wanted to pick the Southeast Martial Arts University's martial ranking? Hey, it's not easy to come here. Go over and take a look. Look at the crowd that is leaving one after another, as well as the major media reporters who are still running around the site in a frenzy." Su Yunlong, who was helped up by the family's children, was about to explode with anger when his head swelled into a pig's head. Day of sacrifice. Proposal day. Surprisingly, it went straight to this. "After today, I'm afraid the Su family will become the laughingstock of the whole world. Why is this happening? I'm not willing." Su Yunlong was furious and let out an unwilling hiss, causing his swollen facial features to distort. "Big brother, why did you leave something to that wolf cub? Do you not have the Su family in your heart?" Su Yunlong threw up his hands to the sky and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Everything that had happened today, especially being twice pressed to the ground and rubbed by that butler named Xiang beside Ning Feng, it made him, a peak 7th grade sect master, nearly leave behind a demon in his heart. Soon, what happened at the day of sacrifice was thrown into the internet like a heavy bomb. Breaking, on the day of the old martial saint's sacrifice, the marriage proposal turns into a refusal. The old martial saint's daughter is suspected of being punched in the face, and the head of the Su family is whacked into a pig's head by the Ning family's experts. Ning family young master licking dog awakening. The scene hit the green tea. Su Xinyue. Cool article are afraid to write so. Chronicle, an account of a dog licker's journey of awakening. It quickly topped the headline hot search #1 on major media platforms such as Dragon Spirit Jump, Dragon Boom, and Dragon Voice. The biggest shift, naturally, was the collapse of Ning Feng's dog licking persona, which caused a lot of hot air. Thud. The second day of dog licking, rewarded with a sword of solitude. Turning to the next day. Ning Clan, Ning Feng's exclusive cultivation room. Looking at the sword stance rewarded on the second day, Ning Feng's heart couldn't help but be shocked after carefully examining it. This one sword solo was the name of a sword Dao feat. This sword skill, not so many fancy moves. It only has one sword move. However, although there is only one sword move, it is divided into 4 major sword intent realms: sharp sword with no intention, soft sword with no constant, heavy sword with no edge, and rotting wooden sword. It was obvious that this sword skill, with its sword intent, set its intention. A sword chopped out, turning complexity into simplicity, could also destroy the world. With one sword, one can be honored. Although the Ning family was the #1 martial arts family in the Southeast Domain, it naturally had no shortage of sword techniques. However, Ning Feng realized that this sword dictator was more difficult to obtain than any sword skill. After studying it for a while, Ning Feng retracted his attention on the sword skill and took another internal look at the chaotic zone in his mind. The budding green lotus, still suspended in the chaos, as if unchanged for eternity, through the ancient vicissitudes of the atmosphere. Whether it was the visionary chaos seed green lotus or the one-sword solitary sword technique, they were all precious and incomparable abilities. The 2 rewards from these 2 days alone were enough to make him the top heavenly pride figure today. He didn't dare to imagine how heaven-defying his future would be as time went on. After obtaining the rewards, and with the addition of the Ning family's backdrop, has young Ning come out of the gate? It was at this moment that Ning Feng heard an inquisitive voice from outside the door. This voice was not unfamiliar to him. It was Ning Battle's assistant, also a 7th grade sect master. Not yet. Xian's voice came. The family had summoned the young lord. The young lord is out of the gate, so please inform Uncle Xiang. That assistant spoke, his tone carrying respect. Well, outside the door, Xian was wearing a white sweat undershirt on top and dark blue jeans on the bottom. When he watched that 7th grade sect master walk out of the courtyard, he drew the saber at his waist again and wielded it. The muscle lines of his body were silky smooth and flowed like water as he moved his martial arts. LOL. Ning Feng pushed the door and walked out. Young lord. Xiang immediately stopped his martial arts sword and stood aside respectfully. Uncle Xiang. Ning Feng nodded with a faint smile. Chung. Original name unknown. Hobby number 1, practicing blocks. Hobby 2, martial arts sword. Hobby number 3, senior fashionista. Ning Feng remembered that he had been guarding him since the day he was born, and the level of heartfeltness was beyond words. At the same time, Xiang was in the Ning family, not hanging anyone, including Ning War, and only absolutely obeying the command of Ning Feng alone, because he is the only intangible cultural heritage left to him by Ning Feng's mother. As for the rest of Xiang's information, he never said anything, and the information related to Ning Feng's mother was never mentioned. Young lord, the family head has summoned you over. At this moment, Xiang conveyed the words of assistant Ning warrior and said, P.S. A weak question, can I ask for a rush? Chapter 15, Return of the 886 number. Good. Ning Feng also heard it and answered and walked towards the family meeting hall. And when he passed by Xiang, he even made a point of pinching Xiang's firm bronze skin. Uncle Xiang, your muscles are getting harder and harder. Ning Feng joked. Ha ha ha, man, it just has to be hard. The two walked through the practice room one after the other towards the conference hall. As the two of them walked, Xiang, who was following behind them, hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't help but ask, young master, what you said at the Memorial Day yesterday, about old Martial Saint Su's dying wish, is it true? Ning Feng nodded. Of course. As Xiang sniffed, a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. After all, Ning Feng was the one he had watched grow up since he was a child. And seeing that in these 3 years, Ning Feng had not only made a mess of his reputation, but also delayed his cultivation just because of a woman. It would be a lie to say I'm not disappointed, but now that I know why, it turns out it was because it was too much of a promise. Such a character was simply too rare and precious that even he, an 8th grade golden body, had to respect it. The point is, to endure 3 years of naysaying with such aplomb and equanimity, with this kind of heart, one is bound to achieve something in the martial arts in the future. In front of the meeting hall of the Ning family, as Ning Feng and Xiang walked to the door, Xiang took the initiative to stop in front of the doorway. Ning Feng, on the other hand, pushed the door alone and walked in. At this moment, within the large conference room, the lights were bright, and Ning Zhan was seated at the head of the family. Sitting at the bottom left and right were Ning Xiong and Ning Chao, and further down, the rest of the clan's top echelons. Greetings, uncles. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Feng, who had walked to the back of the conference hall, calmly saluted the crowd again. The people present were all senior members of the family and his elders, so even if he was the young lord, a salute was nothing. It was only at this moment that the eyes of the crowd of Ning family executives changed as they looked at Ning Feng. Uncomplicated and unassuming, was this still the dog-licking young lord they once thought they were? Suddenly it's become a bit impenetrable. Windy, come and sit. Ning War patted the seat beside him, signaling Ning Feng to come over and sit down together. Ning Feng wasn't polite either, and walked over to sit beside Ning War. Ning Zhan looked at Ning Feng, his eyes carrying a hint of doting, and smiled. Fenger, what you said yesterday at the sacrifice day, is it all true? Same problem as Chung. Ning Feng had guessed as much. Watching everyone's gazes coalesce on himself again, Ning Feng naturally knew that everyone had the same question. It's true, Ning Feng responded. Ha ha ha, well. Ning Zhan let out a loud, unrestrained laugh, and a hint of relief flashed through his doting eyes. Once upon a time, Ning Feng had tarnished the reputation of the young master in order to lick Su Xinyue, and had even damaged the prestige of the Ning family quite a bit, but no one expected the truth behind it. Now Ning Feng's word of mouth has turned straight up, and how much it once crumbled is now how positive it is. That's what fits the image of his Ning family's men in the outside world. A moment later, Ning War stopped laughing and spoke softly. Little Wind, I discussed with the elders of the clan and decided to entrust some of the clan's business to you to take care of for the time being. Don't worry, it won't be too much in the early stages. It's just for you to familiarize yourself with the clan's business. After all, you still have a year before you graduate from Southeastern Martial Arts University. Ning Feng nodded slightly. I'll work hard and won't let father and all of my uncles down. He did not refuse, and had no reason to refuse. He should have gradually taken over the family business 3 years back when he first entered Southeast Wuwei University. Similar to Jiang Nianchu, there are many other descendants of great families and powers who learn about the family business at this stage. If it wasn't for Su Xinyue's appearance that caused the family to completely abandon him, 3 years ago he would have proceeded to understand the family framework and accept the family's refinement. Ning Zhan sniffed with some emotion. In the past, when he mentioned this to Ning Feng, he wouldn't be so interested in the family estate, and was full of how to curry favor with Su Xinyue. Looks like the kid has really changed and doesn't have to figure out practicing his trumpet. Little Wind, there are plenty of good women in this world. Duel. Ning Warfare had wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. However, a sentence of duel, or from the mouth of a martial saint, then how much of a father's expectation of his son was contained? At this time, Ning Zhan added, "Little Wind, although your martial talent is only an A-grade talent, with the strength of our Ning family, even if we pile it up, we can still pile you up into an 8th grade golden body, and if there is an opportunity, a weak 9th grade isn't out of the question. Just cultivate with all your heart and don't worry about the rest." Ning Feng didn't move when he heard the words and nodded. "I know, father. I'm very open-minded about all of this, and I think that talent isn't the absolute factor that determines whether or not a person can become supreme in the path of martial arts." But he couldn't help grinning inside. Smashing out a martial saint? Only the Ning family dares to say such things. The resources needed to cultivate even a top-tier heaven's pride into a martial saint were unimaginable. However, Ning Zhan dared to say that he would smash an A-grade talented martial artist into a martial saint, showing the depth of the Ning family. Ha ha ha. Well, what else do you need in terms of cultivation? Just open your mouth. Even if it's to have the dragon soul of a foreign demonic dragon, father will draw it for you. Ning warrior's old heart was relieved, his eyes full of the kindness of an old father. Without a trace of the martial saint's majesty, the corners of the Ning family's top brass mouths twitched viciously in unison. Ning Zhan laughed and didn't care about that. However, he quickly collected his smile and urged with a serious expression, "Little Wind, 10 days later, number 886 returns from the Stargate. Remember to go home." At those words, everyone in the Ning family also instantly had serious expressions. Ning Feng froze for a moment before recalling the meaning of those words. In the confrontation with the Stargate and the Earth Cave, a large number of human martial artists died in battle all year round. Some of their corpses and bones were left intact, and some of them were good enough to still have bones left. These will also be transported back to the surface for burial one by one as conditions permit. The meaning implied by the number 886 was the 886th batch of martial arts powerhouses to die in battle this year. Ning Feng's expression followed suit and became serious. "Got it." Ning Feng nodded his head, and since there was nothing for him to do next, Ning War let him leave first. Walked to the door. Ning Zhan suddenly remembered something else and spoke. "By the way, that girl from the Yi family recently came to the Southeast Domain and seems to have gone to the Southeast Martial University. So be careful." Although Ning Feng had a puzzled look on his face, he still answered, "Okay, you can go down now." Ning War didn't explain, and with a dry cough, he let Ning Feng go straight down. Ning Feng left the conference room first, followed by a group of high-level chats. What was talked about? Ning Feng didn't know. When he came to the door, he saw Xiang was zipping around. It's not quite standard, but it's steady. Ning Feng had long since gotten used to Xiang's various little gestures. Faintly, he said, "Let's go. Young lord, do you think I look good with long hair?" As he walked, Xiang suddenly reached out and touched his hand on his head and opened his mouth to ask. Ning Feng glanced at Xiang and looked at his bare little head. "I think that short hair suits you better." Xiang fell into deep thought and silently followed behind Ning Feng. Chapter 16, Southeast Wushu University turns out to be my home? Returning to the cultivation room, Ning Feng immediately entered into a state of cultivation. Chaos. The green lotus grew again, one step closer to blooming. Next, Ning Feng's mind was united. 1 second into the path. After this second of initiation, I was surprised to find that there was an unexpected discovery. Ning Feng felt his soul lifting up into the air, and in the next moment, he unexpectedly appeared in the middle of chaotic space, with the green lotus plant sitting steadily beside him. Aren't all visions illusory? But how do I feel that this green lotus is a real physical object? Looking at this scene, at the seedling green lotus that was taller than himself, Ning Feng couldn't help but be staggered. Above this green lotus, he felt a special aura. It was as if he, himself, was close to the word. With a feeling in his heart, Ning Feng subconsciously moved his mind and stretched out a finger that, just like that, he used his hand instead of his finger, and used the one-sword solitary sword technique to flatly chop out a sword. Boom! The sword light instantly disappeared into the chaos, without any ripples. At the same time, somewhere in the Gobi Beach in the Southeast Domain, a stunning gully more than 10 feet long and several feet deep appeared. In chaotic space, Ning Feng naturally didn't know the power of this sword. To him, the sword was mediocre. It was just that he felt immersed in a certain mood. Immediately after that, 3 more swords were chopped out consecutively. These 4 swords, respectively, are the 4 sword intent realms of the one sword unique sword technique. The sharp sword has no intention. The soft sword is impermanent. The heavy sword has no edge. And the rotting wooden sword, especially the last sword, the rotting wooden sword. Ning Feng clearly felt like he had chopped through something. A gap was torn in the chaotic space, and a ray of light penetrated in before it was quickly enlarged. When Ning Feng opened his eyes, he realized that he had returned to the cultivation chamber. Breaking through the 4th rank, Ning Feng looked at the realm with a surprised face at this point. having unexpectedly broken through without realizing it. He suddenly remembered that the moment the decaying wooden sword chopped down, what it chopped through should be the shackles of the 3rd to 4th grade. Ding! 3rd day of dog licking, rewarded with Cthulhu blood. It was at this point, when he heard the system's voice, that Ning Feng realized that a night had already passed. He took out that essence blood, and immediately, a purple droplet was suspended in front of him, blooming purple light. It took the hearts of the people and gave them a sense of vicissitude and heaviness, as if it contained an ancient world. Song Tian Hegemony Blood, Top Bloodline. After reading the introduction to the Cthulhu Hegemony Blood, even Ning Feng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. It was true that some terrifying physiques were born on the Earth Star, and the Stargate star race and the Earth Cave Fae were even more common. But so far, it seemed that the human race had not appeared with a bloodline called Song Tian Hegemony Blood. He was the first, and far tougher than the rest of the physiques. Ning Feng swallowed the Cthulhu Hegemony Blood in one gulp and began to refine it, and a sound like the roaring of the ovens of the heavens came from within his body. Time passed and soon 2 days passed. Ding! 4th day of dog licking, rewarded with Celestial Elephant Dragon Tiger Dan. Ding! Dog licking day 5. Reward battle power increase card. After using it, you can increase your battle power by 3,000 points. Rewards for both days arrive on site. By the 3rd day, Ning Feng had finally finished refining the Cthulhu Hegemony Blood. Slowly opening his eyes, the corners of Ning Feng's mouth lifted into a smile. At this moment, Ning Feng slightly operated his chi and blood power, and his entire body flickered with a faint, pure purple light, lingering around his body like a firefly. Clang clang clang. Ning Feng slammed his fist against his body, making a sound that sounded like pounding steel. The gift of invincibility. Invincible in the flesh, and invincible martial arts techniques. Ning Feng thought about how just these few days of rewards had already allowed him to reach this point. What would he reach in the future? I'm afraid it wouldn't take long to impact martial saints. Ning Feng glanced at the rewards for the past 2 days. An elixir and an increase card. Not as precious as the other day, but something practical. He got up and pushed the door open. He saw that Xiang was at the door, with his horse stance, eyes closed, and a look on his face as if he was constipated. Just as Ning Feng was puzzled, he suddenly only heard a boing 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 sound of breaking wind, only to see a single white hair growing out of Xiang's bare little head. These hairs were only as long as a toothpick and very sparse, but they were as inverted as steel needles. Chang's already odd appearance became even odder. His tiny head was like a briny egg with a lot of white pig's hair sticking out of it. These white pig hairs fluttered slightly with the wind, and there was also a faint golden glow, which was the golden body energy of a strong golden body. Going to the Feats Pavilion, Ning Feng said as he headed towards the Merit Law Pavilion. He wanted to look up some information related to the chaotic seed green lotus, the court of merit. The sea of learning is endless. The stars roam the green sky. The other side blooms. Ning Feng traveled through the Feats and Techniques Pavilion, looking at the records about various visions, but only failed to find a single relevant record about the chaotic seed green lotus. As the #1 martial arts family in the southeast domain, there was naturally no need to mention the knowledge reserves of the Ning family's Gung Fu Pavilion. If the Ning family side couldn't find it, the rest of the families, even those families in Kyoto, would most likely not be able to find it. Not finding the information he wanted, Ning Feng quickly left the Merit Law Pavilion. The rest of the feats here he doesn't really care. With the system, he really doesn't lack feats in the future. Even the Ning family's Feats Pavilion he doesn't look at. Furthermore, the Ning clan's clan suppressing technique wasn't in the Technique Pavilion. In the afternoon, the list of industries that the family had distributed to Ning Feng was sent over, and it also gave Ning Feng a new assistant to help him with his business. Young lord, this is a list of the properties you need to take over. The head of the family had them sent over. Seeing Ning Feng walk out of the cultivation room, Xiang, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately walked over and handed over a list and said. Then he sat back down and took out a small bronze mirror and looked at himself, seemingly a little dissatisfied with his new look, with his 2 eyebrows almost squeezed into a figure of 8. Ning Feng nodded faintly, then took the list and read it. Martial Arts Library, Martial Arts Auction House, Martial Arts Arena, Demon Beast Slaughterhouse. There were close to 10 listed above in a row, all of which were industries related to martial arts. Suddenly, Ning Feng's eyes lit up, and he was surprised to see a familiar name. Southeastern VU, Angel Investor. Ning Feng's expression was somewhat stunned. Although Budo University is directly under the jurisdiction of the Education Bureau, because there are too many Budo universities in the country, there is a serious shortage of Budo resources, so it also recruits external investors. For a training ground for martial arts talent, any martial arts university was something that the major martial arts clans would break their heads to invest in. Slamming some resources can open up a lot of connections. In the future, these martial arts students will be dispersed to various fields and become talents in all walks of life. Therefore, participating in a martial arts university investment means controlling an unrivaled network of people. 90%. Only when he saw the investment share, the stunned expression on Ning Feng's face still revealed a hint of surprise once again. This investment ratio. Ning Feng rubbed his nose, which meant that Southeast Martial Arts University was his family? Southeast Martial Arts University. As a top 10 martial arts university in the Dragon Kingdom, I am afraid that all the major clans would grab their heads and want to be investors. Only the Ning family had the strength to hold up to 90%. Ning Feng was a bit teary-eyed, meaning that he was now both a student of Southeast Martial Arts University and the actual controller behind the scenes? Chapter 17, The Misery of the Su Family. WUU Resource Placement. On the side, Xiang looked in the mirror while speaking. By the way, young lord, recently the resource placement cycle of Southeast Martial Arts University has arrived again, and Assistant Sui specifically mentioned it. Since it was an investment, the clans that participated in the shareholding would regularly put in cultivation resources to the Martial Arts University. After all, the cultivation consumption of the students of the Martial Arts University was astronomical and continuous on a daily basis. Ning Feng asked, "What did Assistant Sui say?" Xiang said, "This time, regarding the Southeast Martial University's cultivation resource placement, the family head has already finalized the project. The previous cultivation tower of the Southeast Martial University was more than 100 years old, and the equipment was aging badly. The principal of the Southeast Martial University heard that during the last battle of the Star Iron, the Ning family destroyed the Ironblood Yak clan, and captured a star source mine. So the principal asked the Ning family to dig up a piece of star source stone to the Southeast Martial University, and then build another star source cultivation tower. I've heard that it seems to be in the process of being approved and needs to be signed by you, the person in charge. Star source ore, containing special energy organization of star source stone. Martial artists absorb it with half the effort, but only within the Stargate were there star source mines, while there were also energy mines under the Earth Cave, which were similar to the star source mines. There were hundreds of martial arts universities in the entire Dragon Kingdom, with tens of millions of students. The Education Bureau could take out star source mines and energy mines, but not this much, which was why the Education Bureau allowed the big families to take shares. The value of a star source mine was incalculable, and only 2 clans in the entire Southeast domain could afford it. The Ning family, which controls the Earth Cave and Stargate sectors, and the Kong family, the number 1 plutocrat, but the only one who could take the star source ore was the Ning family, and only this family. This was because star source ore was not something that money could buy, as was the case with many martial cultivation resources. This was the fundamental reason why the Ning family was able to suppress the Jiang family and hold the number 1 spot in the Southeast domain. There are a lot of things that you can't necessarily buy with money, but you can grab them. Ning Feng nodded. I know. Xiang didn't say much on this. He wasn't interested in the business either. By the way, young lord, public opinion is now friendly to you. Xiang looked in the mirror and suddenly asked, should I add more fire? In contrast, he preferred Ning Feng to quickly get rid of his status as a licking dog. Not for now. There's no need for that. Ning Feng shook his head. He didn't really care about that. Ning Feng still casually glanced at it and realized that the heat on the internet regarding this incident was still high. Su Xinyue's behavior was simply described as ruinous, coupled with the addition of Ning Feng's identity. Despite the many days that have passed, netizens are still buzzing about it. However, unlike in the past, this time, Ning Feng's popularity had directly made a 180-degree reversal. After all, Ning Feng was the one who had silently endured countless criticisms and accusations over the past 3 years in order to keep his promise. How hard they were once mocked, now they are held in high regard. The arrows that had been stabbed at Ning Feng in the past had all been directed at Su Xinyue and the Su clan, without missing a beat. Of course, in the midst of this public outcry, Ning Feng also saw some people behind the scenes pushing the envelope. For example, Ning Battle, who also wanted Ning Feng to get rid of his reputation as a dog licker. For example, the affiliated clans and forces that took the opportunity to try to flatter the Ning family. In response, Ning Feng naturally pretended not to see it, and the Su family's death or survival today had nothing to do with him. Let's go. It's been a long time since I've been to Southeast Martial Arts University. Go around and talk business with the principal on the way. Ning Feng smiled, then stood up and walked towards the outside. Xiang put away the bronze mirror and hurriedly followed. As for the Southeast domain, the Su family was in a state of sadness. Old Li, you can mention anything you want. Chu Yunfei, don't give face to face. Don't, brother Yunfei. I can make the split of the cooperation. Hey. Su Yunlong's face was full of collapse. And in the end, he couldn't help but crush the phone. His phone has been ringing off the hook for the past few days, all taking this opportunity to fall on the Su family. In just a few days, all of the Su family's listed companies suffered heavy damage, and even a few behind-the-scenes holdings have been raked over the coals, with their stocks dropping every day. Ning Feng, Ning Battle, you guys are trying to get us to our deaths. Ning Feng, this little bastard, is simply a. Su Yunlong's body trembled with anger, and the mind of a 7th grade sect master was directly crushed by anger. Su Xinyue agreed and also said sadly, Ning Feng is a scumbag. Toot toot. Just then, Su Yunlong's cell phone rang again. After glancing at the caller ID, Su Yunlong answered the call with some impatience. Through only a few seconds before and after, the call was hung up. Su Xinyue hurriedly asked, Second uncle, who is it again? Su Yunlong said somewhat in a bad mood. It's the principal of Southeast Martial Arts University that looks at the vampire. It's the time of the cycle placement of the cultivation resources has arrived again, and it's giving us to ask for cultivation materials. Su Xinyue also said in disgust, Second uncle, is it really worth it to give them so many cultivation resources every year? Alas, Heart Moon, it's up to you to go over there this year. Su Yunlong let out a sigh, then told Su Xinyue about the idea. The Su family doesn't have much of a stake in Southeast Wuhan University, only 0.5%. This was still something that Ning Feng had fought for them back then, but that wasn't what Su Yunlong cared about. Budo University is a large investment with a long payback period and small results, and is primarily used to make connections. And with the current state of the Su family today, it's hard to maintain these kinds of out-of-pocket expenditures. Therefore, he intended to let Ning Feng take on this year's resource placement. Back then, this benefit was something that Ning Feng had fought for them, and now that they couldn't afford it, of course Ning Feng had to be responsible for it. And naturally, it would be most appropriate for Su Xinyue to talk to Ning Feng. Su Yunlong looked at Su Xinyue and said, Xinyue, only you can talk to Ning Feng about this now. The Su family is now strapped for cash and can no longer afford to spend on these extra expenses. Otherwise, why don't you take a chance to meet with Ning Feng? But second uncle, I already had a falling out with Ning Feng that day. Su Xinyue thought about what happened on the day of the sacrifice, especially with Ning Feng's cold eyes. There was a pang of weakness. Don't you think that there was something wrong with Ning Feng's behavior that day? Su Yunlong suddenly said. What problem? Su Xinyue said in disbelief. Ning Feng used to do everything you said and never refute it. He said it was your father's promise. But think about it, my elder brother never have coddled you, his only daughter. Would he say such dying words? Obviously. Ning Feng he has something hard to say. These days I've also figured out. Thinking back to the scene on that day, it must have been Ningzhan who was behind it. For example, Ningzhan threatened to go to Ning Feng by using you. He was suddenly so cold and heartless towards you, purely for the sake of protecting you. But in reality, he must still love you. Think about it. How can someone who has loved you for so long say they don't? Su Yunlong stood with his arms folded and spoke eloquently, thinking that he had found many loopholes. Su Xinyue's eyes lit up at the words. That's right. How can someone who's been in love for so long say they're not in love? Also, when her father, Su Tian, was alive, he had always been incredibly harsh to her, without a single bit of favor. So how could he say those kind of last words on his deathbed? Having figured this out, Su Xinyue's gloom these days was swept away. I'll go find Ning Feng immediately, and as long as he obediently admits his faults to me and helps the Su family make up for the resources this time, it's not like I can't forgive him. But if he continues to be obsessive, I'm never going to ignore him again. Even if I have to wait until the baby is born, I won't let him see me or the baby again. Su Xinyue touched her stomach and said with a determined face, and after saying that, she turned around and walked towards the outside. After Su Yunlong's meal of brainstorming plus analysis, Su Xinyue felt that her confidence had returned. Ning Feng was not out of her control. Chapter 18 Young Master Ning won't change liquors, right? Achoo. On the long chair, Ning Feng sneezed viciously, and at this moment, he was on his way to Southeast Martial University. After a gap of 3 days, he finally left the Ning clan, his destination heading to Southeast Martial University. His current identity was still a junior student of the Southeast Martial Arts University. In the 4 years of Wudong University, he spent 3 years circling around Su Xinyue and rarely came over for classes. If it wasn't for his special status, such a cadet would have been optimized by Wu. Xiang, who was sitting on the passenger side, continued to look in the mirror, and suddenly touched his bald head and said, Young lord, do you think this new head shape is affecting my face value a bit? Ning Feng laughed. With your face value, it's hard to be affected. Xiang thought for a moment, then began pulling the hairs from his head one by one. 8th grade golden body powerhouses cultivated golden body energy, and every organ on their body contained thick golden body energy, so even a single hair was extremely precious. But these golden body energies are extremely rare. That's why even an 8th grade golden body wouldn't be easily wasted. Only to see a string of golden electric sparks rise from Ah Xiang's scalp with every white hair he plucked out. There was a crackling and popping sound. Not caring in the slightest about the lost golden body energy. The entrance to the Southeast University of Wushu. After walking out from the parking lot, Ning Feng and Ah Xiang didn't head directly to the school building. Instead, he walked straight to the principal's office. Of course, he was meeting the principal as the boss behind the curtain. I have just taken over the business and there are some business things that need to be handed over. It's Ning Xiao. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I reading this right? Didn't Ning Xiao never go to school? What's he doing in school? Could it be looking for Su Xinyue? Wake up, your house doesn't have internet access? Ning Xiao already announced the truth about licking Su Xinyue a few days ago, so how can he continue to be a licking dog? Some habits are hard to break once they're established. Walking through the campus of Wushu University, along the way, the Wushu University students who saw Ning Feng were shocked. For Ning Feng, a delinquent trainee, WU could hardly see him. Many of the rookie trainees from the lower sessions had never even seen Ning Feng, and the sudden sight of him in the school at this time naturally surprised many people. Ning Feng, on the other hand, ignored the comments and got out of the car and walked straight in the direction of the principal's office. Just then, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them. Summer wore a short ponytail and jeans, and her whole outfit was dressed up plain and clean. However, it cannot hide her outstanding face value, but more will set her off as bright as the sun. The moment she saw Ning Feng, Summer's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, and then she resumed her previous indifference. Isn't this the young master of the Ning family? It's been 3 years since you entered school, and this is the second time I've seen you at school, and this time you're better than last time. You didn't follow Su Xinyue's ass. Summer snorted, a hint of mockery in her tone. Ning Feng gave a dry cough and said, "Am I that bad in your eyes? Unpleasant? It's only the day of the teacher's Memorial Day that I can see you still look like a human being." Summer snorted once again. Despite the fact that Ning Feng's performance that day had left her fairly satisfied, it still wouldn't change her attitude towards him in the short term. She just didn't like the way she looked at him. By this time, with the appearance of Ning Feng, the young master of the Ning family, many WU students had already gathered around the perimeter. It couldn't be helped. As long as there was a place where Ning Feng was, there was no lack of attention. What's more, with Summer's talent and face value, she was a sensation at WU. It's just that compared to the rest of the Southeast Martial Arts University's several school flower-level girls, Summer has always kept a low profile. But just because she keeps a low profile doesn't mean she's not famous. On the contrary, she's notoriously grumpy. It was rumored that once a schoolgirl had angered Summer and was slashed from east to north in Southeast City with her knife. In the end, the hardened one took 6 months off work and hid at home for 6 months. Ning Feng seems like he's very familiar with school sister Summer. Nonsense. Ning Feng and Summer's school sister is a senior brother. You say, and used to be a childhood friend, only because of Su Xinyue fell out. And this? Daichi boy, don't know nothing. It's good that you're happy. Ning Feng didn't care about Summer's attitude either. His previous dog-licking persona had made it hard for people to have a good impression of him. Ask yourself, the old him, even he himself would like to slap him to death. Summer blankly glanced at Ning Feng, then didn't really want to dwell on it much, turning toward the principal's office. Ning Feng also silently followed behind. Don't follow me. I don't want to cut anyone. After walking out for some distance, Summer realized that Ning Feng behind her was actually still following behind, and her good-looking brows knitted. Ning Feng subconsciously stopped his footsteps. With Summer's character, he was really capable of doing such a thing. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a figure suddenly squeezed in from outside the crowd. Su Xinyue was wearing a set of black tight-fitting dress. The cut of the dress was extremely flattering, showing off her concave and convex figure to the fullest. Just a little closer inspection would reveal that her flat belly seemed to be vaguely bulging. Ning Feng, you're actually here. Su Xinyue walked over, wearing a string of necklaces with gemstones around her neck. The short hair is dry and sharp, eyes deep and sharp. After not seeing her for a few days, she had resumed her previous condescending and arrogant stance when facing Ning Feng. The tone of voice, too, was all that of a take it or leave it. Originally, she had no confidence in Ning Feng, but today she actually saw him at school. In the past, Ning Feng never came to school at WU except to chase after her ass. At this point, it was obvious that Ning Feng knew that he would come to school, so he came over to wait for himself. Thinking of this, Su Xinyue was instantly confident again. Ning Feng was expecting Su Xinyue to show up here, and he knew that the Su family also had a stake in Wudong University, and was still related to him. It's just that this woman's gesture? It doesn't seem right. Ning Feng frowned slightly. Something's wrong with you? Su Xinyue's voice was clear and cold. I do have a question I want to ask you. If that day, you didn't refuse the marriage, but proposed to me, what would Uncle Ningzhan do to you? A proposal? That's not even possible. But if a proposal is made, Ning Feng didn't hesitate. Of course it's going to kill me. That day, Ning Feng clearly sensed a murderous aura on Ning War, a determination to clean up his house. Su Xinyue let out a long breath. Sure enough, as second uncle had said, Ning Feng had something difficult to say. I forgive you, Ning Feng, Su Xinyue said slowly. Ning Feng's expression froze slightly. Forgive him? What the hell is this? Chapter 19 Negotiations between a group of rich kids. But without waiting for him to react, Su Xinyue spoke again. But don't be too happy yet, Ning Feng. I cannot want a dowry. I cannot want to be married in the right style. After all, what I am carrying is not your child. And I can understand that Uncle Ning Battle cares about the family's reputation. But I have only one request. Who are you to take my father's things and give them to someone else? I don't agree. You have to return the item to me. It belongs to my Su family. Su Xinyue's tone was completely commanding, not giving Ning Feng any room to retort at all. At the same time, she also figured out that the reason why the Ning family had laid such a heavy hand on her that day was all because she had touched the interests of the Ning family's top brass. She was pregnant now and had no time to dwell on the fact that she had married Ning Feng first. As long as she became the young master's wife in name only, would she still be afraid that she wouldn't have the opportunity to gain benefits from the Ning family in the future? Looking at Su Xinyue in this stance, Ning Feng was also somewhat helpless. This woman seems to have forgotten all about what happened a few days ago. A few days ago, she was kneeling twice in a row in front of all the guests. Not only did she ask him to return her teacher's case, but she even thought she could marry him? Think about what? That's what the teacher left behind for the one with the destiny. And it has nothing to do with me. Or the Su family. I think I already said that, didn't I? I don't care. Su Xinyue directly chose to ignore it, while she subconsciously took Ning Feng's words as if she was negotiating with herself. You say that my father left it to you just because he left it to you? What proof do you have? This is something left behind by the martial saint. Who knows if it's something you used some dastardly means to get your hands on? Ning Feng, you're a man. Don't let me look down on you. If you want to marry me, show me your sincerity first. Looking at the disruptive Su Xinyue, Ning Feng didn't have the patience to reason with the other party. Just 3 days ago, Xiang had directly made her kneel in front of countless people. Where did she get the confidence to continue to dictate in front of herself now? Ning Feng now seriously suspected that he had been reborn into the middle of a book-wearing novel and had met one of those completely brainless green tea female matches. How else would you meet someone so brainless that they repeatedly come over and punch themselves in the face? Ning Feng frowned and said indifferently, Finished? I'll give you 3 days, and after 3 days, when you've thought it over, come find me. I hope you're ready for anything, or you really don't stand a chance with me. After Su Xinyue finished speaking, she then ignored Ning Feng and walked straight towards the principal's office. However, there was a deliberate slowing of the pace, because summer is just ahead. Seeing summer, Su Xinyue was like a kitten, nestling behind and following obediently. Ning Feng, on the other hand, was walking behind the two women. As she walked, Su Xinyue also suddenly realized Ning Feng who was following behind her, and her heart suddenly became slightly pleased with herself. Still the same as before, following behind his ass wherever he goes. I'm warning you Ning Feng, don't follow me. I won't forgive you until you hand over my father's relics, much less marry you. Su Xinyue said with her head held high and a proud face. Summer, who was silently walking at the forefront of the three, couldn't help but have a slight flash of disappointment in her lowered complexion. Ning Feng had appeared at school before because of Su Xinyue. Could it be this time as well? If not, naturally, he wouldn't follow him, right? He and Ning Feng had long been strangers over the years. Of course, neither Summer nor Su Xinyue knew that Ning Feng had taken over the family business. In their perceptions, Ning Feng was still the second-generation young lord who wasn't favored by the family. It was unlikely that the Ning family would entrust important industries into his hands. Therefore, she subconsciously assumed that Ning Feng was still running over for Su Xinyue this time. Principal's office. The principal, Chuan Donghai, was sitting in his seat with a list of names and looking at it carefully. Behind him stood a stout young martial artist with a somewhat naive face. The youth, whose appearance was 6 or 7 times similar to the principal's, was also staring at the list at that moment, only his expression wasn't very focused, and it was obvious that he wasn't too interested. Right at this moment, the principal, Chuan Donghai, said in a surprised tone, "It seems that all the great clans have begun to cultivate their juniors, and even the business of the Southeast Martial Arts University are willing to hand it over to be handled by this group of juniors." The youth also glanced at the list from time to time. Although not attentive, martial artists have extraordinary memory and eyesight. He still memorized the names on it one by one. Summer, Jiang Nianchu, Su Xinyue, Ji Daoi, Ning Feng. Aha, Ning Feng? The youth sounded surprised. Dad, Ning Feng is also on the list. What is the Ning family up to? Letting the second-generation ancestor who only eats, drinks, and plays come over to manage Dongwu University's business? Chuan Donghai naturally saw Ning Feng's name as well, and his tone was somewhat surprised. Sighing, he said, "Alas, this group of big families is like this, casting a good birth. Even if you are a bunch of pigs, you can still be lifted up. Ordinary people's children don't get such a good chance to exercise. Poor arts and culture, not to mention other WUs, but our Southeast. How many cadets with good talent are there? Talent enough, good heart, only no cultivation resources. Just relying on what the school gives is ultimately limited. In the end, one has to go to the Stargate battlefield, the Earth cave to kill and train in order to compete for the pitifully small amount of resources. It takes a large number of deaths in battle to get that small wave of strong people to grow up. And all of this, even if they need to go through the same, but with the protector of the way protecting them, at least their lives are not in danger. Some people's children are children, and some people's children, not just any children." Chuan Donghai ranted and rambled and said a bunch of touchy-feely words that the youth deeply agreed and sighed along with him. In the case of a loser like Ning Feng, he has mediocre talent, is uneducated, and is a dog licker. If he came from an ordinary background, I'm afraid that he would really have to be mixed up in a way that's worse than even a dog. Chuan Donghai patted the youth's shoulder. "That's why you have to work hard. Being in a martial arts school is the only period in your life path that is the fairest and least networked, where everyone is on the same starting line. Get out of Budo University. Whether you join the military, join the workforce, and go to the gutter and the Stargate to kill, that's all about fists. Whoever's hard is the bull." The youth gruffly said, "Dad, I will be a good vice principal and not let you down." Chuan Donghai nodded and said, "Chuan Hu, when the people arrive in a while, you will be the one to go talk to them about the matter of the resource placement of the great clans this year. Remember what was said about standards?" The youth named Chuan Hu nodded. "Remember," Chuan Donghai said indifferently. "Don't be afraid of being rejected. Just ask and ask for more. If you ask for more resources, the cadets can share more, and if they share more, they can become stronger. It could be that this is the thing that might save a life in their future adventures." Chuan Hu's spirit was revitalized, and in his clear and stupid eyes, with a hint of firmness, he said, "Don't worry, Dad. I, Chuan Hu, have a big appetite." Chapter 20 Exclusive sponsor of the Martial Arts Parade. It's happening right now. Cackle. The door to the principal's office was pushed open. A slender figure walked in. The young man was graceful and elegant, rather like a stranger. "Sir Jiang, you've arrived. Please take a seat." Chuan Donghai immediately stood up and changed his look to one of enthusiasm. The person who came was none other than Jiang Nianchu. Upon entering the principal's office, Jiang Nianchu nodded faintly as a response. Then without being polite, she walked to a seat and sat down. Chuan Donghai smiled and opened his mouth. "Sir Jiang, wait a little before and after. The rest of the few people will arrive later." For this Jiang family's young master, even if he was the president of Wu University, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. After all, this was the #1 plutocracy in the Southeast domain. Although they were inferior to the Ning family in terms of martial strength, they claimed to be able to buy the entire Southeast domain in terms of financial power. "No harm done." Jiang Nianchu nodded gently, her gaze calm. LOL. Just then, the door to the office room was pushed open again. A succession of 3 figures had entered the door one after another. The person at the front of the room was Summer, who walked straight to a seat and sat down. Su Xinyue smiled and nodded at Chuan Donghai and sat down as well, then leaned to the side with her chair at the end. Ning Feng, who had walked in last, was sitting on the most sideways, least conspicuous chair. "Summer schoolmate, after not seeing you for a few days, you seem to have gotten stronger again. Are you interested in coming to the Jiang family for an internship after graduation?" Jiang Nianchu's gaze fell on Summer with a hint of coquettishness in her eyes. "Thanks, no need." Summer returned lightly, displaying an indifference that rejected people. Jiang Nianchu didn't care and glanced at Ning Feng and the two of them again, saying in a light tone, "Is young Master Ning accompanying school sister Xinu?" Jiang Nianchu's tone carried a hint of mockery. Ning Feng was able to appear here, and he naturally thought of some sort of possibility. Saying this is simply just to flirt with the idea, or else, Su Xinyue returned, her proud head unconsciously following suit. Ning Feng, on the other hand, was resting his left hand on his right hand with a bland face, neither explaining nor responding. Seeing that Ning Feng didn't retort, Su Xinyue became even more pleased. Ahem, congratulations young Lord Ning, taking over the resource placement discussions this time. It looks like you'll be gradually taking over the Ning family business in the future as well. On the side, Chuan Donghai listened to a few people talking and opened his mouth with a dry cough. A few people sniffed with sideways glances, and there was surprise in their expressions. Ning Feng actually really came over to discuss resource placement in place of the Ning family? LOL. Just then, the office door was pushed open once more. All eyes converged in unison on the figure entering the door. The one who entered was likewise a teenager, similar in age to several of Ning Feng's people, except that he was clearly dressed differently, or out of place, than several of the others, with a tight camouflage undershirt, camouflage pants, tan skin, and an explosion of muscles like iron. He carried a sword in his hand. His chi and blood were intense, and an invisible fury formed an aura around him. It was evident that it was a martial artist who had experienced killing. Doyle, come and sit down. Just waiting for you. When Chuan Donghai saw the youth, he unexpectedly revealed a rare hint of a smile and slightly rose to make a gesture of invitation. The importance attached to youth is evident. Aha! There's no need to be polite. Headmaster Chuan, I've only just returned from the Southeast Stargate. I was in a bit of a hurry and didn't have time to change my line, so I hope you don't mind. The youth casually sat down on a chair and gently placed the alloy knife on the table, and the smell of blood hit him. The alloy blade was by his side, and Ning Feng glanced at it, seeing a circle of dried red liquid on it. Blood? A few strands of animal hair are still visible stuck on. Ji Dawi. Ning Feng murmured in his heart, while at the same time not being unfamiliar with the name. Ji Dawi was the third largest martial arts family in the Southeast Domain, ranked just below the Ning and Jiang families. The top three families in the Southeast Domain, the Ning family, the Jiang family, and the Ji family. The Ning family was known for their martial arts prowess. The Kong family is known for its wealth. The Ji family was special, as the entire Ji family was from the military. This Ji Dawi was said to have grown up in the military, and although he was also a cadet of the Southeast Martial Arts University, the outside world only knew that he was an SS grade talent, and no one knew exactly how strong he was. It was because he had been rooted in the Stargate or the Earth Cave for years and years of training. Seeing that several representatives had arrived, this time Chuan Donghai instead kept quiet, sitting in his seat with his head slightly lowered, with a curtained expression. And when Chuan Hu saw his old man's appearance, he naturally understood what it meant. Now that you're all here, let's talk about this year's resource placement. I'm a few years older than you all, so I dare to call you all schoolmates. We martial artists emphasize on being straightforward. Since we're talking about putting in a gesture today, let's be more straightforward. How much resources can the families of a few schoolmates come up with? Chuan Hu directly opened the door to the mountain. Martial artists straight to the point. Chuan Hu's character is even more straight to the point. There's no beating around the bush. Just straight to the point. This also fits the situation of a few people. A few people, except for Jiang Nianchu, are actually coming over for the first time on behalf of the family to talk about business matters. Let them fight and kill, and maybe excel at, but literally talking about business. A few people really do not know how to entrance for a moment. Getting right to the point like that, a few people adapted. Hearing this, Summer was the first to speak. The Xia family is still the same as before. 30,000 second grade chi and blood pills. 10,000 third grade. And 3,000. In addition, the rest of the blood food type resources are relatively abundant this year, and can be increased by 10%. As for the input conditions offered by the Southeast Martial Arts University for the Xia family, they remain the same as last year. With that, Summer placed a list on the table. Su Xinyue gathered her courage and said, "The Su family is just like last year." Su Xinyue briefly explained the Su family's requirements and the resources put in place as well. It was just a little heartfelt for her to say, after all, this amount of money for today's Su family, it is already a bit stretched, but also count on Ning Feng to fund it. Chuan Hu looked at the list of the Su family and the Xia family, the two families. He was not surprised, and does not point to the cuts to rub out what oil and water. The fat goats are the three Ning, Jiang and Ji. Chuan Hu's gaze glanced slightly at the trio and saw that Jiang Nianchu's brows were lowered, so he couldn't tell what he was thinking. Ji Dawi was sitting upright with his alloy knife slapped beside him, looking like a straight man of steel. Ning Feng, on the other hand, sat indifferently on the side and didn't open his mouth, only placing one hand on his thigh, with his index finger constantly and gently lifting up and tapping on his thigh. Chuan Hu buzzed. Where are the three? Jiang Nianchu smiled softly at the words, the Jiang family on the basis of last year. a comprehensive additional 30%. As for the Southeast Wuhan University on the input conditions of the Jiang family, well, there are no fixed requirements, as long as it's not lower than previous years. The corners of Chuan Donghai's mouth rose slightly as he sat cross-legged. Chuan, who also couldn't help but give Jiang Nianchu a sideways glance. The first plutocrat of the Southeast domain, horrible as it is, a breath of 30% growth, without some family background would not dare to give so. You know, WU is a vampire, a bottomless pit that can burn through any amount of resources. Chuan, who did not know how to respond for a moment, and Chuan Donghai said indifferently, what about taking up shares? Is there a requirement? The export of talent is too flexible, but there's so much more to taking up shares. Jiang Nianchu slightly glanced at Ning Feng and said, of course there is. The shareholding is going to change a bit. Last year the Jiang family took up 4% of the shares. This year my Jiang family is going to take 15%. In addition, the sponsorship of the Southeastern Domain's team for this year's martial arts parade is going to be exclusively sponsored by my Jiang family. When these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene instantly stagnated. Chapter 21, Ten-Winged Black Dragon Vision. Ji Daoyi, Summer, and Su Xinyue. Even Chuan Donghai's father and son subconsciously looked towards Ning Feng. The martial arts parade is the grandest extravaganza of the year, and this sponsorship is a great opportunity to publicize it. But in the past, it was exclusively sponsored by the Ning family. Is the Jiang family trying to steal it? This, I can't make the call, Chuan Donghai said, then looked at Ning Feng. Other things might be negotiable, but this matter, the Ning family would definitely not agree. Don't even think about the sponsorship. The Jiang clan, no one has a chance. Ning Feng spoke, without saying a word. Jiang Nianchu raised the price again, an additional 40%. This time, Chuan Donghai was moved. The Jiang family is too rich, worthy of the word plutocracy. At the same time, there were some grins. The Jiang family was going to confront the Ning family this time? Or is it simply that this Jiang Nianchu kid doesn't see Ning Feng in a good light? Ning Feng smiled and said indifferently, you can keep adding. Things suddenly became complicated, and Chuan, who didn't know how to talk about it, scratching his head on the side and casting a look of help to Chuan Donghai. Let's talk about this later. Chuan Donghai also had a bit of a headache at this time, and he took over the conversation. While looking at Ji Daoyi, he asked, what about the Ji family? Still the same as before? Ji Daoyi straightened his spine and said in a loud voice, Chuan principal, in terms of resources, on top of the previous base, add another 10%. However, the Ji family is going to take up 5% of the shares this time. And the percentage of talent output after graduation should be at least 30% or more. By the way, the Ji family is representing the Ministry of War this time. After saying that, Ji Daoyi made a point of adding one more sentence. Chuan Donghai sucked in a breath of cold air. In the past, the Ning family exclusively owned 90% of the shares, and the Ning family also accepted at least 80% of the various shareholding resources. This time, the Jiang family wanted to grab the Ning family's exclusive sponsorship. The Ji family wanted to grab the percentage of talent output, and they even moved the military department. These two families are starting to disregard the Ning family? In the past, every time, it was the old-timers who came over to talk about it, just going through the motions, and actually defaulting to those placements every year. But this time, it doesn't seem to be the same. Chuan Donghai couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Looking toward Ning Feng, he said, Ning Xinyue, what about the Ning family? How are the resources being invested this year? Only then did Ning Feng speak slowly. Last time the Stargate battle was fought, the Ning family obtained a star source mine, and father heard that the Southeast Martial University's cultivation tower was more than 100 years old, and was under repair for its age. That's why you want to get a new one for Sou. Ning Feng downplayed the situation, but this statement was made. Everyone's face instantly changed from dismay to shock, followed by a breath of cool air in unison. Star source ore? That was a mineral source only found in the alien race's main camp. The martial arts cultivated by the alien race relied on star source ore, and the only place of origin was the Stargate battlefield. This thing, which human martial artists could equally use for cultivation, was incomparable to any cultivation resource. The point is, money can't buy it. Even the Jiang family, no matter how rich they are, can't buy it. Only the Ning family can grab it. Also, there is a military branch, but the Ji family does not represent the entire military branch. The Ji family, as a martial arts family with a military background, it was okay to take the military background to back it up and fight with the Ning family, but how could they have the right to use the resources of the military? Chuan Donghai immediately looked excited and couldn't wait. Ning Xinyue, is this true? The cultivation tower of the Southeast Martial Arts University is more than 100 years old. The effect of cultivation has gotten significantly worse in recent years, and it had a lot to do with the fact that last year, In the National Martial Arts Exchange Tournament, Southeast Martial Arts University's ranking slipped from 3rd to 8th in the country. Seeing that nearly a decade is about to fail, he was still worried about where to pull investment, and the Ning family sent it over. Ning Feng lightly glanced at Chuan Donghai and softly said, "Principal Chuan, we're talking about business. Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Chuan Donghai slapped his thighs and said, Fine. I didn't mean it that way. Ha ha ha." Ning Feng suddenly added, "Also, the Ning family's resources in Southeast Martial University, as in previous years, cannot be reduced by a single point." Chuan Donghai immediately calmed down for a moment after hearing this, and looked at Jiang Nianchu and Ji Daoi, the two virtuous nephews. The cultivation pagoda is vital to the WUU, so the Jiang family and the Ji family still go according to the previous ratio. How about it? If you can't, it's okay to vote less, and the share that Southeastern VU gives to both of you stays the same. Jiang Nianchu hung her eyes and thought for a moment, snorted and said, "That's just it. The situation is not as good as others. Things are not as good as others. There's no way to argue." Jiang Nianchu was very clear that the moment the Star Source mine appeared, the Jiang family had no more to fight for. The Jiang family had plenty of money, but it was the Star Sorcerer that was something that money couldn't buy. Ji Daoi, on the other hand, didn't look too good as he looked at Ning Feng and said, "Young Lord Ning, in the last battle to suppress the Stargate, my Ji clan suffered heavy losses, and a large number of newly advanced martial practitioners from the military department were killed in battle, so we're in dire need of fresh blood right now. Otherwise, in the Battle of the Inferno Sea 3 years from now, the Southeast Domain's military department is in danger. Can you make way?" What Jidoi said is true. Ning Feng didn't budge an inch and said, "It's understandable, but the Ning clan suffered equally heavy losses in that last battle, and the Ning clan has to prepare for the desolate Blood Domain battlefield 3 years from now." Ji Daoi sniffed and said with dissatisfaction, "Geographically, the Inferno Demon Sea is in the upstream zone of the desolate ancient Blood Domain. If my military department can't hold down Inferno Demon City, how can you fight downstream of the desolate ancient Blood Domain?" Ning Feng shook his head. "This has nothing to do with me. Martial artists, especially fresh blood, are too scarce for me to let go. Why did the great clans rush to smash resources and lose them to the University of Martial Arts even though they were not willing to do so? It was because martial artists were worth their weight in gold, especially new trainees, and talented trainees were worth even more. Nowadays, in the Earth Star, there is no shortage of population in the countries around the globe, but there is a shortage of martial artists, and hundreds of millions of martial artists step into the martial way every year. However, as the situation at the Earth Cave Stargate continued to deteriorate, more martial artists died in battle. The supply does not exceed the demand." Ji Daoi's face turned cold as he said, "The Ning family takes the big lead year after year. How can we let others live? It's always necessary to take a proper step back." "Step back? What's with the regression?" Ning Feng sidelong glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "My Ning family has contributed the most people have died, and the Earth Cave Stargate is all mainly guarded by the Ning family. But which inch of land doesn't have the blood of my Ning family on it? If the human race wants to fight, if martial artists want to fight, my Ning family naturally wants to fight as well. But to fight is to die, and my Ning family is unwilling to fight. But if my Ning family stops fighting, if I retire, who can top that? The Ministry of War? Or the Ginger family?" Jiang Nianchu hurriedly said, AI. "Young Master Ning is wrong in this statement. Don't piggyback on my Jiang family when you're with the Ji family and the Ministry of the Army. My Jiang family fights wars and contributes men. Not enough men to donate money. Not a bad thing. And more than anything, I've never apologized to anyone. As you die, so do a lot of my Ginger family members in equal proportions." Snap. "Good point." Ji Daoi was hot-tempered and slapped onto the alloy blade. "Does young Master Ning really think that only your Ning family is bleeding?" Ning Feng slowly said, "I don't know who flows, but at least in the southeastern domain, my Ning family's people must flow the most." Ji Daoi grabbed the alloy blade in his hand and said, "I, Ji Daoi, have always disliked nonsense. Does young Lord Ning dare to fight me? Talk with your fists. A fight?" If he remembered correctly, Ji Daoi SS-level talent and awakened the 10-winged black dragon vision, which caused quite a stir in Southeast Martial Arts University back then. The 10-winged black dragon vision, a top-tier S-class vision, was not sure how it compared to his chaotic seed green lotus vision levels, A, S, SS, SSS. Ning Feng's spirit stirred. "If I remember correctly, you're an SS talent, right?" Ji Daoi said in a cold voice. "Young Lord Ning, don't dare? Just as well. You seem to be only an A-ranked talent." Hearing that Ji Daoi was intending to provoke himself, Ning Feng didn't care and said, "Would it be unfair? Ji Dawi snorted and said, "That's right, SS-rank talent bullying you, and A-rank talent, spreading the word. Well, it's hard to hear. Tell you what, I'll let you have one hand." Ning Feng shook his head. "I was afraid that people would say that I bullied you. Then I'd really like to thank young Lord Ning for his concern. But it's not necessary." When Ji Dawi said that, he grabbed the alloy knife and got up to walk towards the outside. "It's not convenient to perform here. I'll see you in the martial arts ring. LOL. Ji Dawi pushed the door out without looking back. Chapter 22 Roughly humiliated. Seeing this scene, Chuan Donghai and the others looked towards Ning Feng. Ning Feng's talent was here to stay, and it was clearly far inferior to Ji Dawi. The gap in talent is an insurmountable chasm even with the best of efforts. What's more, Ji Dawi's talent, effort, and resources weren't bad. As for Ning Feng, not only was his talent ordinary, but he had also fallen behind in his martial arts over the years because of Su Xinyue. So I'm afraid that he couldn't even reach the popular level of A-grade talent. And at this point, he accepted Jidori's challenge? "Young Lord Ning, do you really want to go to the ring with young Lord Ji to split the difference?" Chuan Donghai said as he looked toward Ning Feng. "Or what?" Ning Feng said, pushing the door and walking out. Along with Ning Feng behind him, the first one was Summer. Summer frowned slightly. She also didn't understand what the hell Ning Feng was up to. Why did he accept Ji Daojia's challenge in a hot-headed manner? Ji Dawi had been practicing between the Stargate and the Earth Cave for years, and his actual combat experience was much tougher than martial artists of the same rank. Not something that could be compared to their group of rookies who hadn't even entered the Earth Cave a few times. This, she admitted over the summer. "Young Master Ning, courageous, ha ha ha." Jiang Nianchu watched the fun and followed out. "Ning Feng is sick. Do you really think you can beat that monster Ji Dawi?" Su Xinyue muttered and followed her out. But she very much wanted to see Ning Feng make a fool of himself and be viciously pressed to the ground and educated by Ji Dawi. Inside the room, only Chuan Donghai and Chuan, whose father and son, remained. "Dad, when did young Master Ning become so hardened? Not only did he stop licking Su Xinyue, but he also dared to go one-on-one with Ji Dawi. Dad, is young Master Ning not in his right mind? Cut the crap and get out there." "Yes, Daddy." The ring. Boom. Ji Dawi carried the alloy knife, and one of his paws stepped heavily on the ground. With a violent tremor of the ground, his body landed on the ring like a cannonball. Ning Feng, on the other hand, slowly walked to the ring and walked across to Ji Dawi. "It's Ning Feng, isn't that person Ji Dawi from the military family? What are those two doing? What for? What can you do when you get in the ring?" "Of course it's a duel. It's hard not to engage in strikes." "Ning Feng and SS Ji Dawi duel. Are you kidding me? I'm more convinced that it's screwing with strikes." Underneath the ring, it was soon filled with Southeast Martial Arts University students, standing under the stage and pointing at the two. The Ji Dawi crowd recognized him, and the Ning Feng crowd was even less unfamiliar. But the fact that these two could appear in the ring at the same time was unexpected by everyone. And in the crowd's impression, Ji Dawi had always been a cultivation fanatic, not even coming to school, always rooted in the Stargate or the Earth Cave to practice. And Ning Feng, the professional licking dog, surrounded Su Xinyue all year round. These two men were not on the same page. Never heard of the two ever crossing paths, so how could they suddenly run to the ring to face each other? "Are you sure you can make the call? Otherwise, I really don't want to bully you." Ji Dawi carried the alloy knife and said as he put it into his spatial ring. Against Ning Feng, he didn't feel the need to use a weapon, and it didn't seem like Ning Feng had any intention of using one either. Ning Feng looked at Ji Dawi's stance and laughed. "Don't worry, as long as you can beat me, I'll do any lord." Seeing Ning Feng boasting, Ji Dawi raised his two thick eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "Young Master Ning, it's no fun for us to fight like this, so why don't we add some more prizes? A colorful prize? Tell me, what kind of lottery do you want?" Ning Feng gazed at Ji Dawi, seemingly penetrating his mind. Ji Dawi sniffed and said nonchalantly, "I'm a straightforward person. I'm just a bit interested in those 3 boxes left behind by the old martial saint. Do you dare to bet with me on this? You lose. Give me the case. I lose. The terms are yours." The scene was in an uproar at these words. The crowd naturally saw that Ji Dawi was staring at the box in Ning Feng's hand, acting as if he had improvised and raised the stakes when in reality he must have been prepared for a long time. At this moment, all eyes looked towards Ning Feng, wanting to see what reaction he would make. Ning Feng's eyes were incomparably sharp, his gaze like a layer of ice staring at Ji Dawi, the corners of his mouth rising in an arc. "This bet, I don't accept it. Ning Feng, if you're afraid, just admit it." Ji Dawi was halfway through his sentence. Ning Feng directly interrupted in a cold voice. "It's not true that you're talking about business, but you're actually staring at the teacher's box, aren't you?" The smirk on Ji Dawi's face, as he was revealed, didn't retort or speak, just narrowed his eyes at Ning Feng. The meaning is self-evident. This is something left behind by an old martial saint, not to mention you personally. Even your Ji family is afraid that you won't be able to take the corresponding bet. Since you can't come up with a bet, why should I bet with you? Furthermore, even if your Ji family can come up with a wager, what the teacher has left behind, I won't make a move in any form. Also, this time, the bet between you and me is clan business. Ning Feng seemed to have read Ji Daoi's thoughts, and directly told him to break his mind. And the fact that someone was eyeing the box in his hand was something Ning Feng had long guessed. A relic left behind by a martial saint. Even if the specific item was not released to the public, it would definitely cause many people to covet it. It was also placed in the hands of him, the young master of the Ning family, and no one dared to get any ideas. If it was anyone else, it might have changed hands a long time ago. Ji Daoi's face immediately sank when he heard this. Young Lord Ning, you're not what I expected. Okay, let's do what you said and talk business. Ji Daoi hadn't had much contact with Ning Feng, and had learned about him from others. This time, after coming into contact in reality, he felt that the outside world's evaluation of Ning Feng didn't seem to be quite in line with reality. Is this an unambitious lickspittle? And just now, as far as he could observe, Ning Feng's attitude towards Su Xinyue was not at all that of a licking dog as it should be. It was even a bit cold. Ning Feng glanced at him and said, "Are you still fighting or not? If not, I'm leaving." With that, Ning Feng actually did turn around and was going to walk towards the bottom of the ring. Fight! Ji Daoi froze, and his face immediately darkened. You really go. Ning Feng, watch out. Ji Daoi's legs bent violently, and then he boomed like a cannonball, his body rushing towards Ning Feng. A simple punch, without any frills. What was there was merely the intense power of qi and blood. This power of qi and blood was mixed with a more tyrannical fury that had been honed through countless killing experiences. Good, so strong, this qi and blood is too furious, worthy of being a martial artist who has been harboring in the Stargate ground cave for years, completely different from ordinary trainees. It's just beating up Ning Xiao. Do you need to be so serious? The surrounding crowd's faces were grave, and some people let out exclamations of surprise. Jidaoi rarely appeared at the school, and even fewer people had ever seen him strike. The might of this qi and blood power eruption made everyone feel as if they had a huge boulder pressed against their chests. So strong. Summer frowned slightly, secretly comparing himself to Ji Daoi. Although she had also fought with demonic beasts and foreign races, they were all family captives used for practicing, completely different from the real experience in the Stargate and Earth Cave. When you enter the underground caves and Stargates, any contingency can happen, and it is a matter of facing life and death. Teach him a good lesson. Su Xinyue clenched her fists. These days, the Ning family made him angry. She would like Ning Feng to be taught a lesson. No, it's humiliating. Ruthless humiliation. Who made him disobey? And have the nerve to yell at yourself. As for whether or not Ning Feng would be injured, she wasn't worried at all. Maybe he would be injured, or maybe he'd be a mess. But life is certainly not a worry. Ji Daoi dare not kill. Chapter 23, Crushing from the Vision, a lotus in the ancient green sky. Looking at Ning Feng standing still, Ji Daoi instantly frowned darkly. He subconsciously assumed that Ning Feng was too weak and was just scared silly. However, Ning Feng's next move directly offended him, only to see Ning Feng suddenly raise a hand and, spreading his palms out, he aimed at Chidori. The expression was flat, as if saying again, "Come over here." The action was extremely contemptuous. Ji Daoi felt insulted. "Break it for me." Boom. The punch carried the sound of breaking wind, and then it landed on top of Ning Feng's palm. However, it was only when Ji Daoi blasted his fist onto Ning Feng's palm that he realized that Ning Feng wasn't trying to insult him, but to crush him. The power of qi and blood boiling in his body collapsed in an instant, and then his fist was grabbed by that palm in a death grip, and he couldn't break free no matter how much he struggled. Fourth grade martial artist, how could you be a fourth grade martial artist? Ning Feng flicked his hand. Ji Daoi's voice came to an abrupt halt as his body slammed above the ring faster than it had since. Boom! Underneath the ring, the ground crumbled, the hard stone slabs bursting, large swathes of stone bursting into the air, and Ji Daoi smashed directly into the ground. There was a chorus of voices sucking in their breath. Ji Daoi was actually crushed. What is this? Ning Feng's A-grade talent and peak second-grade martial arts strength was known to many people. How is it possible to crush Chidori? How could? The beautiful eyes of Summer narrowed slightly, and her mind, which seldom appeared to fluctuated violently. How could? Su Xinyue's round eyes widened. Her mood exactly the same as Summer's. They came from the same school, and they knew better than anyone else how much weight Ning Feng had. Especially Su Xinyue. Ning Feng followed her around on her ass every day, and she knew Ning Feng's strength best. The peak of the second grade has been stuck in the shackles. How is it possible to defeat Ji Daoyi? Jiang Nianchu was poised, one hand behind his back. His expression flickered ghostly at the sight. The two fingers behind his back crushed. How could it be? That chi and blood seems to be of the fourth grade? At this moment, Ning Feng stood in the ring, his raised palm slowly falling. He really didn't mean to belittle Ji Daoyi. It was just that he had been hiding his breath before, and only after he had struck it he realized that it was only the chi and blood fluctuations of a mere early fourth grade. Perhaps he was experienced in actual combat and could crush the rest of the geniuses in the same realm. But in your own hands, it's still not even close. Bang! A silhouette rushed out of the ground pit. Ning Feng, you're hiding really deep. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the fourth rank. It's because I was careless. There's no flash. Let's fight again. Ji Daoyi rushed out in a sorry state, directly stepping on the ground in place, once again rushing out like a cannonball, with a terrifying explosive force. It made his body leap more than 10 meters in height, leaping through the air to Ning Feng's body, looking down on him from above. He didn't think that he was inferior to Ning Feng, even after realizing that Ning Feng was in the fourth grade realm. What about the fourth grade? In the end, it was only an A-rank talent, and he had practiced in the Earth Cave and Stargate over the years, and had killed more than 1 or 2 fourth grade experts across the ranks. Even the same Heaven's Pride's fourth grade powerhouses could battle it out. He'd also managed to run the gauntlet at the hands of a 5th grade master. What just happened was only because he was too careless. After all, no one could have imagined that a wasteful young master who was originally of the 2nd rank would have secretly broken through to the 4th rank. Looking at Ji Daoyi, who had instantly leapt in front of him, Ning Feng's face was calm. The ending isn't the same. You just don't recognize reality. Ning Feng lifted up a slap and pumped it over, still landing with a light punch, yet it presented a more shocking effect. With this slap, the crowd distinctly heard a crunching sound coming from that arm of Ji Daoyi. It was the sound of bones breaking, only to see Ji Daoyi's body fall hard on top of the ring. The special alloy ring was not damaged in any way, but it obviously shook violently. The entire room was dumbfounded, and their eyes bulged out as they looked at Ji Daoyi, who was sprawled on the ground, a coolness that poured into the whole body from the sky. Still crushing, sprawled in the ring, Ji Daoyi's body shuddered, and he propped himself up with one hand and, this time, he looked at Ning Feng with unbelievable eyes, anger, humiliation, and all sorts of emotions filling his eyes. More fighting? Ning Feng looked at him and said indifferently. Ji Daoyi grasped his broken arm with one hand and gazed coldly at Ning Feng, saying, "It's not over yet." Ning Feng shook his head, clouded over. It seems like he hasn't recognized reality yet. The words came out. Ji Daoyi was instantly furious. When had he ever been belittled like this? It was still his peers. Even that martial saint from the military ministry had personally boasted that he had the stature of a martial saint, and at this moment, he was actually mocked like this by an A-grade talent. His eyes widened in anger, with a face so grim that it drips with water. I was 5 years old when I practiced martial arts, 9 years old when I entered the Stargate to play, 10 years old when I went in and out of the Earth Cave 3 times, and 12 years old when I killed 16 heads of foreign beings of the same realm, and there are few of my peers who can compete. 13 years old for the Green Lingerie Club. At the age of 14, in the military department, I was subjected to the human 36 styles of devil's closed hard training. Within the clan, I'm the number 1 person. In the Southeast Martial University, I'm the number 1 person in the military department. I'm showing invincibility with SS talent. You tell me, what are these? Not reality. Ji Daoyi took a step towards Ning Feng. At the same time, a shocking change occurred on his body. A black stripe appeared in the center of his eyebrow, quickly spreading to the veins of his entire body, and soon Ji Daoyi's entire body was covered with black lines. Boom! A shocking baleful aura erupted, and his appearance rapidly changed. Behind him, 8 arms and 10 huge black wings unexpectedly grew. Above its head, a huge black dragon head coalesced. Immediately after, a tens of meters tall black dragon took shape. This black dragon, with 8 arms and 10 wings, although illusory, exuded an extremely violent and explosive aura. A vision. It's a vision of Chidori. Legend has it that Ji Daoyi's Awaken S-Class vision is a 10-winged black dragon, and I've finally seen it today. Is this an S-Class vision? Terrifying as it is. My liver is going to burst in shock. What a strong sense of oppression. I can't take it anymore. On the playground, the students of the Martial Arts University tilted their heads, looking at the huge 10-winged black dragon with shocked faces. The 10-winged black dragon covered the sky and blackened the sky, as if it was blocking this firmament. The suffocating sensation made one feel as if one's heart was being pinched so hard that it would be crushed at any time. However, while the vision was exceptionally terrifying in the eyes of others, Ning Feng was surveying the black dragon vision with interest. Ji Dawi towered over him, gazing coldly at Ning Feng. Kneel down and admit defeat. Is this the 10-winged black dragon vision? It seems to be quite ordinary. It was at this point that Ji Dawi suddenly noticed that Ning Feng was surprisingly calm in the face of his visions. The greatest function of a vision was to come with a pressure that far exceeded that of the same realm, creating a strong psychological deterrent to the opponent. However, what was this about Ning Feng? Looking at the astonished Ji Dawi, Ning Feng laughed. It just so happens that I've also awakened a vision. Ji Dawi sniffed and snorted. You, an A-ranked talent, awakening a vision? Ning Feng nodded seriously. Let me show you mine. Boom. As soon as Ning Feng's words fell, he didn't wait for Ji Dawi to react. Just behind Ning Feng, a large portion of the firmament was instantly transformed into cyan-colored chaos. In the midst of this green chaos, a green lotus, budding, quietly standing in the chaos above the sky, emitting an ancient vicissitudes of the atmosphere. A lotus plant in the green sky for all time. Thud. The pressure directly pressed on Ji Dawi. Ji Dawi knelt in front of Ning Feng on the spot. Chapter 24. Please stand up and speak. The 10-winged black dragon vision on his body was similarly trembling, shrinking into a huge black mass. Above the ring, two visions stood opposite each other. Only at this moment, that black dragon vision was trembling and somewhat weak, and the illusory vision was about to collapse at any time. Everyone looked at this scene and was silent for a moment. Ning Feng was only an A-ranked talent, and he had even awakened a vision? In the history of the martial Dao, it wasn't that low-level talent awakening visions hadn't appeared, but it could be said that there were only a handful of them. Everyone's eyes stared blankly at that figure. In just a few short days, this young master of the Ning family had unexpectedly brought shock to the crowd one after another. Still fighting? Ning Feng stood with his arms folded as he looked at Ji Dawi in front of him. Fight! Ji Dawi's eyes were bloodshot, and with one hand propped up on the ground, he squeezed out a word through his teeth. Stand up and talk, Ning Feng said indifferently. Pust! The struggling Ji Dawi sniffed and immediately roared, spurting out a mouthful of blood on the spot, straightening up and fainting on his back. Seeing this, Ning Feng casually withdrew the vision. A vision is equally capable of killing. Looking at the two people who were standing and lying on the stage, and not knowing how long had passed, the countless trainees on the playground erupted into a heavenly clamor. In the meantime, the viewing platform in the principal's office, the father and son pair of Chuan Donghai also looked dumbfounded. Dad, it's correct that Ning Feng is an A-grade talent, right? Chuan who asked dully. Chuan Donghai stared straight at Ning Feng and said, freshman year entrance testing. I was there and saw it with my own eyes. There can't be any mistakes. An A-rank talent is how one awakens a vision. How do I know? Dad, what kind of vision is this? I've never seen it before in the general history of martial arts. How do I know? This Ning Feng, how did he suddenly become a 4th grade martial master, and also awakened a vision? Awakened a vision that even you haven't heard of. Chuan whose face was filled with shock. Not even his father had heard of it. At this point, Chuan Donghai was also staring blankly at. He's the top 10 president of WU in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom. The rank in the Ministry of Education is frighteningly high. He himself was also an 8th grade golden body powerhouse, and at his point, his strength and insight were not comparable to that of an ordinary martial artist. But even he couldn't recognize what this vision of Ning Feng was. Somewhere in the middle of a corner, Yi Jianan and Yi Lan stood outside the crowd, each with a different expression on their faces. Yi Jianan was in a less than pleasant mood after attending the Su Tian sacrifice day and seeing Ning Feng's performance, because this kid from the Ning family suddenly didn't follow the rules, resulting in this hilarious event. He didn't get to see it, so he planned to bring Yi Lan directly to the Southeast Martial Arts University. One is that the Southeast Martial Arts University, as one of the top 10 martial arts universities in the country, is full of geniuses, and will allow Yi Lan to meet and have a passionate martial arts meeting. Secondly, he was in a bad mood and also wanted Yi Lan to come over and abuse the vegetables. With Yi Lan's SSS talent, he was now far beyond his peers. As long as he didn't meet that pervert from the Southeast Martial Arts University, it was still no problem to traverse the Southeast Martial Arts University. So, when he came to the Southeast Martial Arts University, he went straight to his old friend, an old rival. At the Southeast Martial Arts University, one of the top instructors at the Southeast Martial Arts University, before they could arrange a challenge, they saw Ning Feng and Ji Dawi enter the ring. Then came the scene before us. Old bear, this Ning Feng, is he really a ranked talent? Yi Jianan said as he stared deathly at the green lotus plant. Nonsense. Back then, when the admission test qualification, including the senior management including the transmission of the principal were on the scene, there can still be a mistake. Beside him, the tutor named Old Bear glared. The old bear was big and bold, with an extraordinarily wonderful expression. A grade talent. Awakening a vision, how is this possible? Back then, it couldn't be that you guys purposely concealed this young master's talent level in order to protect him, right? Yi Jianan still couldn't help but question. Old Bear gave him a blank look and said, "It's not like we don't have SSS talent. What's the point of hiding this? Besides, with Ning Feng's status, there's a need to hide it? There are 3 martial saints in the Ning family, so who would dare touch him? Does Lord Gua dare?" The two of them spoke to each other, but their eyes stayed dead set on that visionary green lotus. The shock in his eyes never receded. Suddenly, Yi Jianan looked like he realized something and said, "This vision, eyes, what is it called?" At that, the old bear realized this as well. "I don't know." The two looked at each other, and the shock intensified. This was because there were only so many 120 visions recorded in the present-day general history of the martial way. It had been hundreds of years since a new vision had awakened, and it was surprising that a vision they didn't recognize had appeared. And, Old Bear added, Ji Daoi's 10-winged black dragon is an S-top vision, and Ning Feng's vision crushing the 10-winged black dragon means that this green lotus of his is a top-tier existence even amongst the S-classes, and might even be an SS or SSS existence. Looking at Ji Daoi, who was lying on the ground, passed out, the old bear continued, "Even higher." At those words, Yi Jianan also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Seeing Yi Jianan's expression, Old Xiong suddenly couldn't help but tease. "Didn't you keep yelling that you couldn't see this Ning family young master and wanted to withdraw from the marriage? How about it? You still want to withdraw now?" Yi Jianan sniffed disdainfully and skimmed his mouth. His mouth hardened. "It's just a vision. My family Lan Lan has one too." On the side, Yi Lan clasped her arms, her pretty face full of gravity. She was comparing how her vision would end up if she met Ning Feng's. Just then, the vision suddenly disappeared. Yi Lan, who was flabbergasted, suddenly had a mental shock, followed by a flash of light in her beautiful eyes. "Second uncle. I figured out who I'm going to challenge 2 days later." The corner of Yi Lan's mouth lifted into a smile. "Ning Feng?" Yi Jianan glanced sideways. Yi Lan nodded. "That's right. Although his visions are not known to be of the same grade, they are definitely not on par with mine. Before, it was me who underestimated Ning Feng. If he can overpower me, marrying him, it's not impossible. But if I can't be suppressed, I, Yi Lan, won't marry a punk who's weaker than me." Yi Jianan scratched his head. After all, he did not open his mouth. His previous opposition to the marriage was also due to the fact that he thought Ning Feng was a waste of space. But now it seems, the situation is not right. Only he couldn't have changed his mind personally, or where would this face go? But now that Yi Lan had said it herself, she was just pretending to be confused. The playground was noisy. Ning Feng calmly stepped down from the ring under the gaze of everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Above the ring, a figure silently appeared beside Ji Daoi, picking up the fainting Ji Daoi with one hand. His eyes glanced slightly at Ning Feng's back. It quickly disappeared from the field. Ning Feng naturally sensed someone behind him taking Ji Daoi away. As the first person of the third martial arts family in the southeast domain, it was normal to have a protector. How else did this kid get in and out of the underground caves 3 times at the age of 10? You really think you're the reincarnation of the god of Wushu? Chapter 25, Ning War's default daughter-in-law. Principal's office. Ning Feng returned to the principal's office. Summer, Su Xinyue, and Jiang Nianchu had also returned after them. On top of that, there was an additional middle-aged man with an unfamiliar face in the room. The man was carrying a youth on his shoulder, none other than Ji Daoi, who had not yet awakened. He could have awakened Ji Daoi, but it was inevitably a bit awkward to awaken Ji Daoi at this time. It's better to leave him unconscious. At this moment, Chuan Donghai's father and son, including Summer and the others, looked at Ning Feng with complicated gazes. This young master of the Ning family, who they had always been unfavorable to, seemed to have bucked the trend without even realizing it. In the face of the crowd's stares, Ning Feng was calm and natural. At that moment, Chuan Donghai broke the silence and was the first to open his mouth to ask, "Ning Feng, when did you awaken the vision?" "The night before the teacher's Memorial Day." Ning Feng said truthfully. It was indeed that night that, only it's not a natural awakening, it's a systematic downward spiral. On the side of Su Xinyue heard here, the heart is a little jealous, so it is rubbing the father's light, but awakening the vision, why can not be their own? Chuan Donghai sniffed and thought deeply. I heard that when people are extremely sad, or suffer from a major stimulus, they also have a certain chance of awakening a vision. So it seems to be true. Ning Feng laughed and didn't dwell on it. Smiling, Principal Chuan, I don't think there should be any objections to the matter of resource placement, right? As Ning Feng spoke, his afterglow faintly glanced at the middle-aged man. Let's distribute it as we said before, and if the Ji family feels there's a problem, they can revoke a portion of the placement. Chuan Donghai said and also glanced at the middle-aged man. The missing share can be made up by the Jiang family, Jiang Nianchu added from the sidelines. He was hoping that the Ji family would withdraw their resources in a fit of pique, so that there would be one less competitor. The middle-aged man was furious, but as an elder, he was not in a position to be general with his juniors. Furthermore, Ji Daoui had a betting agreement with Ning Feng in front of him. Yes, I agree. The middle-aged man could only helplessly agree for Ji Daoui. Seeing this, Chuan Donghai also slowly nodded his head and said, since there are no more objections, it's settled. In the afternoon, all of you will send someone over to sign the agreement as soon as possible, and then the resources can come in one after another. Resource placement allocation is complete. A put up by the new generation of the four great families and their initial talks ended like this. Farewell. After the discussion was over, the middle-aged man was the first to slip away, carrying Ji Daoui. Let's go. It's boring. It's like this every year. Jiang Nianchu glanced at Ning Feng and also got up to leave. Since there's nothing else, excuse me gentlemen. Pushing the door open, Ning Feng walked out. When we came to the playground, there was still a lot of the crowd that hadn't dispersed. At this time, Summer, Jiang Nianchu and the three of them also walked out from the principal's office. Congratulations, finally getting rid of the A-grade talent. Summer walked aside, hearing the congratulations from the bottom of her heart. And today, Ning Feng's performance had really impressed her. Thanks a lot. Ning Feng smiled faintly. When the cultivation room is built, there might be 2 more special cultivation rooms built, so how about one for you? Don't worry, it doesn't take away from the school's resources, it's more directly down to the devolution. And, also, it's a gift from your father. As the young master of the Ning family, the cultivation room, he naturally had to build the best one. As for the cultivation room sent to Summer, it was indeed something that Ning War had personally requested. The two grew up childhood sweethearts. Ning War on Summer is as a daughter general doting. At one time to the public claimed that Summer is his daughter-in-law, until Ning Feng obsessively and furiously licked Su Xinyue. No thanks, I still have the money to go to the cultivation room in my Xia family. Summer decisively refused. Cadets need credits to go to the cultivation room, or just spend money. Although it was expensive, the first daughter of the Xia family, this money was still affordable. As you wish, I'll build the cultivation room as usual anyway, as per my father's instructions. Ning Feng didn't force himself. Just then, you wait for Ning Feng. Right at this moment, Ning Feng suddenly heard shouting coming from behind him, and his brows furrowed slightly. I told you to wait for me, didn't you hear me? Su Xinyue chased after him from behind, blocking in front of Ning Feng, and said with a disgruntled beak. Ning Feng asked, Student Su, do you have something to do? Hearing that Ning Feng's greeting to herself had changed, Su Xinyue didn't have the heart to say, there's something to tell you. It's true that I did something wrong before, so I'd like to ask you to forgive me, but I'm a woman, after all, and you're a man, and when you do that to me, you're ultimately wrong, aren't you? So, Ning Feng looked at her in amusement, wanting to see what she was going to come up with again. Being stared at like this, Su Xinyue was a bit weak and said, this time, for the resource placement, I hope that you can help to make up for the Su family's portion of the resources. The Su family is now strapped for cash. Didn't wait for Su Xinyue to finish. Ning Feng directly interrupted, coldly saying, what does your Su family's inability to get the money have to do with my Ning family? And, when it came to getting the resources put in place by Southeast Martial Arts University, it was you, the Su family, who was dead set on begging me to go and ask the school for it. If you can't afford it now, just withdraw your shares. You, Su Xinyue's chest rose and fell violently, her face flushed green and red for a while, not knowing how to retort. After reacting, Su Xinyue's eyes were vaguely red, only feeling that she was holding a fire in her heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, Ning Feng, it was indeed my Su family that begged you in the first place, but if you hadn't agreed, would my Su family still need to shell out this amount of funds? If you take this resource for the Su family today, I'll forgive you, otherwise you really don't have any chance. Su Xinyue spoke in an aggrieved manner, and at first glance, it sounded as if she had suffered a great deal of grievances. But those who understood the situation were all torn at the corners of their mouths, and felt the 3 senses explode. You begged and begged for something, and when it was done, you turned around and blamed someone else for doing it. Are you still a human being? Su Xinyue clenched her small fists with an angry face. Ning Feng was too lazy to bother going on, treating this kind of woman whose brain was completely hollowed out. Saying one more sentence was nonsense. Feel free, don't bother me with anything in the future. Oh no, it's better not to appear in front of me. An aura violently erupted from Ning Feng's body. Startled, Su Xinyue screamed and stepped backward. Watching Ning Feng walk away without looking back, Su Xinyue became even more aggravated. What did Ning Feng say? How dare he say he was annoying him and that he told her not to show up? The fog in his eyes grew heavier and heavier, and eventually 2 lines of tears flowed down indisputably. Su Xinyue clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She had clearly already softened to Ning Feng, and she had just lowered her stance. In the past, she had never been as soft-hearted as she was today when dealing with Ning Feng, but Ning Feng was still treating him like this. Who the hell is he to do that? Chapter 26, Licking Dog Day 6. Rewarding Under the Star Abyss. Turning Star Nation into a fishing garden. As time festered, the news that Ning Feng had challenged Ji Daoyi and had awakened the mysterious visionary Green Lotus. It quickly spread throughout Southeast Wuhan University and from there to the internet, where it once again hit the hot search. Shocking! Young Master Ning challenges SS-rank Ji Daoyi with A-ranked talent versus and achieves crushing. Surprise! The young master of the Ning family has awakened a mysterious vision with his A-class talent. What kind of vision is the mysterious Green Lotus? According to the general history of martial arts recorded, no records, the young lord of the Ning family had once again rebounded. Last time he had refused to be a licking dog. This time his martial arts had rebounded. Both times, so to speak, were in stark contrast to how they were perceived in the public's mind. For a while, it caused quite a stir. It was just that. At first, people had only focused on the matter of the A-ranked talent of Ning Xiao, who had actually crushed the SS Ji Daoyi. However, as the video of Ning Feng and Ji Daoyi's sparring match came to light, people began to realize the severity of the problem. This was because, surprisingly, the vision that Ning Feng had awakened was also capable of crushing Ji Daoyi's vision. Moreover, Ning Feng's mysterious chaotic Green Lotus vision was such that no one could even recognize what type of vision it belonged to. Even many experts in the ancient history of martial arts were completely unable to recognize it. When the Ning family, Ning Battle, and the entire Ning family heard this news, they initially didn't believe it. It wasn't until Ning War repeatedly had people confirm it and saw the video of Ning Feng battling Ji Daoyi. That's what I believe. Turning to ecstasy. But after calming down, Ning War was somewhat dismayed again. The green sky is chaotic. A green lotus. What's the name of this vision? It was surprising that he, a martial saint, didn't even know. Could it be that his son is about to create a new vision? Looking at the family head who was ecstatic one moment and stupefied the next, the Ning family members were all somewhat speechless as well. The only one who could make a hallowed martial saint reveal such a gesture was this young master of the Ning family. Thud. Day 6 of dog licking. Rewarded below the Starry Abyss. Note, subsidiary giveaways. 1. Star Abyss fishing tools. 2. Star Abyss lures. This night, Ning Feng didn't go home, but instead directly opened a room in the cultivation room of the Martial Arts University to directly enter a state of cultivation. It was only after 12 o'clock when the 6th day's reward arrived. Beneath the Starry Abyss? This time, the reward seemed to be different from the past, and Ning Feng immediately curiously checked the system description. This view was instantly met with a wildly happy face. Underneath this Star Abyss, it was not a feat, a vision, or some kind of function. Simply put, this Star Abyss is an abyss. It can be interpreted as an abyssal fish pond that holds all sorts of mysterious items. He could fish for these items from among the Star Abyss by fishing with the Star Abyss fishing tool. Not only that, but by focusing and concentrating on fishing, you are also able to improve your martial arts cultivation. Ning Feng's jaw dropped. The system could even reward this? Immediately afterward, Ning Feng scratched his head. In his previous life, he had a hobby for fishing, and this Star Abyss fishing garden was just right for him. Also, this thing can be used for cultivation. Without saying a word, Ning Feng moved his mind and, at that moment, Ning Feng felt that his spiritual power had entered an unknown chaotic space, and an abyss had surfaced in front of him, and in the middle of the abyss, there was an endless flickering of starlight. Surprisingly, there were endless flashes of starlight, like a sea of stars converging. Ning Feng sked. Immediately afterward, a fishing rod with a body glittering with stars appeared in the palm of his hand, with a lure dangling from the fishing line at the end of the rod. A backhanded fling. Ning Feng lowered his eyes and sank his heart and mind. Start fishing. 2 hours passed, and Ning Feng suddenly felt a strange movement coming from his fishing rod. Boom boom. Ning Feng's spirit shook as he abruptly opened his eyes, and his hand that was gripping the fishing rod picked it up with force. Thunk. Successful fishing. Obtained flying demon fish. Note, flying pick fish, flying fish, contains the essence of heaven and earth. Take it. It can enhance your martial arts cultivation. Flying demon fish? The moment he saw the angling item, Ning Feng's spirit was once again shaken, because this flying demon fish was the star race behind the Stargate. The name of the race was called the Flying Demon Fish Race. You're not going to catch a Star Nation yourself, are you? Ning Feng immediately picked his fishing rod and yanked the flying demon fish up. Only a huge fish the size of a calf was biting on the bait at the end of the line. The giant fish had a golden body and a pair of oozy fish eyes filled with panic, obviously a creature with a high level of intelligence. Only at this moment, this flying demon fish's face was full of confusion in addition to panic. It was a flying demon fish clan elder who was about to be seated, and was ready to be seated after a good stay within the clan. Why are you here all of a sudden? Moreover, he was also captured by the human race, and his cultivation at the Avatar realm was directly sealed. Most of all, he was nestled in the world where the Star Tribe was staying, and had not entered into the middle of the Stargate range, so there was no way that someone from the human tribe would be able to take him away. Not even a martial saint could do it. How did this human in front of me do it? What is that fishing rod, a magic weapon? Ning Feng naturally didn't know the mental dynamics of this flying demon fish, because after seeing the appearance of this giant fish, Ning Feng viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It really is the Star Clan flying demon fish. Could it be that underneath the Star Abyss is along with that world where the Star race lives? Star Abyss. Star Realm. Ning Feng secretly guessed that if he remembered correctly, the so-called world of the Star Clan should be called the Star Realm. The Star Nation, like the Earth Star, has its own world of existence. The Stargate was just a passageway connecting the Earth Star and the Star Nation worlds. If one's own Star Abyss is really a connected world where the Star race survives, wouldn't that mean that Star Nation's Star Realm would become its own fish pond? Soon after, Ning Feng came back to his senses. The race of flying demon fish was extremely special, although their combat power was considered floor level among the star races. However, it was rich in the essence of heaven and earth, a rare tonic for human martial artists. Without saying a word, Ning Feng swallowed the flying devilfish in one gulp. Under the intense fish chi wrapping around him, he could feel the flying devilfish struggling. However, there were no surprises in the result, as Ning Feng quickly refined it. An incomparably dense energy directly surged into the limbs and bones of the entire body. Boom! An hour later, Ning Feng completely refined all the essences, and his martial realm directly broke through again. Reaching the mid-4th grade, he instantly broke through a small realm. This flying demon fish, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary flying demon fish clan. Ordinary ones don't have such a thick essence of heaven and earth. He remembered that back then, his second uncle, Ning Qiao, had once brought back a flying demon fish clan in order to break through the 2nd grade shackles for Ning Feng. The one that contained the essence of heaven and earth was obviously quite a bit weaker than this one. Thinking about it, Ning Feng once again couldn't help but fling his fishing rod for a second fishing session. However, turn to the early morning. Ning Feng then never caught anything again. Open your eyes. Ning Feng was slightly disappointed, but that's okay, it's a long time coming. However, Ning Feng then realized with surprise that through a night of fishing, his spiritual power and martial cultivation had still increased. And it's obvious. Fishing every day, even if there were no fish on the hook. Surprisingly, one could still grow one's martial arts cultivation. Ning Feng couldn't help but be staggered. The system's reward seemed a bit too heaven-defying. Chapter 27, You Know How to Honor Your Teachers. Push open the door. Ning Feng walked out of the cultivation room. Outside the door, Xiang stood upside down with one hand, his gaze looking straight ahead, his green bean-sized eyes gurgling in their sockets for a while. Only when he saw Ning Feng walk out did Xiang come back to his senses and stop standing upside down. Young lord, after signing the contract yesterday afternoon, the new cultivation tower has already begun its preparations. It's expected to be completed in a week. The first batch of Star Source ore can be delivered to the school this morning. Would you like to go over and take a look? Ah Chung briefly reported the daily situation. Okay, let's go over there. Ning Feng felt the need to go over and take a look. After all, it was the first project he had taken. Moreover, Star Source ore is extremely precious, so it's still appropriate to take care of it. Ning Feng had only just stepped out of the cultivation room when he saw a large number of hovering flying boats parked outside, laden with deep blue Star Source ores, each as large as a house. Vibrant, emitting a rich starburst. A large truck was stuffing these Star Source ores into the frame of the cultivation building that had been built in advance. The new cultivation building was in the shape of a beehive with tens of thousands of cultivation rooms. One of the hives at the very top was extremely conspicuous, as the Star Source ore surrounding that hive was surprisingly a deep purple Star Source ore, and the Star Source energy was obviously quite a bit denser than the rest. On the way down, one of the cultivation chambers, directly below, was slightly lighter in color, but also significantly darker than the rest. These two, naturally, were the cultivation chambers that the Ning clan had purposely created exclusively for Ning Feng in summer. The new cultivation room, it seems pretty awesome. Of course, this is a new Star Source mine, and it's just been built. The energy is at its most concentrated. Our class of cadets is considered to have picked up a great bargain. I heard that it was the Ning family that provided the star source Oregon. Such a large star source or? Who can afford to take it besides the Ning family? The Jiang family can't even afford to take it, right? There was a large crowd of passing trainees surrounding the bottom, and many of them couldn't help but stop and point at the star source mine. Excitement flickered between his features. After circling around the construction site and not finding any special conditions, Ning Feng left the scene and went straight to walk into the teaching building. He was now a junior student of the Southeast Martial Arts University, a 4-year martial arts university, and there was still a year to go before he graduated. However, the number of days Ning Feng spent in the classroom was only a handful, and most of the time he came to school because of Su Xinyue. Find the classroom on the corresponding floor as you remember and walk into the classroom. After the dozens of trainees in the room saw Ning Feng's figure, all of them looked surprised. Ning Feng being able to come to the classroom was considered groundbreaking in their eyes. At this moment, there were more than 40 trainees in the classroom, and Ning Feng scanned the room and realized that he didn't recognize many of them. Only a handful of faces, the class president and vice president, were somewhat impressive. Besides, Summer was sitting in the first seat of the first row. Suddenly, a teenager with a Mediterranean haircut walks up, looking very mature. In a surprised tone, he asked, "Young Lord Ning, why are you here at the school today? Is there something you need? Just give a direct notice." Ning Feng looked at the Mediterranean teenager. Vaguely have a vague memory of the teenager. The teenager is the class president. Because of the misuse of a kind of underground cave alien essence blood, resulting in the body of the chi and blood refining is not open, perennial energetic, renewing metabolism is extremely fast. Hair is like leeks, it grows and falls out one crop after another. He could remember teenagers still because of this Mediterranean haircut. It seemed to be called Lu Ming. "Come over for class." Of course. Ning Feng smiled faintly and said softly, "By the way, just call me Ning Feng. After all, I'm also a student of Southeast Martial University." The crowd once again showed surprise at his words. Why had this Ning family young master suddenly changed his temper? In the past, this young lord would not have had the leisure to run over for a lesson, much less display such a humble gesture. However, no one in the crowd dared to ask anything more. Just then, a figure walked in, and the moment Su Xinyue saw Ning Feng, she was also slightly stunned. According to her subconscious reaction, Ning Feng had come over to find himself, but she walked from the doorway to Ning Feng's side, and until she took several large steps out, Ning Feng didn't seem to have any intention of talking to herself. Su Xinyue's heart was inexplicably upset, and at the same time a wave of jealousy flooded her. "Ning Feng, is one of those 2 new special cultivation rooms for me? I've been stuck in a bottleneck in my cultivation lately." Didn't wait for Su Xinyue to finish her sentence. Ning Feng directly interrupted. "It's broad daylight, so dream less in the future." With that, Ning Feng then took a step towards his seat. Only Su Xinyue, who was frozen in place and whose face gradually turned iron blue, was left behind. But at that moment, Ning Feng, who had only taken a few steps, also suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had, forgotten where his seat was. Just then, the bell rang and everyone went back to their seats. Only Ning Feng was left standing dumbfounded. However, Ning Feng was able to see that there was an empty seat next to Summer. "This can't be your own seat, can it?" Ning Feng was somewhat stunned. "Young Ning Feng, you're at the same table as Summer's classmates." Class President Lu Ming seemed to have read Ning Feng's mind and opened his mouth to remind him. "Thanks a lot," Ning Feng said, walking over to sit beside Summer. Whether it was or wasn't, the only seat left was Summer's. This class was a martial arts history class, and the teacher of martial arts history just happened to be the homeroom teacher, Sun Jianxian. The moment Sun Jianxian walked into the class and saw Ning Feng, his face was also very surprised. This male actually ran over to class? And so, the entire class passed in an odd atmosphere. Ning Feng was also a bit uncomfortable, as the Summer beside him was filled with a murderous aura. As Sun Jianxian on the stage lectured, his eyes also glanced at Ning Feng from time to time. Suddenly, Ning Feng's gaze glanced at a girl not far away. The girl was skinny and small, leaning against the wall, nestled in the corner, a pair of originally bright and sparkling beautiful eyes with tears flashing from time to time. This girl was also one of the few people that Ning Feng had an impression of. If I remember correctly, it seems to be called Li Xiaoqi. Not only does she have a special name, but she is also very introverted. As far as he could remember, the girl named Li Xiaoqi didn't speak more than 3 sentences and didn't have many friends in the class. However, this girl's talent was very special. Although it was an A-rank talent, her cultivation speed was very fast, not slower than an S-rank talent. It was also the only cadet who had hit the top of the Southeast Martial Arts University's martial arts list with A-rank talent. This is not a rare situation, and the principal, Chuan Donghai, has personally checked it out. However, even the 8th grade golden body powerhouse failed to find out what was going on. In the blink of an eye, the bell rang for the end of class. Ning Feng finally let out a long breath as he walked out of the classroom. Xiang, go home. I'm not going to the afternoon class. It was an unnatural lesson for him, and his classmates were uncomfortable. Even the teacher. In the future, it's better to nestle in the cultivation room when there's nothing to do. However, Ning Feng only lifted his butt before sitting back down as he saw the class teacher, Sun Jianxiang, standing on the podium and opening his mouth to speak. The classroom teacher's face still needs to be given. He does know how to honor his teachers. Chapter 28, The First Person of Kunlun Martial Arts University. Mysterious Vision. Students, the school has informed us that the construction of the new practice room is expected to be completed in a week. You guys are lucky. The first 3 years before the new construction of the cultivation room is the time when the energy is the most dense. The price of the new practice room remains the same and the effect is doubled. This is also thanks to the Ning family. As he said that, Sun Jianxiang subconsciously glanced at Ning Feng. The rest of the students, too, had quite a few gazes cast over. Few people know how much of a stake the Ning family has in Southeast. However, it was no secret that the Ning family put in resources. Also, the Eastern Domain Kunlun Martial University's heavenly pride, Yilan, has arrived at the Southeast Martial University. Yilan will pick an opponent on the martial arts list and have a friendly sparring match. Yilan, I think everyone has heard of her. The Yi family's heavenly daughter, SSS-ranked gifted heavenly pride, as well as the number 1 in the Kuan ranking of the Eastern region's Kunlun Martial University. That's why this cut will be special today for those who are interested. When these words came out, everyone's expression shook. The Yi family was a dominant level family in the Eastern Domain. And in the Eastern Domain it was a character like the Ning family. The Kunlun Martial Arts University is also a top 10 martial arts university in the country, tied with the Southeast Martial Arts University for 7th and 8th, and ranked one place higher than the Southeast Martial Arts University. So Yilan, as one of the platoon of Kunlun Martial University, a top SSS talent powerhouse, the crowd was naturally not unfamiliar with him. Everyone instantly leapt to their feet, a brain flooding out of the classroom, eager to go and watch the battle. Just then, Sun Qinchan scanned the crowd and, Summer, Lu Ming, Su Xinyue, Li Xiaoqi, you guys come out for a moment. After Sun Jianxiang finished speaking, he looked at Ning Feng again and asked tentatively, Ning Feng, can you come out for a moment? Looking at this scowling look, Ning Feng let out a bitter smile and said, Of course, Mr. Sunday. Ning Feng got up and followed the three out of the classroom. Outside the classroom, Sun Jianxiang looked at the 4 Ning Feng summer people in front of him, called you out for a word of caution. The 4 of you, all of you are on the martial ranking. Lu Ming, Xinu, if the 2 of you are picked by Yilan, just fight as hard as you can. Admit defeat if you can't. Yilan is the deserved number 1 in Kunlun Martial Arts University. There's no shame in losing to her. Sun Jianxiang said this to the 3 people other than Ning Feng and Summer. In their class, there were a total of 4 people on the martial arts list. Lu Ming and Su Xinyue were at the back of the rankings and were sure to lose against Yilan. But Summer was different. Summer was at least SS-ranked talent and had a reputation in the martial arts university circle that was even more ferocious than Yilan. If Yilan went up against Summer, it was hard to say whether he would win or lose. Seeing Lu Ming Su Xinyue nodding her head, Sun Jianxiang looked at Li Xiaoqi again and said, Li Xiaoqi, if you're not feeling well, don't go. Li Xiaoqi bit her lip, nodded, and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Sun Jianxiang looked at Ning Feng again and said, Ning Feng, even though you're not on the martial rankings, you have a special status, and if Yilan chooses you, you have to be mentally prepared. Ning Feng wasn't weak, as he had seen yesterday. However, the reason for calling for Ning Feng to appear was also because he had heard certain rumors about Ning Feng's relationship with this heavenly daughter of the Yi clan. Understood, teacher. Ning Feng smiled faintly. Okay, I'll go. After Sun Jianxiang finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the direction of the martial arts ring, the playground. At this moment, thousands of silhouettes had already gathered, all of which were students of the Southeast Martial Arts University. There were dozens of other mentors present as well. Everyone wanted to see the elegance of this top-tier heavenly pride from Kunlun Martial University. But after 2 consecutive challenges, everyone felt inexplicably heavy as they looked at the young girl figure on the stage. Bai Xiaobai is the 18th in the martial ranking, but he didn't last past 3 moves. This Yilan is so strong? Isn't it outrageous? The crowd knew that Yilan was strong. However, it was still appalling that Bai Xiaobai, the 18th in the martial ranking, was directly killed in seconds. Guo Tianlin also lost, 16th, still 2 moves. What kind of monster is this Yilan? Why does it feel stronger than those two SSSS of our Southeast Martial Arts University? I heard that Yi Lan has also awakened his own vision. Wouldn't it be even more impossible to fight? With 2 failed challenges, the entire Southeast Martial Arts University's entire student body boiled over. At the same time, the atmosphere of the original cutthroat match had become unusually grave. Kunlun's Kunlun list, Southeast Martial Arts University's martial arts list. The 2 WU firsts have been a hot topic of discussion, but at this moment, seeing Yi Lan's behavior, the crowd suddenly felt that the situation was not good. Yi Lan, it seems to be much stronger than the one at the top of the martial arts list. In the guest reception position under the ring, Old Bear was receiving Yi Jianan, accompanied by several beautiful tutors. Seeing Yi Lan's 3 consecutive victories, Yi Jianan stroked his beard and laughed out loud. Old Xiong, this is the 18th and 16th in your martial ranking? It doesn't work either. It's far from the same ranking on the Koan ranking list of the Kunlun Martial University in my eastern domain. It's even less comparable to my Yi family's Heaven's Pride list. The old bear sniffed and snorted. What are you arrogant about? Is your Yi family's group of little grips very powerful? This Yi Xiaoni is number 1 in the Kunlun Martial University in the Koan ranking. Isn't it normal for the first to hit the ranked dozen cadets and crush them? Yi Jianan hemmed and hawed and said with a proud face, don't be poor. If you have the ability to call those 2 SS talented list 1 and list 2 of your Southeast Martial Arts University over to fight. If it doesn't work, get those 2 together. The old bear was not angry, and continued to be poorly spoken. After so many years, it's all 8 products of the golden body, and the stinking problem of the high mouth hasn't changed. It's not like you don't know. The real first and second in my martial arts list are the 2 from the Xia and Jiang families. The 2 of them aren't interested in playing the martial arts list at all. So what's the point of playing these 2 SS talented ones? Yi Jianan laughed. I won't let them fight? The old bear rolled his white eyes. We'll be here soon. So tell your precious granddaughter not to wimp out later. Ha! Yi Jianan laughed. Right at this moment, the young girl in the ring, Yi Lan, suddenly looked at the old bear and opened her mouth. Uncle Bear, for the last match, I already have a designated candidate, but that person isn't present at the moment. Can you arrange it? Oh, old bear raised an eyebrow at his words. Just open your mouth, girl. Whether it's the Jiang family's Jiang Nianchu, or the Xia family's 3,000th daughter, that girl from the Xia family will be here soon. And Jiang Nianchu, he's too busy with business, so I'll try to arrange it in place. The old bear was not at all surprised by Yi Lan's request. Tianjiao against Tianjiao. This is the setup, and he is not happy in his heart when he is just taking his WU's soft persimmon and pinching it. Yi Lan smiled faintly and shook her head. Neither. The old bear raised his eyebrows again, and the crowd was tickled. Yi Lan spoke at this time. The last challenge I want to challenge is a bit special. That young master of the Ning family, Ning Feng. After Yi Lan said these words, everyone at the scene was in a state of confusion, except for Yi Jianan who had expected it. Ning Feng? Ning Feng wasn't on the martial arts list, a rank talent, and yesterday's win over Ji Daoi was indeed surprising, but there was still a big gap with a top-tier heavenly pride like Yi Lan. Yi Lan wasn't even on the same level as Ning Feng as a Heaven's Pride contestant. So how did she think of challenging Ning Feng? The old bear was slightly stunned, and then he seemed to think of something. As Yi Jianan's old friend, although Ning Feng and Yi Lan's marriage had yet to reach the outside world, but he'd heard something. Old bear said unexpectedly, Great niece, why do you want to challenge Ning Feng? I can remind you that this kid has been a bit evil lately, and a rank talent had awakened a vision, or a supervision that could crush S visions. Wicked is an understatement. Chapter 29 Vision, Moonlight Blood Lotus. Yi Lan's small face was serious as she said, in terms of martial cultivation, it may indeed be a bit of a bully, but I'm very interested in Ning Feng's visions. I want to try and see whose is stronger, that green lotus of his, compared to my Moonlight Blood Lotus. Yi Lan's words were full of confidence. Comparing martial arts cultivation? Ning Feng wasn't really qualified for this, but Ning Feng's visions were strong and special. Second uncle had said that Ning Feng was likely to create new history and awaken a new vision. Her vision was the Moonlight Blood Lotus, which was also a lotus, so she naturally wanted to compare it. Moreover, some of the things she had with Ning Feng had to be cleared up in person. The old bear sniffed and was a bit worried. I can help you apply, but Ning Feng's identity, you're also clear on whether or not people can agree to take over the battle. I picked up. Before the old bear could finish his words, the crowd below the ring suddenly parted to both sides. As a voice rang out, only Ning Feng slowly stepped into the arena. Asterisk 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 it's young Lord Ning. Really? Young Lord Ning actually came to school? Live long enough to see belonging is. As the crowd murmured, Ning Feng, who had stepped into the arena, was unconcerned. His eyes gently fell on the young girl in front of him. Yi Lan. I've long heard that the Yi family's daughter, Not only is her talent strong, but she also possesses a terrifying vision. Yours is the blood lotus, mine is the green lotus, and it's an important destiny in the underworld. He had also heard about this heavenly pride daughter of the Yi family of the Eastern Domain. He was also even more interested in the moonlight blood lotus, and as Yi Lan thought, he also wanted to compare them. It was important to realize that it wasn't just a strong talent that could awaken a vision. Talents as strong as Summer and Jiang Nianchu, the two of them didn't awaken their visions either. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but secretly praise Ning Feng for his courage. In the face of such a strong and proud daughter of heaven, she even had the courage to take on the battle. It had to be said that, putting aside Ning Feng's dog-licking stance when he faced Su Xinyue in the past, this young lord was still very pushy. However, Yi Lan frowned slightly when she heard Ning Feng's words. Karma? She subconsciously thought that Ning Feng was trying to get close to her. Yi Lan spoke. It's fine to take on a battle, but before we engage, I feel that there are some things that need to be made clear between us in advance. At the same time, she silently sized up Ning Feng. The aura was extraordinary and unperturbed, in line with the aura of a top martial arts family. However, if you want to marry her, Yi Lan, you are still far from it, at least in terms of talent. Ning Feng was not a qualified mate. What is it? Ning Feng laughed, not knowing in the slightest that his humility and pleasantries were taken by the other party as a condescension. Yi Lan's already cold face became even colder when she heard this. Take a deep breath. Ning Feng, to tell you the truth, I came over today, not only to challenge you, but also to withdraw from your marriage. Despite knowing that forcing a withdrawal in public like this would inevitably make the Ning family lose face, but this was the only way to make Ning Feng know what to do, and to stop Ning War from stalking and begging her father. The man she, Yi Lan, would marry would inevitably be a man who rode the sands and stood up to the heavens in the future. Not a waste of space like Ning Feng, who was destined to be mediocre in the martial arts. A-rank talent, even with the Ning family's heavenly tree at his back, had already determined his upper limit. Withdrawal? Ning Feng wasn't at all psychologically prepared and directly froze on the spot. Not only was Ning Feng, but the rest of the people at the scene were dumbfounded, except for a few mentally prepared evildoers. How did a good challenge-cutting match turn into a large-scale withdrawal scene? Just then, Yi Lan continued to speak. A few years ago, Uncle Ning did have an engagement with my father, but after seeing you today, I feel that we're not a good match, and you're not my type. And, even though you've awakened a vision, you're only an A-grade talent after all. The path of martial arts is a battle between martial artists and time. You and I are not from the same world after all, so the engagement is annulled. Good luck in the future, finding a better one, Yi Lan said, looking at Ning Feng with some concern among her cool eyes. Naturally, he wasn't worried about Ning Feng being sad. She was afraid that after Ning Feng suffered irritation, he would haunt himself like he haunted Su Xinyue. Ning Feng was silent at this point, some memories of the previous section pouring out. Ning Zhan did indeed have a close relationship with Yi Zhentian, the head of the Yi clan, and long before they became saints, the two of them had participated in several large-scale duels together at the Earth Cave Stargate, and had been called life and death buddies. At first there was always a joke about a karma in-laws. Listening to Yi Lan's words, is Pops giving himself karma? Probably have a guess. The consternation on Ning Feng's face then gradually turned into relief, and at the same time, the crowd of onlookers reacted and began to whisper. Young Master Ning and the Yi family's daughter even have a marriage contract? I suddenly came to my senses. No wonder young Master Ning suddenly changed his mind and refused to propose to Su Xinyue. So it's all because of Yi Lan. This is explosive news. If the Ning and Yi families were to join forces, it could be said to be the marriage of the century. But unfortunately, the Yi family's daughter doesn't seem to be able to look at the Ning family's young lord. Wang Defa. Something big is going to happen. Young Master Ning is going to make headlines again. The crowd instantly clamored while others took out their cell phones to take pictures. So, it turns out that Ning Feng is engaged to Yi Lan. In the crowd, Su Xinyue saw this and seemed to understand everything. She understood why Ning Feng suddenly stopped licking himself and refused to propose. It turns out, he's hooked up with Yi Lan, the proud daughter of heaven. At this moment, Su Xinyue had a feeling of betrayal. Bah! Scum! A wave of complex emotions surged through Su Xinyue's heart, and when she looked at Ning Feng, her eyes were tinged with intense contempt. So, it turns out it's time for a new person to lick. Summer looked at the scene and released it. Turns out it's not so much waking up as hooking up with this Yi family. While relieved, Summer's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Dogs are dogs. They can't change after all. At this moment, looking at Ning Feng's blank expression, Yi Lan's face became even more clear and cold. How can such a mute, indecisive character be worthy of being her Yi Lan's man? In an instant, Ning Feng's rating in her heart dropped several more points. Ning Feng, you don't have to be sad either. Yi Lan's face was icy cold, and in his expression, there was an extra wave of disgust as he said, in fact, you and I are not from the same world at all, but you awakened a vision and have a fair amount of talent, so perhaps you can be a friend. And don't stalk me, I'm not some guy, not that scummy. If I get pestered, I can hardly promise not to make some. Quietly waiting for Yi Lan to finish his sentence. It was only then that Ning Feng gazed at Yi Lan and said indifferently, you and I are indeed unsuitable, and we have no feelings for each other, so there's no problem with withdrawing from the marriage. But, you blatantly backed out on me in such a public forum. Do you know how it will affect me? Ning Feng, the Ning family? Chapter 30, Double Lotus Confrontation. At this moment, the look on Ning Feng's face was icy cold. Ning Feng naturally didn't care about the marriage contract, much less withdrawing from it, but today was meant to be a sparring exchange, and Yi Lan used this opportunity to openly challenge himself and withdraw in public. It won't be long now, he'll just have to dominate the headlines once again, pushing the Ning family into the limelight. Unlike last time, Yi Lan's behavior was a public slap in the face of the Ning family. Stared at by eyes that were cold to the core, Yi Lan unexpectedly developed a sense of palpitations. Reacting, Yi Lan frowned as a wave of anger rose in his heart. Was Ning Feng questioning her? Coldly, he said, does it have anything to do with me? Ha ha ha. The corners of Ning Feng's mouth rose as he let out a light laugh. I agree that the marriage contract is null and void, but I'd like to ask one thing. You made a point of running over to my Southeast Martial University today to fool around. The elders of your clan, do they know? Say the last word. Ning Feng's gaze was directed towards Yi Jianan, eyes straight ahead, with questioning, indifference, and a complete disregard for the other party's status as an 8th grade golden body. Yi Jianan instantly felt provoked. Step forward. Coldly, he returned, I am Lan Lan's second uncle. My Yi family is aware of this matter and has agreed to withdraw from the marriage. Ning family brat, the marriage contract is off and you agreed to it. Everyone heard that. In a few days, I will bring Lan Lan to your door and personally return the marriage contract to the Ning family head. Your father. Yi Jianan's words fell. The crowd once again resounded with a clamor. This was a famous 8th grade golden body powerhouse who had personally let loose. The atmosphere seemed to have become quite depressing, and at that moment, Ning Feng, who had received an affirmative reply, nodded his head indifferently. Good, then I have no more questions. However, a personal visit to the house to withdraw from the marriage will not be necessary. My father, Gue Wu Sheng, doesn't have time to deal with miscellaneous trivialities. Also, today is not about you withdrawing from my marriage, but about me, Ning Feng, repudiating you. Saying that, Ning Feng directly took out a pen and paper, and on it, sprawled out, writing down a repudiation letter. Boom! Raising his hand, the chi and blood rolled the repudiation letter and flew high into the sky. Ning Feng slowly opened his mouth, his voice resounding, from now on, you and I marriage contract is over. Yi Ning two families, never married. If you break the contract, 5 thunderbolts, God's soul is destroyed. Just moments after Ning Feng's words fell, the repudiation letter burned up on the spot. It was reduced to ashes in less than 2 seconds. At the same time, a constraint from the underworld seemed to rush into Yi Lan and Ning Feng's bodies. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was stunned beyond belief. Even Yi Lan's delicate body trembled slightly. Wang Defa, Ning Feng actually took a martial blood oath. The martial blood oath is bound by the great Tao. If you renege, your soul will be scattered on the spot. Holy, this is a big game. Young Lord Ning has guts. I thought young Lord Ning was trying to lick someone else, but I didn't expect to directly ruin the marriage. That's Yi Lan, who doesn't crave her body. Young Lord Ning didn't hesitate at all. Listening to that blood oath fall, the crowd exploded. No one would take a blood oath unless they had to, and at this point, Ning Feng's performance was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Yi Lan was dumbfounded and frozen in place, his face full of unbelief. After a long time, Yi Lan, who had reacted, turned ironclad. How dare Ning Feng repudiate her? Who is he? Even Yi Jianan, who was an elder, showed a murderous streak. To issue a letter of repudiation and make a blood oath was a great insult to Yi Lan. After all, Yi Lan, as a girl, being repudiated, it was not nice to talk about it. You seek death. Boom! Yi Jianan once again took a step forward, and the pressure of the 8th grade golden body surged out, as vast as the sea sweeping towards Ning Feng. The crowd's minds instantly tightened. This 8th grade golden body had actually moved to kill. However, just at that moment, the scene that the crowd had expected did not appear. Yi Jianan, you're so powerful. Clanging, a ghostly voice came out, and Ah Xiang, wearing big pants and a big undershirt in one ear, took one step and ascended to the heavens, like a god appearing in front of Ning Feng, blocking that pressure directly. Lay hands on my young master. Are you worthy? An even more terrifying golden chi and blood surged out and collided with Yi Zhinan. In the next moment, Yi Zhinan unexpectedly took 2 violent steps backward. He looked at Xiang with a shocked expression. The same 8th grade golden body. He was actually shaken back. The rest of the people were equally shocked when they saw this scene. Many people have seen the video of the last time Ah Chung struck out on the day of the festival. But that was crushing Su Yunlong, who was at the peak of the 7th grade. And although Su Yunlong was known as a half-step golden body, he was still a 7th grade after all. But I didn't expect that even the real 8th grade golden body Yi Zhinan wouldn't be able to get any benefits in his hands. Moreover, Yi Zhinan, as the Yi family's 8th grade golden body powerhouse, had a very honorable status and had long been a famous martial arts powerhouse in the eastern region. And the shock that he brought to the crowd at this time was naturally not small. However, Ah Xiang was standing with his arms folded, his face indifferent, and the large undershirt of one ear under the raging energy of his golden body. Hunting. At that moment, Ning Feng ignored that side and looked at Yilan. Still fighting? If you're not going to fight, get the hell out of here. Ning Feng spoke in a light-hearted manner, but the contempt was undisguised. Yilan, whose face was blue, was furious on the spot, insulted again and again. She was completely enraged. Kneel for me. A dainty cry came from Yilan, and a piece of the sky behind him instantly turned blood-colored. Just like the chaotic time when the Hongmeng first opened, the color of blood was like a sea of blood. In the midst of all this blood, a blood moon rises. A blood lotus plant grew out under the blood moon. Terrifying pressure instantly pummeled Ning Feng across the sky. However, in the face of this vast visionary pressure, Ning Feng stood with his arms folded, stoically immobile. It was as if it didn't do anything. Peak 5th grade? Through the fluctuations in chi and blood, Ning Feng immediately judged Yilan's cultivation level, which was surprisingly at the peak of the 5th grade. This martial realm cultivation had already surpassed a portion of the instructors of the martial arts university. It is enough to be placed in the military department to be placed in some important positions. It can be seen that this daughter of the Yi family's heavenly pride is of such a high caliber that the first person of the Kunlun Martial Arts University is considered to be well-deserved. Ning Feng was only in the mid-4th rank right now, and the gap in realms was so great that he really wasn't an opponent in a normal fight. But he's not normal. He's hung up more than that. Quietly, he swallowed the battle power pill in one gulp. After 3,000 battle power arrived, Ning Feng's chi and blood silently climbed to the peak of the 5th rank. Boom! In the next moment, behind Ning Feng, the dome of the sky instantly turned into a green-colored chaos. A green lotus plant, slowly rising in the green chaos. Chaos planted the green lotus. The green lotus was budding and swaying slightly. The battle power increase card is the full increase in battle power, including of course the might of the vision. That was why his current vision was at the level of a 5th grade martial artist. At this time, the chaotic seed green lotus, the blood lotus under the moon. At this moment, the sky above the Southeast Martial Arts University all turned into 2 colors, one green and one red. Against each other, the crowd looked up, only to feel oppressed, as if the sky was about to fall, and even more could not resist the urge to kneel down and worship. Just then, Yilan gazed coldly at Ning Feng, that gaze as if she were looking at a mole cricket. And her complexion flashed with a flash of color when she saw that Ning Feng was actually able to resist the pressure of her chi and blood power, but it was only for a moment before the different color disappeared. Then, once again, he opened his mouth in an overlooking position. I won't use my cultivation to suppress you. We'll fight with our visions alone. After saying that, she raised her hand and took out a talismanic seal with runes carved on it, injecting the power of her chi and blood into it. With that, his breath quickly tightened, unexpectedly sealing his martial cultivation temporarily. Ning Feng was a bit surprised that he didn't spell out his martial arts cultivation, but this didn't matter to him, as he quickly gathered his cultivation. Compared to competing for visions, Yilan was even less of a match. Just then, kneel for me. Yilan once again chirped. Only the moonlight and blood lotuses flashed, and the pressure instantly skyrocketed again. Puff! Next moment, the crowd's pupils dilated extremely fast. Because the one who knelt down wasn't Ning Feng, but Yilan. Under that pressure, Yilan unexpectedly couldn't carry it and was hard pressed down to both knees. Yilan tilted her head and looked at Ning Feng's face in front of her, full of confusion. Chapter 31, Kneel for me. Many people wiped their eyes incredulously. Just now the crowd didn't even have time to see what was going on. It was seen that the 2 visions charged against each other, and after just a second or 2 had passed, Yilan suddenly knelt down. What's happening? Yilan is kneeling. How is that possible? Yilan is a peak 5th grade martial artist. How could he kneel? Holy, crazy. Ning Feng is going against the heavens. No, both of their martial cultivation levels are sealed. Doesn't that mean that Ning Feng's vision completely crushed Yilan? No wonder even Ji Daoi was crushed. That explains it. At this moment, the picture in the ring was extremely odd, with Yilan kneeling in front of Ning Feng with a face full of confusion. Ning Feng, on the other hand, was calm and collected the entire time, standing with his hands folded. The entire playground was also dead silent for a long time before the crowd reacted and started clamoring. Over here, Yilan also froze, her face full of disbelief. Obviously hasn't reacted yet. How was it possible that he himself had been crushed by Ning Feng? Even if one's martial arts cultivation is sealed, even if one is simply competing for visions, how could she lose? And lose so badly? After a moment, it turned to shame and anger. Up, silver teeth clenched. Behind Yilan, the visions boiled as the blood moon rose into the sky and the blood lotus bloomed instantly. A single blood-colored petal bloomed in a stunning manner. In the meantime, Yilan's kneeling knees gradually bent and slowly stood up. Ning Feng still stood with his arms folded, towering over Yilan. Seeing this, the green lotus behind him bloomed with the green lotus petal. On your knees. Bang. The sound of a heavy knee hitting the ground rang out. Yilan changed to one knee on the spot. Yilan was ashamed and angry. Her teeth were all clenched as she fought once again, the blood moon spinning crazily and the blood lotus blossoming to the extreme. Finally, she stood up again. This time it was even more slowly straightening up. She lowered her eyes. Ning Feng, the consequences of angering me. Yilan, do you understand? Ning Feng smiled slightly, somewhat surprised. The green lotus then bloomed 2 lotus petals once again. Bang! Destroyed. Yilan instantly dropped to both knees again. Aha! Ning Feng, you're pissing me off. Yilan collapsed and screamed as her hairpin fell off and her long hair danced wildly in the wind. Stand up and talk. Ning Feng spoke indifferently, directly causing Yilan to vomit blood. Boom! 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 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. 3 consecutive terrifying auras rose, and 3 blood moons rose, while 3 blood lotuses grew under the moon. However, Ning Feng was impassive and the green lotus within the chaos bloomed 6 green petals one after another. Bang! 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 3 to suppress the blood moon. 3 to suppress the blood lotus. Yilan didn't even stand up. Yilan completely collapsed and went crazy. The vision she was so proud of had been crushed into worthlessness, and by someone he despises. In front of so many people, Yilan gritted her teeth and revealed a murderous gaze. Ning Feng, I'm going to kill you. Stand up and talk. Yilan almost vomited blood. Boom! 6 blood moons rising. 6 blood lotuses grow. Monstrous blood light filled the air, and the scene was terrifying. It seems that you don't have much in the way of means. Ning Feng shook his head. Having said that, the green lotus behind Ning Feng shook, unexpectedly blooming completely. The monstrous green light blossomed into countless beams of green aura, illuminating this green sky. This moment, only the vision behind Yilan was seen to completely collapse. First, the 6 blood moons fell, and then the 6 blood lotuses directly obliterated. In the end, the endless blood light, moreover, was completely devoured by the green aura. In a short moment, Yilan's entire vision completely disappeared, all covered by the vision of the chaotic seed green lotus. Everyone tilted their heads and looked at the vision in the sky dome, completely dumbfounded. Yilan's vision had been crushed, and Yilan had also been crushed in the martial arts. As she was currently kneeling in front of Ning Feng, sinking his head down, there was no more resistance. It was as if the crowd could vaguely hear a voice that resounded within Yilan's body. It was the sound of a broken Dao heart. Remember, there are some people even your Yi family, can't afford to mess with. This time, even if it's a free lesson for your father to teach you a lesson, either you will be reborn in nirvana, or your Dao heart will be shattered and you will sink for eternity. Ning Feng glanced at Yilan, and at that moment, she was lying on the ground in 5 pieces. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, her petite body visibly trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, it slumped to the ground without moving. Ning Feng turned back to Yi Jiannan's direction and said in a calm voice, I'm sorry, senior. It seems that Yilan doesn't have the strength to get up and continue the fight. I win. Do you, now, have any testimonials you need to say? At this time, Yi Jiannan was being dragged by Xiang and was unable to rescue him. To be precise, Xiang was teasing him, not seriously engaging him at all, but it didn't allow him to execute a rescue on Yilan. At those words, Yi Jiannan was so angry that he almost stumbled. Testimonials? Sense your sister. He glanced at Yilan, who was lying on the ground, no longer moving, and let out a long, suffocating whistle. Little brat, Even if you hide back in the Ning family, I'm going to come to the door and skin you. You pretend I don't exist? Bang! Su Xinyue instantly appeared in front of Yi Jianan and blasted his chest with a punch, sending him flying. Afterwards, he followed Ning Feng's direction and left. Only the playground was left behind, with thousands of Wushu University students standing there dumbfounded. After looking at Yi Lan, who was lying on the ground for a long time, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Asterisk 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 lost. Just like that. That's Yi Lan. The key is, Yi Lan was crushed. This is an A-grade talent? This is the Ning family's young master? The news in the martial arts section is about to break again. Day 2. The news spread quickly, and Ning Feng hit the hot searches on all major platforms as expected. And after the video came out, it blew up in all the major martial arts schools. Kunlun Martial University's #1 heavenly pride being crushed was no small matter in the circle of martial arts universities. Shocked, Ning family young master Ning Feng crushed Yi family Yi Lan exposure. The cause is suspected to be the 2 marriage contract in the first. Yi Lan went to the Southeast Martial Arts University to withdraw from the marriage provocation, miserably hit in the face. The first pride of the Kunlun Martial Arts University was crushed. Is it the fall of the Kunlun Martial Arts University? Or is it the distortion of the martial arts path? On the impact of visions on a martial artist's battle power, the news spread rapidly through the major martial arts universities, creating a storm that was even more powerful than Ning Feng's crushing of Ji Daoyi. Upon hearing this news, Yi family head Yi Zhentian, including all the top management, all looked incredulous, until they saw the video that came out of the scene. How could that be? Isn't this kid from the Ning clan an A-ranked talent? Even if he awakens a vision, it's absolutely impossible for him to crush Erasure. Yi Zhentian looked at Yi Lan, who was lying on the ground, and was both heartbroken and shocked. He knew best what level his own daughter was at, although he was sealed from his martial cultivation and was purely competing in visions. What kind of visions did Yi Lan have? That's a SSS class vision. Defeat was incredible enough. How could they be crushed by Ning Feng? Just then, one of the executives hurried in and, "Family Master, Elder Jinnan's phone call got through, but he's not coming back and has to go to the Ning family to get a statement." Yi Zhentian's face was a bit gloomy when he heard this. After a long time, Yi Zhentian sighed and said, "That's just it. Just let them go. Erasure and Jinnan have the same temperament and have never been frustrated, so it's good to let them be frustrated. As for whether or not they would be in fear of their lives, as long as Yi Jinnan didn't go too far, with his relationship with Ning War, the Ning family wouldn't make things too difficult for the two of them, but some bitterness would be inevitable." Yi Lan grew up under the family umbrella, smooth sailing all the way, didn't suffer much. It's not necessarily a bad thing to put her through some frustration at this point. It was just that kneeling seemed a bit excessive, and if one wasn't careful, it would be easy for the Taoist heart to shatter. Thinking about it, Yi Zhentian still couldn't help but personally dial Ning War's phone. Chapter 32. Going to the door to find a fight? Even Lord Guo wouldn't dare to go after the Ning family. Ding! Dog licking day 7. Star Battle Power Card *1. Star Battle Power Increase card. After using it, the battle power increases to the peak of the 6th grade. The Ning family cultivation room. As the system's new day's rewards arrived, Ning Feng then directly pocketed them. He hadn't cared about this battle power increase card before, but by crushing Yi Lan he could sort of see it. After this battle power increase card increased it to a certain realm, it belonged to a state of absolute invincibility in that realm. For example, after the last increase, both he and Yi Lan's realms were at the peak of the 5th rank. However, he could easily crush Yi Lan, knowing that Yi Lan was a celestial pride among celestial prides, the kind that could definitely cross the border to kill the 6th grade, and yet they are still crushed by themselves. It's a good one. Very practical. Little wind. Out of the gate? Ning Feng had only just stepped out of the cultivation room when he saw Ning Zhan walking over head-on. Ning Zhan's demeanor was a bit tired at this point, which caused Ning Feng to be a bit surprised. To be able to make a martial saint show this kind of fatigue, could it be that something had happened to the Ning family recently that even gave Ning Zhan a headache? Ning Feng respectfully said, "Father." After seeing Ning Feng, a smile appeared on Ning Zhan's face, and then he couldn't help but ask, "Little Feng, that green lotus vision of yours, is it real?" Ning Feng knew that when he returned to the Ning family, Ning War would definitely ask about this. Nodding his head, he said, "Of course, show me." Ning Zhan said impatiently like a child. The chaotic seed green lotus vision immediately surfaced behind Ning Feng. Looking at the small piece of green chaos, and the green lotus planted in the middle of the chaos, Ning Zhan's expression was incredibly excited as he said, "What is this vision called?" Ning Feng said, "I'll name it the chaotic seed green lotus." Ning Warrior muttered something, and his eyes steeply lit up. Chaotic seed green lotus? Ha ha ha, well. My son really does have the stature of a martial saint. Has the stature of a martial saint. Ning Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement, and just about couldn't help but dance around. The look on Ning Feng's face was even more filled with doting and pride. His son awakened his vision with a talent, and even crushed Ji Daoyi and Yi Lan one after another. What is this if not the posture of a martial arts saint? Early on, when Ning Feng had detected an A-rank talent, Ning War had no expectations for Ning Feng's future. At that time, Ning War only wished for Ning Feng to live out his life peacefully. As for the rest, he, the father, stood in the way of everything. However, later on, Ning Feng uncontrollably went to lick Su Xinyue, causing Ning Zhan to be extremely disappointed in Ning Feng for a time. Today, everything is fine. At this time, Ning War calmed down and looked at the vision behind Ning Feng with some curiosity again. Little Wind, this vision of yours is very special. It has never appeared before in the history of human martial arts. How did you awaken? Ning Feng simply said the awakening process, which is covered up, but also omitted the system-related parts. He naturally could not tell the system. Seeing the ambiguity in Ning Feng's words, of course, Ning Zhan also heard the problem. Didn't ask much though. After all, it doesn't matter how you awaken, and many people just awaken in a state of confusion. Back in the day he was too. Ning Warrior patted Ning Feng on the shoulder, and was actually unable to speak for a moment. Looking forward to his son is reflected in this martial arts saint. A long time. Ning War didn't dwell much on the topic of visions. Right, Little Wind? In 3 days, it will be 886 return time, so you shouldn't go to school during this time. Go help out with the security team at the town Star Division. Keep order on the scene that day. Usually no one will make a scene, but just in case, Ning Zhan said, suddenly becoming serious in his expression. Ning Feng also looked grave when he heard the words, for Jinqing City, and even the entire southeast domain. This day is also extremely important. He remembered that the day his teacher, Su Tian, returned, the number was 885. Well, go get some rest, and later you go to the security team and find out what's going on. After Ning Zhan exhorted a sentence, he suddenly wanted to speak again. Little Wind. Yi Lan's side. Yi Zhentian's side called me. You know about my relationship with your uncle Yi? A martial saint who crawled out of the trenches and saved each other several times. Yi Lan. This girl, if you can restrain yourself, of course, don't aggravate yourself. After thinking about it, Ning Zhan still mentioned Yi Lan's matter in passing, but didn't say anything more. With regards to Ning Feng's performance in Wudong University, there was no picking on how satisfied Ning Zhan was. In the martial path, men and women were equal, and even if it was Yi Zhentian's daughter, he didn't think that Ning Feng had gone too far. I know, father. Ning Feng nodded indifferently. However, right at this moment, a pressure came steeply from outside the Ning clan. Then, an explosive shout rang out over the Ning clan. Ning Feng, come out. Yi Zhenan. Ning Zhan looked out with a bemused expression. This was the 8th grade golden body pressure, and the voice was none other than Yi Zhenan. Looks like it's coming over to raise hell. Ning Feng smiled faintly, without the slightest sense of urgency. Come to the Ning family to ask for trouble? Needless to say that he was an 8th grade golden body. It was his Yi family that had come with the strength of their entire clan. He, the Ning family, also carried it. What is the status of the Ning family? It's known as the Southeast Domain Imperial Clan, the king of a domain. In the Ning family's base camp, even the state lord didn't dare to be reckless. This old man, after so many years of absence, his temper is still so bad. Let's go, Little Wind. Go out and take a look. There's no need to be afraid when you have Dad here. Ning War walked out first. Ning Feng calmly followed behind. When he left the Ning family home, he saw Yi Zhenan standing in front of the Ning family home, followed by Yi Lan behind him. The 8th grade golden body pressure was vast and majestic, oppressive to the extreme, and at this moment, several of the Ning family's top management were greeting them at the door, with dozens of melon-eating Ning family crowds standing behind them. Among them, Ning Qiao, Ning Xiong were there. Jin Nan, long time no see. Why are you so angry? Bringing your niece over today. Are you coming over to find a fight? Ning Qiao laughed. He was naturally no stranger to Yi Zhenan. Several large-scale battles had been fought in which the Yi and Ning families had joined forces. Cut the crap and tell that brat Ning Feng to come out. Lan Lan has something to say to him. Yi Zhenan glanced coldly at Ning Qiao and the others and said in a cold voice, I don't see you as if you want to talk properly. Old Nan, you'd better keep it in check, or else if the family head suppresses you and word gets out, I'll see where your golden body powerhouse's majesty goes. Looking at Yi Zhenan's dark face, Ning Qiao laughed out loud, just about to keep talking. Just then, Ning War and Ning Feng walked out. Ning Zhan lightly glanced at Yi Zhenan and gently smiled. It's been a long time, brother Zhenan. What happened? Let our Jinnan brother get so angry. Let's come in and have a chat. Hoof. Seeing Ning war, Yi Jinnan's obvious aura weakened considerably, and his humming was slightly breathless. After all, this was a martial saint, and there were only a few of them in the entire Dragon Kingdom. To give him a smile, it was for the sake of the Yi family, for the sake of having fought for their lives in the same trench. It's not necessary. Yi Jinnan looked at Yi Lan. Lan, what do you have to say? Yi Lan's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow as she took a step forward, her gaze always resting on Ning Feng's body. Ning Feng, I did lose to you last time. Heartily. But, Chapter 33, 1 year's promise. Yi Lan is a maid. Speaking softly, he again had that arrogant look of overlooking all beings and towering over them. Hearing that Yi Lan had actually admitted defeat in person, Ning Feng looked at Yi Lan with some surprise. Looking at Yi Lan's state, it seemed that he had already come out of his defeat that day, otherwise he wouldn't be in this state. Ning Feng smiled blandly. And then what? You came over today just to come over and admit that you lost? Or are you still upset that I've withdrawn from your marriage? Yi Lan looked at Ning Feng. You swore a blood oath, and the marriage contract between you and I has been nullified. I came here today to challenge you. Do you dare to take it? How is the challenge? Tell me, said Ning Feng curiously. A year from now, it's time for you and I to graduate. So don't you dare. Come with me for a notorious live streaming sparring match. Yi Lan gazed at Ning Feng. In this moment, she was a little afraid. She was afraid that Ning Feng would refuse. That day, she had knelt down to Ning Feng in front of so many people at the Southeast Martial Arts University playground. It was a lingering shadow on her, the proud daughter of heaven. When she went back, she had a sinking feeling, but soon she made a decision to. She must defeat Ning Feng, and in front of more people. Only in this way can we stabilize her Taoist heart. Ning Feng was naturally clear about Yi Lan's thoughts. Ning Feng, don't you dare. If you're a man, take it and don't let me. Yi Lan, look down on you. Seeing that Ning Feng didn't respond, Yi Lan spoke again. Ning Feng laughed. Yes, I'll take it. Good. I believe that you, the young master of the Ning family, will not forget what you said today. Yi Lan's expression was icy cold, and his heart secretly sighed in relief. Ning Feng smiled faintly. Suddenly, speaking up, I'm not finished. Yi Lan sniffed and looked sideways at Ning Feng. You say. Ning Feng laughed. I think that it's not much fun to fight like this, so we should raise the stakes. Wager? I don't gamble. We in the eastern region don't promote gambling and drugs. Yi Lan coldly said. However, you can tell me what you want to bet. Ning Feng laughed. A year from now, if you lose, be my Ning Feng's servant. When these words came out, Yi Lan was silent, and Yi Jinan beside him even crossed his eyebrows, looking like he was about to have a seizure. As a servant? Making the proud daughter of his Yi family a servant? At this moment, Ning Feng laughed once more. Of course, if it's me who loses, I'll naturally be a servant to you as well. No need. Yi Lan's face resumed its indifference and said, I won't lose, but if you lose, I won't make you a servant. All you need to do is kneel down for me in front of everyone, and then personally admit that you lost. This bet, do you dare to take it? Ning Feng didn't hesitate. Take it. Yi Lan clenched his fists as he sniffed. She seemed to have seen it, the way Ning Feng knelt down in front of her and admitted defeat. Thinking about it, she couldn't wait for the day to come. Okay, I'll wait for you. Ning Feng laughed. Does Ms. Yi still have something to do? Why don't you go in and have a drink? It's not necessary. Yi Lan glanced coldly at Ning Feng, then turned around and left, and Yi Jinan silently followed. Sure, isn't that a bit much to play with? After leaving the Ning family, Yi Jinan followed Yi Lan with some concern. Second uncle, if I can't defeat Ning Feng with my own hands, I won't be able to go far on my martial path. Yi Lan clenched his fists with a resolute expression. Thinking of the scene of Yi Lan being crushed by Ning Feng that day, Yi Jinan said nothing more. Don't worry, second uncle. I won't lose. Little Wind, isn't playing a little too big? Ning clan. Ning War looked towards Ning Feng and said. Ning Feng laughed. Don't you want me to take the Yi family's heavenly daughter as a maid? Ning Zhan scratched his head. Of course I hope, but if you lose, just put your heart in your mouth. I won't lose. Anyone who is surpassed by me will never have the chance to catch up to me until they are thrown out of sight by me. So she, Yi Lan, is only worthy of the qualifications of being my Ning Feng's servant. It's her honor. Ning Feng's demeanor was bland and filled with powerful confidence, as if this was how it was supposed to be. When Ning Zhen sniffed, even this martial saint couldn't help but feel his spirit quake. Whoever is overtaken by me will never have a chance to catch up with me until he is thrown out of sight. What pretentious words! Even he as a martial saint had not dared to say such words. In the afternoon, Ning Feng personally went to the Stargazer division. the Town Star Division, divided into inner and outer divisions. The inner division is at least a high-grade martial artist above the 5th grade, and is responsible for the security of the entire city of Jinqing City. The outer division, on the other hand, was under the 5th rank and was responsible for the daily security of Jinqing City, which was the security brigade. A brief appearance in the outer division to learn a bit about the deployment in 3 days. Ning Feng then returned to the Ning clan, his own exclusive cultivation room. Hashiguchi. Ning Feng directly entered his cultivation state, summoned the Star Abyss, took out his fishing rod, and started fishing. In his previous life, he was a fishing enthusiast, and at this time, with such a heaven-defying ability, he naturally couldn't help but use it every now and then. Fishing and practicing at the same time is simply a blessing for fishing enthusiasts. And this thing? It's extremely likely that it's capable of angling for that alien world behind the Stargate. A swing of the fishing rod. Ning Feng instantly went into a state. Time passes. The world behind the Stargate. The Flying Demon Fish clan has gone a little crazy lately. Just a few days ago, an important elder within the clan was about to fall. Hundreds of members of the main senior members of the entire Flying Demon Fish clan had come to see him off. However, at the moment when he was watching this elder about to transform into the Tao, the figure that was originally sitting on the Tao platform just disappeared in front of the eyes of the entire clan. Turned the Flying Demon Clan city over and over, hard and fast. My Flying Demon Fish clan has the Demon Fish Star boundary. Even within the Star Clan, that group of the highest ranked clans, it's impossible to snatch our people away silently. The Flying Demon Fish clan chief sat on a chair in the hall and said with a face full of confusion. Below that, there were dozens of clan elders of the Flying Demon Fish clan seated. It's all the top of the top. Among them, beside the head of the Flying Demon Fish clan, there was also a small golden-colored demon fish sitting beside him. At the moment it was hanging down by its legs, clutching a small snack in its hand, a human arm. The little golden beak was sucking in a mouthful of flavor. This is the Crown Prince of Yuchi, the future heir to the clan head, Ruskin, Alida Ball, clan chief. Could it be the human clan striking? A high-ranking member of the clan who was born with blood-colored fins and covered in fish skin spoke up. The Flying Demon Fish clan chief immediately shook his head in the negative and said, "That's even more impossible. Although my Flying Demon Fish clan is responsible for guarding the Stargate battlefield, which is just less than 1,000 miles away from the Stargate, but at least it's still part of the Star Realm's scope. If a human martial artist enters, even if it's a martial sage, he's bound to be detected. And my Star Clan, too, has martial saints sitting around, unless it's a martial god." With these words, the dozens of Flying Demon Fish clan executives below were instantly quiet and looked at each other. Seeing that look of doubt in each other's eyes, the crowd shook their heads. The human martial god, the Earth Star, was only 3 fingers away. What was such a character doing running over to grab the corpse of their Flying Demon Fish clan elder? What about playing? Still sick. Although that elder's corpse contained a huge amount of star source energy, it wasn't so much that it would make a martial god put down his stance and strike. In fact, to be precise, it was not even possible for a martial saint. The crowd immediately ruled out that possibility. Just then, one of the elders suddenly became horrified, pointing at the patriarch's side with a trembling voice. "Patriarch, young patriarch, Ruskin, the young patriarch of the Alida Ball has disappeared." The crowd's eyes flicked to the patriarch's side and, only to see that the seat beside the matriarch was empty, and the young matriarch who had been sitting next to him, Ruskin Alida Ball, who had been sitting next to him, had disappeared. Instantly, the clan was in chaos. Chapter 34, The 9 Secrets of the Shadow of Heaven Requiem for the Undead. The Ning family cultivation room. Ning Feng violently felt a struggle emanate from the fishing rod. Boom boom. Ning Feng's spirit trembled as he abruptly opened his eyes and yanked hard on the hand gripping the fishing rod. Thunk. Successful fishing. Obtained Flying Demon Fish. Note, Flying Demon Fish, flying fish, contains the essence of heaven and earth. Take it. It can enhance your martial arts cultivation. The Flying Demon Fish clan again? Hearing the familiar system prompt, Ning Feng then looked towards the Flying Demon Fish clan in front of him. It was only at this look that Ning Feng's gaze instantly froze a bit. On the bait at the end of the line, a small golden fish was lying on the ground, grasping a human arm in its hand, and was staring blankly at Ning Feng. The little golden fish had a not-so-smart look on its face, and clearly, hadn't figured out what was happening. Looks like a cub. Ning Feng glanced at the little fish, and when he saw the human arm bone in the other party's hand, the expression on his face instantly chilled. Judging from the energy contained, this was the arm bone of a 7th grade sect master. Although he didn't understand the identity of this flying demon fish, he thought that if he could take this as a snack, he must have a low status within the clan. Ning Feng probed out a stream of chi and blood, probing the star source energy within the little devilfish. Surprisingly, It was dozens of times more dense than that first giant fish before. Ning Feng instantly felt that this little devilfish was something big. So, the thought of just swallowing this little fish was put to rest. Maybe it would be useful to keep it for the future? However, Ning Feng naturally wouldn't let it get comfortable. Raising his hand, the power of qi and blood wrapped around the little devil fish, refining the essence blood of the flying demon fish clan within its body. 2 hours later, the power within Ning Feng's body was steadily growing, but it was still at the mid-4th grade, and there was still a distance to go before he could break through. Looking at the dying, little devil fish lying on the ground, there was no mercy at all. The star race behind the Stargate, as well as the 10,000 races in the Earth's cave, all used the human race as their blood food. The second name that the human race has in their eyes is blood food. So naturally, he wouldn't be soft when it came to treating these races. After lifting his hand to suppress it, he collected it into a chaotic cage under the star abyss to suppress it. Next, a whole day in a row, Ning Feng, in addition to occasionally taking the time to go to the Outer Division security team to discuss the deployment. It's all about nesting in the practice room and practicing. On this day, apart from fishing, Ning Feng was into Taoist cultivation. His cultivation steadily increased, and he saw that breaking through the mid-4th grade was imminent. One should know that it only took him 8 days to go from the peak of the 2nd grade to the middle of the 4th grade. If this speed were to be spread, it would be enough to make the entire Earth star shake. It was because even in the terrifying human race's heavenly pride, even if they had an epiphany in a single night, they had never had such a terrifying cultivation speed. I'm afraid if word gets out, they'll be pulled out and sliced up for study. But Ning Feng wasn't bothered by this aspect. As the young master of the Ning family, who would dare to slice him up? He's lucky he doesn't cut someone else. Besides, he's always kept a low profile. Ding! 8th day of dog licking. Rewarded with the 9-character secrets of the Shadow of Heaven. On a new day, Ning Feng looked at the new bonus feats. After understanding its functions, Ning Feng couldn't help but look ecstatic. The secret of the 9 words of the Shadow of Heaven: pro, soldier, fighter, person, all, number, group, front, line. The 9-character mystery, each of which represents a different field respectively, and each word, in each area, represents extreme power. For example, the secret of the word Bing, created by an infinite martial ancestor, the secret method of refining weapons, as long as the cultivation level is enough to be able to manipulate all the weapons in the world. For example, the battle character secret, created by a primordial martial ancestor, was the number 1 attack, and once triggered, it would obtain the number 1 offensive kill in the same level of the domain. Martial ancestors, those were the founding fathers that opened up the history of the human race's martial Tao, and each of them had walked to the end of the martial Tao. It was also because of the appearance of those martial ancestors, who set the stage for the human race, that the human race was able to survive the confrontation with the star race and the Earth cave foreign races. But rumor has it that the martial ancestors disappeared a long time ago, and no one knows if they are alive or dead, not even a legacy left behind. Unexpectedly, the feats they created were actually sent out by the system as rewards. Cultivation. Ning Feng instantly cast the reverse heavenly talent. Only in chaos space did Ning Feng's mind enter, and he immediately saw a figure. In the midst of space, the 9-character secrets of the shadowed heavens were constantly evolving. This kind of evolution was connected to Ning Feng's mind, and was no different from him personally cultivating. In just half a day, Ning Feng had already been able to skillfully execute the 9-character secrets of the shadowed sky. After cultivating for the entire day, Ning Feng finally stepped out of his room. The 9 characters of the sheltering sky secret triggers that. Lines of secret triggers. This technique was created by the easy martial ancestor, representing the extreme end of the line in the world, and it could be said to be the most bullish escape technique of all time. Whoosh! Ning Feng transformed into a heavy shadow and quickly rushed out of the room. Meanwhile, with the imminent return of the 886, an atmosphere of sadness pervades the streets. Outer Division security teams have also begun to receive family members arriving at Townstar City. Treating this group of family members who had contributed to the human race, the Ning family naturally had to entertain them seriously. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In one room, several captains of the outer divisions were gathered together, discussing something. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the middle of the room. Young Lord! Young Lord! At the sight of the visitor, several outer division captains had their spirits lifted and bowed respectfully in greeting. The person who came was none other than Ning Feng, who gestured for a few people to relax and asked indifferently, "There's no need to be courteous. Is there any situation going on?" Everything went according to plan. It all went well. An outer division captain returned. Aha! Ning Feng nodded indifferently to the few people, and after giving a few brief explanations, he disappeared into the room. Young Lord should be at the 4th rank of martial arts cultivation, right? But this speed, is it something a fourth rank should have? Looking at the gradually disappearing residual shadow, the outer division captain who had just opened his mouth said with a shocked gaze. The remaining few people also looked surprised. It seems a bit fast. The captain of the outer division. The martial realm requirement was at least 5th grade, and several of them were 5th grade powerhouses. But the speed of Ning Feng just now, they didn't think they could reach it. Over here, after circling around, Ning Feng finished his routine inspections and returned to his cultivation place to continue his seclusion. And just at the moment he was about to turn away, he suddenly noticed sobbing coming from behind him. Subconsciously turning his head to look, he only saw a thin and small figure, wearing a thin school uniform, nestled in a corner. It's the uniform of WU. Young Lord. That one seems to be a student from the Southeast Martial Arts University and a family member. Seeing Ning Feng focusing on that girl, a Ning clan martial artist came over and explained. Ning Feng nodded his head indifferently. The young girl was no other than his classmate named Li Xiaoqi. He would have gone over to say something, but after thinking about it, he thought better of it. Li Xiaoqi was withdrawn and might not be happy to talk to him, and the other party looked obviously in a bad mood right now. Ding! The 9th day of dog licking. Rewarded with the Dala Golden Body Pill. Dala Golden Body Pill. After taking it, you can obtain a punch of an 8th grade Dala Golden Body Powerhouse's full strength. Ding! Day 10 of dog licking. Rewarded with Requiem for the Undead. For 2 days in a row, Ning Feng didn't come out of the gate. Aside from an outer division captain coming to the door to report on the situation, Ning Feng was in seclusion in the cultivation room. Boom! When he opened his eyes again, Ning Feng's martial cultivation had already broken through to the late 4th grade realm. Checking out the rewards for the last 2 days, after his gaze lingered slightly on the 9th day's rewards, Ning Feng was attracted to the 10th day's rewards. Undead Soul Suppression Zone. A very special technique. The dead undead can be suppressed, purified, and appeased, which doesn't sound like it would be very useful. The undead, it seems, don't exist, but it still exists, or there wouldn't be such a thing as a takeover. It's just that very few people have seen it. However, Ning Feng had heard of the existence of an ethnic group with special abilities. StarClan has a race. It's called the Undead. Requiem for the Undead, on the other hand, is specifically designed to have an extremely powerful striking effect against these types of spirit or psionic races. Chapter 35, Changes, the Undead Invasion. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was the sound of hurried footsteps, followed by a voice coming through the door. Young Lord, there's a change in the situation that needs to be reported to you. Enter. As soon as Xiang pushed the door open, one of the captains of the outer division walked in. This captain was big and thick, clad in a black cloak and carrying an alloy lance in his hand. Young Lord, the family head has informed that there is a star race lurking in this returning batch of 886. Star Nation lurking? Ning Feng frowned. StarClan has the ability to infiltrate the Earth Star? With strength, it's definitely not doable, but it wouldn't be impossible. If some race with special abilities, for example, the undead. At that moment, the captain spoke up. Family Master informs, it seems to be the undead race. Ning Feng's hand stalled as he poured the tea, then he couldn't help but laugh out. The undead. He had just claimed his reward, Requiem for the Undead, and was worried about how to try his hand at it. And the undead delivered. Got it. Ning Feng vaguely had a guess as to the reason why the undead returned at this time. It's quite possible that the undead have attached themselves to the body. This was the special ability of the undead race. After attaching to a corpse, even the perception of an 8th grade golden body powerhouse might be concealed. Only a 9th grade martial saint could easily discover it. But how many 9th grade martial saints were there in the entire human race? It's impossible to cover all the bases. LOL. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open by Xiang. Behind him, there followed a young man wearing black-framed glasses and a well-mannered manner. Young Lord, the situation in the Guanshan Sea has changed suddenly. There are 2 star race false gods gathering in the Guanshan Sea to cause trouble. The family head has led his men there. Also, we intercepted intel that the cult will be coming over to get in on the action at this return ceremony. The person who came was Sui's assistant that Ning War had sent to himself. Ning Feng frowned again at his words. False gods? In Earth Star, the 9th rank is called Martial Saint. The grottos are called kings. The penalty box is called the God General. The star race, on the other hand, was called the False God, False King, and Origin Realm. The Star Clan's False God is messing with things at this time, clearly trying to lure away the Ning Clan's Martial Saints. Since only Martial Saints can easily seek out the Undead Clan's presence, StarClan is buying time for the undead, giving them a chance to infiltrate the Earth Star. Ning Feng quickly analyzed the other party's purpose. In fact, there's no need to analyze it. It's a phallic plot laid out in plain sight. The battlefield between the Star Race and the Fey Race was not only on the Earth Cave and Stargate battlefields. The two races had been trying to find ways to infiltrate the Earth Star. Some have lurked in over the years, but overall they don't make much of an impact. Also, the cult exists as a group of humanoids who have been brainwashed by the Earth Cave Fey and Star Race. They believe that the human race will be destroyed, and that only by defecting to the Star Race or the alien race of the Earth Cave can mankind save itself. And they believe that the Earth Cave and the Stargate are the only true gods that can save mankind. And this time, the cult went out to stir up trouble, and it was also mostly at the Star Nation's behest. Assistant Sui sniffed and nodded. The second master also analyzed it this way, but the cult side is good. The intelligence has been fully grasped. They can't turn the tide, but the undead are not easy to deal with. After all, the family head is the only sitting martial saint, and now that he's been lured away, I'm afraid that with the undead having some premeditation, it would be difficult for the golden body powerhouses to pull him out. With that said, Assistant Sui looked towards Ning Feng and spoke. Young lord, the second master said that he would let you keep watch over the outer division and pay attention to your own safety, and for the rest, there's no need to worry much about it. Second master is second uncle Ning Xiao. Ning Feng heard what second uncle meant and smiled faintly. Take me to see second uncle. It was true that the undead were hard to uncover, but that was someone else, and he wasn't really afraid of that right now. Sui's assistant sniffed and hesitated. Ning Feng laughed. I have something to say to second uncle. Don't worry, I won't mess around or add to the chaos. Okay. Assistant Sui nodded. Recently this young master had indeed changed a lot. Not as rambunctious as in the past. Lead the way. Ning Feng glanced at the time. Dawn. Thus, Ning Feng pushed the door towards the outside. Come on, it's time to go out and take a look. Today, in Jinqing City, every family in the city hangs a 10-foot white mausoleum. This is a spontaneous hanging by the residents. Long before the habit was formed, Jinqing City had continued for hundreds of years, with close to 10 million residents, and many families of martial artists who had died in battle were housed in Jinqing City. As for the rest of the residents, to use a phrase used by outsiders to describe Town Star City, there may have been people who did not have family members who died in the war, but friends and deceased people who must have known each other well died in the war. Across 2 streets, Ning Feng arrived at the flying boat square, and the flying boats returning from the Stargate would land in this square. In the middle of a secret room, martial artists clad in black cloaks and military uniforms with alloy swords and other weapons hanging from their waists stood in 2 rows. Young lord, Ning Feng walked into the middle of the secret room, and a resounding voice immediately came out. Well, there's no need to be polite. Ning Feng nodded indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the 2 rows of martial artists. These 20-odd martial artists in front of them were the inner division martial artists of the Starsian division, and those who were able to join the inner division were at least of the 4th grade, or that powerful 5th grade. The captains were all at least martial artists above the 6th rank. A 6th grade martial artist is called a grand martial artist. Such a strong person was already able to support a 5th-rate family, but in the Ning clan's Jinqing division, it was only at the beginning of its qualifications to be a captain. On the seat at the head of the table, Ning Xiao sat on it with a grave look on her face. Seeing Ning Feng behind Assistant Sui, Ning Xiao gave him a somewhat surprised look and said, Little Feng, what are you doing here in the inner division? Didn't I tell you to stay in the outer division? Second uncle, I have a way to deal with the undead. There wasn't much time, so Ning Feng didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. Ning Xiao frowned for a split second at his words. Ning Xiao had thought of retorting, but looking at Ning Feng's confident look, and thinking that all kinds of Ning Feng's recent performances had been very surprising, the words that came to his lips were swallowed right back as he asked, What way? Ning Feng smiled and said, Second uncle, we can't talk about it right now, but don't worry, I promise, it's definitely a descending blow to the undead. Looking at Ning Feng's confident appearance, Ning Xiao still couldn't help but question his sentence. Little Feng, the undead clan's ability is extremely special, being able to parasitize the undead amongst corpses, and this time, since the undead clan dared to openly infiltrate the Earth Star, they're at least 6th grade undead clan experts. 6th grade. The battle power may not be worth mentioning, but the 6th grade of the undead race, the talent has undergone a mutation. Even for me, an 8th grade golden body, if I don't observe carefully, I may be concealed from perception. Are you sure? Your way works? Ning Feng nodded his head again and said with certainty, Don't worry second uncle, trust me, I won't add to the chaos. Ning Xiao didn't say much and eventually nodded. Alright, I'll send a team of inner division martial artists to protect you. You can try. If it's not possible, don't force it. As soon as the undead show up, then they can be taken at will. What mattered was how to force the monsters to show themselves. However, even the 8th grade golden body had some headaches. Now that Ning Feng was saying that he had a way, it would be a good idea to let him give it a try. Failure doesn't hurt anyway. Chapter 36 Undead Overture showing might. Suppressing the undead clan. 12 o'clock sharp. A flying boat landed in the square right on time. Hundreds of corpses were transported to the ground through the cryopods, and more than a dozen martial artists with injuries walked off the flying boat one after another. These martial artists were light with missing arms and legs, while others had their entire bodies deformed after their bones recovered. The martial artists in charge of transportation carried out of the flying boat square. In the aftermath, followed by those 10 or so martial artists with injuries, the Foreign Affairs Division is maintaining order on the perimeter. When he walked outside the flying boat square, he could already see that the outside was besieged with Jinqing City residents who had come to greet him. No one crowded and clamored at the scene, not even lifting up, all looking gravely at the corpses. Seems to have gotten used to this process a long time ago. A smooth ride out of Flying Boat Plaza came to the handover. The handover took place at the Sculpture Plaza in the town Star City. The open space of the sculpture square is nearly 1,000 square meters, and in the center stands a gray sculpture with a height of nearly 10 meters. This is the first martial artist from Jinqing City to die in battle at the Stargate. The first generation head of the Ning family. There would be a total of 2 places for the bodies of this group of returning martial artists to go. The first is to respect the wishes of the families and to be taken back to their homes by their families to return to their roots. The second is buried in the Martial Arts Mausoleum. Upon arriving at Sculpture Square, the surrounding area was already filled with residents of Jinqing City, densely packed and so black that it was impossible to count. Town Star Army, 32nd Squad, all 105 men, 105 killed in action, 0 actual. Town Star Army, Team 35, full strength 98, 98 killed in action, 0 actual. Jinqing Army, 67th Squad, full strength 156, killed in action 156, actual attendance 0. With the sound of the announcer, the crowd of onlookers at the scene looked then moved. The last time Jinqing City's Stargate was close to falling, I had long heard that the Ning clan's martial artists had suffered heavy losses, but no one thought about it. The deaths were divided by whole numbers. In the past, battles had been grueling, but a situation as grueling as this was still rare. Finally, it was time for the last team, an old martial artist who had lost a leg and an arm. The rest of the wounds on the old martial artist's body were also shocking, because those scars, obviously left by the destruction of chi and blood vitality, were very difficult to heal, and perhaps all his life he would have to suffer the pain of root destruction. And the badge on the old martial artist's chest was even more eye-catching. The word Ning is carved in scarlet, and people are not unfamiliar with what it means. The Ning family army. The members are all of the Ning family's bloodline. The old martial artist was holding an alloy walking stick and limped over to Ning Xiao, knocked 3 times on his chest, and performed the etiquette peculiar to the ninjas. Jinqing Division, number 2 of the Ning family army, 800 men, 799 killed in action, 1 actual person. Listening to that resounding announcement, the crowd is silent. This is the Ning family. If there was ever a battle that took place, the Ning family would definitely be the one that rushed to the forefront and fell the most martial artists. Ning Xiao patted the old martial artist on the shoulder, squeezed out a smile and laughed. Brat, you finally surpassed me in one way or another. The once spirited and strong man has turned into a little old man. Ha ha ha. The old martial artist wasn't that old. It was only because the battle had been drained of his essence and blood, and he had suffered irreversible trauma, that he had aged beyond recognition. The old martial artist also laughed out loud and said, Indeed, looking older than you is considered one thing over you. With this body of mine, you may have to visit my grave someday. Ning Xiao slapped him, having an 8th grade golden body powerhouse visit your grave. You're thinking beautifully. The old martial artist grinned. I'm first class. Ning Xiao's hand patting the old martial artist's shoulder tightened, and then without any nonsense, she simply said in a loud voice, Gentlemen, you can go home now. As the words fell, the old martial artist picked up the 2 urns with one hand and walked away silently with his cane in the other. Inside, it contained a pair of his sons and daughters. Soon after, the rest of the families, who had been notified in advance, entered one after another to claim the bodies. Above the sculpture plaza, on top of a mansion's observation deck, Ning Feng stood above it, watching as a body was claimed away. Jiang Nianchu? Suddenly, Ning Feng's expression stagnated, and he was surprised to see Jiang Nianchu walk onto the stage as well. Claimed a body. Jiang Nianchu looked at the body in front of her, reached out and grabbed a corner of the white cloth covering the body, hesitated for 2 seconds, and lifted the white cloth, revealing a slightly green face. Still a teenager. Little brother, come home. I don't have to worry about mom being scared when I have you with her. Ning Feng didn't know why the Jiang family had come to the Ning family to join the army. However, His attention was quickly diverted, because just then, Ning Feng saw another familiar face. A young girl clutched a box tightly, her face slightly lowered as she passed by Jiang Nianchu. Li Xiaoqi. Beside Li Xiaoqi, two martial artists were still pushing a corpse in her place. Ning Feng understood why Li Xiaoqi was in such a state recently. This means that Li Xiaoqi has two relatives who died in the war, and that box in his arms could be ashes or a clothespin. However, Ning Feng immediately withdrew his mind. He still had tasks to complete today. Ning Feng suddenly sat down on his knees, emptying his mind as one of the 9 secrets of the shadowed heavens was activated, and all of a sudden, the all character secret was successfully stimulated. The word all could increase battle power by 10 times, and this undead requiem also belonged to the feats, so it naturally increased the effect by 10 times. At this moment, an ancient zither appeared in front of Ning Feng, black as ink. A purple moon actually appeared behind him, and snowflakes filled the sky drifted down around him. Under the moonlight, the snow was flying, and Ning Feng sat on his knees in white clothes like snow, bathing in the moonlight as if he were a god. Not a vision. It's a spiritual attack technique, and it's quite intentional. Xiang behind him was very surprised to see this scene with a slight sideways glance. Buzz. Under Ning Feng's ethereal and clear state of mind, he stroked on top of the ancient zither. A zither sound, like the wind, spread steeply and pervasively throughout the entire arena. It lifted the spirits of everyone on the scene. In that very moment just now, it was as if the crowd felt that there was a pair of large invisible hands that gently rattled their souls. This kid, spiritual attack technique, and it's not of a low level. Although Ning Xiao was not affected, she was more than able to perceive the energy contained within the sound of this zither. The human martial way, cultivated qi and blood, followed by spiritual power. Most martial artists had strong qi and blood, but pitifully low spiritual power. As a result, spiritual readers are extremely rare. Powerful spiritual attack techniques were also very rare, which was also a major weakness of the human race. Meeting a star race or earth cave alien spiritual martial artist, even martial saints would have a huge headache, but that zither sound Ning Feng had just made was definitely not of a low grade. No wonder, Ning Feng had the confidence to uncover the undead. Buzz. Ning Feng plucked the strings again. This time, of those 100 martial artist corpses below, several of them actually trembled violently, like it's going to be a fraud. Blockade. Ning Xiao's spirit was lifted at the sight of the situation, and with a loud shout, the inner division martial artists hidden in the shadows instantly rushed out from the 4 directions and surrounded this area of 100 martial artist corpses. There's no need to panic. There are star race possessing the corpses of my martial artists who died in battle, attempting to blend into the Earth Star. But there's no need to worry. We have our own way of facing it. As Ning Xiao's voice fell, the crowd however let out a low cry. Star Clan? The Star Clan has actually lurked into the Earth Star. Mud. Where are these guys? Get them. The crowd that heard the appearance of the star race only slightly rioted for a while before immediately returning to normal, even as low voices and curses came from the crowd. The human race hated the star race and the earth cave fey to the bone. Buzz. Ning Feng was ethereal in body and mind, and every time his fingers crossed, the notes were like hypnotizing the soul. Finally, within one of the corpses, an incomparably ear-piercing shrill whistled. An undead silhouette emerged from the corpse's ceiling, and after looking around blankly, it lurched hideously at the family member next to the corpse. Ning Feng plucked the strings. The sound of the zither seemed like a terrifying blade chopping into a straight line bursting out, and with a snorting sound, the undead was beaten to death, not even having the time to send out a scream. Chapter 37, Believe in Allah and Receive Eternal Life. This is a spirit-type attack method. Young Lord is so strong. A Xinjiang division martial artist who specialized in mental attacks let out a low cry of shock as he looked at Ning Feng incredulously. When the rest of the crowd saw this scene, they were also invigorated beyond measure. Buzz off. Next, the sound of the piano continued. Under the undead requiem, which was enhanced by 10 times the battle power of the Kaiji secret, the undead could no longer lurk. One by one, the undead had nothing to hide, and all of them rushed out from the corpses. However, under the sound of Ning Feng's zither, the undead were unable to escape and were dispersed one by one. Soon, the 100 undead that were hiding in the air were hardened and dispersed by more than 80 of them, leaving less than 20 of them to scurry about in the air. Good guy, this kid. He's hiding really deep. Ning Xiao looked at Ning Feng, her gaze filled with a doting smile. The undead also had physical bodies, and this group of undead were detached from their physical bodies, and at this time, they were incredibly weak. As long as they showed themselves, a third-grade martial artist would be able to split them alive with the power of qi and blood. He wasn't surprised that Ning Feng was able to kill the undead clan in seconds. What he was surprised about was that this zither sound technique of Ning Feng's was so subtle. Chief, aren't you going to do it yet? If we don't do it, the Allahs will be wiped out. These abominable people. Prepare to strike and cover the Allah's spiritual spirits to rush out. All the spiritual folk. Are you ready to show yourselves for Allah? Always be ready to fight for the truth and show up for Allah. Believe in Allah and live forever. In a corner not easily noticed, a dozen or so cultists disguised as ordinary residents mingled in the crowd. Seeing the undead being pulled out and decimated by Ning Feng one after another, they became anxious. This time they received orders from Allah to come over and escort Allah to infiltrate the Earth Star. If it goes well, they won't have to be exposed. Otherwise, they will appear for Allah. Matsu Kasipiko. You go deal with the Ning family's young master on the roof. This waste of a young master isn't the same waste of a man he used to be. Remove him as early as possible. Otherwise he'll still be spoiling things for us sooner or later. The leading congregant glanced at Ning Feng on the roof of the building, and the two congregants behind him immediately stepped out. Yes, boom. However, before they could finish their words, a deathly crisis enveloped the crowd, and all of them were surprised by the sensation of their hair exploding in sweat. Believe in Allah and have eternal life, no good. Retreat, but it's too late. It was only Ning Feng who, at some point, appeared above the heads of the crowd, the power of chi and blood flowing through his body leaping from the roof of the building to above the midair, like a deity, glittering, boom, an incomparably thick column of chi and blood instantly fell into the crowd. The crowd then rose in a mist of blood. Instantly the 5 followers beside that cult leader were decimated without even having time to let out a scream. Do you really think you're hiding? Come out and die. Traitors to humanity. Ning Feng's eyes gazing at the religious were gloomy and cold, like a hawk looking at a wolf. That cult leader let out a sardonic laugh. Discovered. Ah, but did you come over to die? Ning Feng was merely a 4th grade martial artist. Originally, when his identity was exposed, he was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to finish off this Ning family young lord. But there was another 8th grade golden body martial artist on the scene. Now it's good. He even sent himself to the door to seek death. In an instant, the cult leader didn't hide, and his chi and blood power exploded with full force. He worked his chi and blood and burst out. Showing up for Allah is the supreme honor of my holy religion. Truth reigns supreme, and Allah lives forever. Truth is supreme and Allah is everlasting. Believe in Allah and live forever. The dozen or so devotees beside him had grim faces and followed with a unanimous roar as they quickly rushed towards Ning Feng. At the same time, the chi and blood power of this group of believers went completely berserk, and they were actually going to directly explode themselves. They knew that their identities had been exposed, and at this point they were already in a situation of certain death. But if he could pull this young master of the Ning family on his way, he would simply make a fortune. Looking for death. It was Ning Qiao, who was always keeping an eye on Ning Feng, who had decapitated the undead soul that had been forced out by Ning Feng with the sound of his zither. Seeing this scene was about to strike. Suddenly, he let out a startled leap, only to see Ning Feng's body's chi and blood power steeply skyrocket. In a short moment, it had actually climbed to the peak of the 6th grade. Ning Qiao immediately stopped her hand. The cult leader down below was also at the peak of the 6th grade, so he wasn't worried about Ning Feng being killed in seconds. Instead, he curiously watched Ning Feng's next maneuver. Ning Feng towered over the cult leader like a god's residence descending. Self-destruct? Sure enough, assholes deserve to die the way assholes do. The reason why his chi and blood suddenly skyrocketed was naturally because he had taken the 6th grade battle power card. Otherwise, even if he were to go against the heavens, it would be impossible for him to go against the 6th rank with a 4th rank cultivation. Looking at the group of cultists who rushed up and blew themselves up, Ning Feng raised an ally battle knife and looked icily at several figures as an extremely dense chi and blood power wrapped around the battle knife, gradually boiling. Ning Feng had a smile in his eyes. Die! A blade slashed out, and the chi and blood blade aura instantly swept out. Before the dozen or so cultists could rush to Ning Feng's body, their bodies were decapitated, and a blood-colored mist rose up in front of Ning Feng, with pieces of limbs erupting in all directions. In the middle of the field, in an instant, the cult leader was the only one left. Ning Feng looked down at the cult leader, an expression of indifference on his face as he said, "Scum, assholes of the human race, do you know why you're still able to stand on this land right now? Because there are countless human races fighting bloody battles at the Stargate and the Earth Cave." The cult leader laughed coldly. "Nonsense, slander. The Allahs descended to the Earth Star to save the foolish human race. You are the sinners of the human race for blocking the Allah's descent. Had, but Allah will come in the end. Stupid humans, and you can't stop it." With a hideous smile, the cult leader hissed and charged towards Ning Feng. Chop! With the sound of Ning Feng lightly drinking, the ally battle knife chopped down once more. A blood-colored blade on was like a long bright red river suppressing horizontally. The crowd's hearts seemed to lift with it. However, the blade slashed down in a flash, immediately dividing the results. The cult leader's seemingly hysterical desperation was as powerless as a baby facing an adult in front of Ning Feng's blade. Rumble. It was as if the void had been chopped apart by this blade, and the cult leader's body instantly exploded into pieces. In the air, there was an extra mist of blood, and at that moment, Ning Feng, who had cut out the slash, went far away without looking back, because he knew very well that the cult leader would never survive. He stepped out, alloy battle sword in hand, and looked towards the few remaining undead. At this moment, close to 100 undead souls, almost all of them had been exterminated, leaving only a few still dying. Brother, help me. I don't want to die. I'm a brother. I'm the younger brother. Nyanan. Jiang Nianchu looked at the corpse, the illusory undead that had morphed into the form of his brother, with a face full of pain. Despite knowing that it was the undead manifesting the likeness of his brother, he couldn't lay his hands on him. P.S. Verified. Please brothers to catch up on reading The opening data is very important. Do not feed the book. Chapter 38's Vision, Devouring Star Souls. Brother, didn't you promise Mom that you would take care of me? I'm not dead. I'm alive. It's just, I need flesh. Give me yours. Brother, okay? The undead approached Jiang Nianchu step by step with an innocent and aggrieved expression on his face. But when he was 3 or 4 meters away, his face suddenly became hideous and he pounced on Jiang Nianchu with a fierce smile. However, looking at the pouncing younger brother, Jiang Nianchu unexpectedly froze in place with a stagnant face, without the slightest intention to dodge and counterattack. Boom! The blade of chi and blood fell, and this undead race was split into pieces, instantly scattering its soul. Jiang Nianchu snapped back to his senses. Looking at the specks of light that overflowed like fireflies, Jiang Nianchu snapped back to look at Ning Feng again, his eyes carrying a strong killing intent. Ning Feng. Jiang Nianchu gritted her teeth and her eyes went scarlet. However, Ning Feng raised his hand and smacked it across the face. Pop! Crisp slaps rang out and, that slap goes down. The corner of Jiang Nianchu's mouth was directly smacked and crumbled, stirring up a gush of blood, turning to freeze in place. It seemed as if realization had dawned on him and he was disappointed. Young master of the Jiang family, stupid as a pig, how did the Jiang family feel comfortable handing over their business to a pig like you? If you want to die, I'll help you. Ning Feng's voice came out, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Brother, Dad. Looking at the two illusory figures in front of him, Li Xiaoqi, who had been strong for a long time, finally couldn't tense up. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down from her eyes one after the other. Good girl. It's exhausting living alone, isn't it? Come here and let Daddy hold you. Ji. The two undead suddenly revealed a hideous smile of triumph and pounced on Li Xiaoqi. However, Li Xiaoqi was suddenly indifferent, and his chi and blood power violently erupted. An alloy blade that had crossed in front of him at some point was wrapped in the power of bursting chi and blood. That head of the undead screamed miserably, not being split apart, and his body was unexpectedly wrapped in the power of chi and blood. Like blood flames, it burned. Li Xiaoqi's eyes were scarlet, and he directly pounced on it, hugging the undead race and tearing it apart. The undead race screamed miserably and was torn alive into pieces before being swallowed by Li Xiaoqi. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, and for a moment they couldn't tell who was the undead. Ning Feng, who had been thinking of stepping in to save the day, couldn't help but stagger at the sight of the situation, and at the same time retrieved his alloy battle sword, just as he was about to turn and leave the battlefield. Suddenly there was another movement behind him. Ning Feng heard, as exclamations of shock emanated from the crowd, and someone pointed at Li Xiaoqi behind him with a face full of horror. Isn't that the group of undead that were just decimated? What's with the sudden appearance behind this girl? This situation seems like a vision awakening. Hearing the alarmed cry, Ning Feng also turned around violently. One could only see Li Xiaoqi standing on top of the square, his long hair dancing wildly with the wind, an invisible aura and pressure on his body climbing up extremely fast. Behind, one by one, the shadows emerged, grimacing and snarling. They were all the group of undead that had just been decapitated by Ning Feng, and at this point, they had actually all turned into hideous ghostly spirits that surfaced behind them. Ning Feng glanced sideways at this scene, which was indeed somewhat like a vision awakening. But what's with these undead? Ning Xiao also looked at Li Xiaoqi with an astonished expression, and after a long time, S-class vision, devouring star soul. Devouring star souls? Ning Feng also looked surprised when he heard the words, devouring the soul of a star. This vision, he had really heard of it the last time he checked the information on visions in the Merit Law Pavilion. This vision was special, a powerful vision of the darkness. Although it was only an A-ranked vision, it was able to continuously evolve by devouring the undead, growing into the top SSS visions and beyond. Ning Feng didn't expect Li Xiaoqi to have awakened the visionary devouring star soul under such stimulation. Just thinking about the attributes of the devouring star soul again, he wondered if Li Xiaoqi could grasp it. If you can't grasp it, you're likely to become a demon. One must know that every undead she devoured was one that carried an extremely terrifying grudge. She had to keep devouring undead souls if she wanted to keep growing her vision. As more and more undead souls are created, the resentment becomes heavier and heavier, and in the end, it is likely to cause a backlash. Boom boom boom. Just then, behind Li Xiaoqi, besides the close to 100 undead dead souls, a dozen more human undead emerged. There was some indifference, confusion, but it was quickly swallowed and assimilated by Li Xiaoqi's vision and became part of it. In the next moment, these 10 or so human undead rapidly mutated. Some grow with 3 heads and 6 arms, others grow with human heads and animal bodies. At this moment, behind Li Xiaoqi, more than 100 undead hovered, going up and down, rising and falling along with her thin body. The area was filled with a furious wind and a ghostly aura, like 10,000 ghosts walking at night, plunging the entire square into an unspeakably depressing situation. However, soon Li Xiaoqi's aura rapidly decayed, and Li Xiaoqi's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted, his body softly collapsing. But Li Xiaoqi didn't fall to the ground, and before he did, Ning Feng appeared at his side, reaching out a hand. He grabbed Li Xiaoqi by the neck and carried her towards the distance. Take care. Ning Feng casually tossed Li Xiaoqi to a captain of the Star Suppression Division, a 6th grade realm expert. Afterwards, they carried their ally battle knives and killed the remaining 2 cult strongholds. After the undead were removed, the battle actually ended quickly. There are a few remaining strongholds and 2 small waves of cultists. However, the martial artists of the Star Suppressor Division, who had long since grasped information about this group of sins, quickly cleared out these 2 waves of followers. Only the 2 leaders were left alive. This return ceremony ended like this, and naturally, such a big battle was spread to the internet. It caused quite a shock, when countless people saw Ning Feng playing the guqin with 1 person and 1 qin. When the star race beings were easily beheaded with the snap of a finger. It even caused countless people to hotly debate. The spiritual masters who practiced martial arts had always been an extremely rare existence. Many martial artists paid attention to Ning Feng as a result. The Su family council hall. A Su family disciple stood in front of family head Su Yunlong, handed over 2 copies of the latest hot news, glanced at Su Yunlong, and said, "Family head, the latest news on the Ning family's young lord." Su Yunlong took a look. His face gloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye, saying, "This Ning Feng, has he taken the wrong medication recently? Why is it so fierce? Psychic nemesis, slaying the undead." This time, he had made a spectacle of himself again, and watching Ning Feng make a spectacle of himself was simply more embarrassing than him losing his face. Didn't the Ning and Jiang families send 3 copies of the golden body bone marrow liquid last time? Inform the oldest 3 and the oldest 4 to promote as soon as possible. As long as my Su family succeeds in recreating 3 8th grade golden bodies, it will easily be able to be ranked back to the top stream amongst the first-class lineages. At that time, even the Ning family will have to treat it solemnly, Su Yunlong said in a deep voice to the 2 elders sitting below. Those 2 elders also nodded their heads faintly, seeing this dog-licking young master of the Ning clan out in the limelight. It was also a matter of hating to immediately advance to the 8th rank and go and ruthlessly punch this young master in the face. The last sacrifice day, their Su family had lost a lot of face, but that doesn't matter anymore. As long as the 3 8th grade golden bodies were in place, his Su family's strength would soar once again. 3 8th grade golden bodies. Even the Ning family had to be cautious. Revitalize the Su family and retrieve the former dignity of the martial saint family. Su Yunlong clenched his fists and roared. Behind them, a group of Su family executives as well as disciples also clenched their fists, pulled their necks, and roared along with Su Yunlong as if they were pumped with chicken blood. Chapter 39, Licking Dog Day 12. Reward Immortality Pill. The following day. Ding! The 11th day of dog licking, rewarded with the precious blood of the Dawei Heavenly Dragon. Ning Feng woke up from his cultivation, and the moment he saw the system prompt, his heart stirred slightly. Dawei Tian Long Bao blood. The 4th to 5th grade of martial arts is the process of tempering the physical body. Many essence bloods that quenched the flesh were extremely rare. A lot of the Earth's cave alien and star blood quenching effect is extremely good. Among them to the blood magic dragon, blood dragon and other dragon alien, is extremely rare, and this great mighty heavenly dragon treasure blood was undoubtedly the topmost body tempering treasure blood. At this moment, Ning Feng got up and glanced at the cultivation room. Dawn, put away the precious blood of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Pushing open the door, Ning Feng walked out of the cultivation room. Xiang stood in the doorway, arms wrapped around him, huffing and puffing and snoring. A drop trickled from the corner of his mouth. smashing a crater into the metal floor. The moment Ning Feng pushed open the door, Xiang woke up at the same time. Young master, that classmate of yours has woken up and is in the medical room. She said she wants to meet you. Do you want to go over and take a look? Although Xiang had just woken up, there wasn't an ounce of his mind that wasn't clear. As an 8th grade golden body, he didn't really need to sleep, but it's so boring, he's just passing the time. Ning Feng laughed. See Ni? Is it to thank me in person? It's not likely that you'll want to repay with your body and blood, so you have to be mentally prepared. Xian laughed. Uncle Xiang, can you be decent? I'm still a student. Ning Feng was speechless and walked towards the direction of the medical room. Young lord, students nowadays can know everything, much more than old man did back then. What's the saying? Look ugly, play fancy. Xian laughed and followed behind. Uncle Xiang, your first love isn't still around, is it? Ning Feng suddenly laughed. What age is it still at? It would have been artificially destroyed long ago. Xiang said indifferently. The two walked one behind the other. Ning Feng suddenly asked, Uncle Xiang, after the 4th grade martial Dao, the speed of cultivation has obviously slowed down, so in the future, when you're free, will you press down on your realm and practice with me? I want to accumulate some real-world experience. Xiang followed behind and said in a lazy tone, Young lord, you are invincible in a low realm. You can't fight even if you are too experienced in a realm that is too high. You can't fight. There's still Lao Fu. But if there's someone from Lao Fu who can step over Lao Fu's corpse towards you, what's the use of struggling? So what's the point of having actual combat experience? Young lord? Surprisingly, Ning Feng felt as if this old man had some sense. So you're just going to be a loser? Ning Feng, who was almost CPU, looked at Xiang with a smile. This time, the Southeast Martial Arts University is building a cultivation room. Go get a set of real-world battle simulation equipment and send it to my exclusive cultivation room. Of course, Ning Feng doesn't believe in Xiang's bull *******. Practical combat experience is incredibly important in any realm. The Ning family's medical room is a super hospital building. The medical facilities are definitely of the highest standard in the country and even in the world. Young lord. Greetings, young lord. Walking into the medical room, rows of little nurses along the way greeted him warmly. These little nurses, dressed in professional attire, with white skin and sweet looks, made Ning Feng feel extraordinarily favored. On the 2nd floor, push opened the door to a room. Li Xiaoqi was sitting on the edge of the bed, fuming, when she saw Ning Feng walk into the hospital room. She immediately glanced at Ning Feng, then spoke in a somewhat socialized manner. Ning Feng, Li Xiaoqi, we're all classmates. You don't need to be nervous. Ning Feng laughed. Thanks. How is your body? Are the visions abnormal? Li Xiaoqi already knew that he had awakened the vision, and mentioning this, he was obviously in a better mood with it. The thing that had been worrying her the most was the issue of her talent. A-rank talent. Even with all the hard work, even if she hadn't been left behind by others yet, her achievements would still be limited in the future. Coupled with the fact that her family was ordinary, she would sooner or later be reduced to an ordinary martial artist. She didn't want to be ordinary. She wanted to go to the Earth Cave, to the Stargate battlefield. But now that the vision had awakened and the talent problem had been solved, a big stone that had been weighing on her heart had finally landed. Neither is a man of many words. Li Xiaoqi, in particular, is introverted and sociopathic, and with the loss of her loved ones, she resists being around people. Get well before you go home to your brother and father, and call me if you need any help. Ning Feng got up and was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Li Xiaoqi finally summoned up enough courage to say, Ning Feng, I want to join the Starjin division. Ning Feng turned to Li Xiaoqi and said, the Ning family Star Suppressor division is always on the front line of any battle, and is more dangerous than the Southeast Domain's military department, as well as the rest of the lineages, and the casualty rate has never been number 1. Are you sure you're in? When Li Xiaoqi heard this, he nodded his head without hesitation and said, I don't have any relatives left, so let's die. Ning Feng was silent for a moment. As you wish. Just think about it. I'll arrange for someone to contact you, but even if you join the Jinxing division, it'll have to wait until after graduation. You finish the rest of your year of school first. What a great college life. Enjoy a year of comfort. I don't really feel good about college life. Li Xiaoqi was non-committal. Ning Feng shrugged. Well, everyone's point is different. Li Xiaoqi suddenly said, if I were like you guys, I would feel good too. But unfortunately I'm not like you guys. So whether college life is good or not has nothing to do with me. Ning Feng didn't argue on this much either. Li Xiaoqi's experience was different from others, and the life he wanted was naturally different from the rest. In reality, how are all the martial artists guarding the Earth Cave and Stargate any different from Li Xiaoqi? Ning Feng left the medical room and went to ask Xiang to notify the human resources of the Jinxing division to arrange Li Xiaoqi's entry contract. Not to mention going through the big backdoor of Ning Feng. Even Li Xiaoqi's qualification of awakening the devouring star soul was enough to make many forces grab their heads. The following day. Ding! Day 12 of dog licking, rewarded with an immortality potion. Ning Feng opened his eyes and his heart shook the moment he saw the system prompt. The immortality pill. It is a great medicine that can prolong life for 100 years even if the lifespan is about to dry up. Possessing this great medicine was the equivalent of an extra life for Ning Feng. This system's rewards. It seems to be getting more and more outrageous. It was on this day that the Battle of Guan Shanhai, which had lasted for only a few days, suddenly came to an end. A shocking news suddenly spread throughout Jinxing City. The battle didn't turn out too well. With a great victory for the Star Nation and heavy losses for the human race, the martial Saint Ning War suffered heavy damage, and the 3 ninth-grade grandmasters of the Ning clan had their origin golden bodies damaged. The rest of the middle and high-grade martial artists were killed or injured by over 100 people. Less than 3 hours after the news had spread, Ning War led the Ning clan's martial artists back to Jinxing City, the hall of the Ning family. Ning Feng had only just reached the entrance to the hall when he heard a voice with a hint of weakness in its mellowness come through. Pick up your arms. Pick up your arms. Ning Feng walked into the hall and saw that Ning War, as well as Ning Qiao, Ning Xiong, and a bunch of other senior members of the Ning family were there. At this moment, the faces of the crowd were all solemn, and a Ning clan martial artist ran in front of the crowd, picking up an arm on the ground, then hurriedly and nervously ran away. Chapter 40 Ning War explains the last words. The brains are beaten out. Seeing Ning Feng appear, the seriousness on Ning Zhan's face transformed into a smile. Little wind, come and sit. Ning Feng saw that one of Ning Battle's arms was gone, and his body was covered in large, hideous scars, as the source of the martial saint's origin energy gushed out unceasingly to repair the injuries, but it was extremely slow. This is the state in which the principal path is damaged. To be able to cause Ning Feng, a martial saint, to suffer such heavy injuries, one could only imagine the ferocity of this battle. Ha ha ha, brat, I heard that you still know about spiritual power cultivation. Ning War surveyed Ning Feng, his eyes full of favor. He had naturally heard about how Ning Feng had performed this time, surprising him again. Ning Feng's ancient well was unperturbed as he looked towards Ning War's injuries and said with concern, Yes father, your injuries. Ning Zhan waved his hand, full of unconcern. Little wind, this time I called you over to explain the aftermath. Ning Feng's heart sank at those words. Ning War was so badly injured? He swept a glance at the bottom, while the top echelons of the Ning clan were all revealing mournful expressions, obviously all already aware of it. I thought it was just a small confrontation, but I didn't expect that I would be pitted by the 3 kings of the human king clan joining forces. Thinking about my Ning family's martial saints, which one of them didn't die in a sensational battle and is about to fall like this? I'm really not happy about it. Ning warrior sighed. He was truly unwilling. I had thought that Guan Shanhai's side was a cover to disrupt the return of possession 886 to the undead. Never thought that this side was the front, and Guan Shanhai's side was the real pit. The 3 kings of the Star Nation's human king clan came out in unison, using a dying Star Nation martial saint origin to pull him down with them. Though Ning Zhan temporarily carried on and wasn't taken away immediately, but at this point in the injury, it is clear that there is not much longevity left. The Ning family is in a state of sadness. Ning Zhan was open-minded, and said with a cold smile, Little wind, the only thing I can't worry about is you, but right now, you're very competitive for old me. However, you're still weak and need time to grow. Remember the saying, a genius who hasn't grown up is no. And even though you have the Ning family to shelter you, you should also be aware that the ones who want the Ning family dead, it's not just the Star Clan and the Earth Cave Fae. Ning Feng nodded, his heart inexplicably heavy. Ning War continued, I don't have much longevity left, and before I die, I'm going to take a group of patriarchs from the Sunset Group on a trip to the Yen Demon Sea, which is now mainly guarded by the military department, and geographically, it's right in the upstream zone of the Ning clan's desolate ancient blood realm, and within 3 years, there will be a battle between the human race in this area. I intend to use the last of my strength to push the Inferno Sea 800 miles upward and sideways, and best of all, in pulling a Star Race false god on board. That way, the big battle 3 years from now will have a chance of winning. Otherwise, if I leave, the human race's chances of winning will be too low. A trace of vicissitude surged across Ning Zhan's face as he spoke. Is he afraid to die? It's also afraid, and it's not afraid. He was afraid that if he died, the human race would not be able to handle it. If the desolate blood domain guarded by the Ning family couldn't be defended, the Star Clan would likely use this gap as a breakthrough to fight their way into the Earth Star. By then, the forces of the rest of the human race's domains would have to support them, But the battle for the Earth Cave and Stargate in the rest of the domains was equally tense. It's likely to lead to a full-scale rout. At that time, the human race, and even the Earth star, would be faced with a catastrophe of destruction. However, while the rest of them looked heavy, Ning Feng had already regained his composure. These last words seem to have been made a little early? Ning Feng thought for a moment and said, "Father, can you let the uncles and elders out for a moment? There's something I need to say to you alone." Ning War was puzzled, and the rest of them looked at Ning Feng with equal puzzlement. "Alright, I'll go out for a moment." Without any doubt, Ning War waved his hand and sent a group of senior officers out to wait. When the crowd had gone out, Ning War looked at Ning Feng and asked, "Little Feng, there's something you want to talk about?" Ning Zhan smiled, and with a backhanded movement, a humanoid herb appeared in his palm. The herbs were only the size of Ning Feng's palm, but they were permeated with an extremely strong medicinal fragrance. It was the immortality pill that Ning Feng had only just obtained. It was rare, but with new rewards every day, it wasn't so precious to Ning Feng. Besides, this was Ning War, the backbone of the Ning family. The Ning family, on the other hand, was the backbone of the entire southeast domain. Ning Zhan stared at the humanoid herb suspiciously for a few seconds before saying with a face full of shock, "This is the immortality pill?" He felt the strong medicinal aura of the great medicine and looked incredulous. Ning Feng laughed, "Yes, father, you don't have to be the death squad to charge the Inferno Sea." Boom! Upon receiving Ning Feng's affirmative reply, Ning Zhan's entire body snapped to its feet. His expression incomparably agitated as he said, "It's really the immortality pill? Little Wind, how did you get it?" "Actually, I recently obtained all the inheritance of a mysterious old man by chance once." Ning Feng had long guessed that Ning War would ask this question, and spilled out the reasons he had thought of in advance. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ning War. There was no way to say anything about the system, including letting the Ning family's top management go out and wait. It wasn't that they didn't trust the crowd. The Ning family had fought for the human race for 1,000 years in blood, and no one could be redder than the blood that flowed through their bodies. But there are some things the fewer people know the better. No wonder. Ning War seemed to understand why Ning Feng's recent transformation had been so drastic. It turned out that he had received the inheritance of a mysterious strong man, so everything was explained. At this time, Ning War also calmed down after struggling. He pushed the immortal pill away with a firm refusal. "No, the immortal pill has the ability to raise the dead. Keep this pill for yourself. In the future you may also suffer from a life and death crisis." Possessing an immortality pill was equivalent to having an extra life. In contrast, he preferred Ning Feng to live well. Ning Feng laughed, "I still have it." Ning Zhan was once again startled at his words. "There's more? Little Wind, the inheritance you obtained, could it be an inheritance above a martial saint? How rare was the immortality pill? Of all the martial saints he knew, not a single one possessed the immortality pill. And Ning Feng even possessed more than one plant." Ning Feng shook his head. "I don't know. I don't really know his identity, but it's definitely above that of a martial saint. It should be a martial god inheritance." Ning Zhan had no doubts about this, and only the martial god inheritance could possess so many heavy treasures. It was just unknown which martial god's inheritance Ning Feng had obtained. It was important to know that there were only a few martial gods in total in the history of the human race, but each one of them was in existence that had suppressed an era. But Ning War didn't ask much. This was Ning Feng's secret after all. Even if he were a father, he wouldn't ask much. "Okay, I'll eat." Ning War finally agreed and took the immortality pill. After receiving the immortality pill, Ning Zhan directly swallowed it in one gulp, then immediately locked the entire body with the power of origin to prevent the medicinal power from leaking out. However, even so, the moment Ning Zhan had just swallowed the great pill, he felt a violent surge of life energy rapidly flooding through his entire body. The exuberant vitality restored a hint of blood to Ning Zhan's face in a matter of moments. The scars all over the body that one of the outward rolls of flesh and blood, but also to the naked eye visible speed healing. Chapter 41, The 5 Major Schools Examination. Exclusive sponsorship from the Ning family. It's like going to grow a brain. Suddenly, Ning Zhan covered his head and said with a soothing expression. Ning Feng looked at Ning War with a face full of consternation. Seeing this, Ning Zhan laughed. "It's nothing. I hardened myself against a false god's divine strike in Guan Shanhai and lost my brain." Ning Feng couldn't help but be staggered by what he heard. Ning Zhan said it easily, but the ferocity of it could be imagined. That is, at the level of a martial saint, in exchange for even an 8th grade golden body, the brain would be a fatal part. It was also difficult to survive once it was broken or suffered a fatal blow. Ning Feng said, "Father, hurry up and close the door to refine the medicinal power." Good. Ning Zhan felt the eruption of life force within his body, and his entire being was horrified. Was this the medicinal power of the immortality pill, which he had also seen for the first time? At this moment, Ningguo looked at Ning Feng and suddenly admonished, "Little Feng, don't spread this matter out for now. Perhaps 3 years from now, we can offer a great gift to the Star Clan." This time he got his brains knocked out by a couple of false gods. If he didn't beat the brains out of these guys next time, it wouldn't be his character. Ning Feng laughed. Understood. From the hall of the Ning family, Ning Feng didn't return to the cultivation room to shut down. Instead, they traveled to Southeastern VU. The construction of the cultivation room was in full swing, and the project was already halfway through. If nothing else, it should be completed within expectations. From the eyes of the trainees coming and going, one could tell that the trainees were looking forward to the new cultivation room. I heard that the new cultivation room not only has a star source room, but also a virtual network of simulated sparring matches. So much to look forward to. Ha ha ha. So it looks like I have hopes of impacting the second grade graduation. People were coming and going on the playground. And just then, the passing cadets suddenly had a mental shock. Then clear envious eyes were cast on a luxury car. The dragon flag car. Xiang, who was sitting in the passenger side, got out of the car and was about to reach out to open Ning Feng's door. Suddenly, a small white hand pulled open the car door ahead of him. Xiang laughed and then retracted his hand. Only in front of the car, there stood a figure. It was none other than the skinny, ponytailed, plainly dressed Li Xiaoqi. Young Ning, it's young Ning. So handsome. This temperament. This face value. Since I stopped being a dog licker, I've looked at him even better. Ha! Is the young girl following behind young Ning Li Xiaoqi? Right at this moment, someone noticed Li Xiaoqi behind Ning Feng, causing a chorus of astonished gasps. As a power player who had hit the Southeast Martial Arts University's martial ranking with a ranked talent, Li Xiaoqi's popularity in the school was actually not low. It was just that everyone knew that the girl had always been withdrawn. At this moment, when they saw it honestly following behind Ning Feng like a little follower, they all revealed a look of surprise. Actually, you don't have to follow me. Ning Feng got out of the car and looked at Li Xiaoqi behind him with a bitter smile. Li Xiaoqi signed the contract to join the Jinqing division at the Ning family, and then followed her all the way. It was as if he wanted to be Ning Feng's follower. Looking around and pointing, Li Xiaoqi was a bit unnatural. His eyes dodged and said, "I'm a person of the Jinqing division. Naturally I'm also your person." On the side, Xiang looked at Ning Feng smilingly, his eyes seeming to say, "How's it going? I'm really going to give you blood." Let the old man guess. Principal's office. Chuan Donghai's father and son sat in their seats with rather serious expressions. After a long silence, Chuan Donghai said in a deep voice, "Little Tiger, the Ning family's young master, the Jiang family's young master, and the Xia family's 3,000 golds, all of them are no lightweights. Now it's just in time for these three great clans. The Heaven's Pride generation is gradually growing up, and fresh blood is renewed. You're not a good one to be a vice principal." Chuan, who was also very serious when he heard this, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the alloy battle rifle in his hand. He was able to become this vice principal. Taking over his father was one of the things in which his talent and strength naturally could not be underestimated. Fourth in the Southeast Martial Arts University's martial arts ranking. It's not number 1, but it's good enough to watch. And who are the guys in front of him? Yi Jinyue, Kai General, 2 SS talents with visions, talent-wise equivalent to SSS level. There's nothing wrong with people taking this roster spot when they have the background and the talent to do so. Besides, if it came down to a fight for his life and he used his bottom card, he would be able to climb up to 3rd in the designation and move to 1st and 2nd. But now, it looks like it's not just the top 3 that can quell him. Jiang Nianchu, Summer. These two were busy with family business while the other was a bored cultivation fanatic, not even bothering to play the martial arts list. And now there's an additional Ning Feng. These three were all existences that could suppress him. The point was, these three were the 3 giants of the Southeast domain. Extremely special status, so it's really not a good idea for him to be the vice-chancellor next. And he's already feeling the immense pressure. The next 5 major schools in the Southeast domain, the end of the junior semester experience test, will be exclusively sponsored by the Ning family, with venues, props, and sources of information all coming out of the Ning family. Now that Ning Feng has taken over everything at Southeast Martial University, he should be here soon. So you can read the information first. You talk to him later. Chuan Donghai said that there are a total of 5 martial arts universities in the Southeast domain, of which the Southeast Martial Arts University is ranked in the top 10, and the remaining 4 are not very strong, ranging from dozens to 100 places outside the rankings of the Dragon Kingdom. These 5 martial arts universities could all be said to be majorly owned by the Ning family. There are absolute words. Good. Chuan, who sniffed and took the information and read it. Soon, a hint of anger surfaced on his face. Donggu Village is actually a stronghold of a cult? I've been to Donggu Village the last time it happened that those 2 cadets from sophomore class 3 went missing, and I didn't think it was right at the time. It turns out this village is all about schools, and now it all seems to make sense when you think about it. At the mention of the cult, Chuan Donghai also sighed, but didn't say anything. Just then, Li Xiaoqi pushed open the door of the room, and the 2 men froze at the sight of Li Xiaoqi. But immediately afterward, the Ning Feng figure walked through the door, walking straight to a chair across from the 2 men and sitting down. Ning Feng didn't care about the 2 men who looked somewhat stunned. Ning Feng cut straight to the chase and said, "Both principals, you should have things in mind about the junior graduation experience test, right? I came over here to finalize it. If there's a problem, you guys go ahead." Chuan Hu said, "I already know that Donggu Village is a cult stronghold, but what about the details?" Ning Feng threw a pile of information onto the table and said, "It's all here." Chuan Hu picked up the information on the table and flipped through it, and as he flipped through it, Chuan Hu sucked in a breath of cold air. Shortly after, putting down the information, Chuan Hu said with a grave expression, "1 person of the 6th grade, 3 people of the 5th grade, and a number of the 4th grade as well as the 2nd grade and 3rd grade, and have taken root, and are all cultists from childhood to old age." The situation in this village was much worse than he had imagined. Chuan Hu said gruffly, "That group of infant children, is that considered a cult?" When Chuan Hu didn't finish his sentence, Ning Feng faintly interrupted, "I mean, not a single one of them will be left behind. Vice Principal Chuan, the virgin bitch can't be a virgin bitch, and the heart of a virgin can't be wanted." Chuan Hu sniffed and said in a deep voice, "Young Lord Ning, I didn't mean it like that, but that's just a bunch of babies." Ning Feng didn't bother arguing with Chuan Hu, but instead looked at Chuan Donghai again. "Principal Chuan, what do you think?" Ning Feng threw the question to Chuan Donghai. "Little tiger, young Lord Ning is right. Cultists are a form of brainwashing that stems from spirituality, and this group of children, in particular, have already had their minds altered from an early age, and there are descendants of cultists." To the side, Chuan Donghai agreed with Ning Feng's words. He looked at Chuan Hu and said with an extremely grave tone and expression, "You still remember Instructor Sun from Kunlun Martial University, right?" Chuan Hu said, "Uncle Sun Chiu Sun? Right." Chuan Donghai nodded. More than 10 years ago, this genius tutor of the Kunlun Martial University secretly adopted the cultist scion into his own family because of a moment of weakness when he was rounding up one of the cultist's top brass back then and didn't have the heart to kill that cultist scion. As a result, 10 years later, his wife and a pair of children were exterminated by that religious scion. And then old sons now, as you can see, I heard that not long ago, the Green Sea battlefield in the eastern region was in a tight spot. An old son took the initiative to apply to go to the Vanguard Army. Chuan Hu's spirit shook at his words. "Vanguard? Isn't that a death squad?" Chuan Donghai's complexion flashed with a touch of sadness. "So, as long as it's a cultist, except it is. This group, it's rotten from the roots." Chapter 42, Su Xinyue who regretted. The awakened Ning Feng you can't afford. I thought of the image of that elder mentor when I met him back then, and that mentor was drunk as a puddle. The betrayal of his adopted son and the death of his wife and son had reduced that mentor to a complete wreck. Perhaps for it, dying in battle for the human race was the best place to go. Chuan Hu nodded heavily. "I know." Ning Feng discussed the details of the examination with the 2 of them for a bit longer before getting up with the intention of leaving. "The information is provided, and it's up to the school to decide exactly how to organize the test. Keep me informed of any problems." When Li Xiaoqi saw Ning Feng get up, he hurriedly opened the door to his room from the side, then nodded politely to the 2 principals before closing the door and following them out. Looking at Ning Feng's departing back, as well as Li Xiaoqi, who had disappeared from sight, the 2 of them, Transfiguration East Sea, were stunned beyond measure. Chuan Hu said, "Dad, Li Xiaoqi, when did he get involved with Ning Feng?" Chuan Donghai couldn't help but laugh. "Can't you tell from this? This is hugging Ning Feng's thigh and giving him a follower." Chuan Hu scratched his head. "I've heard from tutor son Jianqian. This girl is wilting and usually doesn't say a word. How dare you know how to hug a thigh?" Chuan Donghai looked at Chuan Hu, smilingly said, "People are willful, not stupid. This point you kid have to learn. If you want to be a good vice principal, do not have to do anything else. Being a principal isn't about fighting and killing, it's about people. You just need to take care of the 3 ancestors, Ning Feng, Jiang Nianchu, and Summer, and you're solid." "What about Jidoi?" Chuan Hu asked. Ji Daoi resides in the Earth Cave Stargate year-round, and since he was crushed by Ning Feng last time, he should be even less likely to return to the surface in the short term. Chuan Hu added, "Where is Jiang Yunfei?" Chuan Donghai was silent at his words, and after a long time, he said, Let's hope that he, and that group of heavenly prides, can come back from that place alive. Chuan Hu followed in silence for a moment, looking in the direction Ning Feng had left, and suddenly asked, Dad, do you think I'd have a few % chance of winning if I fought Ning Feng for 3 games and won 2 out of 3? Chuan Donghai sniffed and froze. Challenge Ning Feng? How did you think? How did you dare? Chuan Donghai stretched out a finger and, 10%? Chuan Donghai shook his finger. Keeps losing. Chuan Hu was speechless. The gap is that big? Chuan Donghai slapped Chuan Hu's head fiercely. You're questioning an 8th grade golden body powerhouse? My eyes are rulers. I can't see wrong. No. How dare I question you? Chuan Hu covered his head with an innocent face. Chuan Donghai sat back in his reclining chair and said in a grave tone, I'm warning you, don't try to challenge Ning Feng. It's easy to get your Dao shattered by the blow. And I'm telling you, this young Lord Ning is a bit too evil right now. Wu Dao crushed Jiadoi. The vision crushed Yilan. But Ning Feng is only an A-ranked talent. Isn't that evil enough? The martial arts cultivation is the heart of the Dao. Invincible faith. He does not want this stupid son of his to be struck for no reason. In case he is beaten with a broken heart of the Dao, at that time he has no place to cry. Ji Daoi and Yilan are facing this state right now. Leaving the principal's office, Ning Feng didn't go to the classroom either. Everyone is uncomfortable going to the classroom. Even the teacher has to look at him when he lectures. So Ning Feng really couldn't bring himself to go to the classroom. Went straight to the old cultivation room. The new cultivation room was under construction, and he did have a few roommates over at the school dormitory, but he had never seen them face to face. And even Ning Feng didn't even know the door number of his dormitory. The only place he could go now was the old cultivation room. Young Lord, the simulated sparring equipment in the old cultivation room is activated. It's a bit aged but it's barely functional, so you'll have to make do with what you've got. Behind him, Xiang followed and said, Okay Uncle Xiang, the new practice room was built in a matter of days, and the old one didn't really matter. Just as Ning Feng was on his way to the old cultivation room, inside a customized room in the old cultivation room, Qi and blood power filled the room as Su Xinyue's Qi and blood climbed dramatically. However, only a few moments later, the originally surging Qi and blood in the Qi and blood chamber suddenly plummeted. Failure to break through. The shackles remain unbroken. Su Xinyue's cultivation had returned to the early 4th grade, opening her eyes with a bleak expression. Su Xinyue stood up in anger and stomped her foot fiercely. Failed again. Failed 3 times already. This old cultivation room just doesn't work. Ning Feng's one exclusive cultivation room never uses it. The star source energy is still full. It hasn't been used yet. If only it was given to me. Su Xinyue scratched her head in annoyance. However, ever since the last time she saw Yilan being crushed, she had recognized a reality. Ning Feng, the scumbag, was no longer the dog-licking Ning Feng of old, and it was hard for himself to get anything out of Ning Feng now, though upset and unconvinced. However, when Su Xinyue calmed down and thought about it, her own strategy for treating Ning Feng should be appropriately changed for the better. Lower your stance a bit when appropriate? Admit it. Maybe Ning Feng could even remember his old feelings and give her some favors, such as letting her dabble in the cultivation room to train or something. After all, they were once siblings. Besides, Ning Feng had licked her for so long before, but there was still some residual love, right? If Ning Feng didn't even agree to this request, then she would really be sorry to her dead martial saint father. Thinking about it, Su Xinyue gained some confidence again. She pushed open the door to her practice room, slammed it hard and walked out. And, however, only after stepping out of the doorway, the annoyed look on Su Xinyue's face then stalled as she saw a figure walk over blandly. In the dim light, the teenager was tall and slender, with a smirk on his face, breezy, confident. Su Xinyue was in a trance, and inexplicably her heart was empty. Is this the same lickspittle who once gave everything for himself? At this moment, Su Xinyue suddenly realized that this teenager, whom she had originally despised and loathed, didn't seem so bad. The body, the appearance, and the family history seemed to be pretty good. I was disappointed for no reason, and at this moment, that teenager, after entering, just subconsciously glanced at Su Xinyue who was standing inside the cultivation room. The bottom of his eyes were all a look of indifference that viewed strangers, and then he withdrew his gaze. Su Xinyue stared at the figure with a face full of trance. Her heart felt like she had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. There was a time when the teenager was still hers. One look from her and he'd be running like a dog to himself without a care in the world. But nowadays, at this moment, Ning Feng walked straight to the doorway of his cultivation room, reached out and grabbed the alloy cast door of the room. Ning Feng. Suddenly, a slightly hesitant voice came from behind him. Not only did it stop Ning Feng in his tracks, but it also drew the gazes of the remaining trainees under the cultivation tower over. Ning Feng stopped walking, but didn't turn around. What's wrong? The tone was all indifference, as if he were treating a stranger. Su Xinyue's expression once again stalled, reacted, and said stiffly, "Can I use the cultivation room? I need to break out immediately." With a smile on his face like a spring breeze, Ning Feng shrugged and said, "I'm sorry, my private cultivation room is not open to the public. This is something that the entire school should know." Decisive refusal. Bang! Ning Feng turned around and entered the cultivation room, slamming the door heavily behind him. Only Su Xinyue was left alone messing around outside the door. Oh, out of favor. I guess I still haven't woken up from the dream of being dumped by Ning Xiao, and I still want to use Ning Xiao's cultivation room. I really think that I'm still the little baby that Ning Xiao holds in his heart. Understandable. After all, being licked like that, the pitiful will have something to hate. The former dog-licking Ning Xiao she loved to ignore. The awakened Ning Xiao she can't afford to climb looking around at the people pointing and listening to the mocking comments of those around them. Su Xinyue's face turned from red to white to black again, only feeling her brain buzzing. Aha, Ning Feng, I'm not done with you. Su Xinyue stomped her foot in shame and anger, itching to find a crack in the ground. Turn and run. Bang! Just as he turned around, he slammed hard into an alloy pillar, and a large bloody bag swelled up on his head on the spot. There was a roar of laughter. Chapter 43, Licking Dog Day 13. Reward for Ancient 8 Floaters. Walking into the practice room, Ning Feng finally saw the special cultivation room that he had at Wushu University. No extravagant decorations or anything fancy. When you walk in, you put your eyes on a bright piece of crystal, all piled up by star ore. However, the entire cultivation room was extremely full of energy. This special cultivation room had not had a third person walk into it before, except for Su Xinyue. If outsiders were to see it, I'm afraid they could drop their jaws in shock, because how precious is star ore. The rest of the trainees' cultivation rooms were centered around a single star source mine, and then several cultivation rooms shared a single star source mine to absorb the energy from it to cultivate. Even then, it's not something an average trainee can afford to use. Many trainees were desperately doing quests, desperately entering underground caves and stargates to fight monsters and upgrade just to accumulate school points and enter the cultivation room just once. Comparatively speaking, some rich trainees do not need to work so hard and just drop money, but it can't be that extravagant. It was only the Ning family that had the strength to directly pile a room out of star source ore. Of course, this cultivation room was funded by the Ning family and created for Ning Feng alone, not taking advantage of the school. It's a pity that I didn't know how to cherish it before, focusing my attention on that woman Su Xinyue every day. When Ning Feng thought of the past, he found himself laughing. He looked around and realized there was another alloy door ahead of him, only normal sized, but at the door, there was a door sign. Battle Simulation Room. Ning Feng looked at the cultivation room with a flickering expression. Combat Simulation Room. Capable of simulating real-world combat scenarios. In simulated sparring, everything is sensory and scenario, exactly as normal. However, it was at the cost of a large amount of chi and blood. For example, this cultivation room before Ning Feng's eyes contained enough chi and blood power within it to be comparable to the entire chi and blood of a 7th grade sect master. In this way, it is possible to authentically recreate every part of the process. Every person, every plant, every detail in the middle of the simulation room requires the consumption of chi and blood. Ning Feng walked over to the cultivation platform and sat down on his knees, running his chi and blood. Immediately, a large amount of star-like light surged out from above the star source mine, surging into Ning Feng's entire body. Even with the old cultivation room, these star sources had been used for over 100 years, but the only energy left is still amazing. Time passes unnoticed. Ding! The 13th day of dog licking, rewarded with the Ancient Eight. The Ancient Eight Fausts, the Dragon King's ruler, the Coral Brahma Nimbus, the 8 Furnaces, the Crystal Ball of Heavenly Fate, the Morning Bell, the Twilight Drum, the Heavenly Splitting Halberd, the Bright King's Axe, and a pagoda-shaped magic weapon, Wooden Taoist. In the middle of the cultivation room, Ning Feng saw the introduction of the ancient celestial dragon 8 pontiffs. Even Ning Feng, who had seen too many top-tier magical treasures, couldn't help a flash of fervor welling up in his eyes. It was because this 8-part Buddha was different from the rest of the magic treasures. It is made up of 8 Dharma treasures, which together form the complete form of the 8 pillars of the Buddha, giving it great power and functionality. Each part can also be removed and used individually. Absolute Avatar, the Ancient 8 Floaters ranks among the top 36 Absolute Avatars, a powerful avatar skill that grants the user great strength and abilities. Refining process, can be refined by hand through blood sacrifices of living beings in chi and blood, and can raise the level of the 8 pieces floating buttresses continuously. Ability to transition, the 8-part floating Buddha easily transitions. showing that not only is it extremely difficult to refine, but it also has excellent performance in actual combat. Supreme Magic Treasure. As the Supreme Magic Treasure passed down from the ancient Tianlong clan, the 8 floating treasure brings together the essence of the dragons and other powerful forces, and each of the constituent treasures is an extremely powerful existence. This is the full range of functions and magical powers of the Eightfold Buddha. It can be said that these 8 pieces of magic, each one taken out individually and placed on the Earth Star, was an absolute top-tier supreme treasure that could make countless martial artists break their heads to fight for it. If the 8 pontiffs were combined together, even the martial saints. No, it's the kind of thing that a martial god would have to break his head to fight for. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the complete form of these 8 magic treasures, the 8 floating towers, were. I'm afraid that this is the only one placed in the Earth Star, and there is no magic treasure that can be compared to it. Ning Feng made a backhanded move. The 8 pagodas, which were shaped like pagodas, suddenly flew from the middle of the system to the front of his body. The pontoon was suspended and surrounded by wisps of silver-colored gas, like the Milky Way dropping down. Ning Feng had actually sensed the aura of the Tao above those gases. Is this the ancient celestial dragon 8 floaters? Just this pressure alone is incomparable to that martial god pagoda of the Ning clan. At this moment, Ning Feng actually had a feeling of his heart throbbing. The Ning clan's martial god pagoda was an Earthstar Empyrean divine artifact, and the Ning clan's clan-suppressing treasure. Every generation of the Ning family martial god in his twilight years will choose to use in the martial god tower in seclusion, to the rest of his life martial god's power to sacrifice the martial god tower, unless the family suffered a crisis of destruction, or else the rest of his life will not step out of the martial god tower half a step. Under the constant sacrifices of successive generations of martial gods, the Ning clan's martial god pagoda today had long since lost track of how strong it was. Yet that was the case. Ning Feng had never experienced this kind of palpitating sensation when facing the martial god pagoda. This 8-part float, it absolutely cannot be spread to the outside world, or else even the Ning family would be a monstrous blood disaster. Ning Feng immediately felt the weight of the situation. The appearance of emperor-grade magic treasures would cause martial saints and even martial gods across the globe to go out and fight for them. This 8-part floating slaughter in front of him, which was even more terrifying than an emperor-grade magic treasure. I'm afraid that even the Ning family would have to drink a pot of water once word got out. He looked to the 8-fold float and backhanded it. In an instant, the 8-part pontoon disintegrates, and it hovered around Ning Feng's circumference. With his left hand, the heaven-splitting halberd, and his right hand, the Ming Wang axe, the morning bells, the evening drums, the left and right. In front of him, the Dragon King's ruler, the coral Brahmacharya nunnery bead, the 8-part furnace, and the Heaven's Destiny crystal ball hovered up and down, as well as the wood Taoist, who was shaped like a tower-shaped Dharma treasure. He hung his eyes tightly and sat cross-legged beside Ning Feng. Above these 8 pontoon parts, there was actually an incomparably thick qi and blood and chaos qi flowing from all of them. The 2 types of breath mingled and mixed with each other, forming a curtain like a waterfall and emitting an extremely compelling might. Ning Feng smiled. Can't take out the octopus in its entirety though, but there's still no problem with taking one piece out on its own to appear in the public eye. With his invincible strength at the same rank, along with the emperor-grade magic treasure out of his hand, it wasn't difficult to kill someone even across grades. And these 8 pontiffs can also be upgraded through blood sacrifices, or by refining them with their own hands. As Ning Feng thought of this, he suddenly remembered his reward, beneath the starry abyss. If he took a human blood sacrifice, he naturally couldn't do it. Cults don't count for much, but the number of cults is limited after all. But this star abyss, which was connected to the star realm, was different, and the beings that dangled out of it were all star races or alien races. Blood sacrifices to these deviants would leave him with little guilt. Thinking about it, Ning Feng threw a rod backhandedly, then didn't bother paying attention to the fishing, leaving the rod to dangle alone. Chapter 44 The Battle of Kyoto 1 Stargate, all dead in battle. Then Ning Feng checked up on his own realm cultivation. At this time, his martial arts cultivation was at the mid-4th grade. When you reach the middle stage, you start to try to touch the Tao. And the way to touch the Tao is that you need to build 6 bridges in your body through the inside and outside. These 6 bridges are the bridge of the heart and the bridge of the 5 organs. It is also known in martial arts as the bridge of Tao marks. It meant that this bridge was filled with traces of the great Tao, meaning that the martial artist's path of martial arts was broken at this time. When all 6 bridges of Tao marks have been successfully constructed, they will be at the peak of the 4th grade sessions. The martial artist can then actively absorb the energy particles in the air and begin to quench the 5 organs. First quench the heart, then the 5 organs. When the whole body was quenched, the blood at this point was so heavy that when it dripped on the ground, it could emit a rolling sound like a steel ball. Once the physical body was strong enough, it could be made to withstand the outwardly released bridge of Dao marks, thus breaking through to the 5th grade Grand Martial Master realm in one fell swoop. After reaching the 5th grade and completely externalizing the bridge of Dao marks, one needed to start erasing the Dao marks on it. Of course, that's an afterthought. And at this point, what Ning Feng needed to do was to first build the 6 Dao trace bridges within his body before saying anything. The power of qi and blood operated, containing the blood of the Zhongtian hegemony bloodline. On the spot, it caused a faint purple glow to appear on the surface of Ning Feng's body. The entire body was flowing with purple aura, just like a divine treasure glow. Martial artists, the thing they were most proud of was naturally their physical body. However, Ning Feng, who possessed the Zhongtian hegemony blood, even if he hadn't yet proceeded to the step of starting to quench his body, today's fleshly body wasn't something that could be compared to that of an ordinary martial artist. This was the hegemony of the celestial hegemony blood. Under Ning Feng's inner vision, he checked his heart and prepared to build the first bridge of Dao marks. Originally complex organs. Under the inner vision, it is actually every cell. Every blood vessel is clear and incomparable. Ning Feng backhanded it. A drop of golden precious blood appeared in his hand and hovered in his palm. Body tempering divine blood. Great mighty heavenly dragon treasure blood. Ning Feng immediately swallowed the great mighty heavenly dragon's precious blood in one gulp. As a sizzling heat quickly spread throughout his body, Ning Feng's purple aura skyrocketed throughout his body. At this moment, he felt his entire body's qi and blood boiling, as if the hegemonic bloodline in his body was about to awaken. Boom! With this force of qi and blood, Ning Feng kept trying to build bridges of Dao marks with chaotic qi. The force of qi and blood that could be controlled collapsed with a bang before it could take shape. Several attempts were made. Ning Feng wasn't discouraged by this. Cultivation wasn't something that happened overnight. Each realm was refined 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Buzz. Finally, a hint of a smile appeared on Ning Feng's face as he opened his eyes. Under the inner eye, with the help of the great mighty heavenly dragon's precious blood, when all of the power of the precious blood had dissipated, the bridge of Dao marks in the heart finally took shape, didn't collapse, and was successfully built. Building a bridge of dowsing in one night, when this cultivation speed was spread out, I'm afraid that it would shock countless people's teeth. If one were to look inward into Ning Feng's body at this moment, one would see a bridge of Dao marks suspended above the heart. The bridge was mottled and decayed, engraved with a scratch, as if it had experienced countless years of wind and frost. 3 of the cracks were extremely huge and could already be called cracks. Just then, the fishing rod in Ning Feng's hand suddenly struggled and, lift your hand and move it. Another flying demon fish clan has taken the bait. The giant fish that had regained its original form looked at Ning Feng with a dumbfounded expression. A moment later, seemingly smelling the scent of a human, the giant fish pounced on Ning Feng with its round, rolling fish eyes. Snap! Ning Feng slapped over and smacked the giant fish's eyes. It was only after a long time that the giant fish reacted to the fact that his cultivation seemed to have been sealed. Turning around, it sensed a crisis, and the confusion in its eyes turned to horror as it looked at Ning Feng. Ning Feng probed the power of essence within his body. Not too shabby. Raising his hand, he instantly shattered it. A cloud of blood mist rushed into the middle of the 8-part floating buttons on the spot, becoming the feeder of the 8-part floating buttons, devouring a demonic fish. But the 8-part floating Buddha didn't feel a single ounce of power increase, because the power of this devil fish was just too insignificant. Ning Feng ended his cultivation and got up, walking over to the alloy door of the simulation room. Martial cultivation was important, but practical combat experience was equally important. If Ji Daohui had met someone other than himself, he would have been able to fight even a martial artist of 1 rank higher. Unfortunately, there was no how. Ning Feng was able to crush Ji Daohui with an absolute advantage, whether from cultivation or vision. Through the alloy door, Ning Feng had already felt the fluctuations in qi and blood within the simulation room. Press the button. With a rumbling boom, the alloy door slowly opened. The interior is still made of alloy, and from the outside, no special features can be seen. It was just that at this moment, in the alloy chamber, there was actually an alloy iron cage placed. There was a skeleton inside, and judging from its appearance, it was definitely not human. It should be a humanoid alien or star race. Ning Feng fixed his eyes on the 2 horns, sheep's horns. Ning Feng wasn't surprised. Where does the chakra chamber come from? From some life form. Of course, the star fae fed on humans for blood, and how could they be any different in the eyes of the human race? The principle of simulating a sparring match was to obtain a complete spiritual imprint, and then evolve it with the power of qi and blood, recreating the sparring scene of yesteryear. For example, it was said that before old martial Saint Su Tian died, he contributed all of his spiritual imprints. The human race could create countless simulation scenarios based on these mental imprints, cutting them into countless imprint segments. One must know that with Su Tian's experience, practical combat experience and his knowledge of the Earth Cave and Stargate, if one could use his brand to simulate a sparring match, it would be an unparalleled opportunity for any martial artist to practice. Stepping into the simulated sparring room, close the alloy door to the war room. A curtain of electronic light floated above one wall. Then, as the AI announcing voice sounded, several rows of text surfaced. Simulation battle is on. Please select the simulation map. 1. Siege of the Cults. Story summary, 1577 in the Longwu calendar. Main simulation of the strength of the opponents. Early 5th grade cultists, several 4th grade cultists. 2. Wanted bandit Master Chow 6. Story summary, Master Chow 6. The 23rd most wanted martial arts bandit. Early 5th grade martial arts cultivation. Brutal character. Vicious and venomous. Has committed robbery of martial arts transportation trucks, rape of dying masters, and other major cases. 3. The Battle of the Stargate in Tainan. Story summary, small scale. Death toll 2. 685 martial artists. 1. 560 star clans, a 7th grade master died in battle, and the 8th grade golden body of Li Guanyuan's grandparents and grandchildren led the Li family's hundreds of clansmen to die defending Tianan's first line of defense, fighting for a ray of hope for the rear. And ultimately, all 3 generations of the clansmen were killed in battle. 4. The Battle of Stargate Kyoto 1. Story summary, the first Stargate that appeared in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The first encounter between the human race and the star race. The discovery of the appearance of the Stargate. The first patriarch of the Dragon Kingdom. The first time to personally lead thousands of martial arts practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom to rush to the Stargate to defend the entrance of the Stargate to the death. And ultimately, the death of the whole team in the battle. 5. 10. Please choose your match according to your number. Once chosen, no changes can be made until the end of the match. A barrage of options listed a total of 10 sparring scenarios. Ning Feng swept a glance. There are scenarios as small as rounding up cults and apprehending wanted criminals, and as large as simulating battlefield scenarios in various Stargate grottos. It was just that as long as there were battles concerning the Earth Cave or the Stargate, most of them ended in a disastrous victory for the human race. Ning Feng had seen a lot of this kind of situation before. The Ning family had been on the warpath for many years, and most of the large and small battles recorded in the clan's history had been incredibly gruesome. The human race, which has always been the side that does not have the advantage, often takes human lives to plug holes. Number 4. Ning Feng pressed a button. He was still interested in that first Stargate, the first battle. In Kyoto, the Dragon Kingdom. I've only heard of it and never seen it before. Final choice number 4. And turn on simulated matchmaking. The moment it was pressed, the beep came again. Choose success. Searching for combat-related personnel information. Search successful. Chi blood been open. Releasing chi blood now. Being simulated at. Steeply. Ning Feng only felt an endless surge of chi and blood power that wrapped around his entire body. At the same time, a storm blew up in his brain, and the scene in front of him was like a bucket of stars. A high mountain rises out of the ground. Beneath this high mountain, dense corpses were spread out, from the bottom of the mountain to the top, and the higher up the battlefield, the more shocking it was, both for the human race and the star race. A streak of blood was like a small river, meandering and flowing down the mountain stream. Not a single living being. Chapter 45, All martial arts are indestructible. Only speed is unbreakable. Even though Ning Feng had prepared himself mentally, he still couldn't help his heart beating wildly. In the past, he had seen various battles in real life on the Ning family's materials, but he, himself, where he had seen such scenes. If you were a less courageous person, I'm afraid that just this one appearance screen would directly break one's heart and make them quit the simulation. In the more severe cases, one could even carve a Dao wound on the bridge of Dao marks that could never be erased, thus completely severing the path of the martial way. But Ning Feng didn't and let out a long breath, steadying his mind, stepping over the corpses, stepping over the blood, his shoes stomping a bloody flower on the ground. He walked towards the top of the mountain. For there, 2 figures stood, a human who was holding an alloy battle spear with one hand, and whose chest, brow, and 3 fatal parts of his throat were pierced through with bloody holes, stood there with no breath, apparently, killed in action. But even after being injured to this point, that human martial artist's spine remained straight, without a single bend. Opposite this human, there stood a humanoid monster with a pair of goat horns. The monster, too, had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries, with several huge cracks appearing on its skull, and one could see, from the cracks of the bones, blood bubbling out, and there were horrific wounds on various parts of its body as well. But overall it's not fatal. Looking at the human corpses in front of him, his eyes were filled with a shady sneer, contempt, disdain, and condescension. Ning Feng stepped over the corpses. There were human races, and there were foreign races, but there were more human races. The human race has always been at a disadvantage when it comes to battle talent, racial superiority, and all other aspects. In the beginning, it was after the appearance of the Stargate and the Earth Cave that the human race completely embarked on the path of martial arts. So in the early days, the people were taking lives to block. Even though thousands of years on the path of confrontation had allowed the human race to catch up a lot on the path of martial arts. However, in terms of the number of strong people, the human race was still in absolute decadence. Just then, the goat-horned monster also became aware and saw Ning Feng walking up. Dollar and hashtag and in dollar and at. The goat-horned monster let out a burst of odd syllables from its mouth. However, perhaps because he was simulating a sparring match, Ning Feng was able to understand what the other party was saying. Humans? There are still humans alive. The goat-horned monster looked at Ning Feng as if it were looking at a prey. He reached out and pointed his hand at the forehead of the lance humanoid, and blood and light exploded as his head burst into pieces. The headless body of that human collapsed. Despite knowing that this scene is fake, a continued simulation of scenes from yesteryear, Ning Feng's heart, however, still couldn't help the coldness that surfaced. Without saying a word, Ning Feng merged his fingers in place of his sword. The fourth stance of one sword solo, the decaying wooden sword. Click, click, click. The place where the chi and blood transformed into a blade force passed through was like space shattering, piercing the ears while chopping towards the sheep-headed monster. Boom! A strange-shaped battle sword appeared in the goat-horned monster's hand, and at the same time, it slashed down. The power that tore through the void like that, emitting a buzzing air burst. However, it caused Ning Feng to frown slightly, because of the chi and blood simulation sparring. Although the opponents of the sparring, the battle power is suppressed to a level comparable to that of the sparring partner. The battle experience and battle skills do not change. It's like an AI chessboard duel, although the AI is a machine, but he is not weak. On the contrary, because of the solidified fighting pattern, the opponent is more difficult to win without understanding. According to the introduction, this Dragon Kingdom patriarch who died in battle back then had a martial arts cultivation of the 7th grade. This goat-horned monster was able to kill a human clan patriarch, and its strength in life must have reached the 7th rank, or even higher. But this level is not like the level of a grandmaster. Bang! As soon as the knife went down, the goat-horned monster screamed. The strange knife in his hand flew out of his hand, and half of his arm was shaken and drenched in blood, his bones broken. The goat-horned monster stared viciously at Ning Feng. Backwards. Impossible. Human, how can you be so strong? The goat-horned monster's face twisted as it looked at Ning Feng incredulously. Ning Feng was filled with indifference and didn't respond. Kill. The goat-horned monster's eyes flashed with ferocity, and after losing its monstrous blade, it blasted towards Ning Feng with a fist. Hashtag and dash dollar dash hashtag and hashtag. The goat-horned monster let out a strange cry once again, and the raging power of chi and blood surged like a churning sea of blood, crushing down. Obviously, this star race's fleshly body was equally strong. In fact, the physical bodies of many star races were not weak, and both star races and fey races had a great innate advantage in terms of physique. Ning Feng lifted his fist, still downplaying the situation. Bang! 2 fists clashed, and that fist smashed the Star Nation. The blood erupted on the spot and his fist exploded. That's it? Ning Feng was surprised, and once again raised his foot to step over. The goat-horned monster was just about to lash out again when it was suddenly stomped on the arm, and the other arm shattered on the spot. A little disappointed, Ning Feng slammed his fist into the Star Clan's head, quickly ending the fight. The punch caused his head to explode like a watermelon. Red and white things splashed in all directions as if a stoplight had been turned on. A little weak, Ning Feng said with some disappointment. After this star race was suppressed in strength, it didn't contribute the combat skills that a 7th grade sect master should have. This simulation was kind of a waste. However, Ning Feng quickly realized that something was wrong again. This is because the death of the main sparring opponent is detected by the system and ends the sparring match quickly and voluntarily. But after waiting for a while, the sparring still didn't end. Buzz. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came from behind himself. Ning Feng's pupils contracted violently, and he instantly executed the 9 secrets of the shadowed heavens. The Xing Zi secret activated, his body instantly moving out horizontally. A gun main was like a dragon blasting in the distance. Several corpses exploded on the spot, and blood and flesh flew in the air. Ning Feng's gaze, on the other hand, was deadpan toward the figure not far away. The headless body slowly stood up and picked up the alloy battle rifle on the ground again. People. There was clearly no head, but it was as if a voice had come out of nowhere. That voice, resounding, it was like a collision of gold and stone, with a hint of repressed violence mixed in with the confusion. Elder, Ning Feng gazed at the headless patriarch, and surprisingly, he felt a strong wave of emotions, though knowing full well that the other person had no life force left. However, Ning Feng knew that this was a continuation simulation of spiritual will. We failed to hold it, and are ashamed of the people. The headless patriarch's voice was filled with guilt. Perhaps this was his obsession before he died. He was the last human to die in battle, and his last thought before he died was that he was ashamed of the human race. It's held. The human race is still here. The human race now has hundreds of earth caves and stargates combined, and has gone through countless bloody battles and suppressed countless riots, but none of them have been lost. As Ning Feng's words left his mouth, he unexpectedly sensed that some sort of obsession within the other party's mental imprint had disappeared. Really? That's great. The headless patriarch gripped his ally battle rifle tightly as he slowly walked towards Ning Feng. Let me try and see how my human descendants are doing today. Whoosh! The figure shifted. It almost turned into a stump. The headless patriarch gripped his alloy lance and instantly appeared in front of Ning Feng. The alloy lance struck out, and on top of the lance, there was just a trace of qi and blood attached to it. This shot, it's very retro. Retro to the point that it made Ning Feng's mind conjure up a saying, no martial art under the sun is indestructible. Only speed is unbreakable. This is the original look and flavor of Budo. Chapter 46, The Great Way Toward Heaven. Clang! Ning Feng instantly flashed his battle sword in his hand, easily blocking the headless patriarch's attack. What a fast gun! Is this the first patriarch in the human martial arts path? A hint of color emerged on Ning Feng's expressionless face. The headless patriarch's realm was suppressed to the same level as his at this point. The mid-4th rank realm. But you have to realize that martial artists rely on qi and blood to fight. As long as the power of qi and blood was strong, one would have an absolute advantage among martial artists of the same level. Yet this patriarch was surprisingly not. What he relies on is speed. His fighting style was all very retro, completely based on speed, strength, and other powers tapped by the human flesh, with qi and blood as a supplement. This is the fighting style of the early stages of the martial arts. Ning Feng's expression was serious, and he held his alloy battle sword in his hand. Second shot. The words fell. The headless patriarch's gun was raised and stabbed again. This stab, even more glib and cloudy, as if merely making an action. However, Ning Feng's pupils exploded as he violently felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. While the simulation doesn't really die, all consciousness is real. If it was in reality, it would be difficult for him to fight against in speed if he didn't utilize the 9 secrets of the shadowed sky. Sharp swords have no intention. A deep shout rang out as Ning Feng gripped his alloy battlesword and slashed forward. Boom! With this slash, qi and blood mixed with a long dragon of sword qi roared out. Like an evil dragon, it spat out bloodlight and tore through the void. Its might was incomparably strong. Boom! However, his rapier had no intention of being broken. The headless patriarch's battle rifle shook. It's like a firecracker. The headless patriarch's alloy battle rifle continued to push forward. Ning Feng's expression was austere, and without the slightest intention of retreating, he directly followed up with a second slash forward with his battle sword. Soft sword uncanny. The blood is like a swimming dragon. It was equally explosive and incomparable, carrying a ray of thrilling aura. Without too many twists and turns, the headless patriarch was directly confronted with a blow again. Broken again. This time, Ning Feng's tiger's mouth that was holding the battle sword crumbled, spilling a wisp of blood. The headless patriarch's figure also exploded backward, even more woefully out of shape than Ning Feng's, while the alloy lance in his hand broke with a resounding clang. Those were alloy weapons from endless years ago, and the forging process and materials used were far inferior to those of today. So it broke, but the headless patriarch was calm and unusual, seemingly unconcerned, and raised his lance with a forceful momentum. Stop the retreat. His aura is still unrelenting. The body of the gun that had lost its head stabbed at Ning Feng with a loud boom. Ning Feng's qi and blood were strong, and his hair, which was as black as ink, hunted, before he took a firm step forward. At this moment, both of them possessed an incomparably firm conviction of invincibility and did not budge. Boom, boom. Shadows from the guns were nicknamed, and the sound of blades bursting was constant. The two silhouettes were moving crazily in this space, erupting gusts of terrifying qi and blood astral winds from time to time, one after another. Ning Feng used one sword solo to blast against the headless patriarch, yet the more he faced off, the more he became somewhat alarmed, because not only was the headless patriarch's experience in battle terrifying, his skill was even higher. This is the first patriarch of the human race. The strength, speed, and all other potentials of the physical body have been completely tapped to the point of a limit. Ning Feng was astonished beyond belief. He was a hangman. However, this human patriarch was not, and he was able to battle him to this point simply by virtue of his combat skills. Although Ning Feng was confident that as long as he went all out, he would definitely be able to kill this headless patriarch in seconds with absolute strength. But that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to sharpen his awareness and fighting skills. Boom! In the end, it was Ning Feng who crushed the headless patriarch with his strength. Ning Feng held the alloy battle sword in his single hand and stepped forward. Slash after slash, slash after slash, slash after slash, erupting into a long dragon of chi and blood. Wherever they go, the chi and blood rolled on the ground as the corpses crumbled and blood and flesh flew. However, even though the headless patriarch had fallen into a declining position, he had always been able to defuse life and death crises, and had fought head-on against Ning Feng. Junior, you're much stronger than me. I should have lost a long time ago. However, you rely too much on the power of chi and blood. Suddenly, the headless patriarch's hoarse voice rang out. Please teach me, senior. Ning Feng spoke humbly. He naturally feels deeply about this. His hard power was indeed much more powerful than the headless patriarch. But the fact that the headless patriarch had survived until now was enough to show that he had some problems of his own. He was now nothing but strength, and nothing but experience in the rest of the world. Mudo Mudo. With martial arts prevailing and chi and blood supplementing, the way is martial arts. This is the beginning of the martial way's first entry into the human race. But as the chi and blood became stronger, the human race began to focus solely on the pursuit of chi and blood, thus forgetting the true meaning of martial arts. The headless patriarch's words came out, recounting what the martial arts were like in the beginning. He gripped his alloy battle spear and took a step forward. To prove the Tao by martial arts, the great Tao is facing the sky, when it is broken by martial arts with one force. Posterity, watch this shot, it's going to be awesome. Boom! As soon as the headless patriarch's words left his mouth, he only saw the body of his gun jerking toward one. In the next moment, the air in front of him unexpectedly began to distort, and a terrifying spear on 3 feet long, stabbed straight at Ning Feng. Ning Feng's pupils contracted dramatically as he saw. This spear-on was not transformed by the power of chi and blood, but was formed purely with the power of the martial Tao. Budo Budo. Martial initiation. Prove the way with martial arts. The great way is facing the sky. When broken by the power of the martial one, Ning Feng muttered, a feeling of enlightenment rising indistinctly in his heart. Looking at the instantly arriving spear main, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. In the next moment, not only did he not dodge, he even directly closed his eyes. The alloy battle knife in his hand was raised. Elder, watch. This slash of mine will also be very cool. Knife drop. This time, Ning Feng didn't use a single ounce of chi, nor did he use any of one sword solo sword moves. With the same unassuming slash, boom, the alloy lance disintegrated inch by inch, all the way along with the headless patriarch's entire arm, and finally half of his body was directly chopped off. The headless patriarch's body quickly became faint. The shot drained the last of his strength, and his body was facing Ning Feng's direction. You win. There was a hint of relief and appreciation in his tone. Ning Feng gave a respectful salute. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. The headless patriarch's figure grew fainter and fainter as he asked, posterity, what class are you in among the descendants of the human race? In terms of family lineage, in terms of talent, latecomer, Ning Feng said, pondering for a moment, saying too high seemed a bit too immodest. The headless patriarch understood and said with relief, I see, even a descendant with ordinary talent can defeat me. It seems that my human race is greatly prospering. Elder, you would have the wrong idea. In terms of family lineage I'm invincible, and in terms of talent, I'm even more invincible. Ning Feng scratched his head, feeling the need to explain. The headless patriarch was silent as he listened to, so unhumble. Posterity, may your martial arts path be evergreen, and may the human race's martial arts path flourish. From now on, there is no me in the world, and I will protect my Shenlong kingdom with my soul. At the same time as the headless patriarch's words fell, his body transformed into a sky full of light spots, and finally dissipated completely in this heaven and earth. The human race is unharmed. Bon voyage. Ning Feng bowed once more in the direction of the headless patriarch. At the same time, the corpses, mountains, and all the scenes around him quickly disappeared. Chapter 47, Licking Dog Day 15. Reward Rudra Prime, 5-Finger Mountain. Ning Feng soon reappeared in the middle of the cultivation room, looking at the corpse of the golem monster Star Clan on the ground. Ning Feng stood quietly for a few seconds. While digesting this simulated sparring match, he also felt the Ning family's expectations of him. Such a piece of spiritual imprint was bound to be precious. It was only a top martial arts family like the Ning family that had the strength to get their hands on it. However, Ning War's previous good intentions, Ning Feng, however, had never noticed it, and had focused his mind on Su Xinyue. After a long time, Ning Feng stepped out of the simulated sparring room and was greeted by the sight of the time on the wall. Without realizing it, he had actually cultivated for 2 days. It seemed that the time within the simulated sparring match could not be measured by common sense. Ding! The 14th day of dog licking, rewarded with 8 precious dragon carp. Ding! 15th day of dog licking, rewarded with Rudra Prime, 5 fingers. Scanning through the rewards for 2 consecutive days, all of them were worth a lot of money. Although the 8 precious dragon carp was not as good as the immortal pill, it was still a rare and precious blood food. As for Rulai Prime, 5 fingers, it had even reached the point of being a divine merit technique. A divine grade technique was a top-tier existence even in the Ning clan. I have heard that the Lord of the Land is the one who combines the 3 divine arts in one, and only then did he secure his position as the Lord of the Land. So much so that it has made the lineage of the State Lord immortal for thousands of years. Otherwise, in the long river of martial development, there were countless celestial pride, the lineages rose up side by side, and there was no shortage of even transgressive martial gods. So without absolute strength, what would one take to suppress the huge dragon kingdom? What to compete with the rest of the kingdoms in the planet Earth? And what will be used to suppress the Earth Cave Fae and the Stargate Star Clan? Ning Feng ended his cultivation and pushed the door out of the cultivation room. At this time, there were constant shadows coming and going in the corridor, with many trainees going in and out of the cultivation room. Seeing Ning Feng walk out, the crowd's gazes glanced in Ning Feng's direction with envy in their expressions. However, no one dared to show a look of jealousy and hatred, and even if they did, no one dared to show it to their face. Suddenly, Ning Feng sensed 2 special chi and blood fluctuations coming from the 2 cultivation chambers next to him. One was Su Xinyue's cultivation room. It seemed that despite failing several times, Su Xinyue still hadn't given up on condensing the bridge of Dao marks. The other cultivation room, if Ning Feng remembered correctly, should be Summer's cultivation room. Summer's realm is the early 5th grade. The early stage of the 5th grade would have to outwardly release the bridge of Dao traces and then erase all the traces of the great Dao on it one by one. As long as all the Dao marks were erased, one could step into the realm of the 6th grade. By the looks of it, Summer had just entered the 5th grade for the first time not long ago, and was precisely in the process of stabilizing the bridge of Dao marks at that moment. Ning Feng withdrew his gaze and saw Ah Xiang guarding the doorway, inside the hall of the cultivation tower. At this moment, Ah Xiang was playing with a big one-leg jump. The lateral width of the hall was more than 100 meters, and Ah Xiang jumped from one end to the other. The crowd tilted their heads as they watched Xiang jump around. It could only be filled with helplessness, but no one dared to say anything. Not only was this Ning Feng's follower, he was also a golden body powerhouse in his own right. Young lord, you finally come out. I have an important matter to report to you. Ning Feng had only just walked out when Xiang stopped his big jump and walked over. Today, Xiang is wearing a half-sleeve from Hello Cat and dark green shorts underneath. However, when he saw Ah Xiang's long, flowing hair, Ning Feng immediately had the corners of his mouth twitch. A head of long blonde hair was rooted like waves of wheat, with angled bangs covering one eye. Instantly, it brought Ning Feng back to the non-mainstream vestiges of a certain era. Though I've long gotten used to Xiang's brain circuits, but this time, when he saw the one eye under Xiang's blonde slanting bangs, for some reason, a phrase always echoed in Ning Feng's head: when you gaze into the abyss is also gazing into you. Ning Feng couldn't help but spit out, Uncle Xiang, even though you're handsome, you can't be too reckless with your invincible face value. Ah Xiang didn't understand, showing that eye and flashing a hint of doubt. Young lord, what do you mean by that? Ning Feng said bluntly, I'd say your aesthetics need to be improved. This is not important. Ah Xiang ruffled his bangs with his hand, then shook them back with force and said, there was a slight problem with the construction of the cultivation room. What's the problem? Ning Feng frowned. When Ah Xiang mentioned this, his expression also became quite serious and said, a tutor died at the scene. No, a tutor's body was found. Where's the body? Still on the scene. Ning Feng's 9 mysteries of the shadowed sky, the Xingzi mysteries were activated, and his figure instantly disappeared into the cultivation room. As if shaken for a moment, Xiang looked stunned and quickly followed suit as well. Young Ning is so fast. As a man, this is real fast. It's no exaggeration to say that I'm faster than young Lord Ning in certain aspects. As they watched the direction in which Ning Feng's figure disappeared, the crowd let out bursts of awe. At this speed, only the Ning family had this level of stance, right? In the square where the new cultivation room was cultivated, a cultivation room piled with star source or rose up. The whole body was bubbling with firefly-like light, permeated with rich star source power. Even if the workers who were practicing were in this environment, they couldn't help but breathe well and be in good spirits without a trace of fatigue. Everything is going well. The build is 2/3 of the way through, and the work is all going on as usual. At this point in time, It's baffling that such a thing would suddenly appear. The corpse of the tutor that Ning Feng had seen in front of a cryopod. From the bodies and also the traces found at the scene. It should be someone from the cult who was interested in stopping the progress of the completion of the cultivation room. Xiang briefly described what had happened in the past 2 days. Ning Feng probably had a judgment after hearing this, and gazed coldly at the corpse in the freezing chamber. Why did the cult strike at this time? Do they really think that killing someone will stop the construction process? Obviously, it was impossible. But why on earth the cult was doing this? He couldn't see the reason for a moment. Ning Feng said, keep a close eye on them. They can't make a big wave. Although he couldn't figure it out. Ning Feng didn't care too much. All news of the cults near Jinqing City had already been grasped by the Ning family. Heads that were too strong had all been targeted by the Ning family's experts a long time ago. The ones that are too weak can't pose much of a threat to them, and can only be reduced to the palms of the playthings of this martial arts experience. Uncle Xiang, sneak the corpse to the cultivation room for me at night. Ning Feng opened his mouth and spoke, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the cultivation field. Behind him, Xiang was stunned at the sight. Young master, this is not good. This is a Wu de tutor. Why don't we send over 2 cultists for you? I suspect that there is a mole inside WU, and I have a way to bring it out. Ning Feng looked at Xiang with a speechless expression. This old mind's circuitry wasn't quite the same as a normal person's at all. Back in the old cultivation tower, Ning Feng was running into Li Xiaoqi, who had just emerged from the customs. He had heard from others that Li Xiaoqi had entered the Stargate a few times in order to enter the cultivation room to cultivate, and had spared half his life in exchange for some cultivation resources. Young lord, Li Xiaoqi blushed slightly when she saw Ning Feng, and hurriedly gave a greeting before standing aside with a shy face, as if she were a maid follower. Chapter 48 Dao marks revealed. Morning bell and twilight drum show their might. Where have the surrounding WU students seen this cold and arrogant Osher Nan, revealing such a young girl's bud-like posture? For a moment the crowd all looked dumbfounded. You don't have to be so formal. Also, in the future, feel free to take the resources in the cultivation room and use them. They are all counted on me. Ning Feng nodded. After all, he was his own follower now, so it was still necessary to shell out some resources to cultivate and nurture him. And there was nothing wrong with Li Xiaoqi in terms of talent, character, or effort. Such a martial arts talent was also worthy of him paying some resources to cultivate. Thank you, young lord. Hearing that Li Xiaoqi had the intention of refusing, Ning Feng waved his hand and said, hurry up and raise your strength. If you want to follow me, it won't do for you to be too low in your martial realm. Also, I have something important for you to do later. He was the young master of the Ning family, gradually taking over the business of the Ning family, and would even include business related to the Stargate and the Earth Cave in the future. It's safe on the ground in Rikoku, but when you go into the grotto and the Stargate, you need strength to stay alive. Hearing that Ning Feng was going to give him important things to do, Li Xiaoqi didn't make a sound of refusal when he heard that. There was just a slight touch of heart, and emotion. She used to go it alone, and it was rare for someone to pull herself up by her bootstraps. Just as Ning Feng took a step towards the cultivation room, a fierce force of qi and blood violently rushed out from the middle of a cultivation room in front of him. That force of qi and blood was like a terrifying rainbow running through the sun and moon, directly rushing out of the chamber and stretching across the hall of the cultivation tower. Everyone was intimidated by that oppressive aura. This is the bridge of Dao marks. Wherever the bridge of qi and blood passed through, everyone retreated backward, revealing horrified expressions. Couldn't withstand that pressure at all. One could only see that as the bridge of qi and blood gradually became clearer, a bridge like a blood-stained bridge emerged. The bridge, as bright red as blood-stained, was filled with all kinds of traces resembling the slashes of swords and guns. It's mottled and decayed and disorganized. It's the road mark. It was rumored that this was a mark left by the great Dao on top of a martial artist's Dao bridge, leaving the martial artist's Dao scarred and unable to be perfected and cultivated. A martial arts powerhouse of the 5th grade was the one who had to erase these Dao marks one by one before he could walk to the other side of the river. Reach the realm of the 6th grade. Buzz. The void trembled steeply and a long blade swept across the void. The blade's aura intermingled with the power of qi and blood chopping at the bridge of Dao marks. The 3 Dao marks were swept horizontally, several times emitting dull light and flickering. She was actually trying to obliterate the 3 Dao marks in one fell swoop. Is it too big a step to obliterate 3 at once? One strip is already difficult, and it doesn't even necessarily succeed. Summer pride is indeed a bit too big. In front of the Dao marks, heavenly pride is no exception. The crowd couldn't help but be worried even after seeing this scene, and they all stared intently. Dao marks were the imprints of the Dao, where it was so easy to erase them, not to mention erasing 3 channels at once. As expected, the blade aura was instantly shattered as it was rebounded by the Dao trace after chopping on it. And then, A heavy muffled grunt came from within the cultivation room, the backlash of the Dao marks affecting him. Ning Feng shook his head somewhat helplessly. Summer was indeed too hasty. Dao trace backlash. Not for fun. Sirius will be engraved on the Dao bridge. Dao wound. Become the death of the martial arts Dao, resulting in damage to the foundation. Cannot be repaired in a lifetime. Morning bells and evening drums. 2 of the 8 heavenly dragons parts instantly flew out behind Ning Feng. Strands of green silk draping the curtains as if they could collapse the green sky of the ages, exuding a heavy and incomparable aura. Buzz. The morning bell rings. The twilight drums vibrate. 2 voices with the aura of the Dao resounded in this space, and everyone's bodies shook in unison at the sound. Only a muffled grunt was heard once again from Summer's cultivation room. At the same time, a muffled grunt seemed to emanate from Su Xinyue's cultivation room. Vaguely. Within moments, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Summer's bridge of Dao marks quickly faded. It was seen that although the 3 Dao marks were not erased, no Dao wounds were left on them either. Summer managed to bodily retreat. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Ning Feng put away the morning bells and evening drums. Groan sth. The alloy door to the training room opened, and Summer stepped out with her head cloaked. Her face was as pale as paper, and her gaze was still incredibly cold, only pursing her lips when she looked at Ning Feng. Thank you. You're welcome, senior sister. Ning Feng smiled back. Don't call me senior sister, Summer stubbornly said. Groan sth. Another alloy door on the side opened, and Su Xinyue walked out with her hair draped over her head as well. She was in a state similar to Summer's, pale and bloodless. Just now, she had failed in another attempt to break through. However, in her haste, she didn't stop, but instead forcefully impacted the shackles, and as a result, she nearly had problems with her chi and blood flowing backward. Just then she heard the sound of morning bells and drums. After scanning the crowd and finally landing on Ning Feng, Su Xinyue's pale face then surfaced with a hint of fluctuation before a flash of brightness surged up. The glimmer gradually shifted to smugness when some sort of guess was established. Ning Feng, who had noticed this micro-expression from Su Xinyue, was puzzled. Suddenly, Su Xinyue was heard speaking aloud. Ning Feng, I knew you wouldn't leave me alone. Since you wanted to help me, why didn't you give me the cultivation room to use, and had to let me break through in this old cultivation room? If it wasn't for you, could I have gone wrong with my cultivation? I don't care. You have to make it up to me. When the onlookers of the martial arts university students saw this scene, they didn't know what to say. Can't help but grin darkly. This woman is a little self-aware? Listen to this. Is it human? The crowd listened in agitation on her behalf. Ning Feng was also stunned by Su Xinyue's sudden demonic behavior. Then he reacted. Surely it was because he had helped her by mistake just now, causing her to hallucinate again. But before he could speak, Su Xinyue stepped up and said, Say, how to compensate. Chuckle. Before her words fell, Ning Feng reacted, lifting his hand. A chi and blood, from Ning Feng's fingertips, transformed into a sword chi and chopped out. One sword solo. A rotting wooden sword. Boom. Su Xinyue's alloy door instantly dislodged, and the sword chi rushed into the cultivation room, instantly destroying the cultivation equipment in the room, with electronic parts falling to pieces. Looking at the messy cultivation room, Su Xinyue was filled with stupefaction. If you don't want to cultivate, then don't even cultivate in the future. I forgot if you didn't tell me. This cultivation room is also mine, and it just so happens that I'm taking it back now. Compensation? Compensate a kiba ah. After Ning Feng finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the cultivation room. Inside the hall, the crowd was filled with dumbfounded faces as they looked at the slowly closing alloy door. The booming sound of the door closing seemed to hit the crowd hard in the heart, and with it the crowd reacted. What a laugh! How does this woman's brain grow? How many times has she been slapped in the face by Ning Xiao? Still thinks that Ning Xiao is the licking dog that used to surround her. Speechless as hell. I'm embarrassed for her. I guess the brain is really bad, but also take someone else Ning Xiao as a spare tire. It is better to find an honest person to take over earlier, otherwise the belly is getting bigger and bigger day by day. Let's see how she can still mix grass. Honest people digging up your family's ancestral graves? Stop cursing and poo-poo the together. Chapter 49 The Battle of the Sea of Divine Animals. That man he has returned. Listening to the crowd pointing and sneering, Su Xinyue's eyes grew redder and finally cried out with a whimper. All the aggression exploded at this moment. She suddenly missed her father. Who would have dared to do this to her while her father was still alive? Would Ning Feng dare? Would Summer dare? Not to mention that this group of poor classmates, one by one, lining up to lick her feet are not qualified. However, it had only been a short time since her father had fallen, and each and every one of these people had revealed their ugly faces. Human nature is simply ugly. Before, she thought the world was beautiful. but ever since she got pregnant, she felt like everything had changed. Ning Feng targeted him, Summer targeted her, and her classmates targeted her. She's just trying to find a home for herself and a father for her child. What's wrong with her? With fingers pointing around her, Su Xinyue was full of mush and confused. Until a sound of excited exclamation exploded in her head, directly pulling her back to reality. Big news, big news. Jiang Nianchu came back to school alive. Just then, a cadet ran in from outside and brought a message into the cultivation tower. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Nianchu? He actually came back alive from the divine animal battle. As soon as this news came out, the crowd exploded, shaken beyond belief, and then flocked towards the outside. However, Su Xinyue, who had heard Jiang Nianchu's name, also suddenly had her body tremble violently. Then too, he quickly stumbled and rushed out after the crowd. Summer looked at Su Xinyue's back and turned around to return to the cultivation room again. She wasn't really interested in Jiang Nianchu or anything, but she was still moved to hear that Jiang Nianchu had returned alive. Jiang Nianchu coming back alive meant that the group had succeeded. Succeeding in opening up one more path on this path of cultivation for the human race. For future generations. This kind of feat was enough to be included in the general history of the martial arts. As much as she hated Jiang Nianchu as a person, it didn't stop Summer from being in awe of what the group of them had done. But that's about it. Every martial artist of the human race, who isn't fighting against it? Even if there was a battle going on right now that required her Summer to die, she wouldn't hesitate. Long before the day she stepped into the martial arts path, long before the day she was born into the Xia family, she had this realization. However, just as she was about to return to the cultivation room, but at that moment, a voice suddenly came to her ears. Young lord asked you to come to the cultivation room. No time. Time is like a ditch in a flat A. There's always time to squeeze. Summer's words just fell. In the next moment, Xiang appeared beside Summer and carried her inside with his big hand around Summer's neck. Summer's face instantly changed wildly. A high-strung Wonder Woman like her was carried away by the neck like this. It's downright shameful. However, at this moment, she was suppressed and couldn't move a muscle, and could only use her afterglow to glance around. After realizing that the trainees had all run out to see Jiang Nianchu, she was slightly relieved and turned a pair of beautiful eyes to stare fiercely at Xiang. Inside the practice room, Ning Feng sat cross-legged with a block of cryopods containing corpses in front of him. Xiang placed his hands in front of him and stood beside Ning Feng. Summer stood behind Xiang, her face shifting as she glared at him. Little girl, what kind of look are you giving, old man? When I was a kid, I carried you two on the swing every day. Remember? Summer snorted coldly and said, Old dang, you seek death. Xiang fiercely threw a handful of golden chi bangs, then held his head with both hands and lazily said, Old man, I really want to die, but unfortunately no one can kill me. If I die someday, little girl, you can't cry. I'm crying? I must laugh. But when you die, I suggest that you pull a few more Starkland cushions with you, and I can burn a few more papers for you. Summer sneered. Xiang revealed one eye and said with a smile, Nonsense. Not pulling more than 10 8th grade golden bodies doesn't fit my status. Knowing that it doesn't make sense to theorize with Xiang, Summer didn't bother theorizing with Xiang, but instead looked directly at the corpse in the freezing chamber. What did you get the corpse here for? Summer looked at Ning Feng with a puzzled expression. This time, she had a rare moment where she didn't have a fit, but instead calmly asked Ning Feng why. Of course it's to ask Tutorly who killed him and avenge Tutorly. As Ning Feng said that, he smoothly took out the 8 precious dragon carp in his spatial ring. Pat Chun dragon carp, shaped like a dragon, is flowing with color. It glittered in the tripod and was extremely spiritual. Most of all, this 8 precious dragon carp's blood and flesh was pure and flawless. It had been recorded in the general history of the martial way that the 8 precious dragon carp was claimed to be the closest to the purest of creatures and was extremely rare. Its blood food, when eaten, can wash away the impurities and dirt in a person's body, causing a transformation of the person's physique. Handing the 8 precious dragon carp to Xiang beside him, Ning Feng said indifferently, Uncle Xiang, it's time to show your craftsmanship. Stew this dragon carp, and call Shao Qi at night. Let's have a drink. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk, dragon carp? When Xiang saw the 8 precious dragon carp, he couldn't help but burst out directly. It had to be said that although Xiang, who was an 8th grade golden body, was out of tune, his insight was still not weak, and he recognized the 8 precious dragon carp at a glance. As Summer looked at the 8 precious dragon carp, a look of shock also appeared on her pretty face. Dragon carp. Of course she had heard of it. It was just that he hadn't expected that the Ning family would be so extravagant as to even spare such a cherished treasure for Ning Feng. Pat Chun. Ning Feng reminded emphatically, adding 2 more words in front of it. 8 precious dragon carp and dragon carp. although there is only a difference of 2 words. It is the same as the difference between a scaly dragon and a real dragon. One heaven and one earth. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm going now. Ah Xiang rubbed his hands together, his eyes glowing as he took the 8 precious dragon carp and walked out. This stuff is so good. A sip of soup can prolong your life. Watching Ah Xiang walk out, Summer retracted her gaze and swept a glance over Ning Feng. Do you have any way to find out the cause of Tutor Li's death? Ning Feng didn't rush to answer. Instead, he said without haste, I now suspect 2 things. First, there is a mole in the Southeast Martial Arts University, a mentor. Secondly, the purpose of this group of cultists is not necessarily to destroy the cultivation tower. Or rather it is not necessarily to want to simply destroy the cultivation tower. There must be other purposes as well. A mole? Summer frowned, but didn't retort. It wasn't impossible for there to be a mole, and the matter of a mole in the human race had been discussed during the Xia clan's senior management meeting. It was certain that the military ministry, the Ministry of Education, and the Dark Battalion, the 3 major departments of the human race, all had cultists mixed in at the top. It's not that hard to arrange for a mentor to come into WU. So, the main question now is if the cultists aren't out to destroy the cultivation tower. So what exactly is their purpose? So, what are you trying to do by transporting Tutor Li's body here? Summer once again looked at Ning Feng and asked. Even as smart as she was, she couldn't guess Ning Feng's next move. Ning Feng lifted his hand, and the void in front of him shook, and an ancient zither with an ancient flavor and color emerged. If I remember correctly, you grew up with a lack of pentatonic voice, didn't you? Summer snorted. Chapter 50, Martial Way. Must struggle. The human race must struggle. Ning Feng was instantly silent. Am I talking to you again about singing? Or do you think you're funny? Ning Feng's 5 fingers were slender and as white as green onions, and if he didn't look at his face, he could easily be mistaken for a woman. 5 fingers plucking the strings. Buzz. A zither sound like steel pearls falling from a jade plate. The sound is in the ears. Summer's delicate body instantly trembled. It's as if some point has been touched. Obviously, Ning Feng's zither sound had touched her soul. Her face flushed instantly, twisting her stiff body and wriggling her white swan neck as she slowly looked towards Ning Feng. Ah, this long out-breathing sound of flattering as hell. It nearly interrupted Ning Feng's spellcasting. Meanwhile, Mentor Li, who was lying in the cryopod, also had a slight tremor in his body. Then, eyes round, he slowly sat up. Requiem for the dead. Invoking, calming, and returning spirits. Invocation of the soul. Watching that mute, dull face revive again in such a way as to. Summer pursed her lips and finally said nothing. Although he wasn't too familiar with Tutor Li, he was at least in the same school and had had a few encounters. It was said that this Tutor Li was once also a male son of a third-rate family, only that all family members above his father's generation were killed in battle during the Battle of Shanghai a few years ago. The family way. Mentor Li was adopted by the WU Welfare Agency and then stayed right on at WU as a mentor. Now that Tutor Li had fallen, the last root of the Li family had been severed. Instructor Li, take your time and we'll listen. Just then, Ning Feng's voice rang out. On the playground, many of the trainees placed their gazes above a figure in the distance. The figure had a handsome appearance, with clear-cut angles, and the luster in his eyes was as if it contained a sea of stars, flickering brightly, walking step by step as firm as a rock. His body was sturdy and upright like a green pine in ancient wood, and a head of long hair was loosely draped over his shoulders like a curtain of waterfalls going down. Under the gaze of countless people, there was not the slightest bit of nervousness, as if he had long been accustomed to this feeling of being in the limelight. Jiang Nianchu stopped and scanned everyone. Only the pair of Danfang eyes glittered as if they were flashing with a divine aura, and all the trainees let out excited screams wherever their gazes passed by. Jiang Nianchu smiled faintly and secretly took a deep breath. Opening his arms wide, he spoke slowly and loudly. I'm back. This voice that was as calm as water was like a thunderbolt falling into the crowd, instantly opening a pot. The trainees looked at the teenager with an unstoppable fervor welling up in their eyes. That sentence, I'm back, even more so. Many emotional male and female trainees have fallen rolling hot tears. Jiang Nianchu is back. The number 1 person of my Southeast Martial Arts University. The pride of my Southeast Martial Arts University. He's back. That man. He's back. The man who drowned in battle as if he were dead. Who performed a miracle and came back. Jiang Nianchu, come to my room tonight, 102. For a love baptism. Just as the crowd was buzzing, a figure, however, was hiding in the crowd and secretly wiping tears from his eyes, while wearing an expression of both relief and excitement on his face, flashing a touch of sinister venom from time to time. Su Xinyue was also happy, but her happiness was different from the others. Seeing Jiang Nianchu, it was as if she had found her backbone. She had been bullied enough by Ning Feng these days, and now she had finally found someone who could stand up for her. On the balcony of the principal's office, the father and son of Chuan Donghai Chuan who were shocked to see this scene, but they also flashed a strong color of excitement. This brat actually came back alive. It seems that the human race managed to get the ancient text of enlightenment on this trip to the divine animal sea. My human race should prosper. Wu Dai should prosper. Ha ha ha. It could be seen that even as an 8th grade golden body, Chuan Donghai could not help but laugh with excitement just like the rest of the people at this moment. Chuan who was also excitedly dancing on the side. The enlightenment ancient texts are in hand. This means that the human race can also have the possibility of enlightenment just by comprehending the ancient texts like the star race. He had been brought into the Stargate battlefield once by his father, and had fought against the Star Clan's heavenly pride. He had also been filled with arrogance before he fought that group of star race celestials, thinking that he is the third in the martial arts list. Talent is enough to be proud of the group, but after seeing that group of star race celestials, all the arrogance in him was gone. The Star Tribe's pride was too strong, and a large part of that was due to the inheritance resources they possessed. It could be said that every race of the star race possessed an inherited cultivation method that was perfectly suited to them, even if you have ordinary talent and can't become a top-tier heavenly pride. However, after possessing a completely compatible cultivation method, it was also enough to leave human geniuses of the same level far behind. Not to mention, the star realm where that star race survived possessed unimaginably rich cultivation resources. This battle had beaten all the hostility out of him, but it hadn't worn down his fighting spirit. The human race will rise. If we're going to survive, we're going to survive. Only by bringing all of their inheritance and resources to the human side will the human race have any hope of surviving. So at this moment, Transfiguration Tiger's excitement wasn't just limited to the fact that he was able to cultivate ancient texts. More than that, it was also because of the human race, and that small step was enough to make another big step forward. Calming down, Chuan who suddenly said, "Dad, Jiang Yunfei survived, but what about the rest of the people? There should be many of my peers like me who will never come back. They're, like, my age. All of them are also unrivaled celestial pride of the human race. Their parents are waiting for them to come home too." When Chuan Donghai heard this, he also quickly calmed down and fell silent. The ancient text of Gautama is not so easy to take. The human race has been trying for centuries to. It finally worked. And the heavenly pride that died along the way? More than this group. For centuries, it's been dead. Chuan Donghai sighed. Yes. The fact that the star race can step ahead of the human race in terms of cultivation is not only because of the special resources they have in the star realm, but also because of its many inherited ancient cultivation methods. The ancient text of enlightenment is just one of them. The path of the human race is still far. His eyes looked towards Chuan Hu, and Chuan Donghai was filled with a look of relief. With a straight face, he then stood with his arms folded, assumed the posture of an elder, stood up and took a step. The next moment, it appeared over the Chuan Hu had his hands full and hurriedly followed his father out, past the principal, in the air above the playground. When the cadets of Southeast Martial University saw Chuan Donghai, they hurriedly saluted and greeted each other. Well, no need to be polite. With a faint nod, Chuan Donghai quickly shifted his gaze to Jiang Yunfei. Tough job, Yunfei. Chuan Hu also nodded heavily. Hard work, brother Yunfei. Headmaster, Yunfei will not dishonor his mission. It's a great honor for Southeast Martial Arts University and for the human race. Jiang Yunfei, on the other hand, had a solemn face and powerful words. Towards the end, the sound underneath the chi and blood running was already deafening. Everyone's spirit shook violently and the blood in their bodies burned. Chuan Donghai patted Jiang Yunfei on the shoulder. The human race will remember you. Glancing at the cadets on the playground, Chuan Donghai stood out and opened his mouth to shout in a loud voice. Students, the human race has finally gotten their hands on the ancient text of enlightenment. The ancient text of enlightenment. Many people have heard of it and know what it means for the human race to have access to the ancient text of enlightenment. It's the generations of the human race, the heavenly pride like Yunfei, who took their lives to fight for it. So, there's no need for me to say more about how precious it is, but that's precisely why. Each ancient seal must be placed where it is most needed to maximize its effectiveness. So, the students should be happy, but it's too soon to be happy. Even though our Southeast Martial Arts University is one of the top 10 martial arts schools, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can get a piece of ancient text ownership. To take it, you need to fight with strength, even with their lives. But my generation of human martial artists, what fear of a fight? The way of the martial arts must be fought for. The human race shall fight. Chapter 51 Ministerial Evaluation, the Stance of a Martial God. After Chuan Donghai said this, the trainees on the scene fell into silence. Indeed, the number of ancient texts is limited. Wudo, military ministries, politics, business, national martial arts fields, in countless directions. But how many ancient texts can be sent to Budo University? With so many martial arts universities in the country, there were as many as 100 top 100 schools alone, and how much of it will be sent to their southeastern WVU? Besides, the Education Bureau won't go and give them ancient texts for nothing. There are a limited number of ancient texts, and it must be a meritocracy to distribute the limited number of ancient texts to the best quality martial arts schools. Give the most talented and best learners the chance to participate and maximize the effect of the ancient texts. So it's all up to them to fight for themselves. That's why it's better for everyone to raise their strength first, and wait until the ancient seal is carried back to the ground before we have the strength to fight for it. 3 days from now, the joint junior year training of the 5 martial arts universities in the southeast domain will be one of the few chances for you to practice at the school. Behave yourself. After saying that, Chuan Donghai turned around and left with Chuan Hu. Yunfei, come with me to the office. Chuan Donghai's voice came. Jiang Yunfei scratched his head and opened his mouth to refuse. Principal, can I not go first? I need to remit a report to the Education Bureau right away. Well, reporting is important. Chuan Donghai didn't think much of what he heard. Jiang Yunfei now had a special status and all his actions were beyond anyone's control. Under the reverent gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yunfei saluted Chuan Donghai before leaving the school in a hurry. Outside the school, inside a private cultivation martial arts center, wearing a mask and sunglasses, Jiang Yunfei appeared fully armed and walked into the martial arts center, straight into a box. It was only when he pushed the door open that a figure jumped into the arms. Yunfei, you're finally back. Whoa. Su Xinyue flung herself into Jiang Yunfei's arms, thinking about the grievances she had suffered in recent days, burying her little head and whimpering. Well, don't cry. I'm back, aren't I? A hint of disgust flashed across his face as Jiang Yunfei gently pushed Su Xinyue away. Opening his mouth, he asked, what's going on with you and Ning Feng? How could he possibly reject you? What exactly happened? He had naturally heard about the matter between Su Xinyue and Ning Feng. I just came back in such a hurry that I haven't had a chance to understand the details. At the mention of Ning Feng, Su Xinyue's face immediately surfaced with a color of resentment, her voice icy cold. This scum! He originally promised me that he would marry me in front of my father's tombstone and give me a promise. Su Xinyue told what had happened during this period of time one by one, in which it was inevitable to add oil and vinegar. Then, eyeing Jiang Yunfei with a look of aggression and innocence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunfei frowned. How did he suddenly change? Ning Feng? Didn't he used to be obedient to you? Because of my father. Ning Feng said he licked me because he was entrusted by my father to take care of me for 3 years. Su Xinyue said, and then recounted the matter of Su Tian's dying trust. Jiang Yunfei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You're saying that your father, Elder Marshal Saint Su's relics were the 3 chests left behind? Jiang Yunfei directly ignored the rest of what Su Xinyue had said and focused all his attention on those 3 boxes. Yes, it's most likely my father's inheritance. And Ning Feng's mouth said that my father is going to send it out to those who are destined for it, and that he's going to pick a time to announce it to the public. But who knows whether it's real or fake? By the time he leaves the real inheritance behind and takes out a fake chest to fool everyone, who will know? Su Xinyue seemed to have found a backer, and spoke out her previous grievances in her head. She believed that Jiang Yunfei would definitely back her up. As expected, Jiang Yunfei pondered for a moment after hearing this and said, you're right. That is after all a relic left behind by the martial sage. Even if he, the young master of the Ning family, had to covet it, we have to get the thing back. How do you take it? Yunfei, the current Ning Feng isn't the same as before. Su Xinyue told the story of Ning Feng defeating Yilan, Ji Daoi, and the others again. However, when Jiang Yunfei heard this, a hint of surprise did surface, and then he let out a cold laugh. No harm done. I can come back alive from the divine animal sea. It has long since been beyond the reach of an ordinary heavenly pride, and the chances I have gained by using my life on this trip are more than enough to support me in the shortest possible time, to become a martial sage. In the future, if one enters the Stargate battlefield or the Earth Cave and acquires enough resources, it's not hopeless to achieve martial god. The minister said that I'm the most promising existence to achieve martial godhood among this batch of heavenly pride of the divine animal sea journey. I, Jiang Yunfei, have the stature of a martial god. Su Xinyue listened with passion. And in the end, she was so excited that she almost screamed out, a martial arts god? Legend has it that the minister is a half-step martial god, and only those who are close to a martial god know what kind of person can become a martial god. Now even the minister was praising Jiang Yunfei for his achievement as a martial god. That must be right. She clenched her fists and gazed up at Jiang Yunfei, her eyes filled with admiration. It was worthy of being the man she, Su Xinyue, had her eye on. It really wasn't comparable to that punk Ning Feng. Su Xinyue grabbed a corner of Jiang Yunfei's clothes and said accusingly, Yunfei, then what are you going to do? Jiang Yunfei narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, I have my own methods. And even if it's his Ning family's young lord, I have no fear of his identity. After all, I'm the man who lives in legend in people's minds. Su Xinyue nodded heavily and said fiercely, I believe you. Promise me that you'll punish Ning Feng ruthlessly, or else I won't be able to get out of this bad breath. I know. Su Xinyue suddenly lowered her head and touched her stomach with a sad face. Yunfei, my stomach is getting bigger day by day. What should I do? I have my own way. Jiang Yunfei frowned, seemingly unwilling to say more on this topic. Jiang Yunfei changed the topic. Xinu, when is it convenient? Take me to the Su family. I want to personally pay a visit to your second uncle, family master Su Yunlong. Su Xinyue was delighted at the words. You're going to the Su family. As if thinking of some kind of possibility, Su Xinyue was a bit excited. Well, your father, the old martial saint of the human race, died in battle for the human race, so of course I had to go to the door to console him. Jiang Yunfei smiled faintly, his eyes flashing a different color. He had heard that just on the day of the sacrifice, the Su family had received 3 copies of the 8th grade golden body bone marrow liquid. In other words, not long from now, the Su family would have 3 8th grade golden body powerhouses, enough to be among the first-class martial arts families. Such a force, he naturally had to pull it into his camp and reap some of the benefits. Inside the practice room, looking at Tutor Li, who slowly laid back down again, Ning Feng, who was lazily sitting on the reclining chair, straightened up. Summer's expression was serious and incomparable, and his body exuded an oozing icy cold kill. Ning Feng slammed the cryopod hatch shut, and the corner of his mouth lifted as he laughed. What a catch! The cult was so willing to bleed out, letting the 8th grade gold body come over to steal the Starsource Oregon. Summer coldly said, this is a large batch of Starsource ore. It is indeed worthy of a cult leader. I just don't know which leader of the cult is the 8th grade golden body that made the move. Just now, from amongst Tutor Li's temporarily awakened undead, Ning Feng learned of this plot by the cultists against the cultivation tower. Surprisingly, an 8th grade golden body powerhouse had come to steal the Starsource mine. The time was set to do it in the early hours of tonight, at the point in time when the cultivation tower was about to be inaugurated. And not only did they have an 8th grade golden body, but several 6th and 5th grade cultists came as well. There's even a mole mentor as an insider. It could be said that in order to steal the Starsource ore this time, this group of cultists had put in their blood. P.S. Tomorrow began to push the stream. Brothers point and click to urge more. Free power generation gift. I try to burst more tomorrow, but the small author is also a hit worker. Have to go to work during the day. I hope that everyone understands. I guarantee the bottom of the 3 more. As in more, maybe more than 4, maybe more than 5. Indeed, to look at the state, cannot be for the sake of the number of lost the quality. In addition, to say a little more rules, 200 power generation plus 1 more. Power generation is free of charge, haha, everyone give a little bit of it. Chapter 52 8th grade extreme realm martial Dao 1 blade. At this time, Summer looked at Ning Feng and asked, going to move for help? Ning Feng shook his head and said, no need, it's just an 8th grade golden body. It's enough to have Uncle Xiang, and it shouldn't be much of a problem for Uncle Xiang to fight 10 of them alone. Summer sniffed and didn't say much, though Xiang seems to be out of tune. His strength is not a problem at all. Otherwise, the Ning family wouldn't feel comfortable handing Ning Feng over to Xiang. Besides, even if there was really a problem on Cheng's side, there was still the principal, Chuan Donghai, staring at the front. The Chuan Donghai, who appointed a high career in the education bureau, is not as oily as it seems on the surface, and is himself an 8th grade golden body powerhouse. 2 golden bodies against a cult is more than enough any way you look at it. Thinking, Summer got up and walked away. I'll go inform the principal then. Ning Feng thought for a moment that it would be fine. After all, it was still necessary to notify Chuan Donghai of something this big. Besides, Chuan Donghai was at least an 8th grade golden body powerhouse, so in case an unexpected situation arose at that time, it was only right to let him rush up to block a wave. Remember to come over tonight for the 8 precious dragon carp, and ask to upload the principal's father and son along with you. Ning Feng's voice came from behind him. I don't. Without waiting for Summer to finish, Ning Feng seemed to have guessed its mind and spoke again. You may not eat, but think for yourself why you failed to erase the Dao marks on the bridge of Dao marks this time. The 8 precious dragon carp has the ability to purify dirt and even purify away Dao marks. Summer blushed, her small hand lagging as she gripped the doorknob, and pushed the door open to leave. Only, as Summer was leaving, he was suddenly speaking. Jiang Yunfei has returned alive. Isn't it good that he came back alive? Congratulations, a great credit to the human race. Ning Feng didn't have any unnecessary expressions, his complexion still as calm as water. Summer walked away without looking back. While looking at the departing back, Ning Feng fell into deep thought. Jiang Nianchu, to Ning Feng, was indeed a person of special existence. In the past, Ning Feng was seen by people others as Su Xinyue's licking dog, while this Su Xinyue was this Jiang Nianchu's licking dog. At first, Su Xinyue had crazily asked for herself, and some of her resources had been used in the Su family. There was also a large portion of resources that were used on this Jiang Nianchu. This Jiang Nianchu was similarly a green tea man who clearly didn't like Su Xinyue, but he preferred not to pick a fight and kept hanging on to Su Xinyue, figuring on the resources Su Xinyue could provide him with. It was because on the Stargate battlefield a dozen years ago, Jiang Nianchu's old man had been nailed to death with a single shot on the cliff of an ancient road. Mother was drained and devoured by the Star Nation. After the two sisters were humiliated by the Star Nation, the rest of the clan was killed in that battle. Since then Jiang Nianchu's family has fallen. Instead, Jiang Nianchu's talent was a rare physique, the returning ancestor bloodline. This kind of bloodline was just a title, and no one knew if it was specifically the ancient bloodline of the human race. However, martial arts experts had assessed that the bloodline talent contained within this kind of physique, according to the normal division of talent, was at least SSS rank talent to begin with, but there was no way to measure the specifics, because this kind of heaven-defying physique itself represented the strongest martial arts talent. However, ever since the entire family died in battle, Jiang Nianchu had begun to defiantly try to obtain resources in every way possible. Therefore, Jiang Nianchu didn't reject Su Xinyue and kept hanging on to her. But no matter what the reason was, it didn't become the essence of Kang Nianchu being green tea. Jiang Nianchu's itself was all the way with Su Xinyue. Even the resources Su Xinyue demanded from herself many times was Jiang Nianchu behind the scenes. And as for the fact that Jiang Nianchu had entered the sea of divine animals and captured the ancient text of enlightenment for the human race, Ning Feng naturally felt singable and honorable. There was nothing to say about this. But then again, all the human martial artists, who isn't fighting against it? Who isn't giving their lives at all times? Even a first-grade martial artist was equally honorable. Therefore, Jiang Nianchu married Ning Feng has little doubt. But if he messes with him, he will fight as usual. If you're pissed off, just kill them. No heavenly pride could represent the future of the human race, and the heaven's destined son only existed in fiction. The future of the human race is the human race itself, instead of a particular person. Next, Ning Feng began to seize the time to cultivate the divine grade technique that he had just obtained not long ago. Rulai Prime, 5 fingers, had yet to be cultivated. With a thought, Ning Feng instantly entered chaos space. A green lotus plant was rooted in the middle of the chaotic gas. Ning Feng evolved a figure with his chaotic chi and watched as another shadow kept rehearsing the Rulai Prime 5 Fingers Mountain over and over again. The axioms and true solutions of the Rulai Prime 5 Fingers Mountain technique were quickly burned into the center of his mind. Unconsciously, several hours have passed. Due to the fact that he had to be busy with the cult next, Ning Feng didn't cultivate in chaos space for too long. After roughly cultivating Rudra Prime 5 Fingers Mountain to a small degree, he exited chaos space, cackling. Only then did he retreat. And the moment Ning Feng opened his eyes, he saw yet another flying demon fish clan appear before him. It was fished from beneath the starry abyss by an angling rod. Human race, it turns out that the missing clansmen of my demon fish clan were all angled up by you. That head of the flying demon fish clan stared at Ning Feng with a pair of bulb-like fish eyes glaring at him in death. Ning Feng smiled at the words and admitted unapologetically, I did it. Is there a problem? Hearing Ning Feng's admission, this flying devilfish, with indescribable horror in its eyes, suddenly exclaimed, where is the young patriarch? Our young patriarch, too, was fished away by you. Young matriarch? Ning Feng's heart fluttered, and with a flash of his backhand, he fetched out the small golden fish that had been suppressed in the 8-part float. This one? Seeing the little goldfish, this flying demon fish immediately exclaimed, young patriarch, are you alright? Wake up, I can't believe it's really the young patriarch. Ning Feng was surprised when he heard this, not expecting to have caught the young patriarch of the flying demon fish clan. In every race of the Star Nation, the young patriarch was the successor of the next patriarch, so the overall quality of talent and other aspects were not weak. Ning Feng didn't expect to accidentally catch a big fish. Once again, he backhanded it and put it away. This flying demon fish had bloodthirsty eyes, and asked in a somewhat frightened and tentative manner, human race, although our demon fish race is close to the vicinity of the Stargate passage, we also belong to the scope of the Star Realm. So how did you manage to do it? The Star Realm, that was guarded by the boundary of stars. Even martial saints couldn't break it. The human race in front of him was only 4 or 5 grades of chi and blood fluctuations, but he was able to repeatedly steal the demon fish clan from secretly suppressing them from within the clan? Having confirmed the identity of that little fish, Ning Feng didn't bother to explain. A direct slap down. 10,000 feet of golden light skyrocketed. A huge golden palm print shrouded down. The 5 golden fingers were like pillars in the sky, slapping on the flying demon fish clan on the spot. Only a click was heard as the flesh and blood crumbled. This flying demon fish was directly slapped into mush. Ning Feng wrapped the meat slime with his chi and blood, hardening it and refining all of its essence. Without realizing it, it's early in the morning. Ding! The 16th day of dog licking, rewarded with an 8th grade extreme realm martial artist / Chapter 53, Stewing Dragon Carp in an Iron Pot. Note, 8 realm invincible knife. Only this knife out invincible. With the rhyme of the great Tao, there is a chance that the person can realize the way of the knife, and at the same time, if someone threw the host of this knife to realize the way, the resulting cultivation will be doubled to feed back to the host itself. The more the understanding of the people, the stronger, the higher the host to get the feedback. It's just after 12 a.m. Ning Feng, who had gotten up and walked out of the cultivation room, heard a system prompt. 8th grade extreme realm. This realm Ning Feng had indeed heard of. It was literally called the realm of the 8th product cultivated to the ultimate realm. With 1/1 was invincible in this realm. Moreover, it also comes with the function of enlightenment at the same time. The rest of the people who are enlightened through this blade can also double back to themselves. That would make the cut worth a lot more. Thinking of the imminent need to deal with the cultists, Ning Feng's heart stirred slightly. I was trying to keep a low profile, but now it seems unlikely. Such a handsome / How can I show it to the trainees of Wushu University? For no other reason than to help people. Ning Feng walked out of the cultivation room. Summer had also just stepped out of the cultivation room and glanced faintly at Ning Feng. Are you ready? Ning Feng stepped out, without the slightest sense of urgency, with a wisp of laughter in his eyes. He said, the 8 precious dragon carp has been prepared, barbecued, brushed, and I also let Uncle Xiang get some raw pickles. I just don't know how it tastes. I'm sure the sashimi tastes good even for a pure and flawless creature. Summer's face cleared as she sniffed. Do you want to hear? What the are you talking about? Summer's face darkened a bit as she silently walked behind Ning Feng. The two of them walked one after the other towards the back of WU. At the back of Wudong University is a mausoleum. Walking, Li Shaoqi followed behind Ning Feng and said, Young Lord, this is the list of deaths from the Divine Animal Sea battle. Take a look at it. There are now 2 martyr cemeteries of the Ning family under your jurisdiction. And there are also follow-up condolence payments for the family members that you will have to sign as well. With that, Li Shaoqi handed over a list. Now that Ning Feng had taken over some of the Ning family's industries, Assistant Sui would hand over to Li Shaoqi to relay them. Xiang isn't quite brainy enough in this regard, and Li Shaoqi's arrival kind of relieves Xiang of that. Ning Feng briefly glanced at it and said indifferently, Notify, in the future, this kind of problem, the process is all simple. Less process, more practical things. With that, he signed it. Good. There's more, but you'll need to sign off on the subsequent pension when it's issued. Li Shaoqi's words had just fallen. A middle-aged martial artist was seen walking up to Summer. Young Master Xia, this is the list of deaths under the Xia family's command in the Battle of the Divine Animal Sea. After the middle-aged martial artist finished speaking, his lowered afterglow even glanced faintly at Ning Feng. Summer looked at it and then signed it. Back Mountain Mausoleum. The first mausoleum. Here are laid to rest generations of WOU men who died in battle, both instructors and trainees, and successive presidents. The reason why it is divided into the first few mausoleums is because after countless years, one mausoleum can no longer be buried. As for this first mausoleum, almost all of the people buried in it were the presidents and vice presidents of the Southeast Martial Arts University, as well as individual senior instructors. At this point, a clearing in this backcountry was awash in golden light and thick smoke. Because in the open space was setting up a large iron pot, which was covered with a pot lid, in which the 8 precious dragon carp was being stewed. Only at this time this 8 precious dragon carp is obviously not too honest. In the big iron pot violently tossing and turning, making the big iron pot shaking, hitting the pot lid clanking. However, at that moment, on the lid of the pot, there was a bald old man lying on his back. The old man was wearing a tattered WU security uniform, but what was particularly striking was that he was missing an arm and a leg. To be precise, both of his limbs are metal prosthetics. Old Li, are you still good? The 7th grade Grand Master of your damn life is considered in vain. You can't even suppress a fish. Below, Xiang squatted on the ground, like an old wongbang, puffing out his cheeks and blowing furiously at the big iron pot, and spewing out of his mouth was hot, golden chi and blood. This was the main reason for the golden mist steaming in this area. Not only was Xiang using his chi and blood to steam this 8 precious dragon carp, he was even intermingling a trace of the power of the 8 pieces of golden body with the power of his chi and blood. The old security guard, lying on his back, shuddered at the top of the agitated pot lid. Hearing Xiang break into a rage, his limbs clung to the lid of the pot like a gecko, and he said in no uncertain terms, "Blame me? It's obviously because this alloy magic treasure of yours doesn't work and can't suppress this dragon carp. Also, your golden body energy is obviously weaker than the rest of the 8 products of the golden body. Otherwise how could you not be able to cook this dragon carp?" Ah Chung cursed while blowing, "You fart. Hoo. My golden body energy is weak? Back then in the underground cave I killed 3 foreigners of the same level in a row. Have you forgotten? What's beheading 3 foreign races of the same level? I've traded 1 leg for 3 and 1 arm for 4, so you're comparing yourself to me? You old Inbi, hide the immortal energy of the immortal martial god in the flesh to detonate. When it didn't blow you up, it is estimated that your father knocked his head to smoke in Hades. Hurry up and blow me hard. Hoo. Ah Xiang said, blowing even more vigorously and furiously. Flecks of golden energy, like sparks of fire coming out of his mouth. In the distance, Ning Feng and Summer rushed to the mausoleum. After seeing this scene, the corners of Summer's mouth grinned fiercely, and he looked at Ning Feng again. This is your protector. This is how you use the 8th grade golden body energy? It's used to steam fish, isn't it? Summer said a little unkindly. Golden body energy, for an 8th grade golden body powerhouse, was like the root of a large tree, and an extremely rare root. It was simply not enough. Not even a single drop would be easily wasted. But what is Chung doing now? Cooking fish with golden body energy? It's 8 precious dragon carp, but it's too extravagant. Listening to Xiang cursing at the old security guard, Summer walked not far away and sat down, looking at the dragon carp in the iron pot that was more than just tossing and turning with a silent face. Just then, 2 more figures appeared at the entrance of the mausoleum, and Xuan Donghai with Chuan who also rushed over to the banquet on time. When Xuan Donghai saw the bottom of the iron pot, the golden body energy that was rising upwards miserably, shocked and filled with dumbfoundedness. In the end it was just a silent, bullish comment. Then he walked over to Summer and found a pony to sit on. They had all heard a bit about the identity of this person. Xiang. Xiang was the strong man left behind by Ning Feng's mother to guard him back then, and had not put up much of a fight. There had once been a battle in which there was not enough manpower on Longhwa's side, and Xiang had offered to lend a hand. In that battle, amazing battle power was displayed. Other than that, the crowd knew nothing about Chung. Looking at Xiang, whose golden body energy kept surging outward, Chuan Donghai fell into silence. He was also a golden body powerhouse, so he naturally knew the preciousness of golden body energy, and apart from fighting with people, it was impossible to use it in normal times. Fish stew? What are you playing at? Under the refining of Xiang's golden body energy, the 8 precious dragon carp was eventually stewed. As the dragon carp was refined by the golden body energy, an extremely pure aura filled the air, and almost the entire school could smell it. The pure aura mixed with the scent of meat. Many of the trainees felt refreshed at the smell of it, and the fatigue from practicing was swept away, so they couldn't help but walk out of the dormitories and school buildings to check out the situation. What the hell, it smells so good. In the first mausoleum, a huge 8 precious dragon carp was served on the 8 imperial table. Ning Feng was at the head of the group, and several people, including Summer, Transfiguration Donghai, and Transfiguration Tiger, were seated around the 8 immortal table. Li Shaoqi originally didn't want to be on the table either, but at Ning Feng's request, he could only obediently sit beside him. The old man of the security guard unceremoniously served himself a bowl of fish soup before the food was served, and then with his rice bowl in hand, he limply nestled in a corner and secretly drank it. Gee whiz, that smells good. Chapter 54, Terrifying Racial Battles. Give me a taste, please. Xiang's long, flowing blonde hair was a bit messy, and he was lying on the ground in the shape of a tizi, open-mouthed, huffing and puffing. He stuck his tongue out toward the old security guard. Obviously, stewing this 8 precious dragon carp had caused some serious damage to his golden body energy, and he couldn't slow down for a while. Seeing this, the old security guard smiled cheaply, then spat towards Xiang's mouth. Ha, let's eat without him. Ning Feng smiled. It was the first time he had seen Xiang's golden body overuse its energy. However, Xiang was different from the rest of the golden body powerhouses. His golden body energy seems a bit much and regenerative. Usually it requires deliberate exertion. Although Ning Feng said so, Li Shaoqi glanced at Xiang and fetched a small clean bowl. Walking over to Xiang, he began to carefully feed him one bite at a time. Over here, Ning Feng took a bite of dragon carp meat and put it in his mouth. A light meaty aroma came from the meat, and then it melted in your mouth. This fragrance seemed to turn into a warm current that instantly flowed throughout the body. It's not bad, Headmaster Chuan. You guys try it too. Watching the crowd not move their chopsticks, Ning Feng signaled the crowd to start eating. Ha ha ha, young Lord Ning's hospitality. I'll make myself at home. Chuan Donghai picked up a pair of chopsticks and followed, eyes glowing at the dragon carp. This stuff was pure and flawless, and even if an 8th grade golden body powerhouse like him ate it, it would still be beneficial. Seeing that Chuan who was still frothing at the side, Chuan Donghai reminded, Tiger, eat, don't be polite to the Ning family master. Silly boy. This is the 8 precious dragon carp. If you add the word 8 treasures in front of dragon carp, it would be something that the king's owner would not be able to eat several times in his life. Ning Feng had even been willing to take it out and share it with them. What was this stupid young master thinking? If I don't have a good meal here, I won't be able to live up to the blessings of my ancestors down here. Chuan who sniffed and hurriedly moved his chopsticks as well. 8 precious dragon carp pure remaining, fading and washing body dirt. It only took a few bites before a few people started sweating all over. The sweat was dark and thick and smelled terrible. This was the dragon carp removing the impurities from their bodies, and perhaps after this meal, their martial arts would rapidly advance a step forward. Even if there was no progress in martial arts, the improved physique would be of great benefit in the future. It's hot. Chuan Hu undid a couple of buttons, revealing a solid chest like iron. Watch your image. Chuan Donghai also unbuttoned his buttons, his chest hair as thick as a bear's on his chest. Suddenly, Ning Feng casually opened his mouth and said, most of the cult leaders of the 8th grade golden body realm have a list of detailed identity information in the Ning family. I just don't know which one of the 8th grade golden bodies will appear this time. Chuan Donghai's forehead was sweating from eating, and he sniffed. The cult leader responsible for keeping an eye on this area of Southeast Martial University is most likely that person. Ning Feng raised an eyebrow. That one? Chuan Donghai sighed and said, you should have heard of it as well. Southeast Martial University's biggest trader in recent years, Ji Jinfeng, an 8th grade golden body powerhouse. Ning Feng smiled at that, having indeed heard of it before. There weren't many traders in the Southeast Martial Arts University, let alone an 8th grade golden body powerhouse. Ning Feng spoke, I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it. Can you be more specific about what happened to the soon-to-be corpse 8th rank trader? Chuan Donghai gave Ning Feng a sideways glance. Already looking at people as corpses. Is an 8th grade golden body powerhouse that easy to kill? The reason why the 8th product is called a golden body powerhouse is because the golden body cast after reaching the 8th product is adamantine and unbreakable. It is hard to destroy and extinguish. And the golden body energy in the body is even harder to die and extinguish. The energy of the golden body at this stage was gradually transitioning and transforming towards the 9th pin realm. The indestructible substance within the 9th grade realm was transformed from the golden body energy of the 8th grade. The indestructible substance of the 9th grade realm is immortal and indestructible, and it is difficult to extinguish in 9 deaths. Even if you die, your own energy substance can exist for a long time. In short, a martial artist who had reached the 8th grade golden body realm was an existence that was very difficult to kill anymore. But it was understandable. After all, Ning Feng was only a low-grade martial artist of the 4th grade realm, and didn't understand the terrifying normalcy of this level. At this time, Chuan Donghai showed a look of reminiscence as he slowly said, this person, Ji Jinfeng, is considered to be a tutor of the same session of the Martial University as me, and was originally the one who had the best chances of competing for the headmastership with me out of the group of people who competed with me. Ning Feng was a bit surprised. Even Chuan who looked up in curiosity, is it that powerful? Chuan Donghai nodded and continued, but after conducting a trip to the Star Realm Sea, Ji Jinfeng's temperament changed drastically, so much so that he ended up going straight to the enemy and joining a cult. Ning Feng asked curiously, what happened on that trip to the Stargate? Summer and Chuan who also looked over at the words. Chuan Donghai pondered for a moment, then recounted some of the old stories from back then. It turned out that back then, the Ministry of Education had killed and injured countless human martial artists after the Battle of the Mountain and Sea, but it had also finally pushed the Star Nation backward and sideways by 300 miles. The human race had finally inaugurated the first city belonging to the human race within the Kyoto Mountain and Sea Stargate. Several star races that advocated for peace took the initiative to throw an olive branch to the human race after the war, inviting a portion of the human race's elite to go to the peace talks, and hence this trip to the Star Realm Sea. Chuan Donghai, as well as a portion of the human elites of that generation such as Ji Jinfeng, were among the candidates for this trip. It's just that originally, the minister's purpose of selecting this group of elites to accompany him was to let the crowd learn about the Star Nation and grow through experience. But never did he realize that this trip to Star Nation had left an indelible psychological shadow for many people. This was because after going to the Star Realm Sea, The crowd had seen the cultivation methods of the star race, the resources for cultivation, and the power of the star race, causing several of the human race's human elites to directly lose their fighting spirit. Ning Feng was one of them. After returning to the ground, Ning Feng was not as spirited as before, and he did not even have the heart to carry on with the battle for the principle. He became afraid to die, afraid to go into the Earth Cave, afraid to go into the Stargate, afraid that the Star Clan or the Fae would one day fight their way into the Earth Star. At the back, it is even more directly into the cult, claiming to create the Great Together world. But the essence of the cult is to submit to the minions of the Star Nation. There was some silence on the scene as Ning Feng's few people listened. Chuan Hu put down his chopsticks and snorted coldly. What is good for the human race? And what is good for the human race to continue the fragrance and build a common peace family, is just fear of death. This was something that the Ning Feng few did agree with. If only because the enemy was too strong, the human race all chose to throw in the towel, then the current human race would be long gone, and Earthstar would have long since become a captive planet of the Earth Cave and Stargate. Sighing, Chuan Donghai let out a bitter smile and said, seriously, that trip to the Star Realm back then really brought too much shock for me as well. It's hard for us to imagine that in that Star Realm, not only are there over 10,000 types of star races surviving, and each of these star races, each race has its own cultivation system, special resources, cultivation methods like the Enlightenment ancient text are just one of countless varieties in the Star Realm. In the face of such a mysterious and powerful unknown, how should the human race fight? I too have despaired, struggled, and doubted. Luckily, I walked out. The rest of those few human elites who went with me back then, Ning Feng defected to the enemy, and there were a few others whose Dao hearts sank, and the path of martial arts was considered wasted as a result. Chuan Donghai said with a serious expression, obviously very unhappy to bring up this past, but he still talks a lot. Ning Feng nodded, but over the thousands of years, the human race has still survived, so whether it's the star race or the Earth Cave, neither of them are invincible, and the human race, it's not like they don't have the possibility of victory, it's just that we're destined to embark on a hard and long road, and this road is just destined to be paved with the corpses of our human race, but that's the way it's always been with the races, isn't it? Chapter 55, The Wound of the Dao Trace. As Ning Feng spoke, he slowly stood up and said in a firm tone, sooner or later, one day, our human race will stand on that land called the Star Realm, overlooking the 10,000 races, overlooking that land. At this moment, Ning Feng was radiating a powerful confidence, as if this was a predestined fact. Unquestionably. For a moment, Chuan Hu several people were in a trance. Even Chuan Donghai was momentarily lost in thought for a moment. To be able to say such things, was this still the same Ning Feng they used to know? Ha ha ha. Well, I hope I'll still be alive to see this scene when the time comes. Chuan Donghai laughed out loud, and when he looked at Ning Feng, his complexion flickered with a flash of color. In that moment, it was as if he truly saw some sort of future in Ning Feng. It smells so good. Over there, the scent is coming from over there. It seems like someone is eating in the mausoleum. Right at this moment, a few trainees suddenly appeared in the distance, pulling the thoughts of Ning Feng's few people back. Only 5 or 6 trainees stood in the distance, and after looking at Ning Feng's several people sitting in the mausoleum, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Apparently, the group of cadets had come by the smell. It's young Master Ning, there's also Schoolmistress Xia, and Vice Principal Chuan is also there. When they saw that it was these people, the crowd was relieved. The scent was definitely not ordinary, even though he didn't know what kind of beast meat it was, but it was appearing on Ning Xiao's side, so that wasn't surprising. The Ning family was known as the butcher family of the Stargate Earth's Cave, with all kinds of rare beast meat from the star race or alien races. At that moment, another commotion came from the crowd, only to see 2 figures walk out of the crowd. Jiang Nianchu walked into the arena, and behind him, was closely followed by Su Xinyue. Upon entering the field, the first thing Jiang Nianchu saw was Ning Feng in the mausoleum. Seemingly sensing something, Ning Feng also happened to look out from within the mausoleum. The 2 men's eyes collided for a split second. Ning Feng then retracted his eyes with a single touch. However, in Jiang Yunfei's deep eyes, Ning Feng sensed a wave of hostility. Not the least bit surprised by the hostility, but Ning Feng didn't take it to heart, and lowered his head to eat. Finally, Jiang Yunfei's gaze landed on Chuan Donghai, walked over, greeted him, and said, "Good day, Principal Chuan." "Hello, Yunfei." Chuan Donghai naturally saw Jiang Yunfei as well, but this 8 precious dragon carp was Ning Feng's, so he couldn't be bothered to greet Jiang Yunfei and come over to sit down and eat together. Only, after approaching, Jiang Yunfei was silent for a moment when he saw the 8 precious dragon carp in the pot, and a shock then surfaced on his face. It's like a dragon carp? Chuanhu scratched his head and corrected himself with a naive smile. It's 8 precious dragon carp. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yunfei's face changed once again, then a flushed color of excitement appeared on his changing face. Unable to look at Ning Feng with displeasure, Jiang Yunfei stared dead on at the 8 precious dragon carp in the large iron pot in front of Ning Feng, his gaze filled with fire. The 8 precious dragon carp, a supreme treasure that can purify the body and purify Dao injuries. This time, although he entered the divine animal sea and came out alive, the multiple deadly battles had caused his body to suffer a lot of trauma, especially the erosion of the divine animal sea, which had left permanent Dao wounds on his martial arts foundation. The minister has spoken of several solutions, one of which is the 8 precious dragon carp. Unexpectedly, he had only stepped out of the divine animal sea for a short while before he met it. It seems that, as the minister said, it is a pride of great fortune with the posture of a martial god. Straightening his gaze towards Ning Feng, Jiang Yunfei walked up to him and took the initiative to speak. Ning Feng, can I sit down and eat together? Ning Feng wasn't too surprised by Jiang Yunfei's request. Jiang Yunfei's character was like this. No matter who you were or what grudges you had with him, his code of conduct for everything was to obtain cultivation resources to cultivate and enhance his martial realm. This 8 precious dragon carp, naturally, had also caught his eye. Ning Feng shook his head. I'm sorry, we don't seem familiar? Hearing Ning Feng's words, the smile on Jiang Yunfei's face instantly froze. He hadn't expected that Ning Feng would refuse so decisively. Upon hearing Ning Feng's refusal, the trainees followed suit and bristled. Che, what's the big deal? It's just a pot of fish soup? That's right. Jiang Yunfei's school brother wants to eat. It's to give him face. Really take his identity as the Ning family's eldest young man seriously. Compared to today's Jiang Yunfei, it's nothing. That's definitely not comparable. Jiang Yunfei is from a commoner's background and relied on himself to get to where he is today step by step. Young Lord Ning. It was clear that the crowd's admiration for Jiang Yunfei far exceeded their awe for Ning Feng. Ever since Jiang Yunfei's return, his popularity has been soaring in all areas. Seeing this scene at this moment, although the crowd didn't dare say anything with their mouths, in their hearts they felt a kind of dissatisfaction towards Ning Feng. A wave of resistance grew. Listening to the crowd murmur, Su Xinyue, who was standing beside Jiang Yunfei, was also a bit smug. Before, everyone was ostracizing her and isolating her from her big sister because of the marriage proposal. But after Jiang Yunfei came back, she felt like she was on the same side as Jiang Yunfei. For a moment, it felt like my back was straight again. All things considered, she herself was Jiang Yunfei's licking dog. And at this moment, having seen Ning Feng mercilessly rejecting Jiang Yunfei, she naturally couldn't look away. Ning Feng, Yunfei is just trying to unite his classmates. What kind of attitude is that? Besides, with Yunfei's current status, it would be an honor for you to sit at a table and eat with you. Do you know how many media outlets, martial arts forces, took the initiative to throw out olive branches to Yunfei, and Yunfei didn't even bother? Su Xinyue took a step forward and took the initiative to fight for Jiang Yunfei. In these few short days, she had sort of seen Jiang Yunfei's identity and potential. Ever since the divine animal sea became famous in one battle, all forces were frantically throwing olive branches at Jiang Yunfei. And all kinds of sponsorships non-stop. Even with her Su family's resources and connections, she was a bit red-eyed at the sight of these benefits. In her eyes, the current Jiang Yunfei's potential wasn't comparable to Ning Feng. What does Ning Feng compare it to? Aside from a family, what could Ning Feng compare to Jiang Yunfei? Jiang Yunfei's face quietly improved a bit, resuming his elegant and easygoing expression, and smiled. Xinyue, stop it, since young Master Ning is inconvenient. Ning Feng lowered his eyes, not meaning to put the two of them in his sights in the slightest. But just then, a crisp slap rang out across the scene and a slap that landed hard on Su Xinyue's face. The slap was loud and sudden. The crowd at the scene was stunned. And then when their gazes fell on the figure in front of Ning Feng, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Who are you to speak to my young master like that? Li Xiaoqi looked at Su Xinyue indifferently, and a smear of killing intent surfaced on her sinister face. It was actually a true killing motive against Su Xinyue. Chapter 56, Meeting Old Friends. You dare to hit me. Su Xinyue's eyes were wide and unbelievable. Li Xiaoqi, an underling of humble origin who was only worthy of following Ning Feng as a maid at this point, had dared to hit her with her hands. Su Xinyue was about to storm out in an instant. Jiang Yunfei, who was on the side, also had a gloomy face once again. Was it Su Xinyue's face that Li Xiaoqi was hitting? It was clearly hitting him in the face. I sharked you. Su Xinyue reacted and immediately wanted to pounce towards Li Xiaoqi. However, before Su Xinyue had time to get angry, violently, An extremely ear-piercing ringing bell rang in the east of Wudi. Alarm bells are ringing. How the alarm bells went off. Who cares why it's ringing? A long alarm ringing means a martial artist is attacking the school. Hurry up and defend. There was a brief commotion among the trainees before they turned their attention to one person, passing the East Sea. With this 8th grade golden body powerhouse holding down the fort, the crowd immediately felt much more at ease. Chuan Donghai was also energized by the situation, but did not show too much panic. Right at the moment when the alarm bell rang, he spoke. Students, all of you hold your positions and don't move, or else, be dealt with as cultists. After saying that, Chuan Donghai's body flickered with a faint golden light, the power of his golden body flickering slightly while a force of chi and blood vibrated at the same time. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he instantly disappeared in the same place. Ning Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as an alloy battle knife appeared in his hand, and he also quickly followed Chuan Donghai's direction as he rushed over. Ah Xiang, who was lying on the ground, patted his stomach and glanced into the distance to see that Ning Feng had also followed Chuan Donghai out of the mausoleum. With a carp, he jumped up from the ground and followed closely. Meanwhile, a corner in the shadows of the southeast WU, a stout middle-aged man dressed in black and covered with a mask was looking at the several religious people in front of him with a serious expression. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over several people and whispered, "The alarm bells have sounded. Terry, Turner, Hiroshi Arama, are you ready to die for Allah? Believe in Allah and live forever. Always be ready to fight for the truth and give your life for Allah." Cultists led by Hiroshi Arama, Terry Turner, the cultists, led by Turner, couldn't help but straighten up the moment they heard the alarm bell. The look is solemn, as if he were dying. This time Allah gave the order for them to steal the star source mine. As early as the moment they accepted the mission, the people knew that this time they would die in 9 deaths, but they died for the truth. They come from different countries, from different fields, but they all share the same beliefs. That is offering to the same Allah. Any price can be paid for this, including their lives. And anyway, when Allah comes, they will be reborn and live forever. Allah will remember you. Believe in Allah and you will live forever. The middle-aged man swept a glance over the several people and smiled in satisfaction. Terry, Turner, Arama Hiroshi, you guys immediately head to the front yard, meet up with our inside man, Instructor Liu Yong, and then go and slaughter the cadets of the Southeast Martial Arts University. Remember, focus on creating chaos. Fight for my time to steal the star source mine. Understood, Chief Branch. Arama Hiroshi smiled grimly, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. It's going to be a deep sleep soon, so I'll have to pull more burials with me, or else it'll be weirdly boring to sleep for too long. The blonde Terry Turner also smiled coldly, carrying a long alloy stick and heading out. No need. I'll stay. However, before the crowd could leave, they saw a figure that ghostly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Ning Feng's stance was upright, like a green pine, standing with his hands in the air, standing on the road in front of the crowd. For a moment, the crowd had a creepy feeling. Ning Feng? When they saw the figure walking in the darkness, Terry, Turner, Aramabosi all froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, his eyes flashed with excitement. Of course they knew Ning Feng. It was just that at this moment, this first young master of the Ning clan had taken the initiative to run over and send himself to his death. Even the chief Xi Jinping on the side was a bit uncontrollably excited. If he could kill this Ning family's young master, it would be a great achievement. I didn't realize that I could pull a big one with me before falling asleep. Arama Hiroshi gave a wild grin. However, when his words had just fallen, Ning Feng's figure abruptly disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. In the next moment, a deathly crisis enveloped the crowd, causing everyone to develop a feeling of their hairs exploding in sweat. Where are the people? Hiroshi Arama and Terry Turner looked around, but they couldn't find Ning Feng's figure even after looking around. Turner had tilted their heads to look around, but after looking around they couldn't find Ning Feng's figure. The other party was incredibly fast. In the next moment, Ning Feng, carrying his alloy battle sword, instantly appeared in front of the crowd with a kind of faint smile on his face. Slowly, he raised the alloy battle knife in his hand. Not good. Retreat. Hiroshi Arama and the others were horrified, but by the time a few of the religious reacted, it was too late. This knife above just the blade attached a faint power of chi and blood, but after the knife chopped out, the air in front of him seemed to be extremely twisted up. A blade on was like a bamboo. Boom! The bodies of the two leaders, Hiroshi Arama and Terry Turner, instantly shattered into a bloody mist. Turner both had their bodies instantly burst into pieces, their bodies turning into a bloody mist that, a smell of blood rose from the scene. Ready to give yourselves? Then I will send you to Allah. Ning Feng stared at the congregation, his eyes as chilly as a wild wolf's. The few remaining cultists, with scarlet eyes, gave a sardonic laugh. Sacrifice yourself for Allah. Truth reigns supreme and Allah lives forever. Believe in Allah and live forever. Boom. However, the only thing that greeted them was Ning Feng's alloy battle sword. With a casual chop, the air burst into several clouds of blood mist, and the three small religious were instantly decapitated. At this point, there were still two small congregants left, and with a flash of his figure, Ning Feng appeared in front of the two. Believe in Allah and get eternal life. Looking at the handsome to demonic face close at hand, a faint smile hung. The aura of the two small congregants became weaker and weaker, and finally as thin as a mosquito, completely deflated. Do you really believe that Allah can give you eternal life? Ning Feng looked at the two of them and opened his mouth with a smile. Sending you to slumber. Ning Feng slashed down, and the two little religious people split in two, turning into a bloody mist that filled this space. After resolving a group of small congregants, Ning Feng then turned his gaze to the lanky man in front of him. Whoosh! Chuan Donghai and Xiang had also appeared on the scene, standing on either side of Ning Feng and protecting him in the center. Chuan Donghai looked at the figure in front of him, a complex color flashing in his eyes. After a long time, he said in an emotional tone, Old branch, we haven't seen each other for decades, and I didn't expect to meet again, but to meet in such a way. Chapter 57, Licking Dog Day 18. Reward for the great infinite treasure Moonlight King body. The moment he saw Chuan Donghai, the figure seemed to be touched as well, slightly stalling, and after a momentary flash of light in his eyes, he resumed his old indifference, saying, Principal Chuan, you've recognized the wrong person. We don't know each other. Chuan Donghai sighed and said, Since I was able to wait for you here today, I knew that the exact news was that you had made an appearance. After so many years have passed, is it really worth it for you to join a cult and make yourself inhuman and unearthly? Jiang said angrily, Truth will eventually come. Allah will eventually come. There is no hope for the human race. It's not that I'm on the wrong path. It's that the human race is on the wrong path. Sooner or later, one day, you'll all know who's wrong. Anyway, it can't be a traitor by the way. A voice came out ghostly, and Ning Feng walked out carrying his alloy battle sword. Slowly, he looked up and down on this former martial university heavenly pride. Ning Feng said indifferently, Headmaster Chuan, let's not talk too much about catching up. After all, the person in front of us is a cult leader, and such a person has essentially gone against the beliefs of the human race. Just a traitor to the human race. Ning Feng's words obviously stung Jiang deeply, causing his expression to instantly turn resentful as he said, Ning family brat, at this time, you even dare to come forward. I really don't know if I should say that you're bold or just a little cutie. Fierce light flashes. Jiang took a step forward, unabashedly erupting a biting killing intent. Right at the moment when Chuan Donghai and the others appeared, he knew that he was going to fail in his mission today but if he could kill this young master of the Ning clan, not only would he be able to make up for his failure, he would even be able to get more credit than credit. Cutie, do you think old man doesn't exist? Xiang took a step out and blocked Ning Feng's side, a pair of green bean eyes staring at Jiang with a smile on his face, and a head of long blonde hair that was even more flowing and incomparable, fluttering in the wind. Ning Feng stood with his arms folded and calmly said, Uncle Xiang, leave this traitor to me. There's no need for you old man to do anything. Hearing Ning Feng mouth the word traitor, Jiang is also angry. During these decades of joining the holy sect, he was most cynical about others mentioning this past. Ning Feng had completely touched his bottom line. Now that he heard that Ning Feng was actually trying to deal with him, he laughed in anger. Ning Feng, a tiny 4th grade martial artist, against an 8th grade golden body of his? He certainly didn't take this comment seriously, and neither did Chuan Donghai or Xiang. He only thought that this young master of the Ning family was just coming over to put on a show. But in the end, it was inevitable that he and Xiang would make a move. Kid, back when I bled for the human race and made achievements for the human race, you were still swimming in your mother's womb. Where did you get the courage and qualifications to lecture an 8th grade golden body of mine? Jiang sneered. Ning Feng slowly shook his head. It's undeniable that you were meritorious in the past, but you've gone rogue, and it's hard to offset your merits. Jiang face was gloomy as he said, Mutiny? Do you know what I saw on the trip to the Star Realm Sea? Seeing the future of the human race, seeing the fate that will befall the planet Earth in the future. Ning Feng gazed at him and slowly shook his head. In the end, it wasn't the fear of death that made him go and become a traitor. A murderous streak erupted from Jiang body. With an icy face, he said, Afraid to die? I entered the Cloud Wasteland in the 3rd grade, and less than 100 of the 3,000 martial artists returned alive. The 5th grade participated in the Battle of the Great Tao Ruins and killed countless star races and foreign races. 6 grades and 3 entries into the land of creation. The 7th grade and 8,000 dead soldiers traveled to the frenzied Black Sea. Which time was it not 9 deaths? Have I ever retreated? Have I ever been afraid? Looking at the righteously indignant Xi Jinping, Ning Feng smiled and said, and then what? Is that your reason for defecting from the human race? When Xi Jinping heard this, he unexpectedly calmed down and looked at Ning Feng with a vile look as he shook his head. You guys don't understand. If you'd ever seen it with your own eyes, you'd know how powerful StarClan is. They are gods. No, to be precise, it's the race that stands at the very top of the Star Nation. They are gods, is destined to descend to the planet Earth. Today's resistance is just futile. Only submission is the only way for the human race to live. And sooner or later, the human race will also know that my sacred sect is the one that truly pays for the Dragon Kingdom and for the human race. Looking at Xi Jinping, who was getting more and more agitated as he spoke, Ning Feng had to be admiring the brainwashing ability of the holy sect. Even an 8th grade golden body could be completely compelled to die for the holy sect. But none of this mattered anymore. The Xi Jinping in front of him, this former pride of the human race, was already hopeless. Since you believe that truth endures forever, believe that your God will give you eternal life, then I will behead you. When the human race's battle with the star race's foreign races ends in thousands of years, let's see if you, Allah, can bring you religious people back to life? Ning Feng's words carried a hint of teasing. However, when he heard this in Xi Jinping's ears, it was another flavor. Xi Jinping looked at Ning Feng with a sneer as Ning Feng repeatedly threatened to behead him. Out of your depth. Chop him up? On what grounds? With his status as the young master of the Ning family? By virtue of being a 4th grade martial artist? But the next moment, Xi Jinping was abruptly flooded with a sense of sweaty horror, only to see Ning Feng slowly raise the alloy battle knife in his hand in front of him. Above its battle sword a terrifying golden body energy raged crazily. In the end, that roiling golden energy was like a sea of undulating waves that, in the next moment, Ning Feng's raised alloy battle knife fell gently. Headmaster Chuan, Xiang, you two watch this. After this slash goes down, this slash of the 8th grade extreme realm, from now on, there will be no second slash to be seen in this world. As the words fall, the sword falls. In that instant, the endless golden body energy, like a river raging crazily, converged into a golden battle blade that cleaved towards Xi Jinping like a broken void. This cut, light up the night. All the students of the Southeast Martial University tilted their heads in unison and watched as the golden battle sword appeared in the sky above the school. Then fall. Ding. 17th day of dog licking, rewarded with 6th grade battle power card *1. Ding. The 18th day of dog licking, rewarding the great infinite treasure Moonlight King's body. In the middle of the cultivation room, Ning Feng was footloose for 2 consecutive days. He had been immersed in cultivation for the past 2 days. As that 8th grade extreme realm slash went down, Xi Jinping was directly decapitated without any surprise. The 8th grade golden body powerhouse that had condensed his golden body crumbled, not even leaving a single hair behind, and directly flew away in ashes. And many trainees of the Wushu University saw this extremely sublimated slash slashed by a mysterious man that night. The rhythm of the great Tao attached to it made many students have an epiphany on the spot. Subsequently, even more many people have inched forward in the way of the sword. Even Chuan Donghai had been enlightened after seeing Ning Feng's slash. It took a full 2 days for Ning Feng to completely digest the feedback from the people's realization. Boom! Within the cultivation room, a violent qi and blood fluctuation came from it. Immediately afterward, above Ning Feng's head, 3 bridges of Tao marks coalesced in succession. Chapter 58. The ancient texts are made public. These 3 bridges of Tao marks were invariably covered with Tao marks, and there were several times more Tao marks than on Summer's Bridge. The more Tao marks there were, this meant that the stronger the power of the great Tao's suppression. It also meant that once the Tao mark was erased, the more powerful the martial power released would be. Boom boom boom. Qi and blood continued to swirl, emanating from the direction of Ning Feng's cultivation room. It made many of the trainees outside the cultivation room shook at the sight of it. Soon, the 3 bridges of Tao marks were completely coalesced, and were successfully consolidated by Ning Feng. Ning Feng opened his eyes, and a powerful aura blossomed on his body. Counting the one he had coalesced not long ago, Ning Feng had already coalesced 4 bridges of Tao marks at this point. At the same time, his martial cultivation had stepped into the late 4th grade realm. Although it was only a small step in the realm, Ning Feng clearly felt the power of qi and blood within his body skyrocket by a fraction. With a thought, 4 bridges of Tao marks emerged, and beneath each of them, a river of qi and blood unexpectedly surged. Extremely vast, like a river flowing and rushing. Once again, the mind moves. The bridge of Tao marks all but disappeared. Ning Feng pushed open the door and walked out of the cultivation room. Meanwhile, glancing at the 2-day reward, a battle power card naturally needed no introduction. As for the 18th day's reward, the great infinite treasure Moonlight King body, Ning Feng briefly glanced at the introduction. This is a corporeal physique that represents the great infinite life of the past, the great infinite light of the past, and the great infinite phase of the past. A perpetual existence in the void. Both achieve great immensity and immortality. After accomplishing the treasure body, the physical body is like a glaze and can absorb the essence of sunlight and moonlight all the time. When fighting against others, the whole body is radiant with light, like a dragon and phoenix entangled in a tangle, elevating the battle power to a whole new realm. When fused into the Zhong Tian hegemony bloodline, it would also allow the Zhong Tian hegemony bloodline to evolve to a new level. Ning Feng pushed the door and walked out. Meanwhile, the great infinite treasure Moonlight King body was also quietly fusing with the physical body. Inside the newly constructed cultivation tower, amongst a special cultivation room, Jiang Nianchu pushed the door into the cultivation room, followed by Su Xinyue. Looking at this special cultivation room, Jiang Nianchu surged with a touch of pride. It was built for him at the expense of the Wuan army, and it was unique in the entire Southeast Martial Arts University. It didn't just mean a cultivation room, it was a symbol of his identity, a proof of his birth and death in the divine animal sea. Brother Yunfei, this cultivation room is fantastic. The star source energy is simply denser than the one I have. Su Xinyue looked at Jiang Nianchu with a face of adoration, while her eyes were filled with little stars as she surveyed the cultivation room. Jiang Nianchu closed the door of the cultivation room behind him and looked at Su Xinyue with a serious expression. Xinyue, I need you to go and do something for me. Brother Yunfei, you say. Su Xinyue sniffed with a pleasing expression, her big eyes fluttering as she stared at Jiang Nianchu. Jiang Nianchu laughed softly. On this trip to the divine animal sea, the Ministry of Education personally rewarded us with a small portion of our ancient text templates and allowed us to open up a portion of them to the public. That's why I'm thinking of distributing all these benefits to the cadets of our martial arts university. Su Xinyue was delighted at his words. Good things? Brother Yunfei, you are willing to share the good things of the divine animal sea. This kind of magnanimity is simply too rare. Su Xinyue's eyes were filled with awe. Although she didn't know what the ancient text template that Jiang Nianchu spoke of had to do with the ancient text of enlightenment. But I guess it's something that was brought out within the Sea of Divine Beasts and has something to do with the ancient text of enlightenment, so it shouldn't be too bad, right? If it were anyone else, who would be willing to hide it and share it with unrelated people? Jiang Nianchu laughed. It's nothing. These are things that have to be made public sooner or later. I'm just letting it appear in the public eye in advance. Furthermore, this thing called the ancient text of enlightenment, it's hard to explain the principles, and whether or not you can realize anything depends on your personal enlightenment as well as your chance. Su Xinyue said with a look of adoration. Brother Yunfei, what do you need me to do? Jiang Nianchu nodded his head and said, I'm going to make this part of the ancient text I possess public in our cultivation tower square. All you have to do is spread the word. Su Xinyue nodded her head repeatedly and said, this is certainly no problem. It's very simple. Jiang Nianchu added, also, I need to trouble you to count the number of cadets in our Southeastern Martial University who have S-rank talent or above, or who have already reached the early stage of the 4th grade or above. If there is no talent, there is no realm. Then if it's a second-generation disciple of a martial arts family, you can also appropriately relax your permissions. But of course, at least 3rd rate or above. Tomorrow, I'll brew a special pot of tea in the square and sit and discuss with the pride of my Southeast Martial University. When you're done counting, just send down the invitations. The reason for these statistics is that, being too low in status, one can't qualify to sit at a table with him. It has been his own greatest gift to have the bystanders listen to the ancient text. After Jiang Nianchu finished, he added, in my name. He knew that it would definitely not work well if it was in Su Xinyue's name, but if it was him, then there would be no problem. With his current position in the Southeast Martial Arts University, who would not give him some face? Okay. Su Xinyue readily agreed, not the slightest bit disgruntled at being instructed by Jiang Nianchu like this as if she were a subordinate. Suddenly thinking of something else, Su Xinyue asked, what about Ning Feng? Is it still notified? There is also Li Shaoqi that is now following Ning Feng. The moment she thought of these two people, Su Xinyue had a gloomy look on her face. Just a few days ago, Li Shaoqi had even slapped her a few times. She had not yet settled this account with Li Shaoqi. Called along? Of course, otherwise others will think that I, Jiang Nianchu, am narrow-minded and targeting him. Young Lord Ning Feng. Jiang Nianchu smiled faintly and looked at the gloomy-faced Su Xinyue. Don't worry, after what happened a few days ago, this time I'll definitely help you get your scene back. Asterisk. It's done. It's done. My Big Dipper blade technique is practiced. Ha ha ha. My hegemonic absolute blade has also become a success. This local rank technique, I have practiced it for a full 2.5 years, from freshman year to sophomore year, and I didn't expect it to become a success just like this. It's not just the Tao of the blade. The blood demon technique that I've been practicing hard for more than a year before has also been practiced. That blade contains the rhythm of the Tao. It's already far beyond the realm of the Tao of the blade. That night that blade was absolute. Who on earth chopped it out? Does my Wushu University still have such a master of the Tao of the blade? I really want to worship it. Pass the principal? Impossible. Headmaster Chuan is known to not be able to use a sword. He's a sword. That's right. He's a sword. Ning Feng walked out of the cultivation room and walked around the campus of Wushu University, even though 2 days had passed since that night slash. However, these days there were still people who continued to gain insights in the Tao of the blade. The WJU cadets still can't get over that cut. People discussed and speculated about who that amazing sword came from. Chapter 59, The Battle for the Ancient Texts. The principal and the others were summoned to meet the cult, and shortly afterwards someone cut out that sword. I heard that I beheaded a cult leader, so it shouldn't be weak. The crowd guessed at Chuan Donghai, at Jiang Nianchu, and even at Chuan Huan the cult. Only no one guessed Ning Feng. However, for that night's events, Transylvania East Sea only announced to the public that it had beheaded several cultists and a leader. There was no rest of the specific news revealed. Ning Feng walked all the way through, listening to the chatter coming from around him with a calm and natural expression on his face. That slash was naturally something that he intended for Chuan Donghai to conceal. How could it not make sense for a 4th grade martial artist of his own to chop out such a slash? Besides, there's no need to be so high profile about some things. When it's time to be low profile, he's a low-key guy himself. When they saw Ning Feng, the crowd unconsciously lowered their voices to murmur and subconsciously ducked aside. Ah Xiang leisurely followed behind Ning Feng. Li Xiaoqi was also at the side, saying, "Young lord, the new cultivation tower is cutting the ribbon today, and it's waiting for you." Then, Li Xiaoqi briefly talked about the recent situation in the past 2 days. The new cultivation tower has been built 2 days later than expected because of the cult's disruption. Other than that, all is well. And today is also the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new cultivation tower. Go. When Ning Feng arrived at the scene, the cultivation tower had long since been officially put into use. In front of a towering or stacked tower was an open cultivation square. A sparring ring is constructed in the center of the square, all made of alloy. In this plaza area, participants can fight in real combat against each other and fight in the ring. It is also possible to practice. The energy near the star source mine was abundant and much denser than the rest of the place, and cultivation was twice as effective. Importantly, the cultivation rooms in the tower required points and dragon coins, but all the cultivation in the plaza was free. As Ning Feng walked into the square, countless people's gazes were attracted. For a while, the cacophony in the square lowered considerably. In the square, the entire Southeast Martial Arts University's cadets were present at this time, and at that moment, Chuan Donghai was standing in front of the whole school, holding a ribbon in his hand waiting for something. Naturally, he was waiting for Ning Feng, although the so-called ribbon cutting was a mere formality, with no fanfare. However, the Ning family, as the major shareholder behind the scenes of Wude, naturally had to invite this young master of the Ning family to be present in person. Ning Feng's current status wasn't like before, and he was in control of all of Southeast Martial Arts University's business. Therefore, even though the cultivation tower had been completed for many days, it was still waiting for Ning Feng to come over and cut the ribbon. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Feng walked through the crowd to the colored ribbons, and then without any bull asterisk, they just cut the ribbon. I wish you all 4 years of martial arts university, success in martial arts, successful graduation, and finally, to fight for the glory of my Southeast Martial Arts University and for our human race. Ning Feng said simply, and a burst of applause immediately came from below, but it wasn't enthusiastic, it was sparse, and instead there were vague glances of disdain, contempt, and the like. Ning Feng naturally noticed all of this, and although he didn't care, he was somewhat curious. In the past, even the part where he was a licking dog, no one dared to despise him in such a bright and honorable manner. So where is all this hostility coming from? Chuan Hu, who is the vice-chancellor, then came back up to the stage and spoke briefly. Finally, it was Chuan Donghai who stepped onto the stage, swept a glance at the trainees below, looked solemn, and said in a loud voice that, "Class, I'll be brief. Without further ado, this year's cadets are lucky to catch the completion of the new cultivation tower, but martial Tao, especially human martial Tao, relies more on will than resources. On this cultivation tower, perhaps all you see are cultivation resources, star source energy. But anyone who has entered the Stargate battlefield and fought against the Star race and the Fey race can know that on this cultivation tower, it was taken over with my human race, the Ning clan, with countless lives. Alright, without further ado, students work hard to cultivate, and I hope that one day in the future, you will be able to contribute to the human race, fight for ourselves, our descendants, and for this land. Also, one day from now, it will be the day of the junior students training. This training is a joint training of the 5 major martial arts schools in the Southeast domain, with the Ning family exclusively sponsoring it, and the Jiang family's Xia family subtitling it. I hope that you, the cadets, do well. In addition, not long ago, the ancient text of enlightenment was brought back from the Sea of Divine Beasts by a pride of my human race, and I think everyone has heard about it. The rules of the Ministry of Education are to organize a scramble to determine the ownership of the ancient texts by ranking. The higher the ranking, the more ancient texts one obtains naturally. Therefore, the school has temporarily decided that the top 3 of this experience's points will represent the Southeast Martial Arts University and participate in this Enlightenment ancient text battle. After Chuan Donghai's words fell, a commotion rang out from the scene, but although the crowd was shaken, they had been prepared for it. The Ministry of Education certainly wouldn't distribute something as important as the ancient text of enlightenment so easily. Otherwise, who would want to have more of this school and less of that one? With unequal distribution? The best way to do this was to follow the past practice of directly determining the winners and losers by martial arts. Those who were strong naturally deserved to have more ancient texts of enlightenment. Enlightenment ancient text. I didn't think that 3 years in Wodan could catch up with this kind of good stuff. Holy crap. I hope the juniors give it a go and compete a little bit more. My Southeast Wushu University is at least one of the top 10 Wushu universities in the Dragon Kingdom, and the number of ancient texts that I have competed for is definitely less. I wonder who can have a chance to enter the top few and qualify for the ancient text battle in this experience. Everyone was talking and the square was buzzing with activity. After finishing the ribbon cutting, Chuan Donghai also stepped down from the podium and quietly withdrew from the sight of the crowd. However, Ning Feng, who was also in the plaza, had received a secret message from Transylvania East Sea. Ning Feng, come to the principal's office. Hearing the voice transmission, Ning Feng wasn't surprised and turned around before heading towards the office. Just along the way, a few more figures were seen appearing back and forth. In front of them, Jiang Nianchu and Summer were walking in front of them, one after the other. Behind them, Zhang Yunfei and Su Xinyue followed. Further back, Ning Feng also saw 2 unfamiliar faces. These 2 were tall and short, fat and thin, but with all the muscle on their bodies, they looked like a pair of partners. Yi Jinyue, Kai Will. These 2 both possessed SS talent, possessed A-grade visions, and mid-5th grade martial cultivation, occupying the 1st and 2nd place on the Southeast Martial Grand Martial ranking respectively. To these 2, Ning Feng barely counted as having some impression, having only seen them a few times in his 3 years at the university. Ning Feng. Just then, a shout came from behind him, and Ning Feng slightly glanced sideways, only to see the 2 of them, Zhang Yunfei and Su Xinyue, catching up from behind with quick steps. Zhang Yunfei smiled elegantly and said, Ning Feng, I've contacted a few friends. How about getting together at the Cultivation Square tomorrow at noon? Chapter 60, Going to the Stargate Battlefield. A get-together? Ning Feng looked at Zhang Yunfei with some surprise. This guy could even invite himself? With Zhang Yunfei's heart, I'm afraid there's not a plan. Thinking about the scene in the mausoleum that day, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Seeing Ning Feng's dismay, Zhang Yunfei laughed. After traveling to the Divine Animal Sea for a year, it's been a long time since I've seen my classmates, so I'm getting together to bond. And in addition, there's a surprise that I'll be announcing to you all. With that, Zhang Yunfei laughed and said, Young Master Ning, won't not give face. Ning Feng glanced beside Zhang Yunfei and saw that Su Xinyue was looking at him with her head held high in a proud face. Since Zhang Yunfei had returned, Su Xinyue had started dancing again. Ning Feng didn't refuse, nodding his head indifferently. That's fine, if I have the time, I'll definitely be there to support the show. Zhang Yunfei's eyes brightened slightly at his words and he laughed. Good. I won't see you tomorrow at noon. At this time, behind them, Yi Jinyue and Kai General followed. After hearing that Ning Feng had agreed to go to the appointment, there were some looks of surprise on the 2 men's faces. Obviously, the 2 hadn't expected that Ning Feng, the young lord, would agree to go to the appointment. The Kai General looked at Ning Feng and casually joked, saying, I haven't had a drink at the same table as young Master Ning yet, so I'll have to have a few more this time. Ha ha ha. Kai will laugh boldly. And at first glance, he has a big personality. You just know how to drink. Sooner or later you will die from drinking. On the side, Yi Jinyuan's face was slightly colder, but this was due to his own personality and was not directed at Ning Feng. What do you know? Old Abyss. Wine is a good thing to release the stress of a martial artist. The Kai General scratched his head, hemmed and hawed, and didn't say anything. Yi Jinyuan said, release any pressure. Just cultivate. Kai General blanked him. Unintelligent and lazy. Yi Xinyue was a notorious cultivation fanatic, and Kai would not say much on this. Jiang Nianchu laughed softly. Brother Kai, this time I might have to disappoint you, because what I brewed was tea, not wine. Tea? Ha! Kai will indeed be a bit of a disappointment. Seeing this, Jiang Nianchu laughed again. However, it's a tea related to enlightenment. Gnosis tea? The Kai general seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes lit up. But Jiang Nianchu didn't say much, and smiled mysteriously at the few people, saying, "You'll know when the time comes." Principal's office. Ning Feng, Summer, Jiang Nianchu, and the others stood casually in the room, making the already small principal's office seem a bit compact in terms of crammed space. Seeing the crowd arrive, Chuan Donghai lightly glanced over them. Only then did he speak slowly. Actually, I called you all over here to talk about just two things. Let's start with the first one. The ancient text scramble thing. Although the examination stipulates that the top few can participate in the battle, your strength is here, so if there are no surprises, it's basically just a few of you who can get the rankings and appear in place of the Southeast Martial Arts University. How important the Enlightenment ancient text is, this needs no further explanation. You all understand. It's important to you guys, and it's important to WU. So this time, I want you all to try harder, even if it's for the sake of WU, for the sake of future students. Those present were, after all, young teenage girls with little social experience, easily impressed. At this moment, hearing Transfiguration East C speak with sincerity made it impossible for the crowd not to be moved. At the back of the crowd, General Kai was the first to open his mouth. Don't worry, President Chuan, this is not only a personal honor, but also the honor of Wushu University. As Wushu University's scholars, of course we will fight with all our might. Headmaster Chuan, we will do our best to fight. Yi Xinyue also spoke faintly. On the side, Jiang Nianchu and Su Xinyue also opened their mouths to give a word of assurance. Chuan Donghai nodded his head in satisfaction. He was not worried about these people. He was worried about someone else. Chuan Donghai glanced at Summer, Jiang Nianchu and the two of them. Summer, Nianchu, the two of you, can you attend for the school this time? You should all understand how important the Gnosis ancient text is. Jiang Nianchu laughed lightly and said, yes, don't worry principal, I'm in. Summer also said. Chuan Donghai sniffed in relief. The first and second person of the Southeast Martial Arts University. In the minds of the public, perhaps the two men on the outside publicized martial arts list, Kaisho and Yi Xinyue. Actually, no, Summer and Jiang Nianchu were the strongest, and the two seldom struck out, so even he, the principal, couldn't figure out what level the two had reached. On top of that, there's one other person who's very special. Chuan Donghai was equally puzzled. He looked at Ning Feng and asked, Ning Feng, what do you have in mind? Can you participate? Ever since the last time he had seen Ning Feng Chuan Donghai had stopped treating Ning Feng as a normal trainee. Normal trainees can cut out an 8th grade slash? It's still an 8th grade one sword under the extreme realm. That night's slash was unforgettable for the rest of his life, and as Ning Feng had said, he might not see a second slash as perfect in his life. That night he had actually felt the aura of the Tao, so much so that the path of martial arts, which hadn't advanced for a long time, had progressed a touch further. It seemed unbelievable to him, although Ning Feng explained that he had received the inheritance of a martial god. This slash was also a piece of energy branding that person had placed in the middle of his body. But he, Chuan Donghai, is not stupid. Of course, will not be easily fooled by this, but he wouldn't say anything more. After all, martial artists had their own secrets, not to mention this young master of the Ning family. Ning Feng nodded his head and smiled. Principal Chuan, I'm also from Southeast Martial University, so of course I should attend. Besides, it's the duty of Tobu University students to be able to contribute to the school. Chuan Donghai breathed a sigh of relief at his words. He was really afraid that Ning Feng wouldn't care to participate. But now, it seemed that the character of this young master of the Ning family had really changed. That's good. In addition, I've already notified Ji Daoi, and he'll be back from the Stargate on time as well. Ning Feng, are you okay on your side? As he said that, Chuan Donghai glanced at Ning Feng again. The two had just had a passing incident not long ago. Ning Feng laughed, a small fight between classmates. I didn't take it to heart. Seeing that Ning Feng looked flat and didn't react in any way, Chuan Donghai didn't dwell on it. Continuing, next, the second thing. 3 years from now, the battle for the Southeast Domain's desolate ancient blood domain will begin immediately, and the recruitment has already begun. According to the martial agreement of the Dragon Kingdom's 8th grade golden body powerhouses, an 8th grade golden body powerhouse must enter the Earth Cave or Stargate battlefield once every 3 years. For the rest of the time, you must unconditionally accept the transfer of the local forces guarding the Stargate or Earth Cave. With that, Chuan Donghai stood up, carrying his own warm water cup, and walked over to the windowsill and laughed. My 3 years of vacation time is up. It's time to go into the Stargate battlefield. Ha ha ha, this time this trip could be a long time. Chapter 61 Bridge of Blood Scars. When these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene went down quite seriously. In particular, Chuan Hu, who was on the side, had obviously known about this matter for a long time, and his face instantly surged with a color of worry when he heard the words. The rest of the crowd fell silent at his words. Although there were still 3 years to go before the start of the Battle of the Desolate Ancient Blood Domain, it did not mean that the series of preparations before the battle were not treacherous. On the contrary, a portion of the battlefield had been opened long ago, and in order to fight for the battlefield's first opportunity, it was instead more intense. Even though it was common for 7th and 8th grade powerhouses to fall, at this time, Summer, who was on the sidelines, opened his mouth in a rare moment and said, Headmaster Chuan, I don't know which war zone you're going to this time in your service. The war zone is divided into sections. The Ning clan was the main battlefield, defending the main battlefield, but there were multiple war zones spread across the entirety of the board below. Some are guarded by the Xia family, others by the Jiang family, the military. Chuan Donghai laughed, ha ha ha, not so lucky, I'm going to the main battle zone of the Desolate Ancient Blood Domain. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Ning clan's main battlefield was naturally extremely treacherous, and even 3 years before the war, battles of all sizes had been raging. Dad! Chuan Hu was startled violently. His body stood up with a prancing movement, and his eyes instantly reddened as he looked into Chuan Donghai's eyes. The rest of the group was also a bit sullen. The main theater of operations, that was the main battlefield, and in the past, in every battle, ordinary martial artists completely exchanged lives for lives, with tens of thousands of deaths, and the death and injury rate of the 7th and 8th grade powerhouses was also as high as 60%. Dad, how did you get assigned to the main war zone? Chuan Hu's voice was tinged with sobs, tears welling up in his eyes. Chuan Donghai touched Chuan Hu's head and scolded with a smile. What's wrong? You only allow your old man to go to the main battle zone, but not your old man, right? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, your old man. I've been on the main battlefield once. Even if you die, you won't lose out. Pulling at least 3-star race martial artists of the same grade. You don't talk nonsense. Chuan Hu's throat welled up, and in the end only a few words came out. You take care. Come on, don't be a deadbeat and act like I'm definitely going to die. After all, I am an 8th grade golden body powerhouse. How can I die so easily? As long as the brain isn't beaten out of you, you can live if it's shattered. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Chuan Donghai laughed and joked. Saying that, and looking at the several people with some seriousness, he said, after I left, what I was actually most relieved about was the school. I can't lead you guys in this ancient text battle. Gotta pass the tiger will be out in my place. But Xiaohu's seniority is still shallow. His character is simple and straightforward, and there are a lot of things that he has not seen as much as you guys, and his brain is not as flexible as yours. If he has done anything wrong, you will bear with him and instruct him. Of course, there's no need to harbor him at every turn just because he's a vice principal. After a bit of droning, on the side, Jiang Nianchu smiled faintly and was the first to stand out and laugh. Don't worry, Principal, we will definitely cooperate fully with Vice Principal Chuan Hu during your absence. Don't worry about passing the principal. The crowd nodded, but no one said much. Seeing this, Chuan Donghai's heart was overwhelmed with relief. Next, Chuan Donghai briefly exhorted a few words of caution on the experience, as well as on the ancient text scramble. The rest didn't continue to say anything more, so the crowd dispersed. Night. Ning Feng attempted to build the 5th bridge of Dao marks. To Ning Feng's surprise, he had actually coalesced into a fledgling form. The afterglow of that slash was still present, and in just half a night's time, it had directly caused Ning Feng's 5th bridge of Dao marks to take shape. But it didn't coalesce completely. After all, Ning Feng didn't forcefully materialize either, but rather put it down for the time being. Then, for the second time, he stepped into the virtual sparring space, and he was going to condense the 5th bridge of Dao marks in the battle. The cultivation room of the new cultivation tower was even better than the old one, and the Ning clan had specially prepared a new pool of qi and blood for Ning Feng, as well as a simulated event. Battle of Yongyang Plain. 3 of the 8th grade, 5 of the 7th grade, and 10 of the 6th grade were killed in battle. The rest of the martial artists totaled more than 10,000. Matchmaking space. A plateau above. Huge swaths of human corpses littered the earth, and drops of blood hung from every little blade of grass. After the wind blew, drops of blood rolled down like rolling beads, and at this moment, at the front of the battlefield, There were only a few hundred human martial artists left, yet standing across from them was a black press of star race martial artists. Obviously, in this battle, it was the human race that lost. However, the hundreds of human martial artists did not have the slightest intention of retreating and fought to the death. Kill, kill, kill. Make a final charge with me. I'll take a few more away. And when I, Chi Tian, get down there, I'll have another drink with all of you. I, Jiang Nianchu, am still a virgin, so I'm really not happy to die like this. Dude, go down there and I'll help you. I'll give you. Ha ha ha. Hundreds of human martial artists faced at least tens of thousands of star race martial artists in a death-defying final wave of onslaught. Hundreds of martial artists roared in unison and ran together, their chi and blood surging like a wild stream. Live as a soldier, die as a soldier's soul. Wuan Army, fight to the death and don't retreat. There was no doubt about the ending. These hundreds of human martial artists didn't even touch the edge of the Star Race army before they were shaken by the terrifying power of chi and blood, and they all exploded and died. Out of your depth. A Star Tribe leader looked at the blood mist in front of him with a disdainful sneer. However, in the next moment, his green-skinned face changed abruptly, and an incomparably intense sword of blood suddenly appeared before his eyes. Didn't wait for him to react, only feeling a stabbing pain coming from his brow. The sword cut him from the center of his brow all the way down, and his entire person was split in two, turning into a bloody corpse. There are still human martial artists who haven't died. Human, come out. The blood mist rose in front of them, and a silhouette slowly walked out from the blood mist. Long hair flowing, handsome face like an exiled immortal. A fur of snow-white long martial arts clothing when walking through the blood mist, gradually by a blood-red crimson penetration. Together with the hands of the alloy war knife are dripping blood. That's the blood of a human warrior, stained red with the sword of war. Kill. Ning Feng's throat shrugged as he heard the Star Clan clamoring from across the room, but he didn't bother to pay attention to what the other party was saying. Lifting the alloy battle sword and slashing out, dozens of people were instantly decimated amongst the Star Race crowd. Some burst into pieces, some split in half, corpses and bones erupted, and the scene was like hell on earth. Boom. In the next moment, the Star Clan army swooped down, instantly battling with Ning Feng. Blood mist filled the air and bloody limbs flew about. There was no telling how much time had passed, and the earth was filled with Star Clan corpses, and Ning Feng had reached the point of exhaustion. Feeling that it would be difficult to fight any longer, he directly released the 4 bridges of Dao marks, followed by his paws stepping heavily on the ground. His body flew out like a cannonball and landed in the densest area of Star Tribe's human traffic. Without hesitation, detonate the 4 bridges of the Dao. Boom boom boom. At least 1,000 star nations have been blown up alive. As for Ning Feng, who had blown up the bridge of Dao marks, he was also close to the brink of collapse, his body cracking open with a huge fissure, chafing inch by inch like the bark of a dried-up old tree. Looking at the Star Race army that was once again crushing over like a tidal wave, Ning Feng grinned, and in the next moment, the bridge of Dao marks that had originally self-destructed surfaced once again. This time, the 4 bridges of Dao marks unexpectedly merged into one. A blood-red bridge of Dao marks emerged. The 5th bridge of the Dao trace materialized successfully. At this moment, this bridge of Dao marks was blood-red in color. And surprisingly, a blood-colored shadow emerged. Those were the human martial artists who had passed away in this battle, who had been reborn in this manner, reproduced with Ning Feng's bridge of Dao marks. The bridge of Dao marks vision. Ning Feng smiled. Some powerful martial artists who condensed bridges of Dao marks would also experience visions. Obviously, a vision had appeared in this 5th bridge of Dao marks of his, which was stronger than the previous 4. At this time, if his guess was good, he thought that some special visions must have appeared in the outside world as well. This is, someone had a vision while condensing the bridge of Dao marks. So terrifying, the bridge of blood-colored Dao marks, and that line of blood-colored souls above it. Could it be a human martial artist? I don't know why, but I want to cry. At this very moment, in the sky above the Southeast Martial Arts University, a long, blood-colored bridge runs through the front and back of the teaching building, with the blood wind roaring in the square of the bridge, and countless blood-colored souls roaring and whistling. It was as if the brutal battlefields of yesteryear had been recreated. Chuan Donghai walked out of the room, his eyes staring dully at the silhouettes. It can't be this brat Ning Feng again. He couldn't see where the vision came from, but subconsciously thought of Ning Feng again. Chapter 62, Licking Dogs for 19 days. Rewarding the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Soon. It was the next day. Ding! 19 days of dog licking, rewarded with an enlightened ancient tea tree. Wudao ancient tea tree, seedling during the seedling period. It can bear 4 pieces of ancient tea leaves, and doubles in size with each high growth section, 4, 8, 16. LOL. Ning Feng looked at the 5th bridge of Dao marks in front of him, the rich power of qi and blood. Although technically speaking, Condensing all 6 bridges of Tao marks was only considered stepping into the late 4th grade. However, the standard of his chi and blood power today was no less than that of a mid-5th grade martial artist. Retrieve the bridge of the word, push the door and walk out of the practice room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Young lord, the bridge of Tao marks vision is you, right? You're too bullish. Only when he stepped out of the door, Xiang came over and looked at Ning Feng with a look of admiration. The vision on the bridge of Tao marks just now was no better than the peerless heavenly pride he had seen. At this rate, Ning Feng's future martial path was unimaginable. Ning Feng laughed lightly. After all, it was Uncle Xiang you watched grow up. Uncle Xiang, why did you change your hairstyle again? Ning Feng realized that Xiang's long blonde hair was gone, replaced with a steel brush-like slate head. Xiang rubbed his bald head and laughed. This kid Jiang Nianchu wouldn't share his benefits with others for no reason. Young lord, what kind of fart do you think this kid Jiang Nianchu is holding back? Will Ginger Yunfei publish the ancient text for free to the public? Maybe, but this kid has always done things with great purpose. Ning Feng laughed. It has nothing to do with me. Just take a look and you won't know. Whatever his purpose, could he still pose any threat to himself? Xiang hemmed and hawed. I do think it has something to do with you. He seems to be very interested in your dragon carp meat. Interested? Then let him sense. When he walked out of the cultivation room, hundreds of students were cultivating in the square. Since the change to the new cultivation tower, the enthusiasm of the trainees to cultivate had risen quite a bit. Young lord, Li Xiaoqi had been waiting outside for a long time, and when he saw Ning Feng come out, he immediately walked up. Ning Feng walked to the plaza, and seeing the scene at this point he was also somewhat impressed with Jiang Nianchu. At this time, the square was densely packed with people, and almost the entire school's students had arrived at the scene. Not only the ments, but almost all of the mentors were there as well. It is, after all, an ancient text, and it is equally attractive to tutors. In the outer area, a portion of Southeast Martial Arts University's instructors were maintaining order, and at this point, the rest of the people who had been invited by Jiang Nianchu had almost all arrived, with the exception of Ning Feng and Li Xiaoqi. Kai Gong, Chuanhu, and Yi Zhenyuan are all present. What made Ning Feng somewhat surprised was that Jiang Nianchu and Summer had also come, with Ji Daoui sitting on the side. It seemed that these normally high-strung students couldn't resist the temptation of Gautama's ancient text. There were a few others remaining. All of them were Southeast Martial Arts University's heavenly prides, freshmen and sophomores as well as juniors. It was just that Ning Feng didn't know them well. As the person in control behind the scenes at Wudan University, Ning Feng had seen these faces on the profile before. As Ning Feng appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. In particular, Ji Daoi's eyes weren't quite right as he looked at Ning Feng. Ever since he had been crushed by Ning Feng last time, although he had been disconcerted in his heart, he had quickly come to terms with it and recognized the gap between himself and Ning Feng. After returning to the human city on the Stargate battlefield, he went crazy cultivating. Nowadays, his martial realm had reached the mid-5th grade, a small rank higher than Summer and Jiang Nianchu. At this point, on top of the square, Jiang Nianchu had purposely placed a few tea tables, sufficient to accommodate the few people who were invited. The other few extra tables were for the rest of the Southeastern Martial Arts University. However, the people Jiang Nianchu invited this time were all fellow students of Wuhan University, and none of the instructors were among the invitees. Naturally, none of the mentors were nice enough to come to the table. After sitting at the table and making small talk, Yunfei's trip to the Divine Animal Sea, he did get some benefits. Let's just count it as loot. The Ministry of Education leader didn't take it back, and since we all had a rare get-together today, he took it out and invited everyone to come over and taste it together. Jiang Nianchu said and snapped his fingers at the distance, only to see Su Xinyue open the door of a cultivation room, carrying a pot of tea, and walk out, placed on the table of the congregation. Looking at the refreshing fragrance coming out of the teapot on the table, the eyes of the crowd glowed, and at the same time, when they looked at Jiang Nianchu, they revealed a look of inquiry. Chuanhu was surprised. Yunfei, what kind of tea is this? Why is there a very special feeling? But I can't tell. Jiang Nianchu laughed. This tea is called the ancient tea of enlightenment, and within the sea of divine animals, not only are there ancient texts of enlightenment, but there are also many things related to enlightenment. This Gautama ancient tea is one of them. With these words, Chuanhu as well as the crowd were shocked at his words. Good old ancient tea? Asterisk 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 this is the ancient tea of enlightenment? It's a good thing that can help one become enlightened. Jiang Nianchu was actually willing to bring out such a good thing for everyone to share. Even the trainees on the sidelines below had their spirits shaken. This was a rare species that grew in the Stargate, and the mere consumption of the brewed tea helped one to penetrate the martial way. When the crowd was in class, They often heard about it in the general history of martial arts, but they never thought that they would be able to see it in reality one day. Everyone's gazes looked at the teapot, and a fervor welled up in their eyes, at the same time looking at Su Xinyue placing the teapot on the tea table. All of them were envious beyond measure, but the crowd also knew that they would be lucky to get a sniff. Ordinary people have no business sitting at those tables. Ancient tea of enlightenment. Good stuff. Seeing the enlightenment ancient tea, Jiang Nianchu sat on the side of the original lack of interest, but also came to a trace of interest when he heard the words. Giving Jiang Nianchu a sideways glance, he said indifferently, "Wasn't it rumored that the Ning family had captured an enlightenment ancient tea tree trophy in a battle back then?" Jiang Nianchu originally carried a few disdain for Jiang Nianchu. Just sniffing. The hand that was taking the teapot stalled slightly. The Ning family actually has the ancient tea tree of enlightenment? It's the first time he's heard of it. He glanced at Ning Feng and realized that Ning Feng was sitting in his seat motionless as a mountain, and he also looked like he was ignoring Jiang Nianchu's words. Does the Jiang family have one? Jiang Nianchu looked at Jiang Nianchu with a smile and said, "Whether or not there seems to be none of your business." Jiang Nianchu was nonchalant. The atmosphere of the scene seemed to be starting to go wrong, but no one on the scene said anything. There were rumors that Jiang Nianchu was an offshoot of the Jiang clan, and that he had split out of the family due to the chastisement he suffered back then. There is no way to prove this, but Jiang Nianchu and Jiang Nianchu, these two don't get along, is an indisputable fact. Although there hasn't been too much conflict, but a lot of times they are targeting each other. The Ning family is a big family. Ha ha ha, not surprising. At this point, Chuanhu could see that the atmosphere was not right and appeared again to round off the scene. Brother Yunfei is so generous. Then we won't be polite. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the Kai general laughed out loud and looked at the teapot, his eyes glowing. Chapter 63. It's done. Master Dao, I've done it. Yi Zhenyuan sat upright and smiled coldly. Don't you want to drink? The Kai general scratched his head and laughed. This stuff isn't much better than wine. Like a maid, Su Xinyue began to serve tea and water to the crowd. Even with the status of summer Jiang Nianchu and the others, it was extremely rare to be able to drink the ancient tea of enlightenment. The tea went in and the crowd savored it. The trainees below, on the other hand, were watching with a greedy look on their faces. Even the tutors from WU were envious. Teachers, Yunfei also prepared a special pot for you. For the sake of Yunfei's party this time, all the teachers have worked hard. It had to be said that Jiang Yunfei was still very good at what he did. The group of tutors originally wanted to refuse, but they couldn't withstand Jiang Yunfei's repeated invitations. Besides, losing this opportunity, they might not come across such a good opportunity in their lives. Under Transfiguration Tiger's greeting, a group of tutors stiffly sat down one after another. For a while, the crowd looked at Jiang Yunfei with a much smoother look. The crowd drank for a while. Feeling that it was almost time, Jiang Yunfei spoke again. Fellow students, after the expiration date, the Gautama ancient tea is just an appetizer. Next, I'm going to publicize the ancient text of enlightenment I've obtained. So watch this. The crowd immediately lifted their spirits at the words, and a fiery gaze gathered on Jiang Yunfei. The crowd came over today for this. Ning Feng, who had been sitting silently at the side, couldn't help but raise his head slightly as well. The ancient text of Gautama. He had never seen it either. Only Jiang Yunfei raised his hand and threw it, a trace of qi and blood power, holding a ring that flew to an open space in the square. Immediately afterward, two broken stone tablets flew out in the middle of it and landed on top of the square. Two stone monuments, one black and one gray, each 3 meters high, with a badly damaged surface, where traces of chopping by cold weapons such as swords and knives could be seen. The most striking thing about it was the large dried bloodstains left on it, which were extremely alarming. On top of that, on each of the two stone monuments, there was an extremely complex text carved, not belonging to any of the languages spoken on Terra, but it is permeated with an inexplicable Taoist flavor that, is this? The ancient text of enlightenment. Oh my god. I feel, Dao became familiar aura. Yes, the same aura as the slash that the mysterious man chopped out a few days ago, but the aura on this ancient text of enlightenment is far worse than that slash. The crowd let out a gasp. But with that said, someone started to make comparisons to that cut a few days ago. Jiang Yunfei's heart was a little displeased when he heard the murmur. However, he still had a smile on his face and suppressed his unhappiness as he took a step forward and said, "This ancient text of enlightenment rewarded by the Education Bureau is just a very small portion of the Dao rhyme, and it's still a broken stone tablet. Those ancient texts that will be contested by the Wudang in the future are not stone monuments, but an ancient cliff. The Dao rhyme on it. One can imagine." The crowd sniffs and gasps again. Broken all the way around. Orthodoxy can't take off, can it? Jiang Yunfei paused for a moment and continued. This enlightenment stone tablet has a special function. If everyone meditates and outlines it with their qi and blood power, They can briefly form a mental imprint. I tried it, and the stay was about 3 hours. I hope it's helpful to the underclassmen. Jiang Nianchu spoke with unparalleled sincerity. For a while, the trainees looked at Jiang Nianchu with a few hints of awe amongst the heat. The next thing you know, everyone is looking closely at the ancient text. Hate to have it burned into my brain forever. Ning Feng sat at the table, looking at the cup of enlightened ancient tea in front of him. It's very rich and flavorful though. However, compared to the tea from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree that his system had rewarded him with, it seemed to be much worse. Even that ancient text of enlightenment didn't seem to be as strong as the Tao rhythm contained in his ancient tea tree. Half an hour passed in a flash. This time of year, everyone is scrutinizing the ancient text. However, Jiang Nianchu realized that Ning Feng didn't seem to have much interest in ancient texts. Frowning slightly, he didn't say anything more. Soon, as the viewing ended, the crowd was surprisingly surprised to find that the ancient text had actually appeared in their minds. Amazing. The human race's path of martial arts has always been steady and steady, cultivating qi and blood, and the star race actually has a method of comprehending the Tao. No wonder the star race is so powerful, the crowd murmured. Meanwhile, Jiang Nianchu, who was sitting on the sidelines, was silently silent for a while. This gathering was one of the ways in which he publicized the ancient text to enhance his prestige. And there is another most important reason. He wants to trade with Ning Feng. Swap that dragon carp. When he was rejected that day, Jiang Nianchu vaguely figured out the key. He thought that Ning Feng must not be able to spare the dragon carp meat. After all, dragon carp meat was precious enough. Not to mention that it was an 8 precious dragon carp, which was simply rare to have. Plus the two didn't know each other very well. On the contrary, there were some old grudges because of Su Xinyue, so it was normal for Ning Feng to refuse. But this time, he figured out the key and how to deal with it. Jiang Nianchu saw that this party had come to an end and took the moment. It feels about right. Jiang Nianchu secretly gritted his teeth, then moved his backhand, taking out 3 ancient tea tree leaves in the spatial ring. Each leaf was the size of a baby's palm, and although it was crystal clear, it was withered and yellow, obviously not that fresh. Young Lord Ning Feng Ning, in fact, Yunfei has an unforgiving request in inviting you over today. Jiang Nianchu walked over to Ning Feng and spoke. The crowd sniffed and turned their attention to Jiang Nianchu. Ning Feng's lowered head lifted and saw a pair of eyes filled with sincerity. Brother Yunfei, don't need to be polite. Please speak. Jiang Nianchu laughed. Young Lord Ning, it's still the same thing as last time. In fact, I want that 8 precious dragon carp of yours. Sure, just a part of it. Also, I won't eat you for nothing. These are 3 leaves from the ancient tree of the martial way. After brewing and drinking them, they can help people realize the way. Let's just say it's to make it up to you. Okay? This dragon carp meat's effect of purifying the flesh is really important to me. These leaves of the ancient tree of enlightenment were all rewards personally awarded to him by the Minister of Education. After going to the pot I brewed today, all that's left are these 3 slices, and they're the freshest of the 3. I was thinking of saving it for enlightenment when I break through the shackles, but now I can only endure the pain and take it out in exchange. After all, ordinary items, Ning Feng, a rich young man, wouldn't be able to look at them. Healing the wounds on the Dawn Guard is more important than anything else. After he finished speaking, his gaze looked toward Ning Feng, revealing a look of hopefulness that was surprisingly tinged with a few moments of sincerity. I could tell he was really hungry and really wanted to eat this dragon carp meat. However, Ning Feng wasn't too cold, sitting in his seat, one finger lightly tapping on the desktop, quietly waiting for Jiang Nianchu to finish his sentence. Jiang Nianchu is a person he knows too well. Jiang Nianchu could do anything for cultivation resources. Even if he let him have this dragon carp meat today, Jiang Nianchu would not be grateful to him in the future. It's still time to target him again. Ning Feng wasn't a lousy person, much less a saintly. Helping a potential enemy to break through and then target himself? That's a brain-dead thing to do. Needless to say, a Jiang Nianchu who had taken the ancient texts of the martial arts. It was time for Ning Feng to refuse to reject even if the state lord came. He, the young lord of the Ning family, the domain upper emperor of the southeast domain, really wasn't afraid of anyone. Ning Feng shook his head once more. I'm sorry, I need the dragon carp meat as well, and besides, this ancient tree of enlightenment leaf might be very precious, but I don't need or lack it. Chapter 64, You're hurt, what's it got to do with me? Rejected again, and without an ounce of hesitation or mercy. This time, the expression on Jiang Yunfei's face stiffened once again before it quickly turned gloomy again. Then, Jiang Yunfei's tone changed. Ning Feng, I know that your Ning family has an ancient tea tree of enlightenment, but it's not possible to just let you pick the tea leaves at will, right? What's more, ancient tea tree tea leaves are extremely difficult to grow, so you won't lose out by exchanging with me. Ning Feng smiled faintly. I'm sorry, I don't really find this precious. With a flash of his backhand, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment rewarded by the system loomed in the middle of the spatial ring. In a flash, it was put away by Ning Feng, but the crowd still saw it clearly. It was a small tree 1 person high, the whole body flickered with radiance, the branches were flourishing, and a piece of golden leaves was like a golden bell hanging above. With just that glimpse, the crowd sensed an extremely thick flow of Dao Qi. If you took this stuff in water every day, it would take off. And yet, that much? The Ning family even gave the ancient tea of enlightenment to Ning Feng? How favored is this? I've heard that young Lord Ning not only inherited a portion of the Ning family's industry, but it seems that he's also gotten a lot of resources. The moment they saw the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, the crowd erupted into chatter, and everyone's eyes reddened. This was the ancient tea of enlightenment, but in Ning Feng's hands, it was as if he didn't care about it at all, like it was a toy. Jiang Nianchu also looked dumbfounded, his face gloomy with flesh. When did the ancient tea leaves of Gautama become so worthless? Once again, he had a deeper sense of the Ning family's heritage, and Jiang Nianchu's heart surged with a strong sour feeling. It's so good, why isn't it his? Why isn't he just Ning Feng or the young master of the Ning family? At this moment, Jiang Nianchu inwardly momsells himself, but on his face, he smiled. Ning Feng, a mere 3 pieces of enlightenment ancient tea leaves. It's a shame that I'm making an offering, but I really need dragon carp meat to cleanse my flesh. Because on this trip to the divine animal sea, in order to take the ancient text of enlightenment for the human race, I won the battle against the star race's heavenly pride. My body was damaged, and the bridge of Dao marks suffered contamination. The minister said that only pure flesh and blood like dragon carp can expel the dirt from the body. But you know how precious dragon carp flesh and blood is. So, I need him badly. How about if I, Jiang Nianchu, beg you and owe you a favor? Jiang Nianchu had a sincere expression on his face. This time, he came right out and said why. A sentence for the human race, taking the ancient text of enlightenment, and so on, was like directly placing Ning Feng on the moral high ground to open a grill. With these words, as expected, the expressions of the people around them changed, especially the trainees, who were moved when they heard the reason why Jiang Nianchu wanted to exchange the dragon carp. However, Ning Feng remained as calm as ever and said once again, I'm sorry, I don't agree with this deal. Moral kidnapping? That's not really a good move with him. As long as one's moral standards are low enough, one cannot be kidnapped. He hadn't expected that even when he had stated his reasons, he had been decisively and mercilessly rejected by Ning Feng. Jiang Nianchu's face this time could be described as difficult. The hand that was holding the leaves of the ancient tree of enlightenment was stretched out like this, awkwardly frozen in the air. And in the meantime, the gazes of the trainees who saw the scene changed as they looked at Ning Feng. Young Lord Ning refused? He refused? What right does he have to refuse? Didn't he hear Jiang Nianchu say why he was injured? Ever since Jiang Nianchu returned from the sea of divine animals, he had just turned into the hero of the entire school. In the eyes of the crowd, bringing the ancient text of enlightenment out of that forbidden land of death and the Stargate. It was an unimaginable feat for the human race, enough to be recorded in the annals of martial arts history. What's wrong with such a hero, who had his Dao scar damaged because of it, even if he gave him the dragon carp meat to eat? What's more, people are still trading the leaves of the ancient tree of enlightenment, so it's pretty much the same in terms of value, isn't it? Ning Feng was too unsympathetic to do so, without a trace of human kindness. What? Jiang Nianchu has said so. It's too much for Ning Feng to still refuse. That's right, Jiang Nianchu is a hero of the human race. He only suffered damage to his Dao marks because he took the ancient text of enlightenment for the human race. Jiang Nianchu are willing to put such a precious thing as the ancient text, to give us a public look. Ning Feng to do so. Simply no pattern at all. For such a hero, even if it is a gift, and what? It's over. It's over. I've only just detached myself from Ning Feng's dog-licking persona and developed a trace of goodwill towards him, and this time it's all lost. Pink to black for life. On the plaza, whisper after whisper resounded, and the trainees' expressions changed as they looked at Ning Feng. The filter, the hero, still works well in the eyes of many who have not yet stepped off the WU campus. Jiang Nianchu's feats had made him leap into the eyes of the entire university. A hero in the eyes of the whole university, the standard bearer of this session of Southeast Martial Arts University. Now, he even took the initiative to bring out the remnants of the ancient text tablet rewarded by the Ministry of Education for all to comprehend. What kind of mindset and pattern is this? And what about Ning Feng? Just rich kids who rely on their family and the aura of their background. Originally, in the matter of Su Wushang's deathbed trust, it allowed him to reverse part of his persona, but at this point, it was instantly blacked out. The contrast between the two is so stark, it's like one heaven and one earth. Ning Feng, why are you like this? Who are you to refuse? Can't you hear Jiang Nianchu say the reason for his injury? Just then, An angry voice broke the tranquility as Su Xinyue jumped out from behind Jiang Nianchu. Seeing Jiang Nianchu being rejected, Su Xinyue was annoyed beyond measure, accusing, "Brother Yunfei has said that he was injured while fighting for the human race against the star race's heavenly pride. So on what grounds do you still want to reject it? Injured for a human? Aren't you a human? Could it be that obtaining the ancient text of enlightenment wouldn't benefit you as a human?" Su Xinyue's voice was resounding and justified. Compared to before, when she had begun to become obsequious to Ning Feng, it was as if she had changed back to the haughty white swan she had been at first, proudly raising his high chest as if he stood on the moral high ground. The surrounding people looked at Su Xinyue's eyes this time, a lot more submissive, and very much agreed with her words. Even if others were dissatisfied, they would have to hold it in their hearts, but they wouldn't dare to treat Ning Feng with this attitude. Only Su Xinyue had the guts. For the people? Listening to Su Xinyue's righteous words, Ning Feng puffed and teasingly looked at her and laughed. First of all, you have to understand that going to the divine animal sea is a voluntary act of an individual, without anyone forcing him. Secondly, there's a truth you must understand. It's not just him alone who's bleeding for the human race. Over the years, has my Ning family shed less blood for the human race? For the Dragon Kingdom? At the end of the day, it's not because of me that he got hurt. It's got nothing to do with me. The sound was mixed with the power of chi and blood, shaking the eardrums of the crowd. With these words, the trainees at the scene were even in an uproar. At the same time many people winced with excitement, instantly snapping out of their slammed state. Only then did he remember that this person in front of him was the young master of the Ning family. If he gets really angry, it's not something that ordinary people like them can afford. Everyone immediately shut up, and even the taunts disappeared in an instant. Chapter 65, Slander Against the Martyrs. To be executed. Over here, seeing that Ning Feng showed no mercy and directly rubbed his face on the ground on the spot, Jiang Nianchu had a gloomy and uncertain expression on his face as he gently pulled Su Xinyue. "You're right. No one forced me, Jiang Nianchu, to go to the divine animal sea. I'm not the one bleeding for the human race, and the fact that I was injured has even less to do with you, young Lord Ning. This dragon carp meat, I can refrain from eating it, and what you, Ning shall, have, I, Jiang Nianchu, am not blessed to consume. Xinu, that's just it, I won't eat this dragon carp meat. I'll find another chance to repair the Dao injuries on my body." Jiang Nianchu sighed falsely before signaling Su Xinyue to step back. When the surrounding trainees saw how generous Jiang Nianchu was, a hint of awe surfaced on their faces. At the same time, although they didn't dare to continue condemning Ning Feng on their lips, their gazes surged with a touch of contempt. "No, how can we just let it go?" Su Xinyue was anxious when she heard that. However, she wasn't afraid and remained righteous because she felt that she was right, and that the one with a weak heart should be Ning Feng. Su Xinyue raised her head once. "Don't move and hold the Ning family down. The Ning family is the Ning family. You are you. It's not like everyone doesn't know what you Ning Feng used to be like. What are you comparing yourself to Cloudflare? Now it's just exchanging a dragon carp meat with you. It's not for nothing. In my opinion, you shouldn't even want the leaves of the ancient tree of enlightenment. Such a big dragon carp. You guys are eating it. What's wrong with splitting Yunfei a little bit? You're the young master of the Ning family, but you're so petty. With such a pattern?" Su Xinyue said, getting angrier and angrier the more she spoke. "It especially felt like I was doing the right thing as I listened to the chorus of responding drinks around me. Before the roadside is almost lost. This time it is hard to have such a chance to stand on the moral high ground to speak." Of course she wouldn't let Ning Feng off easily, but as soon as she turned her head, seeing that Ning Feng was lazily sitting on a chair, listening while slowly eating dragon carp meat, not putting her and Jiang Nianchu in the least, Su Xinyue became even more furious all of a sudden and angrily said, "What kind of attitude is that, Ning Feng? Always talking about your Ning family, how much you've done for the Southeast domain, for the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, is this how one treats a fellow human pride? I see that your Ning family's claim to be full of loyalty is nothing more than that." Pop. Su Xinyue's words had not yet fallen. Ning Feng slapped his hand, and a crisp sound rang out at the scene. The crowd was instantly dead silent, not expecting Ning Feng to suddenly reach out and hit someone, but then thinking about Su Xinyue's last sentence, everyone's hearts and minds followed. If the Ning family pursues this matter, the Su family won't have enough heads to lose, and Su Xinyue is really brainless. Su Xinyue froze, staring wide-eyed for a long time. You dare to hit me." Pop. Another slap down. Ning Feng gazed at her coldly, taking a step towards Su Xinyue. "You take that last sentence and say it again." "I said what's wrong I. Su Xinyue covered her face and looked at Ning Feng, who was approaching step by step, and was just about to lash out. However, Seeing that evil and coldness carried in Ning Feng's handsome eyes directly caused Su Xinyue to swallow hard the words on her lips. The pair of eyes that were deep, but flickered with a touch of oozing blood red, directly caused her to be scared to the point that her whole body went cold but in the next moment, a shocking sense of suffocation came, and a large hand as thick as an iron vice strangled her neck. Ning Feng directly lifted her body up, his gaze teasingly looking at her. Do you know that just by virtue of the words you just said, you can make your Su family, make you Su Xinyue, never recover, and the whole clan suffered? The palms gradually increased in strength. The crowd could even hear cackling sounds, coming from Su Xinyue's neck. It was as if Su Xinyue's neck was going to collapse the next moment. The crowd all held their breath. Ning Feng was going to kill someone? Watching Su Xinyue's make a crunching sound, her face then went from red to iron blue. Everyone's heart went cold. Ning Feng, don't make a big deal out of it. Chuan Donghai hurriedly stepped forward to open his mouth, and it would be impossible not to speak up again. This was the old martial saint's daughter, and if she died like this, it would be hard to end the matter if it became a big deal. Chuan who also hurriedly said, Ning Feng, don't be impulsive. Calm down. Ning Feng, let go of her. Right at this moment, a strong qi and blood fluctuation came violently, and on the side, Jiang Nianchu's face was extremely grim as he opened his mouth. Young Lord Ning, you're so powerful that you'd even hit a woman, or a woman who's pregnant. Is your Ning family's young master only capable of taking it out on women? Come at me if you can. Jiang Nianchu's words unexpectedly carried a hidden murderous aura. Ning Feng glanced at Jiang Nianchu and said indifferently, it's none of your business now. With that, Ning Feng looked at Chuan Donghai Dao. Principal Chuan, what is the crime of rumor-mongering and slander? Of slandering martyrdom, and of slandering the Yinglai family. This, young Lord Ning, Xinu doesn't know any better. Pass the principal. What is the charge? The words were interrupted by Ning Feng, and Transfiguration Donghai's face changed wildly at his words. Is this the rhythm of putting a hat on Su Xinyue and really wanting to get Su Xinyue killed? However, thinking about what Su Xinyue had just said, he also looked at Ning Feng's biting face at this moment. Chuan Donghai said solemnly, be executed. After saying that, Chuan Donghai hurriedly added, Ning Feng, Xinu is blabbering. Otherwise, it's better to make a big deal out of a small matter. You're all students of my martial university, the pride of the human race. Try not to make a scene. Ning Feng nodded and said politely to Chuan Donghai, Principal Chuan, I understand the reasoning, but there are some things that must be made clear. With that, Ning Feng turned his head to look at Su Xinyue. You heard that? Ning Feng, you're going to kill me. Su Xinyue's entire body went cold as she looked into Ning Feng's ice-cold eyes. Ning Feng, if you kill me, can you stand up to my father, your teacher? Ning Feng, if you kill me, I just won't forgive you even if I die. Let her go. At this time, Jiang Nianchu was standing on the side, repeatedly ignored by Ning Feng. Plus hearing that Ning Feng was directly trying to put a hat on Su Xinyue, it was also anxious on the spot. I told you to let go of Su Xinyue. Did you hear me? It was just that Ning Feng didn't give a damn about him, leaving him to rage impotently and furiously in place. Ning Feng only took it as a whisper. Jiang Nianchu was instantly furious. The greatest contempt for a person was ignorance. Obviously, what was being said was that Ning Feng was in this state, no matter what he does or says. This Ning family young lord in front of him didn't seem to have the slightest intention of placing him in his eyes. Thinking about it, since he entered the divine animal sea, even when he went to the Ministry of the Army and the Ministry of Education, even some high-grade big shots praised him. Which one dares to ignore him like that? Jiang Nianchu became furious on the spot, and an alloy battle knife appeared between his raised hands, which he raised and slashed down towards Ning Feng. With this slash, he didn't use his full strength, taking precise power, because he was afraid of accidentally really chopping Ning Feng to death. And if he really chopped this first young master to death, he would be in big trouble. But with his current status and position, even if he chopped him up and made him suffer some minor offenses, as long as he didn't injure his life, it was still fine to teach this Ning Feng, who didn't know the heights of heaven, a lesson. Buzz. Listening to the sound of the blade's astral wind hunting, the crowd's hearts lifted up. Ning Feng held Su Xinyue's neck with one hand and glanced sideways at the slash. However, at the time when its chi and blood blade fell in front of its body, stretching out a finger calmly, above the fingertip, only a wisp of almost imperceptible chi and blood surfaced. A finger, pointing out. Chapter 66 The State Lord, Wuanjun. Boom. Jiang Nianchu's chi and blood blade aura shattered instantly. Suffering a powerful impact, his body thumped backward violently on the spot, a distance of more than 30 meters, and his feet even plowed a furrow in the ground. As they watched the scene, the crowd was dumbstruck and their hearts were pounding. But when they thought about all of Ning Feng's previous performances, many of them were more or less numb in their minds. However, Jiang Nianchu was filled with an incomparable shock. He was at the early stage of the 5th rank, a grand martial artist, and he was actually knocked away by a 4th-ranked martial artist. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was too humiliating with so many people watching. Jiang Nianchu's face was alternately green and red. Unsightly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nianchu slowly said, "Ning Feng, is this how you treat a returnee who put his life on the line and died 9 times to get the ancient text of enlightenment back from the divine animal sea for the human race? You've really angered me. I'm now telling you for the last time, as the human pride of the divine animal sea battle, to release Su Xinyue immediately, or don't blame me." A berserk chi and blood flowed out from the tips of his 5 fingers like flames, quickly spreading from the hilt of the alloy battle sword to the entire body of the sword. He's really pissed off. It was common knowledge that Ning Feng was just an A-ranked talent. Such talent was no different from trash in front of a heavenly pride of his level. At this moment, he was repelled by such a waste. Now he was no longer just standing up for Su Xinyue, but was in urgent need of proving himself. Ning Feng finally averted his eyes and rested his gaze on Jiang Nianchu's body. Only he was still holding Su Xinyue's neck with one hand, without the slightest intention of letting go. When Xuanhu saw that Ning Feng was actually really intent on killing, he hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade him. "Ning Feng, Xinu, she was wrong for rushing to stand up for Yunfei, and Yunfei was also too youthful." But in the end, she had no intention of speaking. There was no intention to offend the Ning family. "To offend you." Saying that, he glanced at Su Xinyue and tried to say, "Otherwise, forget it. He is your teacher's daughter after all." But Ning Feng's hand that was choking Su Xinyue didn't let go in the slightest. Hearing this, he just lightly glanced at Su Xinyue. In his hands, Su Xinyue was carried in his hands like a chicken cub, with hot tears in her eyes. The scene that had just happened had already made her mental defenses close to collapsing. Just then, Summer on the side sighed and said, "If you kill him, how will you explain to your teacher? Besides, it's just a verbal offense. The crime is not to death." For this little senior sister, she loathed it to the extreme from the bottom of her heart. But what can be done? It's the teacher's daughter, the only thing on her deathbed. Is it really possible to decide whether she lives or dies with a single word? Ning Feng sniffed and glanced faintly at Su Xinyue. "For the sake of your teacher, I'll give you 2 choices now. Apologize, or die. But let me remind you, you only get 1 chance to speak. 1 more word and you don't get a second chance to speak." When Su Xinyue sniffed, she had thought of topping Ning Feng for a moment or two. However, she looked at Ning Feng's murderous eyes. She's a wimp. She didn't doubt for a second that Ning Feng would really kill her as long as she didn't answer according to what he said. "Yeah, sorry." Driven by a strong sense of survival, Su Xinyue's apology came out of her mouth. Surprisingly, it was vaguely sincere. "Get lost." Ning Feng's hand that was choking Su Xinyue's neck gently flung it, and Su Xinyue's entire body immediately flew out like a sandbag. Whoosh! Jiang Nianchu, who was originally poised to strike, instantly disappeared his figure in place and received Su Xinyue in his arms. Su Xinyue nestled in Jiang Nianchu's arms, feeling that broad bosom. The original aggression exploded in a flash. Tears kept welling up in his eyes. His head kept rubbing against Jiang Nianchu's chest. However, right at this moment, a huge force violently pressed on Su Xinyue. Flop, only to see the sky above Su Xinyue's head turning into a green-colored chaos, and at the same time floating a green lotus. Su Xinyue knelt on the ground in response and was suppressed on the spot. "Kneel here for 3 hours to repent, and if you dare to be a second less, you will be killed. Xiang, keep track of time." Seeing this scene, the faces of the crowd also changed. This was Ning Feng's vision, which many people had seen before. Jiang Nianchu blasted out a fist, trying to shatter the vision, but he realized that the boundary formed by the vision was frighteningly sturdy. With what he felt with this punch was that he simply couldn't break through the boundary formed by this vision of Ning Feng. Feeling humiliated once again, Jiang Nianchu's face was filled with unwillingness as he looked in Ning Feng's direction. His face grim. "Ning Feng, what do you mean by this? Not only are you insulting Su Xinyue by doing this, but you're also insulting me, and insulting every payer who, like me, has fought for the human race, and has gone through fire and water." Ning Feng looked at him with an indifferent expression, his face icy cold as he said, "Don't always talk about the status of the human race's pride. The returned one. You took the ancient text of enlightenment and are making an undeniable contribution to the human race. But this is not the credit of you alone. It is the end of the calendars that countless celestial pride are working on. Over the centuries, how many human celestial pride have been buried in the sea of divine animals? Is it not the credit of you alone?" Having heard what was said, Jiang Nianchu became furious. "Ning Feng, What do you mean by that? Are you denying my merits? Admittedly, this is the result of the efforts of successive generations of celestial pride, but do you, Ning Feng, deserve to say this? According to what you said, your Ning family is unrivaled in the world, with countless heroes and martyrs. But what does it have to do with this young master Ning of yours? You, Ning Feng, are still not lying on the Ning family's merit book, on the halo that the Ning family has brought you, acting as a bully and loafing around? Jiang Nianchu held his head high, majestic. A pair of eyes flashed a sharp, sword-like gaze straight at Ning Feng. You, Ning Feng, are nothing more than a second-generation ancestor who relies on his family. So what right do you have to look down on my dedication to the human race? Boom! A murderous aura erupted, interrupting a standoff between the two. Just then, the gate to the mausoleum was pushed open, only to see the crowd of martial arts university cadets being parted by someone. A small team of 5 martial artists, dressed in the clothing of the military department, fishtailed in. It's a martial artist from the military department. That shoulder patch. It looks like someone from the Wuhan army. The Wuhan army, that's one of the official Dragon Kingdom's most powerful armies of martial artists. What are they doing here? The crowd of trainees looked at the several martial artists with horror, and when they noticed the badges on those people's shoulders, they were even more shaken. There are countless numbers in the military, but the most dominant one is undoubtedly the one of Lord Kwok. Wuhan army. It can kill the enemy externally and shock the country internally. In terms of combat power and power, the Wuhan army is the number one in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. Everything they say and do represents the will of the Lord of the land. How can one not be shaken by appearing here at this time? Chapter 67. Several of you. I wonder what is so important about your sudden visit to the Southeast Martial Arts University. Seeing this, Chuan Donghai hurriedly stood up and stepped towards the several martial artists to greet them. There's no need to be nervous, Headmaster Chuan. We've come here to look for Jiang Nianchu. The martial artist in the lead had a serious look on his face. The crowd shook at these words. Chuan Donghai's eyes looked towards Jiang Nianchu, and the trainees' sights also looked towards Jiang Nianchu. Jiang Nianchu slightly raised his head at that, with a hint of arrogance. That's right, Headmaster Chuan. I've already joined the Wuhan army, and I'm now the captain of the Wuhan army's Nguyen battalion. Team 0. Chuan Donghai's pupils instantly shrunk at his words. Wuhan army Xayan camp. That's a concentration camp for newcomers of the younger generation of the Wuhan army. And none of them were heavenly prides from all over the Dragon Kingdom. And Jiang Nianchu had unexpectedly become the captain of one of the teams. This Jiang Nianchu's status, I'm afraid, was quite a bit higher than he had imagined. One must know that every martial artist that came out of that concentration camp of the Wuhan army became a demonic existence in later generations. He holds a heavy position of power within the Wuhan army. Captain, this is the Divine Animal Sea Squad's Battle-Dead Heaven's Pride personnel. A list for your perusal. Just then, a Wuhan army member stepped forward and handed a list of names to Jiang Nianchu. Jiang Yunfei's eyes scanned over it before signing it, and then with the list in hand, turning around, he looked at Ning Feng and, this list records all the heavenly prides on this trip to the Divine Animal Sea. We have a line of 100 celestials, 87 died in battle, and only 13 returned alive. From the moment we stepped into the Divine Animal Sea, we began to encounter the star race's heavenly pride blocking our way. Liao Zhong and Yi Yuan will be 10 people in order to cover the smooth crossing of the sea, resolutely left behind to fight to the death. And in the end, none of the 10 people survived. Muzhu fell in the wild dog waters. Zhan Taikai died after using his physical body to fight off the Sea King monster. Duo Wuhong martyred himself in the endless sea with a glance of 10,000 years and turned into dust. We've been following the footprints left by our human race's generations of celestial pride all the way deeper. And our 100 celestial pride have been dying. But, not one of them wavered in faith. Even if we still all die in battle this time, we firmly believe in leaving something behind at the end of this ancient sea area, the Divine Animal Sea, to continue to open the way for the later generations of the human race. This is our trip to the Sea of Divine Animals. Fortunately, we didn't dishonor our mission and managed to come back alive and bring out the ancient text of enlightenment. Jiang Yunfei spoke impassionedly, as if he had spread the tragic and sad picture of the trip to the Divine Animal Sea in front of everyone's eyes. Of the 100 celestial pride, only 13 returned alive in the end. All the participants of WU were sad and exuberant to hear it. Upon hearing this, the crowd could no longer hide their exuberance and erupted in a rush of murmurs. 100 heavenly prides, only 13 left to return alive. The Divine Animal Sea is too difficult. These 100 heavenly prides are all heroes of the human race. It's not too much to ask for any kind of reward. That's right. People, Jiang Yunfei has paid so much for my human race. It's just a piece of dragon carp to repair the Dao wound. It's obviously just a matter of lifting his hand for Ning Feng. It's just something he can do. he just won't do it. What's more, people Jiang Nianchu still have to take something to exchange with him. That is, not to exchange. Send a piece to help. Is not it right? What do you know? People like that, they just can't see the good in others. Many people, even if they were fearful of Ning Feng, couldn't help but cast contemptuous, angry glances at him. They feel that they should speak out for justice and should not let heroes bleed and shed tears. Seeing that he had succeeded in stirring up public anger with some impassioned remarks, Jiang Nianchu also flashed a smug look. Next, he pretended to have a bleak gaze and said, Ning Feng, you and I shouldn't have gotten to this point. A piece of dragon carp meat is just a piece of meat. There's no need for me to have to get it. And before I joined the Wuan army, I've already gotten a promise that someone would help me recover from my fleshly Dao injuries. But you should never, ever question me, question the efforts of my 100 heavenly prides in the divine animal sea. Ning Feng looked at Jiang Nianchu with an indifferent gaze. Despite facing the comments and points from the crowd around him, he still looked as normal as ever. At that, he turned his head to look into the distance. Just as the crowd was wondering what Ning Feng was looking at, another stirring of footsteps came from outside the door. Several more martial artists entered the mausoleum, and upon seeing these martial artist costumes, the crowd once again sucked in a breath of cool air. It's the Star Suppression Army of the Star Suppression Division. The Jinqing Army, which was the Ning family army, was directly under the mobilization of the Ning family. After one of the martial artists stepped into the arena, his gaze did not look away as he walked straight up to Ning Feng, similarly handing a list of names to Ning Feng. Ning Feng scanned it and signed it. Just then, 3 more martial artists stepped into the arena, and these men wore dark blue martial arts uniforms with a large, brightly colored Luang Jin character engraved on them. Summer, the Xia family, young Master Xia, the battle losses from the Divine Animal Sea battle are all above. Please take a look. Summer took the list. I have known about this aspect in advance, and I know all the details of the death data and so on. Without much ado, it was signed off. At this moment, that Xia clan martial artist turned around again and walked over to Ning Feng, his expression slightly shifting. Young Lord Ning, this is the number of Xia clan and the martial artists under their command who died in battle, and this time, the battle for the Divine Animal Sea was fought by the Ning clan's Jinqing army. So take a look. Ning Feng took the list and scanned over it. The thick stack of record books was filled with names, black on white, except that most of those names, at this point, were crossed out by a red slash. Means death. Ning Feng nodded indifferently. Then he laid his hand on it. At the same time, Ning Feng's heart was bleak, and he was clear that this one handprint pressed down meant that tens of thousands of human martial artists had passed away forever at this moment. It was a long time before he looked up and he was seeing Jiang Nianchu's pair of somewhat dazed and confused eyes looking at himself. The rest of the group did the same, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Ning Feng slowly spoke. Do you know why these 13 human celestials, are still able to come back alive? With these words, the whole room was filled with puzzled participants and, I don't understand why Ning Feng said that. Ning Feng opened his mouth again and asked, in the Battle of the Divine Animal Sea, 54,000 total martial artists died, with casualties approaching 100,000. 6 7th-ranked sect masters were killed in battle, 2 8th-ranked golden bodies were killed in battle, and 1 9th-ranked was seriously injured. Do you guys know this number, where it came from? The crowd was dumbfounded. The Battle of the Sea of Divine Husbandry, with over 50,000 dead? Several of the 7th and 8th grades were killed or injured, and even one of the 9th grade powerhouses was seriously injured? What is this? Wasn't it only 87 celebrity clan celestials that died? Jiang Nianchu's face also looked unsightly when he heard this, and he vaguely guessed what Ning Feng was trying to say. Sure enough, at that moment, Ning Feng spoke. In the Battle of the Divine Animal Sea, the Ning clan's army suffered 35,866 martial artists killed in battle, and more than 60,000 wounded and disabled. The Xia clan's army died 13,000 martial artists in battle. More than 7,000 martial artists died in the Jiang clan's army. In the southeast domain, large and small martial arts families, forces, and the military, the total number of martial artists killed in battle exceeded 50,000 people. This is the Battle of the Sea of Divine Animals. Chapter 68. If you throw one punch, you can avoid 100 punches. The crowd's expressions were terrified, frozen and numb. After hearing this number, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air at the same time. It is also full of confusion. This scale of death and injury was no less than a medium-sized Stargate or Earth cave battle. Is the real situation different from what Jiang Nianchu said? Your so-called 87 deaths and injuries of the human celestial pride are indeed true, but not all of them. Because, The fact that there are still 13 of you who can walk out of the Divine Animal Sea unharmed is a result of the battle deaths of my Xinqing army, the Xia clan army, and countless other martial artists. Long before the Ministry of Education announced another trip into the Divine Animal Sea, my Xinqing army began to fully cooperate with the pre-preparation work to remove the remaining elements of the Divine Animal Sea Fan Yuan in advance. That was exchanged for one large and small battle after another. Before you guys even entered the Divine Animal Sea, my Xinqing army, we've killed at least 3,000 martial artists in battle. As you entered the Divine Animal Sea, my Star Suppressor army escorted you along the way and mixed it up with the star race that came to stop you. As you went deeper into the Divine Animal Sea, the martial artists of the Star Suppressing army, blocked the three main entrances to the forward Divine Animal Sea with my flesh and blood and with the lives of countless people. Several times the entire army has been wiped out, and all of them have died in battle, but not one of them has taken a step back, and moreover, they have not allowed a single star race to set foot in even half a step of the Sea of Divine Beasts. As you exited the Divine Animal Sea, my Starjin army joined forces with the Xia clan army and tens of thousands of martial artists from the human race, using tens of thousands of martial artists as a price to fight for the time and space for you to retreat. Ning Feng stared at him, taking a step forward. He narrowed his eyes and continued, and this is just this one time, for thousands of years. The pride of the human race has kept entering the Divine Animal Sea to try and bring out the ancient text of enlightenment. Every time we enter, tens of thousands of martial artists from my Ning family's army, as well as martial artists from all sides, die in battle. Ning Feng's words were deafening. Each sentence was like a giant hammer, hitting the hearts of the crowd hard. The battle of the Sea of Divine Animals surprisingly killed so many people, and it turned out that this was how they fell. No wonder many people were puzzled when it was clear that it was only a squad of 100 people entering the Sea of Divine Animals. And yet, why call it a battle and not an action? That all explains it. It turned out that while this squad was in action, there were countless human martial artists paving the way for them in places unseen by all. Only, when hearing this number, the crowd still couldn't help but be shocked beyond belief. If it weren't for Ning Feng, and if it weren't for Ning Feng's identity, they, the ordinary trainees, wouldn't have been able to access this information at all. Jiang Yunfei's gaze was dull, frozen in place, his complexion somewhat at a loss for words. In a trembling voice, he said, You're saying that the Ning family army, the Xia family army, and the Jiang family have all joined the war? This battle killed more than 50,000 martial artists? Battles outside of operations, he certainly knew, but what he didn't know was that so many people had died in this battle. There are more than 50,000 human martial artists, of which more than 30,000 are the Ning family army of the Xinqing division. When he thought about what he had just said to Ning Feng, as well as the Ning family army, Jiang Yunfei only felt a rush of blood flow backwards and his entire face was on fire. It was a slap that hurt him. How is it possible? How is it possible? Muttered Jiang Yunfei, somewhat incredulous. Right at this moment, Ning Feng's body had a majestic aura as he gazed at Jiang Yunfei and took a step forward. Jiang Yunfei, who was in a head-down stupor, awoke with a start and subconsciously took a step backward. Ning Feng said in a cold voice, They're not heaven's pride, but they're also martial artists. And they're also martial artists of my human race, of the Dragon Kingdom, of my Earth Star. They're not like you guys. You're heaven's pride. You're Jiang Yunfei, Duo Wuheng, Zhan Tai Kai, but no one knows who they are. Those who have heard of them will only call them a Xinqing army, Ning family army, and human martial artists. But, the backbone of my human race has never been a heavenly pride, never a certain person. Rather, it's everyone, every martial artist like them. Boom! Ning Feng's words were deafening, and although they were not very loud, they were permeated with a different kind of magic. Ning Feng said, taking another step forward. Jiang Yunfei's face was unsightly as he subconsciously took another step back. Do not present yourself as the returned one, the hero of the people. My Dragon Kingdom has billions of people and hundreds of millions of martial artists. Who is not a hero? Who is not struggling? Where you cannot see, where you do not know. People are dying in battle all the time. You go to my town, Star City, and ask, even if it's not a martial artist, they are still sending their sons, their husbands, their loved ones, to the town Star Army. Perhaps this one will go and never return, and will die in obscurity like all nameless martial artists. That's why the residents of my town, Star City, set up clothing graves in every house and hang a 10 feet of white silk in every house. So do you know how many human martial artists needed to die in obscurity to accomplish a hero like you, Jiang Yunfei? Ning Feng took one step forward. Jiang Yunfei, on the other hand, took a step backward. He didn't even dare to look directly at Ning Feng. Jiang Yunfei clenched his fists with an ugly face, but after squeezing for a long time, he didn't know what to say, because what Ning Feng said was indeed true. He had no way to refute Ning Feng. At the same time, Ning Feng's words were causing the looks on everyone's faces to gradually shift from confusion to shock. Ning Feng swept over the crowd, and all of them involuntarily lowered their heads in shame. That's why I never thought that hero was a positive word worth bragging about. The race of man shall contend. The way of the martial arts must be fought for. Strive, not for glory, not for honor. Rather, it's a silver lining for the survival of the human race. One punch of the fight is open, lest 100 punches come. Today we go to fight for the human race, go to fight their battles, the future generations, in order to continue to survive in this land. The scene was dead silent, and everyone looked at each other. This time, in that no one argued back. Within the looks they gave Ning Feng, the crowd carried indescribable complexities. As Jiang Nianchu stood in place, he even kept inhaling deeply, suppressing the shocking waves within him. The Jinqing army, the Xia family army, and those few Wuan army, did not stay at the scene. The dispute over here had nothing to do with them, and even if it was because of a young lord of the Ning clan, it wouldn't cause a confrontation between several armies. The three military representatives retreated. With the exit, the smell of gunpowder in the scene seemed to subside quite a bit, but immediately afterward, a powerful aura permeated the scene, causing the atmosphere to instantly tighten up again. Good. What a human race must fight. What a martial way must be fought over. I've long heard that you, the young master of the Ning family, have an eccentric style, but now that I've seen it, it really has opened my eyes. A figure emerged in front of him, standing in the air with his arms folded. His body flickered with a faint golden light. That was golden energy surging. It's actually an 8th grade golden body powerhouse. With his entrance, the clothes of this 8th grade golden-bodied man rattled slightly with the light wind, and he looked quite a bit like an immortal. However, the aura that was naturally released was somewhat oppressive. It was aimed directly at Ning Feng, unapologetically. Chapter 69, God on the Mountain. Marred. The little one dares to pretend in front of my young master. Seeing this, Xian let out a low curse and took a step forward to block Ning Feng. At that moment, the man's voice said calmly. Saying that, he introduced himself. Wuan Army 9 Army's Grand Commander, Wei Tong. Everyone was in an uproar when these words came out. This name was not unfamiliar to the crowd, and some people in the crowd had recognized Wei Tong earlier. Wei Tong, Grand Commander of the 9 armies of the Wuan Army. In the Wuan Army, the Grand Commander of each army was an 8th grade golden body powerhouse. In terms of status, it was the first iron-blooded martial artist army under the Lord of the Kingdom. So naturally, it was highly powerful and extremely authoritative. It was for this reason that this Wei Tong dared to show no mercy to Ning Feng, to the Ning family. Chuan Hu, who was on the side, saw this and had a bit of a headache. Obviously, this one was exuding a trace of golden body power, meaning that this was an 8th grade golden body powerhouse and had come to stand up for Jiang Nianchu. Although his old man was also an 8th grade golden body old man, the other party was the Grand Commander of the Wuan Army. There might not be too much difference between the two in rank, but the Wuan Army was always known for its strength. Chancellor Wei, you're here. A hint of joy surfaced on Jiang Yunfei's face when he saw the visitor. The emotions that had previously been suppressed by Ning Feng gradually returned to normal. Someone's come to back him up. Ning Feng was calm about it. Needless to say, a chancellor. Even if the Lord of the Kingdom personally came to the southeast domain, his Ning family was not afraid. Besides, he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. Glancing at the man, some relevant memories immediately came to mind. Ning Feng said indifferently, "Am I wrong? There's no harm in saying what senior has to say." Wei Tong said in a cold voice, "I can't talk about instruction. It's just that you, the young master of the Ning family, are using the power of the family to press people down, and I don't feel good about looking at it." Ning Feng laughed. "It seems like this is just a private matter between Jiang Yunfei and I, and has nothing to do with the chancellor, right?" Wei Tong laughed coldly. "I said that I simply look at you with displeasure. What's wrong with that? Yunfei damaged the foundation for the sake of the human race. He just asked you for a piece of dragon carp meat, and you pushed and pushed. What's more, this dragon carp meat isn't important to you, but it can save a human pride. It's fine for you to shrug it off in one bite, but then you bring up the Ning family and the number of deaths in the Battle of the Sea of Divine Animals to press Yunfei. Are you the only one who died in the Ning family? You're the only one who's guarding the Stargate, guarding the Earth Cave?" Wei Tong's aura was powerful, directly targeting Ning Feng's oppression. Ning Feng smiled. The tone of voice was exactly the same as Jiang Yunfei's. It was true what he said about things being similar to each other and people being similar to each other. Ning Feng said quietly, "So, Chancellor Wei, what are you trying to convey?" "I'm just refusing Jiang Yunfei's request. I haven't offended anyone. What do you mean? Is it hard to force me to give up the dragon carp? Wei Tong's expression was icy cold as he said, "It's not a matter of letting or not letting the dragon carp. It's you, young Master Ning, who is bullying people too much." Ning Feng shrugged. So, Wei Tong looked at Jiang Yunfei and said in a cold voice, "Yunfei, you say, how will this matter be handled?" Hearing those words, Ning Feng could barely hold back a smile. How to deal with it? Talking about it as if they are guilty as hell. And as if they are really capable of dealing with them, yes. However, when Jiang Yunfei heard this, he looked at Ning Feng with a somewhat resentful expression and said in a cold voice, "Ning Feng, what happened today? I, Jiang Yunfei, have memorized it all. And sooner or later, one day, I will personally ask for it back. This dragon carp meat today, I, Jiang Yunfei, don't want it. But young Lord Ning, there's a truth you need to understand. The human race, as a whole, is meant to act in a mutually supportive manner. Your Ning family, your Ning Feng, won't stand at the top of the mountain forever. And I, Jiang Yunfei, won't stand at the bottom of the mountain forever. When the day comes that you and I switch places and you become the god of the lower mountain, perhaps I will be the god of that upper mountain. I hope you don't bow down to me, Jiang Yunfei." Jiang Yunfei's words were tinged with unwillingness, anger, but more than anything, humiliation. What Ning Feng had brought him today was simply an indelible humiliation for him. Wei Tong's eyes lit up as he sniffed. A flash of approval flashed in his eyes. Good. What a god who goes up the mountain. This is the vigor of my Wuan army. Yunfei, I believe that you are one of the gods of my Wuan army that is going up the mountain. And the deeds of certain people are unpopular. And even if they stand on the top of the mountain, they are not considered gods. Don't worry about the Dao injuries on your body. Since Wu Anjuan promised to restore you, he will definitely do what he said. Jiang Yunfei hurriedly arched his hand respectfully. "Thank you, Chancellor. No need." With a wave of his hand, Wei Tong spoke faintly. "Chancellor, it's done. Let's go. Senior brothers and seniors, today's hospitality is not good enough." Yunfei excuses himself. Jiang Yunfei very politely bowed respectfully to all of them. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the mausoleum, glanced at Su Xinyue who was still kneeling on the ground, and turned to leave with a clench of his teeth. Wei Tong sniffed, glanced at Ning Feng, and also left with Jiang Yunfei. Soon, only the crowd was left in the scene still immersed in the atmosphere of the previous confrontation. After a long time, the crowd dispersed. "Ning Feng, this time, you might have directly offended Jiang Yunfei to death." Looking at the dispersing crowd, Chuanhu walked over to Ning Feng and said with a bitter smile. Ning Feng smiled faintly. "It's nothing. This Jiang Yunfei is a smiling tiger, on the surface of righteousness and justice, but in reality, he is very narrow-minded. This person set up, simply better than a theater actor." Looking at the direction Jiang Yunfei left, Li Shaoqi said with an icy voice. Chuanhu once again let out a bitter laugh. Where Jiang Yunfei could not see this coming, it could be said that today's banquet was considered a hongmen banquet for Ning Feng. Chuanhu said, "Ning Feng, tomorrow is the training. You and Jiang Yunfei should still run into each other. No harm done." Ning Feng didn't take it seriously at all, and as for the experience, this time around, the cadets had cadet assessment indicators. He also had his goals, and his goals were not among the goals of the cadets test. 3 hours later, Su Xinyue, who had finished kneeling, looked wooden and covered her knees as she limped out. "Let's go. Xinu, let's go to the Su family. I'm going to pay a visit to Uncle Su Yunlong, and all the Su family elders." On the way out of the school, Jiang Yunfei turned to Su Xinyue with a gloomy face. Su Xinyue was ecstatic at the words. Ever since the last time Jiang Yunfei had finished saying that he would visit the Su family, there had been no movement since then. She had thought that Jiang Yunfei had forgotten about it. The original meltdown of kneeling for 3 hours was also immediately replaced by a lot of elation. "Okay, brother Yunfei, don't get on the bad side of that second-generation ancestor Ning Feng. Apart from his family background, in terms of pattern talent, which one of these can he compare to you, brother Yunfei?" Su Xinyue walked on the side while uttering a comforting voice. "I know, don't say it." Jiang Yunfei waved his hand, only feeling distracted. His mind was now filled with the scene of being sent flying by Ning Feng's move. Although there were reasons why he was careless and didn't use his full strength, but he had actually been knocked away by that punk Ning Feng, and he couldn't tell you how uncomfortable he felt. If he didn't have to maintain his persona in the hearts of his classmates, he definitely couldn't help but strike right there on the spot. But he held back, not for any other reason, because he had calculated very clearly that with Ning Feng's previous behavior, he had already set him up to be roasted on the moral high ground. If nothing else, many of the trainees' hearts were definitely resistant to Ning Feng right now. If he had held back and not made a move, allowing Ning Feng to stand on the strong side. Then everyone would have definitely raised their antipathy value towards Ning Feng to the maximum. You also want to be open-minded. Don't get your Dao heart hurt. Glancing at Su Xinyue again, Jiang Nianchu casually expressed his concern. Su Xinyue immediately sweet, pounding garlic nodded her head and said, "It's okay brother Yunfei, I'm used to it, sooner or later I'll double back one day." Saying that, a sinister color surfaced on Su Xinyue's face. Chapter 70 20 Days of Licking Dogs. Star Ocean flares the green sky. So handsome. Gakko. Good day Gakko. Can you sign an autograph, Mr. Kong Hawk? We are your admirers. As I was walking, I suddenly met trainees on the road who came up to say hello. On Jiang Yunfei's gloomy face, he immediately revealed a smile and responded politely with smiles one by one. Looking at Jiang Yunfei's departing back, the excited voices of a group of trainees came over. I don't know if Hawk is seriously injured. Ning Feng is too much. Obviously he can help out, but he has to pretend to be more than he is. The Ning family is so big and powerful. Do they look down on us ordinary people? This is the gap between those martial arts families and our ordinary people. Brother Jiang Shui is from an ordinary family and climbed up step by step on his own, so he is willing to show the ancient texts to our ordinary people without asking for anything in return. But in comparison, Ning Feng is just raising his hand for a piece of dragon carp meat and is not willing to pay for it. The disparity is really clear at a glance. Ning Feng, the Ning family, the town of Stargate Earth Cave is nothing more than that. If we were given the resources of the Ning family, we could also hold down the fort. What is it? And stand and pawn. Listening to the murmurs behind him as they drifted away, a smile appeared on Jiang Yunfei's face. The mood is much better. At least he had a much better reputation now. While Ning Feng, it seemed, had become a target. Jiang Yunfei took Su Xinyue out of the school and traveled all the way to the Su family. Soon, arrived at the Su family. Su's, it's done. The third 8th grade golden body. We've finally done it. Ha ha ha. Only when he entered the door, Jiang Yunfei heard a long, excited laugh, and his spirit was immediately lifted. After being ushered in by the butler, he saw Su Yulong as well as a group of the Su family's executives within the hall. At this moment, the entire Su family up and down, all of them were excited beyond measure, and some of the clansmen were even so excited that they were snotty and embraced each other. In just a few days, the Su family had seen 3 8th grade golden bodies appear one after another, which meant that the Su family, which had been silent for a long time, was finally going to re-emerge. Congratulations to Uncle Su, as well as the 3 8th grade golden body elders of the Su family for coming out of the world. It is a blessing for my Dragon Kingdom, and a great event for the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune, worthy of celebration. Congratulations! Jiang Yunfei hurriedly delivered the gifts prepared in advance to Su Yunlong. The Su family could become strong again, and that was something he was happy to see. Seeing this, Su Yunlong and the others also immediately collected their smiles and greeted them. There's no need to be polite. Xian nephew Jiang, just come. What gifts do you bring? Come inside and talk. Come inside and talk. For this promising young man who, in the sea of divine animals, had done marvelous feats for the human race, Su Yunlong liked it and was eager for Su Xinyue to get closer to him. The people entered the house and took their seats, exchanging brief pleasantries for a few moments. Su Yunlong looked at Jiang Yunfei with a face full of admiration and said, Xian nephew, tomorrow is the Southeastern Martial Arts University's examination and training. I wish you and Xinu good results, so that you can fight for the Martial Arts University and compete for the Enlightenment ancient text. That's natural. Uncle, don't worry. Jiang Yunfei smiled and said, Uncle Su, actually, I've brought one more gift with me this time when I came to the Su family. Ancient text stones. With that, Jiang Yunfei took out the ancient text stone tablet and patiently spoke about its functions. Su Yunlong and the others directly sat up in shock when they heard that Jiang Yunfei was going to lend the ancient text to the Su family for some enlightenment. Su Yunlong is even more excited. In this case, I will replace all the sons and daughters of the Su family, thanking the virtuous nephews, Yunfei virtuous nephews, but then Ning Feng that little knows how to be thankful much more. Our Su family, as well as Xinu were so good to Ning Feng, but in the end, we still ended up in this situation. When they thought of Ning Feng, the entire Su family was outraged beyond measure. One also wondered how Ning Feng would feel if he were to hear those words. At one point, the Su family had stepped on Ning Feng's shoulders, directly becoming a second-rate family from a fourth or fifth-rate family. Access to countless business resources, but they were said to be worthless by the Su family. Yet Jiang Yunfei was so thankful after giving them just one favor. Uncle Su doesn't have to be like this. People have their own aspirations, and he, Ning Feng, has his Ning Feng's path to walk. Actually, I've come over this time because I have some business cooperation to do with the Su family. Now that the Su family has 3 golden bodies in one family and is powerful, coupled with my fame, I'm sure that when the news spreads out, there will be a lot of business resources throwing in their olive branches. Hearing Jiang Yunfei's words, Su Yunlong's eyes lit up, but then immediately fell into deep thought and said, Jiang Xinyue doesn't know. Ever since that incident with Xinu, the Su family has been suppressed by the Ning family. Nia used deterrence. Now very few people dare to cooperate with the Su family, and the past cooperation has been cut off quite a bit. Speaking of this, Su Yunlong revealed a look of resentment, and a little powerless. Facing the behemoth that was the Ning family, they really couldn't catch their breath. Jiang Yunfei laughed. Uncle Su doesn't need to worry. I am now a member of the Wuan army, and the captain of Team Zero, the Wuan army. Su Yunlong's complexion shook at his words, then surged with ecstasy. Uncle Su, with my potential, coupled with the strength of the Su family, I will definitely be able to accomplish something within this southeast domain. Well, Yunfei Xian nephew, come in and talk in detail. 3 hours later, Su Xinyue held Jiang Yunfei's hand as she walked out of the Su family. On the way back to Southeast Martial Arts University, Su Xinyue sweetly leaned against Jiang Yunfei's chest. Brother Yunfei, my stomach is getting bigger every day now. You, what can marry me? Jiang Yunfei's eyes flashed a flash of disdain, and with a smile on his face, he said, graduation. After graduation, Su Xinyue beamed, but by that time, the child would have been born, so we can't leave the child without a father. The corner of Jiang Yunfei's mouth tugged at his words. He was trying to lean on the Su family tree, getting some resources. That's why he was close to Su Xinyue, but he didn't want to be a cuckold. He didn't have a green cold plot, and the Su family, as well as all the forces and people, were nothing more than stepping stones for him at this point. With his talent, he would soon be able to grow up, and by then, these were all existences that could be used and discarded. Xinu, tell me the truth. Whose child is this? Jiang Yunfei asked. Does it really matter that much whose it is? The corners of Jiang Yunfei's mouth twitched once again. There were too many people. It's the fact that there are too many people outside. Everyone is queuing up, don't get me wrong. It's in a martial arts auction house. Queuing up to auction items? Boom boom boom. Virtual battle space. Ning Feng's alloy battle sword slashed out, stepping over the bloody corpses step by step as he walked within a human city. This is a scene from yesteryear, when a city of the human race was broken up by a joint effort between the cult and the star race, both inside and outside. Millions of humans in the entire city had been slaughtered, and Ning Feng's body was chafed and covered in huge cracks, and the alloy battle sword in his hand was about to shatter. He had already crossed the line and decapitated more than a dozen 5th-ranked star race creatures, countless 4th-ranked ones, and his sword was curled from chopping. However, his Rolai Prime, 5 Fingers Mountain, 9 Secrets of the Sky Covering, etc. as well as the rest of the several divine skills had also been cultivated to a new level. Call it a denouement. At the last moment, Ning Feng even directly condensed the 6th bridge of Dao marks before crossing over to the peak of the 4th grade. With the pinnacle of the 4th grade, he had decapitated a 6th grade star race. In the end, he was surrounded by 3 6th grade star races and forcibly invited out of the virtual sparring space. In the cultivation room, Ning Feng walked out of the sparring simulation. The 5th bridge of Dao marks will soon take shape. When the 6th bridge of Dao marks is built, it will be possible to impact the 5th grade. But how should I build the 6th bridge of Dao marks? As he walked, Ning Feng thought about the construction of the 6th bridge of Dao marks. The bridge of Dao marks, the bridge of the martial way, was in the process of building its foundation. That's why it's very important for martial artists. The last time Ning Feng had built the 5th bridge of Visionary Blood Bridge, it was clearly quite a bit more powerful than before. Therefore the 6th bridge of Dao marks, which was the last route, was of vital importance. Ning Feng flung his fishing rod at this time and stopped fishing. A flying demon fish clan followed and flew out, directly shattered by the power of Qi and blood to replenish the loss of Qi and blood. It had been the flying demon fish clan since the beginning of fishing, and he had been too lazy to check it out. Every time, it's just shattered and eaten as sustenance. After replenishing his strength, Ning Feng's spirit immediately recovered quite a bit. Glancing at the time, it was almost time for the rewards to be refreshed. Ding! The 20th day of dog licking. The sea of stars flares up to the blue sky. Note, temporarily saved in place of the host. It is recommended that the host wait for the right time to bloom. The day after tomorrow the stars will fill the sky like a sea. The green sky and white sun. It is a good day to awaken the vision. Chapter 71, Start of the Examination. Star Ocean You Green Sky? Ning Feng set his gaze above the new vision. It came to a head. This is the second vision to arrive. When viewing the vision, it was as if Ning Feng had seen a distant battlefield where the sky was the color of green. The stars floated in the green sky, one large star more brilliant than the sun, causing this ancient battlefield to nearly burn, filling it with ocean-like terrifying fluctuations. On this ancient battlefield, a seven-colored peacock reigned over heaven and earth, galloping through a sea of corpses and blood. At the same time, Ning Feng's sixth seat, which he had failed to build earlier, was instantly foolish. The sixth model of the Bridge of Tao marks surfaced. On both sides of the bridge, there were the visionary Chaos Seed Green Lotus and the Star Ocean Flare Green Sky, and above the bridge, those Tao marks were reflected by the Green Lotus and the Green Sky, and the aura of broken Tao rhythms was particularly strong. There, Ning Feng's eyes steeply lit up. A thought popped into his mind. Build the sixth bridge of Tao marks with visions, presenting two visions of Tao marks. If it succeeds, the bridge of Tao marks will be unimaginably powerful. I've heard that the sixth base of the test is a no man's land that's been sealed off. The ones placed inside are used to test the strong star race members who have been practicing. And on top of that, there is the origin chi and blood grand formation that simulates the star realm. In order to trap the star nation's powerhouses, the official government directly simulated that area into the star realm with the chi and blood formation, so that the star nation's powerhouses could live in a practical way. It is said that the sky of the star world is as bright as a sea of stars, which is a good place for releasing a sea of stars to dazzle the blue sky. Thinking, Ning Feng immediately made up his mind, and then temporarily allowed the system to save the visionary star sea flare of the blue sky, push the door open and walk out of the practice room. The 5 major schools' joint experience examination will soon begin. At this time, Xiang had long been waiting outside, and then he and Ning Feng got into the limited edition Dragon Flag automobile and headed straight outside of Jinqing City. The Southeast Domain's joint adventure examination this time was required to gather at the Southeast City in a unified manner. When Ning Feng arrived at Southeast City, the area that had been specifically divided out for examination trainees, a large number of martial artists wearing the costumes of the Star Suppressor Division were seen patrolling the perimeter with layers of protection. Young Lord. Greetings, young Lord. Southeastern City, the Ning family's second largest city outside of Jinqing City in the Southeastern Domain, and the city lord's mansion was naturally filled with people from the Ning family. Upon seeing Ning Feng appear on the scene, a team of Jinqing shouted in unison, causing a single gaze to be cast over the scene. Today's Ning Feng, dressed in a black robe, stepped into the arena, with a short head of hair and a face like a knife, and waved his hand at the crowd in the arena. No need to be polite. You guys do a good job of protecting yourselves. Keep an eye on all the cultists. Don't let them escape. And don't let the high-grade cultists rush into the normal human activity area. Don't worry, young lord. With our Star Suppressor Division here, not a single fly will be able to fly out. A few Town Star Division captains patted their chests. Just for that moment, a group of reporters swarmed in the distance, a blacked-out camera following close behind. Ning Feng wasn't surprised by this. All of these media outlets that were able to enter the arena had been allowed to enter by the Ning family army. As a joint examination of the Southeast Martial Arts University, the degree of importance needs no further explanation. How serious were the entrance exams in the previous life? The joint exams were 100 times more important. After all, the University of Martial Arts was one of the most important bases for training martial artists, and martial artists determined the fate of the Earth Star. Before the group of reporters could rush to Ning Feng, they were stopped by a dozen or so Jinqing Juns. Seeing that they were not allowed to interview, the reporters did not continue to pester and went to the rest of the place to interview. Ning Feng then went to a less crowded area to wait. As time passed, more and more WU students appeared in this area. Not only are there SOA cadets from the rest of the Southeast Martial Arts Universities, the South Martial Arts University, the Heavenly Lion Martial Arts University, the Dragon River Martial Arts University, and the 4 martial arts universities of the Military Academy of the Ministry of the Army were also present. An hour later, close to 10,000 trainees all gathered, crowding this square in black. The scene was noisy. Some people were excited. Some people were nervous. As cadets who had never seen blood, the few adventures in the 3 years of university, which were the joint adventures of these universities, would still make most people excited, but there were some who were different, standing in the crowd with a serious look on their faces. For example, Jiang Nianchu. For example, Jiang Yunfei, Kai General, Yi Xinyue. These Heavenly Pride trainees, they are naturally different from ordinary trainees. Ordinary trainees had a low martial realm and usually had no chance to enter the Stargate or the Earth Cave, so they naturally lacked practical combat experience. But they were different. To get this far, they relied on not only their talent, but also one Stargate experience after another. How do regular trainees practice? Without the strength to go down to the grotto or the Stargate, going there is a death sentence. But there's no military or school instructor guarding you at all times. Therefore, there was some truth to the fact that in the path of martial arts, the strongest was always stronger. Having seen blood long ago, these adventures were nothing too stressful for them. The first place in this adventure. I wonder who it will go to, General Kai said casually with his head in his hands. Anyway, it's not you and me, Yi Xinyue said indifferently, and unintentionally glanced at Summer, Jiang Nianchu and the others not far away. This year's calendar, these monsters have participated, and it's not their turn to be first anyway, the Kai general laughed. Also, they are also there, which is our turn, but I think, it is not without a chance, more or less, we can also resist it. Yi Xinyue didn't even raise his eyelids. There is a chance, but it's not too big. Kai general deflated all of a sudden and let out a bitter smile. Old Yi, what do you think is the point of the two of us being number one in this martial ranking? Although the two were number one, it was well known that there were several others above them. However, the two of them looked at it with open eyes. Who cares about the number one? Just do it, Senior Yunfei. Just then, an exclamation of surprise came from the distance. Full of reverence, only Jiang Yunfei, dressed in white, was seen quickly stepping into the arena. And this time, in addition to following a Su Xinyue behind him, there were several teenage girls following. Brother Kai, Brother Yi, good luck with the examination. Summer, how's the preparation going? Only after entering the arena, Jiang Yunfei turned on his socializing mode, walking back and forth among Summer and the others, greeting almost everyone except Jiang Nianchu and Ning Feng. If you don't know, you'll think you've come over to offer condolences. Why am I getting the feeling that this brat is hypocritical? General Kai looked at Jiang Yunfei's distant back and said to Yi Xinyue beside him, it's time for you to practice your brain. A normal person would have seen it already, Yi Xinyue said, closing his eyes and no longer paying attention to anything else. Ning Feng stood in a corner and glanced at the scene. Summer was also there, not far away. Ji Daoi, Jiang Nianchu and others were there, along with a few half-familiar faces, but the people were with each other, and no one had the intention of hitching a ride with anyone. Soon, the time came when Chuan Donghai left the Southeast Martial Arts University yesterday and headed to the Stargate to serve in the military. As the first of the 5 schools, the vice president of the Southeast Wushu University, Chuan Hu, this time then walked to the ring as a representative of the 5 schools. In a loud voice, he said, the joint experience of the 5 major schools, I think the students have been looking forward to it for a long time. Now that it's finally here, it's so important that I don't need to say more. It's to test the results of your 3 years of cultivation, but it's also to, well, let you see blood. In school, you have the school. You have the mentors to shelter you, but after a year, get out of school. You may go into social work and become mediocre, but most of you will go into the gutter and into the Stargate. Fight with the Star Nation. Fight with the Fae, so you must get used to killing. The human race faces extinction at all times, which is why you must adapt to killing. With that, Chuan Hu glanced at Ning Feng, who was not far away from the stage. Seeing Ning Feng shake his head, Chuan Hu continued in a loud voice. I announce that this year's joint examination of the 5 major schools will begin. Now according to the base number of the registration, take the corresponding flying boat, head to the base and depart. Chuan Hu's speech ended quickly. With his cry the examination began. All the trainees began to move, putting on their backpacks and carrying their weapons, and one after another, they surged toward the different flying boats. Chapter 72 Selection of the 6th Base. Crowds of people. The trainees carried backpacks and alloy war knives, battle rifles and other cold weapons. Alloy weapons are generally expensive. Many ordinary families cannot afford to buy. Through the mission points can also be exchanged, but then buy bad and do not have the strength to do the points. It can only take a step back. With the fine steel and iron forged weapons, such people are not in the minority. First base go. I'll go to the second base. There are a lot of reward points for this test, so I have to put up a fight for whatever I say. You, first base? Watch out for the little life hitch. The test can kill you. Many people discussed as they walked. The practical test. The Ministry of Education is allowed a certain number of death quotas. Compared to the killings in the Earth Cave Stargate battlefield, the death of a few people in the test was nothing. On the contrary, it can stimulate the trainees' blood. If this pressure can't be carried, what to talk about going to the Earth's Cave Stargate? Directly knocked head to death outside, forget it. Summer, what number are you going to take this time? At the back of the crowd, Jiang Nianchu walked and looked at Summer beside him. They were all 5th grade, so naturally they were heading to the 5th base. My goal this time is not a ranking, Summer replied coldly. On her back, she was carrying a super large backpack that contained her large alloy knife that was several meters long. This one backpack weighed at least a few hundred pounds, but to a 5th grade martial artist, a few hundred pounds was nothing. Oh, what's that? Jiang Nianchu asked with interest. Summer ignored Jiang Nianchu, and soon, as the trainees flocked to their numbered flying boats respectively. Crowd dispersal. The flow of people around them gradually thinned out, and the people heading to the fifth base became clearer. Jiang Nianchu saw Jiang Yunfei, Ji Daoyi, and the cadets from the Heavenly Lion Martial University and the Dragon River Martial University converging towards the flying boat where the fifth base was located. These people were not weak celestial pride within a few martial universities, and Jiang Nianchu was not unfamiliar with them. Ning Feng isn't here. Is this first young lord not attending? Or did he go to the fourth base? Ning Feng was at the fourth grade martial Dao realm, but his strength easily crushed the fifth grade, enough to travel to the fifth base, but there was no sign of Ning Feng. Glancing at it, the number of flying boats heading to the fourth base amounted to 100 people, and at first glance, it wasn't too easy to find. Go wherever you like. When it came to Ning Feng, Summer had no mood swings whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with people's young master Ning not participating in the examination adventures. It's really not your turn to care. Suddenly, a ghostly voice came from behind him, and Jiang Yunfei followed behind him with a cold smile. Hold your sword steady. Jump too high. Don't be embarrassed when the test results come out. Jiang Nianchu smiled faintly. Jiang Yunfei said with a disinterested face, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Jiang. I'm a poor man in the third world. I can't compare to you great young men. My face isn't that important to me. What I want is a steady, step-by-step climb up the ladder, and then, trample your group of martial arts families, gateway capitals, under your feet." Jiang Nianchu smiled slightly. You really don't have much of a face. Just think about the dream words. If you say too much, you are prone to really believe it yourself. Watching the two fight, the surrounding people didn't squeak and quietly boarded the flying boat. Soon, all the trainees finished boarding the boats, and more than a dozen flying boats took off one after another. The area of the assessment is divided into specific levels, and the school will assign assessment areas based on the overall strength of each student. And the way it's divided, it's not that complicated. It's even very straightforward. A total of 6 bases were divided, from the first base to the fifth base, which were suitable for different grades of trainees to enter. First base, first class second class martial artist. Second base, third-ranked martial artists, including second-ranked ones with strong practical combat abilities. Third base, fourth-ranked martial artists, including third-ranked ones with strong real-world abilities. Fourth base, fifth grade. Fifth base, sixth grade. On the Ning family's private flying boat, Ning Feng looked at the division of the assessment bases in front of him, as well as the distribution of people entering. The rules of division were simple, based purely on the martial arts strength of the students, and not by school. That is to say, also on the first base's training ground, all cadets from the 5 major schools could enter the first base as long as their strength met the standard. Ning Feng didn't get on the same flying boat as the crowd, but instead sat on a private flying boat belonging to the Ning family. It's not that he's trying to be special and try to set himself apart. It's because he has other plans for the calendar. Ning Feng lowered his head. In front of him, his eyes fell back on the list of the 5 great school heavenly prides. Dragon River Martial Arts University, Tu Honghao Intermediate 5th grade, Southeastern Military Academy of the Ministry of War, Duanwuquan Late 5th grade, SS, Tianzhi Wodan, Chao Honghao Early 5th grade, SS, Huajichao Early 5th grade, SS, Southeastern Martial Arts University, Mid 5th grade, SS ranked, Summer, Mid 5th grade, SS ranked, Jiang Nianchu, Early 5th grade, SS ranked, Jiang Yunfei, Kaigong, SS talent, A ranked Vision, Yi Jinyuan, SS talent, A ranked Vision, Li Xiaoqi. Looking at the list, the disparity between the 5 WUs is readily apparent. The Southeast Martial University didn't need to mention that the number of students who had reached the 5th rank realm alone was close to 10, not counting powerful 4th ranks like Ning Feng and Ji Daoyi who could take on enemies across ranks. However, to Ning Feng's surprise, the Southeastern Military Academy of the Ministry of the Army had sent a late 5th grade cadet. Young Lord, this Duan Wuchuan is very strong. Not only is he SS gifted, but he has also awakened an S-ranked vision, not inferior to SSS gifted martial artists. I heard from above that this time around, there was some controversy between the Southeast Domain Military Academy and the Ning family's Xinqing army over the distribution of post-war resources for the Battle of the Sea of Divine Animals. By the looks of it, this time the Southeast Military Academy is going to fight for first place. At this moment, standing beside Ning Feng, besides Xiang and Li Xiaoqi, there was also a bearded martial artist. It's okay, let them fight it out, Ning Feng said with full indifference. The rankings didn't matter to him at all, and the rewards that came with them weren't that valuable to him. The stronger the cadets the War Department sends, the better for the scramble. The bearded martial artist asked, Young Lord, how many bases do you plan to enter? Ning Feng said indifferently, opening the 6th base examination. I'm going to the 6th base. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoqi as well as the several Jinqing army members on the scene were stunned. The 6th base. 6th grade cadets and above enter, but there are very few previous juniors who can reach the 6th grade, so there is usually no opportunity to open it up. Ning Feng was actually going to the 6th base? That captain also had a stunned look on his face as he said, "Young lord, the 6th base is keeping 3 6th grade star races, and the 4th and 5th grade reaches dozens of them, and all of them have their own clans living in the 6th base. It's too dangerous." Ning Feng laughed, "Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Also, you guys don't need to always follow me. It's just a simple experience. If I can't handle it, what's the point of conquering the Earth Cave and Stargate battlefield in the future? Alright, go ahead." Seeing Ning Feng's insistence, that captain didn't dare say anything more and could only go down to make arrangements. When the captain had left, Ning Feng closed the door of his room in the flying boat and flung a rod in his backhand. Then he began to enter a state of cultivation. Chapter 73 Field Bases. What? Ning Feng is going to the 6th base to practice for the test? Isn't his martial arts only in the late 4th grade? Going to the 6th base to harden against a 6th grade creature? What's all this nonsense? What's he fooling around with? In the observation room of the exercise examination, the principals of the 5 major schools were all present. When they heard that Ning Feng was going to enter the 6th base, everyone's faces shook beyond belief. The principal of the Heavenly Lion Martial University was a white-bearded old man who looked at Chuan Hu and said, "Vice Principal Chuan Hu, Ning Feng going to the 6th base. What do you think about this?" The rest of the group looked over. "Grant it." Looking at a group of elder figures, Chuan Hu was still a bit nervous, and laughed nervously. "Actually, I don't think it's anything. Ning Feng is a different person than before. I've been in contact with a lot of people lately, and he won't mess around. And his own strength, I can't see through it." In contrast, the young man, Chuan Hu, was much more calm. After all, he had seen Ning Feng several times, and he had indeed changed quite a bit from before. The Heavenly Lion Martial Grand Old Man said in disbelief. In not being able to see through it, could it still be possible to battle a 6th grade with a 4th grade? The principal of Longjiang Martial University had a headache and said, "It's not important if we can fight or not. What's important is that in case something does happen to this first young lord, and the Ning family blames it on us, we few old guys can't afford it." The Ning family, however, was the resource investor of the 5 universities, which was equivalent to the actual controller. If something goes wrong with Ning Feng, their school can just disappear. Chuan Hu looked at the old principal of Tianchi Wudai and smiled, he. "But if he wants to go, who can stop him? Why don't you go and persuade him?" Principal Tianchi Wuda let out a laugh and cursed. "You brat, just like your old man, you appear to be loyal, but in reality, you have a belly full of bad water. Whoever wants to go, he's not going to be the outlier." At this time, a martial artist wearing a dark green military uniform, wrapped his arms around his body, his face with an inherent indifference, and said, "Where are you guys to worry about? People are the young master of the Ning family. The people of the Jinqing division will let him have problems? If something really goes wrong, then it's the group of martial artists from the Jinqing division who will be the first to bear the wrath. What does it have to do with our school?" The crowd looked at me and you, rubbing their chins and scratching their heads. After thinking about it for half a day, I felt that the military school martial artist was right. This time, the security was all maintained by the Ning family's Jinqing division itself. If even the Ning family's young lord had problems, it would be a problem for the Star Jin division. What's it got to do with them? They're just coming over for a test. Above an examination flying boat, divided by travel to base, Summer, Jiang Yunfei, and all the trainees of Jiang Nianchu, as well as Chao Honghao and Hua Jichao from Tianchi Wudi and Longjiang Wudi, sitting upright in their respective seats. Most of them were resting with their eyes closed and very few were talking in hushed tones. Celestial Pride has the pride of Celestial Pride, and the crowd is the biggest competitor in the training test. Brother Hua Jichao Hua? My name is Jiang Yunfei. Nice to meet you. Brother Chao, right? I heard that on your last mission, you fought through serious injuries to hold back a 6th grade star race that broke into the city, saving the lives and property of the citizens. Honorable. Jiang Yunfei was on the flying boat, and started socializing mode again, greeting the few remaining martial arts universities' Celestial Pride in a cordial and friendly manner. Hua Jichou and Chao Honghao only glanced faintly at Jiang Yunfei, responded with a coping response, and said nothing. They're straining their pussies. Strong people, aren't they all high and mighty? I wonder, Brother Chao, how many bases are Brother Hua going to for the examination? Jiang Yunfei spoke again. It made the two men blush a little. Aren't all the people on this flying boat going to the 5th base? Could you be a little more deliberate in your approach? On the side, a few of the cadets from the Southeast Martial Arts University were embarrassed for Jiang Yunfei, sitting on the sidelines and pretending that they couldn't see anything. Jiang Nianchu didn't care and said again, "My name is Jiang Nianchu, from Southeast Martial University." Reporting themselves to this moment, Huo Jiqiu and Chao Honghao of the Tianzhi Wushu University. There are also Long Jiangmu de Tu Honghao have and other people opened their eyes, all with a surprised face looking at Jiang Nianchu. Even Duan Wuchuan from the military department couldn't help but size up Jiang Nianchu. Obviously, they were no strangers to the name. Chao Honghao was surprised. "You're Jiang Nianchu? The human hero who brought back the ancient text of enlightenment from the divine animal sea." Jiang Nianchu smiled and said humbly, "I'm flattered, brother Chao. Everyone is fighting for the human race. What I've done is not worth mentioning." Huo Jiqiu solemnly said, "How can such a great matter not be worth mentioning? Brother Jiang is too modest." Hearing Jiang Nianchu's identity, the crowd stood in awe. Even if they were more mature, the crowd was still students and still had an extreme yearning for heroism. Jiang Nianchu and the other group of celestials who had returned from the Sea of Divine Animals had long since spread the word in the Dragon Kingdom, and were even known globally. After all, the ancient text of enlightenment was something that all martial arts countries around the globe wanted to obtain, and now that it was in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. For a time, Jiang Nianchu became the center of attention. For Jiang Nianchu's character, and his intentions at this time, Summer Jiang Nianchu and the others naturally saw it. "This kid is ganging up on me." Sure enough, after revealing their identities, these people weren't as high-strung as they were before, and got a lot closer to Jiang Nianchu. Jiang Nianchu also took the opportunity to quickly mingle with the crowd with his excellent social skills. 6 hours passed. More than 10 flying boats landed on a field base one after another. Looking over from the outside, the site was a large number of cold pines, a species transplanted from the Stargate after the revival of the Earth star martial Dao, capable of connecting the martial artist's chi and blood to form a barrier like a boundary, effective in stopping the tide of beasts and the invasion of various wilderness species. When Ning Feng opened his eyes, another flying demon fish had taken the bait, and this time, from the rich essence blood, he sensed that it should be a large fish, at least equivalent to a 6th grade martial artist of the human race. But alas, any prey caught by the angling rod would have their martial cultivation suppressed by the power of the system. Throwing it backhandedly into his spatial ring, Ning Feng didn't have the time to refine it for the time being, then got up and walked out of the practice room. When Ning Feng stepped off the flying boat, he saw that the lawn where it was parked was empty. The rest of the flying boats obviously hadn't arrived yet. However, less than an hour had passed, and with a flying boat with 2 rounds of lawn, more than a dozen flying boats had arrived. On one of the flying boats, Jiang Nianchu and the others' flying boat happened to be docked next to Ning Feng's flying boat. One by one, they disembarked from the flying boat, and Jiang Nianchu was seeing Ning Feng standing not far away. At this moment, Jiang Nianchu was followed by 2 teenagers, and the 3 of them were talking and laughing, looking like old acquaintances. Seeing Jiang Nianchu disembark from the flying boat, more than 30 trainees gathered over at the 3rd base's flying boat, and the 4th base's flying boat respectively. "Brother Yunfei." The crowd gathered around and greeted him, and Jiang Nianchu responded, then gave 2 more brief instructions before letting the crowd disperse. At this moment, Jiang Yunfei's gaze looked towards Ning Feng, who was not far away, and smiled faintly towards him. "Young Ning, I wonder which base you chose to train in this time. If it's the 4th base, you probably won't have a chance to communicate, but if it's 5th base, let's cut a deal?" Chapter 74 Rules of Examination. In his opinion, Ning Feng's 4th grade martial Dao realm was, at best, 5th base, with a high probability of being 4th base. As for 3rd, 6th base, it's too high or too low. However, in the face of Jiang Yunfei's yin and yang, Ning Feng didn't feel much of anything and laughed. "Indeed, it's a pity. This time around, I have my own goals for this experience and don't really want to compete for anything." In fact, Ning Feng still had some admiration for Jiang Yunfei, who was able to repair himself in a short period of time every time he had his great defenses broken. This spirit of the undefeatable little strong man was still worth learning from human martial artists. "That's right, you, young Ning, are indeed different from our ordinary trainees. You're the Ning family's young lord, and even the assessment ride is on a private flying boat, and a personal escort. That's a test that probably really isn't much of a challenge for you." Jiang Yunfei smiled. After the last incident with the dragon carp, he had begun to openly show hostility towards Ning Feng. Now that he's torn his face off, what does he have to fear? In the Earth Star, even if the Ning family was in the bullseye, things had to be done according to the rules, and they could still not kill him for no reason. However, seeing that Jiang Yunfei had actually taken the initiative to run over to provoke Ning Feng, Chao Honghao and Huo Jiqiu, who had originally hooked up with Jiang Yunfei, hurriedly pulled away from him. "Just kidding. What are you doing? You came here to provoke the young master of the Ning family? Getting killed. Don't take us with you. Especially Hua Jichao. He still wants to take the Xinqing division exam after graduation. If he really gets in, then Ning Feng will be his little master. This Jiang Yunfei had brought him over to pretend with Ning Feng? And form an alliance? Group your ass up. Jiang Yunfei didn't care about this. There was no shame in being scared by the Ning family. He looked at Ning Feng and said, "Young Lord Ning, look, everyone seeing you is like seeing an evil god. Yes, making people afraid isn't something to be honored. But in all seriousness, I'd like you to come to base 5 and exchange ideas." Hua Jichao, who was on the side, heard this and his face darkened into a pot. "You, young Ning, I really don't know Jiang Yunfei well." Hua Jichao scuffed and took a few steps backward again, then tilted his head to look at the sky. "Me too." Chao Honghao was creeped out and also retreated to be side by side with Hua Jichao. Jiang Yunfei glanced at the two faintly, contempt flashing in his eyes. Bending over for the power is not worthy of being friends with him. Jiang Yunfei turned around and returned to the 5th base's flying boat, waiting quietly. Looking at Jiang Yunfei's back, Xiang behind Ning Feng sipped his teeth straight. This kid, he's sick, right? Behind him, Li Xiaoqi's face was like frost, saying, "Uncle Xiang, don't you think he looks like a clown?" As if, indeed, when Xiang saw Ning Feng, he always kept a smile on his face and didn't even put Jiang Yunfei's provocation in his eyes. That look was like looking at a mole cricket in fun. At this time, not far away, Ji Daoui, his expression hesitant and tangled. Then a moment later, he also walked over. "Ning Feng, I was indeed unconvinced when I was defeated by you last time. I hope that I can have a good match with you this time." After the last goodbye, Ji Daoi's breath had obviously skyrocketed quite a bit, while several more scars appeared on his face, and there was still vaguely rotting flesh turning out. Ning Feng had some sideways glances. That was from being injured by the 7th grade sword chi, injuring the origin. And with a low-grade martial artist like Ji Daoui, it would take a long time for him to digest the power. It was evident that Ji Daoui had paid a small price for being able to improve so quickly in a short period of time. "Welcome," Ning Feng smiled and said. "However, if you lose, there's no need to be discouraged, because anyone I defeat will never have a chance to catch up with me until it's out of reach. Remember that, and in the future, perhaps you will be proud to have been my opponent." Ji Daoui pursed his lips and let out a low curse. How do I feel that you are so capable of pretending? Don't be too crazy. Win me in the test. Confirmation. He was certain that Ning Feng was still a 4th rank. With that, he turned and walked away. Gather. Suddenly, a power-filled shocking drink erupted and exploded on the scene. The cadet spirits were lifted and the scattered group quickly assembled again, only to see that 5 figures in succession stepped into the arena. And it was the principals of the 5 major schools, of which Chuan who appeared in place of Chuan Donghai, and in front of these 5 principals, a burly martial artist in a dark green military uniform stepped into the field. Sweeping a glance at all the trainees, this martial artist said in a loud voice, "Attention all students. Next, I will talk about the rules of the examination. 1. Examination time, 72 hours. 2. Ranked by points. The points rule is, thirdly, within reason, competition and killing are allowed, but there shall be no fights to the death for no reason, and no mass slaughter of fellow soldiers shall take place. 4. If you want to end the test in the middle, press the points watch button and wait in place. Otherwise, the test will automatically default to the end of the test until death or after 72 hours. 5. 10. Anyone who violates any of the above rules will be considered a serious violation, and will be disqualified from the tournament if it's light, or go to the martial arts court for legal responsibility if it's heavy." Well, do the principals have anything else to add? The burly martial artist looked at the 5 principals, and all 5 shook their heads in unison. The burly martial artist bellowed again. "Log on to your military heavy trucks one after another according to the base number you chose beforehand. The moment the heavy truck arrives at the base, the test is time to begin." After saying that, the lanky martial artist and the 5 principals turned around and walked into an observation room. The joint examination is personally supervised by the officers of the immediate corps of the Lord of the Nation, and by the principals of the schools. Over here, the moment the start was announced, a martial artist began to hand out point watches to the participants. After the crowd received their point watches, they were once again boarding the corresponding numbered heavy trucks one after another. This time, the flying boat will fly directly to the assessment area and land in the center. Ning Feng also received a points watch, and after wearing it on his left wrist, he walked towards the 6th base heavy truck. However, just at that moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from a short distance behind him. Has been selected for 6th base. Isn't that person Ning Feng? Did I read it right? Ning Feng chose the 6th base? Holy, he really chose the 6th base heavy truck. With a gasp, almost everyone noticed a figure silently walking up to the 6th base heavy truck. The rest of the flying boats landed with a large number of people, except for this flying boat, Ning Feng, who was the only one. So extra attention was paid to it, even before it walked up to the heavy truck. When they saw that the figure was Ning Feng, everyone on the scene looked dismayed, shocked, and so on with varying expressions. He chose the 6th base? If I'm not mistaken, he should only be at the late 4th rank of the martial Dao realm, right? Summer was a bit stunned, feeling that she could not understand Ning Feng's behavior more and more. Jiang Nianchu was also a bit surprised and said, "What's he up to, going to the 6th base to seek death?" He admitted that Ning Feng was strong, but it wasn't possible to cross 2 great realms and directly battle a 6th grade. What the hell is he up to? Jiang Yunfei frowned in disbelief. However, the crowd didn't have time to think too much. After watching Ning Feng walk onto the heavy truck, have also landed on heavy trucks. Chapter 75, Strange Minotaur. Heavy trucks from each of the 6 bases travel to bases in different directions. Most of them are wilderness adventures in no man's land, and the opponents are star races and alien races that have been dropped into the test base specifically for the purpose of the adventure. There are exceptions, such as the 5th base test, which is a small village. An entire section of this small village is a cult's den. However, all of them are currently under official control and have become pilot bases for examination and training. Less than half an hour, the heavy truck door opens. Ning Feng appeared in the middle of the cold pine forest, and immediately afterward, the points watch on his wrist dinged, and the test officially began. Ning Feng glanced at the time on his watch. It was exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the examination would take 72 hours, or 3 days and 3 nights later. We must seize the time and pick an opportunity to awaken the visionary star ocean flare green sky. Ning Feng was just thinking about it when a coldness abruptly came from behind him. In the next moment, he didn't have time to think much. The ally battle knife appeared in his hand and slashed down with a backhand. Pust! A black shadow was directly split in half, and the fishy smell of blood filled the air in no time. When he saw the 2 halves of the bloody corpse on the ground, Ning Feng saw the identity of the sneak attacker. A bull-headed humanoid creature with a surprisingly serpentine tail sprouting from its lower half. 4th grade. Star Nation. Bull Snake Nation. This race is brutal and murderous, and when they broke into the Overland Star back then, they slaughtered 2 entire human cities in the Sakura Kingdom, and racial preferences are extremely special. The male in the slaughter of males will be given to the spouse female to be slaughtered to enjoy some, first in this regard to conquer the enemy, before killing the enemy. And these females are big and extremely stout, with a strangely ugly appearance. Back then, it was considered to be a scourge of Sakura country. Many males were not killed, but drained, or couldn't stand the torture and directly killed themselves. So, affectionately nicknamed the Minotaur by the human race. Die! Ning Feng slashed out, and 2 more clouds of blood mist appeared in the forest. The 2 Minotaurs hiding in the grass were directly decimated before they could run away. Within Ning Feng's body, the 8-part furnace flew out, taking the 3 strands of qi and blood into the furnace. Building the bridge of Dao marks in a moment would require a large amount of qi and blood replenishment. Ning Feng continued to traverse through the mountain forests and forests. Although this place was set up with qi and blood formations, that was only to confuse the star race. In fact, to an outsider, it still looks like the terrain of the human zone. However, due to star race life, much of the landscape has been altered by the racial characteristics of this group of star race. The 6th base, a total of 3 star race groups were dropped. A Minotaur tribe, 10 5th rank Minotaurs, a number of 4th ranks, an Earthblood Demon clan, 3 6th grade Earthblood Demon heads, 6th grade 5th grade. It's still a Fire Crow clan, all a bunch of 4th grade mongrels. As he walked, Ning Feng recalled the information about the 6th base. After all, it was an experience test, and the officials would also provide the trainees with the most basic information. First go and exterminate this group of people, and in the meantime accumulate some qi and blood before going to build the 6th bridge of Dao marks. Building the bridge of Dao marks, especially the last one, required a huge amount of qi and blood to support it. Soon, a grassland and forest junction area appeared ahead. From a great distance away, Ning Feng could smell an extremely unpleasant odor of cow dung. Frowning slightly, Ning Feng knew that he had found the Minotaur's lair. He directly raised his alloy battle knife and slashed down. Boom! As a blade slashed down, a shocking gully cracked open at great speed on the ground, spreading until 100 meters away before stopping. Hashtag and hashtag and underscore and hashtag. An inexplicable Minotaur language came through, interspersed with bursts of angry growls. Immediately afterward, a huge, lanky Minotaur rushed out. More than 30 heads. 10 of the heads and 5 of the pints are among them. The rest of the 4 pints and 3 pints are not equal. Upon seeing Ning Feng, the group of Minotaurs became enraged. The bull whistled and roared to the heavens as it charged towards Ning Feng. Ning Feng also saw that behind this group of male minotaurs, a minotaur with female characteristics was actually undressing. Ning Feng's alloy battle sword chopped down. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and broken limbs flew about. In less than half an hour, the grass on the lawn was blood red. All the minotaurs had been decapitated. Their broken bodies were all over the ground, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the scene. When all of the minotaurs were killed, Ning Feng had already accumulated a staggering amount of chi and blood energy within the 8-part furnace in front of him. Glancing lightly at the points watch, the score has just about reached 1500. The remaining data. Name, Ning Feng. Points, 1500. Examination base 6. Appraisal ranking, 1. Time remaining, 71 hours. 5th base. Cult villages. Upon entering the base, Jiang Nianchu and the others quickly dispersed, some in groups of 3 or 2, some alone. Firstly, to minimize the target, and secondly, all of the people were competitors and were not in the habit of cooperating. In front of Jiang Nianchu, a large body fell. All were human corpses, adults, elderly women and children. Puff! When the last old man fell, Jiang Nianchu drew his alloy battle sword and smiled coldly. After experiencing the battle of the divine animal sea, his killing and decisive character had obviously matured quite a bit more than the rest of the trainees. When you see a lot of dead people, you become numb, and you don't distinguish between men, women, and children. In his eyes, they were all StarClan, all corpses, all deserving of death. You can. Jiang Nianchu. The Kai general's weapon was an alloy spear, and he carried it to pick apart the corpse with a somewhat unnatural expression. He had entered the Stargate and the Earth Cave, killing Star Race and Fae alike, but it was the first time he had ever killed a human, especially an old, young woman or child, and to be honest, he was a little sick to his stomach. It's the same race. It's not the same as killing a foreigner. Those who have fought large battles are different. Su Xinyue was covered in blood. His face was like that of an open general, and he gave a rare compliment. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with that? Just treat them like a bunch of chickens when you kill them. Jiang Nianchu smiled contemptuously. This time, I'm aiming for first place. It's no good for anyone to come over and compete. It had only been less than an hour since he had entered the 5th base, and he had killed 2 5th grades. It was important to realize that the relative grade of the strongest person in each base was fixed, and there was one less to kill. That's not necessarily true. General Kai skimmed his lips and laughed. Maybe we couldn't rob you at the 5th base. But don't forget that Ning Feng went to the 6th base. The monsters there are worth a lot of money, and he's the only one at base 6. Mentioning this, Jiang Nianchu smiled even more contemptuously. What's wrong with being valuable? There are dozens of 5th grade star races in the 6th base. Do you guys think that he can beat a few of them alone? In addition, there are also 3 6th grade star races. Do you think that Ning Feng can fight past 6th grade? Even if he can fight 3 heads? The Kai general cocked his head and thought for a moment. Jiang Nianchu seemed to have a bit of a point. My score, a solid first. Jiang Nianchu looked down and glanced at his points watch. Name, Jiang Nianchu. Points, 600. Examination base V. Appraisal ranking, 1. Time remaining, 71.5 hours. Chapter 76, Beheading the 6th grade star race. I'll take first place this time. As for Ning Feng, honestly, the moment he entered the 6th base, it meant that he had no chance to compete with me. Saying that, Jiang Nianchu smiled confidently and, raising his hand again, he added a slash to one of the surviving cult women, slicing the woman's head. All of a sudden the points on the meter went back up to 650. These weren't points to him, but cultivation resources. Taking the first place in the test would mean a 5 million dragon coin reward and a big gift package of cultivation resources. Fame could skyrocket even more. With the rise in fame, he will be able to receive advertisements, pull in sponsorships, and gain the friendship of more martial arts families. Anyway, there are too many benefits of all kinds, so he has a reason why he has to take the first place. Stop dreaming for a moment. You're second. Hurry up and look at the ranking list. Right at that moment, Kai General, who was looking down at his points watch, suddenly exclaimed in shock as his eyes widened. Jiang Nianchu and Su Xinyue hurriedly looked at their point watches. How can it be? When he saw the ranking above, Jiang Nianchu's face immediately sank. 2 presses on the points watch in a row. Only the screen of the points watch flashed, and the points ranking appeared instantly. First place, Ning Feng, 800 points. Second place, Jiang Nianchu, 600 points. Third place, Summer, 300 points. Fourth place, Hua Jichao, 200 points. Fifth place. Sixth place. 10th place, Li Xiaoqi, 103 points. Seeing the sudden change in rankings, Jiang Nianchu froze for a moment before sneering. What's the point? It's only 200 more points. I'll catch up in no time. As soon as he spoke, only to see Ning Feng's points skyrocket once again. This time it skyrocketed right up to 1500 before stopping. Several people froze. The crowd hadn't expected that this would be crushed by Ning Feng in the form of a break only at the very beginning. Jiang Nianchu's mouth was even wider open. Unable to speak, his face was hit with raw pain. After a long time, he said in a cold voice, "What's wrong with that?" It must be that he was lucky and met a 4th or 5th grade star race group. However, this largely also means that he will soon meet up with the 6th grade star race. So how long do you guys think that he can hold out? If you die, the points will be nullified and won't enter the rankings. A 4th grade beheading a 6th grade? He wouldn't believe it even if it killed him. Meanwhile, the 4th base, the 3rd base, and the rest of the bases, all of the trainees who were being assessed, also exclaimed in shock after seeing Ning Feng dominate the list with an absolute advantage. An hour into this one and it's 1500 points? Isn't Ning Feng only a 4th rank? Running to the 6th base can kill indiscriminately? Is the 6th base so weak? I'm also 4th grade. I should have known I'd go there too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ning Feng wouldn't have cheated, would he? There must be a Ning family expert out there. What's the rush? The test will take 72 hours. It's only just begun. Maybe Ning Feng just got lucky and met a low-grade opponent. Isn't there a 6th base with a 6th grade boss? If we meet a 6th grade star clan, tell me how he's going to fight a 4th grade martial artist? Just as everyone was shaking, Ning Feng was still silently searching. In the blink of an eye, another hour later, Ning Feng had finally found the habitat of the Earthblood Demon clan. A rocky land, empty, but all the rocks were actually blood red, and as far as the eye could see, it was like a ground fire blazing. Earthblood demons, a race even more bloodthirsty than the Minotaurs. The area they live in has to be soil that is stained all over with blood. So they are just as brutal not only to the human race, but to their own kind as well. Only at this moment, on that blood-red rock layer, 5 or 6 earth blood demons were mating. It's full of the scent of a fiery summer's day. Boom! Without saying a word, Ning Feng slashed down with his sword. It directly cleaved all of them, and their torsos were all cracked open. #@ and $#. Meanwhile, several more heads with bodies as red as blood and tall, imposing figures rushed out of the rocky cave. Their skin was as rough as tree bark, constantly seeping outward with beads of blood, and their hands and claws, shaped like duck paws, instantly surrounded them when they saw that there was actually a human race appearing. On top of that, the Earthblood demon race's body types were generally extraordinarily tall, with the highest being able to approach 6 or 7 meters. @ $and A group of Earthblood demons stared at Ning Feng with scarlet eyes, chattering and exchanging words. Although Ning Feng didn't understand, he could probably guess that the other party was shocked to see the human race in their star world, even though he didn't understand what he was saying. After all, in their perspective, this was the astral realm, not the Earth star, and the weak and humble human race never had the strength to step into their astral realm. Shocked at the same time, it turned hideous. Early 6th grade? Ning Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense, and directly raised his sword to slash. After releasing the visionary Chaos Seed Green Lotus, under the 6th grade, whether it was the human race or the star race, Ning Feng was confident that he was invincible. It's not a belief, but a reality. Boom! The blade's awnings were like blood, and Ning Feng hadn't used any moves, merely slashing seemingly casually to kill the 3 5th grade Earthblood demons. Ho ho ho! When the last 5th grade Earthblood demon race was cleaved to death, it raised its head to the sky and whistled, seemingly summoning its companions. Boom! 3 shares of heavenly blood awns rushed up into the sky, and the rocks in front of them cracked open. 3 Earthblood demons that reached 5 meters in height rushed out, their chi and blood so thick that they had just reached the 6th grade. Only then did a hint of solemnity well up in Ning Feng as he looked at these 3 demonic races. Without a battle card, the strength of the 6th grade realm wasn't a cabbage to Ning Feng. Boom boom boom! Under a chaotic green sky, 3 green lotuses emerged. Ning Feng directly unfurled the visionary chaotic seed green lotus. Meanwhile, the 8 ancient pagodas, Dragon King's ruler, Coral Brahma nunnery bead, 8-part melting furnace, Heaven's destiny crystal ball, Morning bell, Twilight drum, Heaven's splitting halberd, and Bright King's axe. The 8 magical treasures rushed out at all costs. Instantly rushed out. The 3 Earthblood demons had only rushed out of the rock layer when they were shocked and blasted into the rocks again on the spot. The ground instantly crumbled. The 3 Earthblood demons whistled long and loud, charging towards Ning Feng once more. Morning bells and evening drums flew out, instantly suppressing 2 of them. Those 2 earth-blooded demons were dumbfounded and rushed around without a head. But how could they not come out of their rushes? The heaven-splitting halberd and Bright King axe struck back and forth, and with a loud boom, they split both arms of the remaining Earthblood Demon clan. Then, without waiting for it to react, the 8 furnaces took it in, and after a violent vibration, this earth-blooded demon race was refined alive into a ball of chi and blood. At that moment, the 2 earth-blooded demons broke free from the Morning Bell. Ning Feng is a dragon and a tiger. Coming in front of one of the heads, the Dragon King ruler spun and flew out, instantly chopping off the head of that earthblood demon race. Blood spurted out of the broken neck and the headless body fell to the ground with a thud. The remaining 1 earthblood demon clan looked dumbfounded, reacted, roared angrily, and turned its head to run. Ning Feng raised his hand and pointed, and the Morning Bell, Twilight Drum, Heaven-Splitting Halberd, and Ming Wang Axe were unleashed together. Pust! The big bloody lantern-like head was chopped right off. The 8 pillars of Faust came crashing down on us, blasted the head and body to smithereens. This Earthblood Demon clan was directly decapitated. Chapter 77 Ning Feng cheats. 6th grade? So weak? Ning Feng was staggered, feeling that he had been too cautious before, and that the 6th grade, it seemed, wasn't this strong. He now wanted to go and cross-grade to mess around with the late 6th grade, or even try the 7th grade. Ho ho ho! Suddenly several roars and whistles came, and Ning Feng saw dozens of Earthblood demons charging in. It's all low quality. 3 minutes later, Ning Feng left the territory of the Earthblood Demon clan. The ground was left with a large number of corpses of Earthblood demons, old and young, women and children. Not a single one was left behind. Earlier this group of young and old women and children had bowed down to themselves as a sign of submission and begging for forgiveness. However, Ning Feng didn't even mean to soften his hand, and directly beheaded them. This group of species that can't even be considered an action. See, the slaughter is clean. There is no need to show mercy. Besides, a racial dispute is the death of a race. The day the human race fell into their hands, perhaps even a painful death would be a luxury. Ning Feng glanced at the 8-part furnace, within which a mass of chi and blood floated like a blood-colored lantern pulsing. The chi and blood are pretty much built up. In the vicinity of the Earthblood Demon clan, Ning Feng directly found a rocky ground and used the Bright King axe to open up a cave-out, then directly sacrificed the 8 furnaces. The lid opens. Ning Feng jumped straight in. Boom! The lid of the furnace closed once more, and Ning Feng's aura directly disappeared from the Earth Star. The 8 pillars is the product of the union of the Great Tao. The furnace can shield the chi of heaven and earth. As long as Ning Feng wanted to, no chi could penetrate. However, next to the 8-part melting furnace, the wooden Taoist sat cross-legged. Taoist wood was motionless and dead, like a dead tree on the verge of dying, silently protecting the Tao for Ning Feng. Ning Feng then began to prepare to build the last, or 6th, bridge of Tao marks. With a thought, 5 bridges of Tao marks surfaced outside of his body one after another. Ning Feng instantly cast the chaotic seed green lotus vision. 1 plant, 2 plants, 3 plants in a row of green lotus grew out in the chaos, and with a surge of Tao Qi, a bridge, gradually in the chaos in the middle of a few plants of green lotus, slowly grew out, and extended outward. It's a green bridge. Boom! After 2 attempts in a row, both failed. The 6th bridge of Tao marks didn't extend 2 meters each time before it was directly suppressed by an inexplicable force of the Great Tao. Then it collapses instantly. Ning Feng tried again and again. After more than a dozen attempts, the 6th bridge of Tao marks finally extended out to a length of 3 meters. A bridge of Daozing was at least 10 meters above. When this bridge of Tao marks extended to its end, Ning Feng intended to manifest another vision. The sea of stars flaunting the blue sky. 2 visions are used as the foundation of the bridge. However, what he needed to do now was to finish opening up the 6th bridge of Tao marks. Meanwhile, 1st place, Ning Feng, 15,000 points. 2nd place, Jiang Nianchu, 1100 points. 3rd place, Summer, 1,000 points. 4th place, Hua Jichao, 600 points. 5th place, 6th place. Looking at the points ranking, at this time, all of the assessment trainees of the base were all dumbfounded. What's going on here? The examination had begun in just under 3 hours, and Ning Feng's points had directly surpassed 10,000. The crowd was dumbfounded and all staggered. They had also all learned about the historical results of previous examinations before the examination. The 5th base assessment is worth 5,000 points and the 6th base assessment is worth 15,000 points. The rest of the points, the rest of the bases combined, were less than 8,000 points. A full score is both killing all the enemies inside, and there were only a handful of trainees from previous classes who could enter the 6th base, let alone kill all the enemies. At this moment, everyone's hearts were inexplicably heavy. It's only been less than 3 hours since the test began, and the first of the test is, quite obviously, already set down. How could this be? Isn't Ning Feng only at the peak of the 4th grade? He was able to kill a 6th grade powerhouse? That's right, to say that he can defeat a 5th-ranked martial artist, we believe it, and it's also true that many people have seen it with their own eyes, but to defeat a 6th-ranked, and not just one, isn't that too fake? It's so fake, it must be cheating. Marred. If the Ning family hadn't stepped in to help, I would have eaten Shang upside down. No wonder. People want to choose the 6th base. He's the only one who entered the 6th base. Isn't that how it works? Oh, seconds, but what can be done? People are Ning Xiao. 90% of the cadets were into the 1st and 2nd bases, and many of them were clustered together. When they saw the points, everyone talked about it. Seeing this Ning family's number 1 young man take 1st place just like that, many people were inexplicably upset. Even if you don't dare to question it to your face, it is inevitable that you will point your finger behind your back. 5th base. Aha! How is this possible? What the hell is going on? How could he have gotten a perfect score in just 3 hours? Jiang Yunfei's eyes were bloodshot as his ally battle sword frantically slashed at the corpse of a 5th-grade cultist in front of him. That body was hacked to pieces and this cultist was too dead to die. However, Jiang Yunfei's alloy battle sword continued to fall frantically without stopping, venting the anger in his heart. He had thought he could catch up with Ning Feng's points. However, the moment he saw Ning Feng's points skyrocket to 15,000, his confidence was completely reduced to despair. People are full of it. How else can one chase? It's just 5,000 points for mowing down all the enemies in the 5th base. After chopping for a while, he finally stopped, though his hands were still shaking. This appearance staggered Kaigong and Su Xinyue as they watched. This kid is crazy. He really wants to take 1st place. He must have cheated. His 4th rank decimating 3 6th ranks? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Like the rest, Jiang Yunfei began to question. Without evidence, it's better not to talk nonsense. After all, they are Ning Xiao. In the distance, General Kai said, holding his arms. They were a little skeptical as well, but the words could only be kept in their hearts. Besides, it's not good to make blanket statements without much evidence. Jiang Yunfei said, so, you guys don't believe it either, right? The Kai general quickly blackened his face and said, I didn't say that, so don't talk nonsense. Okay, I get it. The Kai general's face darkened even more. What do you know? All old comrades in arms, all in good time. Jiang Yunfei grinned a cold smile and raised his head, his eyes reddening. Is it a forgery? Just go out and confirm it. Don't worry, it won't involve you guys. But no matter what, I have to stabilize 2nd. He certainly wasn't willing to be 2nd, but only by holding on to 2nd place. Waiting until he went out and publicly exposing Ning Feng's faking, could he rightfully smooth his way to 1st place? Thinking of this, Jiang Yunfei was immediately filled with motivation again, and he firmly believed that even if Ning Feng hadn't cheated, he was definitely a bit catty. When the test was over, he had to expose Ning Feng in public. The moment he figured it out, Jiang Yunfei instantly felt that his heart was permeable and his mind was clear. Since he was convinced that Ning Feng was faking, it was just a matter of exposing it. There was no need for this to affect his mood and the state of the next examination. Boom! The loosening of the Dao marks originating from the bridge of Dao marks caused a powerful force of qi and blood to immediately erupt within Jiang Yunfei's body. It was actually the case that 2 Dao marks were loosened one after another, allowing his martial realm to directly reach the middle of the 5th grade from the early 5th grade. Kai General Su Xinyue looked at Jiang Yunfei with a surprised expression. After realizing that the other party had actually broken through, they exchanged glances. Both seemed to see the meaning in each other's eyes. This kid, more or less, was a bit of an opener, and if he hadn't met Ning Feng as a counterpart, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to meet his match. It was important to know that Jiang Yunfei had not only gained the strong support of State Lord Wu Anjuan after he came back alive from the Sea of Divine Animals, but he had also gained some benefits in the Sea of Divine Animals. In terms of cultivation resources, he had too many backers behind him, and had already gotten rid of the dilemma of ordinary cultivators. Before long, it wouldn't be weaker than a heavenly pride like Summer in Jiang Nianchu. Bull batch. The Kai general stuck a thumb up towards Jiang Yunfei in admiration. As the breakthrough came to fruition, Jiang Yunfei smiled faintly. Ever since I returned from the Sea of Divine Animals, I've had sudden bursts of inspiration from time to time to enlighten the martial Dao. Otherwise, do you guys think that the minister was just saying it off the top of his head when he said that I have the stature of a martial god? There's no need to fake pleasantries with someone in that capacity of the minister's existence. Chapter 78 Pioneering the Limits of the Martial Way. Jiang Yunfei's tone was filled with arrogance. After saying that, Jiang Yunfei slowly closed his eyes as a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Speaking slowly, it's coming, I can feel it, finally. Jiang Yunfei spread his hands. The excitement on his face then gradually turned into madness. Could it be a vision? Looking at Jiang Nianchu in this state, the doubts in the eyes of General Kai and Su Xinyue gradually turned into vibrations. Boom! Jiang Nianchu's short hair was rooted upside down, and behind him, a large area of dark blue ocean emerged, endless stars, as if immersed in them, and he stood in it like an out-and-out invincible sea king. At this moment, he was the center of this sea. Meanwhile, among the same fifth base, Summer carried a 4-meter-long machete and cut down more than 10 cultist villagers one by one, like chopping melons and chopping vegetables. The ground was full of corpses, snaking out a blood-colored creek. Summer walked in the middle with her sword, her long hair fluttering about like a female killing god. Instead, behind her, a sculpted goddess statue in the color of blood appeared, and that small blood-colored river was also like an infinite expansion, rapidly enlarging and turning into a great river through the sky. A vision. You're going to awaken a vision? Jiang Nianchu's alloy lance shook, picking off a peak 5th grade cult minor leader. Looking at the vision that gradually rose behind Summer, his gaze was shocked beyond measure. Field observation room. The principals of the 5 major schools, such as Chuan Hu, had shaken a piece as they watched the performance of Ning Feng's 6th base. He killed the Star Nation at base 6. So soon. It's just a straight up end to the lair. Holy, the star race that was placed in the 6th base. But there are still 3 Earth Blood Demon race 6th grade monsters. It's not even a matter of him crossing over and cutting down dozens of 5th grades. He also killed 3 6th grades. Even the white-bearded old principal of the Heavenly Lion Martial University didn't hold back his foul mouth. The peak of the 4th grade crossing over to chop the 6th grade was something that even they had rarely heard of. There had been such a heavenly pride among the cadets before, but they had only seen it a few times in their lives. And, although he had seen it, even if he could be beheaded, he had fought extremely hard and died 9 times before beheading his opponent. Yet what about Ning Feng? They saw Ning Feng through their equipment with ease, just like chopping up a melon. Is this the 4th grade? What kind of monster is this brat? Ning Feng? My ass. The old principal of the Heavenly Lion Martial University let out a low curse. If it wasn't for the Ning family's young lord, I'd really want to slice him up and study him. The principal of Longjiang Martial University also said. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at this principal with sideways glances, their gazes as if they were looking at a fool, then quickly pull away from it. Chuan Hu scratched his head and laughed nervously. Senior Bao Lu Gang, your idea is dangerous. Seeing this reaction from the crowd, the principal named Bao Lu Gang blankly glanced at the crowd and said in a bad mood, I'm just saying it casually, but you guys still take it seriously? Slicing up the Ning family's young master for research, do I not want to live? The crowd laughed at this, knowing of course that he was just getting high off of his mouth. Slicing up someone's young master Ning for study? The Ning family dares to blow your entire clan into bacon. With Ning Feng's qualifications at this point in time, it seems that my southeast domain is about to produce another contemporary supreme celestial pride. Chancellor Tianchi Wushu University said softly, I just don't know how it compares to those two in Kyoto and Mordor. It's hard. It's too early to say that. It's better to observe first. At this time, the crowd realized that Ning Feng had suddenly disappeared. The localization at the 6th base suddenly disappeared, and the scent was completely shielded. It disappeared not far from the side of the Earthblood demon race's lair. It should be a means or treasure to conceal qi and blood. The crowd speculated that. However, the crowd wasn't surprised that Ning Feng was able to come up with a means of shielding the crowd. After all, this was the young master of the Ning family. It was normal to have a bit of treasure. However, just as the crowd was focusing on Ning Feng, someone suddenly inadvertently glanced at the 5th base. Look at the 5th base. The president of Longjiang Wudi exclaimed. All eyes looked over, only to see above the large LCD screen. Jiang Nianchu still had 2 more places to try out for summer. The skies above were all shaken, and 2 visions were gradually taking shape. 2 visions, both coming true. This adventure, Southeast Martial Arts University has earned a lot. The 4 principals exclaimed in shock and looked enviously in the direction of Chuan Hu. What's more, it's still summer. Jiang Nianchu, such a genius, awakened the vision. The talent is even more able to pull up a large section. While the crowd was talking, only that assessment observer from the Ministry of War had a calm expression throughout. Always secure in his seat behind the crowd, he quietly watched on the big screen. Even when Summer and Jiang Nianchu awakened their visions, it only caused him to slightly glance sideways for a moment. Genius. He's seen a lot of them at the War Office. Dead geniuses he's seen more of. After graduating, many WU cadets choose to enter the military. That would mean going to the Earth Cave, going to the Stargate battlefield for actual combat. And in the case of a talented martial artist, entering the battlefield, the chances of death or injury were very high. And dead geniuses. My ass. In the midst of the 8-part furnace, bang, the bridge of Dalmarch shattered once again, turning into a sky full of fluorescent light flying around. However, After dozens of attempts, Ning Feng was already able to extend the bridge of Dao marks 5 meters away. It was clearly molded quite a bit, even the Dao marks on top were clearly visible. It was just that this bridge of Dao marks, which was rooted in a vision, had significantly stronger Dao marks on it. However, Ning Feng was instead more pleased, because the more complex and powerful the Dao marks were, it meant that the power released after erasing them would be more powerful. Whoosh! Ning Feng kept trying, while swallowing into his mouth clusters of qi and blood formed by the Star Nation, replenishing the depleted qi and blood. After 20 more attempts, the sixth bridge of Dao marks finally coalesced to a length of over 10 meters. At this point, Ning Feng had clearly felt that he was getting closer to breaking through to the 5th rank. Shattered and rebuilt 5 more times, the bridge of the road marks reaches 12 meters. Immediately afterward, when it shattered yet again, Ning Feng's expression flinched, and in one breath, he extended the bridge of Dao traces to 15 meters, directly reaching its limit. It was rumored that the limit of the 6th bridge of Dao marks was 15 meters. This was the limit in the history of the human race, and no one had been able to break it for thousands of years. However, Ning Feng didn't stop there. He wasn't willing to stop there. The human race's thousands of years of pioneering in the martial arts, countless forefathers attempting in the martial arts, that was pioneering with their lives, and it had to be the life of a heavenly pride. Ordinary martial artists couldn't touch the limits of the martial way. If there was an opportunity to pioneer, all martial artists were willing to try to open the way for martial arts. This is a spirit that flows in the bones of the human race. Without this spirit, there would be no human martial arts today. It had long since been overrun by the Star Fae, and the human race had long since ceased to exist. In the next moment, the 8 pieces of magic treasures of the 8-part buttresses flew out one after another, and then combined to form the whole of the 8-part buttresses, and fiercely bombarded towards the 6th bridge of Dao marks. Chapter 79 Lord Shocked. Boom boom boom. The chaotic space at the end of the bridge was bombarded with incessant trembling, emitting a roar like rolling heavenly thunder. At the same time, the bridge, which had come to a halt, once again loosened and extended out forward. 15.1 meters, 15.3 meters, 15.5 meters. It extends all the way to 16 meters. Ning Feng felt as if the 8-part float had blasted into an invisible diaphragm, making it difficult to cross forward at all. However, at this time, he had already opened up the bridge of Dao marks, a full meter more forward, which was extremely important to the human martial Dao, and could be said to be a milestone breakthrough. However, Ning Feng hadn't stopped and was still opening up, because he had a feeling that diaphragm, he seemed to be able to break it as well, and Ning Feng didn't know the slightest thing about it. Just as he was breaking through to 16 meters, within Kyoto, that great golden bell that guards the martial arts plaza in the center of Kyoto, it shook steeply and violently, and gave a chime that the whole city is moving. And inside that ancient palace that was at the center of Kyoto City, a man wearing a golden dragon robe even opened his eyes violently. The bridge of Dao marks appears to be pioneered. He quickly raised his hand and moved it, only to see a Dao mark emerge once again on top of the origin golden great bell in front of him. Counting the previous, there were 16 courses, 16 meters. At this moment, even the man couldn't help but get excited, his eyes violently blossoming with 2 divine auras. Thousands of years. The bridge of origin of the human race, which has remained at 15 meters, stayed for thousands of whole years. How many heavenly pride martial artists who were supposed to have a straight path of martial arts, in order to open up this bridge of origin, suffered a fatal backlash and thus fell. Great, great. The dragon-robed man was so excited that he actually lost his temper for a moment. If outsiders were to see that he could be so agitated to this extent given his status as a state lord, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. The first bridge of origin expanded to 16 meters. And once this avenue opens, it means that there will be more human prides in the future that will reach this level. This is not only stronger at the 4th and 5th grade, but in the future, condensing the 8th grade golden body and certifying martial saints will all be a cut above what they used to be. This distance that seems to be only 1 meter. The human race has been walking for a whole few thousand years. Crossover and the human race will once again be strong by 1 level. The dragon-robed man straightened his grooming and his mental power swept the square circle. Nobody, standing with his arms folded, cold-faced, it was back to that unruffled look. However, just then the great golden bell roars again. The 17th sound, the 17th Dao mark, was engraved on top of the golden bell. 17 meters. 17 meters? The lord of the land looked puzzled. The hands behind the negative shook violently and, turning excited beyond words. I don't know which one of my human race's heavenly pride did it. Could it be the ones that came out of the divine animal sea? Or those geniuses from Kyoto Martial Arts University? Nope. It's not Kyoto Wushu University, or I'm sure I could sense it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, since it's the great golden bell ringing, it's my human race's heavenly pride. Boom! 3 times it rang. The 18th Dao mark surfaced on the golden bell. The lord of the kingdom looked numb and could no longer tell if he was stiff or ecstatic. The posture of a martial god. No, this son has the posture of an emperor. Ning Feng didn't know, in the slightest, what was happening in Kyoto, nor did he realize that because of his pioneering, the hall master was able to stand in the palace almost dancing on his hands. Even more so, he didn't know what changes and boosts his pioneering would bring to the human martial Dao. He only knew a vague notion of it, as he had seen a genius from the Ning clan blaze through the bridge of Dao marks, and died, resolutely and without remorse. And at that moment, his mind was free of distractions, still in the midst of pioneering. Boom! Upon opening up the 6th bridge of the Dao trace to the 18th meter, Ning Feng felt like he had reached his limit, and it has voluntarily given up on continuing to expand forward. In this moment, Ning Feng knew that it was time for him to manifest the bridge of Dao marks and bridge the other end. He immediately opened the system and began to release Star Ocean Flare Cheng Tian. Right this minute, the entire sky dome of the 6th base had steeply turned into a green sky dome, just like a green chaos pouring out, and at the same time, this green chaos was still spreading out in all directions. The 6 assessment bases are actually all tightly connected and together they form a large block of assessment bases. At this moment, the green-colored chaos quickly covered the entire airspace above the examination base. Everyone tilted their heads and saw the green-colored dome of the sky. Is this a vision awakening? Who is it? It's happening. Appraisal observation room. The principals of the 5 major schools, who were already in shock, all looked stunned when they saw this scene. It turned into a color of ecstasy and intense shock. This is the 6th base. Ning Feng has awakened another vision? The 5 principals exclaimed in shock. And even the middle-aged military observer from the military ministry who had been sitting on the side observing and remained silent could not help but stand up at this moment. Jiang Nianchu and Summer's visions surprised him, but not to the point of shock. After all, these two were actual heavenly prides, and the awakened visionary auras were within the normal range. But this vision of Ning Feng's ranged over 6 bases. He stood up violently and looked at the sky dome with a shocked expression. This kid from the Ning family, he's something. Behind Ning Feng, the Starcy U-tide vision gradually revived. First, the sky dome of the 6 bases was dyed green, and immediately after, the first stars began to appear above this sky dome. Boom! The moment this star appeared, it was as if the entire green sky was lit up, instantly becoming suddenly bright, while a terrifying aura erupted, and then star after star appeared. These stars were like a giant lantern hanging above the green sky. Soon the green sky was transformed into a sea of stars. The moment the Starcy flare of Cygnus was completely unleashed, Ning Feng also possessed a second vision, more than a SSSS-rated vision. Visions of this level are not recorded on the planet Earth. The moment the vision took shape, Ning Feng felt as if he had fused with this Starcy U-tide vision. At this moment, he was the green sky, and that endless sea of stars was his eyes. He saw Jiang Nianchu, Li Xiaoqi, and others from the 5th base. Also saw the rest of the base's top 5 campus cadets. Every movement, even every sound, was crystal clear. Under the coverage of the vision, it was as if nothing could be concealed from his perception. And the stars, as if they were his eyes, could see through everything. He saw the 5th base. Duan Wuchuan of the military martial school had just killed a 5th grade cultist and was silently recovering from his injuries. Jiang Nianchu killed 2 5th grade cultists, as well as several old and young women and children from the cultist village. As if he were walking idly, his clothes not stained with blood, a scene comes into view. But at some point, whether it was Jiang Nianchu, Li Xiaoqi, or Hua Jichao, all the trainees made the same movement. That was when the Star Ocean Flare green sky vision appeared. Everyone was looking up at the sky dome that suddenly turned green. Suddenly, Ning Feng was gently startled and, Chapter 80 Taoist Guile Immortal Demon Diagram. Then he saw that behind Summer, the ground was full of corpses, snaking out a blood-colored creek, like a female god of killing. Summer stood in the middle of the sea of blood with her sword, and a blood-colored sculpted goddess statue rose behind her. Summer, to awaken the vision. The sea of blood is endless. Ning Feng recognized the vision that Summer had awakened as being called the Blood Sea without end. This vision is a SSSS top-level vision. After successful awakening, the Statue of Liberty stands before the end of the bloody sea and mountains. Gaga messy kill. It's fierce. It's done. Master Dao, I've done it. I, Jiang Yunfei, have the stature of a martial god. Suddenly a maniacal cry of alarm came out, and another breath alarmed the. Ning Feng followed the sound and found the corner from which it came. Jiang Yunfei's short hair was seen rooted upside down, and behind him was a large dark blue ocean, and a great number of stars, sinking and floating in the ocean. Jiang Yunfei stood in front of this woof, Just like a terrifying king had come out of the world. He's the center of this sea. Now, however, Ning Feng noticed that he was wearing a Taoist robe. After the vision was revealed, Jiang Nianchu unexpectedly turned into a terrifying Taoist. The face was fierce, like a ferocious god coming out of hell. Under careful observation, Ning Feng was behind the Taoist, that is, in the middle of that oceanic sea. There was actually a broken Taoist temple looming in the background. The Taoist temple is broken, stained with blood, and staggering in the ocean. It's the Dao Gui Xian demon diagram. Ning Feng was a bit surprised. The Taoist Guile immortal and demon diagram naturally has documented visions of the. This vision was extremely special in the records, and it was said that the back originated from an old ancestor of the one human race. This old ancestor was a Taoist with the Taoist name of Dao Gui, who had long ago become a god in martial arts, but did not condense his divine form. In a divine meteor battle, he shed his last drop of blood for the human race, and before he finally fell, he burned his entire body's essence blood and hardened his body to kill through the Stargate battlefield and into the Star Realm, where he went on a rampage and massacred a lot of people. Not only that, in the end, he came back alive, and brought back some information. It was just that when the old ancestor Taoist returned, the person was already crazy, crying and laughing. No one knows the exact circumstances of the battle, but according to intermittent descriptions given during his brief waking hours, he said, this old ancestor Taoist destroyed 10 entire races in the Star Realm, countless children of the remaining Star Realms, brought back a portion of important resources and information for the human race, and finally sat down in the ancient Taoist grounds of the human race, and incarnate the word, a vision from heaven. A celestial pride had awakened this Guile immortal demon diagram vision that very day. This Taoist did not leave the rest of the information except for a Taoist Gui Taoist number. Just to honor the Taoist, the later generations are called Taoist Gui Taoist. No wonder Jiang Nianchu was so unable to control his emotions. The Dao Gui immortal demon diagram was one of the few visions that had recorded the root cause. There is no need to say much about the power. There were many visions that the human race simply didn't know how they appeared. Ning Feng, how should you suppress me? This time, the first place in the joint examination must be mine. Jiang Nianchu, when the examination is over, I'll let you understand who I, Jiang Nianchu, am. Who exactly is the number one person in the Southeast Martial Arts University? You're just the young master of the Ning family. If it wasn't for the Ning family, if your father's name wasn't Ningwar, you, Ning Feng, are nothing. Jiang Nianchu laughed hideously, his expression bloodthirsty. Influenced by the blood Taoist, his entire sanity at this time was extremely insane. However, just then, Jiang Nianchu suddenly sensed that something was wrong, and in the next moment, he raised his head violently. The pupils dilated extremely fast. One could only see that the originally clear dome of the sky had steeply turned into a green color, as if a green chaos was surging, and on this green sky dome, a star, rapidly rising, formed a sea of stars. Ah, no good. Suddenly, Jiang Nianchu's face began to change wildly, because he felt that the endless stars in the middle of the ocean behind him were also stirring, wanting to rush to the high heavens. Jiang Nianchu tried his best to control it, yet in the end, it was not controlled. A low growl followed. As the first star rushed into the high heavens, a star rushed up from the ocean and straight into the green sky, turning into a part of that green chaos. Aha! What's going on here? Jiang Nianchu froze. How did the vision that originally belonged to him become the other party's vision? A moment later, it immediately stormed into a fury. With both feet, the robe of the Taoist priest hunts, rushing towards the sky above. The entire shattered Taoist temple behind him rushed out with it, and the scene was terrifying. Instantly blasted above the green sky. The boom. However, at this moment, Jiang Nianchu finally felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He had the feeling of a mayfly shaking a tree. After the blast, the entire person fell to the ground on the spot like a cannonball, suffering heavy injuries while enduring the immense pressure of the star ocean flare Chengtian. The whole thing went down to his knees. Ning Feng raised his hand and a force dragged his knee. Jiang Nianchu could kneel, but this human ancestor Taoist could not. Click. Jiang Nianchu's knee directly cracked. His body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, tilting his head back and spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fainted. Before he fainted, his eyes were filled with unbelief and unwillingness as he looked at a silhouette in the heavenly dome amidst that vision. How could he be suppressed when his visions were clearly already so powerful? Who the hell is this guy? It's actually so scary as hell. Not bothering with the fainting Jiang Nianchu, Ning Feng looked towards summer's blood sea of endlessness. Summer awakening is a little slower, but it has reached its end. Only at this time, in front of that sculptured goddess elephant, that blood end was hidden, never able to completely materialize. Pust. The corner of Summer's mouth twitched and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Ning Feng saw this, a large, green-colored hand reached out from the green chaos and probed downwards. One grabbed the statue of the sculpted goddess and then pressed down towards the ground. Unlike that blood Taoist of the human race, this sculpted goddess statue was an evil god in classical historical records. It was different from the idea of transforming the Tao and protecting the human race. If she could not be conquered, not only would the awakening not be successful, it would instead bring backlash for the awakened person. At the very moment that the large green hand grasped the statue of the sculpted goddess, the fluttering of the sculpture goddess statue, kneeling, looking at the vault of heaven, shivering, the originally haughty, hideous, and brutal goddess sculpture actually bowed its head at this moment. Ning Feng's large cyan-colored hand removed itself from the sculpted goddess statue, and then grabbed into that blood end in the middle of the sea of blood. A slap probed into the void and directly grabbed blood end out of the sea of blood. Summer awakened the vision successfully. Ning Feng's large cyan-colored hand disappeared, then withdrew his attention from Jiang Nianchu and also Summer. But Summer spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath very unstable, but fortunately the awakening worked. It was only when she looked in the direction where the large green hand had disappeared, and then at the sculpted goddess kneeling in front of her. Finally the sight landed on top of the blood end. Quietly relieved. Then with a tilt of his head he passed out. Wake up! Wake up! Snap! Jiang Nianchu spat on the blood in her mouth, walked over to Summer, and reached out her big palm to slap Summer's face a few times. Unresponsive. Mud. Trouble. Jiang Nianchu cursed helplessly in a low voice, grabbing Summer's hair and carrying it over her shoulder. Carrying an alloy knife, he headed towards the outskirts of the village. Chapter 81, Licking Dog Day 21. Rewarding the desolate ancient sacred body. What's going on here? This brat from the Ning clan. What kind of vision has he awakened that he's able to crush the sea of blood endlessness and the Daogeil immortal demon diagram? Appraisal and observation room. Several principals were also excited after seeing Summer and Jiang Yunfei's visions at first. After all, these were two SSS visions, and even with their status, there weren't many opportunities to witness the awakening of SSS visions, not to mention, two simultaneous awakenings. However, once Ning Feng's vision appeared, it was able to crush these two SSS visions. How to keep them from vibrating? In a flash, 2 days passed. Ning Feng's awakening of the vision went well, but this final step in coalescing the sixth bridge of the Tao, yet it took him close to 2 full days. Ding! 21st day of dog licking, rewarding the ancient sacred body. Ding! 22nd day of dog licking, rewarded with a star battle power card. 7th grade battle power. At this moment, as Ning Feng awakened his second vision, the star-sea flare of the blue sky, the sixth bridge of Tao marks was also finally completely materialized with the two visions as the bridge. At this moment, Ning Feng could only feel a terrifying force of qi and blood surging from his heavenly aura straight into every part of his body. The power of qi and blood has skyrocketed, and it was like a rising tide, one wave after another soaring upwards. Just then, however, a fiery breath hit his face. Ning Feng snapped to attention a crisis, only to hear a stray bird call in the distance. It's the cawing of the crows. The fire crows? Ning Feng immediately thought of the star race fire crow race, a race with generally low combat power, but swarming creatures, capable of spitting flames, and in huge numbers were also very troublesome to deal with. Grrrrrrr. The fire crow clan seemed to be able to smell Ning Feng's location, and soon appeared in the middle of his field of vision. After a strange scream, only through the fiery red, as if burning with flames, the strange bird appeared in sight. The moment he saw the 8-part furnace that Ning Feng was in, a flock of fire crows instantly became even more bloodthirsty, frantically charging down towards Ning Feng's 8 furnaces. Ning Feng's expression was incredibly calm. If a normal person were to encounter such a situation, it would likely affect the coalescence of the bridge of Tao marks due to being suddenly disturbed. In severe cases, it could even lead to a direct failure of the breakthrough. Bang! 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 However, the highest this group of fire crows could reach was just the 4th grade realm. Even though the number reached several hundred, it was not enough to be seen in front of the 8 melting pots. After a bombardment, the 8 furnaces were dyed red with the blood of fire crows, but there was no sign of being breached at all. Instead, it turned into a mass of blood qi that was absorbed by the 8-part furnace, replenishing Ning Feng's qi and blood. Soon, hundreds of fire crows, less than 100 remained. Just when Ning Feng thought that everything was almost over, he abruptly saw the flesh of these dozens of fire crows burst into pieces on the spot, turned into a mist of blood, and within the blood mist, a figure gradually emerged. An old Taoist in a fiery red Taoist robe stepped out. The old Taoist in a Taoist robe, cloaked and covered in blood, his eyes scarlet and red, his state insane as he looked in the direction of Ning Feng. Ji, letting out a strange laugh from a fire crow. The old Taoist took a step forward and blasted out a fist. An incomparably large chi and blood fist mark blasted down. Peak 6th grade. Ning Feng's face instantly stared. This Taoist firecrow was not only a 6th grade, he was also a peak 6th grade. The intelligence was wrong. In the official information given was that the 6th base only had 3 heads of early 6th grade star race. Although the firecrows of the Firecrow clan lived in flocks, the highest they could get was only 4th grade. Moreover, judging from this punch, it was no less than the power of a punch attack from a supreme heavenly pride. Even Ning Feng had to treat it with gravity. A serious failure of intelligence. Ning Feng instantly offered up 7 8-part floats such as the Morning Bell, the Twilight Drum, and the Bright King Axe, which the wooden Taoist was primarily in charge of, and blasted them upwards. Bang! 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 The power of chi and blood exploded in this space as Taoist Firecrow was blasted back, but Taoist Wood also took a step backwards. However, through this strike, Ning Feng steeply narrowed his eyes, because he realized that Taoist Firecrow was actually a spirit body. That spirit body, another state of the star race's body. A part of the star race's race is able to temporarily exist in a soul state after their physical bodies are broken, similar to the souls of the undead, except they can't survive as long as the undead. At this moment, Taoist Firecrow was in this state. Seeing Taoist Firecrow charge again, Ning Feng drew out his hand, and an ancient zither appeared in front of him. Requiem for the dead. Buzz. The music is playing. The Firecrow Taoist's body shook on the spot, his bloodthirsty scarlet eyes surging with a touch of terror. Buzz off. He tried to escape, but the 8 buccaneers had surrounded him from all sides, trapping him in the center. A zither sound rang out one after another, and the Firecrow Taoist shrilled continuously. After an undead overture, Taoist Firecrow directly collapsed his Tao heart and eventually shattered his spiritual body. A rain of light pours down from the sky. Boom! Finally, Ning Feng's 6th bridge of Tao marks was a complete success. 6 bridges of Tao marks, all built. Immediately afterward, Ning Feng's realm climbed as well, quickly breaking through to the 5th grade martial Tao realm. Boom boom boom. 6 terrifying auras filled the air in succession. 1, 2, 3, 6 bridges of Tao marks in a row appeared in front of Ning Feng. The first 4 of these are mediocre, while the last 2 are conspicuous. The 5th blood-red bridge was like a blood infusion. The 6th is even more terrifying, with the left and right bridges rooted in 2 visions. Just standing there gave people an incomparably heavy sense of oppression. The Tao marks on these 2 bridges of Tao marks all had deep imprints. In particular, the 6th one, which was rooted in the vision, was a full 3 meters longer than the remaining 5, and the difficulty of erasing the Tao marks on it was unimaginable. But once it succeeded, the surge in strength was also unimaginable. At this moment, Ning Feng could clearly feel the difference. The strength skyrocketed to, again, a level that he himself could not assess. The 4th rank beheads the 6th rank. Now, it's reasonable for the 5th rank to behead the 7th rank, isn't it? As Ning Feng thought this, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Without waiting for him to look back, a sudden hoarse voice rang out. "Young man, you're awake." The voice was old and weak, as if it was on its last legs and would die the next moment. Ning Feng turned around without haste, but his 5 fingers were already spread out, and Rulai Prime 5 Fingers Mountain was ready to slap over. Turning back, Ning Feng instantly narrowed his eyes, only to see that in the air behind him, Taoist Firecrow was actually sitting cross-legged in the void. A fire danced in his forehead as if it was about to go out at any moment. No need to be nervous. Taoist Firecrow looked at Ning Feng with a smile, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Not sensing hostility in his body, Ning Feng said softly, "The king of the Firecrow clan?" Looking at this stance, as well as his temperament, he was more or less a martial saint-level powerhouse. Taoist Firecrow shook his head and nodded again. "I'm an old ancestor of the Firecrow clan, but I'm also a martial god of the human clan." Ning Feng didn't quite catch it, and frowned slightly. Taoist Firecrow sighed and said, "The world knows that the Firecrow clan is one of the 10,000 clans of the Star Clan, but they don't know how he came to be." Ning Feng surveyed Taoist Firecrow. "What do you mean by that?" Taoist Firecrow laughed. "I am Taoist Guile." When these words came out, Ning Feng immediately frowned and knit his brows. The 8 floating buttresses instantly united and hovered above the head, about to suppress it. 3 more to offer. Today is again scolded by the leadership. No way in order to live. I believe that the brothers who read the book will also meet a variety of annoying things. In addition, not to talk about gossip, let's talk about this book. Because of the subject matter, before the opening lick dog, many people feel do not like the terrain, and then gave a lot of bad reviews. The result of the rating is low. Really quite helpless. If it's convenient, could the brothers give a nod to the review? Since the brothers who can read this one, that must have also felt that the book was worth a look, didn't it? Shrimp is here to thank you all and ask for a favorable review. Thanks. Chapter 82 23 Days of Licking Dogs. Rewarding Silent Reincarnation. Do you think I believe it? Ning Feng approached step by step, staring indifferently at the other party. A fire crow Taoist, a Taoist guile Taoist, a human, and a star. Do you really think you're a child? Moreover, the Taoist guile Taoist strength would be so weak? You don't have to do it. This corpse of mine only has the fire spirit seed left. It can't even defeat the 5th grade martial realm. Taoist fire crow smiled. Give me some time and listen to me tell you in detail. Ning Feng shot a glance, and indeed couldn't feel too strong an energy fluctuation, saying, tell me about it. The fire crow Taoist said in a ghostly voice. Back then, I didn't have much time left to live, and I killed my way into the Star Nation, exterminating the Star Nation's entire 10 races, one of which was for the Harmonization Spirit race, one of the 10 royal races. The Spirit Transformation Clan? Ning Feng frowned. He vaguely remembers the race that, according to the Ning family's ancient records, the Spirit Transformation race had a very peculiar racial talent, which was that before they died, they transformed their lives into a curse, and the enemies who suffered from the curse would take on the appearance of the curse. Believe it or not, I'm here. You don't have to rush into it. Listen to me slowly. The racial talent of the Transformation Spirit race is very special. When I exterminated the king of the Spirit Transformation race, I wanted to pull a few old guys to die with me, but I didn't expect it. Saying this, Taoist Fire Crow let out a bitter smile and continued. Unexpectedly, I was counterattacked by one of the dying old kings and hit by its curse, transformed my being into a fire raven. From then on, the physical body is transformed into millions of fire crows, and the soul is transformed into a fire spirit seed. Suffering a curse, the fire crow will never be able to betray the Star Clan, will never be able to emerge as a Deshang king, and will never be able to accept the suppression of the royal clan. The only way to lift the curse is to slaughter the 10 million fire crows, and my fire spirit seed will be able to return to my physical body and reunite my flesh and spirit. The fire crow clan was exterminated by the human race in the Stargate battlefield, and this last small portion of fire crows were sent to the Earth Star and dropped into the exercise examination ground. So it was only after you killed this group of fire crows that I was freed and temporarily restored my true form in the state of the fire spirit seed. Hearing Taoist fire crow recount it, Ning Feng would be skeptical. But it had to be said that what Taoist Fire Crow said had a great deal of truth to it. According to the historical records he understood, the Spirit Transformation race did appear in the era when Taoist Guile fell, and the Fire Crow race also happened to be a race born during that period. But that doesn't prove the truth of the other side's words. Out of Ning Feng said, Taoist Guile was seated in the Earth Star and used his body to fall from the Tao, opening up a new vision for the human race. The Taoist Guile Immortal Demon Diagram. Taoist Fire Crow nodded. That's right, it's me too. In that battle, although I pushed across the star realm, I was ultimately unable to stand up to the major star races, and after suffering the curse of the king of the Spirit Transformation race, I chopped off 3 corpses of the Tao and transformed into 3 corpses. One remains in the astral realm, a Tao Gui Taoist who has returned to the Earth Star, the same Earth Star where he fell. Ning Feng was startled upon hearing this, chopping the 3 corpses of the Tao. He had heard that the martial arts practiced by Taoism were different from conventional martial arts. Taoism believes that there are 3 dansons in the human body, the upper, middle and lower. Each of them has a god residing within it, collectively known as the 3 corpses, also known as the 3 insects, the 3 pangs, the 3 corpses of the gods, or the 3 poisons. The upper corpses are good for splendor, the middle corpses are good for taste, and the lower corpses are good for lust, and these desires are seen as obstacles to the cultivation of immortality. Therefore, Taoists practice to eliminate or control these 3 corpses in order to achieve spiritual purification and elevation, and ultimately to certify martial saints and impact martial gods. Ning Feng couldn't tell the difference between true and false, but listening to Taoist Fire Crow's account, he asked curiously, what about the other one? Taoist Fire Crow said softly, the 3 corpses. The upper corpse is good for splendor, the middle corpse is good for taste, and the lower corpse is good for lust. I chopped the 3 evil thoughts of splendor, taste, and lust from all 3 corpses within the 3rd corpse, and suppressed under the star abyss of the Stargate battlefield. As Taoist Fire Crow spoke, Ning Feng gazed at Taoist Fire Crow the entire time. Ryoga couldn't see any fluctuation in his eyes. Beneath the star abyss? Ning Feng suddenly had a heartbeat. I wonder how this under the star abyss is related to the one under the star abyss that the system rewards. Ning Feng asked, what's underneath the star abyss? Taoist Fire Crow said, an alternate entrance that can lead to the astral realm. After the Stargate, the regular entrance to the astral realm is through that gate of heavenly Tao in the Stargate battlefield. There is another entrance that no one knows about except for the group at the highest level of the human race. It's just below the star abyss. Hearing Daoist Firecrow's explanation, Ning Feng vaguely sensed that things weren't simple. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Since there are the rest of the entrances, why is the human race clinging to the gate of heaven's path instead of passing through the astral realm from the astral abyss?" The star race wanted to break into the Earth star, and the human race naturally wanted to break into the star realm one day to check it out. Daoist Firecrow smiled without answering Ning Feng. Just looking at Ning Feng's appearance, it was clear that he still had doubts about himself, but Firecrow Dowie didn't care and said, "I don't have much time. Since we met, it's fate. I'll send you a chance. I broke into the star realm back in the day and obtained a star race divine pattern atlas. It records a portion of the ancient texts of enlightenment, the same ones that the human race has been wanting the divine animal seed to get, so you can take them and comprehend them." With that, Daoist Firecrow sent a worn booklet to Ning Feng. The pamphlet shimmers with a faint, dark golden glow and has an ordinary appearance. Ning Feng took it and briefly flipped through it, and his heart was instantly filled with vibrations. One could only see the booklet inscribed with an ancient script that looked ancient and unadorned, but had a mysterious aura to it. This time, he was 80% convinced of the identity of the Firecrow Daoist. If it wasn't a human ancestor, how could he have given such an important ancient text to him? A human? One must know that the human race had killed countless martial artists in battle over countless years in order to take out the ancient text of enlightenment. At this time, Daoist Firecrow said, "Although this ancient divine ripple is a good thing, but whether or not the ancient divine ripple is suitable for the human race's enlightenment and cultivation, we cannot make a conclusion yet, so you can take it to your enlightenment. If it is possible in the future, I hope you will benefit the human race." With that, the fire spirit seed on Daoist Firecrow flew out and his figure gradually disappeared. "It's time to leave. From now on there is no I in the world. May my human race's martial arts path be evergreen, and may my human race go all the way to the end in the race battle." Daoist Firecrow sighed quietly. There was a hint of lingering in the middle of his voice. "The third corpse is in the star realm, not far from the star realm under the star abyss. In the future, if you ever enter the star realm and release the 3 corpses, you will also be able to create some trouble for the Star Clan." The sigh was followed by a long, relieved laugh. Ning Feng gave a respectful salute in the direction where Daoist Firecrow had disappeared. By the last moment, Ning Feng's suspicions of Daoist Firecrow had completely disappeared. There are still a few doubts, but there is no time to confirm them. Right at the moment when the Firecrow Daoist completely disappeared, Ning Feng's heart was originally filled with emotion and sighs. However, suddenly Ning Feng's spirit shook, and the 8-part floaters within his body unexpectedly churned of its own accord, growing more and more intense. The eightfold melting furnace immediately detached itself from the main body of the eightfold Faust and flew in front of Ning Feng. Just as Ning Feng was staggered, he only saw a light rise before him, followed by a flaming seed flying before him. Within the flame seed, a small figure was vaguely suspended. Fire Spirit Seed. Daoist Firecrow? Looking at that Fire Spirit Seed, Ning Feng was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the departed Firecrow Daoist to reappear in this manner. At this time, the Fire Spirit Seed rushed within the 8-part furnace, and instantly the 8-part furnace's breath skyrocketed. Ning Feng moved slightly. Immediately afterward, the Fire Spirit Seed seemed to transform into a terrifying Daoist, holding the 8 furnaces, ready to attack at any time. Artifact Spirit. Ning Feng quickly figured out the situation. This Fire Spirit Seed birthed the new Firecrow Dowlord, and at the same time turned into an artifact spirit. Some powerful magic weapons, after reaching a certain level, are able to give birth to an artifact spirit, which will then greatly increase their power. Unexpectedly, the 8th furnace had taken the initiative to absorb the Fire Spirit Seed as an artifact spirit. "It's just a matter of karma," Ning Feng said with some emotion as he looked at the tiny Firecrow Daoist within the Fire Spirit Seed. "Put away the 8 furnaces." Looking out. Dawn. 72 hours passed. And with that the assessment is over. Ding. 23 days of dog licking. Rewarded with a silent reincarnation card, weakened version. 8th grade weakening card. You are invincible under the 8th grade. 1 for 1 above the 8th grade. By locking the target and using the weakening card on the target, the martial arts cultivation of any martial artist under the 8th grade can be temporarily weakened to the same realm as that of the host. And the target, after being locked in place, will not be able to fight back and will not be able to be relieved of the locking. Chapter 83, Counterfeit Maniacs. Looking at the introduction of the new rewards, Ning Feng was struck dumb. He seriously suspected that the system was listening in on him, and that he had only just obtained the divine pattern spectrum diagram, and rewarded the idea of viewpoints. Opening his viewfinder and glancing at it, Ning Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat despite having prepared for it long ago. Another technique that overrode all of Earthstar's viewpoints. Physical body, strength, speed, enlightenment, in every aspect he was at the top. How could he not be invincible? Glancing at the system backpack, there was still a desolate ancient sacred body at this point. Desolate ancient sacred body. Reading the introduction, Ning Feng realized that the desolate ancient sacred body and his Cthulhu hegemony blood seemed to be two physiques in opposition. The golden-colored holy body was poured out like gold all over, and compared to the overbearing explosions of the Tsong Tian hegemony blood, the two were indeed very different. Go back and look at it. That's the end of the assessment. For Ning Feng, it passed incredibly quickly. This was because the entirety of these 72 hours, he was in seclusion condensing the 6th bridge of Dao marks. First place, Ning Feng, 15,000 points. Second place, Jiang Nianchu, 2,600 points. Third place, Jiang Nianchu, 100 points. Fourth place, Summer. 10th place, Li Xiaoqi. The point rankings had also finally come out, and there were no surprises for the top 10 ranked cadets, with the exception of Ning Feng, who was a special case. The rest of them were all cadets who had entered the 5th base. The crowd wasn't much surprised. After all, the trainees of the 5th base, in terms of strength, fame, and points of enemies in the base, that was all destined for this result. What shocked the crowd was the accident that was Ning Feng. His entry into the 6th base had shocked the crowd, but what was even more unexpected was that he was able to kill the enemy in the 6th base without any problems, and all of them, getting full points. Examination and observation of the square. A heavy truck, one by one, returned to the square from the rest of the bases. As the cadets from the 5 schools gradually gathered, the square became noisy once again. First is Ning Xiao, 15,000 points. How did he do it? Asterisk. It can't be true that he countered a group of 5th and 6th grades with a 4th grade, right? That would be too perverse. Seriously, I don't think it's a big deal to kill a 5th rank in reverse. The 5-grade school's Celestial Pride was able to do it long ago when they were at the 4th rank, but to kill a 6th rank in reverse, is it possible to cheat? Shu, what are you babbling about? How dare you say such things? Beware of the Ning family suing you for slander. On the square, numerous trainees whispered about this examination. However, more attention was focused on Ning Feng. Not only was he first, but also because he had gotten a perfect score at the 6th base with his 4th grade Wudao. This hadn't even happened in the history of the joint calendar examination of the WU. Ning Xiao used to be nothing fierce, since rejecting that Su Xinyue. Look, it's senior brother Jiang Nianchu. He's back. Ha, why did he pass out? Just then, someone suddenly pointed in the distance and exclaimed. The eyes in the field were immediately attracted by the voice and looked in the direction of the heavy truck at the 5th base. Kai will carry the dead dog like Jiang Nianchu, calmly walking under the gaze of the crowd walking. He walked to a tree before flinging Jiang Nianchu to the ground, sinking to death, as dead as a dead dog. Dead or not? If not, hurry up and wake up. Kai General grumbled and said, reaching out his foot and kicking Jiang Nianchu lightly on the head. It hurts. Jiang Nianchu woke up leisurely, covering his head and grinning. Soon, he was completely conscious, when recalling something and seeing the points ranking again. Jiang Nianchu's complexion immediately went down quite a bit. Brother Fei, are you alright? Su Xinyue walked over with a worried face. This time, she chose the 4th base and finished in the top 20, which was a good result. It's fine, I'm fine. Jiang Nianchu flared out in all directions. You're looking for Ning Feng, aren't you? He's not back yet. Su Xinyue followed suit and glanced around, then said unconvincingly, Brother Fei, how could he possibly decapitate the 6th grade and still get a perfect score? He must have cheated. Despite knowing that Ning Feng was fierce, she hadn't expected that he would be this fierce. Seeing Ning Feng make a spectacle of himself in front of the cadets of the 5 major schools was simply worse than those 2 times she had knelt down. But when she questioned Ning Feng, she thought to herself that she still had a basis. The 4th rank beheads the 6th rank? It's like a fantasy. Her father, old Marshal Saint Su Tian, had also said that the human race had not had a few such heavenly prides appear since the beginning of time. She believes her father. I know, so when Ning Feng comes out, I'll definitely expose him. Being first means not only school rewards, cultivation resources, but also fame. With fame, he can pull in a lot of favors and sponsorships from various businesses in the community, as well as major families. No matter what, this 1st place, I can't let go. Jiang Nianchu muttered, his expression firm. Hearing Jiang Nianchu's words, Su Xinyue also looked happy. She was convinced that Ning Feng had cheated, so she was looking forward to it, just waiting for Jiang Nianchu to fake it and make a public spectacle of Ning Feng. Jiang Nianchu thought, bracing his weak body. Su Xinyue hastened to assist. Jiang Nianchu waved his hand and pulled out an elixir and swallowed it. The qi and blood instantly skyrocketed. Soon it was actually restored as before. However, striding towards a corner where a somewhat lonely figure sat, Tuan Wuchuan was also very depressed at this time, and was very unconvinced. After stepping out of the heavy truck, he walked over to the corner and nestled in. Before taking the test, the principal gave orders for him to compete for one to keep 2 or 3. Take at least a top 3. But who knew that a monster like Ning Feng had suddenly appeared? Like the rest of them, he was questioning the 4th-ranked Ning Feng. Could he really fight against the 6th grade? Bro, your goal, I think, is the top 3, right? Work with me for a hand? You don't want to lose your top 3 spots, do you? Just then, Jiang Nianchu walked over. Ha ha ha, seniors, the examination is over. By your leave, my Southeast Martial University has bagged another 4 spots in the top 5. Chuan Hu forced a naive laugh and did his best to hold it in, scratching his head as he looked at a few of the principals. What's wrong with that? Hasn't it been every time in the past? Several principals had snorted coldly, but they didn't get really angry. Long ago, I got used to it and expected it. It says that the 5 major schools in the Southeast domain are jointly practicing. In fact, the military department martial arts school is not in contention. The rest of them 3 are acting as chaperones, running with the Southeastern WVU chaperones. When the chaperone run is over and the school is given money for practice, just give them more for their hard work. On the contrary, the cadets sent by the military department, Duan Wuchuan, although he was in the late 5th grade martial Dao realm, his performance this time was not as strong as expected. Although 4th place is not a bad place to be, but the 2 of them, Summer, Jiang Nianchu, who were also in the early and mid-5th grade, he hadn't even competed against. It was also squeezed out by Ning Feng of the 4th rank. What do you guys think? What's going on with this Ning family young lord? At this moment, the old principal of the Heavenly Lion Martial University suddenly straightened his face and spoke. The rest of the group stopped smiling. The principal of Longjiang Martial University said, "If I remember correctly, this kid awakened 2 visions, right? The first one was different, crushing Ji Daoi and the Eastern region's pride Yilan. This time, Chapter 84 Ning Family Branch." The principal of the military martial school said, "The Ning clan has always been eccentric, with numerous heavenly prides, but every few hundred years, there will always be so many 1 or 2 demons that are different from ordinary heavenly prides. Perhaps he is." The rest of them nodded, and that was the only way to explain it. It didn't simply take strength to become a top-tier martial arts family like the Ning family. The birth of a martial arts saint, that is the need for great luck, great chance, otherwise the luck is exhausted, will also be the same family way to fall. That's what happened to the Su family. After the fall of Su Tian's old martial saint, the Su family had the most typical situation of not being able to catch up with the youth. It led to an overnight reduction to an end-of-the-line martial arts family. All parties were discussing this examination, and just as the crowd was discussing it, another heavy truck enters the field and pulls up in front of that parking space at base 6. The 6th base was the furthest away, so naturally Ning Feng was also the last to return. The door opened and Ning Feng stepped out of the truck, facing countless gazes that were thrown towards him. In the face of these complex gazes, Ning Feng was unperturbed and had long since anticipated it. "Young lord, it's too awesome, a 4th grade inverting the 6th grade. Young lord, you're going against the heavens." Right at this moment, a dozen or so figures of teenage girls surged over. A dozen or so people with adoring faces surrounded Ning Feng in the center and talked endlessly. "Cousin, I'm Ning Tian from the Ning family branch in Southeast City. You're too powerful. You actually slaughtered all the star races in the 6th base cleanly. How did you do it?" A flat-headed teenager with an ordinary appearance excitedly surrounded him and said. Ning Feng glanced at the crowd, looking at a raw face that had been somewhat unfamiliar. But upon hearing the self-introduction of the one named Ning Tian, Ning Feng came to a sudden realization. The Ning family had naturally had countless branches out over the millennia, spreading throughout the cities of the Southeast domain and even all over the Dragon Kingdom. And this teenager called Ning Tian was a branch of the Ning clan in Southeast City. In terms of seniority, he was also Ning Feng's cousin, but bloodline-wise, it might have been thin. The few direct blood relatives in Ning War's line were Ning Xiong, Ning Qiao, the 2 blood brothers. In addition, Ning Feng had heard that he had 2 aunts. However, it is a perennial guardian of a grotto and seldom goes on land. Ning Feng hadn't seen him a few times since he was a child, and his impression was already blurred. "Hello, cousin," Ning Feng smiled and said. After all, there was a bloodline in it, and it was still quite a bit closer than normal. However, Ning Feng was also very conscious of the fact that if he didn't show enough strength, he would still be the same dog-licking loser he was before. Then even this group of branching Ning family members wouldn't have much respect for him. Surrounded by the crowd, Ning Feng returned to the arena. By this time, the major media on the scene had reappeared, and the camera was moving in all directions, capturing every corner and every scene frame at the end of the examination. Quiet. As the crowd returned in droves, the principals of the 5 major schools all walked out of the assessment observation room. Seeing this, all the trainees immediately quieted down quite a bit, and their gazes were filled with respect as they looked towards those 5 figures. Chuan Hu, as the head of the 5 major schools, was not the first to speak up. Rather, the remaining 4 veteran principals, one after another, opened their mouths and went up to the stage to say a couple of words, mainly summarizing the appraisal testimonials. Finally, it was Chuan Hu who opened his mouth as the leader of the list. Although he was the vice principal, the crowd was even quieter the moment Chuan Hu walked onto the stage, because it was no surprise that the young vice principal in front of him was bound to take over Chuan Donghai's class. But no one said anything, because the custom of Wu's son inheriting his father's work is also found in other schools, and that reason for this is well known. No one was jealous because of it. There was just deep awe. Scanning the crowd, Chuan Hu moved his chi and blood and said in a deep voice, "This examination, the total number of deaths, 105, and the number of injuries and disabilities, 317, number of active withdrawals, 543. As soon as he came up, Chuan Hu said a set of numbers that, the cacophony was gone, and the atmosphere of the scene was instantly oppressive. Many fell silent, the death toll was not small, and many noticed that familiar faces around them disappeared. Death and injury are inevitable. This is just the test. When you really enter the Earth Cave, the Star Gate, it will be 100 times more brutal, 1,000 times more brutal. So, one of the main things you will do in the test, besides killing the enemy, is seeing death, adapting to it, even accepting your own death. That way, when you enter the Stargate ground cave, when you see countless human deaths and countless star race corpses, you won't flinch. Also, go back and digest it. Assessment rewards will follow. The test was tough, and I won't say anything more about it than that." As Chuan Hu's words fell, the assessment is considered to have officially come to an end. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, Ning Feng also turned around and walked towards his own private flying boat, but before he could reach the entrance to the flying boat, suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Ning Feng, wait." Ning Feng's foot that was about to step onto the ladder suddenly stopped in midair, retracted, and turned to look at the figure behind him, only to see that Jiang Nianchu had stood up at this moment and was slowly walking towards Ning Feng with an unkind expression on his face. Obviously it's time to start picking fights. Ning Feng laughed. "Something wrong?" Student Jiang Nianchu, the hero of the human race. Hearing the flirtation in Ning Feng's words, Jiang Nianchu's face sank slightly. For some reason, as long as he was facing Ning Feng, Jiang Nianchu, who considered himself calm and collected, could feel a sense of anger erupting every time. Jiang Nianchu walked over to Ning Feng. Behind them, Su Xinyue followed, looking at Ning Feng with a provocative expression. At this time, when the rest of the trainees saw Jiang Nianchu walking towards Ning Feng, they also knew that Jiang Nianchu was going to start turning on Ning Feng. Jiang Nianchu said as he walked, "First of all, I would like to congratulate you for winning first place in this examination. Thanks a lot." Jiang Nianchu waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me yet. I have a question now, and I think it's a question that a lot of people have." Ning Feng had a guess and looked at him with a smile. "What doubts?" Jiang Nianchu looked indifferent as he said, "If I remember correctly, you should have been in the late 4th grade martial Dao realm when you headed to the 6th base for the examination, right?" Without waiting for Ning Feng to reply, Ning Feng noticed that the rest of the trainees around him were looking at him, though they didn't dare to say anything more. But it was clear that there were also doubts about the matter of his test scores. Jiang Nianchu continued, "And as far as I know, within the 6th base, the opponents of the assessment program are star races, of which there are 3 6th grades and a number of 5th grades. You, young Lord Ning, are exceptionally gifted, and with the Ning family as your backdrop, relying on a portion of your magical treasures and special alloy weapons, it's not difficult to defeat the 5th grade. I'll admit that, but I want to know that the star race's own fighting talent, their physical caliber, is above that of the human race. What makes you capable of decapitating a 6th grade star race?" Chapter 85, Divine Pattern Battle Technique, Cultivation Day. After listening to Jiang Nianchu's so-called doubts narrated finished, only then did Ning Feng not hurry and glanced at him faintly. "Finished?" Jiang Nianchu sniffed, thought carefully, and nodded. Ning Feng laughed. "Actually, picking a fight is picking a fight. There's absolutely no need to make so many excuses. Are you going to try to find an excuse next and then challenge me? I can take it." Hearing Ning Feng's non-positive answer, Jiang Nianchu's face immediately turned gloomy. "Ning Feng, what do you mean by that? It wasn't my purpose to challenge you. The purpose was to expose you to your face. By that, Are you avoiding responsibility and not responding positively? Am I to suspect that you have a weak heart? Ning Feng looked calm, a serene smile always hanging on his face. His eyes swept over the crowd, and wherever that biting light passed, the crowd bowed their heads. Ning Feng said indifferently, regarding the matter of my assessment results, everyone has the qualification and right to question them, but you have the right to question it, and I am not obligated to go along with your proof. If in doubt, go and complain to the school, and if the school asks me to prove it, I will naturally do so. And you guys, whether or not this young man wants to pay attention to it depends entirely on his mood. Ning Feng's words were clearly addressed to everyone together. However, upon hearing Ning Feng's words, everyone was inexplicably left with a chill in their hearts. Many of the originally disgruntled trainees also hurriedly collected their hostility. Today's Ning Feng wasn't the licking dog Ning Xiao of old, who was indifferent even when people poked his spine behind his back. It changed a long time ago. Ning Feng, don't rely on your status to oppress others. Others are afraid of you. Su Xinyue. Just then, Su Xinyue jumped out. However, when she was only halfway through her sentence, she abruptly locked eyes with Ning Feng's pair of eyes. A pair of handsome, flickering, demonic eyes that emitted a burst of heart-stoppingly cold aura. At that moment, it was as if Su Xinyue thought of that feeling of being enveloped in death that day again. Did I ever tell you to get down on the ground like a dog when you see me again? Ning Feng looked at Su Xinyue with a smirk. Su Xinyue was like a thorn in her back at this moment, subconsciously stepping backward. However, it was too late, as a pressure steeply blossomed from Ning Feng's body, directly pressing down on Su Xinyue. Flop. Without warning, without any surprise, Su Xinyue just plopped down in front of Ning Feng. Tilting his head slightly, he eyed Ning Feng. This time she was ashamed and angry, but she wasn't as mad as she had been the first few times, because she was used to it. Seeing Su Xinyue subdued once again, this time Jiang Nianchu was also quite calm, but it still didn't stop him from feeling humiliated, because Ning Feng was too disrespectful. Let her go. Ning Feng, I'm going to challenge you. Do you dare to take it? Fight me if you can. What kind of skill are you when you go after women every time? Jiang Nianchu took a step forward, and at this moment, he couldn't help but make his move. Last time, he had been retreated by a casual strike from Ning Feng, and this time, he couldn't wait to prove himself. Ning Feng glanced at Su Xinyue at his feet. His expression bland, the former feelings of senior siblings had long since faded. Ning Feng laughed. Since you want to take first place so badly, I'll give you a chance. After hearing this, Ning Feng stood with his hands in a negative position. One hand was still in a negative position, while one hand was stretched out, and looked at Jiang Nianchu and faintly laughed and said, take a shot, but be prepared. There's a chance you'll be skeptical next. What? Seeing this action of Ning Feng's, everyone's faces were incredibly complicated. Ning Feng was trying to single-handedly take on Jiang Nianchu with one hand? With a small cacophony of voices, some people began to murmur. Ning Xiao is a bit crazy. Singling out Jiang Nianchu with one hand? Jiang Nianchu is a celestial pride who came back from the sea of divine animals, far stronger than a fifth rank in the same realm. Is Ning Xiao playing with death? More or less no more self-knowledge. Sit back and wait for the show to see Jiang Nianchu expose Ning Xiao. But have you guys ever thought about what if Ning Feng's beheading of the 6th grade wasn't a fake, but was real? Really? Dreaming? If it's true, I'll contribute my girlfriend to everyone. I'm his girlfriend. I agree. Isn't this my girlfriend? When did you two get together? From the murmurs of the crowd, it could be heard that the trainees were dissatisfied with Ning Feng. This was mainly due to the fact that the crowd felt that 4 products fighting 6 products was too much of a stretch. When Jiang Nianchu saw this gesture of Ning Feng's, he also felt that he was too capable of pretending. But after calming down, Jiang Nianchu didn't bother to say more. As long as Ning Feng agreed it wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Nianchu snorted at the words and looked towards Chuan Hu, who was standing outside the crowd in the distance, and said in a loud voice, Principal Chuan, I'm going to apply to fight Ning Feng in single combat, but it's inevitable that there will be some deaths and injuries in single combat, and if anyone appears to be maimed or accidentally killed, I hope that the Academy will be able to testify on my behalf, and that this fair sparring match will go into effect. After all, he is the eldest son of the Ning family. He had to ask for a guarantee in plain sight. When these words came out, the crowd immediately looked aghast. The WU has a notary public role for the participants' sparring matches. Jiang Nianchu was coming for real, or even had murderous intentions towards Ning Feng? For a while, the trainees were in a watching posture. They wanted to see how Ning Feng came down to the stage. Chuan Hu glanced at Ning Feng and found that the other party looked indifferent, so he nodded and said, yes, this sparring match is in effect. as long as both parties live and die under the premise of a fair challenge. Watch out. Hearing Chuan Hu announce that the sparring match was in effect, Jiang Nianchu turned back to look at Ning Feng with icy eyes. Boom! In the next moment, his paws stepped on the ground, and several huge cracks quickly spread to the feet of the crowd. And Jiang Nianchu's figure was so fast that it just disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When the crowd reacted, Jiang Nianchu had already appeared in front of Ning Feng, and his entire body blossomed with a golden light, as if he were clad in golden armor, like a god descending from the heavens, towering and unbeatable. Looking down on Ning Feng from his high perch, Ning Feng, with this strike, you won't stand a chance. It's not too late for you to admit defeat and admit to cheating on the test. Otherwise, the end is life or death. Ning Feng simply raised his finger and hooked it at him. As a response, fine. Give you a chance and you don't want it. Kneel in front of me in a moment and don't cry. Jiang Nianchu burst into a rage. Divine Tattoo Battle Skill, Cultivate the Sun. As Jiang Nianchu let out a bellowing cry, a gully surfaced in the void in front of Jiang Nianchu on the spot. And these gullies formed an ancient script that, after a surge of chi and blood filled it, the ancient divine pattern was suddenly as if it had been infused with blood. It turned into a large, blood-red character with a blood-colored glow, like a round of blood-colored sun. Divine Tattoo Battle Technique, Cultivate the Sun. Chapter 86. The pride of heaven is like dust compared to me. At the same time, the terrifying sizzling aura crazily skyrocketed. Everyone was scorched by the heat wave and stepped back. Xiu Ri, is this a divine pattern battle technique? So strong. I've long heard that comprehending the ancient texts of enlightenment gives one the chance to comprehend battle techniques in them. So it seems to be true. Everyone looked at the formed divine pattern in shock, and an indescribable throbbing feeling surged in their hearts. This is the divine pattern battle skill? It's too strong. It's already completely comparable to the Xia clan's topmost techniques. Summer, who had only just woken up, had a flash of color on her face. Jiang Nianchu sat on one of the steps, followed by two subordinates. Seeing this, he slightly straightened up. There's something about this kid. Something. All the heavens' pride was also inexplicably shaken. Even a few of the principals were looking a bit dumbfounded. Is this a divine pattern? A battle skill enlightened by the ancient text of enlightenment. A battle-oriented battle skill this strong? No wonder. No wonder the top echelons of the human race haven't thought of giving up on the ancient text of enlightenment for thousands of years. No matter what the cost. President Bao Lugon of Longjiangwu University's eyes flashed with surprise. Several of the remaining principals did the same and became even more interested in Gautama's ancient text. Boom! In an instant, Jiang Nianchu's attack arrived. The divine pattern formed by that ancient script carried an incomparably majestic momentum. Suppressing it head-on, even the air emitted a violent popping sound. Ning Feng, who stood with one hand behind his back, also surveyed the ancient culture-completed divine pattern battle skill with interest. One had to sigh in admiration. A heavenly pride is a heavenly pride. It really has the capital to be proud. But it's a pity. I am far beyond heavenly pride, reaching beyond your cognizance and understanding. In the next moment, the finger he extended, gently pressed forward. The air in front of him slowly distorted. In less than a second, the void seemed to collapse, exploding and distorting up in the extreme. In the meantime, a strand of golden chi and blood power surged out from his fingertips, and a golden finger unexpectedly emerged. Rudra Prime, 5 fingers. Although it was a 5-fingered mountain, Ning Feng had only moved one finger at this point. This finger pressed down like a mountain, suppressing it. Seeing how conceited Ning Feng had become, Jiang Nianchu was infuriated and laughed. Ning Feng, I'm afraid your strength can't keep up with your status. Get on your knees. Jiang Nianchu's disheveled hair flew as if he were a monarch, as if he had already seen the scene where he would crush Ning Feng under his feet with a victor's stance and ruthlessly insult him. But change often happens in the blink of an eye. Jiang Nianchu watched as that finger, in a matter of moments, turned into a golden pillar holding up the sky. Rumble. Shu Ji. Jiang Nianchu's explosive roar came out, but it was instantly drowned out by the golden fingers, and the entire person knelt down in a head-down position directly in front of Ning Feng. However, Jiang Nianchu reacted quickly and instantly rolled on his donkey, and although he was able to defuse the situation in an unsightly position, it was much better than just kneeling in front of Ning Feng. You're pissing me off. Divine Tattoo Battle Skill, Cultivating the Moon. Boom. Another wave of ancient words even more terrifying than before formed a new divine pattern, bringing down an even more monstrous power. Ning Feng looked at Jiang Nianchu calmly and shook his head when he saw the divine pattern formed by this ancient text. It's indeed powerful. There's no problem with killing people across levels, but with such a good ancient text, you've only cultivated the form, not the god. The great Tao is facing the heavens. No matter what we cultivate, the path we have to take in the martial arts is the same. Otherwise you will only be one of the many, and the path of martial arts will not go far. With that said, the finger that Ning Feng extended, his fingertip once again pointed out a strand of qi and blood. I have my way. Do I need you to tell me what to do? What are you? Listening to Ning Feng's sermon, Jiang Yunfei's expression was icy cold and his aura was compelling. But the next moment, his figure stalled and his pupils dilated extremely fast, only to see the original golden fingers that had been shattered by Jiang Yunfei with great difficulty. A little bit of light in them was like an instant enlargement, bursting like the sun, illuminating this space. Boom! The divine pattern battle technique, Xiu Yu, was instantly shattered. Jiang Yunfei didn't have any time to react this time, and he flopped on the spot, row to row with Su Xinyue. The two of them knelt in front of Ning Feng in the same position, head down and feet up once again. Yun, brother Yunfei, how can it be? You're here too. Su Xinyue froze for a long time and uttered a sentence that made Jiang Yunfei about to spit blood. Jiang Yunfei's brain buzzed and went blank. He had no joy or sorrow left in him at this point. He didn't know how long had passed before Jiang Yunfei looked at Ning Feng with a face full of incredulity. He's been crushed. How is that possible? He thought that he was at the forefront of the group of human prides. Even if he was not defeated, he would not be taken at random like this, right? However, it is true that, suffering from intense stimulation, Jiang Yunfei once again erupted with a shocking force at this moment. The knees that were kneeling down were actually slowly standing up straight. He was oppressed and hung his head low, his lowered eyes still staring fiercely at Ning Feng like a wild beast. Ning Feng glanced sideways, somewhat surprised. No wonder he was able to come back alive from the divine animal sea, no matter the strength, or the willpower. It was far from what an ordinary heavenly pride could compare to. If he were another person today, he probably wouldn't be able to suppress Jiang Yunfei this easily. Boom! It was as if an ocean surfaced behind Jiang Yunfei, with the endless vastness of the stars swirling around, between the stars, like an endless sea of corpses sinking in, and it was as if Jiang Yunfei had an extra layer of bloodstained Taoist robes on his body, like a bloodthirsty Taoist. Bloodthirsty, insane, demented. At this moment, he was like a Taoist lord descending. The vision, the Taoist creepy immortal demon diagram. Yes, it's a vision. This oppression, it's so strong. I've seen Yilan's vision from the East Domain Yi family, and Ji Daoi's, and Kai Gong's and Yi Xinyuan's, but none of them seem to be as good as Jiang Yunfei's. I can't. This pressure, it's simply not something an ordinary martial artist can withstand. I feel like I'm going to pee. It's peeing, already. Everyone trembled, looking up at the vision unleashed by Jiang Yunfei with trepidation. Seeing this, the 5 school principals had to release their qi and blood to take on this pressure for the cadets. Otherwise, this kind of spiritual descending blow could easily cause some of the trainees to lose their fighting spirit in martial arts. What's the point of fixing it if it's a hot chicken? What's the point of fighting? Jiang Yunfei stared indifferently at Ning Feng. You're really pissing me off. Ning Feng. Just as soon as his words were out of his mouth, only to see that behind Ning Feng also the heavens transformed into a green sky, with endless stars suspended above it. A vision, a sea of stars dazzling the blue sky. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the old Taoist's clothes on Jiang Yunfei shattered, and the roaring sea stopped rushing instantly. The endless stars, even more so, rose up into the sky and became part of the star Cu green sky's roiling stars. The Taoist Guile immortal demon diagram fell apart in an instant. Jiang Yunfei was dumbfounded, and everyone at the scene was even more dumbfounded. Flop. The next moment, Jiang Yunfei knelt back down. Jiang Yunfei had just kneeled down when Ning Feng kicked him in the chest. Jiang Yunfei's body instantly flew backwards and crashed into the crowd, his straight body looking at Ning Feng with eyes full of unwillingness and unbelief. He couldn't take it, defeated himself so badly. Don't think about catching up with me. Sooner or later, one day you'll realize that I'm far more dazzling than Heaven's Pride. Heaven's Pride is like dust compared to me. Chapter 87, A Vision from Heaven. As the crowd watched, Ning Feng dropped a sentence, and then, without stopping too much at the scene, he stepped onto the flying boat and stood at the entrance of the flying boat. In the distance, Jiang Yunfei had sprayed a mouthful of blood after Ning Feng had finished that sentence, then fainted. So angry, he was even considered dust in Ning Feng's eyes? Until a long time has passed, the crowd only slowly came back to their senses and erupted into a murmur. Winning? That's a win? Jiang Yunfei even used the divine pattern battle skill that he realized from the ancient text, and he still lost, and he lost so miserably. Jiang Yunfei, such strength, is capable of fighting the 6th rank? Ning Feng can crush Jiang Yunfei. It seems not false. Holy, if Jiang Yunfei is crushed and insulted like this, will his Tao heart collapse? This isn't called an insult, is it? This would be called being pressed to the ground and repeatedly insulted. Scanning the crowd below, are there any more questions? If anyone questions it, by all means challenge it. Ning Feng's voice was faint, but wherever his gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to confront Ning Feng, especially before the trainees who had followed Jiang Yunfei's uproar. At this moment, they only felt a fiery pain in their cheeks. Originally, they had wanted to see this young lord laugh, but now they had been severely slapped in the face. Yunfei. Su Xinyue climbed up from the ground and rolled around, rushing to Jiang Yunfei. Chuan, who also walked in front of Jiang Yunfei with a grave expression, followed by that old principal of the Heavenly Lion Martial University. The old principal checked Jiang Yunfei's injuries and said, "Don't worry, Jiang Yunfei didn't suffer any fatal injuries, but being crushed by Ning Feng like this, I don't know if this brat will fall flat on his face. Will it all go to hell in a handbasket? This crowd is not really sure, but if anyone else was struck like this, I'm afraid that it would be normal for their moral heart to collapse." At that moment, Chuan, who looked at Su Xinyue and saw her hugging Jiang Yunfei with a worried face, although he had a bad feeling about Su Xinyue, he couldn't help but admire her a little. It seemed like, in public, he had knelt down to Ning Feng several times, right? At first, she could be seen struggling hysterically for a bit, but now she was able to be quite calm. Ning Feng left on the front foot, and she stood up on the back foot, her expression calm and unperturbed. There's no one left with this cheek exercise. Xinu, take Yunfei down. Chuan, who looked at Su Xinyue and barked. Well, Su Xinyue hugged Jiang Yunfei and carefully escorted him onto the flying boat. On top of landing the flying boat, Su Xinyue had thought about putting in a few harsh words with Ning Feng, but before turning around and seeing Ning Feng's ice-cold eyes, he stiffly swallowed his words and ran away with a shiver. Humph. Chuan, who turned around and, the sight glanced in the direction of the cadets, the power of qi and blood running, and a vibrating voice said, "Alright, let's start the return journey. Soon, it will be the Enlightenment Ancient Text competition, and the school will finalize the participants based on the rankings of this test. Get in the flying boat." As Chuan, whose words fell. Next, after a farce was over, the presidents of the major schools didn't linger long. One after another, they brought the trainees from their own schools to land on the flying boats and leave the examination base. The appraisal came to an end. Just as the crowd had boarded the flying boat, Ning Feng, who was standing at the entrance to the private flying boat, waited for the cadets to finish leaving the field. Indifferently, he said to the 5 principals in the distance, "Several principals, go back to the school and finalize the candidates for the Enlightenment Ancient Text competition as soon as possible." With that said, Ning Feng boarded the flying boat. On the flying boat, Ah Cheng and Li Xiaoqi are both there. Ah Xiang remained in the same hangdog manner, as if no matter what amazing things Ning Feng did, it seemed to be taken for granted in his eyes, and he was never surprised. Ning Feng looked at Li Xiaoqi and said, "Xiaoqi, how was this examination?" "Young lord," Li Xiaoqi immediately said respectfully, "although I'm also at the early 5th grade of the martial Dao realm, my strength is not as good as that of summer. Jiang Nianchu, even if I open up the generals, I can't compare to them. Poor real-world experience and poor talent itself." Li Xiaoqi summarized his flaws in this examination. Ning Feng nodded. Li Xiaoqi's talent itself wasn't very high. The first part of the fight was entirely based on a spirit of desperation, and a force of will. Nowadays, although he had awakened the vision-devouring star soul, the time was still short. For a short period of time, he naturally remained unable to compare to a heavenly pride like summer. During the time of the examination, I had the school's cultivation tower modified to make a special cultivation room for you. There's no need to refuse. There's no need to be polite. Raise your strength early. Fighting for me, for the Ning family, and for the human race won't be a waste of the resources spent on you. Without giving Li Xiaoqi a chance to refuse, Ning Feng directly blocked her mouth with words. "Thank you, young lord." Li Xiaoqi lowered her head, a pair of clear eyes filled with a touching look. "This is the Gnosis Ancient Tea Leaf. These are coupons for the use of the Qi and Blood pills, and the bone-enhancing pills. There are also a portion of auction house vouchers here, so if you need anything, you can always go to the Ning family's auction house to auction it off." Ning Feng handed Li Xiaoqi many cultivation resources in a row. Looking at the table full of resources, Li Xiaoqi was excited and moved. But when he saw Ning Feng take out the ancient tea leaves of enlightenment, Li Xiaoqi finally couldn't help himself and quickly waved his hand. "Enough is enough, young lord. The ancient tea leaves are too precious. I can't take them. Take this stuff. I have too much of it to drink." Ning Feng didn't exaggerate. These were just pocket money given by the Ning family to him. He usually couldn't use it at all, and it was better to keep it. As for the ancient tea of enlightenment, he is full of trees. Picking a piece after a short while will grow. Simply cannot drink it all. Since Li Xiaoqi was with himself, he definitely had to spend resources to cultivate him. As Ning Feng spoke, he threw 2 more slices to Li Xiaoqi and told her to go make a pot of tea. At this time Ning Feng looked at Su Xinyue again and saw that he was sitting on the seat, picking at his feet, snapping a few times and putting it on his nose from time to time to sniff it, and then each time he would show an expression of enjoyment. Ning Feng said, "Uncle Su Xinyue, this 6th base examination, I obviously feel that my actual combat experience is not very good. Go back to school. You suppress your cultivation and accompany me to practice." Li Xiaoqi raised his head slightly at the words. The 4th rank decimated a bunch of 5th ranks. There were still 3 6th ranks. You say real-world experience is no good? Su Xinyue also stared a bit at what he heard. He snapped his ears and said, "What did you say? I didn't hear it wrong." Ning Feng laughed. "Accompany me in sparring." "Yeah, no problem. It's also true that with your current progress, the 4th rank beheads the 6th rank, and when you're at the 6th or 7th rank, I won't be able to beat you, so I'll have to seize the time to abuse you," Su Xinyue said, grinning a hefty grin. Ning Feng touched the trigger finger on his hand and laughed. "Under the premise of suppressing your realm to the same level, are you sure you can abuse me?" Su Xinyue bristled. "The old man has fought more fights than you've eaten salt at his age. How can he be your bodyguard if he doesn't have this much confidence?" The major school flying boats went their separate ways, following their routes back to their respective schools. The remaining 4 schools' flying boats had a smooth return trip. However, on Ning Feng's private flying boat, as well as on the 5 flying boats from Southeast Martial University, at some point, it was as if the 5 flying boats had traveled through a huge vacuum layer, having all the air drained out of them, and all of them fell into a state of deathly silence. On the private flying boat, Ning Feng had just brewed a cup of the ancient tea of enlightenment when his hand, which was lifting the teapot, stalled slightly, and just then, Ning Feng's communication device suddenly rang, and the caller ID was Assistant Sui. Soon after connecting the communication, the expression on Ning Feng's face changed from calm to playful. A minute later, a piece of information appeared in Ning Feng's hand. Ning Feng watched intently as he sipped his enlightenment tea. After looking at him for a while, Ning Feng suddenly looked at Su Xinyue, who was at the side, and said, "Uncle Su Xinyue, have you ever heard of a vision that falls from the sky?" Chapter 88, The Great Hand Seal of Vacuum, where the dead return to their homes. Both give me peace of mind. A small flying boat was traveling outside this flying boat route of Southeast Martial University. On the flying boat, a man wearing a blood-red sacrificial robe with a scarred face prayed something with a pious face. Then he turned and looked at a gold-robed man standing behind him. What a surprise! What a surprise! That waste of a young master of the Ning clan has suddenly turned into a heavenly pride. The vision that awakened this time, 80% of it is SSS level again. No, it's an overwhelming vision that can crush SSS visions. He's already awakened 2 of them. How did he do it? Could it be that Ning Zhan had gotten some secret technique or the rest of the means to improve him at the Stargate? The blood-robed man mentioned Ning Feng, and when he thought about the performance of Ning Feng that he had seen this time, a look of surprise filled his face. Like the blood-robed man, the gold-robed man was surprised by Ning Feng's performance. But soon, the surprise on his face turned to indifference. What's there? It's about to become a corpse. Remember, this time, no matter what, you must finish off Ning Feng. The blood-robed man nodded. Martial arts schools, especially prestigious ones like Southeast Martial Arts University, had always been the main target of their strikes. After all, batting starts with a baby, and Ning Feng's performance over this period of time had been far too dazzling. Crushing Yilan, crushing Ji Daoi. Now it's 4 more products to decimate the 6th product and awaken the double SSS visions. They didn't dare to imagine how far Ning Feng would be able to grow if this continued. How much of a hindrance it will be for the coming of Allah. The blood-robed man Song Ding's face was grim as he said in a cold voice, "My sacred sect sacrificed 2 village strongholds this time. The loss can be considered heavy. Humph. If it wasn't for that mentor religious fool from Southeast Martial University exposing his identity, why would my holy sect suffer such a loss? All of this is thanks to the Ning family." The piety on the blood-robed man's Song Ding face disappeared and was replaced by a cold murderous intent. The gold-robed man said in a cold voice, "Is the life of this group of small congregants still a life? Death is death. Didn't we catch the big fish this time? As long as we take out just one of Ning Feng, we won't lose any money." The Ning family must have their hearts dripping with blood. The blood-robed man, Song Ding, smiled confidently. "That's true. The fish this time is not small. Not enough though. Taking out one of him is nowhere near enough. There are a total of 5 flying boats in the Southeast Martial University, one of which is the personal flying boat of that young master of the Ning family, one of which carries the Xia family, the Jiang family, and a few of the Southeast Martial University's heavenly prides are on it, and the remaining 3 carry ordinary cadets. I've already sealed 3 of them with the Great Hand of Vacuum. Young Lord Ning's personal flying boat, the flying boat carried by the Celestial Pride, and an ordinary flying boat, which I'll make a move to shoot down in a moment. You're in charge of the catch. Speaking of this, the blood-robed man's eyes flashed with a flash of blood color, excited beyond measure. The gold-robed man also couldn't help but be slightly agitated, itching to immediately strike out at the Southeast Martial University's Heavenly Pride. After killing this group of Heavenly Pride, the Holy Lord will reward us with the Martial Saint Holy Grid, right? Maybe if we're happy, we'll be granted eternal life. The two men looked at each other and then let out a loud laugh. The Great Hand Seal of Vacuum. The process of descending from the sky can briefly draw that void into a vacuum, completely isolating it from the outside world. It said that in the entire human race, only that follower of the cult called Songding, a single person, possesses this kind of vision, and he's an 8th grade golden body. Xiang obviously noticed the abnormality as well, but there was not a hint of nervousness. Instead, he kept rubbing his palms together with a look of eagerness. But young lord, 2 8th grade golden bodies, it's a bit of a struggle to fight, and it's in the air, so in case the flying boat is destroyed, it's easy for big problems to arise. When a flying boat crashed at high altitude, it was very difficult for martial artists below the basic 5th grade realm to survive. Ning Feng stood up and walked over to the window of the flying boat, looking out the window at the layer upon layer of snow-white clouds, and said indifferently, Uncle Xiang, is it hard to kill an 8th grade golden body powerhouse? Xiang grinned. 8th grade golden body powerhouses, mainly cultivated golden body energy that fills every inch of muscle and part. As long as the golden body energy in the body is not worn out, they will not die completely. That's why it's hard. A 4th rank chopping a 6th rank is not at all the same level of difficulty as a 7th rank chopping an 8th rank. Nope. Xiang suddenly realized something was wrong and looked at Ning Feng. Didn't you kill one last time? Forget what it feels like. Ning Feng casually made up a sentence that the last time was a slash from the 8th rank extreme realm, and any 8th rank that came would surely die. Therefore, the experience was slightly worse, not experiencing the power of the 8th grade golden body at all. This time it's different. But he couldn't experience it this time either, because this time it's a silent reincarnation card with the added feature of weakening. Xiang was speechless. Killing an 8th grade golden body can kill the feeling. It's just cool. It's even better to kill the 9th rank. Ning Feng nodded and smiled faintly. The information shows that there aren't 2 of them coming. 1 for each. You hold off 1 and I'll take care of them one by one. Xiang's eyes lit up. Good. As for why Ning Feng was so confident that he dared to threaten to go and decapitate the 8th rank, Xiang didn't ask or suspect anything, because he had seen Ning Feng slash out that blade. The astonishment of that slash was still fresh in his mind. The Great Hand Seal of Vacuum. Song Ding, the cult leader, on one of the flying boats of the Southeast Martial Arts University, Chuan Hu, as well as Summer, Jiang Nianchu, Kai General, Jiang Yunfei, and Yi Zhenyuan were all returning in the same flying boat. Chuan Hu's face became heavy as he looked at a golden body powerhouse standing in front of him. The man was a golden body powerhouse sent over by the Ministry of Education, and his status counted as a guest secretary invited by the Ministry of Education. When the 8th-ranked Chuan Donghai went to the Stargate to serve in the military, he naturally had to have a strong person accompanying him to protect him. Chuan Hu looked at the man and said seriously, Uncle Ren Hui, we should have already entered the coverage area of the vacuum great handprint. It seems that the cult has prepared for this. The 8th grade powerhouse named Ren Hui nodded. The vacuum great hand seal is extremely difficult to break, especially for an 8th grade golden body powerhouse with early preparations. Besides, we're in the air now, with 5 flying boats, and the situation is unfavorable. Chuan Hu said in a deep voice, Uncle Ren, how can I break? What is required of us? Summer, Jiang Nianchu, and the others also looked serious. Ren Hui shook his head. An 8th grade golden body powerhouse. Is it not something you can fight against? You guys stay down to earth and wait here. Don't run around. Ning Feng is in the front flying boat, right? That old servant of his? Isn't he an 8th rank? The 2 8th grade of the evil sect. One of the 2 of us will hold back one of them, and you guys can just escape as quickly as possible in your flying boats. The atmosphere was instantly depressing. The Ministry of Education just intercepted the news that the cult came prepared this time. 2 8th grade golden body powerhouses were deployed, and one after another. Several cult leaders around the periphery have been foolish enough to show signs of manifestation. If it dragged on, the situation would be bad for Ren Hui. It's settled. You can't help much if you stay. Ren Hui's words had just fallen. His face changed abruptly, then a terrifying golden body energy erupted and his figure instantly disappeared inside the flying boat cabin. Chapter 89, You'll Die a Funny Death. Boom boom boom. Several loud explosions came one after another. Only a scream was heard from within a few flying boats outside. It was obvious that someone was sneaking up on Southeast Martial Arts University's flying boat. This fly. Ren Hui's face instantly grimaced. His body's golden body energy surged. He stepped in the void. One step and one rising lotus, straddling on top of the flying boat. Passing through the clouds, he saw a small flying boat in front of him, crashing directly towards the flying boat of Southeast Martial University. Captain Ren Hui. Long time no see. Ren Hui had only appeared outside when he heard an eerie cold laugh coming from him. Immediately after, an incomparably huge grey giant hand was seen covering down from directly above his head. Ren Hui immediately lifted his fist and blasted upwards in reverse. His fist blasted on top of the giant hand, and there was like countless thunder buzzing in the air. Immediately afterward, the large vacuum handprint did not shatter, but instead transformed into a layer of bubbles in general, transforming Ning Feng's private flying boat, as well as the flying boat that Chuan Hu and the others were in, as well as the flying boat of one of the ordinary trainees. The 3 flying boats were directly wrapped. The remaining 2 flying boats were smoothly detached and flew into the distance. That cult leader Song Ding Jiejie laughed and didn't try to stop him. This time, the target was that young master of the Ning family, as well as several of the Southeast Martial University's heavenly prides, all of which were trapped in front of him. Song Ding stepped out of the void, and within the range of the great handprint of vacuum, he was a walking flying boat. Song Ding, you fly. The last time I went to the Stargate battlefield to cause trouble, I didn't leave you behind. This time you don't have a chance to go back alive. Ren Hui looked at Song Ding with a gloomy gaze. He was ready. This time, no matter what the cost, say whatever it takes to keep this scum. Song Ding laughed out loud. Don't you regard us as rats in the gutter? And isn't your intelligence work airtight? It's still blocked by us. I'm going to ruthlessly torture you today, insult you, and let you die a little bit in despair and fear and humiliation. Ren Hui sneered. What are you complacent about? Tear your mouth apart right now. I'm afraid you don't have that. Song Ding smiled grimly as he looked toward the several trapped flying boats. A Ning family young lord, a loaded Southeast Martial University heavenly pride, and a bunch of little hodgepodge cadets. Thousands of Southeast Martial Arts University students have been killed. A couple of village strongholds this time, and the exposure was worth it. Allah will remember you. When Allah comes, He will grant you and others a past life and eternal life. Saying that, Song Ding made a strange movement with his hand in front of his chest, and then he was about to do it. Eternal life Nima every day except persecuting the human race, is just dreaming, right? I can send you dreaming. Ren Hui coldly smiled and took a step out, blocking before a few flying boats. At the same time, in an instant, a golden figure flashed, and the golden-robed man appeared beside that Song Ding. At this moment, on the flying boat where Chuan Hu and the others were, the faces of the people were heavy as they looked at those 2 figures. 2 8th-grade golden bodies. The aftershocks of a battle between 8th-grade golden body powerhouses could have shaken them to death. Not to mention that it was still on the flying boat. If the cultists were bent on destroying the flying boat, even Ren Hui would have a hard time protecting them. On the flying boat of the ordinary trainees, the people who heard the commotion all crowded to the window of the flying boat and looked out. When looking at the scene through the window of the flying boat, everyone was also all in despair. 8th-grade golden body. How could this happen? How could it be intercepted by a cult? Shouldn't our route be safe? It's over and done with. A battle in the air between an 8th-grade golden body powerhouse. Without a 9th-grade outburst, it's definitely not going to be able to protect us. Everyone's face was pale as a sheet. In this situation, it would be difficult for them to retreat gracefully without a 9th-grade powerhouse making a move. Ren Hui's face was also once again quite gloomy. 2 8th-grade golden bodies, even with the addition of that underling old man from Ning Feng, with a few flying boats in cover, they were not at all at an advantage either. Too soon to be happy. Just as the crowd was despairing, only the alloy hatch of the private flying boat that Ning Feng was in slowly opened, and an aerial ladder appeared suspended in the air. Ning Feng, dressed in white and casual pants, slowly walked up the steps. Song Ding looked at Ning Feng, his shadowy eyes flickering with coldness. Young Lord Ning, how dare you show yourself? Do you know what will happen next? Ning Feng laughed softly. I can already foresee the future, and that is, you're going to die soon, and it will die a funny death. Upon hearing Ning Feng's words, Song Ding felt that they were a bit off, in addition to being disdainful. What do you mean die a little funny? Song Ding laughed eerily. Funny, isn't it? Well, since you chose to die, let you die like this. Song Ding's arm shook, and his golden body energy wrapped in a layer of chi and blood power transformed into a golden palm that slapped down on Ning Feng on the spot. Don't you dare! Ren Hui snorted coldly and took a step forward, about to block the palm for Ning Feng. Little thing, whose big front door wasn't pulled back and exposed you. Xiang Hamdan hawed and directly swung his big palm towards Song Ding. Ha, what wouldn't you dare? I came over today just to exterminate you guys. Suddenly with a loud laugh, The gold-robed man jumped out of his own accord before charging towards the two Xiang. Golden body powerhouses were tenacious and hard to kill. Even if he was outnumbered 1 against 2, it would be difficult for him to be killed in a short period of time. What's more, he had no inhibitions, while Ren Hui and that old man had all sorts of scruples. Boom! The Great War broke out directly. Under the release of his hands and feet, the gold-robed man was brave and incomparable, and came up with all sorts of amplified moves. And over here, after the two Ren Hues were blocked, the Song Ding went straight for Ning Feng. The crowd of Southeast Martial University were sweating for Ning Feng at the sight of this scene. It's over. Ning Feng is ruined. That's what's on everyone's mind. However, Ning Feng smiled calmly, and took the initiative to take a step forward to meet him. In the next moment, all that could be seen was that Ning Feng's body unexpectedly erupted with the power of a special qi. A strange power that the crowd could clearly feel, yet could not speak of, surged from Ning Feng's body. At this moment, Ning Feng's figure seemed to become ethereal, like an exiled immortal, high above, overlooking all, in control of all life. Silent reincarnation. Layers of light instantly appeared on the Song Ding's body, as layered as the wheel of the year. In the next moment, Song Ding's aura unexpectedly plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden body's energy dimmed, dropping from mid-8th grade to weak 8th grade, and then to the complete disappearance of the golden body energy. 7 pins, 6 pints, 5 piece, early 5th grade. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Song Ding's martial cultivation directly fell to the early 5th grade before it gradually stopped plummeting. Everyone was dumbfounded and stupefied. However, it doesn't end there. Song Ding's body, surprisingly, was also shrinking rapidly. As his realm plummeted crazily, Song Ding's height and appearance rapidly changed. It fell all the way down to a state of 12 or 13 before it slowed to a halt. Chapter 90, Martial God's Relic. Song Ding's entire body was dumbfounded and stood frozen in place, checking his body again and again. The qi and blood in his body was surprisingly dry, compared to when he was in the 8th grade golden body. At this time, he was at the early stage of the 5th grade, and his body felt weak like never before. Not only had his cultivation dropped to the early 5th grade, his physical state had even returned to his 12 or 13-year-old state. A long time passed before Song Ding gradually came back to his senses, turning to look at Ning Feng with a horrified expression. What the hell is going on here? Not only Song Ding, but everyone was looking at Ning Feng with horrified faces. However, Ning Feng laughed and casually said, "Occasionally obtaining a relic of the god of Wushu, an ability filled with just a little bit of bad taste," said the man without explaining too much. It's easy to mess up by explaining too much, and blaming the system's problems on the Vulcan relics is the best way to explain it. Even if the world was allowed to guess, no one would guess that he had the system. It was hard to believe that there was really someone with such a large brain circuit. However, seeing this tactic of Ning Feng's caused everyone to shiver viciously. Even Ren Hui, who was present, was no exception. He couldn't even avoid the 8th grade golden body. Could it be that Ning Feng had really gotten the martial god's relics? Is it possible that it's a martial arts legacy? How else should Ning Feng explain this hand? It must be a means of preservation left behind in the relics of the god of Wushu. The first thing that came to mind for the crowd was that they would naturally assume that this was a power that belonged to the martial god, rather than Ning Feng's own power. Hurry up and change back or I'll shark you. Suddenly, a hideous but childish voice came. Only the rejuvenated Song Ding was glaring fiercely at Ning Feng, grimacing and grunting. The scene. It was as Ning Feng had said, quite comical. Sure enough, little things without strength are so cute even when they get mad. Ning Feng laughed out loud. Saying that, he probed out a large golden palm, 5 fingers covering down like a mountain. Rudra Prime, 5 fingers. Seeing the 5-fingered mountain pressing down towards him, Song Ding's face was gloomy. Even if it's 5th grade, it's still the same time as you. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? A slap in the face. LOL. In the next moment, Song Ding probed his palm to crush it, and the power of qi and blood collapsed. That Song Ding was directly grasped by Ning Feng, like a little consumptive in his hand. Song Ding's entire body was about to collapse. He was a hallowed 8th grade golden body, an existence that even the 3 major departments of the Dragon Kingdom such as the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of the Army had a headache when they saw him. And now he was actually being insulted like this by someone. A 5th grade martial artist. Is there any humanity left? Is there any justice? What about the promised strong man? Ning Feng pinched Song Ding's large neck and lifted him in his hands, looking at him with a smirk as he said, "How's it going, pale? Do you think this is a funny enough way to die?" As Ning Feng spoke, he used his large hand to give Song Ding's head a hard rub, messing up his hair and turning his head into a beehive. Song Ding is confused. Everyone at the scene even couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch viciously. That could be an 8th grade golden body powerhouse. but it had actually been grabbed and held in Ning Feng's hands. The scene is just funny and unforgiving enough. Let me go, or I'll shark you. Song Ding's legs stomped about, struggling in Ning Feng's hands, and the scene was particularly comical. Asterisk 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 what kind of martial god relic is this? So bullish. Ning Feng, this martial god ability is so cowhide. Nonsense. Do you know what it means to be a martial god? That's a god. But I really didn't expect Ning Feng actually got the relics of the martial god. No wonder it's become so bullish. I wonder if he got the martial god's inheritance. It's a good thing I don't have to die. I haven't even killed a star race or a fey race yet. I'd be really upset if I died just like that. The atmosphere of the scene loosened up quite a bit. After all, the 8 pieces of golden body in front of them was suppressed, meaning that they didn't have to die. In the distance, Jiang Nianchu stood behind Jiang Nianchu, Summer, and the others. A touch of gloom flashed across his face as he thought. No wonder he's so strong. So it's related to the martial god. So it's not that I'm bad or he's strong, but the martial god is strong. Jiang Nianchu was relieved inside. One was not defeated by Ning Feng, but by a martial god. There's no shame in losing to a Wookiee. It makes sense when you think about it like that, right? Over here, Ning Feng looked down at the Song Ding in front of him, his palms constantly touching and stroking that small, slightly bald head, thinking that he was going to personally kill this 8th grade golden body powerhouse in a moment. He really couldn't wait. Only, when seeing the face of only 12 or 13 teenagers in front of him, a sense of guilt inexplicably arose. At that moment, seeing the means that Ning Feng's side had executed, the gold-robed powerhouse who had originally been confident and had the leisure to tease Xiang and Renhui, all of a sudden, his entire body went numb. What the is this? However, seeing that Song Ding being conquered just like that, he then knew the writing was on the wall and that the operation had failed. Though reluctant, I can only accept the reality. A bite. Turning away, he took off and tried to leave. Uncle Xiang, Senior Ren, trap him. Ning Feng carried the Song Ding in one hand, and his feet were like living lotuses as the vision of a sea of stars dazzling the blue sky manifested around him, and one after another of the great stars formed a ladder under his feet as he rushed towards the gold-robed man. The golden-robed man's tiger's body shook at the sight. After flinging 2 skills, he was going to turn around and run away. Xiang let out an angry whistle. His arm shook, and a large hand like a withered tree bark steeply skyrocketed, like a large net, enveloping the gold-robed man. Let me go, or I'll fish to death and destroy all your flying boats. The gold-robed man roared and struggled madly, but realized that he could not break through Xiang's large hand seal for a short period of time. Not even a trace of power could be leaked out, and it was impossible to break the net by trying to fish it out. Ha ha ha, you mother asterisk 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 or fight. Keep fighting. Weren't you great just now? Xiang looked at the gold-robed man who was jumping up and down anxiously and laughed freely. Just now, he was afraid of using his full strength and destroying the flying boat, hurting the cadets and others. He had fought with his hands tied and suffocated, and now he was finally feeling much better. Don't push me. The gold-robed man roared continuously, like a trapped beast. Only a few seconds passed. Ning Feng had then appeared in front of the gold-robed man, and the power of the silent reincarnation once again landed on the gold-robed man. Whoosh! The familiar scene reappears. The gold-robed man also experienced a magical feeling, and with that, his body turned into a mold the size of the Song Ding. The crowd gasped in awe, still feeling incredulous at this divine skill despite seeing it for the second time. The 2 8th grade golden bodies, Xiang and Renhui, also scared in wonder, secretly saying that the martial god's methods were as terrifying as they were. At this point, Ning Feng was carrying 2 small children in one hand. That's how the crisis was lifted. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Xiang and also Renhui escorted Ning Feng left and right, landing from the air onto the flying boat. Chapter 91, Cult Traitor. Kill them, kill them. These 2. I almost thought I was going to be a trapeze artist. Ooh-hoo, I'm still a virgin. I almost thought I was going to have to take it to the coffin. On the deck of the flying boat, the cadets of Southeast Martial University roared with righteous anger. Song Ding and the gold-robed man stood side by side, looking despairingly at Ning Feng in front of them. They can't fight. They can't run. They should be planted this time. Ning Feng was in the leisure area on the deck, drawing over a chair and sitting down, and then drew his alloy war knife again. Stretching his legs, he rested his alloy battle knife on his thigh and glanced at the alloy watch on his wrist. You now have 25 minutes to choose between 2 paths. Is it an account of last words, or an account of companionship? Account for your last words and I will kill you immediately. Account for your companions and I will give you a chance to live. Well, make your own choice. The Song Ding and the gold-robed man exchanged glances, saw the determination in each other's eyes. Both closed their eyes at the same time and puffed out their chests. Kill us if you can. I'll say all of it, but you'll have to kill him first. After saying these words, the two people froze at the same time. The first sentence was said by Song Ding, while the latter was said by the gold-robed man. Song Ding froze for a split second, looking incredulously at the gold-robed man as he angrily said, Jin Zhongxin, are you going to betray Allah? Jin Zhongxin sneered, only by staying alive can we better serve Allah. No? Song Ding's face was gloomy. You traitor, you betrayed Allah. Allah will not spare you. With that, Song Ding jerked his head back to look at Ning Feng and said, I'll say that I know more than he does. The sudden commotion really almost flashed everyone's old back. Even Ning Feng's waist almost flashed. Ning Feng turned his backhand around, and the pot of enlightenment tea that hadn't been finished appeared in his hand. Lightly, he said, you two decide for yourselves. After saying that, Ning Feng was ready to drink tea and watch the show. A dramatic scene occurred, and the crowds on the several flying boats looked at the scene as well. It's the first time I've seen cult leaders kill each other. In the past, the cultists, in the eyes of the crowd, that was a symbol of not being afraid of death, hysteria, and reckless destruction. Chief Song Ding, the time has come to give your life for the truth. And when Allah comes, you will live forever. It is you who should give your life. I know much more than you do, and I live so that I can better continue to serve Allah. I said. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, the two 12 or 13-year-old teenagers, after 3 words, just like this, you pushed me and shoved me, and finally directly wrestled together. The crowd all looked dumbfounded. I don't have much time to wait for you to discuss it. 10 minutes left on the clock. With that, Ning Feng pulled out a short alloy knife and threw it in front of the two men. The sound of metal clashing against the deck jolted the nerves of both men. The two instantly lunged towards the alloy short sword. But the quick-reacting Jin Zhongxin was one step faster, grabbing the alloy short sword and backhanding it towards Song Ding. Then right at that moment, Song Ding raised his head violently, his eyes filled with a scarlet blood color, and instantly an alloy dagger shook off in his sleeve into his hand. There was a cold flash. Jin Zhongxin's throat was sealed with a knife, blood gushing wildly, and his body collapsed on the ground moments later. Ning Feng looked at the surviving Song Ding, smiled, clapped his hands, and said, not bad, that's wonderful. Don't waste time. There's 8 minutes left in the next. It's time for you to take the blame. Well, start talking. Song Ding stared at Ning Feng. Are you sure you can spare my life? Ning Feng nodded. I'm the young master of the Ning clan, so of course I have to be true to my word. I don't believe you unless you make a martial blood oath, or I won't say a word. And I can also swear that the news that comes out will be to your satisfaction. Ding was cautious. As he said that, he stared at Ning Feng dead in the face, but he was already prepared to be rejected. Okay, I'll make an oath. As Ning Feng said that, he actually did raise one of his hands while making a blood oath. The pain was so great that Song Ding felt unreal and froze in place for a while. Song Ding secretly rejoiced. At least his little life was saved. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down a bit, then slowly said, the Holy Church is in the southeast city, and there are 2 strongholds, which are, and in the southeast Martial University, there are a total of 3 sacred sect insiders. Besides the tutor who died last time robbing the Star Source mine, there are 2 more. There's a scout of ours in the Star Division of the town of Town Star. It's, in one breath. The people listening kept swallowing their saliva. Have to say, cultists fight to the death, but they also sell to the death. Song Ding spoke of 5 or 6 strongholds in one breath, and another dozen or so cultist insiders. Some of the crowds listening were incredulous. For example, that rebellious mentor at Southeast WMU was a traitor for love after being seduced by a Black Widow religious. For example, the Xinqing division of the Ning clan's army had surprisingly both had 2 insiders planted in it by the cultists, and neither of their ranks were low. Various ways and means of infiltration are unexpected, and that's just the congregations under Song Ding's jurisdiction. There were countless branches of the cult in the open and in the dark, so at a glance, if they were all uncovered, the number would certainly reach a staggering point. Ning Feng glanced at the time. There were still 2 minutes left, and said indifferently, not a bad performance. Song Ding looked at Ning Feng warily and said tentatively, can I go now? The corners of Ning Feng's mouth rose, and he suddenly smiled evilly. But Song Ding instantly felt that something big was wrong. Yet before he could react, Ning Feng raised his hand and offered up the 8-part furnace, and it took that Song Ding directly inside. Ning clan brat, you said you'd spare me. You're doing this. Aren't you afraid that the martial blood oath will backfire? As soon as that Song Ding's words fell, a mournful and miserable scream came from the 8 melting furnaces steeply. The Fire Crow Taoists incarnated fire spirit seed manipulated the 8 melting furnaces, and the monstrous flames instantly submerged that Song Ding. The force was well controlled. Just enough to make Song Ding suffer, but not completely die. The 8-part furnace refines not only one's physical body, but also burns one's spiritual power. Soon, Song Ding covered his head and screamed miserably, "Ning family brat, kill me if you can." Boom! Taoist fire crow violently urged the furnace flames, and Song Ding's flesh instantly burst into a cloud of blood mist in response. The blood mist didn't last 2 seconds before it was directly vaporized by the furnace. Song Ding didn't even leave an ash. Ning Feng put away the 8 melting furnaces and smiled faintly. "As you all heard, it was he who requested that I kill him, and this is the first time I've seen such a request." Seeing this tactic of Ning Feng's, the entirety of the Southeastern Martial University's trainees only felt their scalps go numb. A wave of cool air ran from the ceiling of the sky to the tailbone. Tough. That's harsh. It's also shady enough. Chapter 92 24 Days of Licking Dogs. Bonus fist and tent bridge to the other side. Arrived at Seoul without incident. The cadets stepped off the flying boat. At this time, the crowd actually had the feeling of having been robbed of their lives. Almost. If it wasn't for Ning Feng, they would have almost died. Chuan Hu stepped out of the flying boat and looked at Ren Hui, respectfully saying, "Senior Ren, thank you for escorting me this time." Ren Hui smiled and said, "You guys don't have to be polite. It's just a matter of duty. Besides, I didn't put in much effort this time. If you want to be thankful, you'll have to thank the one from the Ning family." As he said that, Ren Hui glanced at Ning Feng's flying boat with his afterglow and saw that Ning Feng had only slowly stepped off the flying boat. The performance of this young master of the Ning family surprised him. "No, it's the vibrations. That's 2 8th-grade golden bodies, not 2 cabbages." Surprisingly, he was just made to die, and died without any fluctuation at all. Chuan Hu laughed. "You should stay in Wudai for a few more days. You've worked hard these past few days. Why don't you take a good rest in Wudai for a while?" Ren Hui smiled and politely refused. The Ministry of Education's guest secretary isn't paid for nothing. Every half year they have to do 2 missions. Escorting you guys is just the first one. The second one hasn't been done yet. After a few polite sentences, Ren Hui was spontaneous and said he would leave directly, heading out of the school. Seeing Ren Hui off, Chuan Hu looked at the Wushu University trainees. "And there's a scare this time. Everyone is tired. So go back and rest." Without much ado, Chuan Hu directly told the cadets to disperse. As the crowd dispersed, many people's looks toward Ning Feng followed suit. After all, it was indeed thanks to Ning Feng this time. Moreover, with the strength that Ning Feng had displayed, battle 6th grade was absolutely out of the question. Even the 8th rank has folded in his hands. How can the 6th rank run away? Ji Daoui looked towards Ning Feng's figure and nudged his mouth as he suddenly thought of the words Ning Feng had said to himself. Anyone who is overtaken by him will never catch up with him until he is out of reach. Is it really impossible to catch up? Ji Daoui murmured in a bit of a trance for a moment, and violently threw his head and said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The martial arts path must be fought over, where there is no way to catch up." Clenching his fists, Ji Daoui renewed his fighting spirit, then turned and walked away. Jiang Nianchu and Summer and the others had left the field, and although they were surprised by Ning Feng's performance, they weren't that desperate. Furthermore, neither of them had treated Ning Feng as a direct opponent in the martial arts. "Thanks a lot." Before Jiang Nianchu left, he passed by Ning Feng, and his faint voice traveled into Ning Feng's ears. Zhang Yunfei also took a few of his followers away. Only his current mood. It was impossible to say whether it was good or bad. It was complicated. The good news was that Ning Feng himself didn't seem that powerful. The bad news was that Ning Feng appeared to have obtained an extraordinary treasure from a martial god. Seems like the bad news is even worse. Can he really battle a 6th rank? This fellow, when did he become so powerful? Su Xinyue silently said as she followed Zhang Yunfei, while touching her stomach and secretly estimating, if she put her stature to the lowest level, what were the chances that Ning Feng would marry her? He had already knelt to Ning Feng so many times, and the anger that Ning Feng had been angry with before should have subsided. But Zhang Yunfei was also so good, and he was also his male god. One is a great young man, one is a male god. What's the trade-off? So annoying. Ning Feng, thanks to you this time, or else the outcome would be unpredictable. When the crowd had almost dispersed, Chuan Hu looked at Ning Feng and said, "It's nothing. Besides, I'm one of the Song Ding's targets myself." Ning Feng smiled and shook his head, then handed a copy of the list to Chuan Hu. The main record on it is the list of cult insiders in the Southeast Martial Arts University. Do it as soon as possible, so as not to leak the news. Chuan Hu said in a cold voice, "I really didn't expect that this group of hawk maggots had all climbed up to the top of the martial university. And this Matsubuchi tutor, playing with such flowers, is hiding so deeply." Ah, Xiang snickered from the side. Ugly-looking people play with all flowers, but this black widow of the cult has really heavy tastes as well. And she's surprisingly all down on Matsubuchi. TSK, TSK, TSK. That very night, a violent chi and blood fluctuation erupted in the Southeast Martial University. The roars of martial artists seemed to come from within the campus as chi and blood power shook and an extremely brief battle erupted. Soon the roar faded away. However, meanwhile, in just a few short hours, several cities in the Southeast domain had uncovered a large number of cultists. It caused quite a bit of shock and concern. After returning to school, Ning Feng didn't go wandering around. He handed the list of cultists over to the Ning family army and returned to the cultivation room to begin his seclusion. Because he had just broken through to the early 5th grade, he needed to consolidate his realm to prepare for the next erasure of the Dao marks. He had his 5th bloodline Dao trace, and his 6th 18-meter bridge of Dao traces, far more powerful than a normal bridge of Dao marks. But at the same time, the Dao marks on it were even more terrifying and difficult to erase. The second thing was that he needed to fuse the desolate ancient sacred body, and after thinking about it for a long time, Ning Feng had figured it out. In the end, it was decided that the Tsong Tian hegemony blood would be the main focus, devouring and assimilating the desolate ancient sacred body. Within the cultivation chamber, Ning Feng sat motionless within the chamber like an old tree with roots. Xiang wore a white sweat undershirt, dragged his feet in blue plastic flip-flops, and held a dog's tail grass in his mouth as he stood in a horse stance. This tie was for 3 days. Ding! 24 days of dog licking, rewarded with fistful of intent bridge to the other side. Ding! Licking dog for 25 days, rewarded with 8th grade gold body battle power card *1. Ding! 26 days of dog licking, rewarded with the 9 revolutions devouring golden elixir. 3 days have gone by in the blink of an eye. Ning Feng sat motionless within the cultivation room, fusing the desolate ancient sacred body. The Tsong Tian hegemony blood strongly clashed with the desolate ancient saint body, and if it wasn't for the system rewards, it wouldn't have been possible to fuse them at all. But at this moment, Ning Feng was gradually completing it, only to see that the desolate ancient sacred body, which was as golden as a glazed marigold in front of him, had already been devoured by Ning Feng for a large portion of its length, with only one of the most crucial parts remaining. However, it is this one part, delaying the clock back another full day. The Tsungtian hegemony blood flowed around, coursing through every vein, every inch of skin, causing Ning Feng's entire body to resemble a purple monster. At the same time, a flood-like aura gradually permeated Ning Feng's body. It's getting stronger and more overbearing. When the 4th day came, ding! 27th day of dog licking, rewarded with a finger to cut off the sky. Right at the moment the system prompted for the reward, Ning Feng had also fused the entirety of his desolate ancient saint body at the same time. At this moment, a hegemonic aura that resembled the absolute pinnacle of the opening of the heavens and the earth crazily permeated Ning Feng's body. An incomparably thick pillar of purple energy light shot straight up into the sky, forming a purple thundercloud over Southeast Martial University. Onum, rumble. Purple clouds are dense. Purple thunderbolts crisscrossed the area, like a thunder dragon swimming through it. A bolt from the clear sky struck down at the cultivation tower where Ning Feng was. Boom! Chapter 93-89 Xianlei. Southeast VU. All the mentors and ments were startled, as if the entire dome of the sky had turned purple in an instant. It's happening again. Oh my god. That's purple lightning. What is this? And what demon is crossing the threshold here? Tilting their heads and looking at the purple thunder sea in the air, everyone felt a palpitating aura, while their hearts gripped with horror. If this gets chopped, I guess the urn can be saved. Thunderbolt? It's a thunderbolt. What kind of high person is here to cross the threshold? The rector's conference room. Chuan, who sat at the first place, and 2 rows below, sat the principals of the rest of the 4 major martial arts schools, including Longjiang Martial Arts University. And the atmosphere at that moment was originally depressing beyond measure, because in the audience seats of the crowd, there were still 2 men sitting. Both of their breaths were incomparably man and powerful, and just sitting there motionless made the 5 principal level figures feel a sense of oppression. To be able to serve in the Ministry of Education in the position of a full principal, one's martial realm must be at least above the 7th rank. But in front of these 2 men, they were all trembling and well-behaved like a few kittens. However, when the thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the sky, the oppressive atmosphere was broken in an instant. The 5 principals hurriedly looked in the direction of the window, watching the purple thunder sea cover the sky above the school like a churning giant sea. Everyone was amazed. Could it be my martial university's heavenly pride undergoing a tribulation? Chuan, who said with a shocked gaze, only when a martial artist's talent reaches a terrifying situation can they trigger a heavenly tribulation. It's just that I don't know if it's the 9 revolutions of the martial Tao or the 4/7 of the heavenly tribulation. But, it's all harmless. Southeastern Martial Arts University. A dragon is coming out. The remaining 4 old principals, one by one, looked at Chuan Hu with gazes that were both shocked and envious, whether it's a trainee or a mentor. In short, it must be someone from the Southeast Martial Arts University, and it's a higher chance of being a cadet. Mentors are generally old enough to touch the Thunderbolt bottleneck long ago. If it were a cadet, it would have even more potential. The two men sitting in the gallery also saw a flash of color well up on their faces. It seems to be the direction of the Martial Arts University Cultivation Tower. One of the men was none other than Ning Zhan, his eyes blossoming with divine aura, piercing through the layers of purple thunderclouds as he gazed straight into a certain place. It seems like that brat from your Ning family, the man beside him also said quietly, surprise tinged in his astonished expression, and a little envy. The Ning family had produced true dragons from generation to generation, while he, the Jiang family, could only rely on his wits to barely get by, picking battles with the Ning family. A moment later, after determining something, Ning Zhan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, old Jiang, it seems that your canine son is going to beat your family's Nianchu by a mile. The man who was the head of the Jiang family snorted coldly. You're getting complacent early. It's true that the Ning family is the #1 martial arts family, but my Jiang family is also the #1 plutocracy. Your Ning family is strong. My Jiang family has plenty of money. Martial saints. Humph. You forget that my Jiang family can use money to smash out a martial saint without hurting their vitality. Can your Ning family? Although your family and mine compete at all times, Nianchu's future path is different from Ning Feng's. Indeed, Ning and Jiang are competing on two different tracks. With that in mind, Ning Zhan's mouth didn't let up, and he laughed loudly. That's true. My Ning family is poor, and I can only certify martial saints based on my strength. With that, Ning Zhan said with a negative hand, proudly saying, my son, he also has the stature of a martial saint. The Jiang family head said in a cold voice, humph, you continue to talk tough. Listening to the two big brothers fight, the several principals on the side staggered, not daring to interrupt in the slightest. Hastily, he continued to be in the midst of the aftermath of being shocked by the thunderbolt, pretending that he couldn't hear it. However, after waiting for a long time, the thunderclouds were getting denser and denser, but the thunder tribulation never showed any signs of completely descending. Inside the practice room, seeing that he was reaching the final step, Ning Feng suddenly felt his body explode with a surge of energy. Not good. It's the energy of the desolate ancient sacred body. The devoured energy is actually being rapidly reborn. The desolate ancient sacred body. It's really overbearing. Ning Feng's face changed as the devoured desolate ancient sacred body seemed to regenerate. Its energy surging. It dyed half of Ning Feng's body a golden color, and on the other side was the purple Cthulhu body. The two physiques are in opposition to each other, clashing with each other, and are immortal. Suddenly, Ning Feng's mind wandered, and he suddenly thought of the pills that had been rewarded by the system in the past few days. With his backhand, a golden elixir appeared in his hand. The body of this elixir was golden in color, but 9 hues flowed through the body. 9 revolutions devouring golden pill. This elixir is systematically marked as a 6-star reward, and is also an extremely rare treasure elixir. Effects of the elixir: promote bowel movement, help digestion. In short, it helps to devour all energy. Without saying a word, Ning Feng directly devoured the elixir. The overbearing medicinal power quickly spread to all parts of the body. The energy of the desolate ancient sacred body, which was originally being reborn, was also being rapidly devoured, smoothly and uncharacteristically, and in less than 3 seconds of work, the desolate ancient sacred body was completely suppressed. 3 minutes later, the desolate ancient sacred body was directly devoured, and the 2 strands of berserk energy that faced off within Ning Feng's body were finally unified. Ning Feng spat out a long mouthful of blood mist. The 2 body types, Sung Tian Hegemony Blood and Desolate Ancient Saint Body, had been 2 opposing body types since ancient times. However, after fighting for endless years, both sides had their own victories and defeats, but they had never completely separated the winners from the losers. This time, it was Cthulhu Bastard Blood who had won once again, or a strong victory. Ning Feng directly swallowed the desolate ancient sacred body. If it got out to the outside world, it was bound to cause an uproar. At this moment, Ning Feng's body was covered in a flow of purple light, like countless purple thunder dragons, and the purple energy that was coming out of every piece of flesh and blood, every piece of skin, was extremely energizing. Ning Feng could feel that after devouring the desolate ancient saint body, his Cthulhu Hegemony Blood had become even more terrifying. It was a metamorphosis that, technically speaking, the Song Tian Hegemony Blood had already metamorphosed into its second life. Meanwhile, Ning Feng took his attention back, raised his head, and looked outside. Just see this moment. The thunderclouds and thunderbolts in the sky even transformed into a purple raging dragon, madly surging into Ning Feng's body. In just a few seconds, All of it was absorbed by Ning Feng like a whale swallowing a cow's drink. The entire faculty and students of Southeast Wuhan University looked confused. Even the two Ning warriors and the Jiang family lord were baffled. How did the thunderbolt suddenly disappear? Or had they misread it and it wasn't a thunderbolt at all? Ding! Detecting the host has sealed the 8-9 Xianjiak has been sealed by the system. Storage time 7 days, during which the host can release the thunderbolt at any time. Ning Feng, who had heard the system prompt, had a flash of surprise on his face. This system is really heaven-defying. Even the lightning tribulation can be temporarily sealed? 89 Xuanjia. But then he heard the name of the thunder tribulation again, and Ning Feng's face gave a slight lurch. In the martial arts world, thunder tribulation was not like in the immortal cultivation world, where it could only be triggered at a certain realm. The talent is so evil that to a certain extent, or it can be triggered by some kind of special luck or chance. And the several types of thunderbolts are divided in order from low to high: the 4-7 heavenly tribulation, the 9 revolutions heavenly tribulation, and the 8-9 metaphysical tribulation. Among them, the most terrifying 8 or 9 Xuanjia were further divided in detail into silent divine thunder, heavenly fire divine thunder, yin yang divine thunder, and dutian divine thunder. Chapter 94, Baptizing the Bridge of Dao Marks. Knowing that his thunder tribulation was the most powerful of the 8-9 Xian tribulations, instead of having a trace of fear, Ning Feng's body felt like it had been activated by some sort of factor, and he was vaguely excited. The stronger the thunderbolt was, the more terrifying his talent was. That's a good thing. As for how to get through it, his hallowed Song Tian hegemony blood physique, or its Song Tian hegemony blood that had fused with the desolate ancient saint body, need to be afraid of a mere thunderbolt? The fear should be the 8 or 9 thunderbolts. System, release the thunderbolt. After saying that, Ning Feng executed the Xingzi skill from the 9 character secrets of the shadowing sky, and his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning as he rushed out of the cultivation room. In an instant, he appeared in a wooded area not far from the school. Rumble. In the meantime, the thunderbolt, released by the system, had also arrived. A large purple cloud and sea of thunder swept above the sky dome once more. Soon, several strands of violet thunder as thick as pillars through the sky struck down head-on. In the distance, just the moment the thunderbolt reared its head, there were many students and faculty members of the Southeast Martial Arts University who had followed them out. It's young Ning. It really was young Ning who attracted the thunderbolt. It seems, isn't Ning Xiao an A-ranked martial talent? Could it be that awakening 2 visions in quick succession has metamorphosed his talent to the point where he's even able to attract lightning robberies? I've heard that martial thunderbolts are divided into types. What level of martial thunderbolt is this? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Looking at the descending thunder, their hearts couldn't help but palpitate and beat wildly. At this moment, Ning Feng stood in the middle of the thunder sea, and after seeing the several strands of purple thunder, instead of showing fear, an idea suddenly popped up. Eat it. This stuff seems like it would be delicious. Once an evil thought is created, it is very difficult to eliminate it. Ning Feng took a step up against the sky. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he actually opened his mouth. Then, it swallowed several strands of violet thunder just like that. Raw, rumbling. The crowd was still vaguely able to hear the buzzing sound of thunder coming from Ning Feng's abdomen, but it soon faded. He ate the thunderbolt? Everyone's eyes widened and their hearts surged with huge waves, along with speechlessness. Why are transits called transits? It takes 9 deaths for a metamorphosis to occur. Who crosses the thunderbolt is given to the thunderbolt to eat. However, the dome of the sky roared, instantly raining down yet another wave of thunderbolts. This one was even more terrifying than the last, but in front of Ning Feng, it didn't seem to make any difference. He opened his mouth again, then swallowed it all in one gulp. The entire school lost its collective voice at this moment. This kid, what kind of monster is this? Is it a robbery? Or is it a vacation? Taking the lightning robbery as a snack, is it? The first time I've seen someone eating thunder as a sugar bean. The Ning family is really as domineering as ever. Even their tribulations are different. A few of the old principals couldn't help but exclaim that they had lived a long time. It's also the first time I've seen this scene. Ha 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 ha, this is my Ning War's son, old Jiang, the posture of a martial god. You think I'm joking with you? Ning Zhan looked at the Jiang clan's family head smugly, with a hint of provocation. Humph, what's the point of being smug? The Jiang family head snorted coldly, but didn't say much. Even though he was a martial saint, he was still surprised by Ning Feng's actions. As a couple of principals have said, who crosses the thunderbolt like this? Now that Ning War said that this kid had the stature of a martial saint, it really wasn't boasting. This son has outstanding talent, but he doesn't know how to keep a low profile, so he'll easily be targeted by the star race and the foreign races. You might as well teach what it means to keep a low profile. Although the Jiang family head was speaking in anger, he also had the good intention of cherishing talent in it. My Ning family needs to keep a low profile? Ning Zhan smiled, and although he said so on his lips, he felt that what the Jiang family head said had some truth to it. Just then, Ning Feng had already eaten several waves of thunder, somewhat full. Then, he went up against the sky, walking with his hands on his back, and took the initiative to rush into the ocean of thunder, strolling through the thunder. Boom boom boom. The purple thunder like a sea would drown Ning Feng, but Ning Feng's flesh was so frighteningly strong that it couldn't harm him in the slightest, and at most, it could only split his skin open, and even though it looked frightening, it was only a superficial wound. This was the hegemony of the Tsong Tian hegemony blood. Transitioning through the tribulation was not a difficult task at all for this kind of physique. The lightning tribulation, which was both a tribulation and had the effect of tempering the physical body, was instead a supplement to the Tsong Tian hegemony blood. Ning Feng was bathing in the midst of the thunder ocean, nourishing the Cthulhu hegemony blood, and could clearly feel that his physique was steadily improving. A full few hours had passed. Right at this moment, Ning Feng, who was in the sea of thunder, abruptly opened his eyes, and two flashes of light like purple dragons flashed out from his eyes. He felt that the effect of the lightning tribulation on the Tsong Tian hegemony blood had decreased quite a bit. The Tsong Tian hegemony blood is truly overbearing. Even the lightning tribulation is not that amazingly effective in baptizing the Tsong Tian hegemony blood. Try the bridge of Tao marks. Ning Feng ended the hammering of the Tsong Tian hegemony blood, directly sacrificed a bridge of Tao marks. It was the first bridge of Tao marks that he had condensed back then, compared to the remaining 5 bridges of the Tao. The first one was less complicated. On the ordinary bridge of Tao marks, a Tao mark was inscribed on top of it, as if it had experienced rain and wind. There were more than a dozen dowsing marks in total. What is he going to do? Why are you sacrificing the bridge of Tao marks? It can't be that we're going to baptize the bridge of Tao marks with a thunderbolt, right? How is this possible? A normal person will die 9 deaths if he crosses the tribulation, and he's going to baptize the bridge of Tao marks with a lightning tribulation? Crazy. He. Can't you guys see that? That he, Ning Xiao, is a normal person? Seeing that bridge of Tao traces that stretched across the school in the sky above the woods, it was thus directly erected underneath the thunderbolt. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. It was guessed but not believed. It wasn't easy for how many demons to draw out the thunder tribulation, and it was even more difficult to cross it. Also baptizing the bridge of Tao marks with a thunderbolt. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. And while the cadets talk about it, seeing this scene, the Jiang family lord and also Ning Zhan were also a bit surprised, especially Ning Zhan, who was vaguely worried. The Jiang family had laughed. Old battle. This son of yours is really bold. Prepare to make a move to save people. Ning Zhan glanced at him and said with a cold snort, a mere thunderstorm is nothing. Saying that, he was already secretly ready to step in at any time to save the others. But despite how worried he was in his heart, his face and mouth were not letting the Jiang family master off the hook in the slightest. Boom boom boom. Purple thunder like the sea. However, Ning Feng's move was even stronger than the crowd had expected, only to see that Ning Feng stepped on the bridge of Tao marks and charged forward, instantly being submerged by the sea of thunder. From the outside world, the bridge of Tao marks could no longer be seen at all, only the endless sea of thunder all bombarding in one place. Listening to the thunder that fills the sky, the crowd was alarmed. A full hour passed. When Ning Feng stepped out on the bridge of Tao marks once more, the crowd saw that the original 13 or 14 Tao marks on that bridge of Tao marks, there are only 9 left at this point. In an hour, 4 or 5 dowsing marks were directly erased. Chapter 95 Reincarnation is a technical job. Everyone was shocked. It was important to know that every single Tao mark was very difficult to erase, and when some are erased 2 together there were almost problems. Now Ning Feng had gone so far as to directly erase 4 or 5 of them. It's time to end it. Looking at the thunderbolt, which had weakened quite a bit, Ning Feng muttered, tempering his body with a thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation had been used by him to the extreme. He then opened his mouth and sucked in, and instantly the sky filled with thunderclouds and thunder, transforming into a huge vortex that he swallowed into his mouth, hardwired to refine it all. This wave of hard control thunderbolts. Straight away the crowd looked dumbfounded. Pervert. Reacting. Many people couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The end of the transition. Ning Feng glanced faintly at the crowd of Southeast Martial Arts University in the distance, and then went straight back to the school. If he remembered correctly, today was the day to finalize the candidates to compete for the ancient text of enlightenment, and the 5 school principals would all come to the Southeast Martial Arts University for consultation. Young lord, you ate all the thunderbolts? When Ning Feng returned to the campus, he saw Ah Xiang walk over head on and said, Ah Xiang also had surprise on his face. Even if he was in a state of nervousness, Ning Feng's performance had really shaken him. That's not how a normal human being should behave. Genius. Heaven's pride. Demon. What is the level on up? He can't imagine. He had seen more heavenly pride demons, but he couldn't imagine it. Surprised, Xiang joked, "Is this stuff good? It tastes alright." Ning Feng smiled faintly, and as he said that, he even licked his lips with a smile. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pervert. Xiang cursed in a low voice, silently adding in his heart that it was the same as the group of perverts in your ing family. At this moment, Ning Feng asked, "By the way, are the 5 schools discussing the enlightened ancient text competition today?" Xiang nodded his head and said, "That's right, all 5 principals are here. And also, your father's boy came over and is sitting in the principal's conference room." My father is here, Ning Feng said with some surprise. Ningzhan is usually very busy. Seldom come to Southeast Martial Arts University. This time over is there something? Xiang shook his head and said, "I don't know. When this kid was chasing after your mother, he was out of his mind. His brain circuits are not quite the same as normal people." Ning Feng cried and laughed at his words, thinking, "Is there anyone else with a more abnormal brain circuit than you?" The two talked and walked. Li Xiaoqi went to a new cultivation room in the past few days and broke through a small realm. After I got out of the gate, I went to the school to pick up the adventure quest, and I heard Xiang say that it seemed like he was out of the southeast domain, so he should be out for a long time. Looking at Ning Feng's departing back, all the teachers and students had complex expressions. It was a long time before a clamor broke out. Too strong, swallowing thunderbolts alive. I just want to ask, who the hell else is there? Listen to the cadets talking. Jiang Nianchu clenched his fists and clenched his teeth as he silently withdrew from the crowd. Ning Feng's performance had far exceeded his predictions. Talent beyond his wildest dreams, together with Ning Feng's background family, the provision of endless cultivation resources. If he was still thinking of avenging Ning Feng's insult to himself, relying on normal means, I'm afraid it wouldn't work. I'm not happy about it. Why? Why does he get to have whatever he wants? As for me, I have to personally earn even 1 chi in blood dan. Casting, what a skillful job. Walking into the distance, Jiang Nianchu silently unclenched his fists while letting out a long breath. After a flash of determination in his eyes, he took out his cell phone, opened his address book, and locked a few phone numbers. Soon the principal's conference room arrived. When Ning Feng walked into the conference room, several gazes swept over in unison. Chuanhu was in and there are 5 other principals. On the side Ning Feng also saw the figure of Ning Battle. The one person who caught Ning Feng's attention the most was a handsome man beside Ning Battle. The middle-aged man has a handsome appearance. The contours of his face are clearly defined. A few strands of silver threads in the sunlight slightly flickering, and Ning War sitting together with the momentum and temperament is not the slightest bit behind. But the first thing Ning Feng saw when he saw the man was that he looked so damn much like Jiang Nianchu, and the brother who died in Kong Nim Chu's arms not long ago. Father and son share a face. With a rough guess in his mind, Ning Feng smiled and walked over to Ning War, giving a slight salute. Father, senpai, elder principals. The crowd nodded slightly in response. The moment he saw Ning Feng, a hint of doting instantly surged up on Ningzhan's serious demeanor as he laughed. Little Feng, I'm coming over today just to sit in on the conversation. And by the way, to tell you a little something. You guys talk first, ignore us too. Now the business of WU. Ning War has all been handed over to Ning Feng to take care of. Well, Ning Feng glanced at the scene and walked over to the first seat beside Chuanhu and sat down. And without any nonsense, Ning Feng said indifferently, Principals, without further ado, you can give me the candidates for the competition. I'll take a look at them, and if there's nothing wrong with them, they can be finalized straight away. Then all the seniors say again how the ancient texts of enlightenment that have been fought over are to be distributed. Ning Feng didn't intend to delay on such matters. Not that he didn't value them. It's because there are just so many optional trainees that it's basically predictable. Southeast Military Academy. Duan Wuchuan, he's the only one. That principal of the military department was the first to speak up, recommending only one candidate. Duan Wuchuan. Tiancher Wu De Huajichao. Chao Honghao. Dragon River Martial Arts University Tu Honghao. Several veteran principals have signed up candidates for. However, with the exception of Southeast Wushu University, the 4 martial arts schools have a really limited number of people to choose from, and it's basically just a formality. The worst of the worst, SDSU, has even less to hold. In the end, the candidates were basically pretty much the same as on the previous test rankings. In addition to SWCU, the remaining 3 schools had men in the field, including 2 from Tennessee Lions WIU. What do the several principals have to say about this Gnosis ancient text distribution? Ning Feng opened his mouth and asked. Young Lord Ning, I think it would be best to just say goodbye to the number of people who went to battle, as well as their accomplishments in actual battles, as this would be the fairest. The first one to speak up was the president of Tianchu Martial Arts University. Two of their candidates went to war, and the proposal worked in their favor. On the side, the president of South Martial Arts University was anxious when he heard that South Martial Arts University had no one to participate in the battle. Wouldn't that mean it was over? But without waiting for him to say anything, the principal of the military school said coolly, I don't think it's a good idea. The number of Enlightenment ancient texts is limited, and only the top few rankings will be able to have a slightly larger number of pieces. If we distribute it like this, how much will we get besides Southeast WU? The presidents of Longjiang Wushu University and South Wushu University nodded their heads in succession. The Heavenly Lion Martial Grandmaster stroked his beard and laughed. You guys aren't capable, so who do you blame? In the world of martial arts, it is meant for the strong to be honored. The principal of the military academy sneered. If you put it that way, Southeast Martial University is strong enough, right? And the Ning family is strong enough, right? Give them all a pass. What's the point of arguing and giving us a run for our money? Chapter 96. The president of Manhwa University hurriedly responded. That's right. The president of Tianchu Martial University glanced at him and mocked. That's right what? You, Southern Martial University, don't contribute and you still want to have food? Where can there be such a good thing? Upon hearing this, the principal of South Martial University was not pleased. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Aren't ordinary students students? Should they be abandoned? Should they be denied resources? Why don't you say that when you go to war and plug holes with their lives? My South Martial University is weak, but the number of martial artists who died in battle is no less than any of your schools. Therefore, this ancient text of enlightenment, I, Southern Martial Arts University, will fight for it and not allow it. Tianchu Wu declared. Who doesn't have martial artists who died in battle? Don't take this to task. You can't cultivate a heavenly pride, and you're still justified on it. Upon hearing this, the president of Manhwa University instead brazenly straightened his chest. What happened to being righteous? What have I done that's wrong? My Manhwa University is already weak. If we don't get tough, how will we ever get along? Old headmaster Tianchu gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood. You can just grab it directly. Do you want to grab it directly? What's wrong with robbing? Fight one-on-one if you can. One-on-one? You forgot the last time I beat you into a grandson. Oh, after all these years, have you fought fewer? A couple of old schoolmasters are fighting over Gudo Guru. 7 mouths, regardless of the image of a quarrel. Arguing red. Only Chuan who did not participate in the whole process. Southeast Wuhan University do not need to compete for this. They take the most is certainly the most. So as much as they went to fight, the topmost level of their Southeastern Martial Arts University sent interests that no one could shake. Ning Feng sat on the side and took out the ancient tea of enlightenment, pouring a cup for both Ning Zhan and the Jiang family head, drinking while watching the play for a while. He waited until a few people had quieted down a bit before saying slowly, actually, my thoughts are different from those of the principals. Why would you guys want to split them up? Can't you think of something else? The crowd looked over. What does young Lord Ning mean by that? Ning Feng was calm and natural as he smiled and said, what I mean is simple. Resource sharing. Resource sharing? The crowd looked over with sideways glances, and the Heavenly Lion Martial Grandmaster had a straight temper and said directly, how is it shared? Such a good treasure. Who is willing to take it out and share it? Ning Feng laughed. This thing called the ancient text of enlightenment doesn't need to be referred to every day. This thing, unlike cultivating martial arts, doesn't need to be referred to every day in front of the tablet. In that case, we might as well put the contested tablets in one place. Just take the trainees on a regular basis for enlightenment. The crowd fell silent as they listened, thinking the same thing. Before, everyone put their own interests in front of each other, and for a while they just fought. Instead, the issue was ignored. Gudo in itself is a small probability of events, the need for a flash of light, or have an epiphany to assist in capturing that moment of inspiration. Who has nothing to do will sit over there from morning to night to enlightenment. The way of the martial arts, in the final analysis, is to keep one's feet on the ground. To put it in a more realistic way, enlightenment is the monopoly of the heavenly pride, so the ancient text of enlightenment is also the exclusive item of the heavenly pride. It was of limited use to martial artists with ordinary talent. But soon, new questions were raised. The president of Longjiang Wude spoke up. Where do I put it? The rest of the principals followed suit and looked up. Where to put it? A problem indeed. Who wouldn't want to keep such a good thing in their own home when it's near the water? Ning Feng laughed. Of course it's Southeastern Martial University. Number 1. The strongest in the Southeast Martial Arts University. Secondly, The Southeast Martial Arts University is located in the center of the Southeast Domain and is the transportation hub of the Southeast Domain, and all 4 of your martial arts universities have direct access to it. Thirdly, if the distribution is based on the number of people who went to war, South Martial Arts University will definitely not get a share. And if the number of ancient texts is limited, you 3 universities, too, may not get it. Without waiting for the crowd to retort, Ning Feng raised 3 possibilities in a row. It directly stifled the words of several people, contemplating for a long time. Until the next Herr Ning wore a cough, the crowd directly have a tiger's torso, rushed to agree with Ning Feng's program. Of course, the principals were upright. So naturally, they weren't afraid of Ning War. Most of all, he still felt that the third point made by Ning Feng had some truth to it. This time, the type of Enlightenment ancient text, as well as the number. The official did not reveal it. In case the number is really limited, that is certainly available to the Southeast Wushu University first. By then they won't even be able to drink the soup, and they won't even be able to cry. Perhaps this, too, is not the perfect choice. Things are finalized. After the deliberation, the 5 principals did not stay in the conference room for much longer and also retired. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my Ning War son. This mind, it's just flexible. It convinced a couple of principals in a couple of sentences. As he watched the 5 old principals retreat, Ning Zhan laughed happily. Not only was Ning Feng's talent heaven-defying, he was surprisingly even so sophisticated when it came to dealing with people. He hates dealing with this stuff. It's better to talk with your fists in the most painful and direct way. One punch, don't you agree? If you don't agree then don't ever speak. But he also understood that if he could take care of these social engagements, it would mean that he could take care of the Ning family's estate, which was still protected by the law and Earth Star. A hard fist can't solve everything. The Kong family is not an example. It is so in the eyes of the Ning family, drilling the law of the loopholes, step by step, ascending the southeast domain of the first plutocrat throne. This Jiang family head in front of him, the 2 of them were both martial saints in the realm. However, if we were to divide the realm on the city as well, he was a martial saint, and the Jiang family head was a martial god. There are more hearts than honeycomb coal. Ning Feng smiled and said, Father, Senior Jiang, what brings you 2 over? At the mention of this, Ning Zhan's expression suddenly grew a bit serious, and the Jiang family lord followed suit. Little wind, I came over today to talk to you about 3 main things. Ning Zhan pondered for a moment and said, Firstly, the endless sea exploded. Lu Xinyue, your uncle Lu's clan all died in battle, and none of them survived. I went over there today because I wanted to take you to burn incense for him. Lu Xinyue. Hearing that name, Ning Feng felt a string of memories flood into his mind. Ning Zhan, the Xia family head, and the Jiang family head as well as this Lu Xinyue. These 4 were hairy children who had grown up together. The Lu family used to be a martial saint family, but then after the Lu family martial saint died in battle, the Lu family fell into decline. But with a few hairy friends to cover, Lu's family has gotten a lot better over the years. He didn't expect that this time, the entire clan had died in battle in the endless sea. The atmosphere was inexplicably heavy. The endless sea suddenly burst into flames. A large number of star races surged out. Lu Xinyue first led the Lu family's 300-odd mouths to defend the exit of the endless sea to the death. The exit is blocked. Reinforcements arrived, but none of the tens of thousands of martial artists from the Lu family, including the Jin guarding army, came back alive. Ning War was open-minded, and although the death of his heir in battle made him quite sad, he was only slightly emotional, as he had experienced too much of this sort of thing. In the Stargate battlefield and the Earth Cave, people were dying in battle all the time. It could be Lu Xinyue today. Tomorrow it could be the Jiang family head, or the Ning family, or even himself. Over the years, he sent too many people away, witnessed too many people around him leave. Chapter 97, The Good Samaritan Card. Second thing, you still remember old Lu's orphan Lu Guiting, right? I want to betroth her to you. You're not so young anymore. It's time to find someone to marry. In case you enter the Earth Cave or Stargate battlefield someday. In case of hanging, it can also leave a queen. The picture has suddenly changed. The originally heavy atmosphere disappeared without a trace, and Ning Feng didn't even react for a moment. When he reacted, he said with a black face, Dad, what are you doing? Why are you marrying me again? The marriage contract. Marriage contract. Again. Summer. Yelan. Ning War had been worrying about Ning Feng's lifelong affairs since he was born. Is this something a martial saint should worry about? And, how did you get yourself killed? So you've been trying and adapting to the fact that I'm hung up for a long time now. Ning Zhan sniffed. Tingting is the one I watched grow up since she was a child. She's a good girl. You missed out on Summer. You missed out on Lan Lan. I can't say I'll miss it this time. Just then, The Jiang family head coldly grunted from the sidelines. Old Ning, do you take me for granted that I don't exist? It's not yet known who the flowers will fall to, but you have to be clear. When old Lu was alive, he was more favorable to my family Nianchu. Ning Feng used to be a licking dog, specializing in licking Su Xinyue. Lu Xinyue was hot-tempered and straightforward, and was very upset with Ning Feng. Jiang Nianchu was gifted from a young age and learned to take care of the family business, much to Lu Xinyue's temperamental liking. That was before. Ning Zhan snorted coldly and said, look at it now. In terms of talent, in terms of strength potential, which bit of Jiang Nianchu compares to Xiao Feng? Wasn't old Lu very relieved when he heard about Little Win's transformation at the Stargate? Also, when it comes to doing business, my family's Little Win doesn't seem to be bad in business. The Jiang family lord raised his eyebrows. Where is it stronger? Strong everywhere. Why don't you and I fight? Just fight. I'm afraid of you? Ning Feng stood on the sidelines, watching the two martial saints fight in a different way, but he couldn't interject. Cackle. The door to the conference room was pushed open, and Jiang Nianchu stepped in. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nianchu's complexion couldn't help but be stunned. Faintly, he glanced over Ning Feng. Dad, called me over for something. Jiang Nianchu walked over and asked respectfully. Nianchu, your uncle Lu passed away, and before he died, he instructed me to make sure that Tingting is betrothed to you. When Jiang Nianchu heard about Lu Xingguo's clan, she originally had a face of grief, but when he heard the latter, his face full of grief turned into horror. Are you serious? Uncle Lu passed away? Uncle Lu wouldn't leave such last words even if he died. Not bothering to pay attention to Jiang Nianchu's emotions, the head of the Jiang family said indifferently. In addition to this matter today, there are two other things, but there's no rush now. Let's wait until after the funeral. With that, he led Jiang Nianchu out of the conference room. Looking at the Jiang family's father and son, who had taken the first step to leave, Ning Zhan looked at Ning Feng and said, Little Feng, let's go as well. The funeral is over, and I have one more thing to tell you, too. Ning Feng nodded, and as Ning War didn't say much, he didn't ask much either, but he always felt that Ning Zhan came over this time not only for the sake of a marriage. At noon, go to the funeral of Lu Xinguo. Lu Xinguo's martial realm was an 8th grade golden body, and the death of his entire clan in battle this time caused quite a stir. Plus with the Ning War and the Jiang family Xia family at this level, there were quite a few people who came to offer their condolences. In addition to the major clans of the Southeast Domain, some of the lineages and forces outside of the Southeast Domain also had people present. The three major departments of the Dragon Kingdom, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Investigation have even sent representatives to offer their condolences. In the afternoon, the condolences ended. One by one, Ning Zhan and the Jiang family had left the field with them, but for the time being, he didn't leave the Lu family, but stayed behind. At this time, inside the hall of the Lu family, aside from Ning War and the Jiang family lord as well as Ning Feng and Jiang Nianchu, the Xia family had also brought Summer to the scene and stayed away for the time being. Looking at the already flaming Ning War and the Jiang family lord, the Xia family lord sat in his chair, sipping his tea as he slowly looked at the two. It's a plan to start watching the show. Ning Feng and Jiang Nianchu stood behind Ning Battle and the Jiang family lord respectively. As they waited, the two saw the look of sympathy in each other's eyes. How about it? Aren't you happy? I've heard that Lu Guiting is SSS gifted and carries a vision worthy of you, Ning Feng. Right at this moment, Summer, who was not far away beside Ning Feng, spoke in a low voice, his words carrying a few hints of mockery. Ning Feng was speechless. He caught a strong whiff of acidity in Summer's tone, so he didn't dare answer. He didn't want to provoke any women. He just wanted to cultivate his martial arts in peace. Women. It only affects the speed of cultivation. Summer hugged her arms and said coldly from the sidelines, Young Master Ning, Smiley, your big day is coming soon. Jiang Nianchu sniffed and chimed in. I also think that young Master Ning and Tingting are a good match. Ning Feng rubbed his nose and said calmly, Do you think there's a possibility that Tingting actually prefers you, young Lord Jiang? Like it if you like it. It means I'm more attractive than you, Ning Feng. Jiang Nianchu twisted her mouth at the words and ultimately didn't say much, because every time they met as children, Lu Guiting did stick to him more. However, compared to Ning Feng, Jiang Nianchu was a bit more open-minded in this regard, because he was born into a Zaibatsu family. The ideological indoctrination he received from a young age was different from that of a normal martial arts family. Most of the plutocratic families promote marriage, but look on the bright side. He didn't want to get married so early if he could avoid it. Finally, a figure slowly walked into the hall. The young girl was standing tall in her white funeral dress, her short, simply styled hair tied up in a holster. The looks were a few points behind Summer's, but they had a flavor all their own. Only, because of her family, The young girl had a haggard look on her face. 3 uncles. A couple of brothers. After greeting the elders, Lu Guiting also knew what the several people stayed behind for. Without selling the story, Lu Guiting opened the door and said, "The matter of the marriage contract. My father has mentioned it before, but I have never agreed to it. Now I've figured it out." When the Jiang family lord heard this, he said with a serious expression, "Ting Ting, your father and I are close friends who grew up Barest. What is your opinion on this marriage contract? Just say it, whether you choose Ning Feng or Nianchu. It's all up to you." Ningzhan also nodded his head and smiled. "Your uncle Jiang and I, we both respect your choice." Though the two had argued fiercely before they came, it was only their will. It all boils down to people's Lu Guiting's own choices. They couldn't force their way in. Lu Guiting sniffed, her gaze faintly glancing over both Ning Feng and Jiang Nianchu. Then, he gave a respectful salute in the direction of Ning War. "Uncle Ning, I'm sorry. Young Lord Ning, I'm sorry. You're excellent. High talent, good family history, all of it. But we might not be a good fit. I choose Jiang Nianchu." With that, he once again bowed respectfully towards Ning War, while casting an apologetic look at Ning Feng. When Ning Zhen sniffed, a flash of loss flickered in his eyes, but his face waved his hand with a smile. Phew! 2 long outbreaths rang through the hall. The former was Ning Feng's, and with a sigh of relief, in the face of the good guy card handed up by Lu Guiting, Ning Feng felt for the first time that the good guy card turned out to be not bad. Throwing a grateful look towards Lu Guiting, Ning Feng nodded regretfully. The latter, Jiang Nianchu, also let out a long breath. He spread his palms and shook the sweat from them. "It's just a matter of resigning myself to the fact that I can't resist the will of my old man, so I'll just lie back and enjoy it." Chapter 98, The Reward of the State Lord. Well, Ting Ting has vision. Don't worry, in the future, my Jiang family is your backing. There are all things. Talk to Uncle Jiang. Jiang Nianchu laughed freely, shook his sleeves, and patted his chest. As he said that, he even glanced at Ning War with a provocative glance as if he was pleased with himself. Ning War, though regretful, but it was Lu Guiting's own choice. He also didn't say anything and laughed. "Ting Ting, if this kid Jiang Nianchu bullies you, tell uncle and I'll cut him." Jiang Nianchu was instantly shaken by the tiger. Just then, Lu Guiting walked up to Jiang Nianchu and said seriously, "Jiang Nianchu, this is my choice. If you don't want to marry me, just say it directly and I will plead with Uncle Jiang to break off the engagement. Now, I'll give you a choice. Marry me, or stay friends." Looking at the sincere and bright smile on Lu Guiting's face, Jiang Nianchu froze at his words. A few moments later, Jiang Nianchu suddenly asked, "Ting Ting, I admit, we've known each other since we were kids and I have some good feelings for you, but, do you really want to get married just like that? You're still so young." Lu Guiting sniffed and smiled. "I didn't want to before, but now, I want to, and if it's possible, I want to get married and have children while father is still alive." Jiang Nianchu wondered, "Why?" Lu Guiting laughed. "Actually, when you think about it, there's nothing wrong with getting married and starting a family early, right? Keeping a posterity for myself and still allowing my elders to have grandchildren sooner. This way, we can let go and go to the Earth Cave Stargate to fight against the Star Nation. Even if I do die in battle one day, I have no regrets." As Lu Guiting spoke, a layer of water mist emerged from her eyes. Still a child after all. The demise of her family has shifted her thinking though, but in a way, it also hit her hard. Jiang Nianchu stood frozen in place. Then, walking to Lu Guiting's body, silently, gently holding Lu Guiting's hand, the matter of the marriage contract was settled. Leave the Lu family. On the way back to Seoul, Ning Feng sat in the flying boat's council cabin as he felt that he had dodged a bullet this time. However, looking at the scene in the council chamber at this moment, Ning Feng knew that the third thing his father, Ning War, had said was, "I'm afraid, the most important thing about his trip this time around, the Jiang family lord, the Xia family lord," and on the side was Ning Battle. There was another person sitting across from Ningzhan, a middle-aged man with a tiger's back and covered in black hair. This person was Ji Daoi's father, Ji family head Ji Haitian. If the outside world sees these four sitting together, I'm afraid it could make countless media outlets do a good job of writing a big article. After all, these four were the top 4 families in the Southeast Domain nowadays, suppressing the main forces of all the stargates and earth caves in the Southeast Domain. Even the Kingdom Master Army and the official martial artist army could only lean back when they arrived. It was no exaggeration to say that they could decide the life and death of countless families in the Southeast Domain with a raise of their hands. But it is also these 4 families that have guarded these countless families with their lives. On Ning Feng's side, Summer, Jiang Nianchu, and Ji Daoi had all arrived as well. The heads of the 4 great families, as well as the most outstanding descendants of the 4 great families. Well, first things first. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Zhan, as the head of the first martial Dao family, was the first to speak. To make a long story short, the fact that the officials have come up with the ancient texts of enlightenment is a great event for the human race to be congratulated on. But over these thousands of years, all of the clans here have had countless strong people pay with their lives as well. Therefore, the official government has taken out 7 ancient texts, which are considered a reward to our several great clans, but there are only 7 seats in total in the ancient text. Therefore, I have discussed a proposal with the remaining few clans, which is to have a small sparring match, so that you 4 juniors can compete. First place, 3 ancient texts, 2 seats in second place, 1 for the third and fourth. Ning War's words were mainly addressed to Ning Feng and the 4 summer people. It was because before coming, the 4 family heads had already formulated a plan. So, this program is the result of the 4 family heads deliberating together. 3 family heads, is there anything else to add? Ning Zhan looked toward the 3 family lords. The 3 shook their heads lightly, signaling that there was no problem. You 4, any questions? Ning Warfare swept another glance over the 4 Ning Fengs. Where did the 4 Ning Fengs have any problems? Where did they dare to have any problems? This program was agreed upon by their oldest son, the 4 martial saints together. But at this moment, except for Ning Feng, Summer and Jiang Nianchu had little fluctuation in their expressions. Only Ji Daohui had a bitter face. Let them cut? In terms of talent and strength, he knew very well that he couldn't beat these 3, especially Ning Feng. What kind of bullying has he done to himself? How did Pops agree to this program? But come to think of it, Pops couldn't seem to beat the remaining 3 family heads. Whenever the big 4 get together to discuss things, Pops doesn't have much to say. Martyr. No strength is really suffocating. Really backward will be beaten. But right at this moment, Ning Zhan's next words caused the 4 of them to light up at the same time. However, you guys don't have to worry. This sparring session is not a competition of martial arts strength in the ring. Since it's a battle of the ancient texts of enlightenment, then of course, enlightenment should be the main focus. 3 days later, the first stop of the enlightenment ancient text is to be transported to the Southeast Martial University for transit. And since you're all the Southeast Martial University's prides, you'll just be able to spar directly at the school. Meditate and comprehend before the ancient text of enlightenment for a period of 1 day. And the 4 of us may not be there that day. But there will be a strong person who came out of the sea of divine animals who will be there in person to rank you based on your performance. Hearing Ning War's words, the 4 of them had their spirits lifted. There was actually a strong person who had returned from the divine animal sea battle. But this way, Ji Daohui heard this before his face slowed down a little and he let out a slight sigh of relief. If it was enlightenment, then he wasn't completely out of luck. After all, the enlightenment of this thing is very subtle. Depends on the talent, also depends on the luck, more depends on the temporary play. If the brain is not a moment, then it is likely that nothing can be enlightened. Thinking of this, Ji Daohui once again surged with confidence. He felt like he could do it again. At least it's another chance. In fact, Summer and Jiang Nianchu were also relieved. After all, they weren't really sure they could beat Ning Feng in a martial arts fight. Now this fight, that's a chance. After saying this matter, the flying boat was quiet for a while. Ning Warrior and the others casually dismissed Ning Feng's 4 juniors, then gathered together and didn't know what they were chatting about. Ning Feng and the others were happy to do so. Even for a heavenly pride like them, even their own parents, there was a great deal of psychological pressure to spend time with a martial saint. Not to mention 4. Thunderclap. Elder Lu's entire clan died in battle. It attracted the heads of the 4 great clans of the Southeast Domain to gather. In the meantime, through Elder Lu's funeral, the news that Ning Feng and the other 4 great martial saints had gotten together had still gotten out. For a while, it caused quite a stir. Martial saints were not that easy to meet, usually each suppressing his side, all busy with their own business. It's even more rare to see all 4 together. But let there be a clamor in the outside world, to which Ning War and the others didn't care about these boring lace news. After all, the funeral was public and it's okay to get the word out. Chapter 99, Licking Dog Day 28, Pagoda Observation out of Shell Method. A few hours passed, and the flying boat stopped at the Southeast Martial Arts University. However, the 4 Ning warriors then directly left Southeast Martial University in an unknown direction. The 4 Ning Fengs disembarked their flying boats one after another, returning in the direction of the dormitory. Walking, Summer had a cold look on her face and suddenly said, "Congratulations, the big wedding day has been set. Notify and go over to ask for a cup of wedding wine." Jiang Nianchu, Ji Daohui also said, "I'm most likely in the Earth Cave or the Stargate. Marriage is not certain, but if I give birth to a squeak, I'll definitely come back." Jiang Nianchu, he had the urge to knife both of them, clearly watching the fun. However, looking at Ning Feng, who was walking silently beside him. It was a lot smoother. Just then, Ning Feng faintly said, "I wish you 100 years of happiness." Jiang Nianchu was so angry that she almost spat out blood, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Ning Feng speeding up his pace and going back to the cultivation room. Jiang Nianchu gasped, "What's wrong with getting married early? Gu Ting is a good girl. Besides, after graduation, we all have to enter the star sect, train and carry out missions, and at the end of the day, we're bound to go through big battles, big wars and bloody battles. When the time comes, if I die in battle, I'll at least be able to keep a seed. What about you guys? If you guys die, you won't even have a queen." For a moment, several people were silent, and no one refuted him, because Jiang Nianchu was right. Seeing a few people not squeaking, this time Jiang Nianchu's heart ached. "So, Summer, hurry up and find someone to marry. And you Ning Feng, Lao Ji you too. You're the young masters. Don't die in battle when the time comes and you don't even have an heir." Jiang Nianchu is worthy of being a merchant from a plutocratic family. His mouth is not covered, and knows how to draw a line in the sand. Grabbing a couple of people by their sore spots was a pain in the ass, and it repeatedly storms, much like its merchant nature character said. Seeing that a few people were still silent, Jiang Nianchu even gave the three of them a smug look. Suddenly smiling playfully, he said, "Summer, why don't we just pick one of the two of them? Ning Feng is not bad now. Or we could go with old G." Summer originally didn't squeak, and was directly annoyed at the words. "Are you looking for death?" Looking at Summer's murderous gaze, Jiang Nianchu shuddered slightly. "The fact that you're in a hurry means that my words have touched your soul." With that, he shrugged and walked away. The remaining two, Summer and Ji Daoi, had even less to say and soon went their separate ways. When he returned to the cultivation room, Ning Feng told Ah Xiang what had happened. Ah Chung stayed at the school to wait and didn't travel with them to Lu's house. After hearing Ning Feng's recounting, Ah Xiang merely smiled and lamented. "It's good to get used to it. In the history of the martial arts, there's already no telling how many Lu clans have appeared. There will be more later. The war with the Star Nation and the Fey is far from being the most dire situation yet." This was something that Ning Feng did agree with. He changed into a set of martial arts training clothes, walked to the entrance of the simulated sparring match, and turned to look at Ah Xiang. "Want to accompany me to practice?" Ah Xiang covered his stomach and said with a pained expression, "I've had a stomachache for the past 2 days. I might have to have an affair. Let's do it another day." Ning Feng stepped into the sparring room. Look at the electronic light screen on the wall. The simulated AI broadcast was turned on, and suddenly several rows of text came to life. "Simulation battle is on. Please select the simulation map. 1. Siege of the Cults. Story summary, 1577 in the Langu calendar. Main simulation of the strength of the opponents. Early 5th grade cultists, several 4th grade cultists. 2. The Battle of the Sea of Divine Animals, 300 years ago. Story overview, large scale, death toll 64. 512 martial artists. 54. 875 star races, 10 7th grade masters died in battle. 6 8th grade golden bodies. 3. The Battle of Xiahian. Story summary, 8,000 iron armored soldiers, using their bodies to crash into the formation, and eventually all of them died with their bodies hanging from their bodies, breaking open the absolute formation of martial arts, and the defeat of the Star Nation. 5. 10. Please choose your match according to your number. Once chosen, no changes can be made until the end of the match. Look at the refreshed list of matchups. Ning Feng finally chose number 3. The battle along the Little River. #3. Choose success. Searching for combat-related personnel information. Search successful. Chi blood been open. Releasing chi blood now. Being simulated at. The image in front of his eyes shifted, and Ning Feng appeared in a blood-colored heaven and earth. To the eye, there was a corpse hanging from an alloy weapon. The entire 8,000 strong iron armor army died with their corpses hanging. These corpses were all like air-dried bacon, obviously having died of exhaustion after burning all the chi and blood power in their bodies. The air was filled with a thick mist of blood, and the ground was littered with broken corpses and severed limbs of human martial artists who had directly exploded themselves. As Ning Feng walked through this cluster of corpses, it was as if he had seen the scene of the iron-armored army's resolute determination to die in years past. This battle, which he had also heard about, was a military division martial artist, a legion of iron-blooded martial artists. Ironclads. The Iron Armor Army initially had 80,000 men, and only 8,000 were left after that battle, but in order to attack the Starbreaker Jedi formation, in the end, 8,000 people resolutely and generously went to their deaths, and 8,000 people crashed into the Jedi formation at the cost of blowing up their own flesh. Eventually, he succeeded in breaking the formation. and the human race was victorious. Listening to the beeps coming from his ears, Ning Feng recalled what he knew about the battle. By order of the Chancellor, the 8,000 Iron Armor Army, set not to retreat from the camp. Iron Armor Army, fight to the death. Yujing Iron Horsemen, may the dead die with me. As Ning Feng took a single step, a picture of yesteryear resurfaced before his eyes once more. 8,000 Yujing Iron Horsemen, may the dead, 8,000. And in the middle of that Star Race Jedi formation that the 8,000 Iron Armor Army was crashing into, the Star Race, led by several peak 6th grade heads, looked at the human Iron Armor Army with a face full of sinister and cold smiles. At this moment, that group of brazen and generous human martial artists were like a joke in their eyes. Soon, however, the Star Tribe leader's face changed. 8,000 iron-armored martial artists exploded their own chi and blood to bombard the Jie formation, and under the premise that the Star Race thought it was impossible, they actually shook the Jie formation. There was a great chaos within StarClan, trying to consolidate the Jedi formation, but it is already too late. The remaining thousands of human martial artists see the absolute array was shaken. A brain rushed up to directly self-destruct flesh. Rumble. The Jedi formation was hardened and blown apart, filling the space with blood mist. %:%::. Under the unbelievable gazes of a group of Star Race, a figure slowly stepped out from within the blood mist. Ning Feng had one hand behind his back and one hand holding the heaven-splitting halberd, and his figure instantly transformed into a ray of light and disappeared in place. When the figure appeared in the group of Star Tribes, a Star Tribe leader was picked on the Rift Sky halberd. That Star Tribe leader was filled with fear and struggled. Bang! Ning Feng's heaven-splitting halberd shook, and a cloud of blood mist rose up. Bang! 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 Ning Feng held his halberd in one hand and walked slowly, seemingly walking idly, but every time the cracked halberd crossed, a large number of heads flew and rolled. Despite knowing that this is a simulated sparring match, despite knowing that this is just a scene from yesteryear, however, Ning Feng's heart was still angry, and that stemmed from the hostile factor in the bones of the human and star races. Chapter 100 Destruction of the Three Tribes. Whoosh! Seeing Ning Feng's overwhelming momentum, the three-headed, 6th grade StarClan leaders struck out. One with high strength, one with high burst, and one with high speed surrounded Ning Feng, intending to surround him. Boom boom boom. There's a big fight coming up. Half an hour later, the ground was also littered with the bodies of StarClan. There were only 3 6th grade star races left on the scene, but at this moment, the bodies of 2 of them were also nailed alive to a huge rock. On Ning Feng's rift halberd, there was also a head picked out, blood flowing down the shaft of the rift halberd onto his hand. Ning Feng's heaven-splitting halberd shook, and the head of the 6th grade Sidewinder exploded. The Demon Rock Clan, too weak. Then with a casual stroke of his hand, the remaining 2 6th grade star races were also decimated. Heads flew off. It directly exploded into 2 clouds of blood mist in the air. Outside the analog cultivation room, Ning Feng had just come out when he heard a system beep. Ding! Dog licking day 28. Pagoda view out of shell method. Note, perform this method. Your attention will be incredibly focused. Watching anything may have a sense of enlightenment. Enlightenment, boxing intention, the sword method, even if the hey time to perform, perhaps there is a different discovery. Oh, it will bring you closer to the way of nature. Pagoda view idea? Ning Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the functions of the viewfinder. This is the work of visualization. When the mind is deep in thought, one is able to view a pagoda. As you get to each level of mindfulness, there are different sensations, and the higher the mindfulness goes, the greater the harvest of the koan. When you reach the top, take a leap from the top of the tower. Your divine soul can then go out of your body and detach itself from the shell of flesh. In reality, Ning Feng didn't need this viewpoint. Whether it was his one sword solo, or the chaotic seed green lotus and star ocean flare green sky, they were all able to bring him the ability to comprehend on the. He was able to enter the way in 1 second, but after he'd taken a closer look at the idea of the koan, he didn't think so, because the first few kinds of initiation only allow him to enter the way, and it depends on the situation as to what he realizes. But this pagoda viewed the shell method differently, and he was directed to comprehend it. That is to say, what is comprehended at each level is set in stone. It's more targeted and might work for him. Casually pulling out his cell phone and glancing at it, a shocking message came into view. Ning Feng saw that the hot searches on all the major platforms were all crowded out by a single message. Shocked, shocked, shocked. The Endless Sea World War II has resumed, and the 4 great martial saint family heads of Ning, Jiang, Ji, and Xia have gathered at the Endless Sea, setting traps to lure the 3 major star races among the top 100 star races down to the bloodbath. The 3 clans fall into a trap, and Ning War shows his might. The 3 martial saints Jiang, Ji, and Xia destroyed the 3 star races in one fell swoop, leaving the 3 star race kings as bare-knuckle commanders. Below, it's full of comments from netizens. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 3 star races that ranked in the top 100 of star races were surprisingly annihilated by the group. Holy, big event. How long has it been since we destroyed one of the star race communities? You know, it's not easy to destroy a star race community. This time, we destroyed 3 in one breath. And they're all top 100 races. I heard that Elder Lu, the one who was exterminated, was the hairdresser of Ning Martial Sage and Jiang Martial Sage, so it seems the rumors are true. The comments from netizens all over the Dragon Kingdom exploded. There were also a lot of out-of-towners who ran under the comments section to gather around and leave comments, and also left a lot of Fark by Ga Dire and so on their respective state curses to express the shock of the melon eaters. Ning Feng, who had seen this news, was both surprised and had indescribable feelings welling up in his heart. Ning War and a few others, who claimed to have seen many dead people, and to have seen many of their relatives and friends die in battle, claimed to be looking on the bright side. It comes down to not being able to see. Otherwise, Ning Zhan wouldn't have risked exposing himself as having recovered from his injuries to go hard against the 3 star tribes. One must know that he had been severely injured by the Star Nation before and was saved by himself with the Immortal Pill. It was thought that it would be used as a base card in the Battle of the Desolate Ancient Blood Domain 3 years later to give the Star Tribe a surprise raid. Still couldn't resist using it. However, this wave of destroying the 3 major star races was not a loss. Meanwhile, the video came to light with it. Moreover, it was exposed on the official websites of the 4 families of Ning, Jiang, Ji, and Xia, which was obviously intentional on the part of the 4 great families. This is a common occurrence. Not to be pretentious, of course, but to be uplifting. There aren't many great victories like this. Ning Feng opened a few videos, and was also shocked by the battle power of several of the great masters. At the scene of the great battle, endless blood light rushed to the sky collapsed, and the scenery was terrifying. This was the might of the martial saints, and on the Earth Star, you usually didn't even see them strike, but once it strikes, it is a mighty force that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth. Only one of the videos showed Ning Zhan and the 3 great lords, directly hardening themselves against the 5-star race false gods, equivalent to martial saints, without losing the slightest bit of ground. Although this was 4 against 5 and did not hold the advantage in terms of numbers, the 4 martial saint family heads relied on their desperate stance and hard-pressed the 5-star race false gods to lift their heads. In the end, 2 of the star race kings were heavily injured and had to retreat, taking their respective clansmen with them at the same time. Although the 4 martial saint family heads were also heavily injured to varying degrees, they were nowhere near as severe as the star race false gods. With those 2 star races exiting the battlefield, Ning Warrior and the others knew that the opportunity had arrived. In the end, Ning Zhan directly used his own strength to stand up to the 3 remaining Star Clan false gods, and the 3 great masters of Xia, Jiang, and Ji made a direct push across the board, hardening the entire communities of the 3 great star races and killing them all. Even as the 3-headed star race false gods roared in rage, they were to no avail, and several times they tried to get away to rescue them, only to be hardened and controlled by Ning War. Just a few short videos to watch the netizens' blood boil. Ning Feng closed the video interface. It's a hot mess, indeed, but he also saw the tragic side of the 4 Ning warriors were not lightly injured, especially Ning Warrior. Although it wasn't as serious as the 5 false gods, they still needed time to recuperate and recover. Theoretically, the 4 Ning warriors hadn't lost out. But, how many human martial saints are there? How many star race powerhouses of the same level are there? Star race false gods. Even if they were injured or died, there could be countless races that could step up and take over. The human race cannot. A turnip, sometimes missing a position, can cause the whole line to collapse. It's still a loss. I just don't know what favors the Ning and Jiang families promised the Ji and Xia family heads to make the 2 go all out. The price that could make 2 martial saints go all out was definitely not cheap. This battle in particular was not an easy one. Facing the 5 false gods of the 5-star races, there was a risk of being seriously injured. If the benefits aren't enough, striking out isn't going to happen. But those wouldn't be things Ning Feng cared about. After pushing the door out of the cultivation tower, a ray of sunlight shone in. It put Ning Feng in a much better mood. Simulated matchmaking is virtual though, but without a strong enough mental capacity. It's easy to get scared to the point of collapse. Just that hellish Shura-like scene alone is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Even if you're used to seeing it, it's inevitable that you'll be depressed by that atmosphere and thus mentally affected. But it was only when he stepped out of the cultivation tower that the scene in the plaza made Ning Feng's eyes glaze over. Chapter 101 Renting an Ancient Monument, only to see that above the square, A large number of silhouettes were crowding around the square. There were people sitting on their knees, and there were people with their heads bowed in contemplation. And others had obviously just woken up from their training and were whispering and discussing or pointing. And in the center of the square, there were 4 figures sitting on their knees, eyes lowered in meditation. It was none other than Summer, Jiang Nianchu, and Ji Daoi. The other figure sitting beside Jiang Nianchu was Lu Guiting, Jiang Nianchu's new fiancé. Ning Feng couldn't help but sigh, marrying the dog and following the dog so quickly, rushing over for a reunion. How anxious this is to create an heir. At this point, in front of the 4 men, a stone tablet was placed, and a complex ancient script was carved on top of it. As the 4 of them comprehended, the stone tablet glowed, emitting a faint sunlight. It's Jiang Yunfei's tablet. Ning Feng curiously walked out. These 3 people had actually borrowed Jiang Yunfei's ancient tablet of enlightenment. He felt that things weren't quite right. With Jiang Yunfei's unprofitable character, it was impossible for him to kindly lend out something as precious as an ancient steel. The last time he lent it to all the trainees to watch, it was Jiang Yunfei's attempt to increase his popularity. He'd seen it coming. And this time, while this is going on, Ning Xiao has come out. Ning Xiao has become handsome again. Say what you will about Ning Xiao. This is my regenerative parent. Dad, take a look here. The group of trainees who had originally been hostile to Ning Feng because of Jiang Yunfei's appearance. At this time, they had also changed their opinions of Ning Feng. After all, last time, it was Ning Feng who had saved the day, using the means left behind by the god of Wushu to kill 2 8th-grade golden body cultists and save thousands of Wushu university students. Saving a life is like being a new parent. It directly reversed Ning Feng's reputation. Ning Xiao, can I be your lapdog? Just then, a thin, stooped male cadet with a flattering face ran over to Ning Feng and said. Ning Feng was just about to speak when he suddenly saw the male cadet running away again. Ning Feng looked at his side suspiciously and realized that Xiang had appeared beside him at an unknown time. A golden body powerhouse was not something that anyone dared to approach, but with that kind of guts, you still want to be a lapdog. Uncle Xiang, what's going on here? Jiang Yunfei was so willing to lend them the ancient steel. Ning Feng asked casually. I heard it was rented at great expense. Xiang recounted the gossip he had heard from the cadets to Ning Feng. Ning Feng cried and laughed a bit after hearing this. It turned out that Jiang Yunfei had begun to cultivate like crazy after the end of his training, but cultivation required money to be smashed, so Jiang Yunfei began to frantically engage in money again. Now these 3 could all be dirt rich, although none of them were as rich as Ning Feng. None of them lacked money. Jiang Yunfei is so short of money, he must not ruthlessly pit the 3 people? But the trio probably really don't care about the money. Ning Feng looked at the 3. It seemed that these 3 were really trying hard to take this first place. But how could they have known that this first place was destined to belong to them? Even if they tried harder, even if they directly viewed the true ancient text of enlightenment ahead of time, it wouldn't change the end of things. However, let them live in hard-fought happiness for now. There's no need to shatter illusions. It's always good to carry some hope, only to see that one after another. The group of ordinary cadets woke up, and most of them had nothing to show for it. The thing about enlightenment is that it's not that good. And in the summer, Jidori, there were also 4 people, Jiang Nianchu and Lu Guiting, in front of whom violent chi and blood fluctuations kept appearing. The 4 of them kept outlining ancient texts, forming a blood-colored gully in front of them. Try to summarize something from it. However, attempt after attempt was rewarded with breakage after breakage. Ning Feng. Just then, Ning Feng suddenly heard a voice from behind him, tinged with cowardice. Ning Feng turned around, seeing Su Xinyue was staring at herself with a face of fear. Seeing Ning Feng's stern eyes looking over, Su Xinyue was like a frightened kitten as she retreated 2 steps backward mischievously. Clenching his fists, he finally mustered up the courage to say, if you want to see it, you can, but it's got to be extra. As she said that, Su Xinyue looked at Ning Feng's gradually furrowing brows and hastily added, it was Brother Yunfei who said that ordinary students could watch it, free of charge, but you, and you guys, have to spend money. Ning Feng faintly shook his head, nor did he say much, leaving only one sentence, saying, don't worry, I'm not interested in that. When Ning Feng said that, he averted his gaze from the ancient monument. He had many means of enlightenment, and even if the true ancient text of enlightenment arrived, he didn't really need it. At best, it's just a matter of being curious and exploring the path. Su Xinyue was still thinking of saying something, but when he saw that Ning Feng wasn't interested in hitting on him, just hold the words back. To outsiders, it appeared that Ning Feng was standing out of his mind at the moment, but in reality, Ning is moving to use the pagoda to visualize the shell method. With a movement of his mind, an ancient pagoda actually did appear in front of him. This pagoda had a total height of 7 floors, and according to the description of the Guanxi, Ning Feng only needed to walk step by step to the top of the pagoda, and then after leaping down from the top, he would be able to emerge from his shell with his divine soul. Looking at the pagoda in front of him, Ning Feng walked up step by step. Soon after, walking to the top of the tower, Ning Feng didn't hesitate and leapt. A cutting sensation of the soul and flesh being stripped away came over the flesh immediately. Immediately afterward, Ning Feng saw a magical picture. He saw not only the panorama, but also himself standing in the square, that fleshy shell of yourself. Seeing this scene, Ning Feng couldn't help but tsk. One must know that martial arts is not immortal cultivation, and the only ones who can achieve out-of-body spirituality are some powerful spiritual chanting masters. These people specialized in spiritual power, but even so, it required the crowd to reach a high-grade level. A low-grade martial artist simply couldn't do it. Either that, or it was a special star race alien race that possessed abilities in the area of divine souls. In short, this ability is special. Boom! Right at this moment, Ning Feng sensed a collapse of energy. It was Summer's outline text that crumbled, and she outlined it 2 more times in a row, trying to recoalesce the previously outlined lines. However, all failed. Bang! Summer stood up and almost couldn't help but slap towards the stone monument. Tell Jiang Nianchu that I'll call him around the time of the final payment. Saying to Su Xinyue without a good mood, Summer turned around and walked away. After the Summer side is over, Ji Daoyi as well as Jiang Nianchu and the 3 people beside him, Lu Guiting, also awakened. Much like the Summer situation, the ancient text outlined in front of them didn't collapse though, but they were equally unproductive. The final payment will be here soon, Jiang Nianchu said coldly to Su Xinyue before turning around and leaving. Chapter 102, The Bridge to the Other Side and the Way of View Interchange. Me too. Ji Daoyi also turned around and walked towards the cultivation room with a depressed look on his face. It's a waste of money. He's not like Summer or Jiang Nianchu, $1,000 girl and a plutocrat's young master. He grew up in the Stargate, and his dad taught him from a young age to be hardworking and simple, to work hard, and to rely on himself for everything. So, he has some help except for the early growth period and then provides resources in addition to what is necessary. The family had given him less and less pocket money over the years. Jiang Yunfei, this ancient stone tablet is really fake. Why don't we find an excuse? Just say that this monument is fake, and beat him up to relieve his anger? Chidori thought as he walked. Thinking about it, suddenly something didn't feel right. What's wrong? No, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily a fight. Other people, Jiang Yunfei, were also geniuses, in terms of visions, in terms of talent, none of them were inferior to themselves. And after coming out of the divine animal sea, he was destined to have a great future. Thinking so, Ji Daoyi became even more depressed. When he awakened his vision before, his father had said that there were not many heavenly prides in this era that were more powerful than him. He believed it. But now, how is it that there are celestial pride everywhere, all of them capable of suppressing him? They were still all on his side, the Jiang family, the Xia family, the Ning family, and they were all still his Ji family's old rivals. Suddenly, I have a premonition that this time, if we compete for the ancient texts, it's possible that you and I won't be able to compete with Ning Feng. Suddenly, behind her, Jiang Nianchu walked over holding Lu Guiting. Ji Daoyi glanced at the 2 men who walked in front of him and said in a cold voice, if you can't win, you can't win. What can you do? Fight for second. Looking at the Ning Feng double vision, as well as various recent behaviors, it was normal that they couldn't compete. Jiang Nianchu smiled faintly. Fighting for second? What does second have to do with you? It must come from among Summer and me. Don't talk too much. Jiang Nianchu shrugged. Non-committal. Ji Daoyi glanced at Lu Guiting, who was following Jiang Nianchu, and laughed. Weren't you strongly against this marriage before? Now you know the fragrance? Jiang Nianchu also ignored him and walked by herself. However, just before the crowd could walk into the cultivation room, they suddenly felt a special aura that quickly filled the scene. Seemingly feeling something in their hearts, Jiang Nianchu, Ji Daoyi and the others stopped in their tracks at the same time. Even Summer, who had only just been about to enter the cultivation room, withdrew her hand on the doorknob. In the square, everyone tilted their heads in unison and looked in that direction right in the center, only to see that Ning Feng, who stood quietly in the center with his hands folded, had a bridge of Dao traces slowly emerge in front of him. 8 or 9 Dao marks were inscribed on it, each one reaching an astonishing length. Is this Ning Feng's bridge of Dao marks? The Dao trace on this is so long, it should be a meter long, right? Didn't they say that an ordinary heaven's pride's Dao mark is only half a meter or so? Is Ning Feng an ordinary heavenly pride? Still haven't gotten over the fact that young Ning is an A-rank talent? Murmurs emanated from the crowd as everyone stared at the Dao marks above, their shocked facial expressions reaching an astonishing arc. Looking at the length of the Dao marks on that bridge of Dao marks, Summer and Jiang Nianchu also had different expressions on their faces. Ji Daoi, your Dao marks. The longest is less than half a meter, right? Jiang Nianchu looked behind him at Ji Daoi and said, speak as if yours has arrived. Ji Daoi said coldly, I have a line to awe. Jiang Nianchu laughed. Just one. Ji Daoi looked at Ning Feng's bridge of Dao marks and couldn't help but marvel. His is so long. If only mine were that long. Ji Daoi said with a face full of envy. The bridge of Dao marks surfaced in front of Ning Feng, just when everyone thought that Ning Feng was about to erase the Dao marks on the spot, only to see that a 7-story pagoda had appeared in front of Ning Feng's body. Once again, use the pagoda view out of the shell method, step by step, to the top of the 7-story tower. Standing on the top of the tower, Ning Feng slowly closed his eyes, and extended one fist and, then, it slowly blasted out towards the front. This seemingly slow punch was permeated with a Taoist rhythm that was difficult to describe. Everyone felt it, but couldn't put their finger on it. Boom! A fist blasted out as if there were no fluctuations. But, Ning Feng continued with his second punch, third punch, fourth punch, the 10th punch, punch after punch, all the way to the 10th punch. The crowd on the spot staring at that void instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Look! It seems like another bridge has appeared. Everyone's pupils plummeted extremely fast, and someone pointed ahead and exclaimed in shock, only to see that as Ning Feng's fist waved, another bridge had unexpectedly surfaced in front of his bridge of Dao marks. This bridge, which stretched across the front of the Dao trace bridge, was even more majestic and vast, emitting a compelling might, fistful of intent bridge to the other side. Right at the moment Ning Feng had used the pagoda viewing out of shell method. What he didn't expect was to have realized something about this fist technique and manifested this bridge to the other side. The moment the bridge to the other side appeared, Ning Feng, who was standing on top of the pagoda, suddenly leapt down from the 7th floor. It landed firmly on the bridge on the other side. Standing with his arms folded, he walked slowly across the bridge on the other side, with an ethereal figure and a resounding gait. Step by step, Ning Feng approached his bridge of Dao marks. Looking at the figure, everyone pressed their breaths to see his next move. Boom! Without saying a word, Ning Feng stood on the bridge to the other side, and surprisingly, he directly threw out his fist and blasted the Dao marks on the bridge of Dao marks. What's he going to do? Blast the Dao trace flat? Isn't that too strong? Looking at Ning Feng's actions, everyone felt incredulous. The road is not flat. It can only be repaired gradually with time, chi and blood. Such a strong move to erase the Dao marks was something they had only heard of from those bigwigs who had the qualifications to certify as martial saints. Boom! Followed by a second punch that, third punch, as before, as the crowd thought, Ning Feng blasted out more than 10 punches in a row, actually trying to forcefully erase the Dao marks. However, after more than 10 punches, the Dao marks that the crowd had thought could not be smoothed out unexpectedly changed, becoming much lighter and vaguely showing signs of being eliminated. Boom! In the end, after Ning Feng's 16th punch had been blasted, Ning Feng used Rulai Prime 5 Fingers Mountain in his 17th punch, a large, golden palm with 5 mountain-like roots overriding it. The Dao marks on it were completely shattered, and 3 of them were shattered in a row. Immediately afterward, Ning Feng withdrew the bridge to the other side, and the bridge of Dao traces slowly dissipated. Cultivation took another step forward. All the trainees were dumbfounded and looked at the silhouette with complicated faces. Jiang Nianchu and the others were here observing the stone monument to enlightenment, but they didn't observe a single thing. As a result, Ning Feng casually stood here meditating for a while, and directly gained some insight and erased 3 Dao marks. People are more angry than people. Chapter 103 Downward Spiral Out of the Shell. This pervert. Ji Daoi swallowed hard and cursed in a low voice. Jiang Nianchu looked at the slowly dissipating bridge of Dao traces, on which a total of 6 or 7 traces loomed. This meant that Ning Feng had already erased 6 or 7 Dao marks. It didn't seem like more than a few days had passed since the breakthrough to the 5th grade. Did it? Ning Feng had erased 6 or 7 Dao marks alone. Sick enough indeed. Jiang Nianchu looked at Ning Feng with a complicated expression, then pulled Lu Guiting away. It was just that he looked cloudy on the surface, but in reality, his grip on Lu Guiting's hand subconsciously tightened a bit. You can do it. Lu Guiting whispered a sentence after her, causing Jiang Nianchu's figure to give a slight lurch. How did he improve again? Zhang Yunfei stood outside the crowd and saw the scene as well. His whole body felt bad. What kind of monster was Ning Feng? Surely every time he was seen, he would improve quite a bit from the last time. He wants to get better too, but he clearly hadn't been progressing slowly. Even the State Lord had mentioned him once. And the minister had praised him and personally said that he had the appearance of a martial god. Ding! Popeye payment arrived, asterisk 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 asterisk. Ding! V newsletter arrival alert, asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking at the long list of numbers that arrived, the somber color on Jiang Yunfei's face only slightly eased. It's true, when you put your cheek down, you get paid faster. In that case, let's start the next program. Unclenching his clenched fist, Jiang Yunfei slowly let out a long breath. Then, with a flash of gloom in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind of some sort, one step backward, away from the crowd. Jiang Yunfei returned to his cultivation room, and soon Su Xinyue returned as well. Returning the stone tablet to Jiang Yunfei, Su Xinyue said, "The final payment has arrived. Brother Yunfei, we've screwed them over quite a bit of money this time, so the money to buy the net 5 traces should be enough." What a pit! Jiang Yunfei glared at his words and said, "I rented them the stone tablet. It's them who can't realize it on their own. What does it have to do with me?" Su Xinyue slapped her mouth and hurriedly changed her words. "Oh right, brother Yunfei. Don't be angry. It's me who said it wrong." Jiang Yunfei didn't dwell on this and frowned, shaking his head. "Also, the pure 5 traces is an elixir capable of purifying 3 Dao traces in one breath. That's not enough money to buy the net 5 marks." Su Xinyue was anxious and looked at Jiang Yunfei. "Then what should I do? I'll go back to the family and talk to uncle to see if I can support some?" It's possible, but the Su family's support is also limited. Jiang Yunfei didn't push back and directly accepted Su Xinyue's support. After all, the Su family had been thinking of sponsoring him with some resources and riding on his connections as a heavenly pride. But the Su family had limited financial resources after all, and he needed to think of the rest of the ways. However, he already had an idea. Handing an itinerary to Su Xinyue, Jiang Yunfei said, "Go contact the person in charge on this. I recently picked up some sponsorships and advertising partnerships." Su Xinyue froze at the words, then took the list and scanned it, her eyes growing brighter. Wanted QQ Dan, The Pleasant Wolf Pill Factory, Steelbook, 9 Degrees of Space. As she watched the picture gradually run away, a scarlet blush surged on Su Xinyue's face. Those last, how did those even show up? Seeing Su Xinyue as unusual, Jiang Yunfei coughed dryly and said with a straight face, "It's all just for the sake of profit. Don't care about that. You can only buy cultivation resources and become stronger after earning money. When you become a martial saint and become a powerful person who guards a side, who dares to say that you're not doing the right thing? A great man should be able to bend and bend." I heard that the Minister of Education was punished for cleaning toilets before he became a minister. Su Xinyue looked at Jiang Yunfei with a look of adoration, picked up the list and left the cultivation room. Su Xinyue went to contact this side of things, and Jiang Yunfei went out right behind her. Not long after, Jiang Yunfei appeared in the sparring ring of the Southeast Martial Grand Martial Ranking. The rankings of the martial arts rankings have long been fixed. Newcomers, not too strong out of the gate. Old people, similar to Jiang Nianchu, Summer and others don't care about rankings. Therefore, on the martial ranking list, the list of those at the bottom of the rankings might have changed occasionally, but the top few had been as stable as old dogs. At this moment, Jiang Yunfei's figure had only appeared in the martial ranking ring, and it had attracted the attention of many people. That person, isn't that senior brother Jiang Yunfei? What is he doing standing in the ring of the martial ranking? It's hard not to pick the martial ranking. Nonsense. Why else go up there? Going up to play the non-machine? Holy, there is going to be a big event. Jiang Yunfei's senior brother, if he challenges, he will definitely pick the top few to challenge. There is a good show to watch. Jiang Yunfei was, after all, one of the popular figures of Southeast Martial University, and the moment he appeared in the ring, he attracted a great deal of attention. The news quickly spread out, and soon a large number of trainees gathered under the ring of the martial ranking to eat their melon. Jiang Yunfei looked at the scene and was still satisfied with his appeal. He cleared his throat, pumped up his qi and blood, and said in a loud voice, "Headmaster Chuanhu, Yunfei has been offended. Please come up to the stage to fight." A high-pitched yet strong voice traveled out. Chuanhu also received the news that Jiang Yunfei had stepped into the ring. To be precise, he was the first to receive it. The ring of the martial arts ranking was equipped with a sensor device, and as soon as someone boarded the ring, the sensor would send out an alert, discovering that it was Jiang Yunfei. Chuanhu was also slightly surprised, whispering to himself, "Jiang Yunfei, this kid, it seems to have been irritated by Ning Feng. It seems to want to compete for the first place in the martial ranking. Also, the first place in the martial ranking, it's a piece of extreme star marrow liquid. Summer, Ning Feng they can't see, but Jiang Yunfei comes from an ordinary background. It's normal to seize any opportunity and resources." Just then, Chuan Hu's entire body froze and this was because a bellowing voice came into the ears. Headmaster Chuan Hu, Yunfei has been offended. Please come up to the stage and fight. Chuan Hu is dumbfounded. Chuan Hu, who was about to eat his melon, froze. Why did Jiang Yunfei challenge himself? With his strength, if he wanted to challenge, he would also challenge the first and second Kai General and Yi Xinyue, right? The rewards for third and fourth aren't great, but since people had challenged, according to the rules of the martial ranking, one either had to admit defeat and give up the position, or answer the battle. It is not possible to refuse to fight. You can't continue to dominate the list if you refuse to fight, can you? Chuan Hu exited the principal's office with a puzzled and confused look on his face. Ning Feng had erased the 3 Dao marks, and to be honest, this was an unexpected blessing. He didn't expect that he had produced such a good effect just by casually trying out the pagoda viewing thoughts. However, as he watched the crowd gradually leave the field, Ning Feng also turned towards the cultivation room, intent to go back and continue to practice in seclusion. However, not too far out, the voice of Jiang Yunfei inviting a battle to Chuan Hu could be heard. Ning Feng pushed open the door and walked into the cultivation room, then directly visualized the pagoda and leapt down from the 7th floor. Then, the spirit goes out of the body. Arrived at the martial ranking ring. Watch the battle with your divine soul. Chapter 104, 29th Day of Licking Dogs. Soon came to the martial ranking ring. Under the gaze of the crowd, he stepped into the ring. At that moment, without waiting for Chuan Hu to open his mouth, Jiang Yunfei walked up to him with a smile on his face, and extended a hand in a friendly manner. And, Chuan Hu reached out his hand numbly, and the two hands clasped together. Jiang Yunfei whispered, Headmaster Chuan, if you give me some favor money, I'll go easy on you. You don't want me to run you down and not be able to hold your head up in front of the whole school. As Chuan Hu was challenged, there were more figures under the ring, and the whole school ran over to eat. Chuan Hu doesn't get many shots, or the principal. Chuan Hu froze at his words, then that naive face quickly darkened. This kid was actually trying to knock him off. I had long heard that Jiang Yunfei would do anything to make money, but that was just hearing about it, and I didn't expect to be able to knock on my head one day. Right at this moment, Jiang Yunfei's voice came again. Principal Chuan, you are the vice principal, the successor of the future principal. You don't want to lose face in front of the whole school. Chuan Hu said with a dark face, are you sure you can crush me? Playing to win. He really doesn't have much confidence, or basically can't win. He was still clear about Jiang Yunfei's martial arts standard, but to say that he was crushed, he really didn't believe it. Seeing Chuan Hu's disbelief on his face, Jiang Yunfei seemed to guess his mind and whispered, Headmaster, I haven't used my Daogeil Immortal Demon diagram yet, and there's also the newest divine pattern battle technique I've comprehended in the Sea of Divine Animals. Do you want to try it? Boom! The ring roared and the blood boiled. After a fierce battle, Chuan Hu was eventually defeated. Meanwhile, right at the moment when Transfiguration Tiger failed, the rankings on the martial arts list changed immediately afterward. 4th place, Jiang Yunfei. Chuan Hu's name was replaced by Jiang Yunfei. Principal Chuan Hu lost. Pity pity pity, but it's also very strong. After all, that's Jiang Yunfei for half an hour. Both are too strong. Hiss. It used to be said that Principal Chuan Hu, the 4th, was a false name, but it seems that they were all rumors. Principal Chuan Hu is still very strong. If it wasn't for Jiang Yunfei, Principal Chuan Hu would still be stable. The moment they saw Chuan Hu being defeated, everyone sucked in cool air and couldn't help but be shocked for a while. Under the countless gazes, Chuan Hu also slowly walked down the ring, while his heart was secretly shocked. He did go all out just now, but Jiang Yunfei did not. Jiang Yunfei, it's even stronger than he thought. Thank you, Chancellor Chuan, for your unstinting advice. Watch as Chuan Hu's back disappears into the ring. Jiang Yunfei was spirited and stood in the ring with his head held high as he once again shouted, Where is the Kai General? Fight me! Yi Xinyue is ready to go to the ring. The Southeast Martial Arts University on this day was considered to be completely abuzz. On the martial ranking ring, which had been silent for an unknown period of time, the trainees all clenched their fists and cheered enchanted. Senior brother Yunfei will win. Defeat the Kai General and you'll be second in the martial ranking. Big brother Kaigong. Hold on. You can't lose to this little redneck. My entire fortune is riding on you. In the ring, two figures moved at a rapid pace, the sound of alloy weapons clanging and shaking the ears. Every collision would bring up a terrifying wave of chi and blood bursting out in all directions. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The Kai General was able to fight it off at first, but later on, he realized that his chi and blood were about to die out. But Jiang Yunfei was still full of chi and blood, alive and well. But after looking at the time, the Kai General's face immediately sank. 3 minutes. He was the second in the martial ranking. but he only lasted for 3 minutes. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in front of Kai Gong's eyes, and Jiang Nianchu appeared in front of. Stretching his brows, Jiang Nianchu smiled sullenly and said in a low voice, "Old Kai, give me some favor money and I'll let you go for another 3 minutes so that you don't lose too badly." Well, Kai will face black. "You let me play fake ring? What kind of person am I? I, Kai General, am upright and honorable. Besides, do you really think you're going to win?" 3 minutes later, Jiang Nianchu's body swept out. The alloy battle sword in his hand emitting a terrifying hiss as a string of divine patterns rapidly took shape in front of him. Suddenly, he sighed. Divine tattoo battle skill, cultivating the sun. Boom, boom. The Kai General fought to slash forward, but to no avail at all. Huey Day destroys the ring, and Kai will fall right out of the ring. Jiang Nianchu did not bother, climbed up from the ground, silently retreated to the side of the open general. Instead, he turned his gaze to a figure in the crowd, hooked his finger at that figure, and said provocatively, "It's your turn, Yi Xinyue." Boom boom boom. Yi Xinyue jumped into the ring and the fight broke out straight away. 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. The alloy battle power in Jiang Nianchu's hand slashed madly, clashing nonstop with Yi Xinyue's alloy battle spear. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Finally, after 10 minutes had passed, Yi Xinyue can't hold on much longer. Spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, the entire person flew out backwards and fell hard under the ring. He was helped up by 2 cadets and left the stage forlornly. Along with, the name of the one that was number 1 on the martial ranking had finally changed. It changed from Yi Xinyue to Jiang Nianchu. After a moment of silence from everyone, accompanied by a deafening gasp, a tidal wave of cheers erupted from the scene. Brother Yunfei won. Number 1 on the martial ranking, truly worthy of going to a heavenly pride returning from the sea of divine animals. This strength is bullish. Facing the countless compliments, the corner of Jiang Nianchu's mouth, who had his back to the crowd, lifted up in an arc. The arc disappeared as he turned away, glancing into the distance, in the direction where Ning Feng's cultivation room was located. Jiang Nianchu once again surged with confidence. It turned out that he was still so strong that he was fully capable of crushing the 3 great heavenly prides of Kai General, Yi Xinyue, and Chuan Hu. The reason why he had lost to Ning Feng was merely because of the martial god relic. However, Jiang Nianchu believed that this would only be temporary. Ning Feng couldn't rely on the martial god relic for the rest of his life, and sooner or later, he himself would be able to surpass Ning Feng again one day. As if crushing the Kaijun trio, they also trampled Ning Feng underfoot. Jiang Nianchu decisively turned around and left, leaving a dashing and lonely back to the entire audience of hair trainees. Soon after, the news that Jiang Nianchu had been crowned the first in the martial rankings also spread rapidly in Southeast Martial University. Even the media of the major martial arts-related channels had paid attention to this matter and scrambled to be the first to report it. Divine Animal see heavenly pride in Martial University martial ranking. The 2 gimmicks added together, and for a time it unexpectedly rushed up several platform fever lists. God Animal C returns heavenly pride Jiang Nianchu, strongly tops Southeast martial arts ranking number 1. How strong is Jiang Nianchu? 1 battle to defeat list 1 list 2 list 3 in a row. Ning Feng's divine soul returned to his physical body, and he returned directly to the cultivation room, entering the cultivation state once again. In the blink of an eye, the day passed. Ding! Licking dog for the 29th day. Get the reward marrow cleansing holy liquid. Chapter 105, 30th day of licking dog. Gaining reward divine elephant prison suppressing strength. This time, Ning Feng closed the door to his cultivation room and didn't bother paying attention to the outside storm. Instead, he composed himself and flung a backhanded shot down the starry abyss that. Then it was on to a frenzy of simulated matchmaking mode, and soon the day was over. After a full day's work, Ning Feng had completed a large portion of the simulation missions on his matchmaking list. Ding! Licking dog for the 29th day. Get the reward marrow cleansing holy liquid. Glancing at the marrow cleansing sacred liquid, a 5-star reward with an excellent cleansing effect. Glancing at the fishing rod, another flying demon fish clan was hooked and casually dumped into the spatial ring. Ning Feng continued to cultivate. Soon, ding! Licking dog for the 30th day, obtaining the reward divine elephant prison power. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength. Ning Feng was attracted by the name of the rewarding feat, and then his gaze gradually sizzled. What a powerful gongfu! Ning Feng's complexion was scorching hot and somewhat dumbstruck, already completely marveling at the power of this technique. The introduction said that this technique was created by a supreme master in the martial arts path to create a divine technique. The principle is that the human body is composed of 980 million particles. Then, using these particles as a base, the particles are opened up in the human body to the power of the giant elephant, and after each particle cultivated the power of the divine image, It could evolve a divine ability. 980 million particles, capable of evolving a total of 980 million divine abilities. It can be described as shocking. Ning Feng's line of sight moved downward. One could only see that this Gong method was divided into several stages: elephant, giant elephant, dragon elephant, yuan elephant, divine elephant. The types of elephants are so varied. Giant elephants are young, transformed into dragons and elephants. The dragon and elephant are green, transformed into a yuan xiang. The elemental image is strong and transforms into a divine image. When this stage is reached, it is a great accomplishment. Imagine it, 980 million divine powers. That's 980 million giant elephants. With such a terrifying number of giant elephants, I'm afraid that between mere spurts, they could turn rivers and clouds. This was still only the very first stage of the power of the giant elephant. If one cultivates to the power of the divine image, I'm afraid that between the roar and absorption, shattering the stars and destroying the world is not a matter of concern. Use God as a guide. Use God to form an image. Become the power of a giant elephant, the body of one man. Ning Feng sat down on his knees and began to try to cultivate. Time is ticking away. In a flash, 2 hours passed. At first, Ning Feng made an effort to try and mobilize the so-called 980 million particles in his body, but there was no special sensation. Until the start of the 3rd hour, Ning Feng vaguely sensed that a certain cell in his body seemed to have slightly touched. Immediately afterward, after half an hour had passed, that one particle of Ning Feng's body violently erupted with an appalling force. At this point, he had finally opened up one of the particles in his body successfully. Under internal vision, Ning Feng saw that in that particle, it was like a small balloon filled with water, filled with qi and blood power. A small elephant cub silhouette vaguely appeared inside. Eyes closed, a naive huddle amongst the qi and blood. However, Ning Feng was able to sense the astonishing power contained within the particles. That's just one. Ning Feng closed his eyes once more and continued to open up. 1, 2, 3, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. With the success of one opening, the next one, when it opened again, was unbelievably smooth. Being open to hair particles is like a plague. The 1 transforms into 4, 4 transforms into 8, and 8 transforms into thousands. It began to spread down at an extremely exaggerated rate. Soon, the number of hair particles opened up by Ning Feng exceeded 500,000, and it's still spreading at breakneck speed. It soon reached 1,000,000 particles. When it reached 1,000,000 particles, Ning Feng clearly felt that the energy within his body was approaching a terrifying situation. At this moment, each of the 500,000 particles contained an incomparable amount of qi and blood power within them. A small elephant cub was curled up in the middle of it, vaguely exuding a compelling might. As long as with the slightest movement of his mind, the majestic and vast energy was like monstrous waves churning. It was the power of endless qi and blood. However, the speed of elevation surprisingly increased instead of decreasing when the particles reached 1,000,000. Once again, the particles tumbled upward exponentially at an even more terrifying rate. The particles skyrocketed, coupled with the terrifying power seeping out of the particles, causing Ning Feng to be almost on the verge of losing control. Boom, boom, boom. Along with the expansion of power, Ning Yu's tightly closed eyes snapped open while her entire body twisted into various shapes throughout. It looks horrible to the core. Not good. There are too many divine abilities. There are some strange divine abilities that are difficult to control. One must know that within each particle of this divine elephant prison suppression strength meant the birth of a divine ability. Ning Feng could clearly feel that as the particles skyrocketed, these divine abilities were also rioting uncontrollably. Ning Feng let out a low gulp, and the 8-part floaters rushed out from amongst his body before suppressing them against these particles, at the same time slowing down the rate of particulate opening. In the meantime, Ning Feng still had things to do. It was almost time. That is, the day when the 4 great clans would compete for the ancient text of enlightenment. He had to reel it in quickly. On this day, Southeast Martial Arts University was exceptionally lively. This was because the 4 great families of the Southeast domain, Ning, Xia, Jiang, and Ji, all had important figures come to the Southeast Martial University. The news that Ning Feng and the others were competing for the ancient text of enlightenment hadn't been publicized out to the public, so for the important figures of the 4 great clans to show up, it made the students of Wudong University extra sensational. When the news got out, the cadets, who didn't know why, speculated about the reason. But soon, it was revealed by reliable sources that it was suspected to have something to do with the ancient text fight. At this moment, the playground of the Southeast Martial Arts University was filled with people, already surrounded by martial arts university students, making low murmurs. Asterisk, it's going to happen again. I heard that the ancient texts of enlightenment given to the 4 great families from above are going to be transported to the school, and that the 4 great princes are going to start competing for the ancient texts. I wonder if that's true. Transported to the school? To be donated to the school? Want to fart eat? Can you give the school such important goodies? Just coming over for a transit. Everyone kept talking, while tilting their heads, their gazes filled with awe as they looked at the 4 figures issuing from the seating area. This was an important figure of the 4 great clans, fighting behind the Stargate all year round to protect the integrity of the human race. People treat it not just with awe, but with heartfelt respect. Just see the seat at this point. Sitting at the end were 3 men and a woman. 3 of the middle-aged men were wearing Xia, Ji, and Jiang family costumes, and they were able to distinguish them at a glance. It was not uncommon for many large martial arts families to have clothing symbols that belonged to their family. And naturally, Chuan Hu, as the vice principal, had to personally show up to entertain. Only at this time, he was trembling with fear and trepidation. His palms were clenched with sweat, and he was sitting beside a few people screaming in his heart. His old man had gone off to war, and now he had to be there in person to deal with all these social engagements. Chapter 106, Camp Blood. Among the 4, the middle-aged woman with a pretty face, a black martial arts robe, and short, severe hair was the female golden body of the Ning clan. All of them are the pillars of my human race. Not bad, not bad. Holding down the earth cave for more than 20 years. The feeling of being on the ground for the first time in more than 20 years. This feeling, it's so good. Ha 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 ha. It's disgusting and annoying to see those monsters in the underground caves every day. The golden-bodied female powerhouse of the Ning clan laughed boldly, her gaze surveying the group of small, dark heads below with the kindly color of an old mother. The golden body powerhouses of the remaining 3 families were also quite emotional, but with less emotion. Although they were also stationed at the Stargate year-round, they weren't so exaggerated, because what they were responsible for was this area of the Divine Animal Sea. For thousands of years, battles of the Divine Animal Sea had occurred from time to time, but each batch of trainees entered for a limited period of time after all, and it was impossible for a steady stream of trainees to enter, with long gaps in between. So there is still plenty of room for them to maneuver during non-war periods. At this time, that golden-bodied powerhouse from the Jiang clan also laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, little moon. You said it yourself. You've been guarding the Earth Cave for more than 20 years, and the cultivation environment of the human race nowadays has long since undergone a drastic change. The human race, this evening is different from the past." Ning Yu, the golden body of the Ning clan, suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, "Different from the past? Different how? The cultivation environment, indeed, is better, and the path of martial arts, indeed, goes further. But you and I both know that the hardest time for the human race is far from coming." The 3 golden bodies immediately fell silent, slightly contemplating without speaking. Indeed, what Ningyu said might not be known at all to ordinary people who didn't understand the situation. Ordinary martial artists. But they're clear. How long can their 4 great families hold out? How long can the Southeast Domain hold out? How long can the Dragon Kingdom hold out? How long can the human race hold out? They're not sure. Seeing that the 3 did not squeak, Ningyu faintly said, "Perhaps you and I will be able to catch up in this generation." "No. It's you guys. I won't be able to catch up." "You can't make it?" The 3 golden bodies of the Jiang clan caught the meaning of Ningyu's words and glanced at her together. Ningyu didn't hide anything and sat down, coldly saying, 3 years from now, in the battle of the desolate ancient blood domain, I'll be the first batch of martial artists to open up the first line. The Blood Battalion." The 3 golden body powerhouses' bodies visibly lurched, and their gazes toward Ningyu became a bit more complicated. "How long will I stay on the ground?" This time, the golden body of the Ji family spoke. Ningyu faintly said, "I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow." The golden body of the Jiang clan said, "In such a hurry, isn't the battle line pushed back a city?" Ningyu laughed. "What's the point of staying on the ground? There are no relatives." The golden body of the Jiang clan added, "Your lineage has contributed enough to the human race. Should you not pick a group of elite clansmen to send back to the surface? Lest, ahem." Saying that, the golden body of the Jiang clan didn't continue on. Large battles like the desolate ancient blood domain could easily be battles of extermination. It was not uncommon for many families and forces to die in battle at every turn. Knowing that a few people were doing it for their own good, Ningyu didn't say anything more. It just flatly said, "It's already dead." Or how do you think that the one city that pushed forward? Now in my lineage, only a portion of the old and sickly are left, and soon, I should be sending them back to the ground to retire. Ningyu's expression was calm and her emotions did not have any ripples, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with herself. But there was a silence. Ningyu's lineage was a very large branch in terms of the Ning family. but it unexpectedly died out just like this. Just as a few people were chatting idly, a sudden rumble came from the crowd below. The line of sight shifted slightly downward and, after seeing the crowd part to both sides, 3 figures in succession entered the field one after another. It's Senior Summer. Senior Jiang Nianchu and the others have arrived. Holy, it's not easy getting these 3 together. As the crowd murmurs, it was only among the 3 figures that appeared, and at the head of it is none other than Summer. In the back, there was Jiang Nianchu, as well as the 2 of Ji Daoi. After the 3 of them stepped into the arena, they came right up to the 4 of them and, one by one, we salute. 4 seniors. The 3 of them greeted the 4 golden bodies, and Ningyu, who was seated at the head of the group, waved her hand. Alright, no need to say anything polite. Go down and wait. The remaining 3 golden bodies each looked at their own children, and a look of fondness appeared in their eyes. It's just that it's not an occasion to talk much. The 3 of them then retreated, found an open space and lined up, waiting quietly. At this point, the Ginger family's golden body glanced at the time. Manipulating his voice, he said in dissatisfaction, "Where's that kid from your Ning family? Time is almost up. Why hasn't he come yet?" Ningyu glanced at him and said, "Almost there not yet? Screaming and screaming, you Ginger crow. What are you hooting and hollering about?" That golden body of the Ji clan also followed suit and yelled, "They say that this kid of yours, the Ning clan, has been evil lately, and I really want to see it." Ningyu's eyes flickered as she said, "I'm also curious as to what happened to this brat. I heard that he used to be a dog licker. They say the boy has changed. I'd like to see. If he hasn't changed, I'll gar him for the family head. My Ning family, I don't need such cowards." Just as Ningyu's words fell, a violent fluctuation of chi and blood violently soared out wildly from afar. One could only see that under that sky in the distance. It was colorful and gorgeous, like countless divine ons rushing up into the sky. Most of all, that chi and blood fluctuation was extremely drastic. What a strong chi and blood power, 5th grade, but far stronger than 5th grade. Could it be that kid from the Ning family? A few golden body powerhouses looked in that direction with a hint of astonishment on their faces. What a strong chi and blood fluctuation. It seems to be in the direction of the cultivation tower. This chi and blood fluctuation is too familiar. It's Ning Xiao. The eyes of the students of the Martial University looked at the distance in surprise. For Ning Feng, who had repeatedly manifested himself as a saint in front of people, many people were no strangers to Ning Feng's aura of chi and blood, and someone quickly recognized him, and right under the attention of all the people, a figure with 7 colored auspicious clouds on its feet and dressed in all white clothes just appeared in the middle of the crowd's line of sight. When the 3 golden bodies of the Xia clan saw this scene, their expressions slightly stagnated, while they were all somewhat speechless at the same time. That golden body of the Jiang clan looked at Ningyu and said, "It's very much like the style of your Ning family. It seems like when his father was young, he also loved to pretend so much." Then, at the end of his words, the golden body of the Jiang clan realized that he had said the wrong thing, but the brakes were off and the last word was spat out. Ningyu glanced at him and sneered, "I will truthfully convey this to my brother." The corners of the Ginger family's golden body's mouth twitched viciously. "I'm just being honest, and I'll be honest." Under the gaze of the crowd, Ning Feng walked up to the 4 golden body powerhouses. He gave a slight salute to the Jiang clan and the other 3 golden body powerhouses. Then he gave another salute to Ningyu and said, "Ning Feng, meet your aunt." Chapter 107 Bloodstained Monument. Beforehand, Ning Feng had heard Ning War say that the visitor was a dear aunt whom he had never met before. That is, Ning War's own sister. Therefore, Ningyu's lineage was considered one of the largest branches in the Ning family. Only now that one is completely cut off. In fact, many big martial arts families have declined in this way. One broke today, 2 tomorrow. When you realize that the clan is getting smaller and smaller, it means that there really isn't much left. This was the sadness of martial arts family hair in this world, glamorous in front of outsiders. And in fact, during the heyday of popularity, it was indeed glamorous. But the relatives should bear, but also far more than normal people have to bear. Ningyu looked Ning Feng up and down and nodded faintly in response. Auntie has been guarding the southeastern earth cave for decades and has labored hard. Ningyu waved her hand and interrupted with a smile. "Alright, there's no need to pat the horse's ass. First time I've met you. Here's my gift to you." Only Ningyu waved her hand and threw a spatial ring in front of Ning Feng. "You've only stepped into the 5th grade not long ago, and this Dao clan blood and flesh will be very beneficial to you in getting rid of your Dao marks." A wave of horror went through the crowd. The Dao race, the race known as the Sons of the Great Dao. It was well known in the Southeast Earth Cave and was one of the toughest foreign races in the Southeast Earth Cave. Its flesh and blood were even of great hair benefit to a 5th grade martial artist in erasing the bridge of Dao marks. For a while, everyone's face was on fire. The Jiang family and other 3 golden bodies are even more speechless. see in front of them still a mouthful to knife this kid. It turned out that when we met, the pampering of being an aunt was instantly overwhelming. Thank you, auntie. A flash of surprise appeared on Ning Feng's as usual face as he accepted the spatial ring. Well, since we have all the people, let's get started. Then, Ning Yu had no intention of wasting more time on this, so she directly stood up. At the same time, the remaining 3 Jiang clan golden bodies followed suit and stood up, sweeping a glance down below. Ning Yu said in a loud voice, over the past 3,000 years, the human race has entered and exited the divine animal sea countless times, and countless martial artists have died in battle, for the purpose of bringing the ancient texts to the Earth Star, to the people. Now it's finally done. Without further ado, although these ancient texts belong to the 4 great families, the Southeast Martial Arts University has ancient texts that belong to the Southeast Martial Arts University, and they must be the most suitable for the Southeast Martial Arts University to issue ancient texts. Saying that, Ning Yu looked towards the remaining 3 golden bodies, as well as Chuan Hu. Alright, Principal Chuan and the other 3, is there anything else you wish to say? The 3 men shook their heads slightly and Chuan Hu even shook his head in a hurry. Jokingly, what right and qualification does he have to speak? And today's fight had nothing to do with his Southeast Martial Arts University. He only wished that the bout would hurry up and end and leave. The oppression of a golden body powerhouse really wasn't something he could withstand right now. Begin. 3 of you, take out the ancient text. Just as the crowd was puzzled, they only saw Jiang, Xia, and the 3 golden bodies of the Ji clan, walking to an open space in the center of the playground and stopping. Then he raised his hand and stroked it, and he saw 3 blood-colored rays of light appear. In the middle of the playground, 7 huge ancient stone monuments instantly emerged. At the same time, before the crowd could take a closer look, they felt a terrifying baleful aura rushing up, while a mist of blood-colored light enveloped the 7 stone monuments. Everyone's brains short-circuited for a few moments before they all came back to their senses. Only then did he carefully survey the 7 ancient monuments in front of him. However, the 7 ancient monuments were seen to be not very wide, but each of them was close to tens of meters in height, reaching a maximum of 100 meters, and each one is shaped differently. Some of them were like straight swords rushing into the sky, some were like humanoid beasts, and some were indistinguishable. However, the same thing was that these 7 ancient monuments emitted a strong fury, and were blood-red in color, and were engraved with fist marks, as well as traces left by weapons. Standing in the midst of the field, they looked like 7 monuments of immortality. The intense fury emanating from it even made all the trainees tremble and their minds were in danger of collapsing. The 4 golden body powerhouses released their chi and blood, instantly enveloping the entire field and relieving the crowd of the pressure. Is this the real ancient tablet of enlightenment? Good, what a strong fury. How can you sink your mind into enlightenment when you can't even carry the fury from above? This thing, I'm afraid that only heaven's pride can use it. The crowd tilted their heads and looked at the 7 monumental stone monuments, marveling in awe while many of them were filled with bitterness. Sure enough, the better it is, the more of a threshold it has. There are things that even if they were put in front of you, you wouldn't necessarily be able to use them. I, the Dragon Kingdom martial artist, have been going forward and backward for the past 3,000 years to capture these stones. The blood on this is all the blood of my Dragon Kingdom's martial artists, stained red with some kind of divinity that can no longer be faded. At that moment, the golden body of the Jiang clan said in a loud voice. That sense of pathos made everyone in the room mentally shocked once again. This ancient stone tablet is red with blood. It was actually stained red with the blood of the human race, so stained that the color could not fade. The Dragon Kingdom had been in and out of the divine animal sea countless times over the past 3,000 years just to fight for these ancient monuments. For a moment, everyone stood in awe. Okay, here goes. Students, and all students and faculty in attendance, are invited to participate. This stone tablet has a miraculous effect on mental strength exercise. Even if you are unable to enter the state of enlightenment, it can also sharpen mental strength. With that, Ning Yu waved her hand, signaling to the 4 Ningphones that they could begin. Okay, here goes. We'll be guarding this place every inch of the way during this period until it's over, and we'll rank you according to your performance. Understanding ancient texts does not happen overnight, so there is some grace in time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nianchu and Ji Daoi took the first steps, each walking to a stone monument and sitting down, and began to try to sense. It was followed by Summer, who also walked over to a stone monument and sat down. The last one, Ning Feng, took a step before one of the stone monuments and didn't have the intention of sitting down, his eyes slightly drooping, and he didn't know what he was thinking. As he watched the 3 Jiang Nianchu quickly get into the swing of things, only Ning Feng stood motionless in front of the stone monument. The 3 golden bodies of Jiang, Ji, and Xia looked at Ning Feng with some confusion, not understanding what he was up to. Ning Yu also frowned slightly. Ning Feng, whisper a word of caution. Ning Feng turned around and smiled. Don't worry, Auntie, little Feng has a clear mind and knows how to take things lightly, so he won't fool around. Time passes by. Jiang Nianchu, Summer, and Ji Daoi had already gotten into the swing of things, but just like when they borrowed the stone tablet with Jiang Yunfei, the three of them remained the same old routine, honestly sitting in front of the ancient monument and comprehending, and his qi and blood surged, ready to inscribe ancient texts with his qi and blood. With Ning Feng's past talent for 1-second enlightenment, he had, in fact, already gained some insight at the very first sight of the ancient monument, but unusual ancient texts were not what he needed. He had seen Jiang Yunfei's divine pattern. Strong, indeed. However, compared to his Rudra Prime, 5 Fingers Mountain, one sword solo, it was still far inferior. Chapter 108, Cuckoo Kill, Blood, War. Even with the fist intent bridge to the other side, it was inferior. Not to mention comparing it to top-tier visions like the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, and the Chaotic Seed Green Lotus. So it's not that the system isn't good enough, it's that he's trying too hard to get ahead. In this way, he would need to use these feats of his own as a foundation, using the ancient text as a guide to carve out a Tao of his own, so that the feats he currently possessed could be taken to another level. But the Gongfu gifted by the system was already perfect enough, so how could it be easy to want to open up a new Tao on top of that? Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nianchu and Ji Daoi's attempts to carve the ancient text had failed several times. At that moment, Ning Feng's mind moved, directly fantasizing about a 7-tiered pagoda. Pagoda viewed out of the shell method, step by step, on the 7th step. Yet from the 7-story pagoda, a leap was made. The soul comes out of its shell. At the same time, Ning Feng's bridge of Tao marks surfaced in front of him, and his divine soul stood on the bridge of Tao marks. At this point, the outside world could only see this bridge of Tao marks of Ning Feng, but could not see Ning Feng's divine soul. Inside the crowd's perspective, Ning Feng's main body was standing in front of the stone monument with its arms folded, glowering as if facepalmed. At this moment, however, Ning Feng, who was in the state of his divine soul, was seeing a scene that caused him to be somewhat horrified. His divine soul stood on the bridge of Tao marks, and on one of the towering stone monuments. He was surprised to see a wisp of ghostly qi and blood, like a soul that had drifted. Ning Feng had an epiphany. As the first one appeared, 2 or 3, countless black qi bubbled up above. Ji Daoi sat on his knees, his qi and blood gushing out. He still has some basic knowledge of the ancient texts of the. When he was in the Stargate, he had often heard martial artists talk about it, and the family had given professional training. Long before he started, what divine text to inscribe, he had already thought about it. As far as being able to carve it out, that's not necessarily true. God's text isn't that good at portraying that, even if he was a heavenly pride. So when he saw that Jiang Yunfei had actually condensed a divine text battle skill, he still admired the kid immensely. It was a pity that the opponent Jiang Yunfei had met was Ning Feng, the strange genius who had once easily crushed himself as well. Come to think of it, it didn't seem like a shame that he had lost to Ning Feng in the first place. A twisted groove appeared in the void in front of him. Qi and blood were like blood-red magma, gradually filling up as these grooves flowed. Soon, a kill, gradually emerging into the void. That murderous aura was bitingly cold, chilling everyone. So strong. Looking at the blood-red word kill, everyone's throats went dry and they had the feeling that they were going to urinate. Boom. At that moment, the word kill collapsed just as it was about to take shape. Red mist filled the air. Almost. Looking at the collapsing kill characters, Ji Daoi's spirit lifted. This is the prototype of the ancient text he's trying to coalesce. Over the years of practicing in the Stargate, he had seen too many human martial artists die in battle. The Dragon Kingdom. Foreign countries, every country's martial artists were dying. Death at the Stargate. Death in the gutter. Just the number of dead people he had seen alone was unknown. So he's going to kill all the star nations, kill all the foreigners. Concentrating, Ji Daoi began to coalesce once again. Divine texts were not condensed at once. They needed to be inscribed non-stop before they could finally take solid shape, doomed to fail countless times in the process. Brother, I don't want to study. I'm going to the battlefield, and I'm going to the Ning clan's Jinqing division. I will use the fastest sword, drink the strongest wine, and kill the most enemies. Reading? What's the use of reading? Want to go to war? Marry a daughter-in-law first? Take a daughter-in-law? I'm not interested in women. Interested my ass. I'm afraid you'll be scared to death on the battlefield and won't even have a seed. You're not even hairy, and you want to go to war? Dad, why did you agree to Nian in going to the town star division? Old enough to join the army. But, If other people's sons can, why can't mine? The G family is not all like this. As long as the pups with ordinary talent are thrown into the Earth Cave or the Stargate to train, these years also honed out a lot of strong people. If Nianin doesn't want to go down this path, so be it. I'll protect him for the rest of his life. But if he wants to, we're leaving tonight. So spend some time with your brother. And next time, we won't know when we'll see you. Boom! Jiang Nianchu's forehead was covered in sweat. A large, blood-red character that had managed to coalesce in front of his body collapsed with a loud bang. Other people are other people. He's my Jiang Nianchu's brother. He has no talent. He can't bleed. What's wrong? Hasn't my Jiang family shed less blood? If he hasn't, I can shed it for him. Star race. Foreign race, I, Jiang Nianchu, make a blood oath. In this life, I will destroy all of your 10,000 tribes. Blood for blood. Boom. Shasta. The originally collapsed blood characters took shape once again. This time it wasn't chi and blood pouring out. Instead, a raging stream of blood flowed out of Jiang Nianchu's body, rapidly filling up on the word blood. Jiang Nianchu has condensed into an ancient text. What a thick fury. The crowd's gazes were immediately attracted, and they let out a burst of gasps. Boom boom boom. Guwen broke down several times, but Jiang Nianchu forced him to be taught. In the end, in one fell swoop, the word blood took shape directly. In the meantime, an ancient character in front of Summer's body also slowly took shape. War. This is the ancient text that coalesced over the summer. Unlike Jiang Nianchu, she was surrounded by many elders, clansmen, and a portion of her older siblings who had also died in battle. But most of the sidekicks, none of them had gotten too close to her. For the Stargate Grotto, she had only one belief, and that was war. Steady as she goes, the word war takes shape. Watching the three perform, the golden body powerhouses of the Jiang, Ji, and Xia families were all surprised and surprised. What these three words meant was something the three of them were naturally familiar with from being in the Divine Animal Sea battlefield all year round. The golden body of the Jiang clan appreciated. Single ancient text. These three little ones, they actually comprehended the single ancient text on their first try. It's true that little ones with strong talent are able to manifest it in the ancient text as well. This was something that several golden bodies agreed with. Currently, the human race's division of the types of Gnosis ancient texts is simple: beast ancient texts, mono ancient texts, and meaningless ancient text scripts. The former is an unrecognizable script, known as bestiary. The single ancient text is the ancient human text of kill, war and blood. The rest are categorized as meaningless ancient texts, since ancient languages only appeared on the planet Earth. This is only an immature system of ancient languages. The golden body of the G family laughed long and hard. The pups of my G family are good. The single ancient text kill can be far stronger than the war. The blood character text. It seems that Ji Daoi's training in the Star Sect for so many years has not been in vain. I think there will be a result soon for this bout. The golden bodies of the Jiang clan and the Xia clan sniffed and were not happy. The golden body of the Jiang clan raised an eyebrow and said, "The word kill is strong? The blood of my clan's Nianchu. The fluctuation is not weaker than the word kill. Old Kuei, are you going to bend the law?" Chapter 109, A Soul's Return. You fart. Me playing favorites? 2 of my grandchildren and 1 of my sons died in battle. My Jiang family, I won't do things for my own selfish interests. That's not my Jiang Feng's character. You fart. Who isn't? 3 of my grandchildren died in battle. You fart. You put. You guys fart. The golden body of the Xia family was not to be outdone. With a low curse, he said, "What does the human race rely on to survive until now? It's unyielding, it's faith, it's out of war. War requires killing, and war requires blood. Therefore, the word war is destined to just overpower the words blood and kill and accept no rebuttals." The golden body of the Jiang clan grunted coldly. "Refute what? I only believe in the facts I see in front of me. The truth is, the word kill is the strongest." Looking at the 3 golden bodies who were bickering, only the one from the Ning clan always clasped his arms and stared coldly from the side. Chuan, who shivered at the sight of the dog, and did not dare to interject a word, although it was rumored that Donghai was also a golden body powerhouse. However, it was also the first time he had seen that several golden body powerhouses quarreled and argued so fiercely. It's kind of fun to have a dog so-so while you're at it. At this time, the students and faculty of WU on the playground. The idea is the same as Chuan Hu. The play was so much fun to watch. It was the first time they had seen a golden body powerhouse quarrel. Unexpectedly, the originally lofty golden body powerhouses were just like their ordinary counterparts when they quarreled. It'll spit out a lotus flower. For a moment, the crowd's attention moved away from the 4 Ning Fengs and landed on the 3 golden body powerhouses. However, right at this moment, a special energy fluctuation came steeply from the field. the crowd's attention was immediately drawn. The three golden body powerhouses who were arguing also stopped arguing for a moment. Everyone's gazes were locked onto a figure in the field. Ning Feng. At this moment, the figure that had been standing in the field for a long time had a bridge of Tao traces crossed in front of him, while a not-so-weak soul fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body. At the same time, a zither sound slowly sounded, as if it was pervasive and drilled into the ears of the crowd from every angle. Requiem for the dead. What's that sound? I think I've heard that somewhere. It's kind of familiar. Everyone listened to the sound of this zither, and some felt that it sounded familiar. It seems to be the martial arts technique of that kid from the Ning clan. I saw it last time during the 886 return. The golden body of the Jiang clan's gaze shook as it thought of a scene that had occurred not too long ago. That's right. It's him, the golden body of the Xia clan, and the golden body of the Ji clan also said. Apparently, they also happened to be involved in that return ceremony. Ning Yu was the only one, arms wrapped around her, looking curiously in that direction of Ning Feng. This technique, it's a bit interesting, it's a bit similar to the divine voice clans. Although they could hear the sound of the undead overture, the crowd couldn't see Ning Feng after his divine soul came out of its shell. The divine soul Ning Feng stood on the bridge of Tao marks, an ancient zither suspended in front of him, his fingers constantly tracing over it. Although the crowd couldn't see divine soul Ning Feng, they were able to hear the playing of the undead overture. As the undead overture played, the wisps of black mist rose into the air. At first the crowd couldn't see these black mists, but as the undead overture played, finally, these black mists gradually appeared in the crowd's line of sight as well. That's what? Everyone looked horrified beyond measure. Under the crowd's shocked gazes, they only saw these black mists quickly transform into a humanoid. The soul returns. Just then, a ghostly voice rang out over the scene, immediately following. 1, 2 strips, 3 articles, countless strips of souls, black and pressurized, crowded the sky above the dome. Look at the crowd's scalps. Just then, Ning Feng, who had stood frozen, also suddenly opened his eyes. For a time, the entire sky began to roar with gloomy winds, as if it had turned into a Shura hellfield. But even so, all the teachers and students at the scene, however, felt a kind of mourning, unspeakable mourning and vicissitudes. Looking at those souls, all of them had the feeling of not being able to hold back their tears. Ningyu looked at the 3 golden bodies of the Jiang clan and calmly said, "How about it 3? No need to fight." When Jiang Feng and the other 3 saw this, they frowned slightly. But looking at the countless souls, he didn't say anything more. It always felt like something was wrong. Even they, the golden body powerhouses, couldn't bear to give birth to a feeling of mourning when faced with these souls. The victory is not yet decided. What's the rush? Jiang Feng said softly. That's right, wait and see. Jidong chimed in. The Xia clan's golden body didn't say anything, and the meaning was obvious. You can't just admit defeat before you've even fought. Meanwhile, it seemed to have sensed the change in Ning Feng. Summer, Jiang Nianchu, and Ji Daoi naturally paid attention to the movement over here, playing games and pretending to be a god. If you want to take first place, you have to go through me. Jidori was the first to stand up and, at this time, his kill character had already been condensed, and his aura was extremely compelling. Seeing this, a wave of violent chi and blood filled into the word kill, and suddenly the word kill glowed brightly. It blasted towards Ning Feng's soul. Boom! However, like a stone ox in the sea, there was no response at all. Countless souls roared in unison, and the word kill shattered on the spot with a loud bang. Ji Daoi's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He tried to condense the word kill again, but realized that at least the divine power that he had managed to condense on the stone tablet could not be gathered at all. Kill! Kong Nim Chu realized that Ji Daoi had just lost. Although he was surprised, he did not admit defeat. Even if you lose, you can't be cowed. The human race has survived to this day. It's a matter of faith. Otherwise, in the face of star races and alien races that are countless times more powerful, what to fight with, would have long surrendered like a cultist. Boom! The word blood impacted against the sky. War! Summer follows closely on the heels of. She sensed that if she didn't do it with Jiang Nianchu, it was hard for her to be a match for Ning Feng on her own, and there was something sinister about these spirits that Ning Feng had visualized. The word war, the word blood, against the sky, they also pressed towards the army of souls. If these 2 words were cultivated for some time, they would definitely not be any worse than Zhang Yunfei's divine ripple battle skill, cultivating the moon's ancient text, at the moment of collision with the soul. And yet, it fell apart without a trace. It was like 2 drops of water meeting magma, evaporating without a trace in an instant. The 2 of them, Summer and Jiang Nianchu, instantly turned pale. Jiang Nianchu tried to regather the word blood and failed in several attempts. Summer barely managed to condense the word battle, but it was vapid and feeble, and it was obvious that he no longer had any fighting power. Seeing this scene, everyone swallowed hard. Ning Feng, what the hell kind of monster is that? Seemingly, he's different from everyone else every time. And it's scary strong every time. Chapter 110 Ancestor of the Military God. Well, want to continue? At this moment, only Ning Yu could be heard speaking, a hint of complacency in her tone, and a hint of approval and appreciation in her eyes as she looked at Ning Feng. This young master of the Ning family, she was very satisfied. Just then, Ning Feng was still playing the Undead Soul Suppression song. The moment a song ends, a scene that made it even more shocking appeared, only to see that in the sky, those souls that were originally just a dark mass had gradually become clearer, with shape, to be precise. Some of them wore broken ancient martial arts uniforms, some wore ancient-style military uniforms, and some wore clothing that the crowd couldn't tell what style it was, but they all have a few things in common. That is, none of them were human martial artists, and it was obvious from their clothing that they were in different periods in different human camps. None of them were covered in broken bodies and ragged clothes, as if they had experienced countless thrilling battles. This day, what a year! Suddenly, a power that seemed to be an idea or a mental fluctuation came out. The last ounce of divine power I attached to the ancient text tablet has been touched. Has the human race managed to get their hands on the ancient text of enlightenment? Another voice, with a hint of confusion, and in that confusion a wisp of anticipation. What an ancient martial aura, too, seniors. A third voice appeared, as three voices appeared. Three figures, each reflected on three of the ancient monuments. Three souls were awakened. These three souls, very vague, with fragmented bodies, were magnificent. Even after having suffered unimaginably heavy injuries, it's still like a monument. It stood before the human martial artists and did not fall. However, looking at the three figures in the air, below, the three golden bodies of the Jiang, Ji, and Xia families were, however, full of incredulity. They looked appalled and were so excited that they were trembling. Flop, flop, flop. In the next moment, the three of them stood up and then knelt down towards those spirits one after another. Old Ancestor. Jiang Feng of the Jiang clan, meet Old Ancestor. Xia Jie of the Xia family, greetings to the third generation martial god. Ji clan Jidong, meet the Ji clan army's military god. At this moment, the three trembled and looked at the countless souls, and the three figures at the forefront lowered their heads and twitched. When they looked up again, they were all in tears. They recognized the costumes the three were wearing, and even more so, they recognized those portraits posted within the clan. The three men in front of me, wasn't it a Jiang clan ancestor, a Xia clan martial god, and a generation of Ji clan's military god? The ancestors who had fallen on it back then had reappeared in this way. Hearing the words of the three golden bodies, all the teachers and students of the entire school also all looked shocked beyond measure. These spirits, are those martial artists who once died in battle at the divine animal sea? Surprisingly, even the martial god, the old ancestor, and the military god were among them. At this moment, the Jiang clan's old ancestor lamented. Back then, we spent 1,000 years to open up the divine animal sea battlefront. Despite the fall of martial gods, and old ancestor-level powerhouses, just for today, the Jijia military god smiled and sighed. It finally worked. That martial god of the Xia clan said, the two of you are considered my seniors, and I'm honored to be able to witness the return of Gu One to the Earth Star. However, it also means that the last trace of our divine thoughts attached to the ancient text monument is also going to disappear. From there, the smoke clears. The Ji clan's military god, as well as the Jiang clan's old ancestor laughed. At this point in time, you and I, why do we need to care about this? Speaking, the three virtual shadows had quickly become illusory. Before they completely dissipated, the three of them turned their heads in unison and looked toward Ning Feng, who was not far away. Junior, are you a descendant of the Ning family? Ning Feng bowed to the three. Precisely. The three figures looked at each other and smiled at each other. Not bad. The human race should rise. The last vestiges of the three men's divine power dissipated, retransformed back into one of the countless armies of souls. Ning Yu looked at one of the countless souls, and also looked moved, and towards the army of souls, she made a deep salute. There was no Ning clan ancestor in the midst of it, but there were countless souls dressed in Ning clan garb. Greetings to the three seniors, greetings to all the martyrs. As Ning Yu's voice fell, the Jiang clan and the other three golden bodies also had their bodies shaken. Greetings to the old ancestor. Greetings to the god of war. Greetings to the martial god. Respect to all the martyrs. At the same time, all the students and faculty of Southeast Martial Arts University chanted, and a deafening roar came from the playground. And at this point, Ning Yu also slowly stood up. Ningyu looked at the Jiang clan and the other 3 golden bodies and slowly spoke. 3 of you. How is it? Have the victory and defeat been decided? Can we continue the fight? After a long period of stagnation, the 3 golden bodies of the Jiang family, Ji family, and Xia family came back to their senses and let out bitter smiles. The Ning family has won. The battle of the ancient texts can be over. No, it's not over. Ningyu's gaze suddenly looked towards Ning Feng. The crowd heard the words and didn't understand what they meant, and they all turned their heads to look at Ning Feng. All that could be seen was that Ning Feng, who had originally acted as if everything was normal, had endless amounts of blood-red qi and blood gushing out of his body in the next moment. No, precisely, it's blood-red particles. Each one was magnified countless times by Ning Feng before the particles were visible to the naked eye of the crowd, and amongst the particles was a young baby elephant curled up. What's going on here? What an intense energy! The energy in every particle is so dense. What is this? In the midst of the murmurings of soon the air was crowded with particles. Dense and countless. Ning Feng summoned all of the millions of particles that had opened up the giant elephant. Ning Feng stood with his arms crossed, in the midst of endless blood-colored particles, like a demonic god in the middle of a sea of blood. I'm sorry, martyrs and seniors. A gentle apology. Just before the crowd could understand its meaning. The next moment, under their shocked gazes, Ning Feng waved his hand, only to see the sky filled with souls that were crazily devoured by millions of particles. However, what shocked people was that none of these souls struggled and roared, and all of them took the initiative to step into one of the particles. Then, fused with these particles, and as the soul fuses with the particles, only to see that within these millions of particles, the particles that were originally juvenile giant elephants were rapidly undergoing metamorphosis one by one. The young elephants have all disappeared. In its place, there were the silhouettes of one human martial artist after another. They stood among the particles like a monument, a lofty mountain. Just as Ning Feng saw those souls, he suddenly had an idea. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength. Within the suppression was a power dominated by giant elephants. In that case, why don't you do it differently yourself? Take the particles opened up to carry the remnants of a human martial artist's soul. That way, even if they passed away, they would still be able to carry that last shred of intention with them as they fought along with him. One day, they would be allowed to witness the slaughter of the star race and the trampling of the earth cave. Chapter 111 Billions of Fierce Souls. And at this point, the original Gongfu Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Strength, the elephant within the particles, had been completely transformed into a divine soul by Ning Feng. In the past, the opening of particles was to create new giant elephants within them. For this transformation to occur at this time, it means that for every particle that opens up in the future, the divine soul of the human martyr will be needed. Until $980 million. Ning Feng thought, his expression bland. 980 million more? Quite a few. Of course, but over the past thousands of years, not to mention the terrestrial human race, just in the Dragon Kingdom, how many martial artists had died in battle? Much more than 980 million. The population has already surpassed 10 billion in the post-civilization era, and population growth can be fierce. However, after the emergence of the Stargate Earth Cave, the growth of the Earth star's population has been decreasing year by year. In recent years there has been even more negative growth. This is a very bad phenomenon. This meant that the number of deaths of human martial artists in the confrontation with the star race was also increasing. Ning Feng's expression moved. The divine soul power within millions of particles surged out together. Boom! As Ning Feng summoned the millions of particles, the millions of blood-colored particles were like a sea of blood. The millions of souls within, roaring and roaring. The kind of baleful aura that was emitted alone was not something that an ordinary martial artist could withstand. And that's just the power of a million particles. If it's $10 million, 100 million. What about 900 million? The divine elephant prison suppressing strength, opening up all 980 million particles, each of which was inhabited by a divine soul, would evolve an unimaginable existence. What an overbearing baleful aura. The Yingling souls have gone into that. What kind of feat is this? Is it a battle technique? Comprehending ancient texts and still being able to comprehend a battle technique like this? Should be considered a battle technique, but it's quite a bit more powerful than Yunfei Hawk's cultivating moon cultivating Sunday. More than a lot. There's no comparison, okay? All the teachers and students looked at this scene in the Sky Dome, all trembling with fear. The terrifying sense of images formed by that battle technique gave people a sense of wariness originating from their souls. At this moment, they had the urge to kneel down and worship. Su Xinyue in the crowd was also there to watch, and when she saw the scene, her teeth itched with anger. How did that happen? How he's gotten stronger again. Damn it. Su Xinyue took out her cell phone. then found Jiang Yunfei's wiki and opened it, secretly recording a video at Ning Feng. He sent it to Jiang Yunfei. No one noticed Su Xinyue, because at this time, the entire school was also busy taking pictures after they reacted. This is a battle technique that was realized through an ancient text. Brother Yunfei will too. It was just that she also had to admit that this battle technique of Ning Feng's was far more powerful than Jiang Yunfei's. Whoosh! After several videos were posted, Su Xinyue typed another string of text. Brother Fei, is it there? Is it there? Jiang Yunfei, who had just taken a break from shooting the commercial, sat backstage with a somber face, waiting for the next commercial to be shot. Thinking about the humiliating scene just now, the expression on his face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. There's one more and it's over. A great man can bend. I have no money, no one, no background. Other people rely on their old man, rely on the family. I can only rely on myself. I didn't steal or rob. What's the shame? It should be inspirational. Jiang Yunfei kept reassuring himself, but the humiliating images from earlier kept flashing up in his mind. Shoo shoo shoo. Fei, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Just then, the prestige alert went off. Jiang Yunfei took out his cell phone to take a look, and immediately his face sank again. Just see the first couple short videos of the wizards. It was a video of Ning Feng and the others comprehending the ancient text tablet. Everything was normal at first, but when it came to seeing Ning Feng's performance, his whole body was just stunned. What kind of battle technique is this? To summon back all the countless spirits that died in battle. Still, Jiang Yunfei was shocked. Even through the screen, he could feel the suffocation. Soon, his face quickly grimaced. Ning Feng has gotten stronger again. Damn it! He was about to save up enough money for the purchase of the Net 5 trace. I had thought that this time, I would be able to make another hard progress and then surpass Ning Feng in one fell swoop. But looking at this state, it seemed, Ning Feng had also gotten stronger again. Fei, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? The news of Su Xinyue came again. Seeing this news, Jiang Yunfei's already buoyant mood turned directly into a rage. Annoying. Jiang Yunfei scratched his head fiercely. Some distractions. Brother Yunfei, it's time to start the next shoot. Are you ready? A voice with a fawning tone came from outside the studio. A pained look appeared on Jiang Yunfei's face as he got up and walked towards the outside. Actually, the first time I heard about the shampoo commercial I turned it down. Because, if you can't get me to shoot, I'll get right on it. The first one I'm going to try because I don't want to add some stunts on after I'm done filming. Hair dang. Very bright and soft. Spotlight. Jiang Yunfei changed various action poses as the lights shifted, saying lines like The Walking Dead, in conjunction with stiff body movements. When it came to duel, the characteristic voice of a martial artist was added, along with a hint of chi and blood power if it was vaguely added. Makes the shot extraordinarily good. The surrounding area was filled with filming crews, and apart from the professional filming crews, some of them had run over to eat the watermelon. After all, a martial arts heavenly pride that was well known in the martial arts world was not something that could be met casually. Even if they were to give enough money, many heavenly prides would not be happy to come to the auction. People are celestial pride. There are more avenues to make money. Why do you have to come here to be humiliated? But unexpectedly, Jiang Yunfei agreed. It was just that when they saw Jiang Yunfei's acting skills while filming, the crowd really couldn't complain. The acting is terrible. The features are stiff. The face is expressionless. But given the other person's status as a martial artist, poor acting is almost nothing. Southeast Martial Arts University Playground. I don't think a few of you should have any opinions on this bout, right? Ningyu looked towards the Jiang clan and the other three golden bodies and said, with regards to Ning Feng's performance, Jiang Feng's few people naturally had nothing to say and didn't have any disputes. Since there's no controversy, we'll stay out of what's coming next for now, and you guys can decide the rankings of the bottom three yourselves. Just let me know when it's finalized. My Ning family will have priority in choosing the three ancient text monuments. With that, Ningyu glanced at Ning Feng before getting up and walking towards the outside of the arena. First lock. There's still controversy over the bottom three rankings, and that's irrelevant to her. Seeing Ningyu leave the field, Ning Feng naturally had no way to continue staying at the scene and followed suit, getting up and leaving. Exclusive cultivation room. Ning Feng looked at Ningyu in front of him, this dear aunt whom he had never met since he was a child. Surprisingly, I didn't know what to say. The scene is quiet. It was a little awkward for a while. Crunch. The door to the room was pushed open and Xiang walked in. Chapter 112, leaving without saying goodbye. Touching his shiny bald head, Xiang grinned and glanced at Ningyu. Xiao Yu, haven't seen you for more than a decade, right? Still so young and pretty. Glancing faintly at Xiang, from Ningyu's eyes, Ning Feng could tell that this aunt of his appeared to be very unimpressed with Ah Xiang. Maybe we've met before? Ning Feng didn't bother thinking about it much. Just then, Ning Yu raised her hand and another storage bag fell into Ning Feng's hands. This is a gift for you, Auntie. Didn't you already deliver it? Ning Feng looked at the heavy storage bag in his hand and said somewhat dumbfounded. There's something in here that seems a little different. On Ning Yu's clear and cold face, a rare smirk surged up. Can what is sent in front of people be the same as what is sent after people? Take it. Even though you are the young lord, these things should still be of some use to you. After all, the Earth Cave and the Stargate battlefield don't have the same stuff. Although both the Suppression Earth Cave and the Stargate were suppressed by the Ning family. However, Ning War's main area of activity was on the two Stargates. The Earth Cave was mainly suppressed by several branches of the Ning family. Ning Yu's branch is one of them. Just then, Ah Xiang, who was on the side, smiled and said, Young master, take it. Your aunt is a little rich. Ning Yu glanced at him coldly and finally spoke. Ah Xiang, haven't seen you for more than a decade. Do you want to spar? Ning Yu's words carried a hint of chilling killing intent. Ah Xiang gave a dry laugh and nestled aside. Not squeaking. Not being polite either. Ning Feng took the ring and smiled. Thank you, Auntie. While the two were talking, suddenly there was a fluctuation of qi and blood from outside, and the ancient text was raging. Obviously, it was Kong Nim Chor's three ancient texts that were colliding. I guess the three of them couldn't compete for a long time and fought for the rankings in the most primitive way. Half an hour later, the sound of the crash died down. Immediately after that, Jiang Feng and the other three golden bodies appeared and informed Ning Yu of the rankings. Once Ning Yu was informed, she instantly disappeared in place and appeared in the playground. Not long afterward, Ning Yu returned once more and informed Ning Feng of some information. Ning Yu looked to Ning Feng and informed him, the three ancient text tablets have been chosen, and will be transported back to the Ning family in a matter of days. Ning Feng nodded. Auntie, aren't you going back to the clan to take a look? Hearing what Ning Yu meant, Ning Feng couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Ning Yu laughed softly. It's not necessary. Ning Feng was puzzled. Auntie, your lineage. You've given enough. Why don't you return to the surface? Even if you apply to return to the surface, there shouldn't be any objections, right? Ning Yu's lineage was known to Ning Feng. Now only Ning Yu was left, along with a handful of old and sick people. Those who were old and weak would soon return to the ground, but Ning Yu had no intention of returning. Instead, he continued to guard the underground cave with the rest of the martial artists. Ning Yu smiled as she looked at Ning Feng. Big brother took you to Lu Jingguo's funeral, right? Ning Feng nodded, not understanding why she suddenly asked this. Ning Yu also didn't explain, but smiled. There are some things that you haven't experienced. I don't blame you. In the future maybe you'll understand. After that, without saying anything more to Ning Feng, he directly left the restroom. The day Ning Yu left the Southeast Martial University after the Ancient One Monument ranking was over, and went straight back to the Earth Cave. Ning Feng had thought of finding some time in the evening to get together with this aunt of his that he had met briefly, but he didn't expect Ning Yu to leave without saying goodbye. Boom boom boom. Inside the practice room, Ning Feng's figure kept weaving in and out. It was constantly sparring with a tall figure. It was a creature that was close to 10 meters tall, pitch black, and covered with densely packed magic patterns. Bloodwing demons. The Bloodwing demon clan had the appearance of an ordinary dark angel, with a mouth full of fangs, a hideous, demonic appearance, and more than a dozen pairs of black wings growing from their backs. Even among the star races, the Bloodwing demon race was considered one of the more powerful races. It's a natural warrior, with an unquenchable thirst for killing, appeared in many battles, acting in a pioneering role. In the end, after the alloy war knife sliced down across the head of the 6th grade Bloodwing demon race flew and rolled out onto the ground in a pile of corpses of both human and star races. Matchmaking is over. Buzz. There was a moment of instability in the void, and the scene in front of him changed, and Ning Feng appeared outside of the simulated sparring room. After ending this competition, Ning Feng then didn't step out of the door for several consecutive days, holding back in the training room, either practicing or going into virtual space to simulate sparring. Over the course of several days, Ning Feng had practically simulated the current sparring scenario once. Although he was only in the early 5th rank today, killing a 6th rank could be said to be like slaughtering a dog. Actually, think about it. 2 major visions, the Chaos Seed Green Lotus and the Star Ocean U Green Sky. Several great feats, Undead Soul Suppression Song, Fist Intent Bridge to the Other Side, Rulai Prime, 5-Finger Mountain, One Sword Dictator, and several other great feats. Pagoda Observation Out of Shell Method, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, and so on. Strictly speaking, these feats were out of the realm of martial arts. However, Perhaps due to the constraints of the laws of martial arts in this world, Ning Feng had a feeling that these feats had not demonstrated their original power. Buzz! The alloy door slowly opened, and Ning Feng walked out of the simulated sparring room. He was drenched in sweat, almost beating the clothes off his body. He went into the bathroom to rinse off and returned to the practice room. Ding! Licking dog for the 31st day. Rewarded with 6-star body hardening pills. Ding! Licking dog for the 32nd day. Rewarded with tendon bull demon fist. Ding! Licking dog for the 33rd day. Rewarding Cthulhu bastard blood advancement pill. This is the reward within these 3 days. Ning Feng's gaze was ultimately placed on the rewards of the 33rd day. The Cthulhu blood advancement pill? The last time he devoured the desolate ancient sacred body. Technically speaking, it was already considered to have undergone a metamorphosis. But after reading the introduction, this Tsun Tian Hegemony Blood's advancement pill seemed to be different from the last time. Last time it was a metamorphosis. This elixir, it's a step up in level. With that thought in mind, Ning Feng swallowed the elixir in one gulp. In the next moment, he felt his entire body's essence and blood begin to boil, and his entire body's consecrated blood seeped out at every pore. It was bubbling with a steaming, blood-colored mist. Ning Feng's entire body was shrouded in blood mist, and the scene looked frightening beyond belief. But Ning Feng, however, didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, but instead, just like getting high, he was extraordinarily pleasurable from body to spirit. Just an hour passed. Ning Feng's advancement was complete. Uncle Xiang, come in for a moment. Ning Feng called out in a low voice to the door. Xiang pushed the door and walked in, seemingly guessing what Ning Feng was thinking. Xiang covered his stomach and said, "Not these days, the relatives should be long gone." Speechless, Ning Feng interrupted with a smile. "I've been bottlenecking lately, and ordinary adventures no longer serve any purpose? I need a battle under the suppression of absolute strength to break through." Xiang's eyes lit up. "Looking for abuse?" Ning Feng laughed. "You could say that." Chapter 113, Licking Dog Day 35, Reward Star Abyss Decoys. Xiang grinned. "I'll suppress my realm to the early 6th rank and practice with you." Ning Feng shrugged and said, "Early 6th grade is a bit low. It's better to be late 6th grade. Xiang was unimpressed. "You may not know, the old man's former nickname, called the Heaven's Pride Killer. I am invincible within the same realm. One realm higher than me 1 for 1. Once assassinated the Star Race and also the Fey Race's heavenly pride more than once. You don't underestimate me. I'd really like to try it then." Ning Feng said as he pressed the button to close the alloy door of the cultivation room, and pressed the button for the sparring ring, and an embedded space appeared, within which was the alloy-built sparring ring. Whoosh! The two figures appeared in the ring in an instant. In the next moment, they directly blasted each other without holding back. 1 minute later, Chung crawled out, blood spilling from his mouth, and Ning Feng followed behind him with a bruise on his face. Xiang was indeed very strong, like an undefeatable little strongman. With the realm of the early stage, he insisted on fighting with himself for a full minute. One had to know that Ning Feng was now slicing vegetables when he fought the early 6th grade. Even if a heavenly pride like Yi Lan or Jiang Nianchu came over to challenge him at the early 6th rank realm, he would be able to do so with no fear at all. It seemed that Uncle Xiang was indeed much stronger than he had imagined. Xiang ate 2 pills to recover his injuries and qi. Then he suppressed his realm to the mid-6th grade, this time for the past 2 minutes, still crawling out. This was repeated over and over again, and in the end, Xiang raised his realm to the peak of the 6th grade and was infinitely close to the 7th grade before he barely managed to go a few rounds against Ning Feng. Boom boom boom. Finally, 3 more days passed. Ding! Licking dog for 34th day. Rewarded with 100 bone marrow source fluid. Ding! Dog licking day 35. Rewarded with Star Abyss Decoy, 3-star reward item. Ding! 36th day of dog licking. Rewarded with a 7th grade battle card. I can't take it anymore. Xiang climbed out of the sparring room once again, spitting blood all over his mouth in a sorry state. On top of that, he was full of despair at this point, and thinking about the results of the sparring matches in the past few days, Xiang had completely doubted life. Being abused by Ning Feng made him doubt his life. Young lord, the peak of the 6th grade is not even your opponent. What kind of monster are you? Xiang looked at Ning Feng in surprise. He wasn't an ordinary peak 6th rank. However, it was still no match for Ning Feng, being abused so miserably. At first he was unconvinced, but after trying several times, he was abused without question each time. At this moment, Xiang suddenly said, "I'll try suppressing my realm to the early 7th grade. 7th grade? Ning Feng shook his head and said, "I'm definitely no match for the 7th rank. Xiang thought for a moment and said, No, young lord, You have to have confidence in yourself. In reality, the difference between the 6th and 7th grade is not that big. It's just the difference between 1 beating 100. Ning Feng was speechless. Try it. Xiang's face was delighted. Then he instantly raised his realm to the early 7th grade. After being abused for so long, it's time to beg back a bit. He could sort of see that with Ning Feng's talent and growth rate, it won't be long before you can't suppress him yourself. At that time, one could not abuse him even more. It's only fair to take advantage of it while you can. Xiang walked into the sparring room with a confident look on his face. Early 7th grade. If he still couldn't beat Ning Feng, then he didn't need to hang around. What's the point of mixing when you're being abused by a 5th grade crossing over to a 7th grade? Ning Feng silently placed his system-given 6th grade elixir into his mouth before walking into the sparring room as well. 5 pints fighting 7 pints. That's definitely a fight. He wanted to use his 6th grade insight to see the characteristics of a 7th grade martial artist. To meet what was so special about a 7th grade martial artist. Day 2. Ding. Licking dog for the 34th day. Get the reward space panning card. Note, 5-star rewards. Not the top rewards, but can have the top enjoyment. A card in the hand. The world is at your disposal. After obtaining this card, you can in a short time appear in any place, unimpeded, and will not be discovered by anyone. Xiang was lying on the cultivation room sparring ring with a lifeless expression on his face. I can't fight. You can't beat it even if you suppress it to the 7th grade realm. Xiang was completely skeptical by this time. How can a 7th grade not beat a 5th grade? No way. Absolutely no way. Nope. But how did he feel that Ning Feng's strength? As if he was in the 6th grade realm? Could it be an illusion? Ning Feng walked out of the sparring ring. He finds it very uninteresting that he had thought that Uncle Xiang could bring him a different surprise, but it seemed that it was no different. Now within a realm higher, he was basically invincible. Then, Ning Feng walked out of the cultivation room. The end of a week-long training session. Have you heard? There's been some accidents in this Enlightenment ancient text competition. Marred. The news is broadcasted every day. Can you not know about it? The southern domain is fighting so hard. I'm afraid it's the biggest battle ever to take place in Earthstar. Right? Cult. It's a cult at work again. This group of dog bastards really don't want the human race to be good. Holy, hurry up and exterminate them. After Ning Feng stepped out, he heard a murmur of voices coming from him. At the same time, after seeing Ning Feng's figure walk out, the trainees at the scene began to whisper again after a short period of silence. Young lord, this is the recent situation in the southeast domain, as well as the situation of the Ning family's industry in your hands. So take a look. There are some special cases that have been labeled for you. Assistant Sui walked over. According to the regulations, he had to fix a time every month to carefully report to Ning Feng once for that month's work. Ning Feng looked around on the statements and skimmed directly over the ones that didn't have any problems. The eyes paused at the catalog on the special case. Has the southeast domain been in chaos lately as well? Ning Feng asked. In the past few days, Ning Feng was bored with cultivation. However, the situation in the outside world has become extremely tense. This is because the cult is doing everything possible to stop the proliferation of the ancient texts of Gautama in the Dragon Kingdom. Either fight for it or just destroy it. That's what the cult is all about. But this time it's different from previous times. The cult has joined forces with StarClan. On the planet Earth, there are actually a lot of star races mixed into the Order's human society as well. They are present in various ways and usually don't strike at all. Mostly just gathering intelligence or doing little things like assassinations. But this time, the Star Nation stood up, bringing a large number of cults with them, and began to make waves in several major domains. It even opened up small battlegrounds in a few places. Got it. Notify all departments. Let's have a strict defense. Ning Feng glanced at it and handed the list over. The star race that could infiltrate the Earthstar might not be strong enough for actual combat. However, the means of concealment was definitely not comparable to ordinary star races, and there were many special abilities. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to sneak into the Earthstar. So it was extraordinarily troublesome to deal with. Buzz. Just as he was speaking, the communication device on Ning Feng's watch suddenly rang. When connected, a video screen emerges on the LCD screen. On the screen, it appeared to be surprisingly Li Xiaoqi's figure. Chapter 114, Digging Up Bones. However, when he saw Li Xiaoqi's appearance at this moment, Ning Feng immediately slowly got up, and a biting murderous aura surged out from his body. The video shows Li Xiaoqi, covered in blood and depressed, lying dying in a room. Ning Feng also noticed that Li Xiaoqi's shoulder had a scar on it, and the blood and flesh on both sides were flared out. Ning Feng's face was grim as he slowly got up. Xiang, go check this number attribution. 5 minutes. I want the result. Ning Feng handed the communication device to Xiang. Xiang also saw the video above, and was in a rare position to not be as playful as usual, wrote down the number and was about to turn away. Suddenly Ning Feng's communication device rang, and an unfamiliar number called in. Ning Feng swiped his finger and answered. Ning Xiao? Hearing the other party open his mouth, Ning Feng directly interrupted. I don't care who you are or what your status is. Leave your last words. These were Ning Feng's first words after connecting. Young Ning, I think this is a misunderstanding, and I only just realized her identity. Young Ning, feel free to offer compensation. After all, I did offend you this time, but those who don't know don't sin. I hope you. A voice from across the phone said, but without waiting for the other party to finish, Ning Feng simply hung up. Ning Feng sat on the sofa with an icy face. Assistant Sui stood silently by the side. At this moment, he didn't dare to utter a single breath, because on Ning Xiao, he felt an unprecedented oppression and killing opportunity. In less than 3 minutes, Chung came back. Young lord, here's the information you asked for. Ning Feng took the information from Ah Xiang's hand, and a moment later, the expression on his face gradually changed from somber to a more intense killing intent. Eastwick, Altar City. This eastern city also has a name. Altar City. Hundreds of years ago, there was a wave of alien plagues in the Altar City. A foreign king sacked the grotto, broke into the Altar City, and blood sacrificed the entire Altar City. The foreigners were later repelled, but it took over 100 years for the city to regain some life, and for that reason it came to be known as the Altar City. If it wasn't for the geographical location of the Altar City, which is extremely special in the eastern region, it would have been abandoned as a dead city. Even so, the Altar City is not very popular today. Ordinary residents would not live here. Only the families of martial artists and those who served here would settle here. At this moment, under the area that was several miles in circumference and was categorized as a martial artists administration, there are no private residential areas where anyone lives. The ones stationed here were all martial forces that were guarding the area. The living areas, however, were all in a new city 100 miles away, called the new district of Altar City. The new district of Altar City. Inside a private villa, a young man with a handsome face, but upon closer inspection, the man's face was extremely pale, giving him a sickly look. Putting down the communication device in his hand, the smile on the young man's face gradually solidified, with a few hints of sinister, and a few hints of worry. Ning Xiao's phone hung up. It seems that he has no intention of reconciling. Did you not check this woman's identity before you arrested her? Saying that, the young man looked towards the several martial artists within the hall, and a murderous aura violently erupted from his body. One of the martial artists saw this and, hastily standing up, he bowed his head and said, Young lord, long ago when you gave the arrest list, we carefully checked. Li Xiaoqi has no backstage background at all. Who knows? It suddenly became the servant girl of the Ning family's young master. It's... A few of the underling martial artists had bitter faces. At this moment, a middle-aged martial artist who was also in the hall, seeing this, also moved forward and softly said, Young lord, I did inquire before, and this one called Li Xiaoqi used to be a classmate of Ning Xiao. It's only recently, who knows that she suddenly latched onto Ning Feng's thigh and became his servant girl. Sun Xiao was silent for a moment, and said in a good-natured manner, Stand down. All of you stand down first. A few martial artists sniffed and hurriedly retreated. That middle-aged man added, Young master, it's actually just a servant girl. Young master, don't worry. I don't believe that he, Ning Feng, would still be able to turn his back on you for a servant girl. After all, your Sun family, too, is a numbered martial arts powerhouse in the eastern region. The young man was silent for a moment and said with a sinister smile, Afraid? This young man really doesn't need to be afraid of him. Ning Feng, besides, this is the eastern domain, not his southeastern domain. Even if his Ning family's eldest hand is long, he can't control my Sun family. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. The middle-aged man nodded his head in understanding before continuing. What about this woman? Saying that, the middle-aged man glanced at the alloy door in front of him. Behind the alloy door, it was Li Xiaoqi who was imprisoned. The 3 marrow jade bone in her body just matches my snow marrow jade bone. I've been looking for it for 5 years now. The 3 marrow jade bone is already extremely rare, and it's not easy for me to find such a suitable marrow bone. How could it be spared? The young man said, slapping his thigh. On the inside of the thigh, on the other hand, there was a hideous scar that had been cut open and stitched back together with a hard knife. Digging 1 piece is also digging, and 3 pieces are also digging. In short, it's also already offended Ning Feng. If he wants to compensate properly, then he can compensate. If he wants to fight with me, Sun Rangue, then he can fight. My Sun family, I am not afraid of him. Well, hurry up and dig up the bones. Immediately this battle in the altar city will begin. After I'm done picking up the bones, I'll go and surprise Grandpa. I've heard that Yi Lan, the Yi family's daughter, will also be coming to Altar City to supervise the battle. If I perform well, I might be able to gain her appreciation. Maybe, there's a chance. With that, the youth named Sun Rengue got up, patted his butt and walked in the direction of the alloy door. The injury on the youth's thigh made him walk with a limp that made him look rather funny. The middle-aged man rushed forward to assist the youth. Then, opening the alloy door, he stepped inside. Soon, behind the alloy door, there was a mournful woman's scream, a scream filled with despair. Ning Feng disembarked from his private flying boat, looking at the new area of the altar city in front of us, which was built only in the postmodern era. A murderous intent surged on his face. Uncle Xiang, send someone to visit the Sun family first. I'll go find 7. Understood. Xiang responded, then got up and flew towards the new district, followed by a full 3 golden body powerhouses from the Ning clan. Ning Feng was now in charge of a portion of the Ning clan's business, and he was also naturally in charge of a portion of the martial artists. As the first youngest member of the Ning family, there was still nothing wrong with calling in a few golden bodies at will. According to the address given by Xiang, he traveled alone to the location of Sun Rengue. Not long afterward, Ning Feng appeared in front of a private villa. The alloy gates, the enclosed high-walled compound, and the majestic private villa are vaguely visible. It proved that the strength of the Sun family's great young man was indeed not weak. What man? Just then, 2 martial artists in Sun clan attire noticed Ning Feng and coldly chided him. Ning Feng said in a cold voice, paying a visit to the young master of the Sun family. A martial artist said vigilantly, do you have an appointment? My men are inside. Your guy? What's it called? Let me check. Li Xiaoqi. The 2 martial artists' faces changed. You're Ning Xiao. Ning Feng raised his steps and walked towards the front. The 2 martial artists subconsciously took a step backward. The 2 of them had heard a lot about the fierce reputation of this young master of the Ning family recently. But looking at Ning Feng, who was approaching step by step, the 2 of them hardened their heads and called out, stop! Didn't you hear me when I told you to stand still? Thumbs up. A bloody light exploded and, Chapter 115 Compensation Programs. 2 slashes appeared on the chests of the 2 martial artists immediately. Blood and flesh flared out, and blood mist rose. With a miserable cry, the 2 martial artists both fell to the ground and convulsed. Ning Feng stepped over the 2 corpses and stepped inside. At this luxury villa, the alloy door was locked. Ning Feng didn't stop on his feet, directly blasting away with his heaven-splitting halberd, and then stepped inside. Only when he walked through the door, a dozen martial artists surrounded him with a bang. Their chi and blood strong, all ranging from 4th to 5th grade. The 2 men at the head of the group reached the 6th rank. Seeing Ning Feng's figure appear, all of them wore a tense look on their faces and did not act rashly for the time being. Young Ning, you really came fast enough. It seems that this servant girl is important to you? Suddenly, when Sun Rengue, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Ning Feng, he stood up and greeted him with a smile. And beside Sun Rengue, the middle-aged man also looked at Ning Feng warily. He had been paying quite a bit of attention to Ning Feng lately, and knew of this young master of the Ning clan, who had once had a less than stellar reputation. It's been different for a long time, and it's wickedly strong. I'm afraid young master's son is no match for him. Ning Feng sniffed, narrowing his eyes as he looked at him and asked, what young lord's son means is it possible to be like a piece of livestock without being important? Feel free to do whatever you want, is that it? Sun Rengue stared at Ning Feng, and a trace of nervousness inexplicably appeared in his heart as well. Ning Feng, he might not be afraid, but the Ning family, he was afraid. Suppressing the fluttering feeling in his heart, Sun Rengue tried to calm down, shook his head, and laughed. Young Master Ning is joking. My Sun family never uses power to oppress others. I, Sun Rengue, am even less of a person like that. It's just that my Sun family guards the Eastern Domain Stargate, and too many of my clan's disciples have died, and in recent years it's been even more of a lack of heavenly pride. Ning Feng smiled without saying anything. A moment later, faintly, and then what? You go on. Sun Rengue said, I'm Snow Marrow and Jade Bone. Young Master Ning should have heard of me, right? Heard that. Ning Feng probably understood why Sun Rengue had sought out Li Xiaoqi. Snow Marrow Jade Bone. This kind of physique is extremely powerful, but it is innately cursed in general. The jade bone is constantly frozen by snow, until all the blood veins in the body were completely sealed. Then the chi and blood dried up and died, and the only way to crack it is to find the jade bone that matches it. Among them, the 3 medullary jade bones are the best. Li Xiaoqi is the 3 marrow jade bone. Ning Feng had known this the moment Li Xiaoqi had awakened the devouring star soul vision. However, The three marrow jade bone physique was different from the snow marrow jade bone, and it needed to grow up and gradually explode at a later stage. It can be said that in the early stages this physique is barely noticeable and is no different from an ordinary person. Therefore, Ning Feng didn't inform Li Xiaoqi of this matter either. But Ning Feng didn't expect that it would bring trouble for it. Seeing Ning Feng's silence, Sun Rengue added, "It seems that young Lord Ning also has some understanding of this physique." Sighing, Sun Rengue continued, "Although I have a strong talent, I am a snow marrow and jade bone, and only the three marrow and jade bones can save me. Young Lord Ning, you should know how much my Sun family, over the years, has contributed to the Eastern domain and to the human race. Admittedly, it's not as good as your Ning family, but my Sun family also kills countless martial artists in battle every year. I'm just doing this to make myself strong as soon as possible. It's just a matter of bearing for the Sun family and doing your part for the human race." Sun Rengue righteous words, lungs to the depths, with a sincere expression on the face. It is difficult not to let people move. However, in Ning Feng's eyes, it was extraordinarily ironic. Ning Feng nodded indifferently. "Well, that's understandable." Seeing this, the trace of tension in Sun Rengue's heart relaxed slightly. "Young Ning, you and I are both Dragon Kingdom Celestials, and we're both the mainstay of the future defense against the star races and alien races. Hurting some people and growing ourselves is good for the Dragon Kingdom, the human race. This matter, or let it pass. What compensation you need, how about you just mention it?" Hearing that Ning Feng's attitude wasn't as tough as he had imagined, Sun Rengue suddenly felt that his previous worries were superfluous. I had heard before that this Ning family young master was a licking dog, and then I didn't know what happened and his personality changed. In hindsight, it doesn't seem to make much difference. A weakling. Ning Feng didn't respond to the compensation, but instead said indifferently, "Li Xiaoqi, where is she?" Hearing that Ning Feng had avoided answering his question, Sun Rengue frowned slightly, his heart a little dissatisfied, but without saying anything more, he pointed in the direction of the alloy door. "There," said the man, snapping his fingers, and then with an air of poise, turning his head, he smiled at Ning Feng and said, "It's a very serious injury. I'm sorry, young Ning." Alloy doors open. Ning Feng saw the scene behind the alloy door. Only Li Xiaoqi was seen lying on a medical bed, her legs and feet tightly bound. Several wounds on his body were shocking. The entire bed had been dyed red through with blood. The moment the alloy door opened, the fuzzy-conscious Li Xiaoqi seemed to notice something, subconsciously looking towards the door. When he saw Ning Feng standing outside the door, Li Xiaoqi's cloudy eyes gradually surged with a trace of lucidity, and then, a layer of water mist. Young lord. Ning Feng walked into the alloy door and carried Li Xiaoqi off the bed, carefully placing her on the floor. "Don't worry, I'm in." Ning Feng sent an elixir into Li Xiaoqi's mouth. In just an instant, the injuries on Li Xiaoqi's body were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Breath stabilizes and qi and blood gradually grow. Sun Rengue was a bit surprised, although he didn't see what kind of elixir Ning Feng had given Li Xiaoqi, but it should be good. Young master of the Ning family, to spend so much silver for an underling? Right at this moment, Ning Feng, who had seen Li Xiaoqi's breath gradually stabilize, slowly standing up with a faint smile on his face, he looked at Sun Rengue. "Alright, young master's son, since Li Xiaoqi is fine, let's talk about compensation." Sun Rengue smiled at his words. "Yes, this matter is after all my Sun Rengue's fault in the first place. Young Lord Ning, what compensation you need, just mention it. I, Sun Rengue, will never shirk if I can." Sun Rengue patted his chest, a look of keeping a promise. Ning Feng looked straight at Sun Rengue and said with a calm expression, "First of all, what about the fact that you took Xiaoqi's 3 marrow jade bone and took something from us? So of course you have to return it. Secondly, I heard that the 3 marrow jade bone has a supplementary function to the snow marrow jade bone, and the snow marrow jade bone also has a special effect on the 3 marrow jade bone. If 7 dies, my compensation is for you to be buried with her. Since the little 7 are not dead, I am a person with a big heart, and my usual style of action is to trivialize things. So, return the 3 marrow jade bones and offer up your snow marrow jade bones of your own accord, and this matter will be closed. Young master's son, what do you think? What about this compensation plan of mine? P.S. 3 more today. Chapter 116, Snowy Marrow and Jade Bone. Ning Feng's words fell. There was a dead silence. Sun Rengue, as well as all the martial artists of the Sun clan, were stunned by Ning Feng's words. Ning Feng had not only asked them to return the 3 marrow jade bones, he had even dug up young Sun's snow marrow jade bones? This, Sun Rengue froze for a split second, and when he reacted, he became furious. Ning Xiao, is this the compensation you want? Are you joking with me? Ning Feng laughed. Kidding? Shouldn't you return something to its rightful owner if you rob someone? Shouldn't you be punished for robbing someone? Sun Rengui's face immediately turned cold as he said grimly. Ning Xiao, how many valiant men and women have paid for my Sun family's efforts to subdue the Eastern Domain Stargate? I just want a chance to fight for the Dragon Kingdom. For the human race, let's call it a day. Ning Feng looked at him with a sneer. One step forward. A chance to fight for the people? There's no one else who can make taking someone's flesh and blood sound so righteous and refreshing. Stand still. I told you to stand still. Do you hear me? Right at this moment, a martial artist's chi and blood erupted violently and blocked in front of Sun Rengue. Don't think that just because you're from the Ning family, you can run amok in my Eastern Domain's territory. This is the Eastern region. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up for me. This martial artist was ferocious, his face grim as he looked at Ning Feng. Pust. A precious light appeared within Ning Feng's body. The 8-part melting furnace rushed out and directly took this martial artist in without killing him immediately. Instead, the furnace is used to refine it alive into a mist of blood. Everyone's scalp tingled as they listened to the fading screams. The person who had just struck out was a genuine 6th grade martial artist. And yet, it was directly suppressed by Ning Feng, without even a chance to resist. At that moment, Ning Feng was already about to walk in front of Sun Rengue. The rest of the Sun clan martial artists saw this and charged up stiffly. Young Ning, you and I don't have to make a scene like this. Is it worth it just for a woman? A lowly servant girl. Sun Rengue's gaze was cold as he looked at Ning Feng, and a murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. Boom! More than a dozen martial artists sensed Sun Rengue's meaning and moved towards Ning Feng. Ning Feng swept a glance over the crowd, his gaze contemptuous as the 8 furnaces were once again offered up. This time, the crowd got a good look at the 8 furnaces, but they didn't have time to marvel at the power of the 8 furnaces. On the spot, more than a dozen martial artists were directly taken in, and just like the first one, they were all refined into blood mist. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Sun family martial artists were refined alive just like that. Not only had Ning Feng's strength far exceeded Sun Rengue's predictions, but even his murderous and decisive character had been far underestimated by Sun Rengue. Sun Rengue also had to suck in a breath of cool air, but he didn't have time to be surprised. Ning Feng had already arrived in front of him. Fine, Ning Feng, in that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Sun Rengue bellowed violently, his chi and blood exploding. The chi and blood power of a 6th grade martial artist shook, and in an instant, an alloy battle knife appeared in his hand, slashing down towards Ning Feng. Clang! The alloy war knife directly shattered. Without any hindrance, Ning Feng came directly in front of Sun Rengue and slapped him across the face. Snap! 3 slaps in a row, smacking Sun Rengue's entire head to crack. Blood gushed wildly along the cracks. Sun Rengue was jerked around, reacting. Sun Rengue just wanted to struggle to get up. Ning Feng stomped on Sun Rengue's head, coldly looking at the wretched appearance. He said in a cold voice, "Don't worry, I'll do what I say. Dig out your bones and not hurt your life." No, don't. At this moment, Sun Rengue was truly afraid. His martial arts talent was all based on his snowy marrow and jade bone. If they really dug out his snow marrow and jade bones, he would become a wasted man, and would never have anything to do with martial arts ever again. Looking at the face that was close at hand, Sun Rengue's scalp suddenly tingled. He was really feeling that Ning Feng dared to do what he said. I'm the eldest son of the Sun family. You can't do this to me. Ning Feng, the martial arts department does have strict legal provisions for martial artists, and no human martial artists are allowed to kill each other. If you lay a hand on me. The sound came to an abrupt halt. The screams followed. In the next moment, only 3 bloody holes appeared on Sun Rengue's body, and in front of Ning Feng, there were 3 bones suspended, which were different from ordinary bones. The body was as crystalline as snow, with a few beads of blood hanging from it, but no blood was able to integrate into the bones. Immaculate and clear, snowy marrow and jade bones. Ning Feng, give me the bone monster. You can't do that. I can promise that Li Xiaoqi's bone can be returned to her, but you can't rob mine. Sun Rengue was lying in a pool of blood with a somber look on his face. After losing his snow marrow and jade bone, his entire body had been completely deflated, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. However, Ning Feng was not the least bit moved, and looked at the blood bone in his hand, his face calm as ever. Then, stood up and left. Ning Feng, give it back to me. Just come up with whatever conditions you need. I just want my bones. Ning Feng, you can't do this. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to go to Kyoto and sue you to the Lord of the Kingdom. Amidst Sun Rengue's angry and unwilling growls, Ning Feng stood up and walked over to Li Xiaoqi. Subsequently, it renewed the 3 marrow jade bone and the snow marrow jade bone. Only half an hour. A strong fluctuation of qi and blood emanated from within the alloy chamber, and Ning Feng stepped out, followed by Li Xiaoqi. At this time, although Li Xiaoqi was still weak, his body was no longer in any serious condition, and after the snow marrow jade bone and the 3 marrow jade bone entered the body, a constant stream of terrifying vitality was derived. Not bad. Congratulations, the talent is on a higher level. Ning Feng looked at Li Xiaoqi and said with a smile. Li Xiaoqi looked towards Ning Feng, a look of gratitude appearing on his face. She had despaired the moment the 3 marrow jade bone had been dug up, but she hadn't expected that Ning Feng would be so forceful as to snatch her 3 marrow jade bone back at the expense of offending the Sun family. Not only that, but they robbed Sun Rengui of his snow marrow and jade bones. For a time, Li Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with awe, gratitude, and other complex expressions as he looked towards Ning Feng. Eventually, all these looks turned into a kind of determination. Young master, we have offended the Sun family. Li Xiaoqi looked at Sun Rengui on the ground with some guilt. After all, Ning Feng had offended Sun Rengui for her sake. Glancing at Sun Rengui. At this time, Sun Rengui, desperate lying on the ground, the whole person's eyes mute and dull, as if the soul was drawn. Ning Feng said indifferently, "It wasn't us who offended the Sun family. It was the Sun family who offended us." Offend the Sun family? The Sun family really doesn't deserve it. Even if the Sun family did not belong to the martial arts families of the Southeast Domain, the vast Dragon Kingdom was governed by the same legal code, not to mention his eastern region. Even if a family in the capital committed a crime, his Ning family would still dare to kill over and ask for punishment. It wasn't as if this sort of thing had never happened before. There had been a time when a powerful person from the lineage of kingdom lords had used his power to bully civilians, and when the Ning family discovered this, a senior member of the Ning family had traveled directly to Kyoto to ask for punishment. In the end, those who were bullied by him were able to clear their names. Chapter 117, Questioning. I'd like to see what kind of backbone this Sun family has that would allow a mere second-generation ancestor to disregard the constraints of the law and blatantly forcefully take another person's talent. With that, Ning Feng's face went cold. He raised his sight and looked at the middle-aged man not far away. Go back and inform the Sun family and give me an explanation. Otherwise, I, Ning Feng, will make the Sun family pay the price even if I don't hesitate to use my kingdom order rights on the Ning family. Sun Rengui black. He didn't believe the rest of the Sun family was clean. It would have been fine if the Sun family had taken the initiative to bear the blame. If you don't admit it, Ning Feng didn't mind using the kingdom order. Long ago, the middle-aged man had stopped struggling the moment he saw more than a dozen martial artists being easily subdued. When he heard the words kingdom order, he even changed his face furiously. Young Lord Ning, there's something to discuss. I'll return to the clan and discuss how to resolve this matter. With that, the middle-aged man lifted his leg and walked out. Only halfway there, he suddenly stopped and looked at Sun Rengui, who was lying on the ground. Young Ning, can I take young lord away? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. It's not necessary. Ning Feng walked over to Sun Rengui, and with a pinch on one of his arms, he picked him up like a dead dog. I'll send him back myself. Ka chow. As soon as Ning Feng's words fell, he heard that arm of Sun Rengui's, which was directly pinched off by Ning Feng, carrying the dead dog like Sun Rengui like this. Ning Feng then walked towards the main city center of Altar City. The main city, that's the main war zone. It was infested with foreign beasts all year round, and because the void had been torn apart by the star race and the foreign race in a joint effort back then, the void could not be healed to this day. So from time to time, foreign beasts and star race would be teleported over. Over time, it then became an active area for Fei and Star Clan, and was often the scene of large-scale riots. Here, it's mainly guarded by the Sun family. Recently, due to the collusion between the cult and Star Nation, there were quite a few riots all over the Dragon Kingdom, and many star races that had been hidden for years had gone out of their way to show up just to destroy the ancient text of enlightenment. The beasts and foreigners near the Altar City were unusually active. The main city center. Inside a war fortress. At the head of the table sat a white-haired old man with a sturdy figure, and below him sat a group of powerful men from the Sun family. On one side of the guest seat, Yi Lan, and the 2 elders of the Yi family followed around. Towards the bottom, there was a group of prideful people from the Yi clan. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was incredibly serious, with a hint of gravity hanging on everyone's faces. At this moment, Sun Liancheng, the head of the Sun family, broke the silence and spoke. Niece Yi Lan, the Zhao and Guan families will be here soon. Please take a seat. Saying that, Sun Liancheng took the initiative to stand up, giving up the main seat to Yi Lan. The Sun family was affiliated with the Yi family, and since the Yi family had sent people over for this riot, it was natural for the Yi family to take the lead. At the very least, it's better to be polite. There's no need for that. Sun family master, the Altar City has always been guarded by your Sun family, and I'm supervising the battle this time. I'm just passing through to practice. Yilan opened his mouth to refuse. Sun Lianqing was, after all, an 8th grade golden body, and she had only come over this time for the sake of practicing. Primary and secondary. She still knows the difference. Good. In that case, I will not be polite. Without continuing to make polite excuses, Sun Lianqing sat back down. Elder Sun. The ancient texts from the eastern and southeastern domains are being transported in place one after another, and the Yi family has gotten word that the cult and the star race, in the near future, will be making big moves in the Altar City, since creating the opportunity to create chaos in the two domains. The destruction of the ancient texts should be only one of their purposes, but the rest of their purposes are not yet known. Inside the hall, Yilan spoke faintly. Sun Lianqing, the head of the Sun family, pondered and said, in that case, this time, the situation in the Altar City will require Miss Yilan to report to the Yi family more often, and if support is needed. Yilan nodded and said, don't worry, your Sun family affiliated with me. The human race is in the same breath. The Yi family will naturally not sit back and watch. If there are not enough of them, I will report back to the family in time. Yet just then, 3 figures silently appeared within the hall. The 3 of them were led by an old man, and the martial artists on their left and right sides were in the shape of 2 middle-aged men. Sun Lianqing and the others looked at the 3 unfamiliar figures and first froze, but after seeing the martial realm of the 3, their faces changed. Golden Body Powerhouse. And its 3 golden body powerhouses. Although Sun Lianqing couldn't figure out the situation, he still stood up and said in a calm tone, 3 friends, uninvited. I don't know which strong family they are. These 3 men, looking at them, look unfamiliar, but it certainly wasn't someone from his Eastern Region martial arts clan, a golden body strong enough to be the head of a clan. It was impossible for him not to recognize it. There are a few raw faces in front of us, so there are only 2 possibilities. Either they were martial arts powerhouses from the rest of the domains, or they were powerhouses from one of the top martial arts families. A behemoth like the Yi family was one that had a lot of golden body powerhouses, raw faces that he hadn't even seen before. Upon hearing this, the old man at the head of the 3 smiled and said, old man, waiting for someone here. The old man smiled a little cynical and a little beat up. This person was no other than Ah Xiang, who had brought someone over in advance to visit the Sun family while waiting for Ning Feng. Waiting for someone? Sun Lianqing frowned. I don't know who the 3 friends are waiting for and why they are here. Southeast Domain. Young lord of the Ning family. Inside the hall, everyone's faces changed wildly in unison. Outside the main city, Ning Feng carried Sun Rengue and walked through the jungle. From afar, he saw the war fortress of the Sun family, hibernating inside the city like a steel beast. Young lord, it's here. Behind him, Li Xiaoqi looked at the steel behemoth. The look on his face was indescribably complex. Glancing at Sun Rengue in Ning Feng's hands, Li Xiaoqi said with a hint of worry, young lord, otherwise let's forget about it. The Sun clan isn't weak in the eastern domain, and this is the Sun clan's home base. No harm done. The lord of the kingdom commits the same offense as the common people. Today, even if it's the state lord, I, Ning Feng, will ask about it. As Ning Feng spoke, he carried Sun Rengue towards the war fortress. However, before he could get out far, he heard the jungle rustling and shaking not far away. Ning Feng looked up and saw that 2 flying boats were flying at low altitude, looking like they were just about to plan to land, heading in the direction of none other than the Sun clan's war fortress. The Chou family. The Guan family. Seeing the big Luangjian characters branded on the 2 flying boats, Ning Feng probably guessed the purpose of the other party's arrival here. The domains are currently unsettled, and the Altar City, as the junction of the 2 domains, is often the scene of major riots. Repression by the parties has occurred from time to time. There's someone down there. Suddenly, a light eep sounded, only to see that just as Ning Feng looked up and looked over, a young man who was standing on the deck of one of the Zhao clan's flying boats happened to see Ning Feng as well. The youth stood with his arms folded, poised, his body temperament carrying a bit of arrogance. The 2 men instantly looked at each other in all directions. The youth swept a glance at Ning Feng, and when he saw Sun Rengue carried in Ning Feng's hands, his face changed. Brother Sun Rengue Sun. Chapter 118, The War Fortress. This exclamation of surprise, directly attracting the attention of the rest, several youth figures also came to the deck and stopped behind the youth. At the same time, the Guan clan's flying boat had obviously discovered Ning Feng as well. It's Sun Rengue. Sun Rengue was taken. Who is this person? What a big nerve. I think this person must be the manifestation of a star race demon. Quickly land the flying boat and go down to suppress it. A voice of anger came out. Immediately afterward, the 2 flying boats landed swiftly. collapsing a large swath of trees and blocking Ning Feng's path. Seeing this, Ning Feng didn't make any moves, just quietly stood in place and watched. Wait until the two flying boats land. Zhao, off the top of the two flying boats, was already filled with no less than dozens of figures. Most of these people were the same age as himself, and two of them were vaguely in the lead. Who are you to know what you are carrying in your hand? On the Zhao clan's flying boat, the youth at the head of the Zhao clan did not open his mouth, but a young clansman behind him accused. Ning Feng returned indifferently. Sun Ran-gue, kidnapping a human martial artist and digging up other people's godly bones. A felony. The young man frowned and once again said in a cold voice, "Ha? Kidnapping and digging up bones? Do you have any solid evidence for saying these words? The evidence is all there, but it doesn't seem to concern you, does it?" Ning Feng said, turning around and walking away. "Stop, did I tell you to go? Hand over brother Sun, or else." That young man became furious, and seeing that he was directly ignoring himself, he immediately stepped heavily on the deck, his body rushing towards Ning Feng like an arrow. Boom! As quickly as youth comes, so painfully does it return. Flying directly back to the flying boat, he was caught by two companions to catch his body, but when the crowd saw the youth's physical injuries, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. On its chest, a five-fingered mountain-like palm imprint surfaced, sunken into the flesh and blood, along with the bones sinking down a section. It was only at this point that the crowd realized that it appeared that everyone had not seen how the person in front of them had struck just now. Looks like we've met a master. At that moment, the Zhao family's leading youth smiled faintly. Even though he could tell that Ning Feng was not a weak martial arts expert, he didn't take it to heart. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Stepping out of the crowd and gazing at Ning Feng, he said, "Hand over the person, and I can be the master of the house and make your offense less severe. Otherwise, death. Die, do you know who I am?" Ning Feng looked at him with a smile and said. The young man at the head of the Zhao clan coldly grunted. "No matter who you are, if you continue to be obstinate, you won't be able to make peace today." Ning Feng laughed again. "Then do you know what felony Sun Ran-gue specifically committed again?" The young man at the head of the Zhao clan said impatiently. "No matter what crime brother Sun has committed, the Sun clan has been credited for guarding the altar city. He shouldn't be treated like this." "Okay, I'm good with that," Ning Feng shrugged and said, then walked straight towards the war fortress. "Today, I will behead whoever stops me. They're all the same." There was no need for Ning Feng to stay his hand. Seeing Ning Feng leave just like that, the people of the two Zhaoguan families were suddenly furious. "Leave him." In an instant, more than a dozen figures quickly rushed out above the Zhao family and Guan family's flying boats. Some raised their alloy weapons, others blasted with their bare hands. For a moment, this space shook with chi and blood, enveloping Ning Feng. Sound and fury. Ning Feng turned his back to the crowd and didn't seem to have any intention of firing back. Arrogant. Several cold grunts emanated from several mouths. However, it was only when they got close to Ning Feng that they realized something was wrong. As their attacks blasted down, a light shield enveloped Ning Feng within a 3-foot radius, and the attacks were all blocked out. They, in fact, couldn't even break through Ning Feng's defenses at all. Ning Feng gently stroked his backhand with the power of chi and blood, and the originally calm and wave-free space suddenly went berserk. A large golden handprint covered down towards the dozen or so youths. Boom! The big golden handprint fell. Lift again. There was an extra patch of bloody mud on the ground. The scene didn't know how long it had been dead silent before a sound of sucking and cool air steeply erupted. Strong. Very strong. With the flip of his hand, he suppressed more than a dozen junjies, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It was important to know that the two youths from the two families who were traveling to Altar City this time were not weak family elites. However, it couldn't even block a slap from the person in front of him. You dare to kill our people. Do you know who we are?" Some people blamed Ning Feng. However, Ning Feng was looking towards the two youths on the two flying boats, led by the Zhao and Guan clans. The corners of Ning Feng's mouth rose as he smiled. "I don't care who you are. When you realize who I am, you'll definitely regret offending me." Saying that, he didn't give the crowd a chance to continue their nonsense. The large golden handprint once again covered it. Rudra Prime, 5 fingers. A few moments later, all the youths on the decks of the two flying boats collapsed into a ball. Some people spit out blood furiously, while others fainted directly to death. Zhao, the youth at the head of the two Guan families, also sat on the ground, unable to stop coughing up blood. Looking at Ning Feng, who had already appeared on the deck, the crowd's gazes were horrified beyond measure. At the same time a coldness flooded the room. Fearing that Ning Feng would kill someone, set sail for the war fort. 5 minutes later, Ning Feng stood on the deck of the Zhao clan's flying boat, carrying Sun Ran-gue, and slowly landed at the main city's parking lot. When the hatch of the flying boat opened, The Sun family's greeters were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene on the two flying boats, only to see that the decks of the two flying boats were filled with all the sons and daughters of the two families lying in 7 different directions. But soon enough, the crowd spotted Sun Rengue when he was being carried by Ning Feng. Young lord, incoming, enemy attack, an exclamation of surprise passed. A figure of a martial artist surrounded them from all directions. At the same time, chi and blood surged. Someone made a move. Ning Feng swallowed an 8th grade battle power card. At once, the aura was like a monstrous wave, surging and surging up, and at the same time, an incomparable pressure, like a carpet, covered this space. Boom, boom, boom. All the figures that were rushing in were all frozen in general at this moment. Next, flop, flop, flop. The scene resounded with the sound of a knee hitting the ground, kneeling in pieces. The scene was quite spectacular. Ning Feng calmly carried Sun Rengue and walked towards the fortress. Li Shaoqi followed behind, his expression indescribably shocked. She knew that Ning Feng had gotten the martial god's relics, but she hadn't expected them to be so strong. Directly raising one's martial realm briefly to the 8th grade realm was simply terrifying. Inside the war fortress, in the hall, several friends. I wonder if young Lord Ning Feng has come to Alter City for something? Sun Lianqing looked at the 3 golden bodies in front of him with a few apprehensions in his heart. Although the 3 people facing them were for 3 golden bodies under the same realm. But this was the golden body of the Ning family, and in terms of status and position, it was not in the same weight class as him at all. Chapter 119 Accountability of the State Lord. No bones about it. A behemoth like the Ning family, casually taking out an 8th grade golden body. Its status was not something that he, a tiny family head of a third-rate family, could compare to. The Sun family and the Ning family had never crossed paths. At this moment, the Ning family ran over 3 golden bodies at once, and that young lord had to arrive in person. So it was hard not to let him be apprehensive. He suddenly realized something and his gaze turned to Yilan in the guest seat. I heard that Yilan and that young master of the Ning family had a story. Is it possible that they came here for Yilan? At this moment, Yilan also frowned slightly when she heard that Ning Feng was coming. Her first reaction was the same thought. Senior, did Ning Feng come over to look for me? Yilan opened his mouth and asked. Xiang stretched over a chair and sat down on his butt, opposite Yilan's question. He smiled without saying anything. However, after a few moments of contemplation, Xiang laughingly said, Little girl, don't flatter yourself. You're not really worthy. Yilan's pretty face turned ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye when she heard this. Boom! A sudden surge of vast pressure came raging from outside. Everyone's faces changed in unison. Golden body energy. Another golden body powerhouse. Sun Lianqing stood up with a nervous face. The figure then quickly disappeared within the hall and appeared outside, and the rest of the Sun family within the hall, as well as Yilan and the others, followed suit. But when they came outside to the grounded flying boat site and saw the scene in the field, the crowd was appalled. At this moment, on the decks of Zhao Guan's 2 families' flying boats, there were 7 and 8, lying on the ground of the 2 races' pride, and in this crowd of fallen heavenly prides, a figure that was slowly stepping down from atop the Zhao family's flying boat. Ning Feng. Upon seeing this figure, Yilan subconsciously called out Ning Feng's name while a look of shock surfaced on her face. Ning Feng. How come it's an 8-point golden body? As for the scene, when the people of the Sun family, led by Sun Liancheng, saw this, their hearts sank. Young master of the Ning family, it's an 8-point golden body? What's he doing in Sun's house? Definitely not coming over for support. Looking at the figure that slowly stepped into the field, the hearts of the Sun family, led by Sun Liancheng, sank to the bottom. Family Master Sun, it is indeed presumptuous of Mr. Ning to come uninvited at this stage, but something had to be dealt with. As Ning Feng spoke, he threw Sun Rengue out of his hands. Bang! Sun Rengue, who had long since fainted, had his body thrown to the ground like a dead dog, rolled out several more times, and finally flopped down at Sun Lianqing's feet. It was only then that the crowd noticed Sun Rengue, who was in such a sorry state that even his clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Rengue. Sun Lianqing hurriedly got up and came to Sun Rengue's side. After checking Sun Rengue's injuries and realizing that the injuries within his body were serious, he immediately channeled in a trace of the golden body within to repair his injuries. Turning, he raised his head, his face grim as he looked at Ning Feng, sulking with sulkiness. Young Lord Ning, what are you doing? Do you realize that it's a time of war? You ran over here to injure Zhao Guan, 2 supporting martial artists for no reason, and you injured my grandson, Rengue. Is this any kind of behavior? Today, you must give me a reasonable statement. If not, I will definitely go to Shangjing after this battle is over and ask Lord Guo for a statement for the Sun family. It had to be said that Sun Lianqing was worthy of being the head of the family, and his thinking was incredibly clear, regardless of whether it was green or black. The moment he came up, he first put a cap on Ning Feng. The offense of wounding a supporter in the heat of battle is not a small one. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng merely smiled faintly. He had naturally expected this situation. The upper beam is not correct, the lower beam is not crooked. Sun Rengue can become today's appearance, and the family hair education is not unrelated. Ning Feng's expression was icy cold as he said, "Don't use the State Lord to pressure me. Moi, my Ning family doesn't fear the State Lord, even if it is the Lord of the kingdom who comes. So what? Master Sun family, accountability to my Ning family. You're not worthy. Holding the State Lord accountable. You, Sun Lianqing of the Sun family, are even more unworthy." Boom. Hearing Ning Feng's sentence after sentence of unworthiness, Sun Lianqing's face quickly sank as if he was turning tricks. When he heard the last sentence, Sun Lianqing completely couldn't suppress his anger and exploded out in a brain. Little. Boom. The pressure of the 8th grade golden body violently erupted on his body. At this moment, Sun Lianqing directly wanted to suppress Ning Feng on the spot, taking a step towards him. "Old thing, what are you rampaging for? Do you want to start a martial art as well?" Xiang rubbed his fists and was about to rush up to teach Sun Lianqing a lesson. However, in the face of Sun Lianqing's pressure, Ning Feng was indifferent. He had used the 8th grade golden body battle power card and was now at the 8th grade realm of martial cultivation as well. "Uncle Xiang, stand down." As the words fell, Ning Feng's figure appeared directly in front of Sun Lianqing. Bang! Sun Lianqing's idea of suppressing him with his martial cultivation failed, and Ning Feng didn't have any politeness. A slap in the face. Sun Lianqing's body immediately flew to the end of the square like a cannonball, and finally hit the lawn with a bang. Looking at Sun Lianqing, who had climbed out on the lawn and was gray, and Ning Feng said in a cold voice, "It's better to ask this precious grandson of yours what he's done first, before thinking of going to the State Lord to hold my Ning family accountable." Sun Lianqing rushed out of the mound, his entire body in a sorry state. Looking at Ning Feng in front of him, his face flushed green and white as he gritted his teeth. "Ning Feng, don't bully people too much, Boom. Before his words were out of his mouth, only to see Ning Feng then reappear in front of him. The next moment, it was a slap on Sun Lianqing's face, causing his entire body to fly backwards, his body skidding out more than 10 meters on the ground, hard plowing a half-meter deep furrow in the lawn. Ning Feng's eyes were ice cold, and he didn't even bother to bull ***** with him. Looking at the attitude, there is no repentance, and without even asking what his grandson has done, he repeatedly puts a label on him. Then why would one need to bull ***** him? Fade to one step ahead. While Sun Lianqing was still confused, Ning Feng instantly appeared in front of him. Sun Lianqing was pumped and confused before he climbed up from the gully and looked up ahead. The pupils dilated extremely fast. A foot that landed lightly on his head. Bang! In the next moment, Sun Lianqing directly fell on the ground, his side in close contact with the ground. "Ning Feng, my Sun family has been guarding the altar city for so many years, and I have suffered without merit. Is this how you, the Ning family, treat my Sun family, my grandparents and grandchildren?" Sun Lianqing slumped to the ground and struggled frantically, but realized that no matter how he struggled, he simply couldn't escape Ning Feng's suppression. It was the same martial realm of the 8th grade golden body, but this young lord of the Ning family was frighteningly strong. He could only be in this position, slapping the ground hard with one hand while raging impotently. "Miss Yi, my Sun family affiliated with the Yi family all these years. Whether there is any hard work or not, you see it in your eyes. In this matter today, you have to do the right thing for the Sun family." Chapter 120. Realizing that his words could not attack Ning Feng at all, Sun Lianqing could only shift his gaze to Yilan. The Yi family and the Ning family were two domain hegemony level giants. If Yilan could stand up for him, Ning Feng would definitely be able to restrain himself much more. Yilan watched from the sidelines the entire time and had long since pressed her heart. Ning Feng entered the door without saying anything, without asking any questions, and directly hit people with his hands, which was indeed too much. "Young Master Ning, what do you mean by this? This is the Sun family's township. You don't ask for the reason. You directly run over here to make a mess. Is it hard to believe that you really want to use your Ning family's background to show off your power? You're messing with the wrong place. This is the Eastern domain, not your Southeast domain," Yilan said, giving a wink to the left and right beside him. At once, two streams of pressure rushed up and two more 8th grade golden body powerhouses stepped out. Ning Feng glanced at Yilan and said with his usual expression, "Not asking for the reason?" Ning Feng sneered, "The answer is on Sun Run Gue. I told you guys to ask for it long ago. It seems like you're the ones who keep sticking your faces out for me to hit." Listening to Ning Feng's sneer, Yilan had a cold expression on her face as well. However, She had been paying attention to Ning Feng lately, and knew that this young lord of the Ning clan was actually completely different from the young lord of Ning that she had known before. This time, Yilan finally turned his head and looked at Sun Ringgui, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. With a single movement of his figure, he appeared in front of Sun Ringgui. Sun Ringgui, what the hell is going on? Sun Ringgui was in a daze when the golden body powerhouse behind Yilan stepped forward and channeled a trace of golden body powerhouse into his body. Sun Ringgui immediately sobered up quite a bit. He stammered, unable to speak. What do you mean? He was the one who was weak in the first place. Yilan's face was grim, and looking at Sun Ringui's reaction, he probably guessed a thing or two. This young master of the Sun family had always had a bad reputation, so needless to say, he must have offended Ning Feng. Speak. Yilan coldly spat out a word, with a murderous streak. Sun Ringgui immediately had a cold shiver. This Yi family's first daughter was in control of some killing power. Sun Ringgui knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he simply gritted his teeth and just told everything that happened. Of course, there's no avoiding a pinch and some rather artistic language processing, but at the end of the day, the nature of things can't be changed. When Yilan heard this, the expression on his face had become completely gloomy. Meanwhile, Sun Liancheng, as well as all the Sun family martial artists' faces quickly sank as well. They naturally heard Sun Ringui's meaning. Their Sun clan's young master was actually digging up the 3 medullary jade bones of that subordinate of the Ning clan? How dare you! Even for the Zhao family lying on the deck, the group of youths from the Guan family, their faces didn't look too good at this time. They had actually offended Ning Feng for the Sun family, and the point was, Sun Ringgui was still ignoring it. Miss Yi, I'm doing this out of sheer necessity. Although my snow marrow jade bone is incredibly powerful, its lifespan can't last long, but if it were to be perfectly combined with the 3 marrow jade bone, it would inevitably be able to give birth to a supreme genius like no other in the 10,000. Miss Yi, how many feats has my Sun family accomplished over the years with the Yi family at their head? I just want to live and change my fate. Continue to contribute to the Yi family, to the human race. Snap. The sound came to an abrupt halt. Sun Ringui's cries were interrupted, and Yilan raised her hand and slapped Sun Ringui's face twice. Sun Ringui's eyes popped up, and his mouth full of teeth directly crumbled. Yilan coldly stood up and, Miss Yi, you save me, you must do me justice. Sun Ringgui kneeled on both knees and hurriedly crawled to Yilan, praying non-stop. Miss Yi, remembering that my Sun family has been saddling up for the Yi family all these years and holding down the fort for the human race. Sun Liancheng's face was also unsightly at this time. This matter, he could only beg the Yi family to step in. Otherwise, the Ning family was sure to eat his grandson. Yilan frowned slightly. It's not her place, but in terms of sentiment, as Sun Liancheng said, the Sun family has really paid a lot over the years by saddling up. Looking toward Ning Feng, Yilan said in a cold voice, Young Master Ning, this matter is Sun Ringui's fault first. How to handle it is up to you. Ning Feng smiled slightly. He didn't expect that Yilan could be so fair as to just leave Sun Ringgui at his disposal. However, Yilan then added, but, can you spare his life for the sake of the Yi family and for the fact that the Sun family has indeed been meritorious in guarding the altar city? At those words, Sun Ringgui, as well as the Sun family, all looked in Ning Feng's direction, only to see, Ning Feng smiled and, sure enough, it's still intolerable. But being protective of his calf, Ning Feng could completely understand, saying, if Shao Qi had been of an ordinary birth, if she hadn't already been a member of my Ning family, today, Shao Qi's fate would have been so tragic. I don't think you guys would have been unaware of that. Yilan was silent. After a moment, he said, I'm just asking that if you find it unforgivable, dispose of it as soon as possible. After saying that, Yilan took a step backward and withdrew, showing his attitude. Seeing this, Sun Liancheng's face instantly turned pale, as he grabbed the corner of Yilan's clothes and hurriedly said, Miss Yi, please, save my grandson. Yilan sighed. It's better to beg young Lord Ning Feng Ning. After saying that, she gently broke away from Sun Liancheng's arm. Sun Liancheng looked at Ning Feng again with a supplicating expression. Young Lord Ning, my grandson is wrong. What's wrong? I, Sun Liancheng, will take the punishment and admit it. Seeing as my Sun family has been paying for the human race for so many years, spare my grandson once and consider it as a merit that will be offset. Ning Feng laughed. If a sentence of merit will be offset, you can do as much evil as you like. Then what kind of evil should I do to offset the merits of my Ning family? If everyone takes credit for their faults, how is that group of ordinary people supposed to live? Boom! Ning Feng's figure moved and instantly disappeared in front of Sun Liancheng. Sun Liancheng froze, but when he came back to his senses, just then, He saw that Ning Feng had already lifted Sun Ringgui by the neck and appeared on the deck of the flying boat. That flying boat was the flying boat that Xiang's 3 people were traveling in. Don't. Sun Liancheng watched as Ning Feng's 5 fingers were gradually increasing in strength. His pupils, too, followed the extreme dilation, and opened his mouth wide. Ka-chow. The ear-piercing sound of a neck bone snapping reached his ears. Everyone at the scene jerked, followed by a hard jolt. Immediately afterward, Ning Feng let go of his hand and threw Sun Ringui's corpse off the flying boat. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, Ning Feng left the field in his flying boat. Sun Liancheng was stupefied, staring blankly at the corpse, and I don't know how long it's been. A mournful roar sounded like thunder, rolling and vibrating over the altar city. Rangue, Ning Feng, Ning family, ha 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 ha, well, great, ha 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 ha. Sun Liancheng hugged Sun Ringui's corpse and laughed up to the sky, his eyes gradually blurred by watery mist. Chapter 121, Second Encounter. Night. On the first line of war fortresses of the altar, there are 3 phases of defense on the altar line. The defense line where the Sun family was located was the last line of defense, the third line of defense of the war fortress. At this moment, Ning Feng stood on the fortress, staring ahead. He knew that soon there would be a small battle here. Behind him, Xiang and the 2 Ning clan golden bodies were also present. Just then, a figure came from the darkness and stepped into the middle of the fortress. Soon, the figure arrived at the fort's watchtower. The person who came was none other than Yilan. Looking at Ning Feng, Yilan looked torn. You today, are you overdoing it? After all, Sun Ringui didn't make a big mistake. Ning Feng said indifferently. Shao Qi is still alive, but you wouldn't be unaware of the people Sun Ringui has killed and the things he's done. Yilan was silent. Sun Liancheng led the Sun family to exit the altar city, heading towards the East Domain Center city. Perhaps, disappointed with the Yi family, the Sun family is about to become a neutral family. Yilan said with a hint of guilt in his tone. The Sun family had been affiliated with the Yi family for so many years, and had indeed been loyal and devoted. It's just that Sun Ringui is really doing things more and more excessively. This time, when he met Ning Feng, it was kind of self-inflicted. Ning Feng was indifferent. The human race doesn't need such martial artists. It doesn't need such clans. If everyone is like the Sun clan and establishes a martial arts family, it's just to oppress ordinary people. Then what is the point of the blood we shed? Yilan was silent. Ning Feng turned his head and looked at the 2 golden-bodied powerhouses behind him, saying, 2 seniors, please also make a move to help suppress this alt-city turmoil. Behind them, 2 golden-bodied powerhouses stood out with a sniff. As you wish, young lord. The altar city was located at the junction of the eastern and southeastern regions, with a large city on each side. Once it was lost, it would have an impact on that city in the southeast domain as well. Ning Feng had allowed the 2 golden bodies to help guard the town, also for the sake of the southeast domain. Thanks a lot. Yilan thanked him softly. No need. Ning Feng raised his steps and walked down the war fortress. However, as Yilan looked at Ning Feng's figure, a tangle of colors appeared on his face. A moment later, Yilan stood out again. Ning Feng, something? Yilan hesitated for a moment, then said softly, I was not convinced when I lost to you last time. I recently made a breakthrough in my vision. Do you dare to fight me again? Saying that, Yilan took a step forward. At the same time, the aura on her body directly changed, and a majestic energy surged behind her, vaguely as if a flood beast was about to break through the void and come out. Ning Feng wasn't surprised, having long guessed that Yilan would do this. For a pride like Yilan, who rarely met with setbacks, how could he be willing to fail? Of course I'll come over and get my ass kicked when I get the chance. Ning Feng smiled and looked at Yilan. On the side, Xiang laughed cheaply. I advise you not to start martial arts. It's easy to get hit. Yilan glanced at Xiang, then looked faintly at Ning Feng and said, Dare to take it. Last time, I lost to you with a vision, and this time I will still challenge you with a vision. Ning Feng laughed. Catch. Yilan said in a cold voice. I'll let you make the first move. Remember, don't hold back. The greatest respect for your opponent is to go all out. Boom. Without saying a word, the sky dome behind Ning Feng quickly transformed into the green sky. Meanwhile, 1 plant, 2 plants, 3 plants, a full 10 green lotus plants were rooted one after another above the green sky. At the same time, as the 10 green lotuses surfaced one after another, an extremely terrifying aura crazily filled the air and continued to climb. And by the time it reached the 10 green lotuses, it had already reached a terrifying as hell. Chaos planted the green lotus. For a time, this heavenly dome was completely assimilated by the visions. In the distance, it seems to be, a vision of the young lord of the Ning clan. A vision of Ning Feng? Miss Yi just went over to Ning Feng. Did she fight with Miss Yi? Miss Yi is truly terrifying as hell, forcing the Ning family's young lord to use a vision. Miss Yi is still useless. It seems that Miss Yi is still skilled. All of the Eastern Domain martial artists who were looking up at that dome from afar were shocked one by one, and at the same time, they also felt a strong oppression. On the fortress lookout, Yi Lan knelt on one knee, her spine slightly bent from the pressure, but she clenched her teeth and always insisted on not letting her other knee touch the ground. This was her last stubbornness, but that was all, because under Ning Feng's pressure, she was surprisingly no longer able to release her visions. That is to say, on the premise that Ning Feng strikes first, she'd lost before she'd even made a move. You go first this time. Ning Feng smiled and withdrew the vision, and this space completely returned to its original form. Yi Lan was not polite when he heard that. It's all been suppressed to this, so there's no point in playing innocent. The moonlight blood lotus vision instantly surfaced. It turned the space behind her into a blood-colored ocean, while a blood moon hung in the air. Yi Lan under the moon was as terrifying as a female Shura. She took a step towards Ning Feng. In this moment, she regained her confidence once again. Confidence that you can crush everything. When approaching Ning Feng less than half a meter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Young Lord Ning's vision has disappeared. Hoo. It's finally gone. Just now I felt like I was going to be crushed to death in general. It must have been broken by Ms. Yi. It's too strong. The Eastern region martial artists who saw the scene once again exclaimed in shock. Yet just as the crowd gasped, once again, a chilling image had surprisingly surfaced on the war fortress in the distance. Only the green chaotic green sky was covered with stars like the sea, dazzling and oppressive at the same time. The degree of terror was on par with the chaotic seed green lotus. Meanwhile, the crowd boiled again. Asterisk 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 Miss Yi is bullish, forcing out another one of young Lord Ning's visions. I've long heard that the Ning family's young lord has awakened 2 visions and is incredibly powerful. Now take a look. Had. What's the use? 2 still can't beat one other Miss Yi. On the fortress watchtower, as if the scenario was repeating itself, Yi Lan once again knelt down on one knee. The moonlight blood lotus behind him was bright and dark, and the blood moon was even more shaky, as if it was about to fall from the sky at any time. Nice. You did get stronger again. Finally, as those words fell from Ning Feng, the blood moon fell directly from the sky. Yi Lan smiled to himself and said, "Still being crushed by you. What's the point?" Yi Lan said with some decadence. Ning Feng said indifferently, "You're already very good. Don't compare yourself to me. Among my peers, there should no longer be any peers who can match me on the Earth Star." Yi Lan looked at Ning Feng with a speechless expression. Are you serious? Or too self-absorbed? But thinking about Ning Feng's strength today, it seemed as if that was indeed the case. Yi Lan's face turned cold as he said, "Don't be too confident. Sometimes being too confident is not a good thing. But you're right." Chapter 122 Assimilation of the Anemone Race. But if you have the chance, I still suggest that you might be able to take a walk to Shangjing. I'm afraid that you still have a distance to go compared to those few demons in Shangjing. Ning Feng looked at Yi Lan and stared for a moment. Stand up and talk. The ground is a bit cold. Ning Feng suddenly withdrew his pressure. Yi Lan's pretty face flushed, and for a moment she forgot that she was still conversing with Ning Feng in a suppressed position. The pressure was withdrawn, and Yi Lan quickly stood up. Ning Feng asked, "The ones in Kyoto? How strong are they?" Yi Lan shook his head and said, "The specifics are not too clear. It is the pride of the Guo Master's lineage, which has been well hidden before, and has only gradually revealed itself in the last year. It is said that all have fought in several large battles and survived." Ning Feng nodded his head indifferently. He had heard of those few, but he didn't feel that there would be much of a gap between himself and the other party. It should be the other party that had a big gap with him. However, to have survived several large battles, there must be something beyond the ordinary. There's no harm in it. Martial arts is all about competition. What's the point of not fighting? Ning Feng said, headed away without looking back. Yi Lan looked in the direction that Ning Feng had left and remained frozen for a long time before slowly coming back to her senses. At this moment, looking at Ning Feng's gradually disappearing back, she suddenly had a complicated feeling. She wondered if she hadn't withdrawn from the marriage at the time that, perhaps, it would be different today? After all, most of the granddaughters of great clans like her ended up in marriages with the rest of the great clans to consolidate their position. At this moment, the always confident Yi Lan, for the first time, gave birth to the thought of a slight regret for his former behavior. Yi Lan, what are you thinking? You are destined for martial arts in your life. What's a man and a woman's private love? Losing this time doesn't mean losing all the time in the future. Actually, he's not that good. There's still a year left, and you have only one goal for that year, to defeat him. Yi Lan clenched her teeth and forcefully hypnotized herself. She clenched her fists and, 1 year later, She had to win that battle a year from now. A year from now. I'll be waiting for you. Ning Feng boarded the flying boat, and Yilan's voice transmission was heard in his ears. Smiling faintly, Ning Feng went up onto the deck of the flying boat. Then the flyboat set sail and returned to Seoul. Ning family, Ning Feng, little man, if I don't kill you, I will swear not to be a human being for eternity. A cemetery in the Sun family. After Sun Lianqing buried Sun Rungue, he looked at his grandson's slightly elevated gravebag and his eyes widened in anger. Behind him was a group of senior members of the Sun family, as well as a new generation of Sun family martial artists. For so many years, for the sake of the human race, for the sake of subduing the altar city, how many clansmen have we given our lives and how much blood has we shed? Now, just because my grandson dug up a bone, just a single bone in the district, this Ning Feng killed my grandson. This revenge, I, Sun Lianqing, will avenge. Sun Lianqing tilted his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, it was as if the already aged face had aged a lot again. Behind them, the Sun family martial practitioners were also everyone showing a look of hatred. That's right. How much has my Sun family paid for this Ning Feng to humiliate my Sun family like this? Humiliating, truly humiliating. Mud. If I wasn't unable to beat him, I would really like to fight this punk one-on-one. He is a second-generation ancestor. Arrogant what? Before is not like a dog behind that woman in the Su family. Obediently as a pug dog. What is godly? Sun Lianqing gave a pale smile and looked towards his clan. Somewhat tired, he waved his hand and said, "That's just it. You guys go down first. I want to be alone." The Sun family members looked at Sun Lianqing one after another. Some had worried faces, but they did not dare to say anything. There have been a lot of downs. Wait until the crowd has left the stage. Sun Lianqing's complexion steeply became hideous. He pulled out a bronze token, which was densely engraved with ancient characters. Injecting a touch of qi and blood, a maddening fury surged out. Immediately afterward, a human face filled with indifference appeared in front of Sun Lianqing's body. The face was shaped like a sunflower and was full of darkness. It's just that those sarcoma-like chirps protruding from the face look extraordinarily mind-numbing and extremely physically inducing. Humans, want to submit? Succumb to my Sky Sunflower clan and you will be allowed to live forever. Sun Lianqing sniffed and a scowl appeared on his face. The star race has been fighting against the human race for thousands of years. When will they be able to break through the Earth star? The human face coldly said. Soon. The human race seems to have subdued the major entrances. But in reality, it is not the case. The human race's top-level martial artists continue to die, and the bottom-level martial artists continue to be consumed in a great battle. The subsequent new generation of martial artists is difficult to grow, and there are fewer and fewer high-level martial artists. As long as on the Earth star, those few martial gods at the highest level of the human race have some accidents, fall, or are seriously injured, it will be the day when my star race completely descends on the Earth star. Sun Lianqing said in a cold voice. Give me a time. If too much time passes, and my Sun family submits to the Star Clan, and then is found to have been eradicated, what good will it do then? Even if you descend? We're all dead. The human face said. In less than 10 years, shall descend. Sun Lianqing was silent for a long time. Okay, I submit. But as a condition of being assimilated, I have a request, and I would like the Amanoi to do it for me. The human face said. Go ahead. Killed the young master of the Ning family, Ning Feng. Ning Feng? That brat from the Ning family? The human face was a bit surprised, then nodded. That little brat is indeed different, and has recently been put on StarClan's hunting list. In that case, I accept assimilation. Sun Lianqing suddenly grinned, with a shadowy expression on his face. Standing on the deck, watching the scenery on both sides rapidly recede backwards, Ning Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of a rush. This world has its unique charm, but this charm is a constant crisis of destruction. On the road ahead, it was not known whether the human race would make it to the end, or whether at some point in the future, the star race or the alien race would break through the defenses and enter the Earth star. Young lord. An hour later, Li Shaoqi's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Ning Feng returned to his senses and said indifferently, how's the injury recovery going? Li Shaoqi nodded his head. There is no problem at all anymore. Not only that, the 3 marrow jade bones as well as the snow marrow jade bones have been completely fused. I am now, Li Shaoqi said and suddenly stopped talking. However, Ning Feng could already tell that Li Shaoqi's martial realm had skyrocketed at this point. It had actually elevated to the point of late 5th grade. That speed is amazing enough. One must know that Li Shaoqi not only had the visionary devouring star soul now, but also had 2 major jade bones to add to his strength, each of which was capable of making a martial artist a top-tier heavenly pride. Adding the 2 together, it could be said that at this point, Li Shaoqi had already surpassed top geniuses like Ji Daoi. and was also completely comparable to supreme martial arts geniuses like Summer and Jiang Nianchu. 123, second front. Nice. Ning Feng raised his hand, handing over a token to Li Xiaoqi. An increase in talent means a faster rate of consumption of cultivation resources. The cultivation resources in here are enough for you to use for a while. Li Xiaoqi was not polite this time, and as he took the token, he said in a faint voice, I know, young lord. She had already made up her mind that no matter how far she went on her martial path in this life, she would use it for the Ning family, for Ning Feng. So, she had to use this resource so that she could become stronger as soon as possible and do more for Ning Feng as soon as possible. Buzz. Suddenly, Ning Feng's cell phone vibrated. The caller shown on the communicator was surprisingly the display of the eldest uncle. Ning Xiao. Uncle. It's been a long time. I missed you. Ning Feng answered the phone and made a rare joke. Ha ha ha. Big nephew. Big uncle misses you too. Brat. Being at school for so long, you don't know to take the time to go home and have a look? On the other side of the phone, Ning Xiao laughed loudly and said, hearing that he missed Ning Feng, his great nephew. The two men exchanged pleasantries for a few moments. But it's late, and I shouldn't see you for a while. Ning Xiao suddenly straightened up and said, with the opening of the desolate blood domain battlefield, I'll be departing for the Stargate tomorrow. Little wind. Wait for big uncle to come home and drink with you. I haven't had a drink with you brats yet. Listen to this. Ning Feng suddenly stalled. Going to the Stargate so far in advance to prepare for battle meant that Ning Xiao's battlefront was very forward. Ning Feng pursed his lips and said, eldest uncle, what are you? The second front. Ning Xiao's voice was also slightly muffled. Ning Feng's heart sank with him. If the first front means 10 deaths, then the second front, 9 deaths, 1 battle down. The number of deaths on the first front is close to 10%, and very few can walk off the battlefield alive. And most of this first batch are those whose lifespans will be over, or the rest of the reasons for the selection of the departing human dead. The second front, however, was all normal human martial artists, often with more than 90% of the deaths. It's a real 9-to-1. Well, eldest is just coming over to say goodbye to you, and tomorrow, eldest is going to leave with eldest's line of clansmen. Ning Xiao laughed out loud, but she couldn't see how nervous she was. Life and death is not a matter of opinion if you don't obey. You can do it. He sees through it, and who is not fighting for his life in the human martial arts? Is this vein all going? Ning Feng asked. 90% strong. Ning Xiao nodded. Saying that, Ning Xiao was silent for a moment and added, there are still some old and young women and children who don't need to go. Ha ha ha. Ningbo, there are still a few of your clan brothers who are still young and don't need to follow them to the battlefield. Speaking of this, Ning Xiao suddenly used a joking tone and said, little wind. If uncle can't come back this time, in the future, Xiao Bo and a few of his clan brothers will help uncle take care of them more. Although Ning Xiao pretended to be relaxed and pretended to joke around, but where Ning Feng couldn't hear that the eldest uncle had purposely spoken to him this time, and that this sentence was the point he wanted to make. However, Ning Xiao had always been nice to him, even during the time he was a licking dog. Ning Xiao had hated him many times and educated him in various ways. It hadn't been like the rest of the family elders, who had been trying to give up or even force Ning War to depose him as the young lord. Now that he could afford it, he certainly wouldn't begrudge taking care of it a bit if he could. With a serious face, Ning Feng nodded and said, don't worry, uncle. Seeing that Ning Feng agreed with a serious face, he knew that Ning Feng had guessed what he meant. While his heart was slightly touched, he smiled and said, okay, wait for Uncle Big to come home. At this time, Ning Feng suddenly asked, eldest uncle, why is it that at every turn, the strength of the clan is deployed? Can't they leave behind some kindling? The Lu Xinhua family, Teacher Sutan's family. After a great war, it was unknown how many martial arts families had declined. Ning Qiao smiled. Fire. Of course the fire stays. Aren't Xiao Bo and the others the fire? The ones who go to war are adult martial artists like me, geniuses like you, and some of the old, young, women and children, are the ones that the Ministry of Martial Arts tries to protect, because you need to grow, and we, with all our potential, if we don't go up top, who will? Of course, the main thing is that the battle lines are tight, the manpower gap is too large, and martial artists are becoming increasingly scarce. Well, let's not talk about it. There was a hint of helplessness in Ning Xiao's tone, and as he said that, he suddenly put on a straight face and said, Little Wind, there's one more thing. After I go to the Stargate battlefield, some of my industries below me, which I won't have time to take care of for the time being, will be entrusted to your hands to manage. I'll have your people send you the information later. If you don't understand anything, ask Xiao Han, the butler, who will stay on the ground. After a few more brief words of business, the call then ended. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Southeast VU. The flying boat landed slowly on the WU's boat parking lot. After disembarking from the flying boat, Ning Feng and Li Xiaoqi headed straight to the classroom. A classroom at WU. Holy, quick con. Hot eyes, too damn hot. Yunfei seen your brother in what? For what crazy except endorsement he's so lack of money it. Image are completely do not want. PFFFF. I can't. Even a professionally trained one like me can't help it a bit, I have to say. Yunfei is too spooky. Station P is already almost taken over by brother Yunfei. Inside the corridor, Ning Feng was walking in front of him, followed by Li Xiaoqi at his side. It was only when Ning Feng had only reached the corridor that he heard various sounds coming from within the classroom. And just as Ning Feng had stepped into the classroom with his front foot, the classroom abruptly fell silent. Tons of gazes swarmed towards Ning Feng, all of them indescribably complicated. Awe, fear, all kinds of looks. There was nothing Ning Feng could do about this situation. Out of the Ning family's identity, many people respected and feared him, and with his recent performance being really fierce, his classmates held him in high esteem. So, he rarely comes to class anymore. Ning Feng walked to his seat and sat down. Summer had already arrived a long time ago, and after glancing at Ning Feng, she straightened her body straightly, with no intention of hitting on Ning Feng. Just then, another not-so-subtle gasp erupted from the classroom. Li Xiaoqi, you're in the late 5th grade. My god, you were still in the early 5th grade before, right? How come this is only a few days? What you ate? When the students in the same class saw Li Xiaoqi's skyrocketing cultivation level, it caused quite a shock and discussion. In response, the originally arrogant and indifferent Li Xiaoqi was surrounded by people asking questions like this, suddenly a little embarrassed. But soon, the trainee naturally guessed the reason for Li Xiaoqi's skyrocketing cultivation. It must have something to do with Ning Feng. For a while, the gazes of the crowd towards Li Xiaoqi were filled with envy. Such a thigh, they really wanted to hug it too. There were already a few well-presented female students in the crowd, who only felt that the Kuan bar was itching, and were even secretly thinking of ways to seduce Ning Feng. Chapter 124 Ultra-Thin Night Use. There are 4 classes in the morning. The first 3 sections were all theoretical knowledge related to martial arts. The latter class was the class teacher Su Xinyue's class, which was the general history of martial arts. Due to the content of today's lecture, it was about the several failed battles of the human race in the history of martial arts. The content led to a slightly depressing atmosphere in class today. Bell. The bell rings for the end of class. Well, that's it for today's class. With that, Su Xinyue picked up his textbook and walked outside the classroom. That's the end of the morning class. It was just one lesson, and everyone in the class walked out of the room with serious faces and lowered their heads without saying a word. Ning Feng also walked out of the classroom and ran into the class teacher, Su Xinyue, standing in the doorway. Seeing Ning Feng, Su Xinyue smiled back and said, Ning Feng, Mr. Sunday. The two of them exchanged greetings, and then Su Xinyue didn't know what to say, and the scene was awkward for a while. Waiting for several seconds, Su Xinyue suddenly said, why are you free to come over to class today? It was only after saying this that Su Xinyue realized that something seemed to be wrong. Ning Feng didn't care about that either. The two walked towards the outside of the school building. Ning Feng wasn't going to take the afternoon class. As he walked, Ning Feng suddenly asked, Mr. Sun, there's a question I'd like to ask you. Su Xinyue smiled and hurriedly replied back, you're welcome Ning Feng. What's the problem? You say. Ning Feng said, I heard that in the battle at the Endless Sea, old patriarch Lu Jinghua originally had the opportunity to get out, but he didn't, and when only old senior Lu was left, he instead charged into the Star Tribe's camp all by himself, burned his own essence blood, and subdued 2 of the Star Tribe's golden bodies, falling to his death. There's also the history of many such human martial artists. 100 years ago, the Zhou family's oldest ancestor, the white-robed martial saint from 300 years ago, the king of Chu 1500 years ago, they clearly have a chance to live. But why? Living is the only way to continue fighting for the human race. Dying means nothing. Hearing Ning Feng's words, Su Xinyue was slightly stunned, yet a look of gravity welled up on his face, seeming to stop the language for a moment. A moment later, Su Xinyue said, Ning Feng, human nature is far more complicated than you think. In the eyes of the world, they're martial saints, they're old ancestors, but in the family, they might be fathers, grandfathers, husbands. Ning Feng listened quietly. Su Xinyue paused for a moment and continued, you probably still don't understand, or rather, a lot of people don't understand either. Take the most tragic battle in the history of the human race, the one 1500 years ago when the pattern of the Guan Shanhai was greatly settled. Many people say that in that battle, the king of Chu could have not had to die, that by crossing the Guan Shanhai, he would still be alive. Practically speaking, of course, but those 80,000 martial artists we thought were just Chu clan soldiers. Yet, those are the 9 clans of the king of Chu, and if you look up, you will see that it is your clan brother who is shielding himself from the sword, and it is the corpse of your clan uncle who is stepping under your feet, it is your sister's husband who is going to stay behind and break your back, and it is your uncle who is telling you to stay behind and cross the sea to get away quickly. When you return to the planet Earth, your sister, your mother, the mothers of your childhood playmates, and all the family and friends who have watched you grow up and stayed with you will come and gather around you and ask questions. King Chu, my husband and son, how come they didn't come back with you? Surely they won't blame you. They'll just hide the grief in their eyes and say, I may be old and weak, but I can still fight for the human race. Across that sea, he is the defeated king of Chu, but that sea, he is still the king who fought to the end for the human race. Ning Feng was silent, and a flash of bright light within one of his eyes gradually enlarged. Sun Jianxian continued, possibly, this is where the human race differs from the star race and also the foreign race, and why. The Earth star civilization is clearly far less powerful than the 2 races, yet it has never been able to be overrun. Because, our roots are in the Earth star. If it breaks, we know exactly what that means. That's why every martial artist is charging upwards without complaint. Ning Feng nodded his head indifferently and said, understood. Sun Jianxian didn't say anything and immediately changed the topic, saying, can I participate in the Wudong ancient text competition this time? It suddenly occurred to Ning Feng as he heard the words. It seemed that there were still a few days left until it was time for the ancient text scramble. Ning Feng came back to his senses and said, maybe. The candidates had been finalized, and Ning Feng was among them, but there are substitutes for him if he has a temporary situation that prevents him from participating. After all, with identities like Ning Feng and Jiang Nianchu, accidents could happen at any time. Leave the classroom. Ning Feng walked onto the campus of Wuhan University. The heart was suddenly indescribably heavy, but as he walked, he suddenly heard the cadets talking about something that caught his attention. Jiang Yunfei seems to be a bit of a buzz these days. Ning Feng casually opened his phone and casually tapped into another platform. He saw several messages that were a bit jaw-dropping even for him. Oh frozen fruit milk. Oh bubble time. Give me oh bubble, give me oh bubble. Oh bubble fruit milk oh oh ooh. Gimme oh bubble fruit milk want. I want more. Little girl, my baby. Jiang Yunfei, wow. Want QQ candy. Come on baby, 3 times. Little girl, would you like one too? Little boy, OH. Yes. Little girl, my baby. Just after opening the social software, Ning Feng saw 2 tweets about Jiang Yunfei, 2 ad pushes. For Jiang Yunfei to go and take advertisements to make money. Ning Feng wasn't surprised. He had heard it before. Jiang Yunfei would go for any means to make money to buy cultivation resources. Only, when he saw the content of the 2 ads, still couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching hard. The picture is just not bearable. And, due to the added status of Jiang Yunfei's Southeastern martial arts great celestial pride, it made the news of him filming an advertisement quickly hit the hot searches. Amazing. Southeast Martial Arts University's pride takes advertising endorsement. Is a certain martial arts university's heavenly pride recently channeled to receive advertisements? A civilian representative? Or is it an unscrupulous attempt to amass wealth while it lasts? It's on the hot seat. It has also attracted a lot of controversy. Ning Feng didn't think anything of it. Instead, he felt that it was someone else's business to not steal or rob, to not go and obtain cultivation resources by bullying ordinary people like Sun Rengue, and how to obtain resources. It's just that the 2 ads are really hot. But that's not all. When Ning Feng clicked into the 2 advertisements, it seemed to have triggered the organs of big data. A few more tweets came in quick succession. No gifts for the holidays this year. I'd like to receive a gift of platinum brain platinum, youthfulness, and healthy products. Why are you chasing me? Because I want emergency syrup. With gray nails, 1 infects 2. Ask me what to do and use the bright armor right away. It's better for everyone. Marry a new oriental chef if you meet one. Ultra thin. Night use. Chapter 125 Battle of the Bureaus. A brainwashing commercial that plays on a loop. Extremely brainwashing and magical. Even Ning Feng, a person who didn't often swipe his cell phone to touch the fish, didn't hold back and swiped several of them. Finally, Ning Feng put down his cell phone. Suddenly, he felt that Jiang Yunfei, a person who shouldn't be practicing martial arts, it was a bit of a shame that he didn't go and become an entertainment star. Cultivation room. Back in the cultivation room, Ning Feng watched a round of simulated sparring matches. Pretty much all simulated. Aside from the top few that hadn't been simulated yet, the rest were no longer difficult for Ning Feng. Standalone simulations were no longer attractive to the current Ning Feng. His eyes moved downward with the screen to the local area versus mode on the screen. Turn on the localized sparring mode. As soon as Ning Feng opened his mouth, 3 dialogue box choices immediately appeared. Immediately afterward, the words connecting appeared on the screen. A cultivation room in the Southeast Martial Arts University. The Kai general looked at the land match in front of him, and a look of flesh pain appeared on his face. Pops really spent a lot of money this time in order to train me. Land matchmaking costs so much that it should only be enough for me to turn it on 3 times to consume it, and I have to cherish these few chances. The Kai general couldn't help but feel a bit of flesh on his bones even as he thought about the cost of this one. This stuff is needy to use, even if you're not an average family. But soon enough, Kagon turned his attention to the sparring. I don't know who I'll be matched with. Olji don't know if it's open yet. Click on open and the opening will disappear in place. A couple $100 million was spent on land matchmaking this time around, so it must be honed to be effective. Another cultivation room. Yi Jinyue thought silently, then finally pressed the open match button. Meanwhile, in addition to the two of them, Kaigon and Yi Jinyue, there were also some tycoon trainees who had turned on the bureau match mode. Since the last practical combat experience of the 5 major schools jointly, the crowd had finally realized their shortcomings in practical combat. So a lot of people went back to school and started focusing on live sparring up. After all, after reaching the 4th or 5th grade martial Dao realm, the advancement of the martial Dao realm was already very slow. There is absolutely time for real-world training. For example, at this time a pretty boy, Chuan Hu was silently walking into a cultivation room. The last time he was defeated by Jiang Nianchu in public. It definitely counted as a strange shame for Chuan Hu, so he secretly vowed to cultivate hard and wait until he had the chance to get back at Jiang Nianchu. And all the money you've been screwed out of. Begin land matchmaking. Chuan Hu's figure disappeared within the cultivation room. Southeast Martial Arts University Cultivation Tower. Ever since the new cultivation tower was built, Summer had moved a set of simulation equipment directly over. Like Ningwen's simulation equipment, Summer's also allows for standalone simulation. Land simulation is also possible. It was just that all of them required a huge cost of chi and blood, and there were ample pools of chi and blood to provide chi and blood. However, such consumption might be very difficult to maintain for ordinary people, but for a top martial arts family like Summer, it was still no problem. One must know that this giant star source mine provided by the Ning family was something that even the Jiang and Xia families simply couldn't take out. In the entire southeast domain, only the Ning family could afford to take it. Naturally, she would not let go of such a rare opportunity. Otherwise, by the time he graduated from his senior year, it would be difficult to have the opportunity to return to cultivate at Wudong University. Land matchmaking is on. Finally, Summer opened the first land match on this day, though she found the feature a bit redundant. But the standalone simulation, which she'd pretty much simulated once already, didn't have many maps left that tickled her combat fancy. What there is just one killing brought about by the disgust of the star race and the Fae. But that doesn't make sense because it's just simulated matchmaking. Although the land matches were matched against trainees from the Southeast Martial Arts University, and she would hardly ever meet her opponents. There were always some masters in the martial arts university. For example, people like Kai Gong, Yi Jinyue. Matching in progress. Ding. Match successful. The scene around him changed, and Summer appeared in the middle of a map with high mountains. As she took in the scene before her, her gaze eventually settled on a figure on top of one of the mountains. For a while, Summer's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as if she had seen some kind of monster, only to see that Ning Feng was sitting on top of the mountain, his clothes hunting with the howling mountain winds, and his short head of hair slightly deformed by the blowing, yet the figure was stolidly unmoving. When Summer comes along, Ning Feng also sensed something and opened his eyes, glancing at Summer across the room. You're here. Wait, I want to play 10. Summer sniffed, and the dismay on her face gradually turned into anger. Hit 10. Ning Feng didn't take her seriously at all. She was, at least, one of the Southeast Martial University's #1 heavenly prides. When had she ever been compared like this? Win me over. Summer's left hand flashed, and the 4-meter-long alloy machete appeared in his hand. Buzz. In the next moment, her paws stepped on the ground and she leapt down from the top of the mountain, like a spirit ape, stepping on a piece of mountain rock and rushing towards Ning Feng, who was not far away. Boom! Very quickly, it reached Ning Feng and slashed down. This was a simulated sparring match, so she didn't have to worry about actually killing Ning Feng, so she struck out without fear. As this slash went down, Ning Feng gave a slight sideways glance. It's a bit strong, but it's still almost interesting. Ning Feng raised his hand, using his hand instead of his sword, and the third style of one sword solo chopped out. There are no surprises. Summer's 4-meter alloy battle sword shattered on the spot, and his body flew backwards like a stray arrow. Boom! The body slammed hard into the mountain rocks, smashing them into a large crater set in a human shape. Clang! Summer broke free, his gray head and hair disheveled, and his entire body was in a sorry state. Summer had an angry look on her face, but it wasn't her defeat that made her angry. It was the fact that she was killed in seconds. Even if she knew that the current Ning Feng was strong, even if she had seen Jiang Nianchu and the others being crushed, but when it was his turn, he was still a bit unable to accept that. Without realizing it, the gap between himself and Ning Feng was already so big. Whoosh! Right at this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared above the tops of the remaining two mountains. When it became clear, the faces of the two figures gradually came into view. Kai Gong, Yi Xinyue. Hey, old Yi, long time no see, didn't expect to meet you, ha ha ha. The Kai general caught a glimpse of Yi Xinyue standing across the room and greeted him with a smile. However, he realized that Yi Xinyue didn't pay the slightest attention to himself. Instead, he was looking somewhere with a serious face. What are you looking at? Kai general followed Yi Xinyue's gaze, and in the next moment, his entire body clammed in place. Ning Feng. The smile faded from the Kai general's face, clearly not as happy as before. Surprisingly, I actually met Ning Feng. At this moment, both of them had an urge to curse. They wanted a real battle simulation, not to be abused. Being abused can be of any real-world use. Chapter 126, A Knife Seals the Throat. I say Ning Feng, what are you doing opening a land versus Who can beat you now in Southeast Martial Arts University? The Kai general said with a crying face, looking at Ning Feng somewhat breathlessly. Ning Feng laughed, that's why I chose the multiplayer versus mode. Kai general glanced at Yi Xinyue and Summer, who was not far away. Is the multiplayer versus mode, with 3 players, seems like a good place to try out a bit of a fight? Hurry up and start. Hurry up and finish. The Kai general clenched his teeth and said, since he couldn't resist, he could only enjoy it with his eyes closed. The big deal is that one cut and it's over. Besides, there were 3 of them now. It might even be possible to fight Ning Feng. Thinking about Ning Feng's previous performance, the Kai general was still a bit foolish for a moment. Wait, there's someone else. Ning Feng laughed, and the opening general gave a sideways glance. You picked a few people to fight against. Ning Feng said, 10 against 10. 10 against 10. That's 10 beating 1 Ning Feng. When the Kai general thought about it carefully, he seemed to think that Ning Feng was still a bit too big for his britches. Those who can enter the LAN are not weak. Ning Feng 1 to beat 10 is not a little too proud? The Kai general then added, it's fine to fight, but let's make it clear first. Don't move the means left for you by the martial god in a while. Don't worry. No. Ning Feng's words fell, only to see the remaining mountain tops flashing with silhouettes once again. Chuan Hu has also arrived. The moment they saw Chuan Hu, several people were slightly surprised. Chuan Hu's face also sank a bit, unexpectedly running into an acquaintance. And it seems, he's the weakest here? Whoosh. Next, several more figures reappeared in this space. Counting Summer, there were a total of 10 martial artists, all of whom were students of the Martial Arts University. Okay, everyone's here. What's the distribution? At this point, Chuan Hu coughed dryly, counting himself among the most awkward in the room and wanting to get it over with quickly. Headmaster Chuan, Ning Feng is the strongest here. It's up to him to distribute it. Instead, Kai general was in no hurry at this time, smiling as he looked at Ning Feng in the distance. Ning Feng said indifferently, this sparring match is a simulation of the Battle of the Mountain and Sea, in which the human patriarch Yu Qian, a lone defender of the mountain and sea, fought alone against 10 star races of the same realm, and ultimately died in a tragic battle. So, I'll simulate patriarch Yu Qian, and you guys simulate the 10 star clans. Upon hearing this, the crowd was offended, but they had no choice but to do so. After all, it was true that Ning Feng was the strongest, and only he alone could take on the crowd. Ning Feng, you're going to beat 10 of us by yourself? Are you sure? Yi Xinyue looked at Ning Feng and said. The rest of them also looked puzzled, although one knew that Ning Feng was strong, but wasn't it excessive for 1 to beat 10? They're not weak, except for Summer, Yi Xinyue and the others. The rest a few scrappy raw faces, not exactly a new face. Actually, these people were all genius students on the Southeast Martial University's martial ranking. They were just a little bit worse than them, and were actually not weak. Come on. Ning Feng silently turned on the simulation, and with a flash of light on his body, he transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged man, slightly chubby, wrinkled, with some self-curling hair and a cigarette roll in his mouth. Carrying an alloy battle knife in his hand, he looked at the crowd with a cold face. Ready? Watch out, Ning Feng. Kai transformed his form into an armored Star Clan creature. Yi Xinyue, Chuan Hu, Summer and the others also began to change, turning into different star race appearances one after another. At the same time, the aura of the crowd changed along with it. The unique chi and blood power of the star race. %% plus %% yuan added. The Kai general spoke a string of languages that didn't belong to humans, wielding an alloy battle sword before slashing towards Ning Feng. #*// added plus yuan %. Su Xinyue also rattled off a long string of words before rushing over. Ning Feng didn't bother with it either, but instead looked at the figure that Summer had changed into. Indifferently, he said, "This blade, it should be chopped like this. Watch." Ning Feng took a step forward and slashed forward with the battle sword in his hand. Buzz. A knife went down. The arm of the Kai general who rushed at the front shook. A knife directly made his tiger's mouth bleed, and the battle knife in his hand burst into pieces with only the hilt left. Kai will not know what to gabble with his mouth, but looking at the twisted expression on his face, he was probably already sputtering in shock. In the next moment, Ning Feng appeared directly in front of his eyes, splitting him in half and disappearing into a sky full of points of light into the sparring space. Everyone froze, looking at Ning Feng with stunned expressions. How can this be a fight? That's the way to play it, isn't it? Then let's destroy them together. Buzz. Su Xinyue carried a large axe and sneaked up on Ning Feng from behind. The axe was swung with a buzzing sound and chopped down towards Ning Feng's head. Bang! In the next moment, the moment Ning Feng turned around, 5 golden fingers slapped towards the front. Su Xinyue's entire body was slapped in pieces and instantly dissipated. At the same time, the aftershocks vibrated, directly shattering the 3 unfamiliar-faced trainees to pieces as well. No la ka bar. Someone let out an unbelievable cry and finally dissipated in this space. There were soon only 5 people left on the scene. Whoosh! Ning Feng appeared in front of a person, and that person received one of Ning Feng's punches with his full strength, but was completely unable to receive a second punch, and was ultimately blown out of his body with a single punch. Bang! 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 Then, 2 more consecutive figures exploded into a bloody mist. The only people left on the scene soon were Summer and Xuanhu. Transfiguration Tiger let out a bitter laugh and said, "Is it necessary for you to come over to the bureau to fight against each other?" But Ning Feng didn't respond to him because he was speaking the language of the Star Nation. In response, it was Ning Feng's fist that appeared in front of him. The next moment, the passing tiger cracked. Summer watched the scene, barely giving her time to react before all 9 of her teammates were dead. How's this for a fight? Beat the out of it. Just then, Ning Feng appeared in front of her. Summer's shape at this time was a star race called the Green Ape Race, with an ape-like figure and greenish skin, which did not have the beauty of his original body in the slightest. Looking at Ning Feng, who had appeared in front of him, Summer didn't have time to speak. Ning Feng, who was stuck to his side, suddenly laughed. "Senior sister, it's over." Summer felt a coldness in her neck, and the next moment, a tingling pain traveled into her nerves. Then Summer felt a heavily spin, and it turned out to be his head flying out, and the body behind him fell to the ground with it. Too strong. Mud. Why is he so strong? In a cultivation room, Xuanhu froze in place, running his hand over his neck. Despite the simulation, he still felt a chill in his neck, because the touch of the alloy battle knife slicing into the neck was absolutely real, as if it had actually been sliced by the knife. A long time passed before Xuanhu gradually came back to his senses from that kind of shock. It's good to be stronger. As long as Ning Feng participates in this ancient text competition, then basically Southeast Martial Arts University will be the nail in the coffin. Thinking about it, Xuanhu said with some relief. Chapter 127, Licking Dog Day 35. Getting the reward Divine Tomb. The rest of you, except for Xuanhu, Kai General, Su Xinyue, and Summer all sat in their own cultivation rooms, frozen for a long time before coming back to their senses. Ning Feng was so ridiculously strong that for a time, it even made them unwilling to believe it and unable to accept it. Which one of them is weaker? Which one of them is not a famous martial arts genius? However, in Ning Feng's hands, they felt an incomparably violent sense of frustration. A few minutes later, Ning Feng appeared in the cultivation room. After finishing the sparring match, Ning Feng simply washed up before walking out of the cultivation room. That was the end of the sparring, and nowadays the practical exercises seemed to be of little use to him. Practical combat, real combat where you can see blood and bodies, is the only way to train. There was a lot going on today, and when he stepped out of the cultivation room, Ning Feng saw Ah Xiang walk in with a middle-aged martial artist. Watching Ning Feng walk out, Ah Xiang introduced Ning Feng. "Young master, this is Xiao Han, that old man Ning Xiao's butler." Ning Feng laughed. "Butler Xiao, I'm going to have to trouble you to give a detailed description of Uncle's estate, but I'm only managing it on his behalf, so I'll have to ask you to take more care of it. And when Uncle returns, all of this will naturally still be in Uncle's lineage, even if the eldest can't come back." When Ningbo grows up in the future, it will still be his. Butler Xiao sniffed, and his expression changed slightly as he looked at Ning Feng. Never mind whether what Ning Feng said was true or not, at least the words were comforting. Butler Xiao hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, young Lord Ning, this is what I should do. As for who the future belonged to, he had saddled up for Ning Xiao for many years, so naturally he wanted it to still be in Ning Xiao's lineage, but these are not his to engage. Then, Butler Xiao began to introduce Ning Feng to the industries under Ning Xiao. As one of the main branches of the Ning family, he was also Ning Battle's own brother. What Ning Xiao held under her command were naturally some sunrise resources, the auction house, the potion store, and the merit mall. Almost 70 to 80% of the parts were related to resources for martial arts cultivation. Suddenly, Ning Feng's spirit stirred as he asked Butler Xiao, Butler Xiao, are there any pure 5 traces at the auction? Pure 5 marks. An elixir capable of purifying 3 Dao marks, could only be used once in a martial artist's lifetime. After the second use, it doesn't really work, but it's extremely rare, hard to see in normal times, and expensive. However, Ning Feng didn't need to consider the price, but rather whether or not it could be plucked. Hearing Ning Feng's question, Butler Xiao thought for a moment and said, Pure 5 traces, there was indeed one at a recent auction. But this elixir is used by all low-grade martial artists for breakthroughs and only has an effect on the first use, so it only belongs to the medium-grade elixirs. Young lord, your cultivation speed is not slow, it is better to even use it. Understood. Ning Feng nodded and didn't say much. Butler Xiao again mainly introduced Ning Feng to the distribution of the auction house. Ning Xiao's auctions were mainly located in Southeast City. There were a total of 30 or so auction houses of all sizes in Southeast City. Close to 20 of them were the Jiang family's properties. The Ning family accounted for close to 10, and the rest were scattered retailers. This shows the terror of the Jiang family in the commercial sector. The auction house is one of the most lucrative industries of all. The Jiang family is still very rich. After Ning Feng heard this was his assessment of the Jiang family. The southeast domain Ning counted only his hands in the sky, and was able to develop these industries under the Ning family's nose. Strength alone is not enough. The Xia family, the Ji family all have power and are still not undeveloped. At this moment, Butler Xiao added, speaking of the auction house, there is another matter that needs to be reported to you. Ning Feng said, speak. Recently, chaos has appeared everywhere, and the latest news has come in that several heads of the heavenly anemone race have infiltrated Southeast City, setting their sights on the Southeast auction house as well as the Jiang family's pill shop. We reckon that we should be trying to create some chaos in Southeast City to create an opportunity for the star race in the rest of the area, Butler Xiao said, searching out the relevant information and handing it over to Ning Feng. Ning Feng looked around carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Sun Lianqing of the Sun Clan made a puppet contract with the Tiankue clan? The celestial sunflower race was able to infiltrate the Earth star by relying on a special racial ability, attachment to the target's physical body by making a contract with the target. This kind of possession can make the possessed person's strength and talent skyrocket in a short period of time, but if it lasts for a long period of time, it also affects the person's divine mind. Moreover, it was difficult for the human race to detect the existence of the celestial anemone race through normal means. It is also for this reason that, in human society, there are, in fact, still star races and alien races of all kinds with odd abilities. Only, the number of these star races is too small, not enough to shake the foundation of human beings, and can only stir up some wind and waves at the right time, and turn back the martial artists in human beings. Got it. Just in time. I'd like to go over there for a walk. Ning Feng smiled. Soon after Butler Xiao finished explaining the situation, he left the cultivation room. Ding! Licking dog for the 35th day. Get rewarded God's tomb. A faint glance at the reward, eyeing another rather odd, yet powerful spell. However, after reading it, Ning Feng was still a bit surprised. This God's tomb was, in the strictest sense, out of the realm of magic treasures, and was merely a magic weapon with a special function. The divine tomb, functioning as its name suggests, is capable of storing corpses for immortality. Having a chance to resurrect these corpses after certain conditions have been added. Very special, very odd and unique spells. Southeast City. Southeast Auction House. One of the 3 major auction houses in Southeast City. The remaining 2 auctions are both owned by the Jiang family. Ning Feng's Dragon Flag automobile was parked straight in the underground parking room. After stepping out of the Dragon Flag automobile, Ning Feng went straight up from the ground floor to the auction house grounds. Entering the auction house through a special passageway, Ning Feng also quickly met the head of the Southeast Auction House. Ning, young Lord Ning, hello, I'm Luo Xian, the head of the Southeast Auction House. I didn't know you were coming, didn't go to greet you. Inside the reception hall of the auction house, The person in charge named Luo Xian had a nervous face, and he hurriedly smiled carefully with him. There's no need for that. I came over this time. For one thing, I just took over the place and came over to get a feel for it. You don't have to be nervous. Also, I've heard that there will be a pure 5 trace pill in this auction, Ning Feng said as he looked at Luo Xian. A pair of handsome and demonic eyes as if there were stars flowing in them, full of inexplicable magic. Luo Xian was out of his mind for a moment, and after reacting, he quickly said, indeed there is. However, a look of difficulty appeared on his face immediately afterward. But Ning Xiao, this pure 5 traces has already been booked. Reservations? Ning Feng looked at Luo Xian in confusion. Shouldn't things from the auction house be auctioned off? How can they still be reserved? Luo Xian hurriedly replied. It's like this, Ning Xiao. Part of the auction house's goods do need to be auctioned before they can be sold out. But there is a portion of the goods where someone has bid about 30% above the pre-sale price. And it's an early sale as long as it's with the seller's consent. Chapter 128. After the other party's explanation, Ning Feng was relieved. But when you think about it, it makes sense that an auction house is essentially a for-profit organization. Auctions are just a mode of making profit and attracting customers. And it's not impossible to sell ahead of time when there is more than enough interest. Forget it. Ning Feng didn't dwell on it much. He didn't really need it either. Besides, as Ah Xiang had said, his breakthrough speed was fast enough, and it was enough without the net 5 marks. At this moment, Luo Xian looked around and whispered again, Young Ning, this is part of the information on the Tiankui clan and the Sun clan. We've already grasped it, but there are a couple of Tiankui clan operations. We haven't gotten to the bottom of them yet. However, it's safe to assume that those few Tiankui clansmen, who are all at the 7th grade martial Dao realm, are very strong. Ning Feng casually said, is the 7th rank very strong? Speechless, Roxanne handed over a piece of information. Ning Feng took the information Luo Xian handed over and looked at it, lightly nodding his head. Just follow the original plan. As for those few 7th grade heavenly sunflower clans, leave them to me. Over to you. Luo Xian just wanted to say something, but suddenly thought that this young master was evil. Thinking of this, Luo Xian added, Young Ning, the auction will begin soon. Do you still want to go over and take a look? Of course I want to see it. Ning Feng nodded. This was his first time at an auction, so of course he had to enter and take a look. With Luo Xian leading the way, Ning Feng made a few points of willingness. Luo Xian then led Ning Feng to a hall that only top-tier bigwigs could enter. Inside, they were all places that only the Southeast Domain or the plutocrats of the various domains, or the first-class martial arts families were qualified to enter. You are the Southeast Martial Arts Great Celestial Pride. A small tribute. Not enough to mention. This time the business cooperation. The major brand names will be admitted. At that time, but also have to little friend more trouble. As soon as he turned the corner, Ning Feng suddenly heard a voice coming over. Immediately after seeing the 2 figures around the corner, Ning Feng was also slightly startled. At the same time, those 2 figures froze at the venue when they saw Ning Feng. Ning Feng, why are you here? The moment he saw Ning Feng, Jiang Yunfei's entire face pulled down at a speed visible to the naked eye. He knew that the Southeast Auction House was the property of the Ning family, and that it wasn't under the management of Ning Feng. With Ning Feng's status in the Ning family, he could only manage a few martial arts universities right now. However, the moment he saw Ning Feng appear at the auction, a hint of an unpleasant feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Su Xinyue followed behind Jiang Yunfei, and when she saw Ning Feng, there was also a hint of disgust in her eyes, along with a look of awe. Scared. She's really scared on her knees. Who can stand it? Someone who can't move and is punished for kneeling. After fatally glancing at Ning Feng, Jiang Yunfei didn't come over to greet him, so he took Su Xinyue along with that auction house staff member. Young lord, Jiang Yunfei has a business cooperation with the auction house. It's not a big deal, so I didn't report it to you. Luo Xian was certainly aware of the relationship between Ning Feng and Jiang Yunfei, and that Su Xinyue. Thinking of certain passages between the three, Luo Xian's forehead was sweating a bit. Young Ning, how about changing the spokesperson? Hearing these words, Jiang Yunfei, who had only just reached the doorway, stopped violently in his tracks. Although his back was turned to Ning Feng, it was evident that his body seemed to be trembling slightly. To change the spokesperson? He's worked so hard to get here, and he's just going to be taken off the table. He's not happy about it. Most of all, if he couldn't get these endorsements from the Ning family, he wouldn't have enough money to purchase Net 5 Trace. At this moment, he felt that the throat of his destiny was being strangled hard. It feels very bad. Ning Feng could see Luo Xian's mind and knew that he had misunderstood, and laughed. No need for that. Completely unnecessary. Endorsement this thing, find whoever is the same. Ning Feng really do not need to sway the company's decision because of personal reasons. Furthermore, whether it was Su Xinyue or Jiang Nianchu, Ning Feng never seemed to have suffered a loss on them. When Jiang Nianchu heard this, he finally breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Then he left quickly without looking back. By the way, for this national ancient text competition, as well as the martial parade, this part of the Southeast domain is all sponsored by my Ning family, right? Where's the advertising department? I'll go over there. Mentioning this, Ning Feng suddenly remembered these two things. These two sponsorships are big events, and he remembers the Ning family's advertising department, which is based together at the Southeast Auction House. There was still some time before the auction started, so he planned to go over and turn around. Luo Xian said, Okay, advertising department. When Ning Feng arrived at the advertising department, Jiang Nianchu and the others also arrived. Looking at Ning Feng, who had followed him over, Jiang Nianchu's heart muttered a little. He was afraid that Ning Feng would cancel his endorsement if he was unhappy. However, Ning Feng didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to Jiang Nianchu as he kept looking at the information handed over by the staff. Over here, Jiang Nianchu also silently walked to a green cloth. Then, good times sea spirits. What soft and sticky we all love. Good times sea spirits. What brings nutritional health to martial artists? Good times sea spirits. What? A family that loves each other and shares happiness together. Kajiro purple fruit. I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. Grandma and grandpa are so happy. Give me my favorite Hijiro purple source fruit, big mouth. It's not good for a martial artist to cough up old age. Mostly wasted. Just use the sun brand. Ning Feng, who was on the side, watched Jiang Nianchu filming live and couldn't help but show a thunderous expression. Previously, those commercials that Jiang Nianchu had filmed online were not live viewings after all. At this moment, Ning Feng was transformed into a live broadcast monster, and he only felt that every cell in his body was following the embarrassment. A quick glance was taken. Then the information was put down and walked out of the advertising department. The auction will start soon. Looking at Ning Feng's walking out figure, Jiang Nianchu's entire face reddened from his face to the base of his neck. Su Xinyue on the side also lowered her head in shame. For some reason, she suddenly felt miserable inside. If Ning Feng had obediently proposed to himself in the first place, and then he had said yes, then nowadays, isn't he or she the young master's wife of the Ning family? It would be so beautiful. But today, there's always a sense of a storm. With a tangled expression, Su Xinyue glanced at Jiang Nianchu with complicated eyes. She had seen all of Jiang Nianchu's efforts to earn cultivation resources and to obtain what she wanted. He gave so much that he didn't even have the decency to take ads like crazy. But then, after all, the money earned is limited. You work hard to shoot a whole lot. Not as good as people. Ning Feng move their hands to sign a word. What you earn is just a portion of people's spending budget on advertising. When you come out, you really have to look at the background. Can you really not give me the endorsement of the martial parade? We can talk about the endorsement fee. Or I'll endorse for free. Just then, Su Xinyue turned her head to look at Jiang Nianchu and saw that he was dealing with the department staff. The staff member was full of apologies. I'm sorry, it's not about the endorsement fee. We have a budget for that. It's just that there are more suitable candidates. Chapter 129 Auction. The auction house. A large number of guests entered one after another. In the center of the field, two men dressed in black, with their faces covered, sat in the seats on the number plates, which happened to be in the far corner position. For such a dress code, it didn't attract the attention of the rest of the people on the scene, because there were a large number of martial artists who came to the auction who didn't want their identities to be known. 5 out of 10 were masked or had their real faces concealed by various means. Got the news? The young lord of the Ning family will really come to the auction? Don't worry, you still don't believe in the surveillance capabilities of the Tian Kuai clan. The Ning family's young lord must have come to the auction. In the darkness, two voices whispered. One of the taller figures whispered, Fine. I was thinking that I could ransack the Southeast Auction House this time and create some chaos in Southeast City, but I didn't expect the Ning family's young lord to take the initiative to run over and suffer death. Ji. The black-clothed man beside him also let out a strange laugh. Ga. As long as the situation in Southeast City is completely stirred up, the battle on the Little East Slope side will be stabilized. You can also assassinate a Ning family young lord in the process. I heard that this brat from the Ning family has been very evil lately, and has already sealed the position as the #1 heavenly pride in the Southeast domain. If we take him out, I wonder what the clan will reward. The two of them couldn't help but be wildly excited at the thought of being about to take out the Ning family's young lord. Let's not talk about it yet. Keep a low profile. The auction will start soon. There are many people. At this time, a martial artist walked past, and the two hastily stopped their exchange. After waiting a moment, The two looked around and realized that it was quiet around them once again. By the way, are the people who turned Jiang Nianchu in place? It's already gone. Don't worry. Hey, Jiang Nianchu was bullied by Ning Feng to this extent. Turning him is as easy as turning him back. After the curtailing, just have him stay in the human society and be our all-inside man. Ning Feng entered one of the venue's large boxes instead of going to the smaller ones. Enter the box and find the corresponding seat and sit down. Then one after another walked into the door 5 or 6 figures, respectively in different positions to sit down. Ning Feng. Just as Ning Feng had just sat down, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Ning Feng looked slightly sideways, and saw a young man of a similar age to himself. Looking towards him, Ning Feng was no stranger to the teenager. It was none other than class president Lu Ming. It's a coincidence, Ning Feng responded with a smile. Regarding Lu Ming's identity, Ning Feng still knew more or less. The Lu family was also not a small martial arts family, and Lu Ming belonged to one of the branches, so the family was fairly well off. Ning Feng laughed. Class President Lu Ming, if there's anything you need help with, just say it, don't be polite old classmates. Thanks a lot. Lu Ming hurriedly laughed, but there's no need for the time being. I came over this time in order to photograph that pure 3 traces, but it's just a try. It doesn't matter if I can't photograph it. The two exchanged pleasantries for a few moments before taking their respective seats without much conversation. Just the fact that the two were talking made many people notice Ning Feng. Beside them, several surprised gazes were cast toward Ning Feng. The crowd had still heard of this young lord of the Ning family, and they didn't expect to meet him here. Soon, the auction began. Only through the observation deck did Ning Feng see a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in tulle walk onto the auction deck. The clamor under the stage suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a sea of burning gazes cast over. Within the venue there was even a faint sound of rapid breathing coming out. This little ninny is getting more and more tantalizing. I really want to get inside. If I get inside once in my life, I would die. Look at your little outburst. I just want to inside. I don't want to die. A murmur came from the meeting room, accompanied by lewd laughter and some obscene words. The woman seemed to have been familiar with this kind of scene for a long time, and after scanning the lower part of the stage with a slight smile, she routinely recited the opening lines of the "All of you guests have traveled thousands of miles to come to the Southeast Auction House. The old rules, let's put on 2 small things first, to help cheer up all the guests." The woman's voice curled up, and every word seemed to tantalize the little hearts of the crowd. As the woman's opening statement ended, the auction has also begun. One after another, the auction items were sent up to the stage for auction. These items, there were pills, beast meat, magic weapons. None of them had any special features. Most of them were more conventional, but with a wider audience. As each item was auctioned off, the atmosphere of the scene was gradually ignited. Advertising department, shooting spot. Jiang Nianchu, who was sitting in a single room resting, looked at the mysterious man in black in front of him with a cloudy expression on his face. How about it? Have you considered it clearly? A human genius like you is not valued, and you need to take care of your own cultivation resources. If you come to the Star Clan, I can guarantee that all the cultivation resources manage to be enough, and that in the future, when the Star Clan descends, you'll be a Starchild level heavenly pride. Identity, merit, unmatched. Jiang Nianchu sat in place, listening quietly, thinking about the conditions offered by the man in black in front of him. He was indeed moved. But, Jiang Nianchu said in a decisive and cold voice, "Hurry up and get lost. Don't let me see you again." There was no hesitation. Jiji, well, take your time to think about it. Also, betraying one's own race requires a great deal of determination, as well as a long time to adapt. The mysterious man in black looked at Jiang Nianchu's expression and smiled grimly. However, Jiang Nianchu had told him to get lost instead of lifting the table and striking with him on the spot. It just means he's struggling and torn in his mind. He had turned against too many human martial artists like this. This kind of mentality, he knew it all too well. No one understood human martial artists better than him. Looking at Jiang Nianchu, who was silent with his head bowed, the black-clothed man felt that his words had long ago touched the other party's soul and had taken them hard. Without further ado, the figure disappeared from the scene as quickly as a sun-dried water stain. "I'll be waiting for you. Jiang Tianju, jia. Jiang Nianchu looked at the direction where the man in black had disappeared, his body drenched in sweat, only to see that in front of Jiang Nianchu, a black engraved death-like black card appeared. The black-robed god of death carved on top of it had a wry smile on his face. After silently looking at the black card for a while, Jiang Nianchu grabbed it before directly destroying it and throwing it into the trash. Old me has a grudge against Ning Feng, not the human race. Sooner or later, I'll get Ning Feng killed with my own hands. I don't need anyone else's help. Jiang Nianchu muttered silently and walked out of the room. The net 5 marks are coming soon. So let's break through first. 80 million dragon coins, 100 million, $130 million. On the auction floor, a high alloy fabulous treasure was finally taken at a price of $500 million. From start to finish, Ning Feng was indifferent to all of this, and didn't have the slightest intention of participating in the auction. In reality, they really don't do much for him. The auction went on like this, and Ning Feng sat in his seat with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was quietly waiting for something. Young lord, those two over there, there's a problem. Suddenly, behind him, Xiang transmitted his voice to Ning Feng, while slightly raising his head to indicate to him one of the two figures in the meeting hall. Ning Feng's expression remained unchanged. Chapter 130, Immortal Advocate. In fact, he had felt it for a long time. Though the abilities of the Celestial Anemone clan were hard to detect without utilizing the Undead Overture, Ning Feng didn't think he'd be able to find out, either. But it's just hard. Long before he stepped into the venue, the divine tomb within Ning Feng's body trembled slightly, directly sensing the abnormalities of two of the black-clothed men. The introduction stated the obvious. For unusual humanoids, even demonic beasts, the divine tomb would not be so. Then there is only one possibility. Find out who those two are. As soon as Ning Feng's words fell, Xiang turned around and left, quickly returning again. Taking the information in Xiang's hands, Ning Feng read it. Sure enough, it's someone from the Sun family. Just as Ning Feng had thought, the Celestial Anemone clan had possessed all of the Sun family, and it was the Sun family that had automatically become the puppets and carriers of the Celestial Anemone clan. An hour later, auction ends. Almost all of the auction items were snapped up quickly. The guests attending the auction also swarmed out, and for a while the scene was quite chaotic. However, just at that moment, there was a steep scream from outside, sharp and not human. Immediately afterward, a terrifying chi and blood fluctuation began to explode wildly outside. A huge shockwave spread in all directions, and the scene became a mess. GG. Listening to the chaos coming from outside the venue, Ning Feng sat motionless in his seat. Behind him, Xiang also had no intention of going out, standing quietly behind Ning Feng. Meanwhile, the crowd at the venue walked out, but looking closely at the venue, there are two black-clad figures who have not yet retired from the venue. The moment they heard the chaos coming from the outside world, the two black-clothed figures then stood up violently. Then, the figures were like two streaks of blacklight lightning that roared over in the direction where Ning Feng was. Buzz. Instantly arriving at the box where Ning Feng was, two alloy battle swords appeared in their hands, stabbing down towards Ning Feng's head. However, in a split second, Ning Feng, who had originally been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes and chopped his fingers forward like a sword. Rumble. The chi and blood almost boiled in general, transforming into a finger mane to suppress it, instantly colliding with the two men's alloy long swords in. All that was heard was a boom. The next moment, there is no next step. The two black-clothed men were carried out of the venue by Ning Feng, one in each hand. Off-site, several martial artists dressed in black robes stood in the air, and the crowd below was in chaos, retreating to the four outer circles in fear. Ning Feng had only just walked out of the venue when he saw several corpses lying on the ground. On top of that, in the center stood several martial artists dressed in black, in the same style as the one he was carrying in his hand. Only, these few black-clothed martial artists had already been surrounded by the group. Close to 10 7th-grade martial artists surrounded a few people, looking at them with a teasing expression. Seeing Ning Feng walk out, the crowd's complexion changed, revealing a look of respect. Young lord. Ning Feng nodded indifferently and came to the front of the crowd, then swept his gaze at the several black-clothed men in front of him. These people's aura wasn't strong, but there was a special energy surging within their bodies. It was the power of the Heavenly Anemone clan, which, under the premise of touching, was able to make an ordinary martial artist erupt with a terrifying energy that far exceeded his own strength. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell us where the Sun family is hiding right now. I'll do the honors and let a few of you leave alive. How's that for a deal? At this point, several men in black had seen the situation and their actions were exposed. All previous plans have been broken, and trying to follow the plan to wreak havoc is out of the question. There is a good chance that we won't be able to walk out of here today. Upon hearing this, one of the black-robed men slowly pulled off his veil, revealing a slightly green face, only the smile on his face, which appeared to be hideous and incomparable. With a cold smile, the youth said grimly, Ning Feng, you don't want to. Bang! Before the youth could finish his sentence, the crowd saw Ning Feng raise his finger. A bloody light was at the tip of his finger, thumping and exploding, instantly blowing the youth's body apart. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Ning Feng was incredibly cold and indifferent. Ning Feng then looked at the other figure and faintly said, What about you? I said Nima. Bang! This person's body directly burst into pieces, and blood mist rose in this space, with both men blown out of the water. The rest of the youths saw this, and instead of showing fear, they all became full of scorn, but none showed signs of weakness, rather a bunch of hardcore people. In that case, there's no need to ask, just behead them on the spot. After saying that, Ning Feng turned around and left without stopping at this place. Although the Sun family was temporarily hidden, with the Ning family's intelligence network, it was only a matter of time before the Sun family was found. Furthermore, the Sun family was an Eastern Domain family that had now defected to the Star Clan. The Yi family would also inevitably not sit idly by and do nothing. Into the auction house. Soon there was a fluctuation of chi and blood from outside. Immediately afterward came a few shouts of murder, and then everything went quiet. Without any surprise, several of the Sun family's martial artists were swiftly beheaded. In the lobby, Ning Feng looked at the several corpses that had been thrown to the ground with something like the Star Clan's tattoos engraved on them. Young lord, these Star Clans are very cunning. They only deposited a portion of their power in this group of Sun clansmen, and their main bodies didn't appear. A martial artist dressed in the costume of the Jinqing division stepped into the arena and briefly explained the situation. Ning Feng had expected this and said indifferently, "There's no harm in it. The Celestial Sunflower Clan itself has a special ability to replicate countless doppelgangers with their body's energy, and they won't reveal their main body until they absolutely have to. These energy bodies, however, must find a physical body to use as a host body within a certain period of time, or they will be eroded by the Earth Star." This group of Celestial Anemone Clan infiltrated into the Earth Star for a short time. I think there must be some members of the Sun Clan this time, who have truly fallen into Celestial Anemone Clan carriers. Only by finding the Sun family's hiding place can we decimate them. Subsequently, Ning Feng instructed his men to start searching for the Sun Clan's hideout. When the crowd had retreated, Ning Feng gazed at Li Shaoqi beside him. "Where's Jiang Nianchu? Any action?" Li Shaoqi returned, still torn. Ning Feng smiled. "If he's found to have defected to the Celestial Sunflower Clan, he'll be killed outright, but if not, he can be considered for inclusion in the Ning clan's pool of candidates to be the spokesperson for this military parade." Li Shaoqi looked at Ning Feng with some surprise. Puzzled, "Young lord, Jiang Nianchu and you have been..." Her words stopped. Jiang Nianchu had always looked at Ning Feng in a bad light, and had been trying to find ways to find trouble with him. In her opinion, Ning Feng was already merciful enough not to trouble him, so how could he even help him? Ning Feng laughed. Personal grudges aside, his status and fame are indeed quite suitable. Work is work. No need to mix in personal emotions. Of course, there's no need to sympathize with anyone. The martial arts path must be fought over. At least the spirit of Jiang Nianchu is still worth learning from, because he never wanted to give up even against an opponent like me. Listening to Ning Feng's words, Li Shaoqi had a look of adoration on her face. The young lord deserves to be the young lord. This pattern, it's not something that ordinary people can have. Jiang Nianchu that was a genius who had returned from the sea of divine animals, but he was actually being raised by the young lord as a stock to play with. Chapter 131, Ding, Dog Licking Day 35. Gain reward Hout Yen Hammer. Bang! Jiang Nianchu smashed the token in front of him with a fist and glanced at this auction rest hall with indignation. Mud, the benefits are indeed tempting, but I'm still a human being at least. If I become your Tian Kuai clan puppet and die in the future, how will I go down to see my father and mother? How to meet the group of heavenly brothers who died in battle with me in the divine animal sea? The token shattered, and a wisp of black mist rose up, while an eerie laugh came from it. Not bad. Good refusal. If this bit of favor is so agreeable, I really think I've misjudged someone. You'll first move up in the human race's hierarchy, and I'm sure that sooner or later, you'll agree to leave the human race and join my heavenly sunflower race. The black mist completely dissipated. Jiang Nianchu sneered. Looking at the dissipating black mist, it felt as if my soul had ascended. Substance? Resources? He's always after it, but no one should try to buy him off with that. Push the door open and step out of the room. Ginger. Su Xinyue walked over and looked at Jiang Nianchu with a worried expression, asking, "The next part of your schedule, do you still have to take on these advertisements? Pick it up, and you focus on the Ning family endorsements for me." Jiang Yunfei's face was grim. "Remember, as long as it's endorsed by the Ning family, give it to me, Mard. I'm going to ruthlessly earn the Ning family's money, and make all of his Ning family's money. No, there's also the Jiang family, and the Xia family, the Ji family, the Zheng family, the Kai family. For what? Why is it that these young men have countless resources at their fingertips? And yourself? Just for an elixir. You have to go through a lot of hard work, crazy face painting, ridiculed, and in the end, it is not as good as people call dad. No resources. He wanted a dad like that too. But he didn't. So he either resigned himself to his fate or fought like crazy. He doesn't recognize his fate. So he has to fight for it. Have the Su family's resources arrived? Jiang Nianchu looked toward Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue nodded her head, revealing a good-natured pleasing color. Arrived. Elder uncle said. Free time to go to the house to do it. Definitely. Jiang Nianchu was filled with indifference. Also, my stomach is getting bigger day by day. Brother Yunfei. Su Xinyue touched her stomach and said with some difficulty. I see. As long as the Su family agrees to my request, I'll do what I say and I'll definitely give you the wedding of your dreams, Jiang Nianchu said with some impatience. However, upon hearing this, Su Xinyue's tiger body shook and, dream wedding? Why does that sound so familiar? Good, I'll talk to my eldest right away and have him announce our news and buy a bunch of hotspots to top it off. Su Xinyue said and went down to dial Su Yunlong's phone. Ding! Su Xinyue had just left when Jiang Nianchu's phone suddenly rang. And when he looked down, it was actually Yi Jinyuan calling. Hey, old Yi, something wrong? Jiang Nianchu frowned slightly. Ha 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 ha. The call had just gone through, and Kaigo's laughter, exaggerated, came from across the phone. Are you two up to something? Hang up if you're not. Jiang Nianchu's tone was icy cold. At this time, Yi Jinyuan said, I discussed with old Kai back to the family. There is an endorsement for you. I think it's quite suitable. You think about it, do you want to take it? When Jiang Nianchu heard this, his face slowed down a little. Old classmates are old classmates. They can think of him for anything good. Asked, what endorsements? The specialty is very much in line with yours, and it's also related to the stone tablet piece. General Kai took over at this point and said, the graveyard's endorsement. A minute later, Jiang Nianchu hung up the phone, a smile appearing on his face. Not bad. I, Jiang Nianchu, have taken down another city. Sooner or later, one day, I will not only surpass Ning Feng in martial arts, it's more about acquiring all of his Ning family's properties. At this moment, Jiang Nianchu's bravado was so great that he felt like his soul was burning with it. After leaving the room, Jiang Nianchu went to fetch the pure 5 scars. He then went into one of the cultivation rooms provided by the auction house, preparing to digest the pure 5 trace breakthrough. This time, he was going to break through to the 6th grade realm in one fell swoop. At that time, he would have the absolute strength to challenge Ning Feng. Although Ning Feng was able to cross-level chopping 6th grade, he wasn't in ordinary 6th grade, and he believed that he could cross-level battle 7th grade as well. In other words, aside from the martial Dao realm, he was actually equivalent to the 7th rank. Could Ning Feng decapitate a 7th rank? He felt he couldn't. In the blink of an eye, a few hours passed and it was getting dark. The night stars are thin. This night, Ning Feng stood on the balcony of the auction house looking at the night sky, and without realizing it, the time passed the early hours of the morning. Ding! Licking dog for the 35th day. Get the reward Hao Tian Hammer. Hao Tian Hammer, 6-star reward. With this hammer, hammering the sky, hammering the earth, hammering everything, in addition to this hammer with the use of a certain technique, will play a great role. The name of the technique is Lanin Tangle. What? Looking at the system's latest rewards, Ning Feng suddenly felt a bit cocky, but at least it was a 6-star reward, so Ning Feng still felt that something was better than nothing. Looking up at the night sky, Ning Feng sat cross-legged in place. A casual throw. It's been a long time since I've fished, but today I suddenly got the urge to fish. After casually flinging out the, Ning Feng then began to cultivate on his own. Flying Demon Fish Clan. Recently the Flying Demon Fish Clan of the Star Realm had been in chaos, and in just over a month's worth of events, as many as 7 or 8 people had gone missing from the clan. Not only did they include the young matriarch who had been nowhere to be found, but the rest of the few were also high-ranking elders within the clan. Now many of the rest of the races in the outside world know about this matter, and many groups are watching the Flying Demon Fish race, and there are even rumors that the Flying Demon Fish race has invoked the unknown. Still haven't found out? What are you guys doing for food? Rice buckets. A bunch of rice buckets. Inside the hall of the Flying Demon Fish Clan, the Demon Fish Clan chief looked down at the clan elders below with a gloomy face. In just 1 month, 8 clansmen of the Flying Devilfish Clan disappeared, and even the most outstanding and handsome young clan leader, Ruskin Alida Ball, has become a missing person. Even the most outstanding and handsome young clan leader, Ruskin Alida Ball, has become a missing person, and no one has heard from him yet. This has caused quite a stir in the square. It even became the laughingstock of the rest of the races, whose clansmen disappeared every day. My son, Ruskin, Arata Ball, where the hell are you? Can you hear me calling? My son, Ruskin, Alida Ball, the great, future leader of the Flying Devilfish Clan. Ruskin, Alida Ball. The Demon Fish Patriarch looked up to the sky and sighed, his expression sad and incomparable. In just 20 days or so, he had a lot of wrinkles on his face. He's slowly getting older and is already grooming his successor. But who would have thought that? For good reason. The young patriarch would just disappear in public. As of today, the young lord has been missing for almost a month. But the good news is that all is well with the Flying Demon Fish clan these days. And they haven't continued to go missing. Clan chief, do you think that it could be the work of the Demon Shrimp clan? An elder hesitated and said forward. Upon hearing this, an elder immediately chimed in. Yes, 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 matriarch. Some years ago we had friction with the Demon Shrimp clan, although they were honest afterwards. But in the last few years, there have been constant small actions. Could it be, it's that they are being dishonest again? Moreover, their ability, the shrimp thread binding technique, is able to do the job of silently plundering people away from 100 miles away. Chapter 132, Ding, Dog Licking Day 36, Getting Reward Orchid Silver Tangle. There's also the Jiaolong race. They also have the strength and ability to do this, and they've always coveted our racial talents, wanting to devour them to replenish themselves. Forget the Jiaolong clan. Don't mess with them for the time being and avoid them. Why are you hiding? Does my Flying Demon Fish clan deserve to suffer? Their patriarch is a false god. Can you beat that? Forget it. Let the Jiaolong clan off the hook. I think it's important to go and exterminate the Demon Shrimp clan first. Listening to the clan executives below bickering and arguing for half a day, they couldn't come up with a conclusion. The Flying Demon Fish clan chief frowned slightly, feeling only a burst of distraction. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Shut up, making noise. What is the custom? Immediately send someone to monitor the Demon Shrimp clan, and once you discover any conditions, immediately come back and report." Yes, clan chief, a high-ranking clan elder in charge of intelligence. In response, he turned toward the outside. However, just as this elder had only reached the doorway, a golden light suddenly descended steeply above his head. The light was like a hook, ruthlessly meeting the back of this elder's head. Pust! The hook went through and the brains burst out. In the next moment, without waiting for this elder to react, his figure directly disappeared in place. Dumbfounded. All the Flying Demon Fish clansmen at the scene were all dumbfounded. Here we go again. In hell. Man, this damn mysterious force, it's at it again. Just like every time. This time the missing elder, again, just disappeared under the eyes of the crowd. When the patriarch saw this scene, he also sucked in cool air. My father, Ruskin, Durez Boybe. A young Demon Fish clan member was horrified and let out a cry of sorrow as he pounced on the place where the elder had disappeared. But it flopped. Ning Feng slowly opened his eyes, and when he did, the time had already come to the next morning. Ding! Licking dog for the 36th day. Obtaining the reward Dao Trace Purification Dan. Dao Scar Purification Pill, 7-star reward. Can erase 5 Dao Scars at once. Ding! The host has completed 36 consecutive days of reward collection, and will be gifted with the additional technique Lanin Tangled. Tip: this method is harmful to heaven and harmony. 2 silver. Please do not use it. The Dao Trace Purification Pill? Not only that, but a bonus was actually given away. Lanin Tangled. The system hinted at it before, but I just don't know how powerful this thing is. Meanwhile, the moment he opened his eyes, he only saw a bridge of Dao marks appear over the auction house. This bridge of Dao marks was ordinary, and it was engraved with the frost of years. 9 of the dowsing marks were particularly obvious. Many pedestrians passing by were drawn to attention and stopped to watch, and when they saw Ning Feng's figure, some recognized him. Isn't that the young master of the Ning family? Surprisingly, it's the Ning family's young lord. Is he about to break through? You're blind. What about the 9 Dao marks? Can he erase them in one breath? Boom! As the crowd spoke, Ning Feng took a step out and stepped onto the bridge of Dao marks, directly erasing the 2 Dao marks. Is it that simple? Isn't it true that the more powerful the genius, the more difficult it is to erase the Dao marks? There's something wrong with this young Lord Ning. People are young lords after all, some of the Ning family's goodies, some of which we've never even heard of. Also, it must have eaten some heavenly material. Just as the crowd was eating their melon, Ning Feng had already continued to erase the 3 Dao marks. Everything is going very well, and the progression is frighteningly fast. Inside the auction house, a cultivation room dedicated to guests' cultivation, Jiang Nianchu had just erased 3 Dao marks and had successfully impacted the 6th grade martial Dao realm. Without waiting for him to rejoice much, suddenly, he felt a familiar qi and blood fluctuation coming from outside. It's Ning Feng. When Jiang Nianchu came outside and saw the scene of Ning Feng obliterating the Dao marks, he stayed where he was for a long time before letting out a long breath. No matter what, I'm still ahead in the realm, and by a lot. I still have a chance. Jiang Nianchu forcefully reassured himself. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged martial artist wearing a cream-colored robe walked in. Jiang Nianchu, this is the list of candidates for the spokesperson of the Ning family's martial parade. Do you want to consider it? Looking at the middle-aged martial artist, Jiang Nianchu was filled with shock. The face of the grand parade. Pick him? Outside. Ning Feng easily erased the Dao marks. Just as he was about to leave the stage, a steep surge of qi and blood erupted in the crowd. As the crowd gasped in shock, they saw it. Separately, from the four directions of Ning Feng southeast, northwest, and north, four martial artists dressed in black and wielding alloy battle knives surrounded them from all four directions. Moreover, the four of them had a clear goal in mind, and the moment they appeared in the field, they approached Ning Feng straight away, and the four blade-ons instantly slashed down. Bastards of the Sun family, you seek death. An angry roar came from within the auction house, and a seated Ning clan martial artist rushed out. Obviously, they didn't expect that there were still remnants of the Sun family hiding in the shadows. Ning Feng was making a breakthrough, and being attacked while making a breakthrough could easily lead to major problems, especially the Bridge of Dao scars. Once destroyed, the damage caused would most likely turn into permanent irreparable Dao injuries. Qi and blood rolled, and the Ning clan's martial artists were about to explode as they rushed out of the auction house. Xiang also followed behind the crowd, just wobbling and not looking the least bit anxious. He knew too well what level Ning Feng was at. These four assassins in front of them were only at the peak of the 6th grade. No, it's the 7th grade martial Dao realm. But so what? His young master was the man with the legacy of the martial god. Boom! Sure enough, in the face of the four slashes chopping down the Ning Feng had been prepared for this, and after swallowing an elixir in one gulp, his breath skyrocketed crazily. The ancient 8 floaters rushed out of their bodies as much as they could, covering Ning Feng firmly, like a suit of armor. At this moment, Ning Feng was as solid as gold, and with a flash of his backhand, a giant hammer appeared in his hand. The handle of the giant hammer was 3 meters long, the body was ice blue, and the head of the hammer was as big as 4 or 5 adult heads. The entire body of the hammer was surrounded by a ring of fire ring flames that pulsed in the wind. In the next moment, Ning Feng lifted the Haotian hammer and swung it out with a violent motion. Boom! Like the wind and thunder howling wildly. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the Haotian hammer directly hammered on a martial artist, instantly splitting that person apart on the spot. A mist of blood rose in the air visible to the naked eye, and chunks of flesh erupted in all directions. Holy, what a rampage! What a flavor! Nails in my mouth. The crowd's gazes were shocked, and they all looked at Ning Feng with incredulity. As for Ning Feng, he stood motionless, letting those 4 attacks hit his body, but they couldn't shake him in the slightest. What kind of magic weapon is this? Alloy battle armor? Kind of like a tower. A sword. A halberd, that's a bit of unique battle armor. Carrying the Haotian hammer, Ning Feng took a step out and strutted towards the remaining 3. The remaining 3 were also shocked by Ning Feng's strength, and knowing that they simply couldn't fight, they immediately tried to withdraw. Orchid Silver Tangle.